The news report today states that a dangerous murderer has appeared near Thien Phuc Street, and so far 3 people have been harmed. What's terrifying is that before their deaths, the victims' exterior and internal organs were severely injured. The nature of the case is extremely brutal, and the methods used are utterly ruthless. The police advise everyone to avoid going out too much, and to be cautious of suspicious individuals. Outside, the rain pours harder, while inside the male lead, Jiang Thun is munching on snacks while watching the news. There's more news about the murder. In the Sungha neighborhood, a massacre occurred where a family of 5 had no survivors. The case is currently under investigation. The area around the neighborhood may still be dangerous, and shortly after, there's another report about a skinning incident at Kang Trang building. In just one city, Jongbuk, there are nearly 3 to 5 murder cases almost every day. Jiang Thun tosses the snack bag down and walks over to the window to assess the situation. It seems the news outlets are subtly warning people to stay away from this area. He suspects the news is trying to convey that the so-called murderer is not human. However, for him, these occurrences are no longer surprising. After all, he is someone who has experienced the supernatural. He realizes he is a reincarnated person, and he still remembers his past life where he suffered from cancer. Just before he was lying on a hospital bed in critical care, and in the blink of an eye, he became a wandering child in a strange rural area. Before he could understand what was happening, an old man with a mysterious smile patted his head and said, "Kid, call me Grandpa, and you'll follow me in the future." Jiang Thun called out Grandpa, and from that moment on, that old man became his only family in this strange world. He thought his life would just pass by peacefully, but 2 years ago, when he returned home, he found his grandfather missing. He had inexplicably vanished without a word. All that was left was a note and a savings card, with a balance of 100,000 yuan. He couldn't help but feel the old man had urged him to live well. Jiang Thun didn't believe those words, thinking they were just empty farewells. What nonsense about the door being cursed, and he didn't even want to read those old clichés about cultivation. Still, he was curious about how his grandfather was doing after all he had raised him since childhood. As he was lost in thought, a piercing sound from outside made him think he was about to meet his end. He was furious and cursed. "Damn it, it's 2 a.m. Can't you have a little decency?" Jiang Thun walked to the door and peeked through the peephole to see who was making a racket at 2 a.m. Through the peephole, he saw a girl continuously knocking on the neighbor's door, her knocks growing louder, as if she urgently needed to find someone named Hong. The woman's actions became increasingly strange. She no longer stood still but started climbing the door as if she wanted to pry it open. She opened her mouth, revealing sharp teeth, whispering inside, "Open the door, I know someone's in there." Jiang was horrified by the scene. He still didn't know it was a demon, thinking simply that this girl had no mental issues but was just a strange person. He quickly texted Sister Hong, telling her that if the girl hadn't gone home yet, she shouldn't rush back, because there was a dangerous person outside her house. Sister Hong replied immediately, saying she was at home, and warned Jiang that the thing outside was not human. Sister Hong was so scared, she was crying silently, continuously pressing her phone to call for Jiang. "What should I do now?" The eerie girl outside heard the constant clicking of the phone and said, "Isn't there someone? Why pretend not to be home and act like you can't hear?" The demon kept banging its head against the door to break in. Sister Hong began to panic even more as the banging grew louder. The female demon showed no signs of stopping. "Open the door for me. Let me in." Sister Hong continued texting Jiang, saying she had seen the girl's face. She was Li Not Van. Upon receiving the message, Jiang started to remember that name, Li Not Van, all too well. "I remember now. She was a victim of the shocking murder case that rocked Jiang City last year." The female demon was still frantically banging on the door, her smile disturbingly wide. "Hurry up and let me in." A year ago, a girl was trying to escape from a thug. She was knocking on every door, shouting, "Open the door, please." But no doors opened. The girl was pushed to her limits, trembling and begging the thug. "Don't come here." In front of her stood a burly thug, knife in hand, ready to strike. "You dared to scratch me, and now my face is ruined. If I don't teach you a lesson today, how can I still survive in the underworld?" She turned around, desperately banging on doors, begging everyone to save her. He ordered everyone to shut their doors tightly. Meddling in others' business would lead to death, and anyone who dared to intervene would be sent to their grave immediately. Hearing this, everyone was terrified. Each house locked up tight. No one dared to go out and help the girl. The poor girl collapsed under the thug's knife. Afterward, he left, making a call for help, leaving her lifeless in a pool of blood. "Hello, I've run into a bit of trouble," he told the person on the line, claiming it was self-defense, and he would turn himself in and be locked up for a few days as usual. From then on, strange occurrences began 7 days later. The thug was killed right in his detention center. His death was identical to Li Not Van's. Shifting to the present, the demon threatened Sister Hong that if she didn't open the door, it would come in by itself, using its hair to unlock the door. Jiang saw Sister Hong's door open and was so frightened that he dropped his phone. The female demon heard the noise and turned around, grinning disturbingly as she approached Jiang's house. She kept letting out horrifying laughter. She repeatedly called for Jiang to hurry and open the door. I see you. The god Jiang panics when he sees the demoness change her target. He instinctively retreats. Why is she coming right at me? Jiang grabs a nearby baseball bat and yells at the demoness to come closer. He's a young man filled with yang energy, not afraid of these monsters. Suddenly the system appears, announcing it has detected demonic energy, and begins to activate the demonization system. The system activates successfully, granting Jiang 100 initial demon energy points. Jiang is a bit surprised. This must be the dirty system that appeared late in his life. The system asks if he wants to draw a demonization card to confront the demons. The knocking grows more frantic. Of course, Jiang will choose to draw since he has no other option. A lottery machine appears before him, and Jiang pulls the lever to draw. 3 words appear in sequence with a chime. Bright lights shine at his feet and an image of a beast general appears in his mind. Jiang wonders what this is. The system asks if he wants to use this demonization card right now. Jiang realizes the demoness has no chance now. The system, having waited long enough, is getting impatient and urges him to respond. Jiang smiles foolishly, telling the system to hold on for now as he's still confident he can handle the demoness. Inside her room, Sis Hong is nervously praying in a corner when suddenly a powerful force knocks down the barriers in front of the door. A monstrous hand of the demoness reaches into the door, peeking in to taunt Sis Hong, shouting for help, urging her to open the door, laughing maniacally like a madwoman. Jiang, more agile, pokes his finger into her shoulder. She turns to see who's poking her and finds Jiang smiling brightly. Good evening, beautiful. He pushes her into the room, letting her try to catch him before slamming the door shut, trapping her inside. The demoness, confused, goes crazy, screaming at Jiang for daring to close the door in her face. The demoness keeps screaming to open the door, threatening to smash Jiang's head. Jiang finds this demoness too amusing, so he decides to open the door for her. As you wish, come in. The sudden opening makes the demoness tumble forward, crashing down. The system reports the demon knocking is astonishing, adding 5 points to his demon energy. This shows that provoking the demon to express emotions can earn demon energy. Having caught on, Jiang starts his work. He won't hold back anymore. The demoness looks at Jiang, confused about what he's doing. Jiang smiles wickedly, telling her she won't run away. She came in by her own choice. The demoness continues to waver, and Jiang's demon energy keeps stacking up, making him even more excited. Oh, come on, don't be shy, let's have some fun together. The demoness, tormented by Jiang, gets frustrated. She throws the toilet paper wrapped around her, shouting at Jiang, I have to ask you. Just as she was about to attack, Jiang Shen pointed behind her and told her to look back, and the female ghost immediately turned around without suspicion. Jiang Shen achieved his goal and smiled happily while the female ghost screamed and cried upon seeing her reflection in the mirror, backing away in fear. Stop with the water, there's a ghost. Jiang Shen winced at the sound, covering his ears with his hands. This ghost didn't look menacing, but had a surprisingly loud voice. The scene suddenly turned dramatic as the female ghost pretended to be weak, crying and resting her head on Jiang Shen's shoulder. I'm so scared, wah, it's showing its fangs at me. Jiang Shen was at a loss for words. After all these years, he had never seen someone so terrified of their own reflection, yet she walked around scaring others all day. Jiang Shen took the female ghost's hand, reassuring her that he would lead her away from the terrifying ghost. The ghost smiled sweetly and followed him. All right, let's go, brother. They ran along the pink love path, forgetting the reason she came here in the first place. Jiang Shen led Li Not Van up to the roof, looking around to see if anyone was up there before making a move. Confirming that no one was around, Jiang Shen began to act with Li Not Van. He looked at the female ghost with affectionate eyes filled with love as they exchanged sweet glances. Van, you go first. Li Not Van insisted, wanting Jiang Shen to accompany her. She pouted, no, we have to go together. The system reported that the female ghost's inner feelings had been stirred, and Jiang Shen's ghostly aura increased by 20 points. Jiang Shen went further, ruffling Li Not Van's hair, telling her to go ahead while he stayed back to block the evil spirit in the mirror and keep her safe. Li Not Van melted at Jiang Shen's sweet words, her face flushed without her noticing, her eyes now filled with love. The female ghost sweetly called out, brother. Jiang Shen got more into character, pushing Li Not Van away with an expression of utmost pain, shaking his head. Don't say anything more, Van, just go. As soon as he finished speaking, the female ghost was pushed off the rooftop, her mouth agape, as she couldn't say anything. Her mind hadn't even processed it before she fell. Tricking the ghost into jumping off, Jiang Shen's ghostly aura increased by 30 points. He thought for sure she wouldn't survive this time. How could she be so resilient? Li Not Van landed with a crash on a car, causing it to explode, her head hitting hard and her tongue sticking out. However, she opened her eyes right after feeling a painful and fiery wrath. She was even more furious than before. She jumped up and told Jiang Shen, I will make sure you don't die peacefully. Seeing that she was still alive and kicking, Jiang Shen scratched his head, realizing he truly couldn't send her off without using the transformation card. If that's the case, I'll have to take a risk, he said, pulling out the transformation card. Sooner or later, that woman had to disappear. He began to use the transformation card, and the system announced that after activation, he would gain a portion of the demon's power for half an hour, and would randomly draw a skill. Jiang's body began to change, and he let out some cries. The system notified that after the transformation ends, a part of his spirit and demonic power would be retained forever, with a percentage chance of inheriting eternal abilities. Suddenly, in a random draw, he obtained the ability of the Tiger Roar. Down there, Li Yuan's anger turned into a whirlwind, and she began jumping up to reach the rooftop, blowing a path of ice as she ascended. As soon as he reached the rooftop, Jiang's face appeared, showing great displeasure. Damn it, Jiang smiled, pretending nothing had happened, sincerely apologizing to the female ghost. Thankfully, you're still alive. I'm sorry, I forgot this is the 12th floor. My bad. He played the role of a good boy, extending his hand to help Li Yuan up. Come on, let me pull you up. Li Yuan placed her hand in Jiang's, thinking that if he wanted to pull her up so badly, she would let him experience the despair of falling from the 12th floor. As soon as their hands touched, Li Yuan felt a burn, screaming desperately for Jiang to let go. The system displayed that the female ghost's palm was burned, meaning her demonic energy increased by 10 points. Jiang released her hand but picked her up tightly, determined not to let this female ghost escape and harm others. How could you let me go? He stood up with the ghost girl on the rooftop railing before letting her down sweetly, calling out to Li Yuan. My love then decisively threw the damn ghost down again, but just falling wouldn't be enough to take her out. So Jiang jumped down after her. This time he wouldn't hold back, landing a thunderous punch on Li Yuan that created a deafening explosion. The female ghost was hit so hard that her body was contorted in pain. It was truly excruciating. She cried out for help continuously. Each time she opened her mouth, green energy emanated from her. That was her spiritual energy, and after a while, when the energy vanished, it marked her demise. The system reported that the ghost had died, and his demonic energy increased by 99 points. Jiang was very pleased with this result. 99 points of demonic energy, combined with 100 points from previous actions, meant he could draw twice. While happily celebrating, Jiang almost fell, realizing that his punch had created such a large hole, fearing it would cause a public crisis tomorrow. But there was no need to worry about that anymore. No one saw him do any of this, and to everyone else, he was just an ordinary male student. With that, he shoved his hands into his pockets and headed home. While walking down the hallway, the system displayed the words demon and Jiang Shen. Momentarily didn't understand what it meant. Could this be the rank of a demon? Is there something more terrifying than demons knocking at the door? Jiang Shen now didn't have the energy to care about it anymore. It's best to head back to the room first. I can study the system later. Over here, Sister Hong witnessed everything that just happened. She thought that with a jump from that height, Jiang Shen wouldn't survive this life. Sister Hong cried and scolded Jiang Shen for being foolish to jump down just because of a demon. While Sister Hong was still in pain for Jiang Shen, he suddenly appeared from behind, telling her not to worry anymore. He had taken care of the demon. Sister Hong saw Jiang Shen standing before her, her soul escaping her body. Unable to contain her fear, she asked Jiang Shen if he was human or a ghost. She had just seen him jump down like that. Jiang Shen helplessly explained that of course he was human. Hearing this, Sister Hong rushed to hug Jiang Shen, tightly burying her face in his shoulder and crying, "Ho ho ho, I'm so glad you're okay." With a pretty girl hugging him tightly, Jiang Shen's inner self was almost drooling, but on the outside, he still tried to look serious, asking Sister Hong for a favor. Sister Hong, embodying the perfect neighbor, put her hands on her hips and asked what he wanted help with. After all, she could do anything to repay the life-saving favor. Jiang Shen's request wasn't much. He just needed her not to tell anyone that he had defeated a demon. Sister Hong put her thumb to her mouth, signaling that she would keep silent, and assured him to not worry. I know people like you, masters of the other world, avoid mundane matters. I won't tell anyone. After saying this, she turned to get something for Jiang Shen, continuously swaying her hips and bending down to find it her fishnet stockings, making her even more alluring. After rummaging around for a while, Sister Hong pulled out a red book and handed it to Jiang Shen, saying she wanted to gift it to him, and would help him change the name later, leaving Jiang Shen stunned. Jiang Shen felt a bit awkward, refusing this gift from his neighbor. Usually Sister Hong relied on collecting rent to live. He couldn't just take away someone's livelihood just because he saved her life. Seeing Jiang Shen refuse, Sister Hong thought it was because he didn't like the house she picked, so she pulled out another red book telling him to check out the other options. Jiang Shen was taken aback, his mouth agape. This girl was not only cute but also rich, his eyes now shining brighter than car headlights. In his mind, he could only picture Sister Hong sitting on mountains of gold, surrounded by countless treasures, incredibly captivating. Little brother, I heard you don't want to try anymore, right? Jiang Shen didn't hesitate anymore. He accepted the house that Sister Hong had offered him. After all, it was free, why not take it? When he got home, he started up his computer to look into the words the system had displayed earlier. From the news and the media and tonight's events, it's easy to predict that even scarier demons will appear in the future. The system warns that the time for demon transformation has ended, leaving only a part of the spirit and demonic power that hasn't inherited the divine abilities. Jiang Shen understands that right now he can only rely on the demon transformation system to become stronger. Otherwise, he would end up like the other victims, torn to pieces. Because after the specific time for demon transformation is over, his remaining power will basically be unable to handle the demons that appear afterward. He starts searching online to see what recent cases have occurred in Jiangbei City. The screen displays a high-profile case where 3 victims were disfigured. They died one after another, discarded in a house, an elevator, and by the roadside. The victims being disfigured seems to indicate that the perpetrator has some sort of obsession with disfigurement. This demon is very similar to the knocking demon. The knocking demon is very insistent on knocking before attacking, while this demon is fixated on disfiguring and killing. The crime scene is quite close to the school. Jiang Shen plans to check it out tomorrow after class. He sits back at his computer calculating. He can't just wait for the demons to come find him. He needs to take the initiative to hunt them down. The next day at Jiangbei University, there are many girls dressed lightly, happily chatting about last night's outing. Jiang Shen watches them leave, thinking to himself that it's too bad his reluctant grandfather isn't here. Otherwise his eyes would probably pop out. On his way to class, someone calls out Jiang Shen's name. Turning around, he sees it's Yang Tian and La Mao Vi. The male students see 2 beauties being so close to Jiang Shen, their gazes filled with envy and resentment. This lucky Jiang Shen must be incredibly fortunate. Who would have thought he's childhood friends with Goddess Lam? La Mao Vi hands Jiang Shen a talisman, saying her mother got it from a temple for him, reminding him to always keep it with him and not take it off. Jiang Shen accepts the talisman and thanks La Mao Vi. The moment he receives the talisman, the demonic energy in his body begins to stir. He asks La Mao Vi, if this item wasn't cheap, why is she just giving it to him? La Mao Vi cheerfully replies that things have been quite unstable lately with many murders happening. She tells Jiang Shen to try to stay indoors, but before she can finish her sentence, Yang Tian behind her panics. Yang Tian shouts Vivi's name, rushing to cover La Mao Vi's mouth. Before she says anything more, he shouldn't hear his expression, wanting to devour La Mao Vi alive. Immediately, Yang Tian pulls Vivi away from there. Before they leave, the girl innocently reminds Jiang Shen to absolutely not go outside. Jiang Shen is somewhat surprised. It seems La Mao Vi knows about these supernatural occurrences as well. Yang Tian has pulled La Mao Vi into a secluded corner, hands on her hips, and face flushed, yelling at La Mao Vi. Vivi, what you did just violated the rules set by the Dao Ming and the underworld. La Mao Vi pouted stubbornly, saying she didn't say anything wrong, just giving a charm to Jiang Thun. Dung Thian tilted her head, reminding her that Jiang Thun is just an ordinary person, and if he encounters a ghost, he could lose his life. Not to mention La Mao Vi's status in the world of spirits, just that alone makes them worlds apart. La Mao Vi kept trying to explain to Dung Thian that she sees Jiang Thun as just a normal friend. She never said she wanted anything. Dung Thian grew more frustrated listening to Vivi, saying how could she give a charm like that to just a normal friend? That charm could sell for up to 2 million in the black market. La Mao Vi's eyes filled with tears. What was this charm compared to Jiang Thun saving her life? When she was kidnapped as a child, if Jiang Thun hadn't saved her, she wouldn't know where she'd be sold off to now. Jiang Thun fiddled with the charm La Mao Vi just gave him, realizing that if there were indeed powers in this world, they could deal with ghostly matters, then stuffed the charm into his pocket. The existence of ghosts hasn't been made public yet. It surely relates to what the system said, that ghosts feed on human energy while spirits feed on ghost energy. As Jiang Thun entered the classroom, the smell of gunpowder hit him like a brick. The male students turned red with envy when they saw La Mao Vi calling him out for a private chat, complaining why he didn't call them along, saying he's prioritizing a girl over friends. Just as they were noisily blaming Jiang Thun, a loud bang on the table interrupted them. What's all this noise? Don't you know class is about to start? The one who shouted was Trin Tiu Min, the wealthy heir of the Trin group, and the male students fell silent at the mention of his name, not daring to speak a word. Jiang Thun looked at Trin Tiu Min, thinking that this tall figure indeed comes from a wealthy family. Trin Tiu Min approached Jiang Thun asking if he knew OV, and then mockingly invited him to his party. My family is hosting a party soon. Will you join us? OV will be there too. Jiang Thun glanced at him, uninterested, calling him boring. The other continued to tease Jiang Thun. No time to go, I forgot you have to work after class to make money, ha ha ha. But Jiang Thun wasn't stirred by his words. Instead, he made Trin Tiu Min more agitated. Yeah, not everyone can just sit back and get money like you, huh? After saying that, he threw him a disdainful smile, clearly infuriating Trin Tiu Min even more. He couldn't help but curse at Jiang Thun, but Jiang Thun ignored him and walked away. Just a few steps later, he was blocked by 2 of Trin Tiu Min's lackeys. These 2 loyal dogs really come running as soon as Trin Tiu Min calls. The 2 punks stood in front of Jiang Thun, acting tough, threatening him to apologize to Trin Tiu Min. Jiang looked at them with a scrutinizing gaze, then glanced over at Trin Humin, thinking these guys are really idiots. You started to warm up your joints and warned them. Want to fight? If anyone lays a hand on me, I'll make you pay tenfold. If you end up in pain and crying later, don't say I didn't warn you. Just as you were about to jump onto the mat for those guys, the teacher's cough stopped Jiang in his tracks. The teacher announced that Trin Humin's father had sponsored a 2-day class trip to Trin Jia's estate the day after tomorrow, completely free of charge. The students in class all fawned over Trin Tu Min, the young master of wealth. During class, Jiang Shen had some doubts about whether Trin Tu Min's father could really be compared to the tyrant Chu Bai Bi. Could he really be that kind-hearted? While the teacher was busy lecturing, Jiang Shen suddenly felt something strange. A ghostly aura had unexpectedly appeared in the classroom, emanating from Trin Tu Min. Just as he suspected, this Trin guy definitely has issues. After class, it was already late at night, and Jiang Shen arrived at the place where the murder had occurred before, but it was really filthy. He called up the system to check his current equipment, and the system agreed to his request. Information appeared one after another. His current ghostly energy was at 9, and his demon transformation cards included a red python and a hybrid demon lord, but both were only at 1 star. After checking, Jiang Shen felt a bit worried. The ghostly energy here was so dense that he feared those 2 cards wouldn't be enough to handle a strong ghost if he encountered one. As Jiang Shen was walking, a person sitting in the neighborhood asked whom he was looking for, and Jiang Shen pretended to ask him which unit Jiang Mei lived in. Upon hearing that name, the man turned pale and quickly slammed the door shut, saying he didn't know, and chased Jiang Shen away. Jiang Shen stood there, realizing that just mentioning Jiang Mei's name had scared the man so much that he lost his composure. This place was definitely not simple at all. It was so cold here at night that there was no one around. Suddenly a faint scent wafted past Jiang Shen's nose. It was the smell of ghostly water coming from the building in front of him. Without a second thought, Jiang Shen headed straight into the building, undeterred. When he reached the house, numbered 101, Jiang Shen saw a little girl sitting at the door eating, but her eyes were always focused on the hallway. Unable to contain his curiosity, he asked her, "Hey little girl, why do you keep looking at the hallway while eating?" The girl looked up, her face, extremely frightening with blood-red eyes, and shooed Jiang Shen away. "Get lost, you're scaring my friend." Jiang Shen glanced around, but didn't see anyone else there, so he asked the girl again about her friend. "Isn't there nobody in the hallway?" The girl said her friend had just been playing with her, but since he arrived, her friend got scared and ran away. Jiang Shen looked at the foot of the house, feeling a bit frightened. Entering here was like stepping into a ghost's lair, but he couldn't just turn back. At that moment, the girl's mother heard her daughter talking, and came out to ask who she was talking to. Seeing Jiang Shen, she squinted, and asked him what he was doing at their building in the middle of the night. Jiang Shen politely asked her, "Excuse me, do you know a neighbor named Jiang Mei?" Upon hearing that name, the woman's reaction was just like the man's earlier. They both looked frightened and chased Jiang Shen away. "I don't know. Just go away." The god Jiang was rejected twice like that. Blaming the people here is really cold-hearted. Just a simple question, and he was chased away like that. She might as well go up 2 floors to ask. The woman thought for a moment, and then decided to open the door, peeking out to call Jiang and remind him. "If someone in the hallway asks you if I'm beautiful, just ignore it and run away, got it?" Running from a hungry ghost with Jiang feels like a disgrace. He asks the woman why he should run. Because if you say she's not beautiful, she'll kill the person who said it, as if they were crazy. But Jiang didn't feel scared at all after hearing that. "Well, what if I say she's beautiful?" The woman smiled eerily, saying that if he calls her beautiful, she'll make his face look as beautiful as hers. After saying that, she slammed the door shut, not wanting to be involved any further. This only heightened his excitement for tonight's exploration. Interesting. Each ghost has its own activation mechanism, huh? While walking, Jiang sensed the smell of disinfectant, confirming it was coming down from upstairs. He quickly rushed up. As he ran, suddenly a corpse appeared before him and fell right next to him, startling him. "Damn, you scared me to death. This guy is stiff and motionless. Looks like he's dead." Another female figure fell from above, catching Jiang off guard. Luckily, there was still one woman. Jiang managed to catch her, but he accidentally touched her wound, causing her to cry out. The girl now realized that the one who caught her was alive. She grabbed Jiang's wrist and pulled him to run. "Follow me." Jiang, confused and not understanding, asked the girl what she was doing. She turned back and with a serious face told him to shut up and not ask too much. But when they got close to the emergency exit, the girl pulled him into a duct. Jiang was dragged along like a little puppy. "Hey, aren't we going to the emergency exit?" The girl explained that this place is relatively easy to hide in. The emergency exit would definitely be blocked by that eerie woman. If they went in there, it would only lead them to meet their ancestors. Jiang was currently being held tightly by the girl. Although he was enjoying it internally, he was trying to tell her to let go. The girl yelled at Jiang, "Shut up and don't disturb me." The girl began to use her magic. Her hands conjured fire, which she then infused into a talisman, starting to chant a spell. Heavenly protection, conceal the hiding place. Then she pressed the talisman against the outside wall, and the talisman began to activate. The girl explained that this talisman can only conceal the life force of the living, telling Jiang if he doesn't want to meet the king himself to keep quiet. The mysterious woman who often asked me if she's beautiful began to crawl around the building, laughing in an incredibly eerie way. She held a weapon in her hand and kept asking me if she was beautiful. The demon approached the corpse, demanding to know, "Am I beautiful or not? Just tell me." After finishing, she struck down on the corpse. The two people hiding inside were sweating bullets in fear. The demon continued to search for people, wondering where the other woman was hiding. The demon was calling out to the emergency exit, asking where people were, urging them to answer if she was beautiful. The demon had left this place. At that moment, the girl opened the exit door, and Jiang fell head first. The girl breathed a sigh of relief, finally escaping. The girl introduced herself as Tran Tuyet, specializing in handling supernatural events. You can call her an expert. Jiang thought to himself that there are indeed professionals in this field. He wondered how they viewed a newbie like him. Tran Tuyet guessed that the demon might return, telling Jiang that from now on he should stick close to her for a chance to survive. But first they needed to figure out how to get out of this building. Suddenly, the demon's hair appeared from the ceiling. The demon was hanging upside down from the ceiling, still repeating her question. "Now can you tell me, am I beautiful?" In the demon's eyes, Jiang's reflection was visible. The demon suddenly lunged to attack, but kept asking if she was beautiful. Tran Tuyet quickly activated her celestial skills, harnessing the essence of 1,000 lifetimes to demonstrate her powers and golden radiance. She threw a punch at the demon, her thunderous attack shattering the demon's weapon. Jiang, standing nearby, applauded Tran Tuyet for her amazing performance. "Wow, that was awesome. You go, girl." But before he could celebrate for a few seconds, Tran Tuyet was knocked back, landing right on top of Jiang. He exclaimed, "I praised you too soon." Tran Tuyet explained that her energy had been depleted, and she might not have enough strength to fight the demon. She told Jiang to take the opportunity to run downstairs and call the police for help. The demon picked up the weapon that had fallen earlier and turned back to Jiang. "Handsome, do you think I'm beautiful?" the demon replied with a smirk. "You beautiful? Look at that old man of yours, you demon." The demon was overjoyed to hear that. "Aha, am I beautiful?" At that moment, Tran Tuyet felt uneasy and panicked, telling Jiang Shen to run away quickly. If you answer her question, she'll tease you to death. But not wanting to let Jiang Shen go, the demon chased after him, saying, "Ha ha ha, you think I'm beautiful." The demon swung down to attack Jiang Shen, but luckily he dodged the blow. Wait, I didn't say you were ugly." That demon just didn't care about what Jiang Shen said. It lunged forward again to attack. "Let me make you as beautiful as me, okay? Isn't that fun? Ha ha ha." Just as it was about to strike again, Jiang Shen caught its hand, stopping its next move. He looked at it with a challenging gaze. "You want to make me happy." He immediately grabbed the demon and threw it over his shoulder to carry it away. The demon screamed in agony. The demon was dragged away by Jiang Shen, while Tran Tuyet stood there in shock, watching them disappear. Upon entering a room, Jiang Shen kicked the door open and dragged the demon in with him, telling it not to be shy. The demon now knew fear, cursing Jiang Shen as a wicked rogue who wanted to take advantage of its beauty. The demon lay on Jiang Shen's back, pleading for him to let it go while still calling him a rogue. Jiang Shen wasn't one to back down. He chuckled and remarked that his nickname was also Rogue. Jiang Shen turned around, starting to tease the demon, causing it to waver. His demonic energy kept rising. "Come here, let my rogue brother delve deeper into your beauty." Jiang Shen got closer to the demon, the level of skinship increasing just 2 centimeters away from kissing her. The demon looked at Jiang Shen, confused, unable to believe he truly wanted to be this close. What kind of love was he thinking? Jiang Shen began to lick the demon's ear, making her squirm and yell for him to stay away as his demonic energy surged. The demon suddenly remembered she had a knife, so there was no reason to fear someone like Jiang Shen. While Jiang Shen continued his antics, the female demon used her knife to block his actions, her expression calming. "You want to have fun with me, huh? Don't forget to close the door." Tran Tuyet hugged her knife, heading toward Jiang Shen, and the demon feeling a bit moved with tears welling in her eyes. Is he doing this to save me? A normal person would run away from a demon, but Jiang Shen confronts it directly. He must be incredibly brave, but what she didn't know was that Jiang Shen wasn't an ordinary person. Inside that room, Jiang Shen and the demon were still intimate, but suddenly the demon stopped its face, becoming as terrifying as before. "If you love me this much, then become like me." Jiang Shen was now facing the demon with a knife at his throat. If he kept provoking her, it would only be a matter of time before he was done for. Jiang Shen decided to pull out the pink card of Mong Tin. It was time to reveal his hand to the ugly demon. Jiang Shen used the pink transformation card of Mong Tin, and his power was now likely enough to confront the demon. Jiang Shen's random draw landed him the skill of Manker Look. With a flick, he sent the demon stumbling back 2 billion meters. "Hey little demon, why are you so stubborn with the outside demon?" The demon remarked that if Jiang Shen were as ugly as she was, he would understand how horrible it was to endure the malicious gazes of outsiders. Jiang stared at her, suddenly smirking happily, telling the female ghost that he understood the problem. It was all due to her lack of confidence in her appearance. He then looked at her with a suspicious gaze. "Do you want me to solve this problem for you?" The female ghost was now quite panicked, asking Jiang how he planned to resolve it. Jiang gently said that she just needed to let him remove everything from her neck up. With that, all problems would be solved. He placed his hands on her cheeks and said no one would pay attention to her appearance anymore. Hearing this, the female ghost hesitated, pondering the human body structure. What would happen if everything from the neck up was cut off? After a moment, the female ghost finally understood the issue and became furious, jumping up to slash down with her sword. "Just say you want to chop off my head." Jiang watched her want to attack, only able to smile. He told her he wasn't afraid of her this time, and then used the armor chain. Jiang's armor chain blocked the female ghost's strike, causing her to burn and scream helplessly. The female ghost was pushed back and fell to the ground, while Jiang quickly retrieved the knife from her hand. But as he held the blade, his hand got cut, causing blood to flow. Jiang looked at this scene with immense anger. He had used protection, yet still got cut like that, proving that this knife belonged to a high-quality ghost. The female ghost, now losing her knife, was extremely annoyed, and rushed to snatch it back from Jiang. "Give me back my knife." Jiang looked at the female ghost and smiled, saying that this knife officially belonged to him now, not her anymore. Suddenly, Jiang realized he had flown up. Could it be that he had evolved? Seeing the body below looked somewhat familiar, he noticed that the female ghost had her head and body separated, and Jiang had successfully taken down this troublesome ghost. The system notified that the ghost of disfigurement, also known as the evil spirit, had been exterminated, and he gained 99 ghost energy. Tron Tuyet had been standing outside listening for any signs. When she heard a loud noise, she panicked, fearing that Jiang had been harmed inside, saying that she pulled out a small knife from her chest and rushed into the room to fight the evil spirit. Jiang had bravely protected her, so she couldn't just run away alone. But as she opened the door, she saw Jiang crying in pain with a huge swollen bump on his head. He blamed Tron Tuyet. "I was just stepping out when you barged in." Seeing Jiang unharmed shocked Tran Tuyet, her eyes wide in disbelief. After dealing with the evil spirit, the two started to head home. Tran Tuyet asked Jiang how he managed to defeat the ghost in there, but Jiang firmly refused to tell Tran Tuyet, merely smiling softly and saying it was his little secret. Jiang walked over to the first ghost who had fallen unconscious when they entered. Tran Tuyet, seeing it, was terrified, her face turning pale with fear. "Stop pretending, hurry up and turn into a ghost so I can gain more ghost energy." But the corpse didn't move at all. Jiang Shen touched it, then checked with his nose, and found no scent of a dead body. "Do we really have to wait for days?" Tran Tuyet curiously asked Jiang Shen if he was also a remarkable person. It seems she was just showing off her skills before true experts. Jiang Shen listened but didn't understand what Tran Tuyet was talking about. He was unfamiliar with the idiom she used, leaving her speechless. Tran Tuyet pondered. Everywhere there are extraordinary people, and it's normal for many talented juniors to not understand what the realm of remarkable beings is. As for Dao Min, he focuses on the extraordinary talents, while Yin Sao emphasizes the system of cultivation for themselves. Tran Tuyet introduced the app for Jiang Shen to download the underworld, saying that Dao Min and Yin Sao had collaborated to create this app, instructing him to download it through the code she provided. When Jiang Shen downloaded the app, he could also take photos of the demon's remains and report them in the underworld to earn accumulation points, which are like currency in the realm of remarkable beings. Jiang Shen stood watching her, wanting to go together, smiling as he bombarded Tran Tuyet with a series of pointless questions about how many photos to take, whether he needed a picture with the remains resolution requirements, and how long it would take for the accumulation points to reach his account. Tran Tuyet was taken aback. She covered Jiang Shen's mouth with her hand, telling him to save his questions for later, and that they needed to leave this dreadful place quickly. There is still another demon hiding in this building. Hearing about the demon, Jiang Shen got excited, turning left and right looking for it. "Where is it? Is it still around?" Tran Tuyet could no longer smile. She seriously warned Jiang Shen about the danger of this situation. "I'm not in the mood for jokes. The demonic energy indicates that it's a high-ranking demon." Jiang Shen immediately changed his attitude, no longer joking, but instead radiating a sense of justice. A halo appeared around him, making Tran Tuyet confused, wondering why he suddenly got so serious. Jiang Shen confidently patted himself on the back, saying that he was taught from a young age to work within his means, and that protecting those in the building is their responsibility. With that, Jiang Shen turned to find the demon, raising the dagger he had just taken from the demon. "Huidong, let's go. The target is a high-ranking demon." Tran Tuyet felt a bit helpless, but after all, her life was saved by Jiang Shen, so she might as well go along. Jiang Shen turned to ask Tran Tuyet which floor the demon was on, and she replied that it was on the 6th floor. Tran Tuyet smiled at Jiang Shen's current demeanor. Perhaps he was right, those with abilities should bear corresponding responsibilities. Her earlier thoughts were indeed a bit shallow. At this moment, Jiang Shen was also lost in thought. There was still another demon here, not fighting would be such a waste. His time to transform was still 18 minutes. If he didn't use it now, it would be a tremendous waste. On the 6th floor of the dilapidated apartment, a sign reading Heavenly Messenger Institute welcomes you hung with a strong smell of decay emanating from the room, creating a gloomy and eerie atmosphere. Jiang Shen pondered, it seems the stench of lingering water is coming from here. He pointed to the secret beauty room and said it must be after the secret beauty's surgery failed here that she turned into a demon. He sat down to examine several red cords tied with coins around, then said, "Did you do this?" Tran Tuet replied, "Yes, I had set up a trap here to ambush the secret beauty when I wanted to deal with her, but another demon suddenly rushed out to ambush me." Jiang Shen's eyes lit up at this. He jumped up looking around asking, "Where's the other demon? Where is it?" Tran Tuet angrily shouted, "Can you listen to others? I suspect another demon is outside. Look over there." Tran Tuet pointed to a room at the end of the hallway. Thick streams of demonic energy surrounded it. "Oh, the demonic energy is really strong. That demon is likely at the end of the hallway." Tran Tuet and Jiang Shen approached the room. She raised her hand to press the doorbell. Ding footsteps echoed slowly. A dark figure approached at that moment. A pale, lifeless face appeared at the door, asking, "Who are you looking for?" At this moment, Tran Tuet took out her phone and opened the Underworld app to verify her identity as a police officer. She pressed confirm. The phone instantly transformed into an Underworld police badge with all her information. She held out the badge and said, "We received a report of violence in this building. Please cooperate with the investigation." The homeowner was a haggard-looking housewife with a strange face. She opened the door for 12 people. Jiang Shen held the police badge in hand, scrutinizing it in amazement. This app has so many functions. Tran Tuet stepped inside and noticed the scene. Her stomach turned as she frowned. Yes, the room was filled with the stench of moldy fungus. She glanced around and saw a photo hanging on the wall. The photo depicted a very happy family of 3. Jiang Shen said, "Oh, a family photo." The two looked and guessed this was their family photo at this moment. Both understood each other in their hearts. Tran Tuet asked, "Is it just you at home?" The mother replied, "No, my son is here too." Jiang Shen asked blandly, "Can you call your son out to talk for a bit?" The mother was startled upon hearing this. Beads of sweat dripped down her eyes, widened as if about to fall out. She stammered, Is it necessary? He's only 8 years old. He can't have done anything wrong, right?" Tran Tuet gently smiled to reassure her. "It's not that we suspect your son of doing anything wrong. We're just following procedure. Please cooperate." The mother turned and went into the room, saying, "Okay, I'll go call him out." After seeing the mother had entered the room, Tran Tuet turned to Jiang Shen and said, "Earlier, I asked the residents living in the building. They mentioned that besides the secret beauty, there was another strange person. Many people had seen a boy facing the wall, eating food. He ate ravenously, as if he had been starved for a long time." Jiang Shen recalled the image in his mind, that strange boy, the girl, who initially shouted at him when he entered the apartment. "Get out, you scared my friend. Isn't he the friend?" the girl mentioned downstairs. Tran Tuet leaned in and whispered to him, "Furthermore, I found out that the victims had all been—" Tran Tuet hadn't finished her sentence when the woman silently stood behind them, her face dark and cold, staring at the two of them. Tran Tuet and Jiang then jumped in surprise. The woman said, "If your son won't come outside, why don't you two go in and see him?" Tran Tuet forced a smile and agreed, I understand." Tran Tuet opened the door and greeted, "Hey there, we're coming in." Inside the room, a boy was sitting and reading under the light. He glanced over his face, darkening, as he asked, "What do you two want?" Tran Tuet gently said, "You don't need to be scared. I'm a friend of your mom here to visit you." Hearing this, the boy retorted, "Mom, are you talking about the woman outside?" The boy rushed to grab Tran Tuet's shoe, saying, "She is not my mother." Jiang said, "Clearly the family picture hanging outside is just you and your mom." "What do you mean she's not your mom? If she's not your mom, then who could she be? Remember, if you lie, your nose will grow." Jiang threatened, causing the boy sweating to stammer, I'm not lying. The woman out there is no longer my mom." He walked over and patted the boy's head kindly, saying, "Oh, please continue." The boy recalled that night his mom was calling him from the bathroom when suddenly she called out to him. "Dad, I want an apple," the boy said, and his dad happily replied, "All right, I'm peeling an apple in the living room." At this moment, the clock read 11:59 p.m. The boy sat beside his dad, peeling the apple, happily eating candy, and admired, "Wow, Dad, you're so good at this. The apple peel you made that night was super long without breaking at all." The boy's dad brought the unbroken apple peel to show his wife, saying, "Honey, look at this, I'm amazing, right?" Just then, the clock struck midnight, which meant it was 12 a.m., and the mother's face began to twist into a sinister smile. The boy's dad gently said, "Here, take a bite." The mother shyly replied, "Oh, you don't need to feed me, I can eat by myself." And as the mother ate the apple, something strange happened. The boy panicked and dropped his lollipop. Outside the mirror, his mother was eating the apple, but inside the mirror she was still washing her hair. He was so scared that he ran back to his room, unsure of what happened next. All he knew was that the woman who looked exactly like his mother no longer cooked for him, but he could sit in the corner and eat before returning home. After hearing the boy's story, Tran Tuyet asked Jiang, "What do you think about this?" Jiang thought for a moment and said, "I've heard of an urban legend. At midnight in front of a mirror you peel an apple perfectly. As long as it doesn't break, the demon in the mirror will take over the person's body, stealing their life." Jiang then said, "Let's go check the bathroom." Jiang and Tran Tuyet entered the bathroom, both surprised to find there was no mirror left. Tran Tuyet asked in confusion, "Where's the mirror?" Jiang observed the surroundings and saw only a nail remaining. He affirmed, "The nail is still here. It must have been taken down." At this moment, the mother called from outside, "Dinner's ready. You two comrades stay and eat before leaving." Tran Tuyet was shocked and sweating. Didn't the kid just say his mom wasn't cooking anymore? Jiang Than was also confused. "I don't know why either, I'm just going with the flow." The boy's mother brought out 4 plates of food, which from a distance smelled of rotten meat, with maggots crawling all over. She excitedly announced, "The food is here." Jiang Than and Tran Tuyet looked at the dishes in horror. "Oh my, raw meat mixed with maggots. Even a death row inmate wouldn't eat like this. If they did, they would have exploded from disgust already. It was nauseating to look at." She asked with a strange smile, "What's wrong with you two? Not to your taste." Jiang Than calmly replied, "A bit, it looks a little too unappetizing." Hearing this, Tran Tuyet flared up with anger. Jiang Than she was so mad that she couldn't say another word. The boy's mother with a cold expression asked, "What do you like to eat? I'll make it for you." Jiang Than, with an innocent face but a sly tone, said, "How about a dish of stewed strawberries with pig kidneys? The kidneys don't need to be cleaned too much. I like them a bit smelly." The boy's mother turned pale, finding the dish quite disgusting and nauseating. The system announced, "You feel disgusted, gaining 20 points of ghost energy." Jiang Than thought, "Isn't it obvious who the ghost is? He. He happily said, "I was just joking with you, just make me some regular dishes like salted horse eyes." Jiang Than's face changed devilishly as he said, "If this dish isn't available, then it's not being hospitable." The boy's mother quickly turned to the fridge just in time to find a horse eye still inside. "Wait a moment, hehe." Jiang Than was now confused, surprised that there really was one. 5 minutes later, the horse eye was brought out in a bowl, almost raw, with some chopped green onions and a light red sauce that looked like blood. The boy's mother gloomily said, "Didn't you want to keep the original flavor? So I only cooked it a little." The boy's mother stood there staring at him, Jiang, then picked up the eye but hesitated to put it in his mouth. He was choking, saliva, dripping, disgusting, gulping. Then gathering all his courage, he bit down on a piece. Blood and fluid splattered onto the table. Jiang then threw half of the horse eye back into the bowl. He wiped his mouth in disgust. "You call this partially cooked? It's rubbery and harder to chew than a golf ball." The ghost was furious, gritting its teeth as its eyes bulged, thinking angrily, "How could someone pick fish for soup like this? Where did this kid come from?" The system announced, "I see you are clearly trying to make things difficult for the ghost, gaining 30 points of ghost energy." Jiang, then not eating anymore, threw down his chopsticks in disgust. "Listen, don't get mad. Your cooking skills are so bad, it's animal cruelty. Your son probably eats out every day before coming home." The ghost was so angry it trembled, starting to gather ghost energy to prepare for an attack. Tran Tuyet, sitting there, sensed the ghost energy about to explode and cried out in fear. "The ghost energy is too strong." Jiang then walked over, putting his arm around the ghost's shoulders with a teasing face. "Sister Abbott, I'm giving you one more chance. Make me a dish even a novice can make." Jiang Shen leaned in coldly to whisper to the female ghost, "The boy Tron must know right." Jiang Shen quickly picked up the child and cheerfully said, "You guys already have the ingredients here. Just peel them clean. Just drop them in boiling water to cook, but this time they need to be 3/4 done." He held up 3 fingers in front of the female ghost, who was so furious she couldn't speak, her mouth forming an O as her eyes widened. Her anger piqued, blood vessels popping in her eyes, her face contorting as she revealed her true form, screaming, "You're messing with me." Her body was covered in a colorful sheen with sharp claws and jagged teeth. She screamed wildly, causing everything to fly around. Tran Tuyet braced against the ghost's whirlwind, crying out, "This is definitely a high-level demon." Jiang Shen remained unfazed, rolling up a delicate sleeve and winking at the female ghost. "Are you already angry after just a little play? Then come play with me." He took off his shirt, revealing a tempting shoulder. "If the ghost goes insane, I'll play with what your mother gave you." The system continuously announced, "Demonic energy plus 20. Jiang Shen saw his opportunity and transformed into a serpent demon with green eyes and some scales, jokingly saying, "Why is it suddenly so hot? If you're like this, you won't have the strength left, sis." "I'll be serious then." Jiang Shen began to summon the chain armor, which was a bone from a blazing red python. The summoned python charged at the mirror ghost, using all its strength to strike, causing a loud explosion. The mirror ghost, furious, had bloodshot eyes and lunged, grabbing the python's head and slamming it down. Oh no, it lunged quickly at Jiang Shen, intending to tear him apart. Jiang Shen panicked, thinking, "That's some serious power." The python wrapped around Jiang Shen for protection but was crushed into bits by the female ghost. He barely had time to shout, "I'm dead too late." Jiang Shen was grabbed by the collar by the mirror ghost, who smiled victoriously, hee, and began casting a spell on him. As the ghost gripped Jiang Shen's collar and lifted him, she cast a spell on him and his eyes began to glaze over. Jiang Shen seemed to be sinking into an inescapable stupor, his eyes growing heavy, his face becoming dull. At that moment, Trun Tuet covered the boy's eyes and tightly shut her own, saying, "Don't look into her eyes." The mirror ghost arrogantly proclaimed, "If you have the skill, keep being arrogant." Jiang Shen's eyes turned white as he desperately resisted the spell of the creature, while the ghost gripped his head. Jiang Shen braced himself, thinking, "My head is about to explode." His eyes felt like they were covered in a hard fabric, and he thought, "Thank goodness I managed to shift the chain armor to my eyes at the last moment, or I'd be completely helpless." The fabric over Jiang Shen's eyes began to fade, and he secretly summoned the python in his hand, thinking he had to strike fast to win, or else she would enchant him again, and it would be game over. Jiang Shen unleashed a double python force attack, sending a red python from his hands. The mirror ghost quickly released Jiang Shen, but the python darted forward only for the ghost to swiftly evade. The python slammed into the corner of the wall, dust flying everywhere, creating a large hole that sent the hiding rats scattering in panic. "Haha, you only have strength. Your speed is pathetic. How could you ever catch me?" Jiang Shen softly asked, "So can you guess why this afternoon is called the Dual Python Force?" At that moment, a giant python appeared right behind the malicious mirror demon, saying, "I've been waiting a long time." The female demon turned around, mouth agape in surprise, eyes wide as the python coiled tightly around the mirror demon, and she screamed, "Let me go!" The female demon was being squeezed so tightly by the python that blood was leaking from her mouth, her eyes rolling back. She might be regretting provoking Jiang Shen. The system announced the mirror demon regrets, coming to this world gaining 95 points of demonic energy. Suddenly, the female demon screamed in pain, her face pale, "I'm going to be crushed." Just after her scream, her body split in half. The upper half shot up and landed on the ground, limbs falling apart, blood splattering everywhere. Jiang Shen watched as two fiery red pythons appeared in his hands. Noticing the eerie presence of the female demon still lingering, he thought, "She was torn apart by my power, yet she's not dead." Jiang Shen exclaimed in astonishment. "Impressive. What technique did Jiang Shen just use?" At that moment, the female mirror demon's body was gradually reviving. The green aura began to spread across her body, reconnecting the parts that had been torn apart, as if she had grown a pair of demonic wings. Jiang Shen shouted in alarm, "Careful, this is a top-level demon. One attack might not be enough to kill her." Saying this, he pulled the boy away. Jiang Shen smirked and said, "Really? How scary." He gathered his energy to form a sword with a pair of pythons coiling around it, increasing its power tenfold. He turned to Trun Tuet and shouted, "You two get back." At this point, the demon had resurrected and grown an extra pair of wings. She bared her teeth and launched herself at Jiang Shen with astonishing speed. But Jiang Shen remained calm, thinking he had to risk it all against her. Flames erupted around Jiang Shen as he faced the demon's outstretched hand. The mirror demon unleashed her skill, Dark Phantom Strike, attacking Jiang Shen, her demonic hand reaching for his face. Jiang Shen also activated his chain-binding skill. He swung his sword, flames erupting from it as he struck directly at the evil demon. A tense confrontation unfolded between the sea of fire and the dense demonic energy, both exchanging powerful techniques, but Jiang Shen was knocked to the ground by the mirror demon, creating a burst of flames. At this moment, Jiang Shen's sword was chipped and cracked at one corner. The female demon sneered, "With just that little skill you dare to brag? How ridiculous, want to fight to the death? How amusing." Just as she was happily teasing Jiang Shen, suddenly her arm was severed in pieces and the demonic energy poured out from the severed limb. The female ghost was shocked, then gradually turned fearful, her face contorted as the demonic energy slowly dissipated. In fear, she thought of a way to escape. The female ghost clung to the wall and dashed out of the building. Her legs were running for dear life, but her mouth remained defiant, thinking, "You're good, slipping away is the best option." Seeing this, Jiang Shen threw down his sword and chased after her, saying, "Don't run, let's take a moment to admire each other and strengthen our feelings." The female ghost ran while screaming in agony, "I can't die like this. Stop following me." Jiang Shen, with a mocking expression, continued to pursue her, the 6th floor ablaze with flickering firelight. On the lower floor, the girl frowned and said, "Mom, it's so noisy upstairs." The girl's mother, her face tense and dotted with sweat, thought, "That kid must not have listened to my advice. Oh, why is it so chaotic? Why is he screaming like that? Just a quick peek should be fine, right?" The girl's mother squinted through the door and saw something flying by too quickly to make out, wondering what just zipped past. Hearing the noise, the girl's mother turned to see Jiang Shen running towards them, his face scarier than a demon, letting out creepy, twisted laughter. "Hee, come face me for a moment, or a little hug and kiss will do. Ha ha ha." The mother collapsed to the ground, trembling all over. "There's a ghost," and then fainted, foaming at the mouth, her eyes rolled back, completely unconscious. At that moment, the emergency exit burst into a large explosion of flames. Jiangshen soared up high and landed directly on the back of the ghost, causing her to fall flat, and with a kick from Jiangshen, the ghost lay motionless, clinically unconscious. Jiangshen smiled warmly and approached Sister. You've only taken a few lives, it's a small matter. Let's sit down and talk slowly. Once we share our feelings, I'll let you go. The ghost cried, tears streaming down her face, feeling like she wanted to die right then and there. The system announced, for someone alive like you who can say even scarier things than I can, demonic energy, plus 30 points. The ghost had cried all her tears and snot, just hoping for mercy. The system continued to announce, if you can talk, why are you doing this? Demonic energy plus 50 points. The ghost's heart is deeply wounded, demonic energy plus 50 points. The ghost felt very aggrieved, her demonic energy now at 66 points. Jiangshen smiled as he looked at the system notification, chuckling. Hung, you probably only have around this much demonic energy, right? He stepped forward and patted the female ghost on the head. Don't be scared, I won't chase you anymore. Don't worry, your value is just squeezed dry. So the path to the underworld is wide open. I wish you a safe journey. The female ghost had now collapsed, begging for forgiveness. Please don't kill me. Her face looked weak, no longer displaying the arrogance from before. Her expression was one of pleading. Jiangshen stroked his chin and said, I can consider this request, but... Then he continued, you're too late with your plea. He summoned a giant snake. A massive python coiled around a gigantic, poisonous vial, its cold, sharp eyes staring intently at the female ghost. The god of rivers ordered the serpent to unleash its venom, and as soon as it did, the serpent sprayed poison down onto the demoness. She was immediately in agony from the poison, which seeped into her skin, corroding her body piece by piece. The poison had corroded the demoness until only a white skeleton remained, and her demonic aura dissipated instantly, turning into a greenish slime on the ground. The god of rivers watched joyfully, as the demoness was corroded by the poison, still in his transformed state, surrounded by bright flames. Once the demoness was completely defeated, he returned to his human form, sighing thoughtfully. A top-tier demon, indeed impressive enough to withstand 3 attacks from a 1-star transformation. The system announced a reward host, God of Rivers, Demonic Energy 889 transformation into the Chaotic Overlord. He looked at his reward points and smiled, surprised that a demon helped him earn so much demonic energy. At that moment, Tran Tuyet cheerfully ran over and asked God of Rivers, how did it go? The God of Rivers confidently replied, I took care of that demon, but can you help me deal with this mess on the ground? He pointed at the white mist and the foul-smelling green slime. Tran Tuyet was at a loss for words, saying, here then open the Underworld app to guide the God of Rivers. I'll report this to the Underworld. The cleanup crew will be here soon. After finishing the app procedures, Tran Tuyet turned back and said, let's go, I'll take you home. The God of Rivers quickly declined, no need. Tran Tuyet pulled out the key fob for her expensive sports car. The God of Rivers' eyes lit up in surprise. Wow, you're not the prestigious Traman, are you? Seeing the God of Rivers' admiration, she blushed and shyly said, no way, I earned this money myself. 1 point of underworld accumulation is worth 100,000 yuan. The God of Rivers was astonished, his eyes widening in disbelief. Let me check mine. He opened the Underworld app and saw he had 150 points, joyfully exclaiming, 150,000 yuan, I'm rich. The two got into the car and left the area with Tran Tuyet driving and chatting with the God of Rivers. She asked God of Rivers, can you tell me about your brother? The God of Rivers thought for a moment and replied casually, he doesn't allow me to talk about him. He then thought he's just a body transporter at the funeral home, not some great figure, and keeps warning me to avoid any entanglements. The God of Rivers interrupted Tran Tuyet's thoughts, saying, compared to my story, why don't you tell me about the Dao Ming and Yin Sao you mentioned earlier? Why does the realm of odd beings have 2 law enforcement agencies? Tran Tuyet explained, the realm of odd beings originally had only the Dao Ming. 100 years ago, Yin Sao rose up with ruthless tactics and masters like you. They used their extraordinary strength to gradually take over some responsibilities of the Dao Ming. The Dao Ming finally managed to catch its breath. The God of Rivers was surprised. Oh, they lost their top position and are still catching their breath. Tran Tuyet explained, while driving, that wherever you sit you must do the tasks of that position. Being the boss is tough. If the negative energy erupts, the living area will fall into chaos. She darkly stated that at that moment the boss would have to withstand the pressure of sending people to guard, which actually meant sacrificing lives to stabilize things. Jiang Shen, half understanding, asked in confusion, the living area. Just then his phone pinged with a notification ding. The underworld flashed a bright red warning. 3 hours ago, negative energy erupted, causing chaos in the living area ahead of schedule. They invited top-tier specialists to stabilize the situation. After reading the notification, Tran Tuyet broke into a sweat, worried. The living area is a place connected to a terrifying space, with a total of 6 such places all ranked SSS. She continued, from E to S is called the Y tier, used to classify the strength of specialists and demons, with the Demon King being the most terrifying. The Y tier is SX. Jiang Shen was alarmed to hear this. The living area is even 2 tiers higher than the Demon King. The car sped off, tearing through the night. Tran Tuyet cheerfully asked, "Right, there's a group mission in 4 days. Are you in?" Jiang Shen inquired, "What's this group mission about?" Tran Tuyet winked and said, "It's a big deal. Are you brave enough to join?" Jiang Shen happily agreed. "All right, see you in 4 days." The sky began to pour. Lightning flashed, continuously illuminating the night sky. At Jiang Shen's house, he was thinking while looking at his computer. The day after tomorrow, I have to attend that gathering hosted by that guy. Then there's Tran Tuyet's group mission. He checked his schedule for free time to gather ghost energy, as his ghost energy was nearing 1,000. He happily browsed the web for information. While browsing, he came across an intriguing news article and clicked to read. "Oh, this is interesting." He scrolled to see the details of the incident. The patient had died a long time ago. After being admitted, they died overnight from severe illness, and the on-duty nurse committed suicide on the stairs. After their deaths, the bodies disappeared from the morgue, and through camera investigation, comparing the number of people in and out of the hospital, the bodies were still hidden within the hospital. He was curious and wanted to see how challenging it was. A notification appeared on the data board. Y tier, additional requirements, mission type, individual basic reward, 100 accumulated points. The next morning at school, female students dressed attractively chatted as they walked, discussing where to hang out after class. "I want to go shopping." Sister Tumin was admiring the girls while being a bit cheeky, enjoying the beautiful sisters by day and hunting for ghost energy at night, adrenaline pumping all day. While he was admiring the girls, he saw Jiang Shen approaching. He quickly jumped into his sports car, revving the engine, vroom, speeding off and startling everyone nearby. The girls around were about to confront him, questioning, "What kind of driving is that?" A girl beside him exclaimed, "That's the young master's car, just let it go." Sister Tumin quickly wiped past Jiang Shen, who was startled and ran away. Seeing Jiang Shen standing still, provoking her, she had to slam the brakes. Screech. Sister Tumin lightly said, "Not going to run away, huh? Scared stiff already, right?" Jiang Shen saw this and chuckled to himself. The mental strength of 2 lifetimes belongs to me, yet scared by this little trick of A. He slammed his foot on the gas while saying, "Sister, you've really improved. You don't need your mom to drop you off for school anymore." Sister Tumin, hearing this, got furious and cursed that filthy name. He gritted his teeth and slammed the accelerator hard. The car roared to life. 2 blue sparks shot out from the back. Everyone nearby jumped. "Oh my, I jumped out of my skin. Is this car about to explode?" Jiang Shen calmly provoked, "It's quite scary, but haven't you tried to scare me several times already?" Jiang Shen transformed. His eyes turned into a pair of green, snake-like eyes. The pupils narrowed coldly, saying, "You're still too green." Sister Tumin felt a chill and turned her head back, only to see a snake coiled around her neck. Scared to the point of screaming, she quickly turned the car around and fled, shouting as she ran, "There's a snake! I'm terrified of snakes!" Jiang Shen smirked triumphantly. The residual power of 2 transformations is more than enough to deal with this kind of fool. In the classroom, the teacher at the podium was giving a lecture. He said, "Turn to chapter 2 of the lesson." Jiang Shen pretended to read seriously, but in reality, his phone was open to the Underworld app, showing notifications code, Fengdu 10-year riot cycle. He thought, "I didn't expect the resurrection area in Fengdu. Looks like the surge of negative energy is a sign of a riot in the Forbidden Zone. This time, it's only been 8 years since the last riot." While lost in thought, Jiang Shen suddenly got hit in the head with a piece of chalk. As he was looking at his phone, the teacher called out, "What are you doing?" Standing up, Jiang Shen awkwardly grabbed the book and fumbled. The whole class burst into laughter. Ha 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 ha. Jiang Shen looked like he was mentally challenged. He thought, whatever the affairs of the resurrection area aren't my problem. I should focus on how to improve my own strength first. The class returned to a serious atmosphere. As soon as class ended, Jiang Shen went to the cafeteria and called out, "Auntie, give me 2 pieces of fried chicken leg." The chef complimented, "You really eat well, kid." He grabbed the freshly cooked chicken leg from the rack, hot, too hot. Just as he was about to take a bite, 2 men approached to take Jiang Shen's chicken leg. "Thanks for the chicken leg, kid." They were Li Ji and Han's bodyguard, Second Tiger. Jiang Shen angrily asked, "Don't you know I've been causing trouble lately? How dare you come near me?" Li Ji, munching on the chicken leg, said, "Others fear Tumin, but I, Li Ji, am afraid of him." Jiang Shen sneered, If you're not scared, then why did your lackey bring Second Tiger along?" Li Ji, with his mouth full of greasy chicken, laughed smugly. "Heh, it's exactly because of Second Tiger that I'm not afraid." Second Tiger, his whole body ablaze, stood up seriously and said, "It's fine, I'm not afraid either. He can't set me up." Jiang Shen saw Second Tiger all fired up and thought to himself, "Wow, he's glowing. It seems this Second Tiger is quite extraordinary." The god Jiang speaks up to calm things down. "All right, you two. I can handle just one little Cheng Xiao Ming. Step aside, don't let it affect my dad's meal." At this moment, Lai Qiat's eyes lit up, hearing someone call out, "Oh look, Goddess Lam." From a distance, Duong Thian and Lam were walking over. Seeing Lam Qiat, they asked coldly, then just walked away, as if they hadn't heard anything. Lamao turned to see Jiang Shen. She proactively asked, her attitude completely different from before. "Hey Jiang Shen." Lai Qiat awkwardly replied, "Hey." Then Lai Qiat turned to scold Jiang Shen, "You don't like guys, do you? Goddess Lam is asking you, and you're just ignoring her." Lamao heard this and couldn't help but laugh. Duong Thian turned over full of fire. "Didn't I just tell you yesterday not to pay attention to him? Where does a girl who excels in everything like you keep clinging to a lowly guy like that?" Lamao, startled, agreed. Fine, let's go." Duong Tian reminded, "Besides, I heard that Cheng Xiaoming has decided to deal with Jiang Shen. It's best if you don't get involved." Lamao replied awkwardly, "I've already asked my dad to talk to him. Cheng Xiaoming won't do anything reckless." Duong Thian, feeling discouraged, advised, "With so many young masters pursuing you, can your dad really convince him? Ao Vai can help him, but if you and he get too close, and those other kids find out, it could end badly." From outside the hospital, screams could be heard. "Quickly call someone." "Is anyone there? Doctor, come quickly." At this moment, 4 people were hurriedly pushing a stretcher inside. "The patient is on the brink of death, being rushed in." He was screaming in agony. Oh no, his mouth was severely injured, blood dripping down to his ears on one side. Under the surgical lights, 2 doctors in scrubs were preparing to treat the patient. One doctor spoke up. "The right side of the patient's face is severely injured." Another doctor replied, "Inform the chief doctor to come for an emergency surgery." The door now displayed the word "rescuing." The patient's arms, covered in strange shapes, were being infused with some kind of solution. The head of the department appeared, scratching his head, looking at the dying patient in front of him. He then broke out in a sweat, looking down at the patient's arm, exclaiming, "There's already a mark from the bleeding, and you called me for surgery." The 2 doctors beside him also began to sweat, but just a moment ago, his hand was still moving. That's right, he was still groaning. Suddenly there were buzzing sounds around the 3 doctors, startling them. The head of the department exclaimed, "What is this?" His sweat was pouring down as he turned around. Where are the family members? But when he looked clearly down the hallway behind him, he saw not a single person. Where did everyone go? He then yelled at the doctor next to him, "Hurry, go, inform the director, quickly." After hearing this, he quickly turned and left. Transitioning to 3 days later, a yellow car was speeding down the road. At this moment, Jiang Shen is sitting in the car, casually looking at his phone. On his phone screen, information appears about the underworld, and the North Yi Hospital is overwhelmed with critically ill patients. Doctors and nurses are dying mysteriously, and the hospital director has contacted the underworld, recording it in the underworld's records. The driver suddenly speaks up, "Hey buddy, North Yi Hospital hasn't been peaceful lately. You'd better switch to another hospital." Jiang Shen continues to stare at his phone and confidently replies, "Ha, peaceful, that's exactly why I'm not leaving." As they get closer to the hospital, the driver, now sweating in fear, says, "The hospital is up ahead, why don't you just walk over yourself?" Jiang Shen smiles back, "Sure." As Jiang Shen steps out of the car, the driver speeds off as if he can't wait to leave, while he calmly walks forward. Jiang Shen observes his surroundings and comments, "Something strange is happening. No matter how lively the road is, no one dares to come here anymore." Surrounding the hospital is a thick, ominous fog. As he climbs the stairs, a man with a distorted face covered in blood threads rushes past Jiang Shen, shouting, "Get out of the way, don't follow me, don't follow me." After witnessing that scene, Jiang Shen quickly jumps down. Approaching a building shrouded in eerie green mist, he looks up and says, "This must be the place." Suddenly, grotesque monsters with bared teeth emerge from a container in front of him, screaming loudly. Jiang Shen grins eerily at them and exclaims, "You've come all this way. You better not disappoint me." In the hospital corridor, a nurse is twisting and making strange sounds. Upon seeing her, Jiang Shen drools and says, "Oh, we have a ghost nurse already. I like this." He then raises his hand and rushes toward her with heart-shaped eyes. The nurse, suddenly attacked, blushes and cries out, "Ah, all the papers I was holding dropped." An announcement pops up clearly stating, "This is a person. There's no ghostly aura." Jiang Shen, with a face that looks like he wants to throw everything to the dogs, picks up the documents while smiling sincerely at the nurse. "I'm so sorry for scaring you." Then he thinks, "Who could have guessed it was a human?" The nurse, now frightened, snatches the documents from his hands and hurriedly responds, "The clinic is on the 3rd wall. Go by yourself." He smiles warmly and says, "Oh, I'm not looking for a doctor. I want to go to the morgue." The nurse's fear skyrockets from level 1 to level 10. She stumbles back. The morgue. Jiang Shen's smile suddenly becomes eerie as he confirms the nurse's words. "That's right, I have some urgent business there." The nurse, terrified, steps back and stammers, "What do you want to do?" Jiang Shen waved his hand with a reassuring smile to the nurse. "Don't worry, I'm not the killer from that news, but I feel that smile is unnecessary, man. It's really creepy." The nurse was still running at maximum speed since the dawn of time and threw back a line, Don't ask me." Jiang Shen raised his hand in regret, wondering if his smile wasn't sincere enough. Why the rush? "Oh, please don't be sincere anymore, it's terrifying." And at that moment, a door opened. A doctor with 2 rabbit ears popped his head out and asked, "What's all the noise in the hospital?" Jiang Shen turned his head and smiled. "Sorry, I just wanted to ask where the mortuary is." Upon hearing those sensitive words, the doctor with rabbit ears broke into a sweat and asked, "The mortuary? Are you here to deal with that?" He looked at him and asked. Jiang Shen replied friendly, "Oh, do you know about the mortuary?" The doctor then gave a strange smile. "Hee, I was the one who ran to report to the director back then." He recalled how the department head urged him, "Hurry, and report to the director, go." Jiang Shen's gaze became dangerous as he said, "Is that so? Then I'd appreciate it if you could take me there." In the dim corridor with eerie green lights, the rabbit-eared doctor pointed the way while walking. "Turn left here," and Jiang Shen focused on following him. He turned back to say, "After that, patient disappeared. Strange things began to happen in the hospital. At first, it was in the nurse's room. Weird footprints appeared in the patient's room. Isn't my dad paralyzed? Where did those footprints come from?" The patient's son walked in with a basin of water and exclaimed, "Moreover, the footprints only have toe marks. Could it be that a ghost is attached to him?" There were 2 feet, one intact and one deformed, stepping in. And that night, when the son was resting with his head down on his father's hospital bed, strange clattering noises started. The son was now awake, but still pretended to doze off as if he were sleeping. Although his face was already dotted with beads of sweat, the clattering noises continued. And that night, when the son was resting with his head down on his father's hospital bed, strange clattering noises started. The patient was now running away but suddenly looked back. The son immediately bowed his head to pretend to be asleep. The next morning when he woke up, his dad was still lying, still in bed. The rabbit-eared doctor worriedly recounted, "I thought this would just pass." But that very afternoon he suddenly passed away from suffocation. After the body was put in the mortuary, it suddenly disappeared. The doctor looked up at the empty stretcher in panic. "Hey, where is he?" After that, the doctor began to sneakily look around. Then he warned Jiang Shen, "Don't talk about this outside, okay?" After he disappeared, several severely ill patients passed away one after another. Moreover, their conditions were exactly the same as that old man saying this. His face became dangerous. Then the doctor pulled out a set of keys and quickly inserted one into the lock, causing it to make a clanking sound. Before pushing the door open, he didn't forget to continue the creepy story from earlier, saying that the morgue manager is also dead, so I still have to open the door myself. Hee. Not seeing Jiang Thun enter, the doctor asked in surprise, "Aren't you coming in?" Jiang Thun calmly pointed and said, "You go in first. How can I get in with you blocking the door?" The doctor looked at him with an incredulous expression. He then went inside and reminded, "Remember to close the door, otherwise the cold air will escape." But before he could finish, Jiang Thun slammed the door shut without hesitation, which startled the doctor. He didn't forget to lock it with a click. The doctor was now both confused and scared. A notification appeared. The low-level ghost was stunned. "Why did you lock the door? Afraid the corpse will run away. Your ghost energy is weak." Jiang Thun's face brightened as he leaned toward the doctor, who exclaimed in panic, "When did you come around behind me?" The low-level ghost felt a chill. "Your ghost energy is 15. Jiang Thun couldn't help but feel delighted. It's rare to see someone voluntarily offer ghost energy like this. It's quite touching. Then he smiled a bored smile and said, "Come on, take me to see the corpse." At this moment, he was standing in front of numerous corpses covered with white cloths. He looked around and couldn't help but exclaim, "Aren't they all neatly lying here? I don't see any missing corpses." The doctor, now terrified, trembled and stuttered. Could it be that they all returned? Jiang Thun's eyes flickered, and he asked, "Oh, they returned." Suddenly, he cheerfully reached into the corpse beside him and pulled it up. "That's great this time, no one should think of escaping." The corpse trembled and raised a hand. "Your ghost energy is 6. He blinked in confusion as notifications rang out. "Your ghost energy is 3. Your ghost energy is 2. Your ghost energy is 5. The corpse yelled with its long drooping tongue, "Ah, my face, my father, your house." Jiang Thun smiled brightly and replied, "I'm an orphan, I don't have any parents, hee." The fat corpse swung its arms ready to attack him while angrily cursing, "Your father's house." He seemed to get angry and clicked his tongue. Then he retaliated with a powerful punch. "Are you mentally challenged? I already told you I'm an orphan." The corpse's face was knocked back from the punch, and its tongue extended another inch. It hugged its face in fear, yelling, "I met a ghost. This guy even dares to hit a ghost. Your ghost energy is 8. Jiang Thun, hands on his hips, slammed down on the nearby bed and said, "Everyone here is a ghost. What's there to be afraid of? You stole my bed. Hitting you is just what I should do." Then he approached to examine the corpse closely and asked, "So brother, how long have you been dead?" The corpse replied, 4 days. Why? Jiang Chen was tapping his fingers while saying, 4 days, let me calculate, causing the other person to break out in a cold sweat. Suddenly he exclaimed, "Oh, they've been dead for 7 days already." As he spoke, he raised both hands to pinch the cheeks of the corpse and said mockingly, "You've only been dead for 4 days. The body is probably already in trouble." The notification board appeared again, and the corpse trembled in fear. Eerie energy +4, eerie energy +4, eerie energy +4. The points of eerie energy kept adding up. The chubby corpse, hearing this, trembled, and then grabbed its own fatty cheek, exclaiming, "Master, I'm already a corpse." What could possibly be wrong with me? Jiang Chen smiled sweetly like a kind mother and said, "You're so clueless. 7 days for the soul to return is a natural law. Don't you know that?" The chubby guy looked up with a pleading expression. "Master, what should I do to resolve this?" The living Buddha smiled evenly and replied, "He, that's easy." Then he raised his weapon and confidently replied, "A notification appears, eerie energy +9, eerie energy +4. The fat corpse saw this and got angry, raising both hands and shouting, "You're trying to set me on fire to kill me, aren't you, you bastard?" Jiang Chen drew out a small sword and then slashed, cutting the ghost in half, smiling as he said, "Then I'll send you off to meet my ancestors." The system notification appeared again. Low-level vengeful spirit has died, eerie energy +9. Jiang Chen looked at the notification with a bored expression after slicing off the ghost's head. Only a tiny bit of eerie energy. What a waste. The ghost's head fell to the ground with a thud, its tongue still sticking out, unable to retract in time. Jiang Chen with a shocked expression said, "Black resentment can still harm people. You're dying too easily." Suddenly he glanced at a side where Dr. Jiang Tu was trembling, clutching the bedpost, probably thinking he could hide behind that flimsy iron rod. At this moment the doctor was shaking in fear, sweating profusely, and his eyes were wide with terror. Not even 7 days in and already jumping around. "There must be another person, right?" Jiang Chen smiled cunningly. "There's another person whose soul returned early, seems to be right here," he said, as he reached out to a cloth in front of him. Lifting the cloth revealed the image of a green ghost's head with bright eyes and a terrifyingly jagged smile. Without hesitation, Jiang Chen slapped the head while calling out, "Old man, wake up and take your medicine." This made the head hurt so much that its jaws dropped, sticking out a sharp tongue. The system notification popped up again. "Damn it, I just fell asleep, eerie energy +8. The green head grinned at Jiang Chen. "What do you want?" He casually replied, "Old man, you should take sleeping pills and go to sleep." The old ghost was both confused and angry. "You want me to take sleeping pills? Are you even human? So where's the medicine?" As he yelled, Jiang Shen's weapon swung out in front of him. Without a moment's hesitation, he stabbed down at the old demon's head. His small sword plunged straight into the demon's skull, which could only let out a desperate cry, "Huh." Jiang Shen pulled the sword out and with a cold smile said, "Sorry, I forgot to bring the medicine. I hope you don't mind me using a physical method to help you sleep." The system panel appeared again. Low-level vengeful spirit has died, spirit energy +9. The low-level demon, Jiang Tu, became increasingly fearful. He killed another person, how terrifying. Jiang Shen then noticed him and said, "Hey, you in the corner, stop pretending, show your true self." Its whole body began to tremble as it stood up. Sweat poured out as if it were thinking about something. After a moment, it lifted its hand to remove its hat and replied. It initially wanted to take advantage of Jiang Shen's distraction to eliminate him, but it seemed I was careless. Once it took off the hat, 2 eyes appeared on its head looking as though they might fall out. Then came a spectacular transformation, shifting from an ordinary appearance to a brutal demon. It screamed, Are you still waiting for him to kill you one by one? Let's go." Suddenly the corpses sat up from the beds. Countless horrifying faces surged forward to attack Jiang Shen, screaming, "Hoo, a." The corpses with wide eyes, all excitedly shouted, "Why force us? We just want to keep living. What's wrong with that?" Jiang Shen remained calm in response to them, saying, "Living by eating others, you guys are so bold." They didn't hear the desired response, becoming furious and clawing at him, as if they wanted to devour him. I will kill you." Suddenly a surge of power flashed through the neck of one of them, and he couldn't react in time, only managing to open his mouth. After his head fell off, his expression turned terrified, but it was too late. Jiang Shen swung a powerful sword strike, sending its head flying, and disdainfully said, "Dealing with you small fries doesn't even require using my demon transformation." Like other demons, they weren't scared and rushed forward shouting, "Row, row, row, a," creating a truly horrifying scene. But unlike normal people, Jiang Shen became even more intrigued. He raised 2 fingers in front of him and calculated, "Let's go together then. I'll try using the inherited demon power." Immediately, he opened his mouth wide and shouted with all his might, "Tiger roar of the 6 harmonies." The demons were struck by that pressure, their faces showing clear panic. Their whole bodies trembled uncomfortably, covering their ears and exclaiming, "Why does it sound so loud?" Jiang Shen saw that the demons were still unharmed, just a bit uncomfortable, and with eyes wide open like marbles, he felt disappointed in his own power. "Not affected. It seems my inherited demon power is too weak. Using physical methods is still more reliable," he thought before charging forward with his sword. One guy was immediately sliced in half at the neck along with his raised hand. Another was instantly cut through the head, splitting it in 2. A third guy was split from chin to back, all executed with expert precision in just a few seconds. The doctor demon was still baring its teeth in front of Jiang Shen's sword. Confidently, it tried to bite down on his sword with its 2 rabbit-like teeth. A moment later, the incisors showed signs of cracking. Jiang Shen commented, "Those teeth of yours." Its eye twitched. "I've been itching to fight." Jiang Shen delivered a powerful strike that pierced through the demon's body. After dealing with these demons, Jiang Shen was left panting heavily. It seemed this was quite taxing for him, as sweat poured down his face like a shower. The system notification reappeared. Congratulations, host. You've broken through 1,000 points of demon energy, unlocking the 2-star demon transformation lottery. Jiang Shen was exhausted and pale at the mention of the reward, exclaiming, 2-star demon transformation lottery. Preparing to consume 1,000 demon energy 2-star demon transformation lottery. But unable to believe the truth, he shouted. That's 10 times the cost of the 1-star lottery. He reluctantly accepted his fate, saying, then I better get a decent transformation. With that, the machine began the lottery process. The machine initially displayed a power filter, followed by a great immortal. The 2 outer slots of the machine showed the power filter and great immortal, but the middle displayed a mysterious symbol. Suddenly, a tremendous energy burst from the center of the machine, shooting straight into the sky. What appeared made Jiang Shen gasp in awe. In front of him was a powerful great immortal filter, both demonic and majestic. The system then displayed usage instructions. Silently read to use. Activating demon transformation can achieve part of the demon's power for half an hour, and allows for 2 lottery draws. You may choose one part for demon transformation. The system also reminded him, demon transformation consumes a lot. It may lead to premature termination. Please use with caution. After the transformation ends, a portion of the essence and demon power will be permanently retained with a 1% inheritance rate for the transformed part. Jiang Shen raised an eyebrow, thinking the notification was too lengthy. At that moment, a severed foot and a head rolled on the ground. Jiang Shen sighed, saying, demon transformation, I wonder how well it can face off against powerful monsters. Having dealt with the small fries, it was time to find the boss. He scratched his head as he walked down the dark corridor, the feeble lights offering no relief from the tense atmosphere. After entering the elevator, he pressed the button marked L, and suddenly a blonde nurse rushed in, exclaiming, I finally caught up. Then, unexpectedly, she lunged to hug Jiang Shen's head to her chest, saying, sorry about that. At this moment, Jiang was startled, but still curiously poking the ball in front of him with his finger. The blonde nurse quickly backed away, hugging her chest in panic, and asked, what are you doing? Meanwhile, he was still lost in thought. Even through a layer of clothing, it felt icy cold, and despite rushing, there was no moisture at all. After thinking for a moment, he approached her, lifted her chin, then licked his lips and said, Nurse, your skin is really beautiful. Even if I were dead for 3 days, I wouldn't be as pale as you. She hurriedly pushed him away with both hands and shouted, it must be related to you. Avoid my skin, she said, then turned her back to Jiang and stood still waiting for the elevator. Then suddenly she raised her hand to her mouth and coughed once while he was still observing her from behind. Suddenly the nurse spoke up, do you know that our hospital has a taboo? Jiang still wore a curious smile and asked, oh, tell me. Then she began to raise her hand to her chest. She reached into her bra and pulled out a business card, continuing, when you encounter someone with a black card, it's best not to take this elevator. Only the staff at the beauty house wear this black card. If you see it, you should run away quickly. The nurse said in a strange tone at that moment. Her face only had one eye, looking extremely creepy. But a moment later, her threatening smile vanished when she saw a pile of black cards laid out before her. Jiang shook his own black card in front of her and grinned. So should you run really fast when you see me? The nurse no longer had her previous smug look. Instead, she was horrified and exclaimed, what the hell did you steal from the entire beauty house? The system panel reappeared. Nurse, I tip my hat to you, 30 points of demonic aura. At this moment, the elevator had reached the lobby, and a person was seen holding a black bag. It was a man in a doctor's outfit with bright eyes looking towards Jiang and the demon nurse holding the black bag from before. He entered the elevator and stood with his back to the two, continuing to wait, and the entire space inside became unusually quiet. Suddenly, Jiang casually draped his arm around the demon nurse's shoulders and called, hey babe, causing her to blush shyly. He pointed at the black bag in the doctor's hand and asked, what do you think is in that bag? She replied nonchalantly, it might be someone's organs. Hearing that Jiang kept teasing her, saying organs, which part do you think it is? Heart, liver, spleen, stomach. The demon nurse's face showed a hint of excitement, but she still weakly resisted. Stop touching me, you jerk. Suddenly, the space turned dark, the lights went out, causing the nurse demon to panic. The doctor in front started to speak. Do you two want to know what's inside? He shook the bag, making a rustling sound. He then turned his head and said coldly, after you see it, don't regret it. With that, he opened the black bag. Jiang Shen was now also extremely tense, gulping nervously. The old doctor pulled out a jar containing a mutilated kidney. Jiang Shen stared at it, sweating as he spoke. The bite mark on top is... At that moment, the doctor raised his hand to remove his mask. Revealed was a terrifying face with blood all around his mouth. The doctor laughed maniacally, lifting the jar. I was hungry, couldn't hold back, so I took a bite. Jiang Shen's eyes were now wide like saucers, as if he was about to lose it. Ugh. Then suddenly he smiled and asked, "How much is a kidney worth?" The demon replied, 250,000 yuan. Wait, why are you asking this? Jiang Shen started to count on his fingers. I took a bite, so after a 20% reduction, it's still 200,000 yuan. Can I borrow that used plastic bag? After saying this, he snatched the black bag, leaving the demon doctor bewildered. Jiang Shen fashioned the black bag into 3 holes for his eyes and mouth, covering his head, and said, "Considering you're holding 200,000 yuan, I'll try to work overtime." Then suddenly he snatched the jar containing the mutilated kidney, wiping it off, and added, "Hand it over." The system panel appeared again. The demon was stunned, demon energy plus 25, while the elevator door was silent. Then suddenly a loud explosion occurred and someone burst out from the elevator, causing the door to shatter. The 2 demons inside were extremely panicked with the doctor, unable to believe his eyes, exclaiming, What is happening?" The nurse demon added. "Could it be he is a robber?" Upon hearing this, the demon doctor yelled with wide eyes, "Damn it! How dare a demon steal? Your kid doesn't want to live anymore, does he?" he shouted as he rushed out with the nurse demon hastily following. Jiang Shen was now running while calling out to the 2 demons, "Come and catch me." Suddenly, he tossed the plastic bag covering his face aside and jumped into a corner. The demon doctor pointed and said, "He'll go in there, hurry after him." Meanwhile, Jiang Shen was hiding, watching them panic, feeling amused. Then suddenly, he swung his small sword in front of the demon doctor, shocking him. After that, he slashed at the doctor's chest. Next, he thrust the sword towards the nurse demon, piercing her chest as she panicked. But suddenly, Jiang Shen began to sweat and exclaimed, "I can't pull it out now." His sword was now trapped between her 2 grapefruits, and she smugly said, "Useless, my heart has been broken for a long time." "Go die, you thief." Her face twisted dangerously as she swung her sharp claws to attack the divine being. Her claws grazed his chest. But suddenly she became panicked. The divine being was forcefully thrown far away, escaping her claws. He clutched his chest in pain, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. "It hurts so much. Did I break a rib?" The demon nurse, now with one hand turned into a bony claw, exclaimed in horror, "What are you carrying on you?" The divine being pulled out a glowing talisman from his chest and thought, "Looks like the talisman gifted by Lamao Vai saved my life." The bony hand was slowly healing with a stream of green demonic energy. With a crack, the demon nurse's hand grew larger, revealing muscular veins. Then she swung her fist and yelled, "Let's see if you can block this a second time." The divine being panicked at the punch and exclaimed, "Too fast, if I don't dodge, I'm done for." He jumped to the side. But suddenly the demon doctor appeared from behind, trapping him in a sandwich, his arms wrapped tightly around him. Then he shouted joyfully, "Hee, I've been playing dead on the ground for half a day just for this moment." Trapped by the demon doctor, the divine being took a powerful punch from the demon nurse. As she screamed, "Die!" The punch echoed loudly, crack, causing the divine being to wince in pain. Thunderous sounds erupted, along with a massive wave of green energy. The divine being hit the ground hard, feeling immense pain. Afterward, he stood up, wiped the blood from his mouth, and said seriously, "All right, those hands are really wicked." Suddenly, he spat blood again, his face showing signs of reaching his limit. The demon nurse laughed wickedly as she approached him, saying, Are you feeling like your heart can't take it anymore? You might be getting sick like me." The demon doctor also grinned slyly, while the divine being struggled to hold his chest, feeling like his heart was being squeezed, tightly beating heavily. An image of a heart being squeezed by a hand appeared. The demon nurse flashed a dangerous smile and said, "Don't worry, a little shot will do." She was holding a syringe filled with some liquid. She excitedly aimed the needle at him. "Be a good boy and don't move." Suddenly, the divine being pulled out a transformation card, the chaotic world demon king, calculating that with his current strength, if he didn't use the transformation, he might lose his life. Then he raised both hands to cast a spell, randomly pulling out a divine ability, Soul World Celestial Peach. A powerful stream of golden energy emanated from him, and behind him, the chaotic world demon king appeared with immense power. His pupils have turned blue now, and strange patterns have appeared on his face. His hair has also turned a bright red because of this. The system panel displayed a message randomly acquiring a divine ability, Chaotic Celestial Peach. Suddenly 2 strands broke free from the flames. The giant eye of the demon nurse was now split in half, shocking her. Jiang Shen struck with a swift blow, cleaving the demon nurse in 2 without hesitation. He held a powerful weapon in his hand, glanced to one side, and then paused, huffing, "There's still one more." The system panel displayed a message. The doctor deeply regretted, even wanting to be a good person. Demonic energy plus 90. The demon doctor huddled against a wall in fear, saying, "Is this guy human?" Jiang Shen suddenly poked his head in, asking, "So you were hiding here?" The demon doctor, startled, nearly exclaimed, "Oh my." He extended a hand and wore a dangerous smile, saying, "Come on, help me wipe my mouth." The demon doctor was horrified looking at that hand reaching toward him. He immediately jumped back, flinging some weapon at Jiang Shen, while shouting, "Don't come over here." But Jiang Shen didn't care, and the demon doctor was utterly terrified. "Are you made of iron?" Then he raised his hand, rubbing his eyes and chuckling. "Feels a bit human, His gaze turned dangerous as he warned, "Are you waiting for me to fight back? Then hurry and run." Seeing a chance to survive, the demon doctor hurriedly fled while yelling AA, but didn't forget to glance back to see if Jiang Shen was chasing him. He scrambled up the stairs, crying for help. Jiang Shen found this stupidity puzzling. He clearly wanted to kill him, but was still shouting for help while running upstairs. "The final boss has finally arrived," he said with a face full of excitement. Then he took the sword and headed up the stairs. Wherever Jiang Shen went, flames erupted following him. The demon doctor at a corner was praying with tears in his eyes. He was so scared that he couldn't hold back his tears, which flowed freely. He wiped his tears while regretting. "If I had known earlier, I wouldn't have provoked him." Notification sounds rang out. Demonic energy plus 90, demonic energy plus 85, demonic energy plus 95. Jiang Shen appeared like a Tula, pinching a small flame with 2 fingers. In his hand was a small flame that was burning fiercely. Then Jiang Shen blew on the flame, making it fly toward the demon doctor, attacking him and causing him to panic. Once again, the demon doctor ran away, shouting, "Get out of the way, get out of the way, don't follow me." Notification sounds rang out again. Demonic energy plus 10 demonic energy plus 10 demonic energy plus 10 demonic energy. Sure. Demonic energy plus 1 demonic energy plus 1. The demon doctor now crumpled to the ground, trembling and crying, "Wah wah wah." The god of rivers appeared behind him with flames. He held the sword in his hand, his expression growing more and more focused, looking like he was about to be completely drained, while someone on the ground was still trembling. Then he looked down and asked Doctor, "You're supposed to be a healer. Why do you look like you're about to die?" The demonic doctor had tears streaming down his face, looking utterly pitiful, but still tried to refute. "No way." The god of rivers smirked and said, "Don't believe me. Look, aren't you dead already?" As he spoke, he swung the flaming sword down onto the demon doctor's shoulder, successfully slicing him in half. Moments later, the flames grew even stronger. The demon doctor was now completely burned, leaving only his head. He cried out in despair, "Ah, finally I'm free." The god of rivers, witnessing this scene, couldn't help but exclaim, "How can you still smile after being reduced to this? You're truly twisted." Then he suddenly felt something was off. It seemed he had overexerted himself. The power of the chaotic demon king was indeed hard to control. After exterminating the demon doctor, a notification appeared granting him 360 demon energy. The god of rivers looked at the system board in surprise, exclaiming, "Wow, I just killed 1 demon and gained over 300 points. Then he pressed on the system board while asking, "What's my total demon energy now?" The displayed number was 630 demon energy. He scratched his face, looking regretful. "Ah, I killed that nurse too early just to save my life." He thought to himself, "If I had played with her a bit longer, I surely would have gained even more demon energy." Suddenly, a beam of green light shone through a hole in the ceiling, catching the god of rivers' attention. Then a strange energy emanated from a door accompanied by eerie voices. "Come here, come over here." These words reached his ears, making him uneasy, and the god of rivers stepped closer. The eerie voices continued to echo through his ears, causing the god of rivers to break into a cold sweat, exclaiming, "What is happening?" Quickly, he raised both thumbs to create an energy streak around his mouth. "Open, banish the demonic trap." At that moment, a glowing round object appeared. The god of rivers had just acquired some kind of treasure. He gasped for breath, sweating profusely like he had just emerged from a shower. Suddenly, an old man appeared from behind, calling out, "My dear, are you calling me?" The god of rivers turned around to see this scene and exclaimed, "It seems that this demonic sound is truly something that ordinary people can't resist." The old man was now wandering away, still calling. "My dear," the voices from the other end of the hallway rang out again. The old man seemed entranced, unconsciously following the calls. "Come here, quickly, come here, hurry over here." At that moment, someone stood on the rooftop calling out. The old man continued to walk toward the call, while the god of rivers kept watching from behind. When he saw the old man approaching alone, the person on the rooftop spoke up. "Squy's it just this old fool who came? Just looking at him made me lose my appetite," he said as he placed his massive hand on the old man's head. "Die," he said cruelly, pressing down hard, forcing the old man to buckle his knees. From a corner, Jiang Shen saw this scene and felt worried. "Oh no, the old man is in danger." He then angrily pulled out his powerful weapon and shouted, "Damn it, killing someone right in front of me." The guy quickly threw the old man's person off the rooftop, and Jiang Shen rushed in, panicked. "Damn it, I'm too late," he shouted in rage. "Then you'll die too," as a powerful flame erupted. He charged past that guy who was now sliced in half by the flames, the cut still burning fiercely. At this point, he was so exhausted that sweat was pouring down his face as he turned back. He saw the upper part of the guy still burning, yet he was grinning oddly at him. Hee, you finally arrived." Jiang Shen looked at him with a confused expression. The guy's body had healed, and he exclaimed, "Fear, fear, the most delicious fear." Jiang Shen was momentarily stunned by this, then he broke into a wicked smile. In front of him was an incredibly ugly and terrifying demon, with strange black mists emanating from its body whooshing around. Jiang Shen provocatively said, "Hee, if you can take hits like that, let's play a little longer." His smile ignited an even stronger flame as he shouted, "Chaos in the world Phase 2. Black lock go." At this moment the flames turned black in a bizarre way. Jiang Shen leaped out from the flames mockingly, asking, "Aren't you scared?" A denser black mist began to emanate from the demon's body, and it looked wide-eyed in horror at what was about to happen to it. Then the demon was sliced by black threads, cutting into its flesh. It cried out in pain, "Ah!" The system notification appeared: patient number 18 inches, excruciating pain, demon energy plus 99. A deep cut on its face made it look even more grotesque. It looked down at its severed fingers and wailed in despair. "My body just healed." The system continued to report: patient number 18 crying for help, demon energy plus 99. Finally, the demon was engulfed in the massive sea of flames created by Jiang Shen. The system announced: patient number 18 torn into pieces, demon energy plus 99. At this point, the demon's body was just a charred mess amidst Jiang Shen's colossal flames. The remaining head could still scream, "It hurts so much, my head is melting." "Ah, don't think you can kill me like this." This sight was utterly horrifying. From his hand missing 2 fingers, a grotesque claw had formed. Now the demon mutated once again, growing sharp horns on its body. His whole body seemed to transform into an unrecognizable monster marked only by the number 18 on his back. Jiang Shen was astonished by this. The slash had no effect on him at all. "I admit this guy is like a cockroach, can't kill him no matter how hard you hit." Then suddenly the monster opened a mouth that seemed to have appeared out of nowhere and attacked Jiang Shen. But he lightly jumped to the side, calculating and trying a different approach. The monster's long whip-like tail swung wildly, making it difficult for Jiang Shen to defend himself. He was struck by the tail, sending him flying and creating an explosion. The monster smugly said, "Surprised? Huh, I secretly grew a tail, ha ha ha." But what it didn't expect was that Jiang Shen suddenly swung his sword from amidst the chaos, aiming for the monster's gaping mouth. Then it launched a series of punches at Jiang Shen, but he deftly dodged all those hits. Suddenly, Jiang Shen extended his hand to block the monster's punch. Immediately, he gathered the fiery sword in his hand and slashed at its hand. Jiang Shen struggled to push the blade down onto that gigantic hand. One hand blocked the punch while the other wielded the sword, striking down at the monster's other hand. The gem on his helmet glowed, and Jiang Shen confidently said, "Let's try this move." The magic energy surged, and from that glowing orb a powerful flame erupted from the helmet. Then from the gem on the helmet, a strong aura pierced straight towards the enemy, tearing one of the monster's hands apart, causing it to scream in pain. Jiang Shen looked at the massive wound and thought silently, "It's not healing. This move seems effective, but it can only be used once." The head of patient number 18 emerged from within the monster's giant mouth, shouting, "Stay still, don't move, let me kill you." He froze at this echoing command, worried, "I'm done for. I forgot he had this move." His consciousness began to blur. He had to hold on. Around Jiang Shen, everything was becoming hazy, and the monster's enormous claw was closing in on him. Chaos World slashing blade flower sword into fist. Suddenly Jiang Shen thrust out a fist, and a powerful flow like lava appeared around it. Unexpectedly, he channeled his strength into that fist, and punched himself in the face, making a loud echo. After hitting himself, he wiped his face and exclaimed, "Hey, this punch feels great." The captivating sound still echoed in his ears. He then smiled and swung his fist towards the monster, saying, "You should come and taste this too." Chaos in the world, Jiadak Lam. The monster panicked before the oncoming attacks. Countless strong punches from Jiang Shen were thrown out with his excitement. "No matter how many times I heal, I'll smash you to pieces until your soul is lost." At this point, the monster was covered in wounds, panicking and gasping, "If this continues, I'll definitely die." Then suddenly it screamed, "If I'm going to die anyway, let's die together." Then the demon opened its mouth to release streams of eerie black gas. Jiang Shen felt uncomfortable with the strange gas and exclaimed, "What the heck is this? It must be from that monster's rotten mouth." The demon's head happily responded, "I've turned my last bit of demonic energy into a curse, and it's stuck to you now. You'll suffer the same fate as me. Your soul won't escape either." But before he could finish, he was hit by a massive fire from Jiang Shen, cutting him off. A system message appeared. "Patient number 18, half-demon has died, demonic energy plus 99. Jiang Shen sighed, truly long-winded, "This stuff probably doesn't work on me." Then another system message announced, "Transformation time is over." Immediately, Jiang Shen returned to his normal state, but sadly, the number 18 appeared on his neck. From that number, grotesque veins began to spread out. Jiang Shen's eyes became dazed and bloodshot, coughing. The veins spread to his face. He wiped the blood and worriedly said, "This is the curse of the half-demon." Then he opened his mouth wide, putting his hand in his throat, trying to pull something out. Jiang Shen's eyes bulged with visible veins. Moments later, a stream of black gas escaped from his mouth. From the mist, a fat black worm dropped down. He let out a sigh of relief, feeling much better. Looking down at the ground, there were countless of those plump black worms wriggling, which was utterly disgusting. Jiangshen wiped his mouth and turned pale at the sight of the worms, realizing that the person who had cursed him was already dead, and the curse couldn't be lifted. At that moment he was so exhausted that he plopped down onto the ground. Next to the mysteriously deceased monster, he pulled out his phone and said it was better to call the underworld to handle this first. Suddenly something flew towards him. Jiangshen was startled and exclaimed upon seeing it. He caught it and examined it. It was a piece of clothing that he had blown up earlier. Jiangshen pulled a piece of paper from the fabric, then opened it to see the content inside. The paper read Hospital Examination Room Number 7, name Luang Hutone ID, Number 18 Diagnosis of Cognitive Disorder Specific Treatment Details. The patient felt he had dozens of different diseases, even coughed up his intestines, but after treatment there was no improvement. Jiangshen read aloud and exclaimed, Cognitive disorder. Is it really this disease? Initially, the patient not only believed he was sick, but also thought others were sick, stuffing his sister, who he thought had a fever, into the refrigerator to cool her down, causing her to freeze to death. And that action led to the demise of a little girl. Jiangshen smiled helplessly, looking at the curse of this ghost. It was to impose cognitive disorder onto others, making them believe they were sick, which could genuinely trigger a reaction. The patient was admitted to my hospital. The patient had made good progress. The summary of the illness, am I the patient or are we? A strange eye appeared. Jiangshen was walking while reading the diagnosis paper. Suddenly he exclaimed in surprise. Good progress, does that mean the condition worsened or the ghost's strength increased? Examination record, Hospital Examination Room Number 7, named Jiangshen, ID Number 18, Diagnosis Cognitive Disorder. He was stunned by this strange event. Why did it turn into his name? Moreover, what was this Examination Room Number 7? He took out his phone and wondered. A notification appeared to clarify. Underworld restrictions based on reliable speculation. The blood-red writing on the medical record of Examination Room Number 7 was a countdown. After returning, one would enter Hospital Number 7, and those who entered could not come back. The selected strange beings had only class, meaning the ghost in this examination room had a low rank. There was no existence higher than blood attire. Jiangshen crumpled the diagnosis paper into a ball and casually tossed it behind him, saying, forget it, the boat will naturally straighten out when it reaches the bridge. Thanks to the system, he achieved blood attire level strength within a month. It wasn't a big deal, he felt it wasn't worth worrying about. Suddenly, his expression darkened. In front of him stood 5 to 7 hours. Agents waiting. He thought the underworld's people have arrived. The girl at the front raised her hand to salute him. The underworld held a method to seal the ghost within a body, using the ghost's power to deal with the ghost. But even the most resilient special forces have a 90% mortality rate. Excluding the cleanup crew, their mortality rate isn't much lower either. Jiangshen looked at them and fell silent in thought. With the current high elimination rate, the number of staff in the underworld is always lacking. The girl at the front of the underworld group approached him and walked past. Jiangshen smiled and spoke first, feeling quite messy inside. It's been tough. The girl didn't react, but replied, eliminating so many demons at once. You must have had a hard time too. She walked past her subordinates and said, follow me. Outside it had grown dark and a faint moonlight cast down into the night. Jiangshen was wandering the hallway, led by a delightful scent. It smelled so good. The scent drew him to open the door of a house. Is Sister Hong cooking? He entered the house and looked around, thinking, I hope Sister Hong doesn't mind my uninvited visit. Then Jiangshen went into the kitchen and called out Sister Hong. Sister Hong was focused on something. It turned out she was cooking, and upon hearing his call, Sister Hong turned to respond. Jiangshen, you're here. Stay and eat with me. She was counting the dishes she had prepared. Moments later, Sister Hong blushed and leaned against Jiangshen's chest, whispering, you go out early and come back late every day. I made some delicious dishes to nourish you. I guarantee you'll feel full of energy. He shyly turned red and replied, I don't need to be too energetic. I'm afraid I'll have a nosebleed. Sister Hong, slightly disappointed, turned away and said, oh, is that so? The meal is ready. Come, eat quickly. And she turned with a sweet smile. Jiangshen was mesmerized watching her beauty. When he saw the array of tempting dishes laid out on the table, he couldn't help but exclaim, wow, it looks lavish. Jiangshen picked up a piece and mouth-watering said, then I won't be polite anymore, Sister Hong. Suddenly, Sister Hong seemed to realize something miraculous, her face showing clear surprise as she looked at him. She couldn't help but reach out and touch Jiangshen's strong arm so muscular. Sister Hong, with a captivated expression, took his hand and said, I just noticed that people like you pay great attention to physical training. Jiangshen, seeing her like that, blushed and replied, haha, it's okay. Inside he was screaming, what does Sister Hong want to do? Her hands intertwined with Jiangshen's, pressing down her eyes, sparkling tongue out, looking very eager. He felt helpless inside. Has she finally made a move on me, the wicked rich woman? Moments later, Sister Hong leaned in with a teasing smile and asked, "Do you have a girlfriend?" He awkwardly thought, that's a sharp question. Jiang Shen replied, "Sister, I'm only in my second year. How could I have a girlfriend?" Upon hearing this, she suggested, "I know a girl who is quite beautiful. Would you like me to introduce you?" He quickly bent down to eat and said, I'm usually very busy. Let's talk about it later." Hong finally stopped teasing it's time to eat. Later, after finishing the meal, Jiang Shen sighed and said, I feel like dying," while struggling to rub his round belly. Back in his room, he plopped down on the bed and complained, "I have to go to the Zheng family's mountain villa tomorrow. There's clearly something wrong with Zheng Xiaoming." Then Jiang Shen called out, System. The system replied cheerfully, "I'm here." He pressed the system panel and said, "Show me my accumulated points." The information appeared. Host Jiang Shen, Evil Qi, 1026 summon card, 1-star monster immortal power. As he read the information, an image of 2 green handprints on someone's back appeared. This name definitely has issues. I should prepare a bit before going, Jiang Shen thought gloomily. Then he spoke to the system again. Using a 2-star summon card to deal with Zheng Xiaoming is like using a knife to kill a pig to butcher a chicken, right? The system responded. Host Jiang Shen, Evil Qi, 1026 summon card, 1-star monster immortal power. Hearing this, Jiang Shen happily commanded the system. System, withdraw 2 1-star summon cards. The system excitedly displayed the information, and from the machine came a series of clanking sounds. At that moment, a rather funny-looking creature appeared. 1-star summon card special envoy. Another creature continued to appear. 1-star summon card sea dragon. Transitioning to the next morning, the sky was clear with sunlight shimmering down on the houses. On a street, a crowd was gathered around a noisy bus. Jiang Shen was walking indifferently when suddenly a voice called out, "Jiang Shen." A boy wearing sunglasses was surrounded by girls waving at Jiang Shen, saying, "Come here, buddy." He approached Li Ji and cheerfully said, "Oh look, you never show up for class. As soon as there's some excitement, you're here right away." Li Ji, still chewing on a lollipop, spat it out to retort, "What are you talking about?" Then he leaned in, covered Jiang Shen's mouth and said, "I'm here because I'm worried that guy Zheng Xiaoming is going to harm you. I came to protect you, my good boy." "Wow, this is the beauty hunting ground of my buddy Li," he said, gesturing towards the girls standing nearby who were all paying attention to them. Suddenly those girls left with excited expressions. "Oh, Zheng Xiaoming is here." Li Ji's hand awkwardly froze in the air. The one called Zheng Xiaoming raised his hand and said to the girls, "Classmates, line up, let's start. Feel free to grab food and drinks on the bus, haha." But around him, a green mist was emanating from a Chinese boy, and Jiang Shen saw it from afar. The handprint of evil is fading, Jiang Shen thought as he settled into his seat on the bus, still focused on observing Zheng Xiaoming, pondering how he might help him break the curse. This kid's house invites a master, but why do they want everyone to come to his house after half is deducted? It's confusing. This is no simple matter at this moment. Lai Qiat excitedly looks out the window, exclaiming like a child, "Wow, we're off." The bus is now cruising along a picturesque road, sunlight shimmering and leaves falling. After a while, the bus passes through a quiet countryside, and then the bus breaks here. Everyone gets off, and Lai Qiat stretches his arms to enjoy the fresh air, exclaiming, "Wow." A swimming pool appears with lounge chairs set up for people to swim. Next is a modern and powerful fountain. Upon seeing it, Lai Qiat can't help but admire. "Wow, this is the perfect place to relax or escape the heat, right?" The boy next to him is also amazed, saying, "It looks so nice." Only Jiang Shen continues to walk behind quietly. At this moment, Trin Min stands before everyone with a smile, introducing, "Welcome everyone to my home. Classmates, feel free to explore. You don't have to be polite, haha." The modern space is like this, but it's surrounded by a strangely green atmosphere. A staff member comes out with a peculiar smile, inviting the classmates to the lounge to arrange their luggage, and then to dinner. A man then comes out clapping his hands and saying, "Haha, thank you, thank you." The staff member then turns around and gestures. "The lounge is this way, please follow me," as everyone walks across a bridge. The natural scenery is perfect for stress relief. The boys and girls happily exclaimed, "Wow, the lake is beautiful, and look at that cave, this villa is enormous." Jiang Shen remained silent, following along and observing. He looked down at the lake below, both the bridge and the water unusually clean. Suddenly a hand slapped him on the head. Li Ji spoke up, seeing Jiang Shen in deep thought. "What are you spacing out for? Hurry up or the viewing spot will be taken." Jiang Shen could only rub his head in frustration looking at him. At this moment the scene shifted to sunset the sky, a dreamy golden hue. From the refreshing air of nature came a voice. "Let's bet. Whoever skips a stone the most times will be the father of everyone here." Then a stone skipped across the lake's surface, accompanied by cheerful laughter. He, I got one more than you." Jiang Shen pinched his face angrily, saying, "I've been patient with you all day, hurry and call me dad." Li Ji quickly tried to defuse the situation. "What's the rush? The second round hasn't even started." A blonde boy behind them smiled, watching the two bicker. Suddenly, the second round approached, picking up a large stone. Li Ji, confused, said, "Hey, we're skipping stones, you know." Then the second round lifted the stone and threw it with all his might, sending the big rock flying. The large stone skimmed the water, creating a splash heading straight for the opposite shore. When the stone soared over the water and hit the mountainside, it created a massive explosion. Jiang Shen and Li Ji were both shocked by the scene, one with his mouth agape and the other frozen like a statue. Then the second round turned to him, awkwardly smiling. "Oh, I'm not as good as Jiang Shen. If you dare, you'll face the consequences, Jiang Shen." At that moment, Jiang Shen felt speechless before his friend. He then flashed a dangerous smile at Li Ji. "Kid, it's your turn now, time to call me dad." At this moment, he made up an excuse to escape. "I drank too much water earlier. I need to go take care of my business." Jiang Shen was furious. "Li Ji, you little brat, you're headed to the bathroom." As Li Ji prepared to go in, he suddenly heard strange noises coming from the bathroom stalls along with odd dark mists, but he must have missed them. Curious, he reached out to a stall and mischievously said, "What's going on in there? Are you making some noise?" Suddenly, a voice from inside made Li Ji freeze in place. "Wait a minute, where should we bury him after we kill him, or should we just toss him in the lake to feed the water spirits?" 5 minutes later, unable to bear the fear any longer, Li Ji ran outside, shouting in panic, "Run, just run." After running for a bit, he stumbled upon his two friends and quickly called out second round Jiang Shen. Jiang Shen spoke up, asking, "Who bullied you? Tell me what happened." Lai Qiat, now extremely frightened, exclaimed, "The bathroom. There's something strange in there." Jiang Shen calmly asked, "Oh, tell me more." Lai Qiat recounted the event in fear. "First, I heard someone plotting a murder in the bathroom. Looking down, I saw no one there. Yeah, without even locking the door, his hand trembled as he reached to open it. After I opened the door and peeked in the sight inside, left Lai Qiat frozen in shock. Inside were bloody words scribbled all over the walls, and he couldn't help but scream, 'Ah,' before running out like before." Niho laughed out loud, saying, "Haha, looks like you saw something creepy." Meanwhile, Jiang Shen casually added a like. "One soul call, and you got two ghosts, impressive." Seeing his friends laughing at the horrifying story he just witnessed, he shouted, "You two think it's funny. Switch places and see." Jiang Shen gently waved his hand to ease the tension. "Lai Qiat, calm down, don't be angry. We're staying calm because we have a solution." Lai Qiat quickly knelt in front of Jiang Shen, crying desperately, "I didn't know you knew how to deal with ghosts. Teach me please, Jiang Shen. Oh my dad." Jiang Shen now wore a dangerous smile, grabbing his hair and saying, "Come on, it's just two ghosts wanting to kill you tonight. If you jump into the lake, they won't catch you off guard." Lai Qiat realized he just got burned and pushed Jiang Shen's hand away, tears streaming down his face. "I'm jumping because of you, Jiang Shen. Why is it that your mouth moves but I can't hear anything?" Niho reminded Jiang Shen, "Stop joking. Evil spirits only take the chance to possess when you're most relaxed." Then he turned to Lai Qiat and said, "So you just need to hold on until morning." Lai Qiat asked in panic, "If I survive the night, will I be safe?" Niho awkwardly replied for his friend, "Well, you could stay awake and be haunted by ghosts your entire life without escape." Lai Qiat, now crying and sniffling, said, "If I don't get killed, I'll just be exhausted. How can you say it's impossible to survive?" Jiang Shen put his arm around his friend Tran An. "Oh, come on, don't worry, stick with us, you won't die." The three friends watched the beautiful sunset as the sky gradually darkened. In the woods, falling leaves signaled something unsafe. As they crossed a wooden bridge, they encountered a girl sweeping, appearing scared as she carefully swept every little bit. Jiang Shen suddenly greeted her from behind, "Hello, beautiful," startling her so much that she dropped her broom. The broom fell into the lake, and the girl panicked, exclaiming, "Oh no, my broom." The cheerful Jiang Shen leaned down and reached out, saying, "Let me pick it up for you," but the girl quickly reminded him, "Wait, don't touch that." She fearfully explained that a woman had died in this lake, and then several others followed. Just touching the lake water would cause you to drown. Something had pulled the debris beneath the surface. Moments later, all that remained on the water's surface was a floating frog. Jiang Shen then pulled out his phone and happily said, "Let's be friends, I'll pay you for the debris." And the girl hesitantly replied, okay." Looking at the phone screen, Jiang Shen exclaimed, "Oh, Tone Deerp." The screen displayed information, Tone Deerp ID, Sandy Jiang, city area. But the name tag read Lu Kuei Hoa, and he noticed the name tag on the girl's shirt was Lu Kuei Hoa. Tone Deerp, now scared, recounted, "I just got here. The name tag on my clothes still belongs to an old employee." Jiang Shen was still focused on listening. She continued, "I heard that the staff of Lu Kuei Hoa had made mistakes and were fired. But people often spread rumors that they weren't actually fired." Li Qiat beside Qin Hai questioned, "If they weren't fired, then what else could it be? Are you saying they're dead?" After hearing this, Tone Deerp was even more terrified, struggling to swallow her saliva. Then she turned to Li Qiat and said loudly, "How do you know they are dead?" This action only made him more alarmed. Suddenly, the manager from earlier called out Tone Deerp, "If you keep slacking off at work, don't bother coming in." Tone Deerp jumped and turned around. She then walked away, leaving the manager to address the three boys, saying not to mind her as the new employee didn't understand the situation. Jiang Shen calmly left, saying, "Let's go." Li Qiat recalled the ghost in the bathroom. Nirho had also grasped the situation, the water ghost in the lake. Jiangshen noted the details, the missing employees. Each of them had a dark trace. How many more secrets lay within this villa? They pondered as they walked along the dirt path. At that moment the houses were brightly lit, and a voice came from one of them. "Oh my, why are you so jealous? You've been suspicious all day. If I'd known, I wouldn't have looked for a boyfriend at school. It's not just me. Everyone in the class was invited to hang out." A girl was talking on the phone from inside a room. Then she held the phone out and activated the video function, saying, "Why don't you believe me? Just turn on the video." She then turned the phone around the room. "Look, there's no one here, it's just me." Suddenly she pointed the phone back at her chest and asked a suggestive question. "Or are you thinking about something else?" Suddenly a curious eye appeared on the phone screen beside the girl, strange and creepy. The guy on the other side of the screen exclaimed in horror, "What's that behind you?" The girl, startled, quickly turned around. She found the room completely empty, and breaking into a sweat told her boyfriend, "What are you talking about? If you scare me again, I'll break up with you." But when she looked at her phone, she saw that the call had been disconnected long ago. Angry, she muttered, "How dare you hang up on me?" The call duration was 7 hours and 13 minutes. Suddenly she jumped when she heard some noise. Peeking out the door, she saw an old lady carrying garbage bags walking away. She breathed a sigh of relief. It was just the janitor collecting trash, making her panic for nothing. Then in a moment she seemed to realize something. Wait a minute. The old lady stopped, revealing a large bruise on her neck. The girl was horrified again upon seeing that terrifying sight. The old lady twisted her neck and smiled grotesquely, asking, "Do you need anything?" But when she turned around, the old witch was nowhere to be found. The girl quickly hid, but she couldn't close the door in time. The witch casually turned her neck and walked into the room, saying nothing. "Well, I'll just come in then." The girl, now terrified, was hiding behind a table while the witch walked by, chuckling softly. At that moment, the Jiang team appeared at the door, 3 heads popping in, observing intently, Li Jie evaluating the situation. "This janitor has no business here, just barging into someone's room to clean up," Huo exclaimed in panic. "Clean up? She wants to collect lives, more like—" Suddenly there was only Li Jie stepping on Huo's back, and he confusedly asked, "Hey, where's Jiang Shen?" The witch continued to chuckle softly as she entered the room uninvited. She flashed a terrifying smile, her bloodshot eyes glancing behind the girl. "So, this is where the trash is." The girl looked up in horror. "Honestly, if it were me, I'd have a heart attack right here, especially reviewing this at midnight. Ugh." The witch opened her bag, saying, "This much won't fit in my garbage bag. So I'll have to cut you up instead," she said, raising her filthy claws. Suddenly Jiang Shen appeared beside her, shouting loudly in her ear, "Beautiful lady," causing the witch to jump in surprise. The system panel appeared, and the witch was shocked, gaining 150 ghost energy. After regaining her composure, she angrily muttered, "Can't you keep it down?" Jiang Shen smiled amicably. Then he draped an arm over the girl's shoulder and said to her, "You're quiet, but peeking in here, is it because you're jealous of my classmate's beauty?" The system notified the witch was fuming, gaining 30 ghost energy. Jiang Shen then points at the girl and continues to tease. "You wish you want to be prettier than the girls in our class. You can only swap heads." The short-haired girl, annoyed, reminds him, "Jiang Shen, can you be serious?" The witch momentarily looks stunned, then grits her teeth. "Swap heads. Kid, are you serious?" she says while twisting her own head off. Perhaps her goal is just to threaten Jiang Shen. But to her surprise, he isn't scared at all. Instead, he cheerfully catches the head and casually replies, much to the witch's astonishment, "Of course, I'm very serious." Then he tosses the head up and shouts, "Get lost!" The witch's head screams in fear. From outside we can see something green shooting out of a window with great force. The witch's body is still inside the room, her head hanging down as the short-haired girl screams in fright. So scary. Jiang Shen adopts a rogue tone, hugging the girl and saying, don't be afraid, I'm here, hee." At the same time, the head of the worker falls with a thud onto the floor. The witch's grotesque head floats on the water, screaming, "Where did that kid come from? You better wait for me to come back." Hoo-hoo, at this moment, the head is bound by golden threads, and as if an invisible force is pushing it down, the grotesque head sinks into the river. Finally, all that remained on the river was the bubbling water, while the headless corpse of the old woman continued to claw at the 2 Jiang gods. Just as her claws were about to strike the girl's head, they suddenly stopped. Then she fell to the ground, and Jiang God gleefully said, "Hee, I thought she could jump around a bit longer." The system panel appeared again. The old lady of the demon room was dead, demonic energy, plus 99. Not bad, just a regular demon, but already over 300 demonic energy. He thought happily while looking at the system screen. The short-haired girl was crying as she buried her head into Jiang God's chest. Wah, I'm so scared," she said, noticing her 2 friends had appeared and asked, "Oh, when did you get here?" Ni Hung admiredly chimed in, "Jiang God, you're really amazing talking about subduing demons." On the side, Lai Qiat blushed and said, "Nice job, you've learned, but this guy is talking about flirting." Jiang God confidently replied with 2 words, "Just normal." Meanwhile, outside the grand hall of the mountain manor, everyone was gathered noisy and lively. Jianggad stepped out and asked in surprise, "Why is it so chaotic outside?" The old man with round glasses said anxiously, "Haven't you seen the castrated one? How could a living person just disappear like that?" The girl standing next to him remembered. "At that time we were taking a stroll around. On the way, we encountered a gardener pruning the plants." He looked over and gave a charming smile. The castrated one blushed shyly at the boy's smile. Then she approached him to chat, saying she wanted to admire the view a little longer, and they decided to go ahead. The two girls happily talked among themselves, pretending to be interested in gardening but clearly wanting to admire the handsome guy instead. Half an hour after we returned, neither the castrated one nor the gardener was anywhere to be found. "I called on the phone, but no one answered," the girl recounted worriedly. The old man with round glasses was now sweating profusely. "What are we going to do now? This is a big problem, manager. Can we find that gardener?" The girl manager responded in panic. "We don't have a gardener here." The girl in blue exclaimed in shock. "How can that be?" While the girl in orange beside her added in horror, "Could it be that the person we saw was kneeling?" Everyone outside rebutted. "What kneeling? Don't speak nonsense," the other girls immediately affirmed. "But we clearly saw them." Jianggad was now focused on calculating something. Lai Qiat, seeing him so still, asked, "Hey, what are you doing?" A while later, Jianggad walked out of the building alone, and at that moment, in a sparkling glass, building a hand with flower-like features emerged from the bushes. It revealed that the missing castrated one had been transformed into a flower, standing awkwardly in a pot. Flowers bloomed all over her body and veins grotesquely appeared on her face. She cried out in her shoes, "Help! Help me! Someone save me!" The gardener just stood there, staring. He then raised a finger to his mouth and made a shushing sound. He held a pair of pliers in his hand and said, "Everyone else is asleep, you can't shout for help now." In front of him was a skeleton that had bloomed a flower. He sliced the stem of the flower, and blood dripped from the cut. Drops of blood fell trickling down onto the skeleton below. The sounds caught his attention, muffled groans. The image of someone stitched back together appeared, their body tightly bound to a flower, like a lump of grotesque flesh. The gardener leaned down beside the victim and said, "You little rascal, you've woken the immortal up." He then hummed as he approached the flower person with the pliers. He leaned down to examine the hands of the person, surprised to find an extra branch here. Suddenly he raised the pliers and swiftly cut into the protruding finger, the finger trembling. He maintained a smirk towards that person, giggling while the other was in pain, tears streaming down. Then he raised his hand to wipe the tears of that person and said, "Now you really look like the prettiest employee in the estate." He then licked his finger and looked at the victim, continuing, "Next up is you." He stepped closer and touched her sensitive area while complaining, "This leg is so troublesome, ruining all the beauty." Then he pulled out a device and sliced through her 2 legs. After cutting her legs, he continued threading a copper wire through to secure the shape once again. He cut away the excess, and as I review this, I feel this guy is the biggest pervert in the story. Once done, he wiped the sweat from his brow and let out a sigh. The victim had 1 leg cut off her entire body, secured by a large copper wire, her arms twisted above her head. In pain and despair, she cried out, "Help me." Meanwhile, the pervert clapped and laughed. "You look much better now." The scene shifts to Jiang Shen, who is walking alone on the road searching. "I've gone all around the mountain, where could it be hidden?" Suddenly, his feet seemed to step on some sort of magic. He then walked back to where he started, exclaiming, "Why am I back here? Is a ghost leading me? It's hopeless, my skills," he muttered, casting a spell on his eyes. Now he saw something in the distance, wondering, what is that strange light behind this tree? He walked past that space, heading towards the main house, and couldn't help but exclaim, "So it's here. What a strange hiding spot." Looking at the scene inside the glass house gave Jiang a chill. Beautiful. This was truly the aesthetics of a creature living off the stars. What caught his eye was a human head blooming like a flower. As he stepped inside, he realized it was Tru Thien. One of Tru Thien's eyes was blooming, while the other teared up as she saw Jiang enter. She exclaimed, and the pervert turned in shock. All he saw was a skeleton wearing brown hair and some leaves. Next to it was a plant resembling a fern. He walked over to the fern-like tree. He looked down and saw the pot had been moved aside. He reached out to reposition the pot back to where it was, reminding it not to move around carelessly. Suddenly, a loud rumble startled him. A notification from the system popped up. The gardener felt strange. Qi increased by 15. He exclaimed, "What's that noise?" and then saw a strange flower growing in an odd place. At that moment, Jiang had contorted himself, hands planted in one pot, legs in another, with a small yellow flower on top. The gardener, confused, exclaimed, "I took care of each pot with millions. How could this one mutate like this?" He looked at the flower on Jiang's belly, which looked awful, completely resembling roots. Yikes, that's disgusting. If he didn't remove both the flower and the stalk, the roots would be ruined. Jiang struggled to hold this position and couldn't help but curse inwardly. Damn it. The gardener raised his clippers, preparing to remove that flower. At this moment, Jiang pulled out a special knife and thought, if I don't act, he'll pull my guts out. Jiang sliced the flower ripped from the stalk. He quickly jumped back when he saw a strange layer of energy surrounding Jiang. He panicked as the system notification appeared again. The gardener was covered in goosebumps. Qi increased by 50. Then he exclaimed in horror, "What the hell is that?" From Jiang's belly, something that looked like horns began to grow. Eventually, it fully formed into a bull's head with 2 long horns. Once he had gathered strength, Jiang immediately stood up and yelled, "Transform special knife." At that moment, 2 sharp horns protruded from his head. Sharp spikes also grew from his fists. The system announced divine ability, randomly drawn demonic power, 800 miles. The gardener exclaimed in panic. "Not good. Jiang's fist is coming to attack me." He hurriedly raised his hands to defend himself. Then with a thud, he fell back, crashing into his own flower pots. "It's done." The gardener glanced back in shock. He immediately stood up, horrified by the scene before him, shouting, My precious gem, my valuable bloodwood, my beloved pothos." After yelling, the gardener grabbed his shears, looking dangerously at Jiang Shen, saying, "You've ruined my treasures. I want to savor every moment." He tightened his grip on the pruning shears, unleashing a surge of green energy. Then he continued, turning you into minced meat, and then into fertilizer. At this moment, his shears had transformed into a gigantic pair of scissors. Jiang Shen smirked coldly, raising his fist, saying, "Wow, such a huge pair of scissors. I'm so scared." He swung the scissors forward and proudly replied, "Oh, so now you're scared. It's too late." Outside the greenhouse, everything was still eerily quiet. Suddenly, a loud crash echoed as the glass shattered from some powerful force. The gardener was knocked to the ground, stunned, underestimating his opponent, and he intended to grab his shoes. Just then, Jiang Shen emerged from the shattered glass, raising his hand and saying in a creepy tone, "Wait a moment, I'll be right out." Inside, he thought, "If I accidentally hurt Zhao Tian, that would be troublesome." Then he flashed a confident smile, unleashing his fist. Demon Fist, 800 forms. That powerful punch surged toward the gardener, but he managed to pull out his gigantic scissors to block it. After that, he grinned menacingly. "Heh, something strange is sprouting from the scissors." This left Jiang Shen momentarily startled. His fist was attacked by those weird green things, and he let out a scream, "Get away." Taking advantage of Jiang Shen's distraction, the gardener immediately kicked him. He raised his fist, flicking away the green strand while exclaiming, "Lucky it didn't stab me. Otherwise, that would be a big problem." Meanwhile, his opponent arrogantly declared, "My rain of arrows is something you can't just block with your bare hands." Still, holding his scissors, he suddenly lunged at Jiang Shen, continuing to boast, "Touch it, and you'll die." Jiang Shen quickly jumped behind a dry tree as the gardener used his gigantic scissors to cut through that dry trunk. He looked at the sprouts emerging from the tree's cut and couldn't help but exclaim, "Just one cut, and it's sprouting already. The demons I'm facing are getting more and more twisted." Then he raised both hands in front of him, enhancing his energy as Jiang Shen swung his fists, continuously leaving only after images. But the gardener was no pushover. He skillfully wielded the gigantic scissors, moving just as fast to block each of Jiang Shen's attacks. The two continued their fierce battle, energy exploding around them, each clash creating booming sounds. The attacks from both sides collided, and looking at the green sprout branches extending from the scissors, he said, "There's really no argument here." Then Jiang Shen raised his knee and struck hard at that guy, sending the gardening demon sprawling backward. He shouted, "Triple strike." Watching him wipe his face, Jiang Shen thought in shock. He clearly used all his strength. He should have been sent flying. The gardening demon smugly said, "Look at my feet." Jiang Shen looked down and saw roots growing from his feet, digging deep into the ground to stabilize his body. The gardening demon mocked. "With such little strength, you think you can send me flying," he shouted. "Don't underestimate others." Suddenly, 2 thick branches burst from the ground. He yelled, "Great power," and the branches grew rapidly, soon thick as a tree trunk, striking upward at Jiang Shen to lift him high. Jiang Shen thought in panic, "I'm done for. I was careless." Jiang Shen was knocked back into the greenhouse. The collision stirred up clouds of dust. Jiang Shen lowered himself to stop. Fresh blood flowed from his mouth, pooling into a small puddle on the ground. Jiang Shen thought in frustration, "Damn it, how did I end up back in the greenhouse?" Jiang Shen turned to the side, thinking quickly. It's better to move the battlefield outside. The scissors were cutting towards him, surrounded by swirling green mist. Jiang Shen quickly leaned back, but that guy took the chance to bring the scissors down to cut him. Jiang Shen quickly put his hand between the blades, his hand igniting in blazing fire. Jiang Shen said, "Damn it." Jiang Shen gathered his strength, yelling, "Ah," then used both hands to wrench the scissors apart. Afterward, he quickly turned and ran outside. Strangely, the gardening demon didn't chase after him. He just smiled mysteriously. Roots spread around, showcasing overwhelming power. Jiang Shen barely dodged, but was soon entangled by the roots. The roots wrapped around him more and more, tightening around his neck. Jiang Shen used all his strength to break free from the bindings, swinging his fists to tear at the roots. He shouted, "Dragon Fist, 800 forms." Exhaustion and fatigue were clear on Jiang Shen's face. His vision blurred and his breaths became heavy and labored. At that moment, two demons attacked, showing no intention of letting Jiang Shen catch his breath. They lunged at Jiang Shen. The two plant demons wrapped their vines around his body. He exclaimed, "Damn it, I didn't expect you to use hostages against me." The gardening demon approached gleefully, saying, "Hee, looks like you're out of roots now." Holding a hostage in his hand, he said, "I told you, why do you keep trying to run outside? You're afraid of hurting my precious things, aren't you?" Jiang Shen angrily cursed. "You bastard." The hostage jumped down from the plant pot. Seeing the hostage jump closer, Jiang Shen called out hostage, but unexpectedly the hostage swung at him. Jiang Shen was struck hard on the right collarbone. Pain shot through him as he gasped, coughing violently. The gardening demon reached out to hold back Tru Thien, not poking fun but telling him to fight back. Wasn't he so good just a moment ago? Jiang Shen was in so much pain that his body was drenched in cold sweat, his mouth bleeding, he was gasping for breath. Suddenly, the gardening demon moved closer to observe Jiang Shen, saying, "Oh dear, your face is full of wounds, how pitiful." He lifted a strand of hair on the right side, saying, "It's okay." When the hair was lifted, there was only a socket without an eyeball, replaced instead by a blue hole with countless tiny black dots. Those things flew out, and the gardening demon said, "Now I will turn you into my treasure, and you won't be hurt anymore." Those things flew toward Jiang Shen, who looked pale and stared at the strange entity. Fresh green sprouts suddenly grew from Jiang Shen's flesh. Jiang Shen's mouth suddenly curled into a grin filled with the satisfaction of achieving his goal. The gardening demon saw this and said, "You're smiling. Becoming my treasure makes you this happy." Jiang Shen's antlers suddenly emitted a red-orange aura like the sun carrying a scorching heat. He said, "I'm smiling because the moment has finally come." A massive fireball appeared in the sky, blazing like the sun. It was supposed to be a silver moon, he declared. "Now is the time to catch you all in one net." Outside in the cosmos, the entire moon was engulfed in yellow flames. Jiang Shen opened his mouth and shouted, "Beloved moon, purify all living beings." Immediately, a gigantic column of fire shot down from the moon to Earth. A sense of unease enveloped the gardening demon, who fearfully looked up. The system notification appeared. The gardening demon felt he was about to be finished. Demonic energy, plus 45. The fire column struck the ground, causing a massive explosion, flames spreading all around the entire space, scorched like a furnace. When the flames dissipated, they left behind a pile of ashes and debris, smoke rising thickly. Jiang Shen reverted from his transformation triumphantly, saying, "Just a bit of moonlight purification, and you're already in this state, how pathetic." Jiang Shen stomped on the gardening demon's face, squashing it like a soggy cake. Jiang Shen remarked, "Looks like you're just a mess all over." The system notification appeared. Gardening artist demon has died. Demonic energy, plus 99. A male and female pair appeared through the green mist, not wearing a single shred of clothing. Very exposed. "Oh no, where are my clothes?" In contrast to the girl, the boy sighed in relief. "I thought I was a goner." In the room where broken glass lay scattered, Tru Thien was in the center, vines sprouting from her body, mouth, legs, and stomach wrapping around her. Gradually, the vines disappeared, and her wounds began to heal. Particularly, her amputated leg miraculously regenerated. Her fingers slowly grew back, appearing like a 3D image. A short while later, Tru Thien stopped to admire her hands. Her eyes widened as she looked at her slender hands, reflecting her mood at that moment. 2 fingers on her right hand still had traces of blood. She trembled as she spoke, her fingers still unable to move. At that moment, Jiang Shen appeared behind her, embraced her, and gently asked, "What happened to your hand? Let me take a look." His hand grasped the small hand of Tru Thien, and the wound gradually closed. Seeing her fingers back to normal and able to move, Tru Thien was overjoyed. "I can move them now." Then she immediately burst into tears, gripping Jiang Shen's shirt tightly, and gratefully said, "Jiang Shen, thank you so much," as she hugged him tightly. "Jiang Shen, you should go back now, your classmates are looking for you." Jiang Shen led Tru Thien back to the group, and someone immediately shouted, "Oh, Tru Thien is back." Jiang Shen brought her back. The teacher quickly asked with concern, "What happened? Are you hurt?" Tru Thien recalled in fear, "Miss Nock, I encountered a psychopathic killer." The crowd gasped in shock and shouted in unison, "A psychopathic killer." A male student scratched his head nervously and said, "Thank goodness it wasn't me. Otherwise my reputation would be ruined." The real one to fear is the psychopathic killer Tru Thien mentioned. Another male student was surprised by Jiang Shen's bravery, wondering if he could really fight against a psychopathic killer. The girls felt embarrassed by Jiang Shen's actions, covering their mouths and whispering, "Wow, so brave." The teacher kindly asked Tru Thien again, "Are you okay? Do you need to go to the hospital?" Tru Thien leaned her head on Jiang Shen's shoulder and replied, "I'm fine, just a bit tired." Jiang Shen immediately said bluntly, "If you're fine, then stop hugging me. This is a bit embarrassing." Tru Thien blushed and quickly pulled away. "Oh, I'm sorry." The teacher gathered the students and said, "All right, just in case, let's check if anyone is missing. Don't go outside tonight." A student quickly shouted, "Teacher Yang Ji and Xiao Dong seem to be missing." Jiang Shen felt frustrated, thinking Yang Ji and Xiao Dong, those 2 annoying guys. I don't really want to save them, Jiang Shen said, patting the teacher on the shoulder. Don't worry, let me go look for them again. A friend beside him asked, Are you okay going alone? Jiang Shen reassured him, I'm fine. You stay here and protect everyone. The staff noticed Jiang Shen and asked, Why are you still out here at this hour? Jiang Shen pointed to the side and explained, 2 classmates are missing, so I'm going out to look for them. The girl's face turned panicked, her eyes wide with fear. She anxiously mumbled, Really? 2 more girls are missing. At this moment, Jiang Shen's expression turned serious as he said, Manager, I want to ask you about this. What happened in the villa? His eyes became strange, glowing with a blue light as if he were hypnotizing the girl. If the servant is trembling with fear, well, I don't know much. I just got assigned here 2 months ago, she replied hastily. But Jiang Shen didn't let up. He continued to threaten, Tell me what you know. The girl's face was dotted with sweat, her lips trembled, and finally unable to hold back, she started to speak. She began to recount. When I first arrived here, there was a security guard on night patrol, and during one of his rounds, he encountered a murder case. He immediately ran away, yelling loudly, Murder! The monitoring security thought he was just jogging, so he didn't pay much attention. There's a big difference between someone running and someone panicking, yet he mistook it. And that was the ridiculous reason that led to a life lost. The girl continued, As a result, the next day he was killed in the restroom. Because he was an elderly man living alone, this incident was covered up. Jiang Shen thought to himself, In the restroom then, it's the 2 demons that Li Jie encountered. He asked the girl once more, Is there anything else? The girl gloomily said, Before I came, I heard that a gardener had been drowned in the villa by 2 wanted criminals. Jiang Shen's eyes returned to normal. He was a bit curious, So you still dare to stay here? The female employee then raised one hand. She said, To be honest, I promised myself that if I worked here for a month, I'd earn 5,000,000 yuan. Jiang Shen smiled slightly. All right. In the dim moonlight, with the wind howling, Jiang Shen asked, Aren't you afraid of making money without a life, to spend it as red lines swirled in the air? Jiang Shen followed it to a house. He knocked on the door. Standing in front, sensing the strong stench, Jiang Shen whispered, The smell of blood is too strong. He turned on his phone's flashlight to shine inside, complaining, What kind of haunted house is this? The lights won't even turn on. Jiang Shen slowly walked into the spacious room, looking left and right. Just then he was startled by something. He had stepped on a pool of fresh blood. Looking at the body lying in the blood, Jiang Shen calmly said, Another woman dead, as he crouched down. It turned out to be a woman with 2 prominent features. Jiang Shen carefully reached out to her mouth. He used his finger to check the blood on her lips and remarked, The blood isn't dry. She must have just died recently. He waved his hand while muttering, According to Li Jie, these 2 demons plan to deal with the body right after killing. Jiang Shen turned to leave, leaving the corpse behind. The body hadn't been dealt with yet. Those demons must still be here. He shoved his hands into his pockets and stomped up the stairs, hoping to find those 2 scoundrels before encountering the demons. He called out loudly, Dog Yang, Dog Chu, are you still alive? If you are, bark once. At this moment, Cho Hu-dong was sitting in a corner, constantly tapping on his phone. Looking at the screen with no signal, he cursed, Damn it, why is there no signal? He silently decided that waiting here would only lead to death, so he might as well go outside and try his luck. Suddenly, someone held a knife to his throat, making him scream in panic. Then it was Jiang Shen's turn to appear behind the evil spirit, pressing the knife to its throat, causing it to scream just like Cho Hu-dong. Unaware, Cho Hu-dong screamed even louder. The demon was struck hard by Jiang Shen too fast. The system announced that the demon's scheme was thwarted. So scared, it immediately lost 15 points of demon energy. Looking at Cho Hu-dong, he teased, You're not dead yet. What a pity, Jiang Shen. He sobbed, hugging the person in front of him tightly. I never expected you would come to save me, sob. Jiang Shen accidentally kicked him. Get lost. I'm already on edge. Ah. Cho Hu-dong bowed his head to the ground and pleaded, Please take me outside. Quickly, there are demons here. Jiang Shen then asked, Have you come face to face with this demon? Yes, he replied. He thought back and explained, It chased me from the bathroom, swinging its knife, which is why I ran here. If you hadn't come, I would have lost my life. Sob, he started to flatter. Jiang Shen gave him a slap on the head and shouted, Turn around now. Looking at the deep wound on his back, he said, Indeed, if you can survive, consider it a stroke of luck. The image of Lai Qiat running in fear flashed in his mind. It seems this kid Lai Qiat is quite something, escaping without a scratch. Jiang Shen was strolling with Cho Hu-dong when he turned and asked, Oh right, where's Duong Tree? Earlier, Hu-dong had searched everywhere for Duong Tree until he was exhausted, and quickly explained, I don't know, he was waiting for me outside the bathroom, but when I came out, he was gone. He complained, TSK, we still have to look for Duong Tree. You 2 are just a headache for me. Hu-dong suddenly hugged his shoulder, making him uncomfortable. At this moment he turned to look, and Hu-dong had a shy, flushed face. Ngok, stop talking, you. Before he could finish his sentence, there was a loud shout. Jiang Shen unexpectedly kicked him straight in the face, leaving him unable to react. He shouted loudly, Stay away from me. Seriously, What are you afraid of with a tall guy like you? Hyudong suddenly burst into tears, tears streaming down his face, covering his face, as if soothing himself after the kick. A tooth had disappeared, he wailed, but that demon is really terrifying. Hearing this, Jiang Shen casually said, then don't go in anymore. His words left him dumbfounded, eyes wide open. After saying that, he quickly entered, and Hyudong hurriedly followed, crying out, wait Jiang, don't leave me behind. The restroom area of the dark cold house sent chills down his spine. Jiang Hyudong and he were sitting on the toilet waiting for something to happen. He wondered, what are we doing here? He crossed his legs and replied, breathing suddenly. A rustling sound came from his side. Outside the hallway, green smoke hung in the air, drifting like the wind. Jiang Shen sensed something and said, it's finally here. Two mysterious demons appeared from nowhere. The bald one chuckled, someone actually came here to look for death, and the blonde one replied, then we won't be polite. Suddenly a voice chimed in. Zhang Xiaodong, have you heard the news? They were lurking by the bathroom door, listening intently to Jiang Shen's tale. In our school, there's a sophomore who took the moonlit Longstaff that day. He was getting into the story when the system announced a school drama, raising the interest of the demons, plus 16 demon energy. Xiaodong replied in shock. What? Really? His words made the demons lean closer to the wall, listening carefully. Jiang Shen continued the story, and then that girl was directly confronted by him. At this point, the two demons got caught up in the tale, one annoyed, thinking, what's he talking about? Speak up a bit. The system announced, and the scheming demon felt an urge burning inside, plus 20 demon energy. He slowly continued. Then I realized surprisingly that girl was mine. His storytelling made them both curious and frustrated, one of them sweating and thinking, why does the sound always drop at the crucial moments? Jiang Shen's demon energy kept climbing, plus 40 plus 40. Xiaodong played the fool, pretending to ask, wow, how could you hold back? Jiang Shen replied, grinning, I can't hold back, I want to kill them both. Xiaodong worriedly asked, do you have a plan? He thought, please tell me these demons won't suddenly burst in while we're chatting. Jiang Shen grinned, confident in his ability. Who needs a plan? 1/1 down, no consequences left behind. The blonde demon laughed, haha, so you're just a brute killing without even a plan, what a guy. From a distance, a blade came flying. The guy was saying, it's quick death, but before he could finish, the blade was already in Han's mouth. The swift attack caught Han off guard, making him jump. The other demon was stunned, sweating, and unable to close his mouth. The system announced immediately, turns out it's not just idle chatter plus 60 demon energy. At this moment, the blonde demon was completely still on the ground, stunned by the bald demon's reaction. The system announced, the scheming demon, the evil has died, plus 99 demon energy. Jiang placed his hand on Han's head, startling him. Han quickly swatted his hand away, cursing under his breath. Jiang firmly gripped Han's arm and a sharp blade emerged from his elbow, acting as a shield to protect him in danger. Jiang tightened his grip on Han's arm, glaring at the shield, and said, surprise attack. The system notified him, surprise attack failed, fear in his heart, demonic energy, plus 3. He released Han's arm, and Han immediately whimpered, ah, my arm. Jiang quickly swung his fist, thinking to himself, only 3 points of demonic energy. Jiang aimed a straight punch at Han's face. He unleashed a flurry of punches on Han, shouting, even if you tear off your arm, you won't squeeze out a bit of demonic energy, you worthless junk. His eyes turned a bright green. He stepped forward and yelled, die already. Jiang's powerful punch created a shockwave explosion. The demon taking his punches stumbled and fell somewhere, exclaiming, oh no. The room was filled with green smoke everywhere. At that moment, Jiang sensed something unusual. A hole formed in the shattered ground. He stared thoughtfully and said, escaped, huh, that was fast. The demon was actually hiding under the floor, breathing heavily as it watched Jiang standing below. His hands began to sprout sharp claws, muttering, you made me struggle like this today, I must behead you. He started to emerge from under the floor, stealthily attacking Jiang from behind. But Jiang used his keen eyes to spot him. He used a hypnotic technique, causing the demon to fall into a daze, losing consciousness. Jiang grabbed the demon's head and pulled it down from under the floor, slamming it onto the ground. Bloodied and burned, the demon was shocked, clearly having escaped under the floor. How could this be? His eyes lit up. Jiang smiled wickedly and replied, you think my eyes are just for show? He called for Xiaodong. Zhao, hurry. He instantly appeared with a knife in hand. Yes, master. Jiang then used the knife to stab the demon lying on the ground, saying, now I'll send you on your way so you can reunite with your siblings. After saying that, he decisively split the demon's brain in half. System notification, the demon plan has failed. Evil spirit has died. Demonic energy, plus 99. Jiang smiled with satisfaction. All done, let's go. Xiaodong, standing right beside him, quickly responded, yes sir. The two walked away, suddenly seeing a shadow lurking behind the wall ahead. Oh, Yangzi appeared from behind the wall with his head tilted back. Xiaodong, seeing his brother, eagerly asked, are you okay? We've been looking for you. Jiang sensed something was off and raised his hand to stop Xiaodong. Wait. Just as Jiang suspected, this guy was no longer human. Yang Ji's eyes were hollow, his face pale with veins bulging. Xiaodong clasped her hands in prayer. What should we do now? Brother Jiang, you who are so powerful, please, save him. Jiang's serious gaze observed intently. Duangqi transformed into a ghost and yelled loudly, walking away. Seeing Duangqi disappear, Xiaodong felt anxious. Duangqi, what are you doing? Brother Jiang ran after him, chasing him down. The two of them chased Duangqi, who hurried ahead. Brother Jiang carefully pressed himself against the wall inch by inch. But it's not the strong opponent I'm afraid of, it's the foolish teammate. Xiaodong rushed in without paying attention and bumped straight into Brother Jiang. He was knocked back, falling at Xiaodong's feet. This vengeful guy, sorry I couldn't stop in time. Duangqi had stopped and turned to face Brother Jiang. Duangqi paused angrily, scratching his head. Not in this room anymore. Duangqi ran around the room as if searching for something. It must be over there, stop running. Xiaodong didn't understand what her friend was doing. What did Duangqi want to stop for? Why can't I see anything? Brother Jiang was drenched in sweat, his eyes deep in thought. He must have fallen into a demon rule, possibly running endlessly until he was completely exhausted. Brother Jiang handed a knife to Xiaodong, lending it to her for protection. Then Brother Jiang hurried away, instructing Xiaodong to just stay here and not wander off. Xiaodong received the knife, confused, Xiaodong obediently waited for Brother Jiang, drenched in sweat, trembling with worry, hearing a clop-clop sound. Xiaodong panicked and shouted, "Who?" It was Duangqi's distorted figure coming out, making the clop-clop noise. Oh, it's Duangqi. Duangqi's face was still full of veins, drenched in sweat, breathing heavily, exhausted. Duangqi collapsed on the ground, panting. Xiaodong was worried. Duangqi, what's wrong with you? Xiaodong's face was equally sweaty. She slowly approached, looking at Duangqi on the ground. He looked really scary like this. Even we need to take a break. The ghost whispered to Xiaodong, how can we rest? The ghost guard's eyes shone brightly fierce. If we rest, how can we catch the culprit? Kid, you should join us. Xiaodong was terrified, fell back looking at the ghost in front of her and shouted, don't come here. Xiaodong threw the knife that Brother Jiang had given her at the ghost guard, go away. Xiaodong's whole body trembled, her eyes wide in fear, as the ghost guard showed no reaction, instead sneering, towering ominously yet lacking any strength. The knife appeared from another direction towards the ghost guard, because if I exert too much force, I won't be able to hold my eyes. Brother Jiang swung his blade fiercely at the ghost guard. You were the guard who died, right? Not behaving like a corpse but turning into a ghost to harm others. But the ghost guard sneered ominously. Looking at the system screen with nothing on it, Jiang wonders, why isn't there any increase in ghoul energy? The ghoul guard screams loudly, continuously shouting. Its neck suddenly swells up as if it's hiding a dinosaur egg inside. Then the head separates from the neck. The ghoul guard happily launches it, forming a new body with complete arms and legs. A big head on a small body, the ghoul guard jumps towards Yangji. With both hands resting on Yangzi's back, it jerks his head up, grinning wickedly. Come on, let's strike again. If you're not afraid of hurting your friend, then go ahead. A bright flash pierces through the ghoul guard's face. The ghoul guard falls to the ground, covered in blood, resentful. Are you even human? You have no conscience at all. Jiang blows on his weapon, casually replying. Where did you get this false intel? Who told you he's my friend? The system announces the ghoul guard made a miscalculation, ghoul energy, plus 99. Yangji has returned to normal, but the ear that was just affected by the power is torn. Yangji cries out in pain, my ear. Shudong standing behind worries. Yangji, are you okay? Seeing Yangji crying so bitterly, Jiang is satisfied, looks like I've saved him. Shudong supports Yangji, looking at Jiang in a panic. Brother Jiang, come quickly and see what happened to Yangji. Jiang is unhappy, reminding, do you need me to ask for you? Doesn't he have a mouth? Yangzi holds his torn hand bleeding, crying for support. Brother Jiang, please save me. I'll be your servant from now on. Jiang reaches out to touch Yangzi's hand, happily saying, luckily I'm in a good mood, I'll save you this once. Yangzi begs in pain, ouch, be gentle. It's just a small wound on my hand, logically. It shouldn't hurt this much. Looking at the hand still covered in ghoul energy. Indeed, the ghoul energy has clung to it. The hand is covered in blood, emitting ghoul energy. Yangji feels, it seems like it doesn't hurt much anymore. Brother Jiang is really amazing. Meanwhile, someone is running hurriedly in another place, the sound of shoes on the ground, creating a clacking noise. It's a girl, her face showing extreme fear. She just managed to find one person but lost two. It's better to hurry and warn them to leave this estate soon. Her shoes step on the scattered green moss on the ground, making cracking sounds. The vines on the ground appear wrapping around the girl's legs. They wrap around her entire body. Where did all these vines come from? She screams loudly. Help save me, but the vines have covered the girl's mouth. Damn it, this month just officially started. I haven't even received my salary yet. Why am I so unlucky? I haven't even got 5,000,000 and I'm about to lose my life. A hand seemed to grab the girl. The two tigers saved her from that swamp. I told you why. Did the evil energy suddenly rise by the bridge? Pulling the girl out of the slimy swamp, the two tigers smiled. "Are you okay?" The girl immediately ran off shouting, "Help me, there's a ghost." The two tigers watched her run away, feeling disappointed, not even a thank you so rude. The slimy weeds changed targets to the two tigers, crawling over to entangle them one by one. The two tigers looked at the weeds in front of them, huffing. Looks like now isn't the time to worry about whether they say thank you or not. The two tigers made their move, forming a seal. Samathatama batathienna. No form, no desire, no attachment. The seductive demon revealed its true form. A surge of power was unleashed, leaving a mark of release on the weeds. The two tigers flew up, preparing to transform, wondering, is it too noisy? Below the pile of weeds, a figure appeared, creating a circle of water that soaked their clothes. The two tigers concealed their presence. Female ghost, I'm not very skilled. The water ghost, Lady Mylin, appeared standing on the water's surface with a greeting. The two tigers landed, their feet splashing in the water. As they landed, Lady Mylin wouldn't back down, launching a direct attack. The two fought fiercely, soaring and clashing continuously. The two tigers, drenched in sweat, called out, "Lady, the suffering is endless. Turn back." But the water ghost ignored them, leaping up aggressively, kicking out. "Since I fell here, I have no intention of going back to shore." The two tigers aimed and grabbed the leg of Lady Mylin, the water ghost. "Then I'll pull you to shore," they said, reaching out to grab Lady Mylin's leg. Lady Mylin, filled with rage, shouted, "You filthy man, go die." Strands of weeds were thrown out. The two tigers quickly dodged, assessing and adapting. The strands attacked continuously. The two tigers dodged swiftly, always escaping, but the weeds kept multiplying. The two tigers accidentally got caught tight, enveloped completely, screaming internally, "It's over, it's over." They pulled out a weapon, a speaker inscribed with the word Buddha. Without using any technology, they thought today would truly be their last. The two tigers turned on the Buddha speaker, the chanting echoing out gradually. The patches of moss slowly receded. Lady Mylin was horrified, shouting, "What kind of monster is this?" The Buddha machine had been consecrated by 108 monks. She thought it was just a toy. But the Buddha machine grew smaller, and gradually went silent. The two tigers hurriedly ran away, cursing, "I should have brought some extra batteries." Lady Mylin angrily shot strands of weeds at the two tigers. "Don't even think about escaping." Seeing the thunderbolts rushing toward him, Nirho bit his tongue, then gathered his strength light, radiating as he pressed down on the ground. Then he raised a glowing finger, pressing down to summon a bright shield, feeling pleased. Soaring away just in time to use the momentum to shoot back up to the shore, the water demon Tonmir Lin screamed, "Come back here." The water surged fiercely, and a figure appeared, saying to protect the classmates, "Well, there's no need to fight her." Nirho was surprised, looking towards the source of the voice. Theomin appeared with a smile, surprised to find someone special among this useless group of classmates. Theomin pointed to his companion to introduce, "Oh, I forgot to introduce, this is my butler." Nirho looked at the two in front of him, pondering, and then flew up. He headed straight for Theomin, thinking to himself, even though this method is a bit underhanded. But if he wants his classmates to leave safely, he can only take Theomin hostage. Seeing Nihho rush at him fiercely, Theomin shouted in a hurry, "Butler Trung, disappear." Charging forward at an incredible speed toward Nirho. Nirho raised his hands to block. The force was indeed strong. The speed was too fast. Where did Theomin find such a skilled butler? The two were locked in a fierce battle. Butler Trung continuously unleashed vicious attacks toward Nihho. Nirho's hands were swollen with hidden weapons, seeping out the evil spirit of the demon sect was being cultivated. Hearing Nihho's judgment, Butler Trung smirked. "You have a good eye." "I'm Trung Hianhai, a demon sect cultivator." Nirho asked in astonishment. "Killing so many people, aren't you afraid of the underworld and Dao Min coming after you?" Butler Trung held a gem and laughed loudly. The gem emitted a strange liquid. "If I kill all of you, who would know?" Inside the gem was a terrifying demon making shrill cries. Nirho recognized it as a demon servant. Butler Trung held up his phone, emitting a glowing signal, "Kill a disciple of the Qi family. You can also earn 500 points." Butler Trung commanded, "The demon servant is time to eat." The demon servant rushed toward Nirho, who dodged its attack. The demon servant kept leaping, chasing after Nirho. Nirho had to take action, making hand gestures for a spell, the ultimate wisdom. Binding evil spirits, the demon servant let out a loud cry as it charged. Nirho unleashed a move, opening up, sending the demon servant crashing down. Nirho silently rejoiced. That was too close, almost pierced through his chest. Butler Trung was extremely annoyed, gritting his teeth fiercely. "You're young, but already at such a level. If I kill you, I at least want 1,000 points." Butler Trung executed another move, summoning the souls to the demon servant amidst a purple glow. Its eyes lit up, and the demon servant suddenly grew several times larger than Nirho. Nirho grabs his shirt, lets out a snarl, throws the shirt away, his expression full of challenge. "You really want to come at me, huh?" The body of Nirho is covered in bright tattoos, shining like a golden dragon enveloping him entirely. Kim opens his eyes wide, bowing his head. Jiang Shen on this side sees the other side, glowing as the golden dragon, a manifestation of Near Ho. Jiang Shen recalls hearing Chen Twit talk about the two major factions of the signers Dao Min and Om Tao. One of the top 6 forces in Darmin is the Lord of the Golden Dragon. The disciples of the Lord of the Golden Dragon possess a unique skill, which is this Golden Dragon manifestation. It seems like this Niho has quite a background. The ghost servant charges straight towards Niho. Niho coldly delivers a powerful punch. The ghost servant's body separates a minor lesson for you. I still want to teach your master a thing or two. Thiumin worries Master Kuang. What should we do now? Master Kuang's face darkens. The family is in trouble, especially with a disciple of the Lord of the Golden Dragon. Killing him will be quite a challenge. Master Kuang bites his thumb until it bleeds. He points his bloodied finger at the ghost servant. Ghost servant, let him test the strength of the blood soul. Blood droplets shoot straight towards the ghost servant, who throws a massive punch at Near Ho. The ghost servant now possesses fierce power, becoming increasingly formidable. Jiang Shen on the other side shouts loudly, Near Ho, watch your back. The water ghost Tone Mir Lin rises from beneath the surface. Don't mind me, you go back to the dorm and protect your classmates first. Jiang Shen agrees and gestures his consent. All right then. Jiang Shen jumps off the bridge. Landing on the water, both Near Ho and the ghost servant are confused about Jiang Shen's intentions. The water ghost Tone Mir Lin rushes towards Jiang Shen to achieve her goal. Jiang Shen remains calm. Oh, have I lured you here? Jiang Shen takes out the talisman, transforming into a demon. The sea dragon, a gigantic and majestic fish, appears. Jiang Shen's body prepares to transform underwater, mimicking the movements of a fish. Jiang Shen's jaws become sharp. System notification, random drawing of divine powers, water technique acquired. Jiang Shen grins, revealing his sharp jaws, conjuring a whirlpool of water with his hands. Playing with the water ghost, don't be shy, come here for a hug. The water ghost Tone Mir Lin screams in panic as Jiang Shen embraces her. System notification, the water ghost Tone Mir is stunned. Ghost energy plus 30. Jiang Shen continues to play around. Oh wow, your hair looks fresh. Jiang Shen bites the water ghost's hair. I love eating seaweed the most. The water ghost's hair is completely torn apart, angrily shouting, let me go, you bastard. Jiang Shen keeps his grip tight. The water ghost yells, let me go. His mouth still chewing on the strands of seaweed, delicious. Jiang Shen throws the water ghost far away. Get lost. The water demon crashed into the surface, shocking the second lake, who never expected God Jiang to be so skilled. In a moment of distraction, the demon servant appeared right next to him without him realizing it, knocking him away. The second lake's mouth was bleeding. He almost got pierced through the chest. The power surged even more. The demon servant let out eerie cries and returned to God Jiang. The twisting tentacles were moving towards God Jiang's back, wrapping around him. Despite the sudden attack, God Jiang showed no fear. Instead, he aggressively threatened, still trying to fight back. The black tendrils pulled him down. God Jiang smiled. Being pulled away was fine. It would scare others even more. The water demon leveled up, watching God Jiang being dragged away with a sinister smile. The water demon's face twisted. Did he think he could escape? The little octopus with bubbles rising. Those black tendrils were its tentacles. The tentacles wrapped around God Jiang's neck, but he remained calm and smiling. Oh, have you transformed too? Then I won't hold back any longer. God Jiang's face turned fierce. System notification, Y Hai Long, status activated, body enhancement. God Jiang's hands transformed, ready to defeat a monster like her. I must become even more like a monster than you. God Jiang's body completely transformed. God Jiang turned into Y Hai Long, his eyes glowing as he howled ferociously. God Jiang surged forward to attack. After all, who fears who in the water? When the demon servant caught the scent of fresh blood, the giant octopus tentacle launched an attack. In just a few moves, God Jiang severed it into tiny pieces while the water demon smiled confidently. Could he cut them all? The octopus tentacle struck God Jiang's face. He gritted his teeth and fought back. Embracing the tentacle, he raised his hand to block its attack, bearing the heavy tentacle. God Jiang observed carefully. Tentacles surrounded him from all directions, but he couldn't be hit. He thought of a plan and dove deep, swimming to the bottom, luring her to tangle her tentacles together. Then the system appeared. Unlock the ultimate skill. The status of Wilo High will expire 2 seconds after releasing the skill. God Jiang pressed confirm. God, Jiang excitedly said, tighten it up a bit more, get a little closer. The water demon looked at him with furious eyes. Before I turn you into a meatball, do you have anything to say? God Jiang smiled. I want to say you better hold on. God Jiang unleashed a tremendous force, sending the water demon flying while the Sea King howled. The water demon struggled to retreat, unwilling to accept that the tentacle demon had just evolved. The water demon roared. System notification. The water demon's heart shattered, demon energy plus 99. The God Jiang returns to his original form. How is it that he hasn't died yet? I need to control her quickly. Who knows what else she can do? The God Jiang raises his hand to chant a spell, the 5-finger water cage, and captures the water spirit. The water spirit can be tightened, but her face turns bright red. The system announces that the beautiful Lin the water spirit feels embarrassed, gaining plus 50 demonic energy. The god Jiang chuckles. It really isn't very suitable for children. The god Jiang gestures, pulling the water spirit's body apart. Let's make it even less suitable. Her body stretched the water, spirit screams in pain while the god Jiang laughs with delight. The god Jiang's face is filled with malice. Scream all you want, no one will come to save you. The water spirit in pain struggles to speak. Helping a murderer will bring you no peace in the future. The god Jiang doesn't understand. Helping a murderer, what are you talking about? The water spirit shouts loudly. Stop pretending you know Zheng Xiaoming. The god Jiang scoffs. Zheng Xiaoming, the night surrounds us, only the lake shines. Meanwhile, on the shore, the two tigers are fighting fiercely against the ghost servant. The two tigers unleash their skills, but the ghost servant retaliates just as fiercely. At one point, the ghost servant brings down its massive hands right where the two tigers stand, but they quickly jump aside to dodge. The two tigers are covered in injuries, struggling to wipe the blood from their mouths. Is the strength of this ghost servant endless? On the hand of Manager Zhang, a dark aura radiates. He has used all his internal energy to control the ghost servant, causing its energy to gradually weaken. Manager Zhang's face pales, but he still smiles triumphantly. The disciples of the Dragon Elephant Temple are nothing special. The two tigers are drenched in sweat veins bulging on their foreheads. They must deal with him quickly, or their lives will be at risk. Manager Zhang shouts, "Ghost servant, die." The two tigers put their hands behind their backs, realizing they won't get through this barrier today. Holding a weapon, the two tigers are reluctant. They really don't want to use this life-shortening technique. The eyes of the two tigers shine. The ghost servant gets blasted away by the water, and Zheng Xiaoming looks up at the ghost servant flying in the sky, confused. The god Jiang stands on the waves, hands in his pockets, with one hand displaying a small stream of water power, smiling. How will the two tigers fight? Kill the ghost first, or the person? The two tigers are thrilled. Jiang, you're just in time. I'll handle the ghost, you take care of the person. The god Jiang agrees on the wave. Alright, the two tigers feel a boost in morale and attack fiercely. Without the help of the blood soul technique, a small ghost servant isn't worth fearing. They strike at the ghost servant. The two tigers rush in, catching the ghost servant off guard. Its speed clearly can't keep up with them. The two tigers unleash their skills, striking the ghost servant and sending it flying. The ghost servant shrinks from gigantic to gradually smaller. Nirho decisively kicked at the demon servant, shattering it to pieces. Zhang Guan was exhausted at this point, panting heavily. He had already lost too much blood. He felt completely drained, wanting to collapse after just a few steps. Jiang Shen was chasing after Zhang Guan. Zhang Guan, in a panic, ran away, shouting loudly. Young Master Tring, hurry, help me. Zhang Guan froze in shock, holding on tightly. There was no one in front of him. This kid really slipped away fast. Jiang Shen lightly reached out and a force hit Zhang Guan in the back. Zhang Guan felt incredibly uncomfortable with a ripped shirt on his back, looking at Jiang Shen jumping down from the wave. Zhang Guan raised his blood-stained hand in a threatening manner. No, you can't kill me. I have the blood cover of my shadow. Nirho quickly said, Jiang Shen, just capture him. Otherwise, the blood cover will. One of Zhang Guan's arms revealed another demon servant, grinning with delight. Good mechanics, I didn't expect. I still had another demon servant right. Jiang Shen looked at the demon servant in shock, but he coldly sliced it apart. The demon servant fell to the ground with a thud accompanied by drops of blood, and Zhang Guan fell down as well. Jiang Shen looked at the blood on his hand with a dark expression, smiling slightly. Looks like I used a bit too much strength. On the ground, Zhang Guan's arm was covered in shadows, disgusting, just like that of the demon servant, along with red hidden weapons flying out. Jiang Shen saw this and quickly dodged the red hidden weapons. A blood cover appeared on his hand. Looking at his arm with the new red marks. What the hell is this? Nirho advised, stop wasting your energy. You can't wipe off the blood cover. Jiang Shen lowered his arm. Forget it. It's probably similar to what I got hit with in the hospital before. The system keeps adding points, demonic energy plus 99, demonic energy plus 99. Suddenly, the demon servant appeared again, charging straight at the two of them. Jiang Shen stepped in front of Nirho. Get back. Nirho, weapon in hand, said. With this, I'll at least lose a year of my life. Jiang Shen, thanks. The demon servant violently expelled a liquid from its body. Jiang Shen fought against it. Wow, you really spit well. A whirlpool of water appeared. The demon servant was astonished, sweating profusely. You think that tiny head of yours can challenge the lake behind me? Jiang Shen launched his move, Water Dragon Strike, and the demon servant shattered the red energy, dissipating. The system notification appeared. Demon Spirit Half Demon defeated demonic energy plus 99. Jiang Shen sighed in relief. Transforming into a demon twice in one day is really exhausting. Demonic energy 2,720. Looking at the system screen, Jiang Shen felt joyful. Gaining over 2,000 points of demonic energy from 2 one-star rankings is quite impressive. Nier Ho walked up from behind Jiang Shen. I didn't expect you to be so stealthy, Jiang Shen smiled. Just the usual. Nier Ho felt a bit worried, but he had poked the hornet's nest and it could lead to big trouble later. Jiang asked, trouble? You know about the Dark Realm a little, but not too deeply. Nier Ho explained, the Dark Realm is full of weirdos. Some raise demons, some train them, and others even turn themselves into demons. To satisfy their desires, they rely on their supernatural abilities to create chaos. The blood mark is a seal provided by the Dark Realm headquarters. Killing someone with it will put you on their kill list hunted by the Dark Realm. With your abilities, your reward points could reach 3,000,000, comparable to a level B powerhouse. I suggest you quickly seek out your family and ask for protection. Jiang chuckled, thinking to himself, what family do I even have? Mr. Truong has been gone for years. Jiang smirked, glancing at his own red system interface, thinking, but I have a system, isn't that better than any family? Jiang continued. With my thoughts, a 1-star summoning card could kill a low-level demon, and a 2-star card could take out a mid-level one. The more stars I have, the better chance I have to eliminate them. A level B powerhouse is equivalent. With half a demon left, I wouldn't fear them anymore once I get a 3-star summoning card. Jiang's face lit up with excitement as he contemplated those stars. Nier Ho had to admit seeing Jiang's expression made him think, how can he still smile after being hunted by the Dark Realm? It's really scary. A painful scream echoed in the blue water, intensifying the area around it. A demon with light green hair, blue eyes, sharp teeth, and skin as green as a banana leaf was screaming loudly. Let me go, Jiang snapped back to reality, slightly bending his knees and muttering to himself. I almost forgot about her. Hearing this, Nier Ho remembered the existence of this demon. The green-haired demon with its fierce appearance used all its strength to leap away from Jiang's restraints, letting out a scream. The demon's struggle was so intense that it began to break Jiang's water bindings. Losing control, Jiang's face turned pale as he tried to muster his strength to hold the demon back. Feeling exhausted, he thought to himself, I can't maintain this state much longer. This green demon took on a crude position, thrusting its rear, causing Jiang's water bindings to lose their effectiveness and vanish. As Jiang struggled against the relentless assault of the green demon, Nier Ho quickly rushed in front of him, confidently saying, let me handle this one. After speaking, Nier Ho prepared to unleash his powers. The second tiger used the mid-grade technique, the index finger. And the thumb of the second tiger pressed down on his palm, emanating a strong golden light before the second tiger used it. With the other hand, he placed the ring finger on his palm for the low-grade technique. After speaking the technique, the second tiger suddenly said. At that moment, both of the second tiger's hands intertwined, radiating an even stronger light. The lone green demon rushed quickly towards Jiang Shen, unaware it was about to become a roasted fish. And the second tiger shouted, I want to kill you bunch of dogs of Trin Tu Min. As the demon uttered these words, streaks of light rushed towards the lone green demon. A cross-shaped formation appeared, and the demon was trapped at the intersection of the cross, while the lone green demon froze, not understanding what was happening or why it couldn't move anymore. The second tiger clasped his hands in front of his mouth, joyfully saying, Phew, that was close. Thankfully, I managed to do it in time, or this demon would have made it here. Jiang Shen behind him was also frozen in shock at this scene. After trapping the demon in the formation, the second tiger exclaimed, Oh, what a tragic girl. Jiang Shen, puzzled, asked, Why do you say that? The second tiger explained seriously to Jiang Shen. Can't you see the grudge energy behind Trin Thu Min? It must have been left by her 2 deep green handprints on Trin Thu Min's back, the second tiger continued. This means that this female demon was killed by Trin Thu Min when she was alive. That's why Trin Thu Min sought someone from the Ammin to be a steward, wanting to borrow the forbidden techniques of Ammin to erase the grudge of a man in Ammin. A man bleeding profusely painfully used the forbidden technique. Jiang Shen began to understand, and said, Before I saw Trin Thu Min being aggressive and arrogant, I didn't expect he truly killed someone. The second tiger gently remarked, Human nature always exceeds the limits you can imagine. After speaking, Jiang Shen turned to look at the lone green demon growling and grinding its teeth. Jiang shouted, Let me go, Jiang Shen said. What should we do with her? Kill her directly, or let her take revenge first, and then kill her later? The second tiger was astonished to hear Jiang Shen say that and replied, I was worried you would soften and let her go. Jiang Shen's face was cold and fierce as he said, Let her go. Human nature always exceeds the limits you can imagine, but deep down he thought that if he let her go, how would he gather demonic energy again? Jiang Shen felt it wasn't time to kill the lone green demon, so he said to the second tiger, If you don't know how to handle her, then let's deal with that Trin Thu Min first. The second tiger agreed and replied, Okay, let's go then. As soon as the second tiger finished speaking, he used magic to move the cross that trapped the lone green water demon. It lifted up, and the second tiger, along with Jiang Shen, were pulled up high, taking the lone green demon with them. But in a tight grip, the green demon screamed loudly. Let me go. In the stillness of the night in a parking lot there was a van with tinted windows, surrounded by numerous bright yellow talismans. The numerous talismans surrounding the van were protective charms. There inside the car, Trin Tu Min was sweating profusely anxiously, glancing outside his demeanor trembling. The manager seemed to realize that the damned Jiang was ruining his plans again. The crescent moon rose against a sky full of stars, and it felt ominous, as if something bloody was about to happen, while Jiang held a talisman mischievously looking out from the covered car. The yellow talisman in his hand looked like something a child had drawn, and Jiang felt it was so light that he casually tossed it aside, saying, "What the hell is this doing? Stuck to the car." Chuan Yiho heard Jiang's words and spoke up to enlighten him. "This is the substitution curse from the butler, Truong. When Trin Min killed that girl, there must have been a tremendous resentment." Trin Min's face was distorted as he looked at the girl who was gasping with blood on her hands, shaking with indignation. Chuan Yiho continued, "So that girl cast a painful curse on him, showing Trin Min with 2 hands bound by the curse filled with agony. Trin Min was done for. "Ah, it hurts too much," he cried, clutching his shoulders drenched in sweat. Jiang then asked, "So what exactly is this substitution curse?" Chua Niho explained, "The substitution curse uses a large amount of talismans to block Trin Min's breath, turning him into a puppet protected by a shield made entirely of talismans. Then it lets the murderous spirits around him attack. This way the curse is mitigated, showing the image of a dark blue demon. As the demon violently beheaded each person around Trin Min Chua, Niho continued, in principle, it's about killing the living to release the resentment of the cursed spirit which relieves their hatred, thus lightening the curse." Jiang was astonished, exclaiming, "So, that's how it is." He then recalled meeting Trin Min in the crowd, thinking no wonder he was hiding his hands behind him, that bastard has killed so many people. After that thought, Jiang smiled brightly, leaning closer to the blue demon, forcing a smile, and saying, "Excuse me, beautiful, may I bother you a bit?" As Jiang approached the demon with a terrified expression, screamed, "What do you want to do?" Jiang pressed his face closer to the blue demon's, his eyes glinting with malice, saying, "Kung, do you still hate Trin Min?" The demon, feeling Jiang's pressure, closed its eyes and kept asking, "What do you want?" Jiang smiled, saying, "About that blue demon," Jiang continued, "isn't that right?" When he loosened the bindings, causing it to dissipate, Jiang skillfully opened the car door. "Ladies first," he said, as the car door slowly opened, revealing Trin Min hiding beneath the seats, poking his head out and asking, "Is that you, butler?" When he looked out, a few strands of blue hair like ocean waves appeared, swaying gently, followed by more waves. A swarm of moss is approaching, leaving Trin Min frozen in place. Then he slowly whispers before shouting out. With a face full of fear, he asks, "Who are you?" Hearing him call out, the green demon gradually reveals its face, smiling sorrowfully, and says, "Oh, have you forgotten me so soon?" Trin Min stands frozen, mumbling, "You are." The green demon uses its moss to cover the vehicle and steps closer to him with wet footsteps. Trin Min gets pierced in the mouth by a strand of the demon's hair. At this moment, the demon shows its jagged teeth, focusing on attacking him as blood starts gushing from Trin Min's mouth. The van suddenly jolts, crashing down with a bang. Niho and Rang, then witnessing this scene, stand in shock and exclaim together, "How intense! What kind of major incident is this?" From the crack of the van door, a liquid spills out that resembles tomato sauce. Then the door opens and a mixed stream of chili eggs and oil flows out, looking grotesque. Rang Than and his friend, upon entering and seeing the scene inside, can't help but exclaim, "Wow, the van is totally wrecked. It's like a strawberry soup, and there's even a hand sticking out." Suddenly, the demon appears behind them and lets out a growl. Rang then asks his friend, "Are we going to do something?" Niho immediately responds, "Let's do it." Then the two naturally raise their hands to cast a spell. Demonic power, 800 miles, golden light spell, causing the demon to panic and scream. The system interface immediately appears, revealing that the sneak attack failed, and the demon was countered, feeling dejected with a chi increase of 78. The demon, having taken 2 powerful hits from the 2 lies, battered on the ground, tears streaming down its face. Later, as the 2 walk out, Rang then drags the demon by its leg and asks, "Do you need anything else? If not, can I keep her?" Niho replies, "I feel like there's still some humanity left in her. Should we call for someone to handle this?" People outside the gate see the 2 coming out and start cheering. Look, Rang then is back, dragging a demon. Who knew he could catch demons too? That's amazing. The demon is thrown down hard, causing her to cry out in pain. Li Qiet points at the demon and asks Niho, "Did you catch her?" Niho happily responds without hiding Rang then caught her. Rang then smiles, holding the demon's head, and says to Li Qiet, "I think you're pretty thirsty. Want me to let her go for a drink with you?" Li Qiet quickly waves his hands. "No, thanks." Suddenly, Ton Diep emerges from the crowd. Spotting them, she raises her hand and calls out, "Master, I have something to report." Rang then approaches and asks, "Aren't you the girl who was cleaning on the bridge? What's going on?" Ton Diep points at the demon and says, I know her." The female demon looks up and shouts, Rang." then surprised asks, "Oh, you know this female demon?" Tan Diep immediately recounted, "Yes, her name is Tan Mai Lin. She is a good friend who left the village to work in the city with me. At first, she and I went to the Cheng group to apply for server positions. Mai Lin was chosen to work at the resort of the corporation. Within 2 days, Mai Lin said that the young master Cheng had taken a liking to her and was madly pursuing her. At this moment, there's an image of Mai Lin happily chatting on the phone. Hey sis, the young master Cheng is after me. Every day I'm enjoying food and fun at the resort." After finishing her story, Tan Diep sadly said, "Then there was no news anymore. My purpose in coming to the resort was to find her." The female ghost at this moment seemed to recognize the person in front of her and exclaimed, "You are Tun." This left Tan Diep stunned. The female ghost shed tears. Tan Diep couldn't hold back her tears, feeling emotional. Mai Lin. Jiang Shen thought to himself, not only playing with someone else's daughter but also causing her death. That scoundrel Cheng Shuming has ruined their close friendship, now separated by life and death. At this moment, Huo leaned towards him and said, "Don't kill this ghost anymore. She's quite special and very useful for the underworld." Jiang Shen was taken aback. The scene shifted outside, the sky was dark today, was the new moon, and a helicopter appeared in the sky. Just mentioning the underworld and here it comes. A girl opened the helicopter's door and jumped out straight away without hesitation. Her movements were incredibly graceful. When she landed, the spot where she placed her hands shattered, her eyes narrowed, and soon her subordinates jumped down beside her. The leading girl walked ahead with a few subordinates following, and they approached a wall. Then, without difficulty, they directly passed through the wall, standing face to face with Jiang Shen. A voice rang out, "Captain of the C-grade ghost team from Lei," as an introduction. Then Lei turned around and instructed his subordinates, "You two go deal with those who are borrowing." "Go," he quickly responded. "Yes." Li Jie, seeing the streams of green energy appear, exclaimed in fear, "A ghost, there's a ghost." Those strange streams of energy grew closer and closer, he shouted. "Jiang Shen or Huo, help." Li Jie's arm was grabbed by another hand. A member of the ghost team reassured him, "Don't be afraid, I'm here to help you forget the unhappy events of today." But from his hand he cast a spell that latched onto Li Jie's arm. Soon a small monster appeared, clinging to his arm with its sharp teeth. Li Jie screamed in fear, "No, don't come here," but the little monster continued to climb up. Then it opened its mouth wide and took a bite at Lai Qi's head. He looks like he's mesmerized by that monster, stopping all resistance and just enjoying it. Heh, what a delightful experience. Ni Ho holds a bit of surprise seeing this and says, "The nightmare demon of the underworld, specialized in erasing memories." Then Ni Ho turns to Tu Loi and says, "This is the female ghost we captured, and behind her is Mai Lin, baring her teeth to scare us. She seems to still have some humanity left, I hope." But before he can finish, a hand suddenly shoots up from the floor, reaching for Tu Loi's leg. The hand then darts past Ni Ho, making him quickly lean back to dodge. He gasps in shock, thinking, a top-tier expert. Even Jiang Shen is taken aback. It seems there's another person hiding in her shadow. At this moment, the giant hand has gripped Mai Lin's neck and effortlessly lifted her up. From that giant hand, some veins extend into Mai Lin's mouth, probing her, the probing needle stained with blood. Indeed, still a bit of humanity remains. Invading the ghost into her body could increase the success rate by 40%. Tu Loi calculates in his mind. Meanwhile, the ordinary people are still under the nightmare demon's spell, having their memories erased. An underworld officer is holding a nightmare demon and approaches to report, "Captain, everything is done." The people who just had their memories erased are still dreamily smiling. Ha 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 ha. Tu Loi raises his hand and points forward, saying, "The remaining cleanup tasks will be handled by the logistics team. Let's go." She then walks past Jiang Shen, her large chest accidentally bumping into him, leaving Jiang Shen stunned. He blurts out, "Oh, that's huge." Suddenly a giant eye appears from the ground, staring intently at him. His friend, still smiling, warns Jiang Shen, "Are you crazy? Even the underworld officers shouldn't be provoked." Though he appears carefree, Jiang Shen is calculating in his mind. Risking his life to kill a few demons has only netted him over 2,000 points, but just teasing the underworld officers has already given him 500. He then smiles mischievously and says, "Looks like I need to get closer to the underworld officers from now on," while Tu Loi seems to have gotten angry and quickly disappears. After a terrifying night, the sun rises again the next day. The rays of light shine down on the world, illuminating a bus traveling on the road. Inside the bus are Jiang Shen and his friends. Ni Ho turns to Lai Qiat and says, "Good times always end too soon. It feels like it just started and now it's over." He quickly replies while checking his phone, "Right, I even forgot to take a picture." Jiang Shen on the side is also checking his phone and sighs. On his phone screen is a message, "Reward received 3100 accumulated points." This makes him happy, exclaiming, "Hee, now I'm confident to join the event with Tran Tuyet." At this moment, Jiang Shen is sitting on the sofa pondering while looking at the system panel. "Drawing 2 cards, 1 star and 2 stars," he said, while pressing the draw button. The prize machine appeared, and Jiang suddenly exclaimed, "Why are we drawing cards again? Just turn the card for me. It's just a machine. Why so chatty?" he said with an annoyed expression. Moments later, the prizes appeared: 1-star bike, Ho card, 1-star Bonba Nyi Ba card, and 2-star Ko Chukkum card. Seeing the 3 cards, Jiang focused on one of them, the Bonba Nyi Ba. He imagined its appearance, and then sighed. Damn, who would want to turn into that? Suddenly, the phone on the sofa rang. As soon as he answered, the other side asked, "Tomorrow is the focus mission. Have you prepared everything for the afternoon?" Jiang seriously lifted his small sword and replied, "I'm somewhat ready, but it's my first time participating in a group activity. Is it too dirty if I bring a small knife?" On the other end, Trun Twit gently replied, "It might be a bit much. I'll take you shopping tomorrow afternoon." The next day, at Jongbuk University, Trun Twet was sitting in a bright yellow car while making a phone call saying, "I'm here, come out." Her car was a striking yellow, and the boys outside were gossiping. "A rich lady driving a luxury car, and she's a beauty. Do you think I have a chance with her?" At that moment, Jiang appeared and approached the car, surprising the group. Seeing this, the guys became jealous. "Oh great, it's you again, the enemy of men. We won't let you off easy." After he got in the car, Trun Twet asked, "Were those guys your classmates? They seemed angry." He replied casually, "Hee, let them be." The 2 of them started driving away while the boys behind were still sulking. "Don't let me see you tomorrow, or I'll make sure you regret it." The yellow sports car sped down the road, then entered an old street lined with electric wires. Jiang looked outside and asked, "Where are we going?" Trun Twit quickly replied, "To the black market." The black market is a private trading place for extraordinary beings to avoid the scrutiny of the underworld. Transactions happen every 7 days, and the things sold are all kinds of strange items. Hearing this, he became intrigued and said, "There's such a place, I'll definitely check it out later." Trun Twit helplessly explained, "You're dreaming too much. Without a familiar face to guide you, ordinary people can't enter the black market." Jiang quickly pleaded, "Sister Trun, please take me with you." The 2 of them had just passed through a quiet area. A moment later, the yellow sports car swiftly parked in a spot in the lot where many cars were neatly lined up. After getting out of the car, the 2 began walking together down a quiet road. A bug flew by, startling Jiang Shen a bit. Then suddenly the bug exploded, and he watched in amazement. Suddenly Jiang Shen's expression turned more serious. In front of him was a white veil depicting countless strange shapes. He couldn't help but exclaim, so it was a formation hiding it. Trun Twit stepped forward and said, "Move aside, let me." She then clasped her hands together, creating a serious force between them. After that, she pierced her hand through the barrier in front of her. As the barrier parted, she extended her hands, using force to tear it apart. Jiang Shen, witnessing this scene, was left astonished. "Huh." Seeing the situation unfold, he curiously asked, "Is there another realm?" Trun Twit happily replied, "Yes, surprising, isn't it?" Moments later, a mysterious scene appeared, and Jiang Shen couldn't help but exclaim, "Wow, it's so lively." Suddenly, Trun Twit threw him something. He quickly caught it and asked, "What are you doing?" She explained, "Put on the mask so the people in the black market don't cause you trouble." As Jiang Shen put on the mask, he asked, "Why aren't you wearing one?" "I have this," Trun Twit replied, pointing to a wristband on her arm. At this moment, 2 people wearing strange masks saw them and whispered, "Ah, it's Tran." The other reminded, "Stay away. We don't want to get involved." Jiang Shen watched her figure retreat and said, "She really is a great support." He entered a shop where the owner was a shirtless man wearing a mask who greeted him enthusiastically. "Welcome, do you fancy anything? Feel free to browse." Jiang Shen picked up a small knife, examined it for a moment, and said, "It doesn't look bad." The owner then said, "You have a good eye. 3,000 underworld points, you can't go wrong with this." Trun Twit, seeing what he had in his hand, peeked out and asked, "Are you looking at this knife?" Suddenly the owner's eyes widened. He looked in shock at the wristband on her arm. Trun Twit, now holding a sword, looked at him with a knowing gaze. The owner hurriedly said, Misunderstanding. This knife isn't for sale. Oh please." Trun Twit tore a charm off the knife, and a stream of energy surrounded it. Once the charm was torn away, a shabby and ugly knife appeared. Trun Twit explained to him, "This is the most common counterfeit method in the black market." He stuck a fire charm on the knife. For a short time it works like fire, but once you buy it, it's just a pile of scrap metal. "Let's go, let's check out a more reliable shop," she said, not hesitating to throw the small knife away. The 2 then approached a gate where a crowd was gathered, and Jiang Shen was amazed. "I didn't expect to find such a flashy shop here." "This shop is the main attraction today," Trun Twit explained. He wondered, "How can you tell this is today's main attraction?" Someone from across the way exclaimed that the people from the Qin family had also arrived, and today there would surely be some high-quality goods. A finger pointed at someone saying, "Oh, is that the guy over there smiling?" Jiang Shen noticed. Following the direction of the finger, Trun Twit replied, "Yes, his name is Tan Trok, and he will be leading the group mission tomorrow." The man named Tan Trok smiled and approached Trun Twit to greet her goddess. "Trun Twit, hello." She politely waved back, "Hello Tan Gongzu." Jiang Shen, standing behind Tran Tuyet, glanced around and caught Tan Troc's attention. His gaze turned sly and somewhat creepy. Seeing him like that, Jiang Shen felt anger rising and thought, what a weird guy, totally off his rocker. At that moment, a voice called out, drawing everyone's attention back. A graceful girl stepped out from inside, and Jiang Shen couldn't help but exclaim, "Wow, where did this beauty come from?" The girl had long hair covering one eye. Once she reached the crowd, she announced, "Has everyone accumulated enough points? The goods will be up for sale soon." The people outside eagerly responded. "Finally, we've waited for Master Lu to showcase the goods. I wonder what amazing items will be sold today. I can't wait." Tran Tuyet leaned in to explain to Jiang Shen, Master Lu is a disciple of the Lingbao sect and one of the most famous artifact refining masters in Jiangbei City. The scene shifted to a room where a strange blue light was emanating. Master Lu was sitting inside the room, a stream of water swirling in her hand, saying, "All right, let's begin." After saying that, she stood up and dispersed the small stream of water around her, and it began to grow larger. Inside the water, a rather large box appeared. "Everyone, please take a look," Master Lu said as she opened the box, a brilliant blue light shining from within. The crowd murmured, "What is that? I've never seen anything like it." Every time Master Lu creates something rare and unique. Not wanting to keep everyone waiting, Master Lu lifted the item from the box and introduced it. "My new creation, a high-grade, middle-tier artifact, resistant to demonic sounds." Suddenly the drum manifested an eye that peeked around. The surface of this artifact drum was very special. Just a gentle tap would produce a strange sound. Master Lu explained while tapping her finger on the drum. Wherever she tapped, energy radiated out. A man in a red outfit exclaimed, "So what happens if you hit it?" Master Lu smiled knowingly at this moment. "Do you want to hear it? Please maintain your composure. Those with strong sensing abilities should step back a bit," Master Lu warned. Everyone focused on her actions. Master Lu was preparing to demonstrate the artifact. "Haha, it's a rare sight." Master Lu continued to hit the drum. The sound echoed, leaving the snow ceiling stunned. Tan Tra couldn't escape the pressure either, while Jiang Shen was panicking at that moment. The others wearing masks also felt the pressure from the echo of the broken drum. In the midst of this immense power, everyone stood still, unable to move. The echo continued for a while longer. Afterward, they all exhaled in unison, each one startled. "What just happened? I thought I was dead." Someone with wide eyes, almost fainting, exclaimed, "This artifact is too overwhelming." After escaping that pressure, Tan Tuet couldn't help but call out in fear. "Jiang Shen, are you okay? That was really terrifying." Jiang Shen replied weakly, "Yes, it was indeed frightening. The drum's sound didn't feel wrong to me. Instead, it resonated with the power within my body. This is a good item. I need to find a way to get it," Jiang Shen thought to himself. After finishing the demonstration, Master Lu spoke again. "All right, everyone, start bidding. Starting price 100,000 likes," she said while closing the lid. Then bids began to ring out together: 120,000, 150,000, 157,000. Jiang Shen was sweating. "This price is too high. I only have 48,000. Of course, Tan Trak raised 3 fingers and boldly bid 30,000. This left everyone momentarily stunned. Hearing such a high bid, Master Lu clapped happily. 300,000 likes. Is anyone bidding higher? Congratulations to the Tan family for acquiring the demon sound drum. Tan Truk confidently said, "Fi Duang, get the drum for me." Suddenly, a beam of light shot past at incredible speed, circling around behind Master Lu and heading for the box. Then the light quickly darted away with the box. Master Lu looked around in panic. Who was that? The beam moved so fast it was almost invisible. Then a person appeared holding the box right in front of Tan Truk. This person said, "Brother Trak, I've got the drum." Hearing this, he turned away casually. "Let's go, time to head back." Jiang Shen felt a bit disheartened. "I was wondering how a rich young master ended up here. Turns out the bodyguards were all hiding in the shadows." Then he sighed in disappointment. "Having money is nice, otherwise I couldn't even buy equipment." Then Jiang Shen turned to Tan Tuyet and said, "Thank you so much, Sis Tan, for broadening my horizons today. I'll treat you to a meal." Tan Tuyet pointed to one side and declined. "No need, if there's nothing else I'll be leaving now. I still need to buy some charms." "See you tomorrow," Sister Tran. Jiang Shen waved, and then they each went their separate ways. She quickly replied, "Okay, I'll come pick you up tonight." At this moment, his phone screen displayed contents: underworld pressure, no mission type threat level, class community, mission type collective reward, 180 likes accumulated for each person. Jiang Shen read and pondered, recalling 5 years ago one night at a large house. 4 girls were standing on the rooftop. The girl with purple hair trembled and exclaimed, "It's not my fault, I didn't do anything." The girl with green hair, infuriated, shouted, "What do you mean it's not you? I saw you burning paper, you definitely cursed her." The girl with red hair wasn't backing down either, yelling, "Come on, what kind of magic did you use?" The purple-haired girl, upset and in tears, protested, "It really wasn't me. Why is everyone targeting me? Wah." The purple-haired girl was holding something small, looking dangerous, saying, "If I don't teach you a lesson, you won't learn, will you?" The purple-haired girl continued to defend herself. "How is my cousin's appendicitis and hospitalization my fault?" Then she got stabbed in the stomach by a needle, crying out in pain. "Ah!" The three girls looked like three demons, each holding a giant needle gleefully, saying, "Stab her, yes, stab this crazy girl." The purple-haired girl was pierced by the giant needles in her arms, pleading, "Don't stab me with needles anymore." She was pushed to the railing, and unexpectedly it broke while she was still trying to justify her innocence. "It really wasn't me." As she fell, she desperately realized and struggled, crying out as blood appeared. After she died, the campus echoed with the words, "After we die, we will all come back." The phone screen displayed again the three prohibitions. 1 is not allowed to mention names, 2 is not allowed to go to any rooftop of any building, 3 is not allowed to violate any school rules. Jiang Shen's expression was somewhat complicated, students falling from high places turning into spirits, and there are prohibitions too. This is getting interesting. Suddenly he heard a car horn from downstairs. Looking out the window, he saw a familiar yellow sports car. Sister Tran has arrived right on time. After he got into the car, Tran Tuyet asked, "Have you read the mission list and documents?" Jiang Shen replied, "I've read them." Tran Tuyet said seriously, "This collective mission is led by Tan Trach. We'll just follow those little demons and let them handle the rest." After hearing this, Jiang Shen turned his head and made a dismissive sound. Tran Tuyet saw his expression and punched him in the face, saying, "What's with the attitude? Just listen, you'll run into trouble with them." Jiang Shen's face was swelling up. He touched his face while quickly replying, "Okay, I got it." Then the yellow car continued to drive, and Jiang Shen's car passed by a construction area with messy vehicles. A worker from the construction team came out to remind them. "This area is under construction. It's not a good place to stop. Drive on quickly." Jiang Chen gently asked to enter just to take a quick look at the school, but the worker resolutely refused and urged the school is about to be torn down. Hurry up, hurry up." Seeing softness wasn't working, Jiang Chen pulled out his ID and said, "We're on a mission, we must go inside." The worker, now panicking, said, "Oh, so you're police officers." Jiang Shen raised a finger to his lips and reminded him, "Shh, don't make a sound." After a moment, the two were allowed in, and Tran Tuyet teased, "Heh, you've learned to misbehave too," and he joined in, "Isn't it because of Sister Tran's teaching?" The worker at this moment waved goodbye from behind. After walking a bit, the two ran into a team of 3 in front of a house with one sharp-eyed person staring at them. In front of Jiang Shen and Tran Tuyet was a group of people surrounded by a strange aura. These people were not simple, at least not below the second tiger level. Jiang Shen assessed in his heart. The man leading with dyed blonde hair styled sharply, spoke up. His name was Lu Kai. "Why did you two just arrive now?" Tran Tuyet cheerfully apologized. "I went to pick up Jiang Shen, so I'm a bit late, sorry." Jiang Shen on the side angrily thought, "Isn't Tun Trak not here yet? What an attitude." The short-haired girl, Sister Tun, happily added, "It's okay, we just got here too." The man named Truong Sash, smoking a cigarette, cheerfully asked him, "Hey buddy, I think this is the first time I've seen you. What's your rank?" Jiang Shen replied cheerfully, "Rank D." Truong Sash took the cigarette out of his mouth and chuckled, "Oh, not bad, just like us all, rank D." Jiang Shen modestly responded, You flatter me." Lu Kai then chimed in loudly, "Who's the same rank D as you guys? I'm rank D plus, you know." Jiang Shen saw his demeanor and got so angry that he pulled out a card, cursing inwardly. "Plus, isn't that just D? What are you pretending for? Do you believe I can turn into a monster and teach you a lesson in an instant? So sorry I'm late," which made both of them turn around in surprise. Tun Trak appeared with his signature smile, followed by 2 cold-faced individuals. Lu Kai, seeing him arrive happily, exclaimed, "Ah, young Master Tun is here." Jiang Shen couldn't help but blurt out, "Sure, just the kind of trash that loves to show off." Tun Trak still wore that smile, and raised his hand to introduce the 2 behind him. "These are my 2 brothers. The man with a messy head named Tun Hai, rank D+, and the younger one wearing a scarf named Tun Fi Dung, rank D." Jiang Shen noticed the younger one, and assessed this Tun Fi Dung as the bodyguard who took the blame for him back then, right? After introducing, Tun Trak looked left and right, searching for something, and asked, "Hey, where's Dung Tian?" Upon hearing this name, Jiang Shen was puzzled. Dung Tian. Suddenly a weapon shot straight towards where Jiang Thun was standing, but luckily he jumped up and avoided it, though he couldn't help but exclaim, "Whoa, where did that stick come from?" A girl jumped down on the weapon that had just plunged into the ground and excitedly said, come here, come here." Then, as if seeing something, she froze. "Oh, Jiang Thun." At that moment he glanced to the side, feeling bewildered and unfamiliar. Tun Trach was clapping to signal everyone. "All right, everyone, look at me. Before we go on our mission, I'll analyze the intel for you all." According to the mission reminder on the Underworld app earlier, the most troublesome demon must be 3 of them. All 3 have strict taboos. 1, you must not mention their names. 2, you cannot go to the roof of any building. 3, you must not violate any school rules. If you go to the roof, the demon will attack. One demon with a sinister smile and 2 buns on its head appeared. Violating the rules means the demon will attack you. Below was a bald demon with eyes shining like car headlights. Tuntrox's eyes narrow dangerously, and there's more. Mentioning their names is the biggest taboo when it comes to killing. Then he flashed a friendly smile. My 3 brothers and I will handle the rule-breaking demons and the taboo ones. You 3 go to the roof to handle the attacking demons, he said, pointing to the trio of Lukai, Trungsak, and Shirtone. Lukai immediately responded, got it. Then Tuntroch turned to the other 3, Jiangthun, Trun Tuet, and Dungthian. You 3 handle the smaller demons around here, ensure they don't come back and disrupt our work. He still kept that fake smile and asked, how does everyone feel about this arrangement? Lukai, entranced, replied, Tun Thiu has taken on the most dangerous tasks for us. What more can we say? Let's just get to work. Then Tuntroch reminded, put on all the communication devices. If you encounter any danger, remember to call for help promptly. Let's go. With that, the 2 teams quickly jumped away, leaving only Jiang Thun's team. Suddenly, Dung Thian turned sharply towards Jiang Thun and glared at him, causing him to panic. She then yelled angrily at him, I didn't expect you to be a weird one. Zhang Thun quickly turned to Chun Twit for help and replied, no. Chi Chun just brought me here to hang out. Dung Thian pressed her face close to his and exposed, stop pretending to be humble with me, you're just a little underclassman. You're not worthy of Vivi. Suddenly, Jiang Thun smiled, knowingly, then leaned closer to Dung Thian. She looked confused and shyly backed away. Creep, why are you getting so close? Jiang Thun tapped her shoulder with his finger and said, although your back is very flat. Dung Thian was infuriated. Annoying, get your hands off me. He continued, and there's a big stick too, but still, you're just a girl, then reached behind Dung Thian to grab her weapon. The expression on Jiang Shen's face turned dangerous, and I, though only at the lowest level, and poor, and looked down upon by you, am still a man at the end of the day. So even though Vivi has no other choice being with someone like me, she still won't like you. At this moment, Jiang Shen had his arms around Yang Qian, and she was blushing, staring up at him in a daze. He continued to act indifferent. Oh, so you're blushing, huh? I hit the nail on the head, didn't I? Yang Qian was sweating profusely at this moment. Then Lin Cam pulled out her weapon in front of him and retorted, what nonsense are you talking about? I'm not just hugging you, she said, while stabbing her weapon at Jiang Shen's head, striking and angrily shouting, stop spreading rumors. Around the area, Jiang Shen's voice echoed Yang Qian, stop, we still have a mission to complete. Yang Qian was still furious, her eyes bloodshot as she held her stick, and walked ahead while behind her was Tran Tuyet and Jiang Shen cradling his aching head. Yang Qian grumbled, I'm at the lowest level yet, I'm still stronger than both of you, so you both have to listen to my arrangements later. The 3 of them walked deeper into the construction site when suddenly something fell from the sky. Tran Tuyet wiped her face and asked curiously, what is this? Jiang Shen picked one up to examine it and replied, it's a rubber seed. Yang Qian said in confusion, why did the rubber seeds fly up like this? Can running really reach such heights? Jiang Shen's expression became serious as he replied, that means there's a ghost in the practice field. Then the 3 of them hurried off to the practice field where eerie green mist was emanating from the direction they were headed. On the path within the practice field, a swirl of smoke surrounded them with ominous sounds. Tran Tuyet quickly checked her phone and said, according to the document, this ghost was punished by the homeroom teacher to run 10 laps around the field until it died from exhaustion. Anyone who enters the practice field will be enchanted by this ghost and run to their death. She then looked worriedly at Yang Qian and asked, if we enter the practice field, we'll die. What should we do now? Yang Qian remained calm, raising 2 fingers in response. There will definitely be a flaw. Just wait for my instructions before acting. Suddenly a finger touched her, raised finger, shocking her ghost. Then Jiang Shen dashed away, leaving behind a line, I've received your instructions, I'm off now, and Yang Qian quickly called out, hey Jiang Shen. At this moment a person was running and panting heavily. It turned out to be a ghost with blood-red eyes running at an unimaginable speed, kicking up clouds of dust behind him. Suddenly Jiang Shen joined the race, smiling at the ghost good evening friend, which startled the ghost, making him look over. The system notification popped up, this is my territory. The running ghost felt displeased, ghost energy plus 30. The deity Jiang ran ahead for a bit and turned back to say to the demon, you can't do this running like a turtle. The demon looked at Jiang with a worried expression. Then small bolts of lightning erupted from Jiang's feet, as if he were equipped with a motor, leaving behind a remark. I'll go ahead, leaving the demon far behind. The system panel showed the demon runner feeling humiliated, plus 66 demonic energy, and then Jiang began to run at his supernatural speed, thump thump thump. Yang Tian, seeing this, exclaimed in disbelief. Can Jiang really run like that? Tran Tuyet responded nonchalantly. Jiang is better than she imagined. The demon was now exhausted, panting heavily, sweat pouring down. He gritted his teeth, emitting strange green energy. Around the demon's body, that green energy also appeared as if he had been pumped with strength, crying out, A. Soon after, he managed to catch up to Jiang. He exclaimed in surprise, Joe, you caught up. Jiang then halted and said, then I'll wait for you. The demon was still struggling to keep up. Then he veered to the side and the demon rushed past him. Suddenly, he fell face first onto the ground. Jiang jumped down and said with disdain, "You can't even stop, bro, you really are useless." Before the demon could get up, Jiang quickly said, "Hey, don't get up yet, I have a question for you. If you answer correctly, I'll let you handle it. So what do you say?" He raised a hand, slicing across his neck for emphasis. The demon with red eyes suddenly jumped up, shouting excitedly, "Well then you're definitely dead. In this case, there's nothing I don't know." Jiang remained calm in the face of that confidence, saying, "I heard the headmaster punishes you by making you run to death. He's extremely strict with the rules. But in that regard, it seems he doesn't, is this true?" His words prompted a rather awkward reaction from the demon. The red in his eyes faded, leaving him stunned, covering his mouth and laughing. "Hee, do you really need to ask? Where do you think his nickname, the Bowing Dragon, comes from?" Jiang also grinned, "Ha ha ha, the Bowing Dragon. How do you know that? Did you see it with your own eyes? You gave him that nickname, no wonder he makes you run to death on the training field. Ha ha ha," he said while laughing joyfully. Suddenly, a shadow appeared at the window of a room. While Jiang was laughing, the demon runner seemed to see something terrifying and yelled, "Ah, in front is the shadow that was just projected onto the window, emanating fierce red energy." The system panel appeared again. The demon runner was scared by the distant aura, plus 172 demonic energy. Jiang yelled nonchalantly, "The Bowing Dragon, so unremarkable," pulling down his pants just to apply lipstick. The demon runner anxiously reminded him, "Shh, keep it down, don't let the headmaster hear." Jiangshen continued to shout innocently, bowing his head as thousands attacked, drawing eyes, and putting on a lens taking photos to become a hot topic. The running demon jumped back in shock to stop him, saying, "No, don't say any more. Can't you hear?" The veins in his legs were bulging. Then he jumped up and kicked so hard that his shoe ripped, yelling, "I told you to stop talking." Jiangshen quickly dodged to one side and chuckled. Standing in front of the giant feet and bulging veins, he happily said, "I'm shouting this loud." It was to mask the footsteps as they approached him. Behind the running demon was now shadowed by two figures with bright eyes staring at him. The running demon exclaimed in panic, "When did this happen?" Tran Tuyet quickly pulled out a talisman, igniting it before tossing it away. Heaven and earth, mysterious arts, all energies converge. Yang Thian also did not hesitate, focusing on the stick, and then without delay swung the weapon towards the running demon. Kuang Tu's fate witnessed the divine power. The two girls then jumped together to attack the demon. Soon the two had jumped back while the running demon leaned back and unleashed a surge of power. Then the demon arrogantly said, "Before my violent kick, you two are nothing." Yang Thian, with the stick stained with his blood, smiled wickedly and said nothing. "Hey, look down." The running demon suddenly looked down in horror, then screamed, "Ah, my leg." One of his legs had vanished, leaving only a messy cut. Jiangshen then poked his head out from behind, saying, "Can't stand anymore, right? Let me help you." The running demon was now in a panic. A knife had pierced through the demon's chest from behind, and he questioned Jiangshen, "You call this helping?" At this moment the system announced, "Running demon, assassinated demon energy plus 20. He held the knife's hilt and replied, "What I meant was helping you to the underworld." He then aimed his blade upward, resulting in half of his body being severed. The running demon fell spitting blood, but didn't forget to leave a parting shot, "You don't adhere to martial ethics." The system awarded points. Evil running demon has died. Demon energy, plus 99. Tran Tuyet happily cheered. Jiangshen is amazing, taking out a high-level evil demon with ease. Yang Thian was surprised, thinking to herself, "I underestimated this poor kid." The demon's form had dissipated, and as the three moved on, Tran Tuyet asked, "So where do we go next?" Jiangshen glanced at the person beside him and teased, "Shouldn't we follow Commander Yang's orders?" Yang Thian could only grit her teeth, glaring at him. She then got angry, saying, "It was just killing an evil demon, yet you're mocking me." Suddenly Yang Thian exclaimed as if seeing something strange, "Oh, this shield." She lifted the stick onto her shoulder, looking up and saying, "There's a saying that goes well, don't casually enter a widow's room. In this lonely equipment room, there must be something strange inside. The god of the river is supplying more rice, truly impressive," as Commander Duong speaking clearly. Duong Thien aims her spear at him. "Jiangshen, you're itching for a fight, aren't you?" Then she seriously said, "Everyone listen to my command." Moments later, Jiangshen ignored her and turned to Tran Tuyet's sister Tran, "Coordinate with me." Duong Tien felt speechless as he overlooked her. She darkened her expression, thinking to herself, "The initiative is completely in Jiangshen's hands now." Jiangshen patted a nearby post and commented, "Rough enough, long enough." Then a source of blue energy radiated from his hand. Activating the power of the Envoy C, Jiangshen bent down, gripping the post with both hands. After that, he seemed to be exerting himself. Interesting, huh? The base of the post was now lifted off the ground, and Jiangshen pulled it up with all his strength. He then hoisted the post onto his shoulder and called out, "Is anyone inside? I'm about to stick this in here," raising his eyebrows. He then directly thrust the uprooted post into the room in front of him, releasing a surge of golden energy from the other end of the post. He then swung the spear upwards, splitting the wall in two. Finishing the action, Jiangshen turned to Tran Tuyet, "Your turn to heal Tran." Tran Tuyet was already holding a glowing bead in her hand and eagerly replied, "All right." Than Hui illuminated not dodging, then released the bead from her hand, which flew up with illusions amidst the overwhelming power. The bead ascended above the previous house and directed the magical light down below. Whoosh. Jiang Shen observed the inside through the recent cut, but there seemed to be nothing at all. Truly disappointing, a waste of his energy. Suddenly Duang Thian broke out in a sweat, exclaiming in panic as she noticed something. She quickly grabbed Jiang Shen's sleeve and urged, "Shh, listen closely, what sound is that?" "Please sir," an old woman was sitting there burning something, the sound crackling, rustling. The old woman kept her head down and said, "Please sir," as the sound echoed from behind the room. The three of them, Jiang Shen peeked out from behind the old woman's tree. "Please sir, spare me," the old woman cried out while burning joss paper, the flames crackling. The burnt paper scraps flew by, and Jiang Shen made a judgment. It seems she's repenting for something. Duang Thian also offered her insight, mentioning that in the documents, it was written that the girl died because she burned paper violating school rules. Could it be related to this ghost? "Spare me, this is a red-eyed ghost woman, her mouth stitched shut with a red thread, wearing glasses perched on her crooked nose." After observing Duang, Thian felt worried. This looks quite troublesome. Tran Tuyet asked in shock, "Hey, where's Jiang Shen?" He disappeared without a trace. Suddenly, he appeared before the old woman's fire and pulled down his pants as if to relieve himself. Tran Tuyet was startled and rushed over. "This kid," the old witch glared at the sacred water flowing up. The long-tongued demon, the dorm manager, glared fiercely. Demonic aura, +30. After resolving her sadness, Jiang Shen pulled up his pants and looked at the old woman, asking, "How can you start a fire on campus? That's against the school rules." The long-tongued witch raised a hand to her mouth, reminding him quietly, "Shh, keep it down." Jiang Shen thought to himself, "It seems like the demons here are all afraid of breaking school rules. Heh, got it." Then he leaned down and asked the witch, "If I don't want to talk, could you do me a favor?" The witch trembled and replied, You say it." The long-tongued witch clasped her hands together, agreeing, "All right, who do you want to meet? I can introduce you." Jiang Shen quickly responded, "It's that person who jumped off the building." The long-tongued demon was startled. Her glasses fell off and screams echoed, "Demonic aura, +66, demonic aura, +66. She then frowned and leaned forward, asking him, "Do you want to kill me?" But Jiang Shen showed no fear, becoming bolder. "What's the point of acting like that?" The long-tongued demon said nervously, "I've been here repenting for years." The long-tongued witch began to open her mouth, her seams starting to tear, exclaiming, "What do you want me to do?" She then transformed into a more terrifying form, releasing waves of demonic energy, her long tongue extending outward. Facing this energy, Jiang Shen couldn't help but exclaim, "This demonic aura is terrifying, a top-tier demon." The long-tongued demon jumped and attacked Jiang Shen, who held up a shield and said, "If I don't transform, I can't send her away." Jiang Shen crushed the shield and yelled, "Transform." At this moment his hand mutated into a set of claws. His hands intertwined, creating a powerful energy blue aura emanating from the corners of his mouth. His eyes turned black with only a bright dot remaining, and 2 fangs grew from his mouth. The long-tongued witch quickly jumped back in panic. What's happening? Jiang Shen was now standing on a block of ice covered in sharp spikes, a silver spear in hand. The long-tongued demon launched her long tongue. It was long enough to attack Jiang Shen from a distance, causing him to gasp. That huge, terrifying tongue struck, sending Jiang Shen flying into the air, his face contorted. After regaining his footing, he wiped his wounds and said, "I was just trying to look cool, but this is embarrassing." The disgusting tongue continued to swing at him, and Jiang Shen swung his hand trying to grab it while shouting, "Get away!" But then he was surprised it was really flexible, impossible to grab. Then Jiang Shen seemed to come up with a clever idea and exclaimed, "Let's see how this works." He struck the tongue hard. The long-tongued demon suddenly realized something. The tongue was frozen solid on the ground. Taking advantage of the witch's inability to control her tongue, Jiang jumped in and punched. "If you can't move, then just accept your death." The long-tongued witch was now desperately pulling her tongue up. Moments later, she pulled up a chunk of earth sticking to her tongue. Then the long-tongued witch controlled her tongue to swing a stone and attack Jiang from behind. He felt something, but before he could dodge, Jiang took a hit to the back of his neck. Then he fell down the large stone, continued to press down on his face. The long-tongued witch approached, using her tongue to press the stone down with more force. Then she arrogantly said, "You should be the one who obediently accepts death." Moments later, Jiang was struggling to push himself up. He was truly angry now, raising his hand to cast a spell. Ice prison, he cast the spell, and the long-tongued witch was now trapped inside sharp ice blocks. Jiang stood up and moved closer to the block of ice to observe and said, "Is she dead? Why hasn't the system notified me?" Suddenly, his expression turned frantic. The ice blocks were being cut in half from within, and Jiang quickly jumped out. From inside emerged a round figure, with a long tongue appearing and disappearing, along with a strange green mist emitting eerie sounds. "Ooh, ooh, 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 ooh." She angrily spoke with her 2 red eyes. "Just a few ice pillars. You think I would be intimidated by that?" Then she opened her mouth wide and controlled her long tongue to attack the position where Jiang was standing. He quickly jumped aside to dodge, but she once again controlled her tongue at lightning speed, striking Jiang's back, causing him to spit blood. He quickly grabbed the tongue and shouted, "Cough, cough." Ice mirror and ice streams appeared from that. The long-tongued witch stepped on Jiang's ice, but slipped. The ice was too slippery for her feet to maintain balance, and she finally fell flat on the ground. Jiang seized the opportunity and swung his hand to attack her, a great chance. This time he had to go all out. But immediately, the long-tongued witch controlled her tongue to swing in front of him. Jiang was momentarily startled. He then leaned back to avoid the blow, exclaiming, "That was close." She twisted her tongue, and Jiang quickly jumped back a few steps. She spun her tongue around herself, proudly saying, "You think the ice will make it hard for me." The long-tongued witch got faster, and Jiang struggled to defend, worriedly exclaiming, "This is bad." Suddenly everything went silent, shocking him. Two girls, Tran Tuyet and Duong Tian, appeared in front of him, each holding their weapon against the long-tongued witch. Duong Tian spoke with difficulty. "We need to find a way to distract her, look for her weaknesses from all sides." Tran Tuyet clasped her hands in a spell, still smiling confidently. "Got it." Jiang Shen raised his hand to his mouth, smirking slightly. "You know." Then he cheerfully announced, "Let the show begin." With that, he jumped away while the two girls continued to fend off the long-tongued demon. Duong Tian, excitedly striking the demon's tongue, said, "Hey, what do you think made this demon's tongue so long?" Tran Tuyet, trying to hold back a laugh, replied, "It must have loved spreading rumors when it was alive." Jiang Shen chimed in with a grin. "Maybe that girl spread too many rumors, and that's why she jumped." Hearing this, the long-tongued demon became even more aggressive. It spun around fiercely, shouting, "What nonsense are you all talking about?" Jiang Shen, slightly worried, said, "We've searched everywhere and still can't find a weakness." Tran Tuyet asked, "So what do we do now?" Suddenly Jiang Shen spotted an airplane in the sky, and having an idea turned to Duong Tian. "I've got it, Duong Tian, throw me up into the air." Everyone on the ground diverted the demon's attention, trying to keep it spinning in place. As he spoke, he stepped on Duong Tian's staff, and she held the end of it confusedly, saying, "Huh." Then she turned to remind him, "Stay steady. I don't know what you're planning, but we have to give it a shot." With that, she swung the staff like a baseball bat, and Jiang Shen was launched into the sky as intended. The demon's tongue attacked Duong Tian, and she struggled to defend herself. At that moment, up in the clouds, Jiang Shen pierced through the sky. He held a small stone in both hands and pressed it together, saying, "There's no way to attack the demon from any direction." Then the stone began to grow larger. "Let's deal a fatal blow from above," he said, lifting the large stone and throwing it down without hesitation. The sharp stone spiraled down towards the demon's swirling tongue. As the dust settled, the long-tongued demon was impaled on the sharp stone. One side of its face was sliced off, and before it died it still justified itself, claiming it only spread rumors. Was that really such a huge crime? Then the flesh on its face began to rot, and a system notification appeared. "Long-tongued demon, the dorm manager, has died. Demon energy, plus 99. Tran Tuyet rushed over to ask Jiang Shen, "Are you okay?" He replied, "Yeah." Duong Tian silently looked at him, worried, thinking to charge forward against such a demon. How foolish. Suddenly, a crackling sound was heard, and everyone raised their hands to their ears. As they connected, a hurried voice came through, "Emergency assistance. We need urgent backup. There's not just one powerful demon here. We're surrounded and being attacked." "Ah!" The frantic words and screams left everyone in shock. Duong Tian tightly grips his staff and anxiously shouts, "Something's happened on their side. What are we waiting for? Let's go help them." Tran Tuyet Lien and urges, "Don't be reckless. I feel something's off here." Hearing this, Duong Tian immediately stops. Jiang Than begins to analyze. That's right, when Tan Trok assigned the tasks, it wasn't done with good intentions. At that moment, in a dark corridor, there was a warning sign for men passing through. Jiang Than continues, "Remember the rule against violating school regulations. By rights, men aren't allowed in the female dorm. Yet Tan Trok arranged for the group of Liao Kai to go there. Isn't that just sending those two men to their doom?" Duong Thien still doubts, and replies, "After all, Liao Kai's group is experienced. They can't be that oblivious, can they?" Jiang Than bluntly counters Himp's personal combat experience. Doesn't mean the whole team's experienced. Their eagerness to follow Tan Trak's arrangements shows that Liao Kai's group is. Liao Kai is blind with voices, calling out, "Urgent assistance needed, urgent assistance needed." The classroom is reckless, and Sister Tone is simple-minded in an abandoned classroom. A monster lies sprawled on the floor. One side of its body has a large dent, blood pooling around it. Can't hold on any longer. Urgent assistance needed. Amidst the cries for help from his teammates, Tan Trok still wears a sly smile as he slowly wipes the blood from his hands. Tan Phi Duong from behind asks, "Brother Trak, aren't you going to help?" Of course we have to go help," he replies while tossing aside the bloodied cloth. "But first, we need to figure out the name of the forbidden spirit," he continues nonchalantly. Tan Phi Duong still looks a bit worried. "But will we be in time? It feels like they're in serious trouble right now." Suddenly, his expression goes frantic. Tanhai reminds him. Brother Trox says to do as he says, stop with the nonsense. Got it, Tan Fi Duong stutters in response, then the three of them exit the room while the monster still lies on the floor emitting strange energies. From outside the building you can see a few rooms still lit, casting a red glow. The three of Jiangdan have now arrived at the entrance of that building looking up. Jiangdan voices his concern not knowing what has happened inside. Cut to half an hour earlier, the three from Liao Kai's team are walking down a corridor. He turns back and says, Heh, back in school, I always dreamed of being in the female dorm. Suddenly, a figure with a large round nose appears. It's a ghost emitting green energy. It bows its head and stands behind them. All three turn around raising their weapons and asking, what do you want? The big-nosed ghost raises a hand pointing at Liao Kai and says, you the male student barging into the female dorm. Then he pointed at Truong Sak, accusing him of being a boy who intruded into the girls' dorm. Finally, he pointed at Sister Tone, who was holding a hammer, saying she was carrying restricted props. The three violated school rules and faced punishment. In this bizarre space, a light glowed from the back of their necks. A symbol of 10 appeared on Lu Kai's neck. He couldn't help but curse, damn it, they found out. Truong Sash touched his own symbol of 10, and said Tan Trosh can't say he didn't violate school rules. Sister Tan had a grimy expression, feeling like she only had 50% of her strength left. The round-nosed demon then said, so you can't be serious, let's deal with it right away. Lu Kai crushed 2 jars in his hands and urged his teammate, don't lose heart. It's 3 against 1, we still have a chance. They attacked the round-nosed demon together, with each of the 3 fighting from different angles. The round-nosed demon grabbed Lu Kai's hand, which had turned red. He struggled with all his might while saying, you're pretty good. Suddenly, a stream of green gas emitted from the round-nosed demon's hand, changing its color. Lu Kai, still unaware of his fate, arrogantly said, hee, the color on my hand will eventually corrode you to pieces. Suddenly, the round-nosed demon stabbed something into Lu Kai's chest. He was shocked and didn't know how to react. Refusing to comply with the punishment added an extra charge. It turned out to be his round nose, which had grotesquely lengthened. Lu Kai could no longer speak. Seeing his teammate in danger, Truong Sach quickly jumped. In Lu Kai, I'm here to save you. Suddenly, the long-nosed demon swung his sword-like nose, cutting Lu Kai in half. The nose then continued to attack Truong Sach, who hurriedly defended himself. Heh. After that, he took out his weapon to defend himself, and shouted, I've got him pinned down with my black fire claws. Sister Tan, go for it. Sister Tan quickly swung her axe to attack the long-nosed demon, saying, come here, come here. The axe struck the demon's head, but didn't penetrate, creating a loud impact, and when lifted, the axe was stuck. Sister Tan was sweating, thinking, damn, I can't even land a hit. My strength has been greatly reduced by the rules. Then the long-nosed demon jumped to attack Sister Tone, while Truong Sach was still clinging to his nose. The long-nosed demon punched Sister Tone, sending her flying, and the axe fell from her hand. Truong Sach was still struggling to hold on, thinking, I didn't expect his punch to be that strong. Then Truong Sach calculated in his mind, as long as I hold on to his nose, I can predict his other attacks. Suddenly, the long-nosed demon retracted his nose. Truong Sach exclaimed, why is he pulling it back? The long-nosed demon reshaped his nose into a round form like before. The cruel man said, are you regretting my nose? Then I'll give you another chance, and then began to launch the nose out. The nose pierced through Zhang Xi's body, shocking him. The nose even went through the wall, and as Zhang Xi fell to the ground he sighed, not expecting the nose to shoot out like that. Suddenly, a bright object with 3 horns emerged from the hole in the wall. On the other end, 4 legs sprouted, and this strange creature flew out, scattering in the space. Then it flew near Sister Tone. Sister Tone, startled, turned to look at the creature and exclaimed, oh, it's like an ant on the floor. The long-nosed demon charged at her, and Sister Tone quickly raised her hand and shouted, we're under siege, please help. Then she jumped up to dodge the attack. The strange creature flew up as well and attacked Sister Tone with its legs. It flew at an incredible speed to attack her, while Sister Tone continuously moved to avoid it. Appearing through the smoke, her face was now covered in many wounds, and then she fell down. Then she took off running with the long-nosed demon and the strange creature chasing after her, looking vicious. Jiang Shen's team was still outside the door. Both girls were very vigilant, raising their weapons while he stuffed his hands into his pockets and remarked, should we just walk in like this? What if there's an ambush? Zhengtian, worried, said, it's pitch black. I can't see anything. Suddenly, a terrified face appeared in the darkness. Zhengtian, not recognizing her teammate, hurriedly struck Sister Tone on the head, then screamed demon. The long-nosed demon and the strange creature had also caught up. Jiang Shen said, don't panic. She doesn't have any demonic energy. Why are you hitting her? Twet said. A teammate is a teammate. At that moment, the strange creature transformed back into a nose and jumped onto the long-nosed demon's face. The long-nosed demon turned away and said, next time Nui breaks the rules, he won't be so lucky. Zhengtian felt guilty and said, I'm sorry. Sister Tone, while touching the bump on her head, cried out in pain, then sadly said, "It's not easy to get a collective mission at the D level. We've been set up by Tun Truck, and one teammate was seriously injured right in front of me. I don't know if he's alive or dead," she said, wiping away tears that had fallen without her knowing. Jiangshen pointed to himself to comfort her. "It's okay, we'll go in and save him." Suddenly, Tron Tuyet raised her hand to stop him, leaving him confused. She explained, "Did you forget what I just said? Boys entering the girls' dorm is a violation of school rules. It's definitely a death sentence." Hearing this, Jiangshen looked around as if searching for something. Then what should we do?" He then spotted a mannequin standing under the stairs wearing a wig on its head. The god Jiang reached out to grab the wig he just mentioned, borrowing it for a bit. He then put the wig on his head and cheerfully said, "Let's go, time to set off." The two girls with him could only feel helpless in front of their teammate. Along the corridor, the flickering lights couldn't brighten the eerie darkness in this place. Jiang raised his hand to think, there's only the body of Lu Kai here. Where's the book? Right in front of him on the ground was the body of Lu Kai cut in half and lying there in his own blood. Sister Tan sighed and said, "I don't know either. We rushed to escape earlier and didn't pay much attention. The whole dormitory is so large. Searching everywhere would take quite a toll. Let's split up and search," Jiang suggested. After hearing this, Tran Tuyet worriedly asked, "Isn't it too dangerous to split up?" Duong Tian confidently replied, "Don't worry, Tran, Anne can stick with me. As the only low level in the group, I can still protect you just fine." However, Tran Tuyet was still very concerned, but the person lying on the ground is also a low level, and he got beaten to death out there. This directly left Duong Tian speechless. Jiang approached Tran An and said, "Don't be scared. If anything happens, I'll come right away." Tran Tuyet was still worried but had no other choice and agreed, "Okay then." The two teams then took different paths. Before they left, Jiang reminded them to contact immediately if anything happened. Tran Tuyet responded, Jiang and Tri-Tone formed one team moving with one in front and the other behind keeping an eye out. After a moment, Duong Tian asked Tri-Tone what happened before everyone broke the school rules. "Can you be more specific?" Tri-Tone recounted, "We entered without any problems, didn't encounter anything at all. If there's anything to note, shortly after we entered, it seemed like a paper was stuck to the back of Lu Kai. It disappeared in an instant. I thought I was seeing things." Upon hearing this, Jiang suddenly felt alarmed. He pointed at something stuck to Tri-Tone's back and asked, "Is it a paper like the one on your back?" Tri-Tone quickly felt behind and said, Yes, quickly, help me take it off." Jiang conjured magic in his hand, then tore the paper off with a ripping sound. Tri-Tone turned around looking frightened and said, "It feels like it's trying to penetrate my body. It's so scary." Jiang held up the paper to look and replied, "Fortunately, I discovered it early. Now that it's removed, it should be fine. There are ghosts around watching us, so be careful," he said as he tossed the paper aside while Sister Tan felt a bit tense. The paper fell to the ground, and suddenly a pair of pink hands picked it up. It turned out to be a stuffed bear with a hole in its belly. After picking up the paper, it walked over to someone's feet, and that person spoke. Did he notice it already? "I initially wanted to mess around with that blonde guy, but I didn't expect the teacher to take him away. I was so furious I picked up the teddy bear that was holding a cigarette, grabbed one of its eyes and squeezed it hard. Then I pulled the eye out of the teddy bear and it turned out to be a red-haired demon." She angrily declared that this time she would definitely have some fun with them. They had now reached the 3rd floor. Jiang observed for a moment and frowned, still nothing after all this time. Sister Tone replied in confusion, "It's strange, with Xiang Shak so badly injured he shouldn't be able to go far." He agreed, saying it made sense. Could it be that they're over on the other side? Suddenly a hole appeared in the middle of Jiang Shak's chest. "Oh, isn't that Jiang Shak?" His teddy bear was still holding a cigarette and let out a cry, and Sister Tone anxiously called out, "Jiang Shak, are you okay?" Jiang Shak's head looked like it had been chopped off and stitched back on, looking very gruesome. He replied mechanically, "I'm fine." Jiang Shak isn't Sister Tone being foolish. He's been transformed like this, and she still thinks he's alive. Then I seriously thought to myself, but even if we defeat the puppet Jiang Shak now, it won't solve anything. We need to catch the one manipulating things behind the scenes. The puppet Jiang Shak continued mechanically, "Oh, I'm fine." Sister Tone reached out to help, asking if he was too injured. "Let me support you." Suddenly, 2 other hands grabbed the puppet Jiang Shak's hand. Jiang grabbed his hand and cheerfully said, "Brother Shak, nice to meet you." He was secretly happy, calculating in his mind, "Haha, let me gather some ghost energy first. I heard you are a pole dancer." As he spoke, he picked up a broom and used his bare hands to cut it. Then he planted the broomstick in the ground and said, "Let's get a little closer." The system notification appeared awarding points, along with loving comments, "Damn it, so you came here to dance, ghost energy +4. The red-haired demon controlling the puppet Jiang Shak spoke up, "But this wouldn't faze me." Her fingers skillfully manipulated the invisible thread. The puppet on Jiang's side was still eagerly dancing on the newly created pole ho. The graceful and skilled dance moves made Jiang cheer and jump along. He raised both hands and excitedly shouted, "Let's go fly up." Wait, stop. The puppet Zhang Shak's face was now distorted, his mouth wide open with a long tongue sticking out. Then his hand slipped off the pole, and with an additional push from Zhang Zhangshak was thrown against the wall. Seeing this, Sister Tone called out worriedly, "Zhang Shak." Jiang then approached, giving a thumbs up to the puppet Zhang Shak, saying, "You danced really well." The final part was very impressive. He thought to himself next he would confuse the puppeteer. Then Jiang Shen stood up, raised both hands, and lifted one leg like an A-list star, adjusting his performance. They say he dances the Nico Nico dance pretty well. How about we do a love cycle together? At this moment, he had tied his hair into two pigtails in a very funny way, dancing while saying fua fua ri fua fua ru. Let's tie those pigtails up. Fua fua ri fua fua ru. Let's dance. The puppet Zhangsha was also moving along. Sister Tone stood there stunned by this humorous scene, exclaiming, "What on earth is happening?" Sending hearts, the grand salute is here. Kami-sama arigato. Jiang Shen got more and more into it, while the puppet was now sweating heavily and gasping. Jiang Shen was grinning mischievously as he danced. Even the demon was sweating now. It seemed the controller behind Jiang was about to lose patience. The puppet was still panting hard, fua fua. From Zhang Sha's eyes, one could see the image of the red-haired demon controlling it. She was equally tired, sweating like she had just taken a bath, gasping for air. Then she angrily cursed, "Damn it, my arms are so sore." The system panel appeared again. Why do I have to control a puppet dancing the Nico Nico dance? Demonic energy plus 200. After a moment, Jiang Shen stopped propping himself up with one hand, saying, "That's enough, haven't we had our fill yet?" The puppet was already exhausted from the exertion, but with no intention of letting go, Jiang Shen moved closer to embrace the puppet from behind and said, "Let's add one more strip dance performance." Then the clothes were thrown up in the air. He threw the last piece of clothing and smiled mischievously, time to show the real face. Sister Tone, confused, asked, "Is this Jiang Shen's way of commenting? This body is truly unique. I can't tell he's actually a furry enthusiast." Zhang Sha's body had stitches on both elbows, thighs, and neck, and the rest was wearing a pink outfit. Hearing his words, the red-haired demon responded, "So what if I'm a furry enthusiast?" She pressed her hands together to cast a spell, and continued, "You mock furries. They all must die at this moment." Zhang Sha's corpse began to swell, twisting and contorting grotesquely as if it would explode. Zhang Sha's body was transforming. The hands and feet were gone, replaced by 4 cotton-like stubs, and the middle bulged out with round lumps protruding on top. On the upper back and neck, there were even more lumps, looking very disgusting, and its mouth still held a cigarette. Now a gigantic plush bear appeared in front of Jiang Shen and the others. He approached satisfied, saying, "Hee hee, we finally arrived." Sister Tone also smiled and said, "So it really has turned into a demon," then pulled out a rope around her. She tightly wrapped both ends of the rope around her hands. Then she extended it out and continued, "Now I can strike without holding back." Sister Tone jumped up and punched the head of the giant puppet. But from that punch, it caved in, startling her. It was as light as a feather and soft as cotton, showing no signs of being affected at all. Suddenly, the stuffed bear swung its arm to attack Sister Tone, but she managed to dodge it. Then she swung her arm back to counterattack, smashing its head. At this point, the bear was lying on the ground, but a moment later, it got back up to face her with its torn head. Sister Tone found it hard to speak, thinking how could it still stand after taking such a beating. Jiang Shen observed from behind for a moment, before he made his pupils turn blue. He noticed something strange surrounding the puppet. Something was controlling it from behind. The system interface appeared again, entering the battle state of the military general. In front of the giant puppet, Jiang Shen's hands sprouted sharp claws. The puppet then lifted its leg and kicked Sister Tone hard, sending her falling backward. Sister Huang panicked, trying to defend herself, exclaiming, "We're doomed." At that moment, something smoky spilled from its hand onto Sister Tone. She jumped away, and Jiang Shen raised his hand to cover his nose to avoid the smoke. The red-haired demon controlling from the side also looked worried, thinking, could he have seen through me? Then she raised 2 fingers from each hand to her eyes, preparing to unleash her ultimate move. "You all must die." At this point, the puppet's eyes began to bulge, forming a strange shape. Without hesitation, Jiang Shen charged forward, continuously clawing at the puppet's face. After a while, he leaped behind it, and the puppet's entire body was surrounded by a pink aura. Then it immediately fell to the ground, and from the puppet's eyes shot a powerful force, straight up shattering the floor beneath it. It even pierced through the floor, where Yang Tian and Tran Tuyet were passing by. That force shot straight into the sky, creating a dazzling pink-purple light above. The system interface popped up with a notification: "You have destroyed the favorite toy of the ghost doll, gaining 99 demonic energy." The red-haired demon, known as the ghost doll, saw her toy destroyed by someone else, and angrily said, "You broke my toy, I'll turn you into a toy." Jiang Shen cheerfully replied, "Finally the real deal has shown up." As pink threads moved to attack him, he gently caught them. Then he yanked them forward, pulling the ghost doll along while cheerfully teasing, "Why be so shy? Come here for a hug." He grabbed her hand, causing her to yelp. "Ouch." Then he pulled the ghost doll close to him, making her panic and blush, and he asked, "Just now you were controlling that puppet, right?" Later, Jiangshen took out his tongue and licked her hand, saying, "With hands like these, want to help me with some fun. Who knows, if I'm pleased, I might just let you go." The system notification appeared calm demon energy at 0, which made Jiangshen feel confused. Why is that? The demon spirit turned and grinned, saying, "Hee hee, look at my other hand." Jiangshen's eyes widened in panic, as the other hand of the demon spirit controlled those strings to attack Sister Ton. The strings intertwined like a net, covering Sister Ton, then transforming into a cage around her. Finally, the demon spirit wrapped Sister Ton tightly smugly, saying, "Try to move again, and your friend will become minced meat." But Jiangshen remained unfazed, gripping her arm tightly and calmly, saying, "It's fine, she isn't my friend." The demon spirit cried out in pain, "Ah," then questioned, "How can this be? Aren't you all together?" Jiangshen smirked and replied, "Haha, are you brainless? Just because you're together doesn't mean you're friends." The demon spirit was stunned by those words. The system notification appeared again. Memories within the demon spirit awakened demon energy plus 300. Earlier, when the three girls forced the purple-haired girl to fall, the red-haired girl looked down and exclaimed, "Ah, how did she fall? What do we do now? Are we going to jail?" she said, panicked and scared. At this moment, the blue-haired girl and the bun-haired girl comforted her. "It's okay, we'll just say she fell on her own right. As long as we insist on that, it'll be fine," the demon spirit replied as if self-hypnotizing. "That's right, insisting on that is fine." However, on the second day, the spirit was taken away by 2 police officers, crying out in despair, "How can you treat friends like this? Why do you want me to take the blame?" "Aren't we together?" the spirit questioned the bun-haired girl. The bun-haired girl responded nonchalantly, Just being together doesn't mean we're friends." The blue-haired girl chimed in. "Who would believe she fell on her own?" Then both those miserable people said in unison, "You just have to take the fall, all right." The spirit was wronged as she was taken away by the police. Outside, the weather was beautiful, the sun shining brightly as a police car sped down the road. Inside the car escorting the spirit, one officer pointed at a teddy bear and asked, "Did your daughter give you that?" The other officer joyfully replied, "Yeah, my daughter said I'd be lonely, so she told me to keep it in the car." The spirit, witnessing their conversation, hung her head sadly, thinking, "If only I could start over. I wouldn't mind being friends with the doll." She didn't notice that another car was speeding toward her window. She didn't want to trust anyone anymore. Before she could think it through, the car hit her, the window shattered, and the spirit was thrown outside. Her body was hit by sharp objects, blood pouring out everywhere. At that moment, she looked at the doll beside her, and thought, "The doll is really good, at least it won't harm me." Then the spirit reached out, wanting to touch the doll. As the flashback ended, the ghostly spirit let out a laugh, "Hee hee hee," leaving Jiangshen bewildered. I heard my jagged teeth say, "Hee hee, you're absolutely right," while clenching its fingers. Meanwhile, Sister Tone was also being pulled tight by those ropes. The ghostly spirit continued, "If you aren't her friend, then I'll kill her for you first." In her excitement, she gasped, "Are you serious?" Sister Ton was tightly bound and trembled as she looked down at the ropes. Then one of her hands slipped into her pocket. She pulled out a glass vial containing a red liquid. Without hesitation, Sister Ton crushed the vial with force. She poured the liquid onto the ropes, which immediately began to dissolve. The ghostly spirit panicked and asked, "What the hell is that?" As Sister Tone freed herself from the ropes, she smiled triumphantly and replied, "It's the black dog blood from Lou's place. It's time to use it." The ghostly spirit couldn't retract the ropes in time, and the blood flowed down, making her feel terrified. What? Why is the blood flowing along with the ghostly energy? The blood quickly entered her body, and red veins appeared on her hands, looking grotesque. She screamed, my hand!" Jiangshen grabbed her head with both hands and said, "It hurts, doesn't it? Darling, now I'll help you be free." With that, he ripped off the ghostly spirit's head. The ghostly spirit, a top-tier demon, was dead ghostly energy, plus 1.99. Jiangshen threw the red head on the ground and said with satisfaction, "Phew, for the first time I didn't fall for the charm," and took down a top-tier demon. Jiangshen scratched his face and thought, Sister Tone. Sister Ton calmly wiped her face and replied, "You're right, we're not friends. If I had really been killed by her, it would only mean I was useless." Jiangshen was about to say something, when Sister Tone quickly turned away, putting on her headphones, and exclaimed, "Oh," the sound from the headphones came through. "We're on the 5th floor. Jiangshen, hurry up, the water's rising." Sister Tone urged Jiangshen as she ran hurry to the 5th floor. Jiangshen looked up at the ceiling and thought the hole earlier must have been made by the doll. He jumped straight through the hole, leaving behind a phrase, "Let's go straight up. Taking the stairs might be too slow." His feet landed in a puddle of water. Then he looked around and exclaimed, "The school has been abandoned for so long, where did the water come from? If it's caused by ghosts, it will be dangerous." Jiangshen thought again, if it was the state, it would be 4 ladies, thanks to luck. Then he clicked on the image of the 4 ladies. Jiangshen transformed his eyes, turning bloodshot, strange white energy swirling around him. He opened his mouth and roared, transforming into a demon the 4 ladies. Suddenly a strange white worm appeared behind him, his hands twisted grotesquely, his nails elongated and sharp like those of a demon, terrifying. His hair stood on end, his previously red eyes now turned bright white like a light bulb randomly spinning, as if he were under a spell. Jiang Shen was confused and panicked, looking at his hands and exclaiming, "Why do I look so strange? Oh my god, did I forget to take off the wig?" At this moment, on the 5th floor, Duong Thian was trapped in a strange water shadow, along with Tran Tuye. She, Niajiang, wielded a weapon and stabbed outward. The weapon pierced through the water shadow, leaving a visible tear on the surface. But when she withdrew the weapon, the tear in the water shadow closed up as before. Niajiang thought, "I can't break this water shadow. Who would have thought I'd end up a dead demon in my lifetime? I wonder if Jiang Shen received my distress signal. Hurry up, Jiang Shen. I'm about to run out of time." Tran Tuyet, trapped with Duong Thian, was running out of air and gasping for breath. Suddenly, Duong Thian felt joy at Jiang Shen's arrival. She exclaimed, "Ah, you actually came." Jiang Shen jumped in and shattered the water shadow. The water shadow split in two, and he asked with concern, "Are the two beauties okay?" Duong Thian, tearfully relieved, exclaimed Jiang Shen, "I knew you would come to save us." Jiang Shen, embraced by the girls, showed surprise mixed with delight. He playfully scolded Duong Thian, saying, "Weren't you very strong?" Not pretending this time, Duong Thian sweat nervously at Jiang Shen's words. Tran Tuyet anxiously warned, "The 5th floor has a female demon who can control things. You need to be careful." Tran Tuyet urged Jiang Shen. Jiang Shen confidently replied, "It's fine, I'm not scared anymore." Then he headed straight to the 5th floor, where a dark corridor awaited him. The flickering lights were truly frightening, but Jiang Shen felt no fear and called out, "Hey demon girl, where are you?" He added in a teasing tone, "Let's play in the water together." From above, drops of water unknown where they came from fell softly onto Jiang Shen's shoulders. He looked in astonishment at his shoulder. Suddenly, a head popped out, laughing mischievously. Jiang Shen pouted, both hands clenched, looking up. The demon appeared with a terrifying face, having blue eyes and blue hair, raising its hands to its face, its long tongue hanging out. It said, "Do you want to play in the water with me?" Then suddenly, Jiang Shen raised both hands, grabbing the demon's head and pulling it down, catching the demon off guard. Jiang Shen asked friendly, "Why are you all wet?" The demon was startled, and Jiang Shen, showing his youthful demeanor, said, "Then first, let's turn you around." Without warning, he spun the demon around abruptly, causing her to feel dizzy and terrified. Jiang Shen extended his long tongue, holding the demon tight and teasing, "Let me lick you dry," as the demon squirmed in excitement. Is this name single for too long? Even the demon is feeling hot. Demon energy plus 20. As Jiang Shen's tongue neared the demon's lips, she seemed thrilled, yet weakly resisted. "Don't lick me anymore, you annoying pest." Jiang Shen smugly replied, "What's wrong? Are you feeling uncomfortable?" With both hands, Jiang Shen squeezed the demon's cheeks, hard, distorting her face with puffy cheeks and a protruding tongue, saying, "Then let me make you lick for me." Jiang Shen pulled the demon's tongue closer and said, "Come on, lick for me." The demon was caught off guard but obediently opened her mouth. Who would have thought to meet a pervert demon energy plus 40? The demon screamed, "I can't hold back anymore." Then from her mouth a blob of water and strange green energy flew out. She then shot a strong stream of water directly at Jiang Shen's face. Jiang Shen's face was soaked, but he licked his lips, looking pleased. "So you're willing to play with water, huh? More spit." After tasting the demon's spit, Jiang Shen wouldn't back down, saying, "Now it's my turn." Before he could finish, he gathered all his internal strength and unleashed a massive jet of water, blasting the demon away. The demon lay sprawled on the ground, fuming. "Damn it. I heard you weren't afraid of physical attacks." After that, Jiang Shen took an attacking stance. "Let me see what you've got." Then he flashed a creepy smile. Suddenly a drop of water fell in front of him, catching his attention before it shot past to attack him. Jiang Shen quickly dodged. Then more droplets appeared, and he decided to turn and run. As he ran, he thought, "Why are they all coming at me like this?" The droplets continued to fly past him. He raised his hand, generating a powerful energy, as if something was awakening inside him. He stared at the demon, thinking, the female demon is completely out of control. The droplets were autonomously attacking, showing no signs of being controlled. They kept coming at him. Jiang Shen grumbled, clenching his teeth. What the hell is going on? Suddenly a droplet emitted a strange purple light, and the last drop he encountered made him realize. He suddenly had a bold idea and said, "Then let's counteract with a counter." He vanished among the strange droplets, making the demon confused. Where did he go? The demon hugged herself from the cold when a coat flew in and landed on her. Jiang Shen suddenly appeared above the demon, saying, "Seeing you all wet, I'm worried you'll catch a cold. Don't be shy, put it on." Annoyed, the demon suddenly remembered something. "Wait, the attack point I marked." She reviewed her formation, and the demon panicked, mouth agape in confusion. "Why is it like this?" Suddenly, Jiang Shen appeared with a wicked smile. With a surge of power in his hand, he calculated in his mind, first, I'll use the demonic energy to cover the signal barrier. This way the water won't be able to identify me as a target. To prevent her from controlling the water, I hid in her blind spot. The demon quickly realized and thought after the energy enveloped me, the barrier would be removed. Jiangshen continued his thoughts, thus she would become her own target. So the droplets continuously attacked the demon, leaving her unable to defend herself, exclaiming, "Will this stop only when I'm dead?" Jiangshen covered his mouth and smiled triumphantly. It's truly terrifying. After the battle ended, Jiangshen held the tattered coat drenched by the droplets and said regretfully, "Just defeating a demon comes at such a high price. My coat is ruined. The demon has died, gaining 400 demonic energy." After Jiangshen defeated the demon, the system panel appeared with a smile and said, "Congratulations, host, you have broken through 5000 demonic energy." The system then asked, "Would you like to spend 1000 demonic energy to level up?" Jiangshen gaped in shock and said 1000 demonic energy is ridiculously expensive. He asked further, "What's this leveling up? Are you giving me a luxury car?" The system replied, "A luxury car is beyond your dreams. After leveling up, you can activate new features of the system transformation." Thus, the server initiated the upgrade for Jiangshen. The system's voice echoed, "System upgrading, please be patient." In the distance, a demon peeked out watching Jiangshen upgrade. He exclaimed, "This kid has some real power." Jiangshen noticed the big-nosed demon thinking, You thought I wouldn't notice. That nose of yours gave you away long ago." Jiangshen returned, and the short-haired girl asked, "Have you dealt with that female demon?" Jiangshen confidently replied, "Of course." The short-haired girl then asked kindly, "You must be tired, right?" With that same confidence, he responded, "It's just a small matter." Suddenly, he put his arm around the short-haired girl and said arrogantly, "With this body of mine, even if I fought 500 people, I wouldn't be like someone who can't handle it at such a young age." Jiangshen said with a smirk, while in the distance the big-nosed demon watching Jiangshen's every move became furious, his eyes glowing red as Jiangshen's smirk left him speechless. Department head was humiliated in public, gaining 20 demonic energy. While Jiangshen, Yangtian, and the short-haired girl were chatting happily, the big-nosed demon appeared to block their way, and said, "Having an improper relationship between male and female violates school rules severely." I declare just as he started speaking, the big-nosed demon opened his mouth wide and strange things flew out of it. A surge of golden power appeared as he said, "Die all of you." When attacked unexpectedly, Duongtian was knocked away, crying out in pain, while the short-haired girl fared no better. After the attack from the big-nosed demon, both girls lay motionless on the ground. Jiangshen was also taken aback, exclaiming that the demonic energy was too strong, causing them to faint. But he remained nonchalant, as if nothing had happened, and remarked how strict the school was. Breaking the rules meant death. Jiangshen wiped his face, contemplating, "I like this." Suddenly, the nose of the big-nosed demon elongated, attacking Jiangshen, who used his fist to block the demon's strike. He quickly dodged to the side to evade the attack. Then he slid back a bit to maintain distance from that big-nosed demon. Jiangshen seemed amused, chuckling as he avoided the big-nosed demon's attack. Love truly conquers evil, Jiangshen thought, looking at Damchu, bored, wishing something exciting would happen. Suddenly, Jiangshen declared war on the big-nosed demon, challenging it to a duel to see who would prevail. The big-nosed demon's nose continued to stretch out, looking panicked, but still managed to speak. Violent rule violation, that's another level of punishment, as a fierce battle broke out between the two, each using their longest weapons to duel. With sounds of clashing suddenly, Jiangshen's long horn struck the nostril of the square-faced demon, causing its nose to retract and hitting it hard in the face. Seeing this, Jiangshen retracted his horn and soared high, catching the square-faced demon off guard. While at a fixed height, Jiangshen shouted out loud. Then the square-faced demon vanished and reappeared in a puff of white smoke. But the square-faced demon suddenly appeared behind Jiangshen, leaving him confused. Then the square-faced demon transformed its head into a sharp horn like a dung beetle, aiming it at Jiangshen, making him panic and exclaim, "It's over, the enemy has vanished." As Jiangshen was screaming in helplessness, shielding his face with his hands, suddenly from behind, a demon transformed into a dung beetle quickly appeared. A girl with short purple hair and a yellow outfit, Wenjiang said, "It's that sly creature again," and then punched the demon in its dung beetle form, flattening it. But the girl with the purple hair and yellow outfit didn't have time to celebrate, because even though she had punched the demon, it had thrust a sharp leg straight into her chest, causing blood to spill out. Then the short purple-haired girl spat blood like syrup. Yet she didn't collapse. Instead, she laughed menacingly and said, "It seems I let my guard down, but no matter how weak I am, I can still drag you down with me." After saying that, she wrapped her arms around the big-nosed demon with a black cord and began to punch it furiously. "It seems I overlooked something, but no matter how weak I am, I have the ability to take you down with me." After saying that, she wrapped her arm around herself. With a black rope, she grabbed the face of that demon and started punching furiously. "Do you think the wristband I wear is just made of black chicken leather for show?" She kept punching madly at that demon, while the demon stabbed deeper into her chest, causing her to grimace in pain. After a long breath, the girl gasped, standing on a pool of blood, her body torn apart by that demon. She staggered, her eyes rolling as blood spilled from her mouth like rain. Jiang Chen was shocked witnessing the battle just now. It seems this demon far exceeds any ability I could toy with. After taking a look, he quickly turned to face the demon, approaching him, continuing to think. If I can't kill it, then the next one to die will be me. At this moment, Jiang Shen's system displayed a line of text, "Love the dance of the infernal." Then Jiang Shen smirked triumphantly and sneered. His most important weapon was gone. How could he fight me now? The demon in front was furious, growling. The demon then laughed maniacally, transforming itself into a many-eyed red monster, grinning as it said, "Even without a nose, what can you do?" The red-eyed demon continued, "Do you think you can be my opponent?" After saying that, it seemed like it had taken a power boost, its muscles bulging and tearing through its clothes, leaving Jiang Shen stunned. But then Jiang Shen casually flicked 2 fingers, indicating for the demon to come forward and submit. Seeing Jiang Shen's gesture, the many-eyed red demon felt a chill of fear, sweat pouring down like rain. It said, "Humph, what kind of trick is this? Trying to blind me with a drizzle." It then raised its hand to catch the falling drops. Jiang Shen replied with a knowing smile, "But that's rain at 105 degrees. At that moment, the red-eyed demon's hand recoiled smoke, rising with a hissing sound. The many-eyed demon cried out in pain, "Why is it suddenly so hot? My body is covered in burns." As it spoke, the many-eyed demon writhed in agony. "Ah, it's too hot, I'm going to die." The system continuously reported, "Host is suffering from unbearable burns, demon energy plus 95 points. Host is crying from the burns, demon energy plus 97 points. Host is near death, demon energy plus 99 points. After a while the rain stopped, and the many-eyed demon lay curled up in a puddle. Jiang Shen laughed mockingly and said, "Let me deliver a final blow." Saying that, Jiang Shen bent down and ended it with the long horn in the center of his forehead, stabbing straight into the many-eyed demon, blood splattering everywhere. The system then announced, "The host has killed the top-tier demon, demon energy plus 199 points. After hearing the system's announcement of the host's death, Jiang Shen's lips transformed back into a human form. With long hair, he gently wiped the sweat from his brow. "Phew," Jiang Shen slowly smiled, pulling off his long wig and staring at the system, saying, "This time really got a bit out of hand." Tran Tuyet and Duong Thien approached Jiang Shen, with Tran Tuyet speaking first. "Jiang Shen, are you okay?" Jiang Shen looked back with a helpless expression. "You two just woke up at the right time." Tran Tuyet looked around and noticed Sister Tan pinned down by a sharp leg, sitting helplessly on the ground. Tran Tuyet said, "Oh no, Sister Tan is dead too." Tran Tuyet continued, "Originally came to help with a group mission, and ended up risking our lives." Duong Thien was also astonished and continued, "The power of the demons this time was clearly underestimated. This is beyond what we can handle." After saying this, Duong Thien fell silent. It was then that Tran Tuyet asked, "So what do we do now?" Jiang Shen spoke up. "There's an old saying." Jiang Shen turned away, waving his hand as he continued, "We've come this far." Duong Thien laughed, accepting Jiang Shen's words. "Haha, you're right, we've come this far." Tran Tuyet also agreed, adding, "Yeah, since we're here, we should eliminate all the demons." Meanwhile, on the rooftop, 3 men stood watching a girl trembling in fear. The demon with 2 garlic knots in her hair had eyes wide and a mouth full of green liquid, trembling. Tanchat darkly asked, inquiring once more, "What's that girl's name?" The 2 garlic knot demon with her arms severed replied, "If I tell you, we'll all die." Tanfai Duong brandished 2 daggers, threatening, "If you don't speak, she'll die now." The garlic knot demon with her mouth and eyes filled with green liquid trembled in fear. Then the garlic knot demon grinned madly, the green liquid slowly dripping down as she laughed. The demon's voice echoed across the night sky, shattering the stillness of the tranquil night. The garlic knot demon crazily declared, "All right then, let's all die." Then the garlic knot demon said something while grinning, her mouth twisted. "Listen carefully, her name is..." A silence fell as the garlic knot demon revealed a deadly name, Bok Lin. As soon as she said this name, the garlic knot demon's head was severed, the green liquid fading away. "Her name is Bok Lin." After saying that, she rolled to the feet of an old witch. The old witch appeared, raising a hand to her mouth, asking, "Who's calling me?" She began dragging the headless corpse of the girl away. She bit into the girl's shoulder and asked, "Who just called my name?" Cannibalism among kin, among demons, it's the most brutal. Tan Trok started to panic, sweating profusely. This is at least half a ghost. Tan Hai also feared, and asked Tan Trok, "So can we fight back? If not, we can retreat. It's a C-rank mission. Giving up will still get us a reward." Tan Trok confidently replied, "What's there to fear? Didn't we bring the Blood Yang pill today?" "That's right. I would have forgotten if you hadn't reminded me." The Blood Yang pill can temporarily unleash immense physical power, but it will affect the practitioner's foundation and has significant side effects. Tanhai held the pill in his hand, thinking if they could surpass their limits to complete the mission, Tan Trok could join the martial sect. The Tan family desperately needs a leader. After consuming the pill, Tanhai's eyes began to shine. His body started to increase in strength significantly. A surge of power surrounded him completely. His arms and body began to be enhanced by waves of strength. With his body strengthened, he charged at the old demon, die already old hag. He lunged forward, throwing a sphere at the old demon, creating a deafening explosion across the sky. At that moment, the 3 members of Jiang Shen's group were walking when they saw a blinding explosion in the sky. With such overwhelming force, did they really need to go help? Although this name isn't impressive, they're still part of a big family. It's better to avoid them. Hearing him, Tran Tuet and Duong Thien questioned him, laughing. Are you afraid of him? Do you think the Duong family isn't a big clan? This guy Tan Trak has killed so many people. You expect me not to settle the score. Don't come crying to me later when you get bitten back after helping him out. Tran Tuyet approached, patting him on the shoulder. Don't worry, Jiangshen, Duong Thien and I have your back. He also acted modestly. No need for that, let's just go save them if we must. Jiangshen rubbed his stomach and said, honestly, after fighting so many demons, I'm feeling a bit hungry. Hearing about food, Tran Tuyet immediately agreed. Haha, I'm hungry too. Then let's go. Let's grab something to replenish our energy first. Oh, I just remembered today is Thursday, it's party night. 1 portion each I'll treat. Sis Tran is so generous. Scene shifts to the battle of the Tantrak group against the old demon. The exposed brain outside must be her weak point. Realizing the weakness, Tanhai threw a punch straight at the old demon's exposed brain. But when his punch connected, he felt it had no effect at all. Seeing she was unharmed, he threw another punch at her heart. Gathering all his strength for the strongest punch, he sent her flying into the air. Suddenly, she managed to grab his arm as he was punching. Are you calling my name? In an instant, she twisted his arm, breaking the bone. Tanhai cried out in pain. Ah! As she was breaking Tanhai's arm, Fiduang charged in, attacking her fiercely. Are you okay? Tanhai asked Fiduang. Are you using blood yang too? He replied, I have no choice. Fiduang rushed in, slashing at her. Take this pain, she calmly responded. Just now, didn't you call my name too? Fiduang was immediately slammed down into the ground with a loud thud. Seeing his brother getting hit, Tanhai flew over, delivering a powerful punch that knocked a chunk of her hair off. Demon let Fiduang go, Tanhai yelled, landing a punch that made her hair and scalp fall to the ground. Tanhai started panting. The side effects of blood yang were kicking in. After losing a chunk of her scalp, exposing her skull, she locked her gaze and said, Thank you, that feels great. When I fell to the ground and damaged my heavenly spirit, I always felt very uneasy, Tantrak thought. Why, it's clearly just a half-demon, and the 2 blood yangs can't do anything. Cold sweat dripped down Tantrak's head as he muttered anxiously, Where did the problem occur? The brain demon pointed to its exposed, wriggling brain, saying once the brain gets ventilated, it feels much more comfortable. The brain demon pressed its finger down on the soft brain matter, saying, This is truly me. The blackened body of the brain demon slowly began to show color, first its purple hair, then its bright red outfit. Tantrak's pupils shrank, cold sweat poured out, and he opened his mouth to say, Ah, this. Tantrak thought in fear, the brain is starting to turn red. This isn't just a half-demon. Tun Fizung exclaimed in shock. This. Tantrak said, It's basically. Tunhai said in fear, a demon. The whole group yelled, running away, then turned into golden light and dashed off. Tan Fidung ran for his life with all his strength. Suddenly, the brain demon appeared right in front of Tan Fidung, letting out a strange laugh. Hehehe. The brain demon said, You're the fastest, right? Then it waved its hand forward. The brain demon grabbed Tan Fidung by the neck and lifted him up like a toy. Then its other hand plunged straight into Tan Fidung's heart, and he was finished. Tanhai turned in shock to look, then rushed over to save him, shouting Fidung. Tanhai clenched his fist and punched. The brain demon easily blocked the punch with one hand. Tanhai urgently cried for help. Tantrak, come help me out. Tantrak reached into his pocket to get something, calmly saying, Oh, you hold on. Tantrak pulled out a strange green drum, saying, Here it is. Tantrak slapped the drum, and strange green waves spread out around him. Tanhai anxiously asked, Hey, why are you making us unable to move too? Tantrak said, Tanhai, you still remember the story I told you before? Tantrak continued, If you don't want to be eaten by the wolf, you don't need to run faster than the wolf. Just find a way for the wolf to eat other sheep. Tanhai angrily retorted, Beast, weren't we supposed to go on a mission together? What benefit is it to you if I die? Tantrak said, No benefit at all, but also no harm. Tantrak moved closer and said, But if you really want to talk about benefits if you die, I could play with your wife. Hey. Looking at the drum emitting green waves in his hand, Tantrak said, Oh, the effectiveness of the drum sound has passed. Tanja turned around to leave, saying, Go ahead, you can do it. The demon, with its writhing brain, struggled to move its body, then opened its mouth to scream, Bah! The demon with a human head looked at Tanhai, its laughter eerie and mocking, Ha ha ha. Tanhai's scream echoed from behind, and Tanja laughed, saying, That's a truly pathetic scream, ha ha. Tanhai's desperate scream echoed out of the house, startling both Tran Tuyet and Duong Thien. Jiang Chen, with food stuck to his mouth, mumbled, just came back from eating, and already hearing such a tragic scream, feeling a bit nauseous. Tran Tuyet worriedly said, are the three brothers of Tanja really that strong, or should we call Yin Zhao over to save Viet Di? Jiang Chen weakly replied, no, it can't be that bad. He thought, if Yin Zhao comes, how am I supposed to hunt down the demon? Jiang Chen put his arms around Duong Thien and Tran Tuyet, saying they have suffered enough, we still need to save them, right? Jiang Chen pulled both of them into the building, saying, let's go, let's go. Inside the building there was a terrifying silence. The atmosphere was desolate, gloomy, and still. Jiang Chen called out loudly, is anyone there? Tanja hid behind a corner watching Jiang Chen, feeling annoyed, thinking, why did these people come here? Tanja bent down and rubbed his hands in the dirt. Then he smeared the dirt on his face, to fake the situation. After that he pretended to run out, acting panicked, saying, great, everyone is here. Tanja pointed deeper inside and started rambling, you all came at the right time, there's a ghost upstairs, I fought it off and wounded it badly. Jiang Chen approached and asked, is there really such good news? Then why didn't you just take it down yourself? Tanja tilted his head to look elsewhere, saying, cough cough, I'm heavily injured, I can't fight her. Then Tuntrak said, this is the ghost. If we kill her, not only will we gain a large amount of accumulated points, but we can also apply to join the hidden sects. He said, that's interesting, aren't you guys considering how to deal with Bark Lin? Tuntrak didn't notice that the brain ghost had appeared behind him. Tren Tuet and Dung Thien Huang screamed in fear. They said, the ghost is here. The shadow of the ghost stretched on the ground. The brain ghost said, who just called my name? Jiang Thun looked shocked, cold sweat pouring down. Then his lips curled up, and finally Jiang Thun laughed loudly like a madman, ha 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 ha. Just then, from the brain ghost, a pile of symbols plus 19 representing ghost energy appeared. Jiang Thun excitedly said, this is truly the dream ghost of mine. Tuntrach looked at Jiang Thun with a dumbfounded expression, thinking, how can he still be laughing? This guy must be scared silly. Tuntrach secretly took out that strange drum, he maliciously thought. First, let's keep them here to fight the ghost, wait until the ghost energy is exhausted, and then I'll make my move. Tuntrak lightly tapped the drum, the sound waves spread out, the sound waves flowed over all three of Jiang Thun's group. Tren Tuet and Dung Thien were affected, startled, and panicked, while Jiang Thun was in a daze, thinking this feeling again, it looks like I'm high. Jiang Thun thought the sound of the drum resonated with my body. The system interface displayed resonating with the abilities of the special user ability plus 5%. Tuntrak turned around and slipped away, but a hand was placed on his shoulder. It was Jiang Thun, he said, good hit, a few more. Tuntrak looked at the drum in shock. What is this? The sound has no effect on him. Jiang Thun, like a creepy uncle luring a child, said, come on, hit a few more. Tuntrak said, hit what the ghost is here. Do you want to watch her kill your teammates? Just then the brain ghost was approaching Tran Tuet and Dung Thien, who could not move. Jiang Thun said, you have a point there. Zhang Thun kicked Tuntrak away, he said, get lost. Looking at the brain ghost, Jiang Thun murmured, such a strong ghost, a 1-star card might not be enough. He then took out a card with 2 golden stars on it. Jiang Thun shouted, transform great fairy force. A red aura spread out, and the image of a deer skeleton appeared. The meridians in Jiang Thun's body lit up with different points. Then it slowly spread to his 2 hands. When it reached his head, the light extended outward, forming 2 small antlers. Outside, Jiang Shen's body became robust from his elbows to his hands, turning amber, surrounded by swirling golden lightning-like sparks. The system displayed a message randomly acquiring divine abilities, demon body, and little chief thunder. Jiang Shen said, so this is the power of the 2-star demon transformation card. It's strong enough to instantly kill that long-nosed supervisor. The brain demon approached Tran Tuyet and Duong Thien. Both of them were still affected by the demonic sound, unable to move at all. The brain demon asked, did you just call my name? Duong Thien replied, no, it wasn't me. The brain demon turned its gaze to her, saying, not you. Then it turned to look at Tran Tuyet. It raised its clawed hand and struck at Tran Tuyet, saying, then it must be you. Tran Tuyet thought in fear, wah, am I going to die here today? However, the demon's hand was blocked by a flash of light. Jiang Shen's hand placed on Tran Tuyet's shoulder emitted thick bolts of electricity, shining a bright golden color. The demon was shocked that Jiang Shen blocked its attack. The system recorded the demon's thought, this name belongs to the Chinese origin. After capturing it feels like TT demon energy plus 170. Jiang Shen asked, how's that? Feeling good, right? Jiang Shen said, let me give you another big shock. The lightning struck out more and stronger than before, fiercely knocking the brain demon away. The brain demon landed but still slid backward. The demon's hand was shocked, it stammered. It hurts, why are you all ganging up to bully me? The demon tilted its head back. Why is the demon energy so bright red like blood? The system displayed the demon's thoughts. You all will end up just as miserable as me, demon energy plus 500. The demon charged aggressively at Jiang Shen. Jiang Shen quickly locked the demon's wrists with one hand. After lifting its hands high, Jiangshen used his other hand to strike hard at the demon's ribs. The demon grinned eerily, but when his hand touched its face, white smoke rose, revealing the flesh there was being burned. The demon was astonished. Jiangshen smugly said, "Sweetie, tell me, why are you so angry?" Jiangshen continued, "Is it because we teamed up to bully you? No, it's because you got angry enough to want to kill us, so we had to join forces against you." The demon, confused, asked, "So why am I angry then?" Jiangshen poked at the exposed part of the demon's brain and said, "Try using your brain to think." The demon replied, "It's because someone called my name." Jiangshen, like a villain, smiled and said, "Ding ding, correct. So what do you want to do now?" The brain demon said, "Of course I want to kill the person who called my name." Back with Tanja, he peeked from behind the wall at Jiangshen, thinking, has this kid been controlled by the demon? Tanja thought those people just drained quite a bit of the demon's energy. Once the demon kills them, it'll be a good opportunity for me to take revenge. Suddenly, Jiangshen pointed behind at Tanja, saying to the brain demon, "Look, the one who called your name is over there." Go Tanja jumped, frightened, thinking, what the hell? He quickly turned to run, muttering, "I can't believe they're teaming up with a demon against me. What a betrayal." Tanja boldly threatened, "Just wait until I get back. You'll see what the Tan family can do," when suddenly a shadow leapt over his head. It was the brain demon blocking Tanja's escape route. Tanja repeated his actions, pulling out the drum and beating it, but it had no effect. Tanja panicked, pushed his sweaty hands against the drum, and wondered, why is there no spiritual power now? The demon laughed gleefully. He, and Tanja fearfully shouted, "Get lost, get away." The brain demon approached and patted Tanja's head, asking, "Did you just call my name?" The demon pressed down harder on Tanja's head, and he suddenly pulled out a pistol. He then aimed the gun at the demon's head and shouted, "Die." Tanja turned and ran smugly, saying, "Haha, you always have to leave yourself an escape route." The brain demon raised its hand, pinching the bullet between two fingers, saying, "That hurt, what was that?" Tanja, seeing this, incredulously exclaimed, "Damn, that's a demon-slaying bullet worth 10,000 points." Tanja ran out of the building, jumping into a tree nearby, thinking, I'll run to a place with security, and then think of a long-term plan. Tanja kept running, leaping into a small forest. Feeling a bit safer, he stopped, panting his eyes, scanning the surroundings cautiously. Unexpectedly, the demon chased after him. Tuntrak hid behind a tree, holding his breath. Suddenly, a lightning bolt struck. He jumped and shouted, "Ah!" Jiangshen on the tree said, "I'm sorry, I wanted to sneak attack the female ghost, but I missed." The brain demon discovered Tuntrak's location, saying, "So it's you hiding here, huh?" Tuntrak panicked and ran, not forgetting to say, "Sneak attack. Clearly you want the female ghost to kill me." At this moment, Jiangshen chased after him, saying, "Tun Xiao, don't be afraid." Tuntrak, terrified, turned his head up to look and said, "Not again." Jiangshen smiled and said, "I'll help you deal with that female ghost." A lightning bolt struck right behind Tuntrak. He jumped forward to dodge. The second bolt followed closely, but Tuntrak still managed to avoid it. Tuntrash cursed, dealing with the female ghost. "It's clear you want to deal with me instead." Jiangshen said, "Tun Xiao, instead of scolding me, why not look behind you?" Tuntrak turned his head to look, and saw a towering mountain. He exclaimed, "Huh." Tuntrak turned back and said, "Damn it, there's no way out now." Tuntrak ran to the right, muttering to himself, "There's still a small slope next to me. I'll climb up there to escape her." However, Jiangshen landed in his path, and Tuntrak angrily said, "This damn head is blocking my only way out." Tuntrak then took a stance and pleaded, "Bro, let's talk this over, let me have a way to live. My family will definitely reward you later. We'll be like brothers from now on." Jiangshen smirked and said, "Why does Tun Xiao say that I'm here to save you? What's this about rewards? With our relationship, even without money, I'd still step in." Tuntrak was furious, pulling out his gun to load it, saying, "Are you mocking me?" Tuntrak raised his gun and said, "Then I'll deal with you first." But a flash of red light zipped by, and the hand holding the gun was severed. Tuntrak, confused, looked at his hand and shouted, "Huh, why is my hand?" A bony hand gripped Tuntrak's throat, exerting tremendous force. He struggled to breathe, murmuring, ooh." The brain demon lifted Tuntrak high, saying, "It's all you useless idiots," calling each other friends and brothers, but suddenly turning against each other. Jiangshen dramatically acted, pretending to be serious, saying, "Let my good friend go, release him now." The demon surprisingly believed him, looking back and saying, "Just now he wanted to harm you, and yet you want to save him." Jiangshen thought, what a stupid demon, strong in a fight but can't even comprehend sarcasm. So Jiangshen thought, I'll take this chance to tease her. Jiangshen then said, "Although he wanted to harm me, Tun Xiao is still our spiritual leader, my dear friend." Jiangshen said, "If you dare to kill him, I won't hold back anymore." Tanjak struggled to say, "Damn it, can you stop talking so much?" The brain-exposing demon yelled angrily, "I'm going to kill him now, let's see what you dare to do to me." Tanjak turned pale and said, "Jiangshen, damn it." Tanjak's head was slammed hard against the rock. The brain-exposing demon kept smashing Tanjok's head against the rock, shouting die, die. Watching that tragic scene, Jiang Shen exclaimed, damn, such intense rage. Finally, the brain-exposing demon held Tanjok's bloody head and said, didn't you say that killing him would be no mercy for me? Let's see how merciless you can be. Jiang Shen provocatively said, you haven't killed him yet, he's still gasping, isn't he? The system displayed the demon's intent. I've decided if I don't act more decisively, demonic energy, plus 90. The brain-exposing demon arrogantly said, I'm going to kill you now, let's see what you can do to me. Saying that it unleashed a powerful grayish-green demonic energy. Tanjok was blown away by the demonic energy, gradually left with only a withered skeleton. The bat-like demon flew towards Jiang Shen. He pretended to cry dramatically, oh my good friend. So Jiang Shen rushed forward and said, now I have a reason to kill you, Bai Ling. Bai Ling angrily said, damn it, you dare to call my name again. The demon opened its mouth to spew out demonic energy, but Jiang Shen easily dodged it. He appeared next to it, swung his arm and punched the demon, shouting, take that. Jiang Shen said, keep going, then punched the exposed brain of the demon. Jiang Shen retracted his hand and said the brain is too tough. The brain-exposing demon charged at him and said, I'll hit you. It moved at high speed, but each time it got close, Jiang Shen dodged, causing it to continuously crash into the surrounding scenery. Suddenly, Jiang Shen was startled. The brain-exposing demon lunged up from below and knocked Jiang Shen away. Jiang Shen held his ground and said, then let's play a game of collision. The system announced activating divine powers, demon overlord form. Jiang Shen's face displayed patterns resembling thunder. He tilted his head to clash with the demon. Both heads collided, creating a heavy, dull sound. The demon was dazed from the impact, and incredulously said, why did it suddenly get so hard? Jiang Shen took the opportunity to charge forward, laughing maniacally, like he was bullying a good girl. Ha ha ha. Jiang Shen firmly held Bai Ling's shoulder, saying, why are you suddenly tilting like this? Are you feeling a bit dizzy? Jiang Shen placed his hand on the demon's brain, pretending to be concerned. Maybe it's because your brain is damaged. The god of Jiang said, let me take it out to fix it for you, and then he yanked the demon's brain out of its skull. Looking at the soft, slimy brain in his hand, the god of Jiang said, how should this be fixed? I'm not quite sure. Bai Ling said, damn it you. The god of Jiang kicked the demon with its exposed brain. He tossed its brain behind him, saying, you can take your brain out and still not die. No wonder you're a ghost. Tran Tuyet, worried, said, it seems like the people from Jiang's side have fought their way to the forest. Dung Tian said, let's hurry over and check it out. As the two stepped outside, they saw a helicopter flying above them, and two people jumped out. One person missed the branch and caused leaves to fall, grumbling, slow down, I missed. A giant purple hand raised up for Ziloy to land on it, and once he was done, it tilted its hand to let him slide to the ground. Ziloy asked, where's the ghost? Dung Tian pointed into the forest, saying, it's in there. Ziloy said, let's go, and everyone ran into the woods. While walking, Tran Tuyet noticed Ziloy's battered appearance and the state of his wounds. Tran Tuyet worriedly thought, it feels like this guy just came out of a brutal fight, and now he has to deal with another ghost. Can he handle it? After walking for a while, Ziloy spotted the god of Jiang and the demon lying at his feet, shouting, found it. Seeing that Tran Tuyet felt relieved, saying, it's already taken care of, I worried for nothing. Seeing Ziloy approach, the god of Jiang said with disdain, I'm still dealing with her, and you're trying to swoop in. The god of Jiang raised his hand, unleashing a bolt of lightning straight into the demon's chest, saying that he needed to kill her quickly. The system then announced Bai Ling, the ghost has died, you gained 444 ghost energy. Ziloy asked, why is it you again? Who's your helper that can kill a ghost? The god of Jiang replied, this doesn't seem to fall under the questioning of ghosts, does it? The ghost accompanying Ziloy angrily said, you. But Ziloy raised his hand to silence him, and the ghost quickly held back, making a strange sound. This isn't your business. Go check the scene and determine the cause of death. Afterward, take the body to the family. So the ghost left, scoffing coldly. As he passed by the god of Jiang, he bumped into his shoulder, causing the ghost's shoulder to wobble like liquid. The god of Jiang grumbled, you're really trying to bump into me again. Are you in elementary school? The black liquid suddenly moved, and the god of Jiang exclaimed in confusion. The liquid transformed into a female demon, wrapping her arms around the god of Jiang's neck. The god of Jiang said, so Flat, is this a female demon or a male demon? The demon became furious, and the system displayed polite demon, your mother, ghost energy plus 80. Then the demon stretched out her arms, becoming plump, huge, like a mass of mud, saying, so what now, still flat? The god of River said, I advise you to get down quickly. The god of River angrily said, if not, you'll face the consequences. Ziloy approached and said, stop messing around, come back, and the demon vanished. Ziloy explained, sorry, my subordinates just returned from a mission, they're a bit tired. Ziloy placed a hand on the god of River's chin and said, the demonic energy in your body is a bit uncontrollable. The god of River smiled and said then, the god of River licked several of Ziloy's fingers and said, let me taste the demonic energy of this beautiful lady. A girl as lovely as you must taste like strawberries, right? Zeloy quickly pulled her hand back and said, "Hey, I'm not here to fight, let's get down to business." The god of river said, go ahead. Zeloy said, "In this collective mission, your team lost 6 members." Zeloy took out a dark red finger bone and said, "Now I'll proceed to question you all as per the usual." Tran Tuet and Duong Thien exclaimed in shock, "The demon's finger tells lies." The god of river pretended to be innocent and said, "What a mountain and hill, can't you do it?" Duong Thien extremely angry, said, "Liar, 2 iron rods." Duong Thien said, "The lying demon is a blood-grade demon. Its fingers can be used as a lie detector." The god of river incredulously said, "Blood-grade. That means it's at least a B-grade demon." Duong Thien replied, An extremely strong demon." Duong Thien said, "I've heard that the underworld sent their best team to capture it." Duong Thien recounted that after suffering massive losses, they managed to seize the 10 fingers of the lying demon. Zeloy said, "If you all know the origin of this, then it's best to answer truthfully." Duong tossed the finger bone away and said to avoid unnecessary trouble. Kuk Duong pointed at Tran Tuyet. The dark red finger bone aimed directly at Tran Tuyet's forehead. Zeloy said, "Recount everything that happened during the mission." Tran Tuyet said, "Here's how it went." Tran Tuyet spoke eloquently, recounting everything. After a while, Zeloy said, Although Tan Trok is dead, betraying your comrades is a serious crime. I will still question the Tan family." Then Zeloy directed the finger bone towards Duong Thien. Zeloy said, "It's your turn now, Miss Duong." Zeloy asked, "What were you doing when Tan Trok was attacked?" Under the effect of the finger bone, Duong Thien quickly replied, "We were so hungry that we went to eat GFK." Zeloy murmured to regain strength. "That makes sense." Seeing that the god of river thought, "Did I just get poked? Next it's my turn." When it was the god of river's turn, he held a strange shield ready from behind. The god of river widened his eyes at the finger bone flying closer. Just as it was about to touch the god of river's forehead, he gently tapped the shield and green sound waves radiated out. Jiang Shen flashed a smile, showing all 10 of his teeth. Zilei asked as a teammate, "Why didn't you guys save Tanzei when he died?" Jiang Shen pretended to be sorrowful and said he once wanted to save him, advising him to turn back before it was too late. Jiang Shen, with crocodile tears, lamented that it was just Tanzi's stubbornness and the enemy's overwhelming strength. Oh, how pitiful. Zilei astonished thought that he didn't expect this carefree kid to have such a noble heart. Zilei then retracted his fingers and said everyone could go home now. The rewards would be given out later. After saying that, Zilei's figure vanished from the scene. A loud noise echoed from the upper floors of the apartment building, thud, thud, thud. Jiang Shen, sleeping in bed, frowned at the noise. Unable to endure it any longer, he sat up abruptly. He angrily went outside and said, "Hasn't that damn ghost from last time been dealt with yet?" Jiang Shen held his transformation card in hand, opened the door, and cursed. "Damn it, I'll smash her." But outside was Sister Hong. Jiang Shen said, "Oh, Sister Hong." Jiang Shen asked from the door, "Sister Hong, what brings you here?" Suddenly, Sister Hong cried, tears streaming down her cheeks. Sister Hong buried her face in Jiang Shen's chest and said, "Sob, sob, you have to help me." After a while, the two sat in silence in the living room. Sister Hong hugged a cup of warm water to calm herself down. Then Sister Hong began to tell her story, starting from her family. Sister Hong recounted, 10 years ago, my father wanted me to marry into another clan, but I was very rebellious back then, wanting to find my own happiness, so I refused. At that time, Sister Hong raised her middle finger in a friendly, yet defiant gesture. Sister Hong said, because that marriage proposal failed, my family fell apart, and my father blamed me, kicking me out of the house. Sister Hong continued, my mother feared I would end up homeless, so she bought me half of this apartment building. After hearing that, Jiang Shen incredulously said, you bought half an apartment building just like that? What kind of poor family is that? Sister Hong, which prestigious family do you come from? Sister Hong said, my real name is Gu Hong. Yeah, have you heard of the Gu family? Jiang Shen was taken aback, saying the Gu family. The Gu family is at the top of Jiangbei's business scene. Jiang Shen felt small. Jiang Shen asked in confusion, why did you suddenly tell me about your family? What happened? Gu Hongya said, my mother called me yesterday, saying that my brother and his wife have been experiencing strange occurrences lately. Hearing that, Jiang Shen became somewhat interested and said, strange occurrences. Ko Hongya recounted, yes, but didn't explain much, just said there was something unclean in the house. Ko Hongya recounted, so my dad invited a Taoist to perform an exorcism. The Taoist wore a yellow robe, wielded a peach sword, and sprinkled salt before the building. Then that guy fell down. Ko Hongya recounted, however, it had no effect at all, and everything became even stranger. After that, my great-grandfather was bedridden, Ko Hongya said, and my father also got seriously ill because of that. Setting down her glass of water, Ko Hongya said, this is really too difficult, so he announced that whoever could solve this would inherit his position. Hearing this, Jiang Shen's eyes instantly lit up like coins. In the afternoon, the car drove on a deserted road. Jiang Shen rested his hand behind his neck. Jiang Shen imagined after taking over her dad's position, he would be in a neat suit, smoking a cigar, and saying, "Bring that 500 million contract here." Just thinking about it made Jiang Shen drool. What a beautiful dream. Ko Hongya anxiously asked little Shen, "Can you handle this?" Jiang Shen disdainfully replied, "Oh, isn't it just a little ghost?" Ko Hongya worriedly said, "I suddenly remembered a few other things." Jiang Shen looked out of the car confused, wondering to himself, "What game is Hong playing? Did she lure me into the car just to talk about the main issue?" Ko Hongya's voice suddenly rang out. She recounted the Ko family used to be a very large and powerful clan. The three leaders of the Ko family split into two branches. She added, "This branch of my grandfather separated from the Ko family." Next, they arrived at a one-way street sign that noted private property of the Ko family. Ko Hongya's voice continued to resonate. "Then the main house lost its influence, and my dad became the richest man in Jiangbei." He sat in the passenger seat listening to her, and asked to confirm, "So the main house that lost influence wants to share the assets with your family?" In response to his question, Ko Hongya denied while driving, "Of course not." Then she explained to Jiang Shen, "My dad wanted my grandfather to be buried at the main house." Her father joyfully teamed up with people from the main house. Ko Hongya commented the people from the main house also happily agreed. Then she recalled, but on the day of the burial, the incense smoke at the ancestral grave continuously rose. Her dad, face full of panic, ran away quickly in a frenzied manner. She recounted, "Only my dad ran down the mountain all night, leaving the main house." Back to the present, Ko Hongya held the steering wheel and added softly, "Then strange things started happening in the house." Soon after, she listed the things she knew. First, the cleaning staff died. That person was killed by a stab wound due to excessive blood loss. The body lay in a pool of blood from the long wound on the chest. Then there was the guard. His body was half buried, head down with his legs sticking up in the air. She listed that a girl in a frenzy hugged her head and said, "Next, my cousin went crazy." Later, Hongya recalled another strange thing in the room. A corpse was severed at the waist, still slumped in blood on the ground, missing its upper half, and continued with the guests in the house. Back in reality, Jiang Shen heard her recounting and ran a hand through his hair, his expression serious as he made an assessment. "This sounds complicated." In the orange twilight, the two walked along the mountain road. He sat in the car, lost in his own thoughts. Although it was a prestigious scenic area, it was far too desolate. Jiang Shen further assessed, "A place with such strong malevolent energy must be a breeding ground for evil spirits." Soon after, his expression grew even darker, forcing a smile as he rolled his eyes internally, wondering if the bloody ghost here could withstand that severed body. Then he returned to reality, realizing something, and looking ahead to ask, "Isn't this the private property of your sister? How could this be here?" Before he could finish, someone next to him suddenly transformed and dashed forward. When he saw clearly that it was a ghost driving wildly towards them, Hongya panicked and shouted, "How could there be a car from the underworld like that?" Seeing this, he quickly turned to Hongya and shouted a warning, "Something strange is happening, stop the car." She, still at the wheel, was also flustered and stammered, "What's going on?" The ghostly truck took a sharp turn, blocking the front of their car. He saw it smiling at them and muttered, "We're probably too late." Shortly after, the system's voice confirmed, activating divine abilities, special envoy mode. Immediately, Jiang Shen jumped out of the car to look outside. He ran to the front of the car and tried to block it. Then, with all his might, his face strained, he yelled, "Ah!" Next, Jiang Shen successfully pulled the car away from the ghost and shouted a warning, "Don't drive forward anymore." Finally, the car stopped, and he stood there, breathing heavily. Behind him was a broken guardrail. Once he regained his breath, he broke out in a sweat and muttered that was close to flipping over. Inside the car at that moment, Hongya finally came to her senses, poked her head out, and asked him, "What's wrong, little god?" Seeing her peek out, Jiang Shen turned to look and shouted a warning, "Just don't get out of the car." In front of him was a ghostly vehicle, with a spirit happily driving it. Jiang Shen looked at it and confirmed to Hongya that car in front is from the underworld. Hearing this, she panicked and covered her face, stammering, "What a ghost." Meanwhile, he moved closer to the ghost and asked it, "Hey, do you know how to drive?" The ghost casually let go of the steering wheel and looked at him. As he got closer, a hand from inside the coffin reached out towards him, and Jiang Shen looked down at it in shock. The ghost's hand in the coffin was covered in charms and trembling, crying out, "Help me." Seeing it like that, Jiang Shen didn't hesitate to kick it, causing the hand to bounce back. He yelled in annoyance, as a warning, "Pull your hand back. If you run into traffic police, you'll be in deep trouble." Shortly after, the system announced about this ghost, "I'm a ghost, why should I follow traffic rules? Ghost power, plus 50. Seeing its thoughts, Jiang Shen leaned on his hips, fuming and staring at it, while the ghost, seeing him so angry, also awkwardly broke out in a sweat. Jiang's face darkened as he shouted angrily at the demon, "You red-faced idiot, do you realize how dangerous it was when you almost drove into the middle of the road?" He then yelled for compensation, "If this isn't at least 5,000, you won't be going anywhere today." The system chimed in with a notification, "You've become the master of the demon." Anger level increased by 50. The demon, sensing its advantage, laughed awkwardly and pulled out a ghostly bill from its hat. It then held the bill out to Jiang with a smile, saying, "This is 100 billion. You don't need any more money." Seeing this, Jiang's expression softened, and he reached out to accept it. He then asked, "Which province's GDP is this? Are you really giving this to me?" Hearing his question, the demon grinned, revealing its corroded eyes, and confirmed, "Of course it's really for you." Suddenly, his car, adorned with a charm, opened its sharp, greedy mouth wide. Next, the coffin demon screamed wildly, reminding him that he needed to be alive to take it. Jiang looked up at the gaping, toothy mouth of the coffin lid. His teacher also rushed in eagerly. Jiang drew his weapon, readying himself, and laughed. "Perfect time to test my new skill." The toothy mouth of the coffin demon lunged at him. Jiang tapped the face of his weapon, and a blue glow quickly radiated around it. The demon staggered, slightly dazed from the impact. Jiang swung his weapon confidently at it, laughing and shouting, "Killing you won't take much effort." The demon's hand shot out from the coffin's mouth to block his weapon. Jiang noticed and frowned in confusion, shouting inwardly, "That hand was inside the coffin just now." The hand then clenched tightly, and before Jiang could react, it crushed his weapon, leaving it in ruins. Alarmed by the situation, Jiang shouted involuntarily, "My hand!" Immediately, the hand closed in its sharp claws, lunging toward him. This strike knocked Jiang's weapon from his grasp and sent him flying as well. The demon relentlessly continued its barrage of attacks from all sides, while Jiang desperately tried to dodge in panic. Standing amidst the storm of strikes from the coffin's arm, Jiang made a serious evaluation. "These attacks are too sharp. Once the demon wakes up again, it'll be 2 against 1. I won't stand a chance." He looked at the demon on the coffin, now swaying and unconscious, along with the arm from the coffin attacking him, and shouted, "I've got it." Shortly after, that long-armed demon quickly lunged at him, and Jiang Shen had no choice but to dash away to evade its attack. At that moment, the coffin demon just began to shake its head awake. Then it opened its eyes, excited yet confused, and asked why was it so hazy just now. Next, the coffin demon looked at its arm, which had become a ribbon stiff as iron, and asked it, "Did you kill that guy yet?" Suddenly, Jiang Shen stood behind him with a gloomy expression, startling the demon. "He almost got killed just now." Hearing his voice, the coffin demon's face turned pale with shock. He sat behind its coffin, pointing forward, and commenting to the coffin, "Demon, my car can only move forward. I guess whatever's in the coffin can't attack from behind." Hearing this, the coffin demon turned around to glide toward him, unable to say anything further. Then Jiang Shen did not hesitate to wrap his arm around its waist stiffly, and announced, "Let's play a little game." He moved in close from behind with a lewd smile. Starting the game, Jiang Shen asked it, "Your dad's dad is your grandfather," and it, feeling him grip so tightly, could only sulk. Jiang Shen pulled the demon out of its coffin, causing its body to become disjointed, murmuring into its ear, "Your mom's mom is your grandmother." Next, Jiang Shen's expression darkened as he lewdly whispered into its ear, "Your grandmother's daughter is." And the coffin demon screamed in pain as its body was torn from the coffin. Immediately, he decisively yanked the demon's body out of the coffin. Seeing this, the coffin demon angrily cursed at Jiang Shen, "Damn you." Soon after, blood gushed from the mouth of the coffin demon, coughing as blood continuously sprayed from its lower body. The coffin's mouth also quickly spewed blood, coughing non-stop, hack. Just as he finished off the demon, a notification from the system echoed, "The cursed demon is dead, high-level evil spirit demon energy plus 199. Seeing this, he touched the bloodied coffin with one hand, while the other gripped the head of the coffin demon's body, his face darkening as he commented, "Indeed, the symbiotic host is dead, and whatever's in the coffin can't survive." Suddenly, a tragic voice echoed from within the coffin, "Help me." Its voice continuously called out, "Save me." Within the coffin, green tentacles began to emerge. Jiang Shen lowered his head to look at it with a puzzled expression. Next, he calmly pulled out his phone to confirm the action using an app to see what it was, while the tentacles below continued to writhe. The app displayed an image of the specimen, along with information: demonic energy, flesh, spirit level, demon rank type, mature type, value of 80 points. Out of stock, detailed, capable of reproduction in areas with large numbers of corpses, can change shape, needs to be fed with ghost energy or demonic energy daily to be claimed. The image showed a strange demon with one eye in the center, and tentacles surrounding it. Reading the information on the system made him exclaim, "Oh wow." Then he smiled widely, unable to close his mouth in excitement, realizing it would take 8,000 points to exchange for a demon that cost twice as much. He added that his luck was running low, and it was out of stock, truly a rare find. Next, he reached out toward the writhing tentacles in the cramped coffin, and decided to test it. Without demonic energy, he would try using spiritual energy to touch it, and the demon's eye opened to look at him, its tentacles writhing. Then he grabbed it, yanking the tentacles that clung tightly to the coffin inside, quickly tearing them off. The deity, revealing his small pain-inflicting weapon, mocked it. "Looks like you know you've messed with my pain." From the deity's perspective, this contemptible sight holding the weapon looked down at it, a grin forming as he thought, seems like a fine item. He then looked at the demonic energy in his hand, which also gazed back at him with a disheveled body. The deity commanded it, change, shape, and show me. Immediately it clung to him, forming a dark purple cloak, its eyes looking up at him with a pitiful expression. Seeing its actions, the deity yelled in anger, "Damn it, I could zap you dead right now." It then transformed into a strange figure, with an eye in the center staring at him. The deity upon seeing this looked at it with a dark expression and praised it. "This is acceptable," he said, and after dealing with the two demons, he dusted off his hands and turned towards the red car urging, "Let's go." However, he noticed something odd. There was no reaction from the car. He then observed inside where the girl was trembling in fear, crying hoo hoo hoo, her eyes staring fearfully ahead. In the rearview mirror, a terrifying gaze flashed green, staring intently at her. Suddenly, everything around her turned a dark green and she trembled, calling out. Inside the car, the girl clearly saw in the mirror a girl with red hair staring back at her, causing her to scream in panic, realizing there was a ghost in the car. Hearing this, the deity quickly rushed over, poking his head in to inquire what's happening. He opened the car door and looked into the glowing rearview mirror, puzzling. When did I get in the car? I didn't feel a thing. Suddenly the ghost bowed its head, crying sorrowfully, tears streaming down. Seeing this, the deity sitting in the passenger seat also felt uneasy, tears still dripping from the mirror. He asked with confusion, "Why are you crying?" He then approached and asked the ghost unconsciously, "What's wrong with you?" In front of the girl, he whispered softly to the mirror, making her anxious and frightened as she asked little deity, "What are you doing? Don't scare me." Meanwhile, he was still immersed in the ghost story, and after hearing it, the deity realized and confirmed, "So that's it, I understand now." The girl then looked at him with a puzzled and worried expression, asking little deity, "Are you okay?" Seeing her so close, he was a bit startled, his face darkening as he forced a smile, replying, "Yeah, I'm fine." Next, the car stopped by the roadside. Jiang Shen confirmed with Hong Ya, "You mentioned you had a crazy cousin, right?" She confirmed yes, as the sky darkened and the streetlights illuminated their car. Hearing her confirmation, he seriously informed Hong Ya she's dead. At this news, she was shocked and broke into a cold sweat, covering her mouth in disbelief, as she yelled back at him, "What, dead?" As if she couldn't believe it, Jiang Shen pointed to the dim rearview mirror and explained to Hong Ya she's in the mirror. "She just told me she wanted to talk to you," and Hong Ya's face was filled with shock upon hearing this. Jiang Shen then touched the mirror, which rippled like water, confirming to Hong Ya, "You just need to get close to the rearview mirror to talk to her." Upon hearing this, she leaned forward to touch the rearview mirror. Without hesitation, the glass began to ripple with small waves. Hong Ya called out, "Sis, can you hear me?" Inside the mirror, where her finger touched the glass, started to spread out. Suddenly, an undefined space began to open a door, and she looked in astonished. Next, Hong Ya's body was pulled into the undefined space in the mirror, causing her to panic, facing her dead cousin. Hong Ya looked around in fear and asked awkwardly, "Where is this?" Hearing this, her cousin replied, "This is my world." The girl bowed her head, her expression unclear. Then she lifted her gaze, looking pitiful, her body trembling with fear, saying, "It's dark and cold here. I'm so lonely." Immediately, the girl cried, like rain rushing into Hong Ya's arms, sobbing, "Can you stay with me?" Then she cried out more, "I'm all alone here. It's so scary seeing this." Hong Ya was momentarily stunned, watching the girl rush towards her. Soon after, Hong Ya regained her calm demeanor and gently patted her cousin's head with a comforting smile. "Don't cry. Didn't I come to you?" Suddenly, blood started pouring down from the top of Hong Ya's head, and her eyes were filled with confusion. Hong Ya raised her hand to feel the blood still dripping on her hand. She shouted in bewilderment, "Blood." But her sister's voice and the sweet smile echoed like a hypnotic urge in her mind. "You just need to drive off the cliff with your head bleeding like this," the ghost of her sister said, then concluded that she could come here with her. Hong Ya's eyes were hazy as she smiled dreamily, with her bloodied head confirming, "Yes, then you won't be lonely anymore." Suddenly a voice called out urgently. Hong in front of Hong Ya was a blur and fragments of shattered glass. Blood continued to flow down her head, her eyes flickered as if seeing a shadow and were about to close. Right after that, she opened her eyes wide awake upon hearing a call that became clearer and more familiar. "Sister Hong, wake up." In a daze with the glass in front of her shattered, she murmured, and returned to reality. He, sitting next to her in shock, saw the glass in front of them broken, revealing two heads. Jiang Shen looked ahead in panic and shouted, "Sister Hong, what's wrong?" She, as if coming to her senses, also looked forward in astonishment. Then they plummeted down the slope from the broken road barrier freely. Jiang Shen instinctively shouted to Sister Hong, "Sister Hong, step on the brakes." Seeing this, she awkwardly held the steering wheel, looking down at her feet. Then Sister Hong, with a puzzled expression, shouted, "Huh." After that, their car sped down the cliff, accompanied by Sister Hong's terrified scream. "When did I drive down here?" She was confused and scared. Jiang Shen quickly opened the car door. He pressed his foot down to the ground to slow the car's descent, his face tense as he assessed the situation. With debris flying everywhere, Jiang Shen, worried, concluded that braking too quickly rendered the foot brake useless. Then Jiang Shen kicked the car's roof up and shouted 800 pounds of momentum. At the same time, the car collided violently with the cliffside, creating a loud crash. Jiang Shen struggled to lift Sister Hong in his arms and jumped up. He determined that they would have to abandon the car to find a way to survive. In his arms, she still looked dazed and confused. Next, Jiang Shen used the car as a springboard to jump higher while the car fell faster down the cliff. Finally, a loud explosion erupted from the car as it crashed into the cliff, while the two of them struggled to leap up, him running while holding a terrified Sister Hong. Above them, a blue spirit flashed by, and Jiang Shen noticed it, and looked up, speculating that this was the same energy he saw in the rearview mirror earlier. He then temporarily set aside the issue of that female spirit and focused on the unconscious Sister Hong in his arms. Jiang Shen squinted his eyes in concern, leaning closer to her, asking Sister Hong, "Are you okay?" But there was no response from her. He gently tapped her face to wake her up, and Sister Hong, feeling it, frowned. He called out Sister Hong. Then, taking advantage of the situation, he held her face with one hand while his mouth began to approach. Jiang Shen awkwardly justified his actions, thinking, "It seems like she's been possessed by the spirit. I need to transfer some vitality to her." Just as their lips were about to touch, Sister Hong hazily began to wake up. She looked at him and quickly raised her hand to slap Jiang Shen's face, causing him pain and shattering his expectations as he shouted, Then Sister Hong in sorrow cried, with tears streaming down, covering her face and sobbing like a child. Just now she had seen her sister die, and she added, "It wanted to drag me down with it." The two of them reached the main road, and Jiang Shen looked into the distance, pondering that even before reaching the Guo family home, two spirits had already appeared. Meanwhile, Hong Ya collapsed to the ground, crying her heart out, while Jiang Shen remained lost in thought. This trip had left him speechless. With a gradually inhumane smile full of excitement, he thought to himself that he could definitely make a fortune. After both regained their composure, they walked together towards their destination under the night sky. Jiang Shen put his hands in his pockets and glanced at Hong Ya, sharing his thoughts. "The scenery is beautiful. Let's walk there." Hong Ya nodded in agreement. Well, there are no more cars anyway. After walking for a while, they arrived at a place with a sign that read, "The Guo family," which was also their final destination. In the middle of the main road leading to the establishment, a man stood waiting for them, and the lights were still on inside. The two approached slowly, and the man stood facing Jiang Shen and Hong Ya, speaking up. The young lady has returned." Hong Ya responded, "Uncle Chu, long time no see." The man referred to as Uncle Chu forced a stiff smile and asked, "Do you want to meet the boss or find a room to rest first?" Hong Ya cheerfully replied, "Let's meet my dad first." The ghostly guard then gestured with one hand and invited them. "The boss is resting over here. I'll take you there." The three of them were now standing in a vast estate surrounded by lush greenery. Jiang Shen activated his blue pupils. Upon seeing what lay before him, he broke into a gleeful smile. Ha ha ha. This was indeed his feng shui land. Before him appeared a house enveloped in a strange green aura. After Jiang Shen entered a room and the door was closed, Uncle Chu respectfully said, "Miss, go ahead inside. I'll go inform the boss." Once inside, Jiang Shen rushed to the front of the couch and plopped down, exclaiming, "Wow, this sofa is so comfy." After that, he sat up straight and hummed a few tunes, while Hong Ya remained silent beside him. After a while, Jiang Shen turned to chat. "Hong Ya, you haven't been home in so many years. Do you still remember the staff here?" Hong Ya glanced at him and replied, "Uncle Chu has been with my dad since I was little. He used to be a driver, and now he's probably a guard at home. He's a really good person." Jiang Shen frowned and questioned, "A good person, huh? Then why did he lock us in this room?" At that moment, the door to their room was secured with a strong chain. Hong Ya gasped upon hearing this and exclaimed, "Aunt." She then rushed to the door, banging on it and calling out loudly, "Uncle Chu, please open the door. What do you want?" Jiang Shen speculated, "Could it be that the guard at home, who your dad said died earlier, is him?" Hong Ya gasped in horror and asked, "Could it be that I was just chatting with a spirit?" At that moment, Uncle Chu's shadow appeared on the glass of the door. Jiang Shen raised a finger to her lips, signaling to be quiet. She then asked, "What's wrong?" Jiang Shen put her hand to her ear and exclaimed, "Listen, there are loud banging noises in the dark hallway right now." "Bang bang," Sister Hong gasped and looked outside, exclaiming, "What is that sound?" Jiang Shen pointed in a direction and replied, "It must be a ghost banging around in there." She asked in panic, "Another ghost? What should we do now?" Jiang Shen smiled and calmly responded, "Just tell it to stop banging and then let's head outside." Jiang Shen walked inside first while saying, "Let's go, hurry up and check it out." Sister Hong worriedly followed, saying, "Slow down, I'm afraid." At that moment, there was a wooden cabinet surrounded by ropes making banging noises from inside. Jiang Shen approached the cabinet and said with interest, "This cabinet has quite a personality." The banging from inside grew more frantic, making it seem like the cabinet would burst open. Finally, the cabinet door creaked open and a stream of purple light shone out from within. Sister Hong nearby was startled and turned to avoid it. An eye appeared bright and glaring looking out. Sister Hong trembled in fear and shouted, "Little Shen, it feels like that thing is about to come out." The eye continued to stare outside, making a hissing sound accompanied by a filthy hand. The hand now had sharp claws, and the voice from inside complained, "It's too stuffy in here. You all come in and feel my suffering," it said while stretching out its hand. Sister Hong, terrified, quickly shouted, "No, don't, it's not our fault, don't grab me." Jiang Shen, calm behind her, supported the frightened girl, while the voice inside continued, "It's just me and the two of you here. If you two didn't kill me, then who else could it be?" Hearing this, he found it amusing and said, "Logically, that does make sense. We're all in the same boat. She's the victim. Then we won't let you out anymore. This time you'll be completely trapped inside." As he spoke, he kicked the creature's hand, causing it to momentarily seem confused. Jiang Shen pressed her shoe against the hand, making it even more frantic. He said while doing this, "Go on in with claws like those, I wouldn't dare touch you." A system message appeared. "Let's see who traps whom first, you trapping me or me killing you first. Evil energy plus 80. The voice from inside cried out, "Ah," and then the wooden cabinet burst open, revealing a one-eyed demon. Jiang Shen, excited, held up a rope and said, "Hee hee, you thought once you're out you can do whatever you want." Your expression is making the demon freeze in place. Without hesitation, Jiang Shen looped the rope around the demon's neck and continued, "Hee hee, let's play a little game. Be good for me." Later, the demon was tied up and hung in a weird shape, then Jiang asked, "So does it look like Miss Long's sister Hong was left speechless and didn't know how to respond?" The thing inside shouted, "You're the real Miss Long. Your whole family is Miss Long, demon energy plus 19. Jiang was dissatisfied and said, "Is that all the demon energy you have? Looks like I'll have to use some tricks on you," as he pulled out something with one eye. Then he turned it into a long whip and excitedly said, "Don't let me down." After that, he immediately lashed the whip at the demon, showing a hint of mercy. The sounds of clinking rang out. Demon energy plus 99, demon energy plus 99, demon energy plus 99, and Jiang got more and more into it. "Come on, give me more demon energy." The demon was now in so much pain that its eyes turned red and it couldn't believe it, exclaiming, "How is this possible? Just a tiny whip can hurt me." Jiang leaned down looking at it and said, "People call you just a tiny whip and you still can't handle it. Give me a big dose." With that, he transformed the tiny whip into a large one and lashed it at the demon as it wished. The demon was now being struck all over by the massive whip, crying out in agony, "Ah, it hurts." "Stop hitting me," it yelled, sprawling its limbs and causing the binding vine to snap into pieces. The demon's body fell and was caught by Jiang Shen, who spoke with a sinister tone. "Well then, back to the closet you go. Don't worry, this time I'll make sure you're tightly secured." As he spoke, he drove a nail into the demon's head with a hammer, its eyes flashing with terror. Blood splattered as the nail pierced its head, causing it to scream, "Ah, my head hurts." The system panel reappeared, indicating the closet demon felt pain, gaining 120 demonic energy. In pain and rage, the demon broke free from the board, snapping it in half, and shouted, "You bastard!" From its gaping mouth, a strange green mist emerged, warning, "Don't you dare trap me again." Hong Ya, hiding behind Jiang Shen, anxiously asked, "Sir, that's not poison, is it?" He stood in front of her, guiding her. "Stay behind me." After speaking, Jiang Shen waved his hand to disperse the mist. He then quickly turned to Hong Ya, "Sis Hong, find somewhere to hide." Suddenly, sharp claws stepped out, declaring no one should try to seal me again. Jiang Shen calmly clapped and smiled. "Hey, congratulations on getting out of the closet again. As a reward, I'll give you a trip to reincarnation." With that, he swung a fist at the demon. Jiang Shen's punch landed on its face, leaving the demon dazed. Suddenly, it swung an arm and hurled Jiang Shen away. Without letting him recover, it threw a punch aimed at his groin, boasting experience, the feeling of living worse than dead. The system announced activating the demon suppression form. The demon's punch felt like hitting a rock, bending its wrist awkwardly, causing it to let out a confused grunt. It screamed in agony, "Ah, my hand." Jiang Shen meanwhile had a shield protecting his groin. He looked down at the suffering demon and smiled with delight. "If you don't have that capability, don't imitate others' tricks." As he said this, he charged in a fighting stance. "Watch me high kick." Jiang Shen delivered a powerful kick to the demon's groin, successfully splitting it in two. It looked at its mangled injury and gasped. "How can a human be this strong?" the system announced. "The rogue kicked my groin. I'm a girl, you know, gaining 101 demonic energy." With that, half of its body fell, while its head lost balance and dropped down. Then it lay there, gasping on its own blood. The blood was flowing so much that it spilled out the door, pooling in front of someone's thick shoes. The uncle was outside wearing a crooked smile, saying, "Wow, that was quick today. I can head in and clean up now." As he opened the door, the image of him was imprinted on it. Jiang Shen sneered at the sight. Seeing him walk in, Jiang Shen couldn't help but feel disgusted. He just finished handling this mess, and now this old man barges in to steal the credit. Then, as if realizing something, he grinned cunningly. "Let's see who really reigns here." The uncle confidently walked in, still unaware of the situation. But as he entered the room filled with blood, he gasped, "Xiaobing, why are you here?" The demon named Xiaobing had her intestines spilling out, looking horrifying. She struggled to point eye, and the uncle, shocked and panicked by her action, asked, "What do you mean by that?" The demon Xiaobing pointed behind him. He's right there." Behind the uncle stood a shadow unknown to him until now. Jiang Shen leaned in and warned him, "She's telling you to watch out behind you." The uncle was now sweating bullets, glancing back nervously. But before he could react, Jiang Shen swiftly struck down with a sword from above his head. The system notification popped up, "Planning to ambush me from behind, evil energy, plus 99. What the hell? Jiang Shen couldn't help but curse at this. His sword was deflected while the uncle's head immediately healed afterward. The sword transformed into a knife, and he sighed. How did that not cut him? I underestimated my enemy. Taking advantage of Jiang Shen's moment of inattention, the uncle punched him in the stomach, sending him flying, and he crashed painfully to the floor. The uncle continued to attack with a fierce punch, shouting, "Die." Jiang Shen managed to stand up, leaping to slice off the uncle's hand. Instantly, that hand was surrounded by dark energy swelling up. He gritted his teeth and looked down quickly, grabbing Jiang Shen by the throat. While squeezing, he viciously said, "Where did this country bumpkin come from? Daring to barge into my estate, I'll kill you." Suddenly, Jiang Shen's pupils turned green. The system notification appeared, activating divine ability, Spirit of the River. A powerful golden aura erupted from him. The hand gripping his face gradually disintegrated, leaving the uncle stunned and horrified. And without a doubt, Jiang Shen's flames burned and consumed the uncle's head. The notification appeared, Guardian Demon. Semi-demon has been slain, evil energy plus 190. Evil energy, 988. After reading his evil energy points, Jiang Shen sighed. Almost hit 100000. What if we take care of this demon too? Saying that, he decisively slashed at the demon's head, leaving her wide-eyed in shock before vanishing. The system panel reappeared. Demon energy, 9999. Jiang Shen was truly furious at this moment. Damn it, do they want to drive someone with obsessive-compulsive disorder to madness? Once everything was settled, Jiang Shen called out, "Sister Hong, it's safe now, come out." Suddenly, he felt puzzled when he turned around and couldn't see her anywhere. Where did she go? Where did she run off to? Jiang Shen said as he stepped outside. You exclaimed in surprise, then quickly dashed off. When he got downstairs, he still saw her making strange movements, and Jiang Shen asked Sister Hong what's wrong. He probably used his green eye to surround Guo Hongya. After a moment, she pointed in a direction, and Jiang Shen understood, saying, "Over there." Over here, a salt-jumping demon was also holding its belly with one hand, and waving the other in a bizarre manner. The aura from Guo Hongya had connected to it. Jiang Shen found the salt-jumping demon and was confused by its actions. What is it jumping for? So strange. But I like it, he said, breaking into a gleeful smile. After mimicking those movements with a delighted expression, Guo Hongya turned around and exclaimed in surprise upon seeing him like that. "Oh, Jiang Shen, you're in on this too. You look even worse than me," she asked worriedly, sweating profusely. His eyes were rolling back, tongue sticking out as if in pain, fingers tracing odd patterns in the air. At this point, he and Guo Hongya had jumped in front of the chicken-faced demon, which felt confused and exclaimed, I clearly was only controlling one person." The system panel announced, "Unexpectedly, there's a resonance with my presence here. Affinity, multiplied demon energy, plus 96. Then he waved his hand to signal them closer and said enticingly, "Come here, step closer so I can see you better." Then the salt-jumping demon looked at the two and chuckled, he. The climax of the dance was approaching. As he spoke, his expression darkened and he focused his hands, moving faster. Her hands went up to her neck under his control. She was extremely frightened by this. Suddenly, her hands began to strangle her own neck until her face turned dark. The veins on her body bulged from lack of air, and she struggled to gasp. Don't. The salt demon was now out of control, becoming so frantic that his head turned red. He kept using his hands to exert force, squeezing harder and harder. Cough, 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 not letting the salt demon feel proud for long. Jiang Shen appeared from behind him at some point and grabbed his neck, causing him to jerk back, his eyes bulging. The system notification popped up, brain about to be crushed. Demon energy plus 80. After squeezing, Jiang Shen released the salt demon's neck and rushed in front of him. He opened his mouth, both scared and angry, asking, "What are you doing?" Jiang Shen raised his hands in front of him and smiled innocently. "Didn't you say to squeeze harder?" The salt demon was so angry he spat blood. He clutched his chest, cursing, "In my dreams I told you to squeeze yourself." "Like this," he said, while demonstrating by squeezing his own neck for Jiang Shen to see. "Oh, like this," Jiang Shen teased as he reached out to squeeze his neck once more. The system notification appeared again. "Whose idiot are you? Demon energy plus 99. The salt demon's neck was now red and swollen, his whole body trembling. Suddenly, one of his hands clenched into a fist. Then he swung wildly, punching Jiang Shen while yelling, "You don't have long enough arms and you dare squeeze someone else's neck, I'll smash your head." Jiang Shen tilted his head back, then immediately looked up and smiled. "Good thing I didn't drop my demon form earlier. There are sparks appearing on my face now." After speaking, Jiang Shen quickly pressed his thumbs tightly against the salt demon's neck, as if to tear it apart. Jiang Shen smiled warmly and said, "Today's fun is really great. Let the last salt demon jump again." Then he squeezed hard, causing the salt demon's head to explode. The system notification appeared. Salt demon, common demon, demon energy plus 99. Jiang Shen looked down at the mess on the ground and said, "The demon energy that can be squeezed out is getting less and less." Feeling a bit drained, he suddenly realized someone had been standing behind him for who knows how long. Her eyes sparkled with joy, and in her heart she felt admiration and awe as she looked at him. "Little god, you're amazing. It seems our home is saved." After a moment, Jiang Shen said, "Let's go, Sis Hong. I'll help you exterminate all the demons in the house." Suddenly, a wave of red demon energy appeared in front of him from one direction. Jiang analyzed for a moment before speaking, the smell of blood still very fresh, both male and female. "There's also someone who is hanged to death." His voice grew more serious each moment. Miss Hong was both astonished and admiring, replying, "You can even smell that, little god, your nose is really sharp." Jiang raised his hand to his nose and replied nonchalantly, "What does this have to do with my nose?" Miss Hong's eyes widened in confusion as she looked at him. "I can see it." Jiang continued, then gestured towards a corpse hanging above. The corpse was a person with shoulder-length hair wearing a yellow shirt, dead for a while, as flies buzzed around. But suddenly the corpse broke into a dangerous smile. Jiang looked up, still deep in thought, while Miss Hong stood behind him, her face filled with fear. He squeezed his own neck while analyzing. People who die by hanging usually slump down. His posture isn't normal. He might be about to transform. The hanged ghost smiled with delight upon hearing him speak. Then its finger suddenly moved, startling Jiang for a moment. Miss Hong was equally frightened, and Jiang tried to calm down, but when he saw her standing still, he turned and shouted, "Hurry up!" At that moment, Miss Hong hurriedly turned to run away. Suddenly seeing her disappear, Jiang was confused and exclaimed, "Huh!" Then he ran after her, irritated, shouting, "Where are you going? I told you to lock the door." Miss Hong fearfully asked, "Huh, what do you want to do?" Jiang smiled a wicked smile. "Hey, hey." Unable to take it any longer, Miss Hong tapped his head and said, "What are you laughing at? Are you stupid from being scared by a ghost? This is a trap. We're both going to die here." Saying this, she hurriedly pulled him along. Jiang finally snapped back to reality and thought to himself, "Sister Hong is right. I've been too reckless." At that moment, a head poked out from the staircase. An old woman appeared, looking panicked as she descended, asking, "Who's down there? Who's running around the house?" The old woman continued down the stairs while Miss Hong and Jiang hid under the staircase. Miss Hong suddenly realized who it was and exclaimed, "Aunt Lu, the maid of the eldest brother. Looks like we've entered the eldest brother's mansion." Then she fearfully leaned into Jiang and asked, "Little god, is she a ghost?" He replied, "No." At that moment, Miss Hong leaned out and replied to the old woman, "Aunt Lu, it's me," which startled the woman so much, she jumped. After recognizing the person in front of her, the old woman was overjoyed, tears streaming down her face as she exclaimed, "Ah, the young lady has returned." "Young lady, you're finally back," she cried, "Hoo." After calming down, Aunt Lu went up the stairs first, leading the way, and turned back to remind the two, "Hurry up here with me, it's very dangerous outside." Miss Hongya pointed outside anxiously and asked, "I just saw someone hanging, what happened?" She didn't turn back and hurriedly replied, "A lot has been happening lately. The boss told us to stay inside and lock the doors. The scariest part was last night. Your brother and uncle had just stepped outside. I remember the boss reminding everyone as he went out, if you go out, make sure to lock the doors tightly." Suddenly, a worker named Xiao Li shouted loudly, and Aunt Lu looked over in alarm toward the source of the sound. When she and everyone went outside, they saw someone terrified covering their face and screaming, "A ghost! There's a ghost!" By the time we reached the living room, Xiao Li had changed. He was shaking in fear, looking up at everyone with strange dark stains on his hands and face. Another worker approached, worried, "Xiao Li, what happened to you?" Suddenly, he was bitten on the neck by that person named Xiao Li, and the veins from the bite quickly spread up to his face in shock. Then Xiao Li tore a chunk of flesh from the neck of that unfortunate person. Blood sprayed out like a water hose, and Aunt Lu rushed away, urging the red-haired girl beside her, "Miss, run." In the end, my niece and I got separated, and we could only tie Xiao Li up with a rope and hang him. Later, Aunt Lu urged Miss Hongya, "Miss, hurry and find the boss. I heard there are some experts over there who might help." Jiang Shen gritted his teeth in anger, looking down at her, thinking, "Looking for experts? Does this old lady think so little of herself?" At that moment, Miss Hongya picked up her phone and worriedly said, "I'm a bit worried about Xiao Nam. Let me call him." The phone screen showed a call in progress, and the sound beeped. Suddenly she gasped when she heard a sound coming from somewhere nearby. "It's over," Miss Hongya said. "Even if he didn't answer, I could tell that his phone was upstairs." Let's go upstairs and find him, she said quickly, running up the stairs while Jiang Shen hadn't caught up yet and just watched her, transitioning to the hanging corpse from earlier. The corpse's hand had transformed into a horrifying claw, switching back to Miss Hongya. At this point, she had gone upstairs and called out. Xiao Nam. Aunt Lu followed closely behind, reminding her anxiously, "Miss, be careful." Miss Hongya saw two men trembling on the ground, their skin pale. One of them, bitten on the neck, cried out in pain. The other had the same bite, both of them moaning in agony, and Miss Hongya gasped, covering her mouth. Suddenly, Aunt Lu leaned in close behind her, whispering, "They are all workers who were bitten by Xiao Li. As long as there's no noise, they won't attack you." Then the two, one big and one small, lined up quietly and carefully. Suddenly, Jiang Shen appeared in front of one of the bitten men and asked, "If there's no noise, it's fine. Then what about this?" After that, he raised his middle finger in a contemptuous manner, feeling confused and bewildered. The notice board displayed, "Do you have any qualities? Quasi-royal energy level 9. Miss Hongya was anxious, hurriedly walking ahead, and Aunt Lu, unable to keep up, called out after her, "Miss, slow down." Suddenly, Jiang Shen saw something unsettling. He noticed a bite mark on Aunt Lu's leg, and she was still calling out to Miss Hongya, "Miss, slow down, my leg isn't good, I can't keep up." At that moment, in a bedroom, a figure was crouched, trembling on the floor. It was a girl with short red hair, and she was startled to see a figure standing at the door. The girl's outfit was torn at one side of her collar, tears streaming down her face as she trembled and cried out, "No, don't come closer." Miss Hongna appeared nearby to reassure her, "Little one, don't be afraid, it's okay." Suddenly, the little one pointed in horror behind her and said, "Aunt Hong, behind you." Miss Hongya turned anxiously to see Aunt Lu had grown two sharp teeth, her eyes glowing as she looked down at her with a hissing sound. Miss Hongya, startled, turned around and exclaimed, "Didn't little Shen say Aunt Lu wasn't a zombie?" Jiang Shen, with a helpless expression, replied, "Not before, but now she is." To put it bluntly, after being bitten, she had turned into a zombie. Strange things were emerging from Aunt Lu's legs. Without hesitation, he bit down hard on her shoulder and said, "If I bite you again, will you go back to normal?" She hastily lay down to avoid him and questioned, "What kind of nonsense is this?" The system panel appeared and it read, "What are you, a dog? Your energy level is 99. Miss Hongna anxiously asked him, "Little Shen, you bit the zombie, are you okay?" Jiang Shen replied without hesitation, "Yeah, I'm fine," but then he suddenly froze, sweating profusely. "Oh no," which made Miss Hongna look at him with confusion and concern. Jiang Shen's body began to tremble. Violently green streaks appeared on his hands and face, his veins, bulging, his eyes rolling back as he exclaimed, "It seems I'm about to mutate. I'm going to change." At that moment, the green streaks spread all over Jiang Shen's face, and his mouth began to morph grotesquely. "Ah, my mouth." The zombie's mutation was successful. Jiang Shen had transformed into a lotus flower with a comically shaped mouth. He assumed a fighting stance, yelling attack from a distance, and with that a projectile shot out from his mouth. The projectile shot straight through Aunt Lu's shoulder, creating a sizable hole, and she stood frozen, unable to react. Jiang Shen then fired another projectile, marveling, "This old lady is actually pretty tough." Then try using the spirit restraining hook. As soon as the words left his lips, Jiang Shen began firing countless bullets at Luo, leaving her aghast. Ko Hongna, standing next to the boy, assessed the scene, thinking that kid is too strong. Can someone as old as Lu handle this? Lu's entire body was now riddled with holes, her injuries horrifyingly grotesque. She cried out in pain, and then, unable to hold on any longer, collapsed to the ground. Jiang Shen, now back in human form, responded to Ko Hongya, thinking, if she could endure this, wouldn't that be embarrassing for him? He sighed, gazing at the boy whose face was filled with fear as he looked at him. Suddenly, he shouted at the girl, "Wow, wow, wow, I'm a zombie," causing her to jump in fright and scream. The boy quickly hid behind Ko Hongya, trembling. Ko Hongya gently reassured him, "Don't be afraid, this is Master Jiang here to protect us." After hearing that, the girl dared to peek out and ask, "Are you a master exorcist?" He then seriously explained, "Don't be scared, I'm a true master exorcist. Unless you turn into a ghost, I won't harm you." Suddenly, Jiang Shen turned around, hearing some noise. The earlier sounds of the fight were too loud, attracting zombies here. Now 2 zombies were lying on the ground, writhing in. Unexpectedly, another zombie appeared, grinning eerily as it joined the line. Jiang Shen was taken aback and exclaimed, "Wow, that zombie with the broken neck made it here too." Had he known there were still ambushes behind, he wouldn't have used the spirit restraining hook earlier, he frowned regretfully. He then leaped into action against the group of zombies, planning to physically attack them to conserve some strength. With force, he tore the head off one zombie, who could only gape in pain and horror. Then he continued attacking the second one, easily kicking its head off. But suddenly the broken neck zombie in a rope lunged at Jiang Shen. Caught off guard, a noose made from the rope tightened around his neck. The broken neck zombie quickly moved in to tighten the knot around Jiang Shen's neck. Then it opened its mouth and bit into him. The teeth of the broken neck zombie sunk into Jiang Shen's arm, but no blood flowed out. However, when he looked at his arm through the sharp teeth of the zombie, he noticed the barrier was now torn. Jiang Shen thought hard, grateful it hadn't bitten through yet, but in this situation, if he made a careless move, he would certainly get hurt. Although he had a protective body, if he got bitten and torn a bit, it would be a major problem, and the broken neck zombie was still desperately trying to break through his barrier. After a moment of reflection, Jiang Shen scolded himself for being careless, thinking I just said to attack physically. Seems I underestimated my opponent. With a thunderous smack, he struck the head of the kneeling figure, shattering his green hair and teeth. Half of his upper teeth rolled on the ground, and Jiang Shen let out a sigh of relief. He then turned to say, "Let's go." The two noticed the two girls across the way were still very frightened. He clenched his fist to show determination, reassuring them that one must learn to grow up. A little resilience is necessary. In the future, only those who dare to face their fears will have a glimmer of hope for survival. Ko Hongya, feeling empowered, echoed him, "Yeah, we must learn to be resilient." Xiaonan hesitantly chimed in, "Facing fear, survival. I don't fully understand, but it feels important." Seeing Jiang Shen standing there, hands on his hips, laughing heartily, Xiaonan felt reassured, thinking he was someone who brought great comfort. The system board reappeared, and Jiang Shen stood there grinning, thinking, hee, this time, there are hundreds more ghostly energies. After that, he turned to Xiaonan and asked Nan, "Where's your aunt? She knows it's dangerous outside, so why is she out there?" She sadly recounted. The master exorcist uncle was invited and went missing at dusk. It seems the adults have gone there to discuss plans. Jiang Shen continued to inquire, "So all the members of the Guo family are with your grandfather now?" "Then let's go," he said, turning to leave, while Xiaonan puzzledly asked, "Where to?" Jiang Shen cheerfully pointed behind him and replied, "To find your old lady's house. Let's go check it out." "I believe all problems can be solved." He led the way, with the two girls slowly following. Suddenly, hearing a strange noise, Jiang Shen stopped in his tracks. He bent down to pick up a rather large stone, then threw it into the bushes ahead while saying, "What's that noise?" Behind the bushes lay a figure on the ground with sounds of rustling. Xiaonan looked at him and said, "Isn't that the missing exorcist? Did you kill him?" Jiang Shen analyzed, "Take a closer look. She didn't end up like this because of my blow. Look over there, there's another one. He must have been injured by it." At that moment, a muscular brown-skinned man appeared, wearing only shorts and holding a shovel. Jiang Shen turned to remind the two girls, "You two stay back quietly. I'll check it out." It turned out to be a digging demon with two bulging black eyes and jagged teeth, humming as it dug, digging away, ha. Suddenly, Jiang Shen flashed past it, startling the creature. Looking down at the two holes in front of it, he questioned, "Why dig two holes for just one person?" The monster's eyes lit up, hearing it laugh. Then it began swinging its shovel to attack Jiang Shen, saying, "Isn't it because you came too?" Jiang Shen quickly defended himself. He raised his hand, infused with spiritual energy, to block the shovel of the grinning monster. "So you've already noticed me nearby, huh? Quite clever." And then the hand wrapped in red power tightened into a fist. He then delivered a powerful punch at the monster, which made me feel a bit excited, but suddenly the body of the digging demon disintegrated into thin air. Jiang Shen couldn't help but look around in panic and exclaimed, "What's happening, teleportation?" The girl with two blue buns suddenly sat up and called out, "Hey," startling Jiang Shen. Then she yelled loudly, "Up there!" The digging demon was now holding the shovel, striking down gleefully, saying, "Even an old lady crossing the street is faster than you." Jiang Shen barely had time to react, and drew his knife, no time to dodge. "You'll see what respect is, Shulin Qi." Jiang Shen then stabbed directly at the monster, but the knife pierced through its body, which quickly dissolved, leaving behind a mocking smile. Jiang Shen, now sweating profusely, exclaimed, "It escaped again. What kind of illusion is this?" Then he began to use his green pupils. Love's gaze seized through demons, reveal themselves as the power from his eyes shot straight into the disintegrating body of the monster. Its face twisted in pain as it cried out when submerged in that power, "Aha, it's too hot." Suddenly, from one monster, two appeared, both baring their teeth at Jiang Shen. I'm pretending too. I'm pretending too." He stood there holding the small knife, astonished. "Your illusion is useless against me." Then he began to seriously face the two monsters, thinking, "Why bother? Let's see if I can take down a couple more." Suddenly a voice called out from behind, making him turn to look. "Hey, wait!" The girl with the blue buns had stood up and reminded him, "Don't slash recklessly like that. It will just make it keep splitting." She then began to explain, "Earlier I was attacked by a bunch of demons that split apart." Jiang Shen asked incredulously, "What? How can two still split again?" The girl replied, "Yes, it's very scary." The thought of a strategy formed in Jiang Shen's mind as he clasped his hands together, saliva dripping from his mouth, as he calculated, "So I can exploit this to keep racking up points." Then he grabbed his knife and charged at the demons, shouting, "Come on, my limitless treasure." He swung wildly at them while the demons still wore their clueless expressions, unaware of the terrible fate awaiting them. Jiang Shen grew more fervent with each slash, his blade swinging wildly, as he excitedly shouted, "Hurry up, split into more for me." He stuck out his tongue, licking his lips like a starving demon, continuously saying, "Demon energy, I want demon energy." The system interface popped up with a notification. Hee, this stupid one, demon energy, +9. This made Jiang furious, yelling, I've been worn out all day just to get 9 points. That demon is laughing wickedly now. Even though I don't know what your plan is, it seems you want me to keep splitting, then use some method to deal with me, right? Then the demon began to merge back into a gigantic muscular form, smugly, saying, how could I let you have any second thoughts? Jiang turned to glare at the girl with the 2 green buns who was being too annoying. Aren't you supposed to split into many forms? You tricked me, and the girl could only panic and call out, ah, Dad, Dad. Jiang was so furious he was almost in tears, shouting, you manipulated my feelings. It's all lies. Without demonic energy, I'll take your life now, and he began to raise his hands to cover his face. The system interface appeared, activating the Thunderheart technique. He took out the Flesh Spirit Mushroom and activated it while singing, injecting it into the Flesh Spirit Mushroom. The Flesh Spirit Mushroom was growing larger, but Jiang was still unsatisfied, angrily shouting, bigger, bigger, make it huge for me. The system announced Thunderheart has upgraded to Great Hell Thunderbreak. The Flesh Spirit Mushroom transformed into a gigantic sword in Jiang's hand, and he angrily commanded Thunderbreak, kill it for me. He then leaped up, wielding the flaming sword to attack the demon. Jiang's face was fierce, laughing darkly. Did you think you're the only one with a weapon? The demon, both fierce and panicked, was taken aback by the sight before it laughing nervously, hee, as it struggled to block Jiang's sword with its shovel. Its legs were buckling under the weight of the sword. The sword pressed down harder and harder, making it feel powerless. The demon's body began to turn to stone, slowly breaking apart. Suddenly, a shocked red head appeared within that. Jiang shouted in fury, it's you again. He continued to slash down at its body. The illusion of the red head flew off, panicking, exclaiming the illusion was shattered by his blow. It's terrifying. Not giving her a moment to think, Jiang continued to thrust the sword forward, making her panic once more. The Flesh Spirit Sword struck down on the demon who was trying to escape. Jiang gritted his teeth and swung the sword down. You think you can run after playing me twice? Blood was pouring from the demon, and she picked up a stone, looking at him with raised eyebrows. Using a big rock makes you so great. In my illusion space, you're nothing. After saying this, she crushed the stone in her hand. Then the demon's body was lifted off the ground, leaving only a hand raised. Jiang continued to unleash the Flesh Spirit Mushroom and shouted, illusion space. The system announced, you have the ability to draw me into your illusion space. Demon energy +39, deceive demon energy. The demon's head is now peeking out. System notification, it's you. You always thought you could deceive unlimited demon energy. Demon energy +49. Jiang Shen swings his hand, chopping continuously while shouting, are you trying to bury me? System notification, misunderstanding. I'm just digging for fun. Demon energy +59. The demon has been beaten to a pulp. One hand and one leg are in ruins. Blood is dripping all over in a tragic state. It cries out, begging, don't hit me anymore. Jiang Shen shows no mercy and continues swinging his sword, saying, who told you to injure my sister Hong? Then, without hesitation, he slashes down at the spot where the demon is sitting. System notification, demon dug a hole. Half demon has died, demon energy +500. What remains now is just a pile of frightening white mist. Jiang Shen, still furious, kicks the pile of mist, smashing it to bits while shouting, suck it up. After that, he looks down in frustration after a long fight. I couldn't even get 1,000 points. It's infuriating. Once the demon is dealt with, Jiang Shen sheathes his sword. The girl with 2 green buns admires him and exclaims, wow, you must at least be a peak-level powerhouse, right? After sheathing his sword, Jiang Shen reassures her, it's been tough, don't feel humiliated. She gestures an OK sign in response. Then Jiang Shen turns to shout at the girl, you there, who are you? The girl, startled, hurriedly, replies, I am also a gifted person. He picks up his phone and says, let me check this out. On the phone screen appears the image of the girl with 2 buns, name, Han and Guyette, classification gifted, free person rank, E rank. After reading the information, Jiang Shen says, too little information. I still need to confirm one more step, he says while smiling slyly and raising both hands. Jiang Shen approaches Han and Guyette, and then takes her 2 grapefruit-sized breasts into the sunlight. Han and Guyette cries out in pain and pleasure. What are you doing? Don't. At this moment, Jiang Shen's hands have moved down to Han and Guyette's waist. A moment later, they move under her skirt. Her legs adorned with white stockings are revealed, and she exclaims loudly, don't touch me like that. You have no problem with this system notification. I suspect you just want to grope her, you perverted demon. After some awkwardness, Jiang Shen turns to ask politely, surely you have no objections to me checking, right? Han Nguyen, blushing with anger, hugs herself with both arms, but still replies, no thank you. After that, Jiang Shen quickly sits cross-legged on the ground. Phew, then I can relax, I'm exhausted, let's take a break. Then he looks up at Han Nguyen and asks, what do you know about the events in the mountain village? Hearing his question, she becomes nervous, raising her hands to her chest to calm herself. This place feels like a goat pen. and all of us are goats waiting to be slaughtered. Jiang Shen, confused by her response, replies, waiting to be slaughtered. By whom? Han and Guyet, terrified, says in a trembling voice, here in this mountain village. Inside, there's a top-tier demon appearing as a purple-haired creature with a large round belly, its face covered in disgusting maggots. A red-haired man is lying unconscious on a hospital bed. Next to him are 3 people, 2 men and 1 woman, all with red hair, looking on anxiously. The guy with glasses is the eldest brother, the one with tiny squinty eyes is the second brother, and the remaining girl is the third sister. The eldest brother speaks up, saying the exorcist they called has been missing for 2 hours now. The third sister worries and suggests calling the spirit realm again to see what's up. The second brother replies, they just arrived and all the demons have already fled. A 1-hour guard can't last a lifetime. The third sister steps closer to the man lying on the hospital bed and angrily says, it's all because our father disturbed the ancestral graves, causing so many deaths. The daughter of hers is clearly still so young, and then a vision of a girl stabbed against a bloodied glass appears. The second brother retorts, don't blame everything on Dad. Her daughter is dead, and maybe it's because she's done too many immoral things, so now she's facing retribution. The third sister, furious, challenges him, say that again if you dare. The eldest brother interjects, stop it, this isn't the time to argue. The second brother pulls out his phone and says, all right, I know a few people, I'll call them over to help. The third sister huffs and suspects his motives. Himp, you just want to find someone to con money from Dad, don't you? He wakes up, raising his fist to say something, but just then the eldest brother pats his shoulder to calm him. It's all right, you might just be scared, but this time it's best to find some trustworthy people. Don't worry, I'm not doing this to take Dad's money. I need to save myself too. I'll go outside to make the call, and with that, the second brother moves to the corridor. Hello, it's me, the third brother. Suddenly a figure approaches from behind him, busy with something. The second brother, still unaware of the situation, casually talks on the phone. Hey, isn't there that white-haired guy from the creepy group with you? Can I borrow him for a couple of days? Yeah, there's some trouble at home. Stop eavesdropping. A strange hand reaches out to grab his shoulder, and the second brother, annoyed, shrugs it off and snaps. What are you doing? Can't you see I'm busy? But when he sees what's behind him, he freezes in shock and can't utter a word. Right in front of him is the mommy demon raising its hand. The second brother, terrified, tumbles back into the room, screaming, ah, ah, ah. The third sister quickly squawks, clumsy hands and feet. What if you scare Dad? The second brother no longer has his earlier bravado. Instead, fear is written all over his face as he exclaims, she's back, she's back. Hurry, grab a chair. His face twists in terror as he points toward the door. Block the door quick. The third sister, panicked, quickly grabs a chair. It's over, it's over. This time, it's really over. The father remains motionless on the hospital bed. Suddenly, he opened his eyes and started to writhe, unable to speak. Ugh. The ghastly spirit had now approached him, making clucking sounds. The red-haired man cried out in fear, tears streaming down his face, but he couldn't run away. The red-haired man suddenly sat up in a frenzy. But unable to believe this reality, he writhed and shouted, what have I done? The ghastly spirit then extended its claws forward, gathering energy in its hands, and unleashed a powerful strike that shattered the wall in front of him. The wall crumbled into pieces, flying into the hospital room. As the smoke cleared, the ghastly spirit cradling its pregnant belly appeared within. All 3 children were utterly terrified. At the same time, Jiang Shen, along with Gu Hongya and Xiaonan, were also alarmed upon seeing something. They stood before a house surrounded by an eerie aura. Jiang Shen couldn't help but exclaim, looks like there's something big in there. Han Yue chimed in, after 2 days, I'm sure this female spirit must be at least a mid-level ghost. Jiang Shen looked over, surprised, and gasped. Then he flexed his fingers excitedly and continued, that's great, let's charge in. Han Yue quickly stepped forward to stop him. Wait, calm down a bit. She anxiously said, even though you're very skilled, you're at most a C level. We should retreat for now and wait for reinforcements from the Yin forces. Jiang Shen, looking uneasy, replied, we're already at the door. If I don't go in and take a look, I won't be able to rest easy. Han Yue helplessly watched his back and replied, your reason for seeking death is quite reckless. Jiang Shen thought to himself, reinforcements, what use are they? If the Yin forces arrive, where will I find the ghost energy? After that, he pulled out the flesh spirit mushroom from his pocket. Then he transformed it into a sword and cheerfully said, flesh spirit mushroom, let's go. Jiang Shen held the sword confidently in front of the haunted house. As if hearing something strange, he looked up. Suddenly, the wall on the upper floor shattered into many small pieces. Jiang Shen was startled as chunks of stone flew toward him from the hospital bed. Along with that, the 3 children and a man lying on the hospital bed flew down, screaming, ah, 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 ah. He hurriedly jumped aside to dodge while bewilderedly exclaiming, what the heck is this? Looking at the scene before him, Jiang Shen voiced his dissatisfaction. Using my father as a cushion. Do you guys understand how absurd this is? The eldest brother, whose glasses were cracked, hurriedly wiped the sweat off his brow and replied, just escaping is already not bad. What else can we do when facing that kind of weirdness? The third sister was also in distress, panting, I thought we were done for. Fortunately, you thought of a way to push the hospital bed to the window and jump out. Suddenly, from above that room, there were sounds of mournful crying, hoo 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 hoo. The three children quickly pushed their father's hospital bed and ran away in fear. Run fast. Jiang Shen could only watch and chuckle huff. A bunch of useless fools, then he used his strength to jump into the air. Just as he jumped up to the railing of the upper floor, he came face to face with the demon spirit. Seeing what was in front of him, Jiang Shen couldn't help but grimace. The demon spirit was still crying hoo 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 hoo. Jiang Shen quickly feigned interest, saying, "Oh, this looks quite appealing to me." The demon spirit cried even more fiercely and reached out to attack him, hoo 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 hoo. Jiang Shen quickly reached for the ghostly drum at his side and calculated if it were a mid-level demon spirit, 3 fingers would be safer. After saying that he used 3 fingers to tap the drum, the sounds from the drum attacked the demon spirit, causing it to jump back to dodge. Jiang Shen now calmly appeared in front of her. He looked down closely at her insect-like face and said, "Come on, hit me. If you don't move, then I will," he added while drawing his sword. He then slashed at her round belly and continued, "Let me cut you open." Suddenly, he felt confused and blurted out, I can't cut it." Her belly only oozed a green liquid from the wound and was unharmed. Meanwhile, the demon spirit cried out, "Hoo hoo." Jiang Shen was startled and awkwardly pointed at his sword, saying, "Sister, it was her who attacked you, not me." Even the spirit couldn't believe its own power, and glanced at its respected master beside. Suddenly, the demon spirit struck at Jiang Shen, causing him to let go of his sword, and he fell back, exclaiming, "Ah!" Jiang Shen was slammed against a wall, and at this moment he had coughed up blood with a dent in his chest, oozing a strange liquid. The demon spirit continued its attack on him, and Jiang Shen worried, "I wonder if the demon body can withstand this." He was about to raise his hand when suddenly a streak of light flashed by. It was Hang Nuyet, who had also been injured, but turned to check on Jiang Shen, asking, "Are you okay?" He quickly replied, I'm fine." Hang Nuyet worriedly continued, "A sea-level expert was killed by a single strike. Her power is above a mid-level demon." The demon spirit suddenly spoke, "You've ruined my plans," as she pulled a worm from her face. Then she held the worm in front of her, saying, "With such little power you dare to meddle." After saying that, the demon suddenly flicked a flying worm away. The worm attacked Hangweert, causing her to tumble backward and scream, This speed is too fast." Jiang Shen could only watch in panic. Hangweert was now lying on the ground, and the demon pointed at him, saying, "You're not bad, worthy of a meal from me." Jiang Shen felt insulted and exclaimed, "Am I being underestimated? This is so embarrassing." Then he immediately shouted, "Wow," and the color on his face distorted, details becoming exaggerated. Suddenly, strange thumping sounds came from the demon's stomach, as if something was bouncing around inside, creating grotesque bulges that made her panic. The system panel popped up with a notification, and the demon was startled. Demon energy plus 350. She lightly tapped her belly, and wondered why she felt like he was handling her earlier. "I need to kill him quickly to avoid a long night filled with nightmares," while saying that she knelt and swallowed another bug on her face. Then she held it in her hand, and made the bug look like a balloon. After that, she threw the round bug away while shouting all-out attack. The round bug was now about to attack Jiang Shen, but he remained calm with an excited smile. Finally, he had met a worthy opponent, pulling out a card in his hand. He said, "Transform," and suddenly Jiang Shen stood before a huge and strange monster with strange vines approaching their bodies. The vines crawled up Jiang Shen's body, wrapping around him, until his hand turned into a wooden one. His feet were the same, with vines sprouting from the ground wrapping around his legs. With a swift motion, Jiang Shen was in an attack position, his wooden hands looking incredibly powerful, surrounded by a strange new force focused ahead. "I need to kill him quickly. The powers have shifted, and the technique is in place." He raised one of his hands, now transformed into vines, to catch the flying round console. The vines wrapped around the console, crushing it from within without hesitation. After dealing with that console, Jiang Shen retracted his hand and provocatively asked the ghostly figure, "Is that all you've got?" "Don't get cocky," she quickly replied, extending her sharp claws to attack Jiang Shen. He crossed his arms in front of him to block her attack, but still got slashed by her claws. Jiang Shen looked down at his arm, pleased, and said, "This bark is really tough." "Now it's my turn," he said, gathering strength in his hand. A massive tree emerged, his hand clenched tightly as new vines continuously sprouted. Blessed by the green, he excitedly swung a gigantic fist forward. The ghostly figure was now engulfed in a wave of green, standing frozen. Then the gigantic fist came crashing down on her. The ghostly figure struggled to withstand the gigantic punch. She panicked as she saw what was in front of her, and exclaimed, "How can this giant punch still spin like that?" The blessing was quickly knocked away by the massive fist. Perhaps the force of that punch was immense, as her body was flung through the trees. Moments later, the ghostly figure struggled to get up against a broken tree, coughing weakly. She was shocked inside, wondering how he suddenly became so strong behind the broken tree. Jiang Shen appeared with a smug expression. Then she raised both her hands with two small pink bugs above, but it was just a little boost in power. Don't get too cocky too soon. Suddenly, one of the bugs in her hand transformed into a gnarled stick with various lumps. The other hand was just the same sounds, echoed, thud, thud, thud. Then she continuously spat her newly created weapons forward, shouting loudly, "Die!" Jiang Shen calmly looked at the incoming attacks and remarked, "That's pretty fast." But what does it matter? At this moment, a blade had halted against his forehead. The ghostly figure suddenly exclaimed in confusion, "Oh, a vine has pierced through her chest from behind." The ghostly figure stopped mid-action with two daggers in hand in front of Jiang Shen. A vine had pierced through her body. The system panel appeared unexpectedly ambushed from behind ghost energy, plus 930. Jiang Shen raised his hand with a sinister expression and said, "Little monster, how dare you challenge Mother Nature?" The ghostly figure writhed in pain, looking up to the sky and crying out, "Ah!" This action puzzled Jiang Shen. The ghostly figure painfully said, "I can't hold it in any longer. It's about to come out." From the stitches on her belly, bizarre lights began to emit, accompanied by large lumps that bulged as if something was pounding from within. Suddenly, a strange eye appeared from the stitch wound, followed by a rush of vile liquid pouring out from her belly. The disgusting viscous fluid poured directly onto Jiang Shen's head and body, momentarily turning him into a mess. He couldn't help but exclaim, "Look, all the plants are dead. The ones that came into contact with that viscous substance have lost all their vitality. What's inside her belly is a calamity." The ghostly figure softly rubbed her belly, soothing the strange eye. "Be good, just wait a little longer. Wait until you mature, then you can come out." The eye seemed somewhat dissatisfied, but still had to retreat inside, yet it emitted ominous vibes. Jiang Shen anxiously calculated the appearance of the calamity would surely lead to disaster. He must let that thing die inside her. The ghostly figure then said, "To protect the calamity." She began to retract, pulling back the wriggling worms from her face, which gradually shrank back into the dark veil. Then from her darkened face, the ghostly figure gave a sinister smile and continued, "I'm willing to do anything." From her mouth, a repulsive liquid flowed out, dripping down onto the vines, piercing through her chest, causing the vines to start melting. It then vanished from her chest. At this moment, Hang Nuyet had one side of her face reddened. She stood up and was startled by the scene. The authentic blood. Soaked attire, it's over. The ghostly figure radiated a red aura, still wearing a dangerous smile on her face. Jiang Shen also grew worried. It seemed different from before. The ghostly figure suddenly lunged forward without hesitation. Jiang Shen's eyes shifted. He calculated that although it was very fast, his familiar could still barely keep up. In a quick motion, he crossed his arms in front of him and shouted, summoning sturdy vines from the ground to form a solid barrier in front of him. But it seems ineffective against the demoness. She lunged forward with a red light, attacking straight at Jiang Shen's chest. He cried out in pain, and suddenly she bewilderedly exclaimed, "Huh," while still attacking Jiang Shen. Who would have thought it would be blocked? Jiang Shen managed to create a shield just in time against the demoness's strike. Jiang Shen quickly dodged her attack, but the demoness continued to leap after him. She appeared in front of Jiang Shen and attacked him, and he tried to raise both hands to defend himself. Then he quickly kicked the demoness, sending her flying while assessing, "Wow, her body is really tough." Then he brought his hands together to conjure a spell, the binding technique, and immediately vines began to sprout. They grew larger, striking directly at the demoness, who was now being pierced in the back by the sharp tips of the vines. Jiang Shen raised his hand, aiming accurately at the demoness who was falling through the air. He then used a spell to tighten, creating strands of power that shot out, becoming fertilizer for the surrounding forest. A massive round surge of power shot from Jiang Shen's hand toward the airborne demoness. She quickly drew out her two daggers to defend herself, panic evident as her mouth dropped open. Then she swiftly countered Jiang Shen's attack. After a moment, she was out of breath and said, "Ha, you have some skill." Suddenly a vine pierced through the demoness's chest, causing her to scream in pain. Jiang Shen looked up from below and said, "Haha, they say it takes 3 years of foolishness. You really have no brain. I could hit you twice in one go. But this time, it wouldn't be as gentle as before," he said, clenching his fingers. "Binding explode," he said, opening his fingers, and immediately the vines burst, exploding around the demoness. At this moment, Hang Yet looked at him in admiration and said, "Wow, that's amazing. Who would have thought you could defeat a half-blood?" Jiang Shen was already exhausted, panting heavily. Xiaonam, hiding behind some bushes, worriedly said, "Is it over?" Hongya also worriedly replied, "It was so loud I thought I was going to die." Hang Yet then noticed the two girls behind her were extremely frightened and said, "Haha, it wasn't that dangerous. Master Jiang has won." Suddenly, a voice from behind caught her attention. I have a question." Hang Weir turned around, panicked, and in front of her was a grotesque mass, topped with a familiar red hair. The ghost girl continued, "You tore my blood robe to shreds. Is there really a reason to celebrate?" A face full of depth and a disfigured body emerged. Master Jiang was feeling tired and exclaimed, learn again." He quickly turned to Hangweird and instructed Hangweird, "You hurry and lead them to escape first." She worriedly asked, "But what about you? Do you still have the strength to fight her?" Master Jiang faced the ghost girl and replied loudly, "You guys just ignore me." Meanwhile, she had restored her human form and said with a sly smile, "Haha, if you ignore me, no one will clean up your corpse." The system panel appeared with a smile surprising. "Master Jiang, congratulations, system upgrade complete. You have received an updated reward. Warm Spirit Pill effect restores 150% stamina. Do you want to consume it now?" He joyfully replied without hesitation, "Eat." The ghost girl was confused by his sudden exclamation, "Eat? What do you mean? Do you want me to eat you?" "Then I won't be polite anymore," she said, flaunting her confidence with a smile. "Ha ha ha," she immediately lunged to attack Master Jiang. He stood firm and punched her, causing the ghost girl to spit out blood. Her body was thrown far back by his powerful strike, and he was now enveloped in a strong aura. Having successfully consumed the warm spirit pill, Master Jiang thrust a fist forward and confidently declared, "The power is back." The ghost girl had regained her footing and asked in confusion, "Why have you suddenly become so strong?" Master Jiang crossed his arms and shouted, "Ultimate wood technique. Come forth, giant green tree." Immediately a giant appeared before the ghost girl, making her look incredibly small. The giant green tree stood tall, towering over the mountains. Its head seemed to reach the sky. The ghost girl was now panicking in front of this colossal being. The system announced, "If you want to fight, then fight, but don't call for help. Evil energy plus 920. Master Jiang stood atop the head of the giant green tree and suggested, "How about you just kill yourself?" At this moment, she was so frightened that the worms on her face shrank back inside. "Oh dear." Master Jiang continued, "If not, you're going to have a rough time," and the giant green tree began to raise its hands. All we could see were two hands hovering above the ground. Master Jiang excitedly shouted, "Tree stump smash," followed by a series of punches straight down to the ground. The little boy exclaimed, in panic, "Isn't this a bit too much?" Ko Hongya also paled and added, suddenly feeling that the female ghost was a bit pitiful. Then Jiang Shenjiang spread his arms wide. "Finally, let's receive the blessing from Dung Zan," as beams of light emitted from the eyes of the giant Dung Zan. The beams of power shone straight down below. The four red-haired children were on a ledge above witnessing the scene. One of them spoke up, "Dad, should we move?" The system notification appeared, my half-blood witch has died plus 999 demonic energy." The ghost of Themai appeared lying weakly on the ground, surrounded by streams of smoke. Jiang Shen jumped down to look at her, and said, "Phew, I guess it's over now." The eye in the belly of the ghost, Themai, was now glowing red, staring at him. Suddenly, a hand reached up trying to grab Jiang Shen's hand. He felt a sudden panic. He quickly jumped back. Something was emerging from the belly of the ghost, Themai. Then suddenly, that round belly burst open, a huge stream of blood gushed out like a water jet. Even from a distance, Jiang Shen still got splattered with a few drops. He worriedly exclaimed, "Oh, it really came out." Harnbart, a cute one-eyed creature, emerged from the fresh corpse of the ghost Themai, its eyes staring straight ahead. Jiang Shen gritted his teeth and said, "Well, it finally came out." Then he began to issue orders, "Giant Dung Zan, take care of it." Jiang Shen and Harnbart faced each other. Behind him was the giant Dung Zan reaching out. Harnbart stood before the giant foot of the giant Dung Zan like a grain of sand. The giant attacked it, and Harnbart immediately countered with its own strike. Its power was so strong that it caused the giant Dung Zan to melt upon contact. Jiang Shen looked up at the melting spot and exclaimed in panic, "Oh no, it's wilting." He worriedly thought to himself, "What now? My transformation is suppressed. This little brat has definitely reached the half-blood witch level, it seems. The only option is to rely on sneak attacks." Harnbart was still standing there staring at him. Looking over here, has it been discovered? Jiang Shen grabbed a knife and jumped to the other side. It also turned its head to follow. Then Harnbart immediately rushed to attack, causing Jiang Shen to hastily shout the system's name for urgency. "System, quickly let me summon a 3-star entity now." The system brought out the camera and spoke in a teasing tone. "Oh, what's the rush? Come here then." The machine started recording. Before the demoness could attack, a shield appeared in front of Jiang Shen to block its assault. The demoness squinted her eyes, grimacing against the barrier. Jiang Shen then sighed in relief. That was too close. Luckily, the shield activated on its own. Behind him appeared a battle bear with fierce fangs and sharp claws, and Jiang Shen joyfully exclaimed, "Phew, now I can relax." "Little beast, let's continue," he said, preparing his stance. The panic was palpable. Everyone was in a frenzy. The system announcement board displayed alert severe injury seal fear detected demonic energy at 9600. Jiang Shen had just lifted his body and said transforming into a demon, but the panic had already turned and dashed away. Watching it leap in front of him, Jiang Shen couldn't help but sigh. It runs pretty fast. The panic jumped from the bushes over the pool all around the house. Jiang Shen followed its trajectory, calculating chasing after it too dangerous. Don't chase it. Let the tiger return to the jungle. Consequences await later. This disaster, better call the underworld to take care of it, saying that he had already initiated a call on his phone. A beep sounded from the communication device at the underworld, catching the girl's attention. Jiang Shen seriously announced, "Hello, we have a panic here, send someone over to catch it." The girl quickly asked Zico, "Please tell us the exact location." Jiang Shen replied irritably, "The location is hard to describe, check my phone's GPS. I hope everyone arrives quickly." This thing was already at blood level when it was born, and now the panic is running wildly. The girl at the underworld broke out in a cold sweat, confirming Zico blood level. "Can you take responsibility for what you're saying?" Jiang Shen responded sternly. Of course, just then the device emitted a series of beeps. The screens of other devices turned red, and the two inside looked up in shock. "Oh, a blood level has appeared." The girl who answered the phone quickly reported, "All units be advised, Jiang Cheng has a new blood level appearing," and at that moment, a shadow rose behind her. Then Yang Xuan appeared behind the girl. She turned around in surprise, and called out, "Oh, Team Leader Yang is here." He raised his brow seriously and asked, "Did you just say that demon was born as a blood level?" Jiang Shen on this side shouted, "Why are you asking so much? Are you coming or not? If that thing reaches a crowded place, do you know what the consequences will be?" Upon hearing this, Yang Xuan immediately turned to leave while the girl reminded him to ensure his phone's GPS was on. "We're heading there right away." Yang Xuan hurriedly ordered, "Notify the special operations team, we must prevent this blood level from entering the urban area. I'll head over first," and with that he disappeared into thin air. Jiang Shen had just hung up pondering while looking at his phone, then broke into a sly smile. "Hey, the trap was successful." Suddenly he turned back and exclaimed, "Hey, where are you running off to?" Then he leaped up and chased after it into the building. From above, Jiang Shen raised a hand to his forehead to observe and couldn't help but frown. TSK. Jiang Shen looked through the window and saw a family gathering, cursing inwardly. "Here I am dealing with demons and you guys are having a family reunion." Then he jumped down to the front of their house. Miss Hong turned her head to look and asked who. She then cheerfully exclaimed, "Ah, Jiang, the god dad, this is the one who exorcised the evil spirits for our family," while the man behind her looked on in confusion. He then looked at Jiang, the god, and clasped his hands together, saying gratefully, "Thanks to you, our family has been saved. Thank you, Master Jiang." Jiang, the god, smiled, and while rubbing his fingers together as if counting money, asked with a hint, "Does the owner have nothing else to say to me?" He broke into a sweat and struggled to respond about this. He then turned to his descendants and said, "You all go outside. I want to speak privately with Master Jiang." After the others left, the two began to converse. The owner spoke first. "Master Jiang, it's not that I don't want to discuss this, but those who know about it seem cursed, unable to escape." Jiang, the god, hearing this, nonchalantly revealed his hand marked with the number 18 on his wrist and said, "Curses, I'm very familiar with them. The blood realm of the underworld, the seventh prison, has been fine for a long time. Our ancestors did not make mistakes to be expelled from the family. It was the reincarnated person in that life forced to leave for the sake of the entire clan." After Jiang the god finished, he asked, "The reincarnated person?" The owner clarified, "People often encounter unexpected accidents. Being careless could cost them their lives." Jiang the god understood and anxiously asked, "Does that mean Miss Hong also?" He immediately replied, "Yes, I once sought a master to look into it. The only way to keep her safe is to distance her from the family." Jiang the god continued to inquire, "What about the ancestral grave?" This made the owner start recounting with trembling voice. "Previously, the two eldest in the clan from the village came to me wanting to invite Miss Na and the ancestral grave for reincarnation. Otherwise, the entire Guo family would face a major disaster. At that time, he responded to them, 'How could I let her do such a thing?' So I took a group of people to the mountain to excavate the ancestral grave, intending to investigate. But when I entered the grave, the owner's face turned pale upon seeing what was before him. In front of him was a pile of white mist lying scattered on the floor, and within it was a person bound by 4 chains with a charm pasted on their face. If that demon was locked in the middle of the bone mist, that would be the demon corpse." The owner took a shovel to dig, and said, "This must be the source of the disaster for the Guo family. I smashed her skull," he said, while swinging the shovel down at the demon corpse. But when the shovel struck her, the nail and charm on her face fell off, revealing wriggling white worms underneath. The nail and charm fell before the demon corpse, and she let out a low grunt. The boss was horrified at the sight, holding the shovel frozen in place as the empty bug-filled face of the demon screamed, and then she pulled hard, causing the chain to snap. Back in reality, the boss was still trembling, patting his chest to calm himself, but he still felt a chill running down his spine. Jiang was so angry he laughed coldly, and asked, "Does that mean she was set free by you?" The boss clenched his hands tightly, and said about his guilt, "I just wanted to save Xiaoya." Master Jiang invited him to look, and then he handed over a worn book and a red nail. "This is what I brought from the tomb." Jiang looked down, disappointed, and said, "What a ragged thing this is." Then he activated the system to ask, "What is this system?" The system immediately replied, "This is a core item, damage requires 30,000 ghost energy to repair." Switching to the book, the recovery technique, damage requires 100 ghost energy to repair. Jiang picked up the book and said 30,000 is a bit far-fetched, let's try to fix this one that costs 100 first. The boss, confused, asked Master Jiang, is there a problem? Jiang jolted back and replied, not at the moment, let me research it first. After that, a stream of spiritual energy flowed from his hand to restore the book. At this moment, after the restoration, a brand new book appeared in Jiang's hand with the words, Recovery Technique. The boss was shocked at this sight, unable to close his mouth. Oh, a miracle. Jiang flipped the book open and said, let's see what's written inside. Inside the book, the text appeared, the awakened bloodline of the Guo family can be cultivated. After reading this, Jiang angrily slammed the book shut, cursing, damn it, I can't cultivate this, I just wasted 100 ghost energy. Then he smiled cunningly, thinking why not squeeze some money out of him. After thinking this, Jiang presented the book and said, Boss Guo, I've restored your family's secret technique. Boss Guo joyfully took the book and asked, how should I thank you? Jiang scratched his face and replied with a meaningful tone, you can figure that one out. Boss Guo generously responded, as I said before, I'll transfer the company to you. Jiang was startled and waved his hands. I refuse. Haha, that's too much, I can't accept that. So he raised 3 fingers and said, then I'll transfer 1/3 of my share to Master Jiang. How about that? At this point, Jiang finally smiled with satisfaction, and the two shook hands, saying together a pleasant cooperation. He then smiled contentedly, thinking, this time I've gained financial independence. Boss Guo also had plans in mind, 1/3 of the share in exchange for the peace of the Guo family, along with a secret technique that's quite a lot. Both had their own agendas. After that, Jiang Shen picked up the nail and turned to the person next to him, Master Gu. So this nail can be... Master Gu immediately replied, this nail was originally a cursed item stuck to that female ghost. I'm not sure how to deal with it, but if Master Jiang likes it, feel free to take it. Grateful for the offer. Jiang Shen cheerfully held the nail behind his back and said, hey, all right. Master Gu was confused, seeing his actions. Where was he planning to stick it? At this moment, outside the house, 5 cars had parked behind the garden. Jiang Shen stepped out to face a group of people waiting there, feeling speechless, and exclaimed, why does the underworld always make such a big fuss? In front of him was Yang Xuan, who stood there with a dark expression. Yang Xuan introduced himself briefly, Underworld Yang Xuan. Jiang Shen happily replied, Room 01, Floor 12, Building 1, Nakyu Yen District. Jiang Shen. Yang Xuan was momentarily at a loss for words. The system board appeared, who's asking for your house number, Fear Aura, plus 420. Then he seriously asked, according to custom, how can you be sure it's a blood curse? Jiang Shen thought silently, using that power to scold in his heart, what a lunatic. Instead of catching the blood curse, he comes to probe me. He calmly replied, it has the power to kill me with one strike. It can only be a blood curse. His cultivation level was rising higher, and with that he unleashed a counterforce against Yang Xuan's power. At this moment his power was gradually dissipating, sweating in panic, thinking, how can this be? Is the ghost inside me afraid of him? Then Yang Xuan frowned. He launched an attack towards Jiang Shen while saying, you've offended me. The eerie power around him erupted towards Jiang Shen. His hand was already positioned in front of Jiang Shen's chest. Jiang Shen gritted his teeth and looked down, then clicked his tongue. After that he shouted, get lost. The ghostly aura surrounding Yang Xuan quickly vanished. He was truly horrified and exclaimed, just one shout blew away my ghostly aura. His hand still resting on Jiang Shen's chest, he blushed and smiled. Awkwardly, Brother Yang, keeping your hand on someone's chest like this isn't very polite, is it? Then Jiang Shen made a lewd face to adjust his glasses, his hair flying up as he looked at Yang Xuan and continued. If you want to play, come to my house later. It's really big and it's nice inside too. This action made him panic. Jiang Shen quickly grabbed Yang Xuan's arm, and the 2 subordinates following him had wide eyes at this action. Yang Xuan, startled, wanted to pull his hand back and cried out, let go, let me go, while Jiang Shen's hands were still tightly gripping his wrist. The system interface pops up with a notification, damn it, I'm straight, and my aura is plus 999. After a moment of hesitation, Jiang speaks up teasingly, Joe, you're blushing. Yang Xuan tries to yank his hand away from his grip. The subordinate behind them can't help but exclaim, I can't believe he managed to catch team leader Yang. Who the heck is this kid? Yang Xuan, feeling embarrassed, turns to his subordinates and orders, why are you just standing there? Erase everyone's memories and clean up the battlefield. The 2 subordinates immediately scramble to comply. Yes, we're on it. And then Yang Xuan turns back to Jiang and snaps. Why are you still holding on to me? Let go. Jiang, still smiling mischievously, says, let go, sure, but only if you agree to one request of mine. Yang Xuan quickly agrees. Fine, just tell me. He points at the father-son duo of the boss and says, don't erase that guy's memory. Yang Xuan asks to confirm the woman right. Miss Hongya, feeling emotional, thinks Jiang is asking for her sake, realizing she's important to him. Suddenly, Jiang points at the person behind and clarifies, no, I mean that old guy over there. He still owes me several $100 million and hasn't signed the contract yet. If he forgets, that would be a huge problem. His straightforwardness catches everyone off guard, making them look at him in surprise. Seeing their reactions, he asks, "What are you staring at? Haven't you ever seen a rich man?" The system interface shows another notification. This kid has several hundred million in his account, aura plus 220. Moments later, the man possessed by the nightmare laughs foolishly, "Hey. The girl experiences the same and breaks into a silly grin, "Hey. Miss Hongya sees the nightmare listening intently and slowly turns towards the bottle in fear. But in the end, it bites her, causing her to cry out in pain. Ao Jiang immediately punches it hard, sucking the life out of it. "Hong, let's go." The red sports car is speeding down the road. Jiang, sitting inside the car, turns to the person next to him and says, "Having a rich dad is really great. Just wave your hand and you get a new car." Miss Hongya replies sadly, "What other choice do I have? Who told my car to get cursed and break down when we got here?" He cheerfully responds, "Well, that's true." Suddenly, he looks panicked, his face contorted. Hong, your memories weren't erased." From outside we can hear Jiang's loud voice. Miss Hongya driving replies glumly, I don't think so. It seems the ancient text your dad gave you protected you." After hearing this, Jiang said, "Oh, that scroll is a treasure of the Cao family. It looks really impressive." Suddenly, Miss Hongya slammed on the brakes, happily turning to Jiang with wide eyes and asking, "Can I become as strong as you?" Because of the sudden break, Jiang was unprepared and lurched forward. He crashed through the car window, the shattered glass scattered on the road. Jiang wiped his face, speaking helplessly, "No, I'm not as strong as you. You drive like a pro." Miss Hongna leaned out the window, replying, "You need to buckle up, little god." The scene shifts to another space, where a food cart appears. The chef is busy cooking something, and next to him is a customer waiting. The chef is still diligently cooking, but in his pan is something red and quite horrific. After finishing, the chef presents the dish to the customer wearing a hat, who smiles and expresses his gratitude upon seeing the food. He picks up the chopsticks and while eating makes a comment, "It's really tender." At that moment, their red car also passes by the food stall. Jiang Shen looked out the window and exclaimed, "Grilled food, it smells so good." Suddenly, the customer eating noticed the bloodstain on Jiang Shen's hand resting on the window. Upon closer inspection, he couldn't help but exclaim, "Bloodstain." Then he wiped his mouth and grinned mischievously, It really didn't take much effort to get this. Boss, you go ahead," and then he turned to leave as the vendor fell down. Lying dead unexpectedly on the ground, a large area on his chest was torn apart. The scene shifts to a large apartment building where a few windows are still lit. Jiangshen is sitting in the room reaching out to touch the system and asking system, "What do I have available now?" The system panel displays the information. Host Jiangshen, Demonic Energy, 31899, Demon Transformation Cards, Beast-type Monsters, 3 stars, Divine Abilities, 800 Forms of Demonic Power Items, Core Essence in a Damaged Condition, Anti-Demonic Sound, High-Grade Middle-Class Flesh, Spirit Mushroom, High-Grade Demonic Energy. After reading, Jiangshen calculated and withdrew a few Demon Transformation Cards just in case they might be needed. Demon Transformation Card, 2 stars, Yang becomes the Great Immortal, depicting a 6-horned mountain goat. Demon Transformation Card, 2 stars, Huang Lion Spirit, depicting a winged lion. Demon Transformation Card, 3 stars, Cursed Worm, depicting horned snakes. Jiangshen held the 3 cards in his hands, half smiling in satisfaction. These look way stronger than the 1-star ones. After that, he took out his peck and cherished it along with the flesh spirit mushroom that he loved the most. After a while, he excitedly raised the items and boasted, "Isn't it true that I will be invincible now? Ha. The man from earlier arrived at the apartment entrance, and the security guard was surprised to see him. Seeing him approach, the guard said, "Hey, what are you doing? If you're not the investor, you can't enter." The man in the hat used his magical gaze and said, "Oh, take a good look again." At that moment, the guard's eyes turned red from the enchantment, with a strange aura attacking around his mouth, and his knees buckled. He then bowed before the man in the hat and said, "Welcome back, boss," as he confidently entered as if it were his own home. In the surveillance room, the man in the hat ordered the guard, "Rewind the surveillance footage from this afternoon for me." When it got to a part he needed, he spoke up, pointing at the image of Jiangshen waiting for the elevator. "Which house does this kid live in? Hand me the spare key to his apartment." A little later, he was walking down the hallway, making clunky noises. Arriving in front of a room, the man casually inserted the key into the lock, opened the door, and saw Jiangshen sleeping soundly, even snoring. A sly smile appeared on his face as he looked down at the mark on Jiangshen's hand and said, "I wonder which waste from the underworld ended up dead at the hands of a kid like this." Still feeling smug, he said, as usual, then raised his hand, intending to stab Jiangshen's heart. Suddenly, Jiangshen flashed a sinister smile, and eerie black energy surrounded him. The man tried to pull his hand back, but it was too late. The spirit mushroom instantly appeared and grabbed his hand. The man panicked and flailed his arms wildly, trying to cut off the spirit mushroom, cursing, "Damn it." At this moment, Jiangshen transformed the spirit mushroom into a sword, holding it in his hand, and said with a fierce expression, "Surprised, did you expect this?" The man, now checking his own hand, asked in confusion, "When did you realize?" Jiangshen replied, "When I walked past the snack stall, I saw you." The smell on you is just like that of Zhang Xianhai from the underworld. I'm not as easy to deal with as Zhang Shenhai, the man boasted, lifting his hand and looking up arrogantly. Jiang Shen wasn't backing down either, saying, "Hey, too bad, I'm much harder to deal with now then." He swung his weapon. The man was knocked back, but steadied himself and said seriously, "So you have a good weapon." Just when it seemed he would pull a trick, he suddenly leaped towards the glass door, shattering a large section as Jiang Shen shouted after him, "Trying to run, the people from the underworld will be here soon." "You can't escape," he said, jumping through the hole to chase after him. At this moment, he turned his head back with a sly smile. "Run, hey." Then he took off his hat, continuing, "It's just that your room is too small. My weapon can't be fully unleashed." After saying that, he reached into his hat as if to pull something out. Suddenly, a pile of disgusting goo poured out from the hat, and he smiled gleefully as if enjoying it. Jiang Shen, upon seeing that, shouted at his spirit mushroom, "Damn, is that your brother?" The messy substances transformed into a weapon resembling a gigantic blender blade, pointing it at Jiang Shen and Daji. He said, "Die." He quickly jumped to the side to dodge the projectile from that thing. That was too close. But unexpectedly, it came with a string attached. Jiang was startled. "What the hell is this?" "The horse spear." At that moment, the flesh spirit flew across and took that weapon for Jiang. The flesh spirit slashed at the round red object, splitting it in half. Suddenly, something unraveled from behind his head. The old man then hoisted the weapon onto his shoulder and laughed menacingly. "At this close range, you better be able to dodge." The net of that thing was slowly widening, aiming to ensnare Jiang's head. He was sweating bullets, but still calmly chuckled, "Heh heh. This also applies to your pants." The flesh spirit had now turned sharp, aiming at his groin to stab upward. He angrily retaliated with his weapon against the flesh spirit. "Damn it, playing dirty. The flesh spirit isn't in your hands. Let's see how you dodge this time." Instantly, countless red projectiles rushed to attack Jiang. Before those round things could hit him, Jiang quickly activated the demon armor, protecting his body with a layer of bronze armor. Suddenly, those red projectiles exploded. Moments later, Jiang emerged from the smoke, his face covered in wounds. The old man laughed triumphantly. "Ha ha ha, long-range attacks completely dominate you. From now on, you can't get close to me again." Jiang was struggling, but still calmly replied, "No, I have no intention of getting close to you again." At this moment, Jiang retracted the flesh spirit. "Flesh spirit, we're coming, transform." The flesh spirit began to melt away. Then it turned into a walking cannon. Jiang stood atop it and shouted, "Shoot it out." Then, "Let's play long-range combat." The cannonball launched with such force it ignited flames. The bullet flew forth, accompanied by the power of the flesh spirit, its eyes and teeth showing discomfort. The old man was left speechless at the scene. The bullet was about to hit him, but he stood frozen in shock. The impact created a substantial shockwave, resulting in an explosion and a powerful blaze. Jiang then emerged from the smoke, raising his hand and coughing. "Are you still alive?" The old man had lost half of his upper body, but still stood gritting his teeth, glaring at him. Then he forced a sinister smile, saying, "Next time we meet, you're definitely dead." Jiang smirked mockingly. "You're in that state already. Is there going to be a next time?" He then grinned slyly. Heh as the skin on his face seemed to peel away. Moments later, he vanished into thin air, replaced by the image of the security guard who was in pain, groaning, bewildered, looking at the person in front of him, then exclaimed, "Oh!" The security guard collapsed. The high-ranking god Jiang said he never expected to meet someone so indifferent to the lives of others. Just then a helicopter appeared above him. Ziloy jumped down from the helicopter behind Jiang and quickly asked, "Where are your people?" At that moment, he was still furious about the previous humiliation. He answered her irritably, "Can you arrive on time for once? By the time you all get here, they've already escaped." Ziloy raised two fingers and said to her subordinate on the other end, "You all don't need any junk guns. Immediately seal off this area and search for anything suspicious." Jiang was so angry he had to throw out some sarcastic remarks. This always happens. Does it even work? Last time they escaped? What good are you guys?" Ziloy, losing patience, turned her head and said, "I'm done here. I don't want to talk to you anymore." Jiang called after her, "Don't say I didn't warn you. He's a formidable opponent, very powerful." Fuming, he leaned heavily against the railing all day from morning till night just doing this. "With your attitude, if you can catch anyone, I'll plant banana trees here." At this moment, Ziloy had already disappeared into thin air. Her subordinates searched the street for a while and reported back, "We're at the only exit in the south. Nothing unusual detected here." Suddenly, the manhole cover near his feet opened, and then it quickly closed again, viewed through the moonlight streaming through a hole in the window. Jiang looked up with a haggard expression and sighed, "This is truly a death wish." Another evening he felt completely drained of energy. After a while, as he was drifting off into a deep sleep, his phone suddenly buzzed with an incoming call. The screen displayed the caller as Zhang Yihu. Scene shifts to Jiangbei University, where Jiang was sitting in class but had fallen asleep on his desk exhausted. He was sleeping so soundly that bubbles were coming out of his nose while he drooled and murmured, as if dreaming, "Don't be scared, come here so I can gather some energy." Suddenly, a finger poked him, bursting the bubble on his nose, causing Jiang to wake up startled. In the morning class, Jiang with a tired face and dark circles under his eyes groggily listened to Yi-Hu excitedly say, "I called you this morning, why didn't you answer?" Jiang, still half asleep, asked, "What did you come over for? You look weak." Jiang, annoyed that he was being disturbed from his sleep, snapped, "Stop worrying about me." Yi-Hu, feeling guilty, said, I just wanted to tell you, I feel like I'm about to break through to C rank soon." Jiang rubbed his face to wake up and said, "Oh, that's pretty quick." Yi-Hu proudly said, "After all, I was born in the Long God Temple, I level up a bit faster than others." Hearing Yi-Hu brag, Jiang chuckled to himself, just some polite chatter, can't you tell I can still fight against the blood demon now? The Niho market called out to Jiang Shen for a group mission. "I have a level C collective task for you, do you want to join?" Jiang Shen asked suspiciously. "Oh, who's in charge? Are they trustworthy?" The Niho market replied, "The leader is from the martial sect and it's a large-scale collective task." Jiang Shen turned in surprise and asked, "Large-scale, how large?" The Niho market patiently explained, "Mainly the area that needs to be dealt with is relatively large-scale collective tasks, usually involve handling an entire region like a ghost village, a ghost town, or a bizarre space." After hearing the Niho market's explanation, Jiang Shen found it quite interesting and agreed immediately, "It sounds thrilling." He stood up, preparing to leave, and told the Niho market, "Reserve a spot for me." The Niho market happily replied, "Sure, I'll send you the mission details via phone." Outside the school gate, two students were chatting as they left class. "I heard the torture is back on the web, what's that about?" Just hearing the name sounds ominous as the two students were talking suddenly. A luxurious, expensive limo sped towards them. The two yelled in shock. "Oh no." They jumped back in fright, stammering, What are you doing?" Jiang Shen appeared from behind and said, "Excuse me, may I pass?" They startled, nearly losing their hearts, stuttering, Jiang Shen calmly walked past them, the car door opened to welcome him inside. The boss was sitting on a classy high-end sofa and waved, "Master Jiang, I'm here." The car and its interior were filled with an incredibly luxurious scent of money. Jiang Shen smiled back at the boss. "It's just a contract worth hundreds of millions, why flaunt it?" The boss seriously pulled out a contract and they both examined it closely. Then he pointed to the contract, directing him to sign here. He sighed in relief, saying, "All right, now a third of the shares of the company belong to Master Jiang." The contract clearly stated the transferee Jiang Shen with his red ink fingerprint. Jiang Shen breathed a sigh of relief. He really keeps his promises. The boss laughed loudly, clapping his hands, and added another request. "Master Jiang, I have one more thing I'd like to discuss with you." Jiang Shen frowned, thinking to himself, "I knew this money wouldn't come easy." The boss pressed a button to open the projector, pointing at the land plan for Jiang Shen to see here. "Take a look." Jiang Shen gasped in surprise. "Wow, there's a projector in the car too." The boss pointed to a vast piece of land. He began to explain the details of the land plan. "I've bought up all the real estate in the NGOC Yuyan subdivision. All the descendants of the company are moving there." Jiang Shen widened his eyes in shock. "You bought it all. What are you planning to do?" The boss raised his hand to reassure him, trusting Jiang Shen with his life being with Master Jiang, of course, was to feel secure. Jiang's expression twitched as he listened to the boss like a fish caught on a hook. He held the contract in his hand, knowing he had to accept it. A third of the shares was just to make him a bodyguard, right? He reluctantly agreed, assuring him that in the future we would form a mutually beneficial partnership. Both sides seemed to reach a common agreement, pleased with this project. The boss laughed heartily. All right. In a crumbling, dimly lit apartment, an uncle hurried home. As he stepped inside, he chuckled happily. He. Inside, his beautiful young wife, dressed in an apron, was preparing a meal for him. Seeing him in high spirits, she said, "Wash your hands and come eat." The uncle wasn't in a hurry to eat. He started chatting about his great day. He walked over to his wife and said, "Honey, I had something great happen today." Hearing this, the wife glanced playfully and replied, "What good thing could possibly happen to you?" The uncle pulled out 3 bright red wedding envelopes from his wallet and said, "Look at this, I found them on the road." The wife snatched them from him, her eyes lighting up with joy. She examined the 3 envelopes closely, estimating they contained quite a bit of money. Then she looked at the front of the red envelopes, which had the symbol of double happiness and 2 doves. She said, "Oh, they're wedding lucky money." The young wife reminded the uncle, "Since you picked up so many lucky envelopes, you should at least say congratulations." The uncle suddenly remembered and nodded in agreement. He took out his phone to post on social media. "You're right." He was about to post with the caption, congratulating whoever got married today for throwing out lucky money, and said he was lucky to find it. Just as he posted, a few people commented with confusion, "I haven't heard of anyone getting married. I just got back. Give me a heads up. Which house is having a wedding? I didn't hear anything." The uncle's face started to change as sweat poured down like rain. He thought, no one is getting married, so where did the lucky money come from? Suddenly, he received a voice message from a stranger. Curious, the uncle clicked to listen. The message simply asked, "What do the lucky envelopes look like? Can you send me a picture?" He hurriedly snapped a photo and sent it, muttering to himself, "This is strange." Does he want to go downstairs and pick them up? After seeing the envelopes, the stranger replied, "You need to look at this double happiness character. This isn't wedding lucky money. It clearly means someone wants to buy your life." Hearing this from a stranger, the uncle was so frightened that he plopped down on the chair, staring at the message in shock. Buy my life. In this day and age, people still believe in such superstitions. The uncle tried to calm himself as the stranger continued. In the past, if a girl under 16 died unmarried, she wouldn't be able to reincarnate. The uncle tightened his grip on the lucky envelopes, feeling a chill run down his spine as sweat continued to pour. The stranger kept talking. If those girls want to reincarnate, a ritual must be performed. Before the stranger could finish, the uncle realized it was the ritual of ghost marriage, marrying the dead. The stranger continued to message that to complete this ritual, a strand of a young girl's hair must be stuffed into the red envelope and thrown out for someone else to pick up. The uncle checked the envelope again, and indeed found a strand of hair inside it. The uncle, worried, called out to his wife, "Honey, come here." Before he could finish, his wife turned into a demon, looking back at him with a grin. Why? Her face was covered in blood from all her orifices. Red blood was pouring from her eyes, nose, and mouth. Her lifeless eyes asked, "What's wrong, dear?" At this moment, the screams echoed throughout the apartment. The uncle woke up, drenched in sweat, still shaken from the nightmare. He sat for a moment to calm down before wiping the sweat from his forehead. So it was just a dream. I knew it, I couldn't have married her. Then he turned to look at the table, and discovered 3 bright red envelopes, neatly placed there. His pupils dilated, sweat began to drip again, and he asked in disbelief, the envelopes are still here. At this moment, strands of the young girl's hair started to poke out from the envelope, looking like worms creeping out, tangling in the air. The uncle picked up the envelope, but didn't understand what it was. Suddenly, he heard a voice say, "Strange, why don't you look up?" When the uncle looked up at the ceiling, he jumped back in fright, shouting, There was a bloody character C dripping down to the floor. The uncle, dizzy and frightened, collapsed onto the bed, holding his head. The voice in the room rose again, a ghostly yet soft tone that made the listener shudder. "At midnight, the auspicious hour, we shall marry." The uncle suddenly remembered it wasn't midnight yet, and jumped up to run outside. There was still half an hour, until 12 he could make it. The uncle hurriedly rushed towards the door. The eerie voice rang out again. "At midnight, the auspicious hour, we shall marry." The uncle shouted, "Shut up, don't say that anymore." When he reached the door, he was shaking all over, struggling for a long time but couldn't open it. Suddenly, a wedding flower made of red fabric appeared at the door like a monster, extending its tentacles to block the way, preventing him from going outside. The uncle screamed in panic. Why has the door become like this? He hurriedly went to get a pair of scissors, intending to cut the flower's fabric, thinking, "I'll just cut it." The uncle used all his strength to cut the fabric, but as soon as he touched the thread, the scissors broke into pieces, useless. The uncle, panicking, fell to the ground in fear. What should I do now? He turned and saw the envelope, picked it up and thought, this is all caused by the envelope. He quickly pushed the envelope through the window, thinking throwing it away would solve everything right. Just as he threw the envelope, he heard someone shouting from below, "Throwing things from high up, who does that?" The uncle stuck his head out the window, shouting, "Hurry, throw it away." The person who got the red envelope dropped on their head was overjoyed. "A red envelope, it's rare to meet someone as good as me now. I'll take it back." The uncle shouted in panic, Don't come here." In a moment, the person who found the red envelope knocked on the door and said, "Hello, I'm the good person who found this," and returned it to the owner. The person knocked loudly, and the uncle inside was sweating in fear. How could they be so quick? The person outside knocked harder. "Hurry," and opened the door. The loud knocking knocked down some wedding flower strings that were blocking the door. "Open the door quickly." The system announced, "Damn, my cursed straps can't hold on any longer. Evil energy, plus 39 points. The uncle trembled in fear. What kind of good person knocks like that? When the person outside knocked for a while without anyone opening the door, they kicked the door open, tearing all the red straps, and the dust flew everywhere, causing the uncle to cough. In the village amidst the dust, a dark figure appeared and spoke, "Brother." This dark figure was Jiang Shen. He said to hand the red envelope to the uncle. "Your red envelope." Upon seeing him present the red envelope, the uncle was shocked. His face went pale. "Quickly throw it away, that red envelope will attract ghosts." Jiang Shen then transformed into a flame, burned the red envelope, and laughed. "Of course I know. If there are no ghosts, I wouldn't even bother to come." Jiang Shen stepped closer and said, "When I saw you picking up the red envelope, I knew there would be a good show to watch tonight." The uncle, pale-faced, looked up and asked, "Kid, do you know about ghosts?" Jiang Shen smiled at the uncle and said, "I know a little, just follow what I say, and you won't have to worry at all." Just then, the clock struck midnight, and a ghost in a red shawl appeared sweetly, announcing, "Darling, it's midnight now." The ghost in the red shawl stood at the door, puzzled, asking, "Where's the door?" A big question mark, but she still walked inside and saw that someone had set up offerings, including a bun with 3 sticks of incense, a box of milk, and a pack of sticks. Even the system was left speechless by this offering whose house, lights, incense, and offers sticks with milk evil energy, plus 144 points. The female ghost in the red shawl stood still in front of the offerings, thinking, are they trying to capture me with magic? While the female ghost was lost in thought, Jiang Shen approached and shook her, startling her. She stepped back and raised her hand to cover her face, asking, who are you? Jiang Shen had transformed into a wizard, shaking a bell with a grim face, replied to the female ghost, hello. The system displayed the thoughts of the female ghost. Clearly, her red envelope fell randomly. How could he know her name? Evil energy, plus 650 points. Jiang Shen had just made a little fun, and already gained quite a bit of evil energy, laughing happily, saying, Amitabha, good, good. Jiang Shen then took out a piece of spirit mushroom and transformed it into a sword with a ghostly face, eyes shining bright, a smile like a grim reaper, saying, now I will help you move on. The uncle hiding in the corner of the cabinet saw Jiang's face covered in black lines and whispered to himself, is your mess from being a Taoist or a monk? Ah, the female ghost burst into laughter, lifting her headscarf. Hey, hey, hey. She revealed her devilish face, saying, don't think just because I'm a ghost, I'll be scared of your tricks, come marry me. The female ghost then bared her sharp teeth and laughed, unleashing a palm strike, a mark of happiness appearing on her hand as she hit Jiang hard in the chest. A bright red stream of demonic energy crashed into Jiang, who stood still, allowing the ghost to attack him without any resistance. After striking Jiang, the ghost smiled with a strange expression, her red eyes gleaming. Heh, do you know my power now? Jiang, while bleeding from his nose, said, I know, and with a sneer on his face he added, you're making me too excited, so that's why I'm bleeding. Jiang took the female ghost's hands and said, I thought I would be single for life. Then he picked up the female ghost and hugged her, his face filled with joy and excitement, saying, I never expected to have a wife now. The female ghost blushed shyly, pushing him away, but the more she pushed, the more Jiang revealed his obsession, pouting with eager eyes. Wifey, give me a kiss. Wifey, hug me. The female ghost, teased by Jiang, blushed and tried to evade, saying, get away, who wants to really marry you? Jiang put on a performance, crying with snot and tears, isn't it a real marriage so you don't truly love me? He acted with deep emotion, looking aggrieved, and leaned his face close to the ghost's cheek, whispering, then let me say one last thing to you. The female ghost had no way to refuse, and Jiang unleashed a powerful move, sending her crashing to the ground with a burst of spiritual energy. Feeling like one ear was blown out, the ghost angrily shouted, damn it you, I'm going crazy, cursing loudly. My ears are ringing, what kind of magic is this? Jiang looked at the female ghost and told her to stop being delusional, so are you feeling a lot clearer now? Since Master Jiang was playing with her like a puppet, she wasn't going to take it, lying down, standing up to prepare for a counterattack. You think you're the only one who knows this move. The female ghost approached the uncle hiding in the corner of the cabinet and began to chant an ancient spell to hypnotize him. The uncle, under the hypnosis, stood up unconsciously at the female ghost's command. His eyes were blank and lifeless as he called out wifey. The female ghost continued chanting the spell, controlling him to act according to her will, starting to direct him to attack Jiang. After being hypnotized, he yelled wifey, then grabbed a knife to slash at Jiang, shouting, I'm coming to help you now. He took step by step behind Jiang and swung the knife at his head. But fortunately, Jiang quickly ducked to avoid it, and the uncle yelled while swinging the knife, don't you dare harm my wife. Jiang dodged the slash and angrily said, damn it, I almost capsized in the ditch, then immediately turned and threw a punch straight at his mouth. Go to sleep. The uncle took a punch from Jiang and fell over his face, twisted his mouth bleeding. At that moment he was so dazed that even his parents wouldn't recognize him. Jiang took off the wizard's robe he was wearing and looked sternly at the demon, saying, interesting, you like to battle with sound waves, don't you? Jiang then pulled out the soundproof drum hanging at his waist and challenged the female demon. Let's continue. He struck the drum hard, the sound resonating with immense power, causing the female demon to tremble, her face going pale. The female demon stood almost motionless as Jiang stepped forward, mocking her. Hey, come on, sing for me, sing some more. After the female demon stood frozen, he reached out and touched her chest, saying, if you can't move, then I won't hold back. His hand transformed into a spirit, piercing through the female demon, killing her before she could react. The system announced ordinary ghost killed plus 999 ghost energy. Jiang pulled his hand back, still stained with the demon's blood, and with a large hole in her chest, he smirked, all done. But when he saw the female demon still intact and not disappearing like usual, Jiang exclaimed in surprise. He touched her face and discovered something strange behind her hair. There's something in her hair. Jiang picked up the card hidden in her hair. Oh, so this piece of paper is her true form. After he pulled the card from her hair, her body dissolved into a thick pink-purple sludge that smelled foul. Jiang examined the card closely. It had bright red skulls on it with the words Route 444 inscribed below. Finding the card, eerie Jiang summoned a flame to burn it, thinking of eradicating the source of misfortune, leaving only a long dark night. Strangely, the card wouldn't catch fire. He was surprised. It won't burn. Jiang held the card speculating. Could this be a portal to some eerie space? After some thought, he put the card in his pocket and turned to leave, thinking it might come in handy someday. Jiang called a taxi to go home. Once settled, he opened the system to check his total points, 26889 ghost energy. Seeing the total, he joyfully said, an ordinary ghost can yield over 70000 ghost energy. All my efforts paid off. Just as he was pleased with his harvest, the car suddenly braked sharply. After the abrupt stop, he was relieved, gripping the seatbelt and saying that was close. Good thing I had my seatbelt on. Outside, a girl in a black cloak stood in front of the car, causing the driver to angrily stick his head out and yell at her. What are you doing in the middle of the road at this hour? Are you trying to get killed? The girl stood silently, looking pitiful and pleading. Help me, someone wants to kill me. Jiang activated his vision to see through the realms and realized she was actually a demon. Not an ordinary person yet, he peeks out of the car with a cheerful smile. What are you waiting for? Get in the car. The modified car speeds through the quiet night, the girl huddled in the back seat with a somber expression, the entire car enveloped in silence. Suddenly, a group of people dressed in black appeared on the road, masked, and jumping down from above. The leader, after surveying the surroundings, wondered, where did everyone go? Why did they just stop and vanish? The leader of the black-clad group turned around and saw a faint aura of ghostly energy rising from a nearby taxi. She immediately ordered her subordinates to chase after it. Get in the car, follow me. 3 black-clad figures closely followed the speeding taxi. Jiang Shen, sitting in the car, glanced in the rearview mirror and guessed the situation. He smirked lightly, so it's the useless minions of the dark forces. Jiang Shen used his special technique to generate a surge of electricity into the taxi, boasting, facing me, you won't catch a ghost even once. With his help, the taxi sped like lightning, quickly leaving the group of dark forces far behind, who could only stand there helplessly watching. The leader fumed smoke, practically coming out of her ears, watching the car distance itself. She reported over the radio, damn it, the target is heading west, we must stop her. Jiang Shen, seeing he had shaken off the dark forces, smiled with satisfaction, feeling triumphant. Who can stop me? Then he turned to the girl in the car and said, don't worry, you're safe now. Jiang Shen began his mission to provoke her into revealing her true form, pretending to be naive, he said. Speaking of which, last night I encountered a similar situation in a taxi. A girl in front of the car said someone wanted to kill her. I asked if she knew who wanted to kill her. She said I didn't see the face clearly. I only know the person's name is Trung Kung. Jiang Shen spoke while leaning back, and when he said the name of the culprit, he opened his eyes wide, leaning in closely to the girl and said, the girl, frightened by him, tightened the scarf around herself, looking at the nameplate in front of her. Route 331 driver Trung Kung, she exclaimed. Trung Kung then thought to herself, so the murderer is none other than this driver. He successfully scared the female ghost, gaining 300 ghost points. Then he leaned down and exclaimed, oh my, the driver is a twisted killer. The driver had no idea what was happening, his face filled with question marks, wondering if this was some kind of joke. Why was he being called a murderer? Jiang Shen, disregarding any shame, jumped from the front seat to the back, hugging the girl tightly. His acting skills were top-notch. His face was pale as he clung to her, and the girl shyly tried to back away, asking, what do you want to do? At that moment, Jiang Shen hugged the girl and dashed out of the car, shouting, run. The modified car braked sharply, the door swung wide open, and the driver, coming to his senses a moment later, saw both of them running away, in an embrace, yelling, hey, you haven't paid the fare yet, you two. Jiang Shen carried the girl like a princess, sprinting across the tall buildings, saying, hold on tight, I'm picking up speed. Upon hearing his words, he dashed across the buildings, leaving her terrified. Oh, too fast, he's too fast. After a while of jumping around, he took her to a desolate place and said that distant taxi driver surely can't catch up now. In a quiet alley with no one around, Jiang watched the surroundings to confirm no one was there, then reached down to unbuckle his pants. Great, no one around at all. The girl, seeing him about to leave, blushed and stammered, what are you unbuckling your pants for? Jiang took out the gourd-shaped weapon with a grin, saying, hee, what do you think? Then he transformed the gourd into a sword and lunged straight at the female ghost. Of course, I want to gather some of your ghostly energy. Jiang used all his strength to strike the sword at the raincoat-clad female ghost, but she quickly clamped the blade between her legs and kicked him away with a force that sent him and the gourd flying. The raincoat ghost gritted her teeth in anger, realizing that everything Jiang had said earlier was a deception. How infuriating the taxi driver, the strong appearance, all lies to trick me, right? Despite being kicked by the raincoat ghost, he still grinned mischievously and teased, so smart, you must at least be a half-blood spirit, right? The raincoat ghost then flung off her cloak, revealing her true form, a ghost wrapped in bandages. She threatened him, knowing I'm a half-blood spirit. Do you dare to provoke me? Don't think that just because I killed those people earlier, I'm tired now. Seizing the moment while the ghost was distracted, Jiang swiftly thrust the gourd sword into her, saying, you're really chatty. As the ghost rambled on, the sword struck true, and she bled profusely, dying before she could catch her breath. Jiang retracted the sword and remarked, "Next time, remember to talk less." The raincoat ghost was still coughing up blood in pain. Even on the brink of death, she thought to herself, "Fine, I remember, I'll give you 1 point of ghostly energy." Jiang stood there, staring at the ghost's body split in half on the blood-soaked ground, surprised and confused. Could it be? Suddenly, the lower half of the ghost began to grow a red shadow like blood, from which emerged a creature as long as a centipede. Its shell was as hard as steel with jagged teeth. Jiang realized why he hadn't finished off the ghost yet. It turned out that the lower half was her true form. After the ghost completed its transformation, it faced Jiang as a half-human, half-monster hybrid. Jiang, with an ecstatic expression, chuckled, "Well, this seems to fit my taste quite well." The ghost spat out a ball of ghostly energy, saying menacingly, "Then you better take my love." Jiang quickly dodged the ghostly energy ball she shot out, taunting her again with this move. "Can't you demons be a bit more creative?" Although he dodged the ghostly energy ball, it seemed to be hovering in the air without exploding. Jiang became alert. "Oh, why is this durian glowing and just hanging there?" While Jiang was lost in thought, the female ghost rushed in and kicked him into the demon sphere. Then she said, "It's waiting for you to charge in." As soon as Jiang touched the demon sphere, it released countless sparks ready to explode. He was jolted by blue electricity, charred black, resembling a grilled fish, coughing heavily, looking like a fish on a chopping board. The female ghost relentlessly attacked with her spiked head and jagged teeth, charging fiercely at Jiang, but luckily he quickly dodged. She missed and crashed her head into the ground with a thud. Furious at missing, the female ghost said, "Looks like you really like pretty feet." She kicked Jiang's back hard, sending him flying and unable to retaliate. The ghost in the raincoat saw the opportunity and aimed to crush him, saying, "Then I must use my feet to take care of you more." Jiang realized things were dire and pulled out his 2-star demon transformation card. It was clear he couldn't handle this without transforming. The female ghost charged from afar, kicking Jiang's 2-star demon transformation card away. He watched it fly off, feeling heartbroken. His card was gone. But while Jiang was still conscious, the female ghost opened her mouth wide, filled with sharp teeth, ready to turn him into her dinner, yelling, "Go die." Suddenly, a flame shot from afar, piercing through the female ghost's head, retracting the fiery rope and splattering blood and flesh everywhere, making her scream in pain. The one who came to help Jiang was the girl leading the underworld group. She stood in front of him and said, "Just in time." Jiang, looking disheveled and battered, silently thanked her, thinking he had misjudged the underworld this time. The girl turned to Jiang and asked, "Can you still move? Kill her." But seeing his half-human, half-demon state, she thought it would be better to handle it herself, so she prepared to fight. She summoned demon energy around her and faced the female ghost. She condensed it into a giant fist, leaping up to deliver a swift punch to the ghost's head. Jiang stood back watching the fight, as he had never seen the fighting style of the underworld before. This was the perfect chance to observe. The girl executed a technique, shadow blade, slicing at the female ghost, her body splitting in two again. From the cut, the upper body of the female ghost transformed back into a human, her monstrous shell peeling away to reveal a complete human. The female ghost, bloodied with sharp teeth, wailed in despair, lamenting, "Everyone wants to kill me, I'm so miserable, so miserable." Suddenly, from her bloodied mouth, she spat out a mass, struggling to form a small shrine surrounded by countless sharp teeth. The female ghost raised her hand to her mouth, biting it until it bled, then respectfully said, "I offer one of my arms." Before the female ghost could finish speaking, the sharp teeth inside the small temple lunged out and bit off the demon's arm, chewing fiercely. The female ghost screamed in pain as her arm was bitten off. The female ghost began a ritual, using dark magic. The tortoise spirit wrapped around her body, not allowing her to rest. Suddenly, countless sharp teeth within the temple echoed the words of the female ghost. The tortoise spirit wraps around her body, not allowing her to rest. Waves of dark energy emanated powerfully from the temple, the sharp teeth growling like hungry ghosts, demanding lives. Seeing this, Tu Loi raised her brow in confusion. What is this? But her instincts warned her that it was definitely not something easy to deal with, so she quickly turned and ran, feeling uneasy, fleeing first. However, the other hungry ghosts in the temple wouldn't let her escape. That ghostly creature spat out a stream of black mist and blood that pierced straight through Tu Loi's chest, causing her to cry out in pain. Ugh! Jiang Shen, observing from a distance, broke out in a sweat. It looked very painful. Luckily, he hadn't rushed in. After being pierced by the black mist, Tu Loi raised her hand to check her chest, but strangely there were no wounds. It felt as if she had never been stabbed at all. She was shocked and panicked, unable to sense anything. Perhaps it hadn't taken effect yet. The ghostly water figure with a twisted face laughed, "Hey, hey, hey," at first softly, but the laughter grew louder. The ghostly water figure threw back its head and laughed maniacally, sending chills down the spines of anyone witnessing this. Ha ha ha. Then the female ghost in the raincoat stood up, clutching the small temple in her hands, and ran. "Let's go." Seeing the female ghost flee, Tu Loi quickly chased after. "You won't get away." but she tripped over a stone, falling flat on the ground, her body helplessly crashing down with a thud. Tuloi struggled to get up, wiping the dirt off her face and clothes, wondering if this was the tortoise spirit wrapping around her. Suddenly, Tuloi's eyes widened red as blood, her head spinning, her body reacting violently, gasping. Tuloi felt her strength slipping out of control, quickly breaking free, sweating in fear. Oh no, the ghostly tears in her body were about to go out of control. Seeing her writhing in pain, Jiang Shen stepped forward to remind her to deal with her own issues first. He would handle the female ghost. He turned around confidently, tossing a casual remark, "I've got this." Tuloi could only shout a warning to Jiang Shen. "That's a blood demon, be careful." Jiang Shen leaped onto the roof, chasing after the fleeing female ghost. Jiang Shen remembered the treasures the female ghost had used, the temple and the sharp teeth, and he was determined to obtain them. He had to get that treasure back. At this moment, Jiang Shen had caught up to the female ghost, landing right behind her, ready to attack. The female ghost, seeing Jiang Shen catch up, turned around with a gloomy face, clutching the small temple in her hand, angrily, saying, "Chak, caught up to me already." The female ghost threw a small temple to counter Jiang Shen, saying, "If I can't beat you, how could I not beat you?" Jiang Shen quickly pulled out the ghost-repelling drum and struck it continuously, the sound of the drum unleashing a force that controlled the entire body of the female ghost. The female ghost and the small temple seemed to be sealed, standing still and frozen. After the ghost was restrained, Jiang Shen took out his sword and laughed triumphantly. He. Jiang Shen raised his sword high, ready to split the female ghost in two. "Don't be difficult, just let me cut you in half." The female ghost's face flushed with anger as she unleashed a blood technique to break Jiang Shen's seal. A stream of green energy erupted from the female ghost, filling the air and obscuring Jiang Shen's view, preventing him from finishing her off in one strike. Jiang Shen was surprised by the smoke the female ghost released. Blood technique. I didn't expect it to be green too. Seizing the opportunity while Jiang Shen was surrounded by the blood mist, the female ghost made her escape. Jiang Shen could only helplessly shout, "Don't run." The female ghost quickly dashed into the forbidden area, a place for high-level missions. Jiang Shen intended to chase after her, but Zilei managed to catch up and block him. "Wait." Zilei weakly said, "Don't go in there. This place is for sea-level missions." Jiang Shen sensed the strong ghost energy emanating from the building and realized why the ghost energy was so powerful. He stood there lost in thought, realizing he couldn't recklessly charge in. After all, he was just sea level. He sighed in frustration, giving up, then turned to Zilei and asked, "What's the background of the female ghost you guys are chasing?" Zilei began recounting the story, starting from when they captured the shadowy figure yesterday. Jiang Shen suddenly turned around and asked her, "Oh, the one controlling that shadow was caught by you all." Zilei nodded in confirmation. "That's right," she continued to protect his life. He revealed a terrorist plot involving a ghost at the soul level. Upon hearing soul-level ghost, Jiang Shen immediately envisioned a large ghost with a metal head and an incredibly powerful aura. Invincible, a being above all bloods. But then he asked, "But what's the connection between this raincoat ghost and the soul-level ghost?" Zilei patiently explained the information to him, because the soul-level ghost is looking for a ghost weapon that can control the entire city of Jiangbei. At this moment, Jiang Shen understood, astonished. "The ghost weapon is the original altar of the demon you mentioned," Zilei confirmed. "Yes." Zilei recounted the circumstances from when they encountered the raincoat female ghost, saying her group was dispatched to find the Marco altar. "We found this demon altar in a cave, and while we were preparing to take it, the raincoat ghost snatched it away. Then we chased her all the way to the city. The female ghost quickly stuffed the altar into her mouth and swallowed it, pretending to be pitiful to ask for a ride." Jiang Shen thought and connected the story together. Then I caught him." Jiang Shen rubbed his face, thinking for a moment that things weren't that simple. Everything coinciding like this felt off. At this moment, the demonic energy inside Zilei lost control. She writhed in pain, groaning, ugh. Seeing this, Jiang Shen approached and asked, "What's wrong?" Zilei in pain managed to say, "The demon inside me seems to be refusing to listen anymore." Then she turned to leave, saying, "That's enough for today." Jiang Shen cheerfully waved her off. "Bye." Although she was about to leave, Zilei turned back to remind Jiang Shen, "Hey, don't say I didn't warn you. The demon inside isn't something you can deal with alone. Don't think about waiting until I'm gone to go throw your life away." Zilei looked at Jiang Shen with a warning gaze. Jiang Shen, with a black face from being hit where it hurt, couldn't retort, standing there with a blank expression. Wow, this sister seems to know how to read minds, but outwardly he said, got it, I'm heading home now." Watching Zilei soar away, using her demonic energy, Jiang Shen waved and called after her, "Take it easy, no need to rush. If you can't control the demonic energy, then don't use it at all." After confirming that Zilei had flown far away, Jiang Shen seriously opened the system to check. He asked system, "How much demonic energy do I have right now?" The system reported demonic energy 49736 points. Jiang Shen then asked the system, how many points are needed to redeem a 4-star demon transformation card? The system replied with a smile, 1,000,000 points. After the system reported the excessive points, Jiang Shen helplessly switched to another plan. He asked the system, if I use a 3-star card to deal with a fierce soul, is there a bit of danger? The system thought for a moment and concluded, considering your strength, the win rate is 49%. Seeing the 50-50 odds, Jiang Shen scratched his head in frustration. Great. After a moment of contemplation, he made a decision, shouting out to his own spirit, but his face was already dotted with sweat. This is a mountain of blood retreat. The more I think, the worse it gets. Jiang Shen took out the flesh spirit and asked flesh spirit, what do you think, do we do it or not? The flesh spirit originally, with no mouth, transformed 2 hands and shook its head, flailing its arms. Jiang Shen ignored the flesh spirit's gestures and happily said, if you're not saying anything, it means you agree, right? The flesh spirit sweated at his words. Jiang Shen held the flesh spirit and entered the danger zone excitedly, saying, let's go. The flesh spirit, being carried by Jiang Shen, thought resentfully, in my next life, I swear I'll be a talking demon. Jiang Shen confidently gazed at the building, shrouded in thick demonic energy, raising his sword and declaring, if we fight 100 times, we can win 49 of them. After a moment of self-reassurance, he stepped inside. Am I really in the underworld now? Just a few steps in the thick demonic energy around him made him a bit anxious. He regretted entering. As Jiang was walking, something flew into his line of sight, making him scream in panic. Oh no, my vision is blocked. After a moment of worried confusion, he reached out to remove the object obstructing his view, only to find it was a woman's white and pink thong. He looked up and saw a girl reaching out from inside the house, searching for her thong. Jiang stared at her, then at the thong in his hand, thinking, is she asking for help? Jiang's eyes lit up and he cheerfully said, beautiful lady, I can't refuse to help. Moments later, Jiang dashed up several flights of stairs, pumped with the desire to assist the girl. He rushed to her room, but she hid behind the wall, smirking triumphantly. Heh, just tossing a thong got him to come running. Men are so easy to trick. She pulled out a knife and licked it with a perverted expression, stepping closer, ready to deliver a fatal blow. Fresh meat tastes best. As he stood behind the wall, Jiang came barreling in, crashing through a large section of the wall, feeling smug about his cleverness. The straight line between 2 points is always the best. The girl hiding behind the wall got hit by the debris. Jiang caused accidentally stabbing herself in the throat and dying on the spot. Jiang rushed into the room, not looking back, wondering what he just stabbed into. On the ground lay the girl's body with a knife through her throat, blood everywhere. Jiang excitedly opened the door. Beautiful lady, I'm here. But when he opened it, he was met with a pile of corpses. He walked closer, puzzled. Wow, they were eaten so quickly. Just then, a shadow appeared outside the door and asked, who's there making such a racket in the hallway? Jiang stepped forward to ask and saw a bald uncle with a milky face. He casually asked, a beautiful lady called for me. Do you know which house she's in? The bald uncle, munching on a pair of bloody chopsticks, replied gloomily, no idea. He then shoved a bloody human hand into his mouth, chewing while saying, just don't bother me while I'm eating. Seeing him eating a living person, Jiang opened the system to check what kind of monster the uncle was, but the system had no results. He thought, no demonic aura, but he eats people. No wonder the spirits don't want me wandering around here. Jiang's face darkened with disgust at this behavior. He thought, even if he's a criminal, killing him is still a crime, right? This situation is harder to deal with than meeting a ghost. What should I do? Just as he was contemplating whether to deal with the uncle, a girl suddenly ran up, grabbed his finger and pulled him away, looking panicked as she said, hurry. The girl dragged him to the edge of a high cliff. Jiang, startled, shouted, hey, there's no way forward. But the girl gathered momentum and jumped, pulling him off the edge with her. As she unexpectedly pulled him down, he crashed headfirst into the ground, feeling intense pain. Ouch. Meanwhile, the girl landed safely and quickly let go of his hand in fear. Then the girl seriously placed her hands on her hips and shouted, hey, you want to die or what? Pointing at the rundown apartment building. This whole building is full of murderers, they might eat you alive. After she fell, Jiang Shen gently stood up, rubbed his head and smiled, acting oblivious. Really, I think they're quite innocent. Seeing Jiang Shen's clueless expression, the girl sprayed him with a face full of foam, thinking, you call that innocent? Where did this idiot come from? While lost in thought, she heard a noise approaching, startling her. Oh no, the security is coming. She shook her head looking around and said, oh no, there's nowhere to hide. Contrary to the girl's worry, Jiang Shen casually said, what's there to be scared of about the security? The girl's eyes widened, her face pale, as she explained, the security in this neighborhood is different from others. Jiang Shen, still boasting arrogantly, said, it's just a little security guard. Before he could finish, he saw a huge shadow slowly approaching, and both jumped in fright. Holy crap. Jiang Shen quickly grabbed the girl's hand and ran. Let's go. They ran into the water treatment plant, and Jiang Shen spotted a drain. He pointed and said, there's a drain here, we can hide in it. As he tried to enter, the girl pulled his hand back, panic-stricken. No, we can't go in there. Seeing her terrified, Jiangshen lifted her up and went into the drain. What are you worried about? It's not like it's a bad time to hide. After lifting her, he covered her mouth and observed the situation outside, thinking it's better not to act impulsively until they understood what was going on. Outside, there were loud footsteps with a security guard resembling a monstrous fish, a big chubby figure with a bloated belly. He walked while munching on snacks, satisfied. I'm a guard who loves snacks. Once the fish-faced guard walked away, both dared to breathe a sigh of relief, and the girl quietly observed the movement inside the drain. The drain was dark and eerily silent. The girl hoped that whatever was in there had fallen asleep. Jiangshen, seeing the monster had moved far away, asked, "What was that beauty earlier?" The girl grimaced, saying, "What you call that thing a beauty?" Jiangshen turned back, pointing and scolding, "Haven't you been to school? A big fish-faced guard is always a female." The girl retorted, just because you went to school doesn't make you smart. If I hadn't told you to run, you would have been eaten by that beauty." Seeing the girl getting worked up, Jiangshen rubbed her head, thanking her. "Heh, thanks then. What's your name?" The girl pouted and answered, "Tulin." Jiangshen reminded her, "It's late. Running out alone is very dangerous." The girl confidently placed her hands on her hips, saying, "It's fine. When danger comes, my sister will show up to protect me." Jiang asked Tulin, "Where's your sister? I don't see her." Suddenly, from deep inside the sewer, a noise emerged. A half-human, half-bone demon in a pink bikini was panting heavily. Jiang pointed at the monster with a look of disgust, asking Tulin, "Is this your sister?" Tulin was too stunned to respond. She opened her eyes wide in fear. "We've woken her up. Quick, run!" Tulin immediately turned and ran for her life. The demon quickly used its dark energy to block the sewer exit, trapping the two of them. Tulin turned to urge Jiang to run, but as she reached the sewer opening, the demon blocked her escape. Tulin, terrified, leaned against the stone door, sweat pouring down her face. After a moment of panic, when she turned to look for Jiang, she was shocked to find he was gone. Where did that guy go? After it transformed into a long vine, it got stuck against the top of the sewer pipe, making the sword get jammed. Jiang's face showed confusion. The monster took the chance to slash him, but he dodged just in time. Jiang asked the female demon, "Hello, are you Tulin's sister? You have beautiful skin." The female demon blushed with joy at the compliment, shyly smiling as she bared her teeth. He gently caressed her face, causing her to almost forget about attacking them. The female demon thought to herself, "If I don't get sunlight all day, how could my skin not be beautiful?" Dark energy plus 310 points. After regaining her composure from the shocking scene before her, Tulin yelled, "You fool, that isn't my sister." After Tulin spoke, Jiang did a complete 360-degree turn, surprised, and then threw a punch at the demon angrily, saying, "Why didn't you say so earlier?" The demon, receiving the punch, went wild and shouted, "Is there any sense of justice left? You came over here to tease me first." After that, it slashed at Jiang, but he quickly dodged. The female demon was getting more aggressive, angrily shouting, "You crazy brat!" Jiang dodged several attacks from the demon and then healed the flesh spirit. He sneered, "Hee," and commanded flesh spirit transform into something big and long for me. But just as he was smugly preparing a finishing strike on this ugly monster, the sewer pipe wasn't wide enough. After transforming the flesh spirit into a long form, it hit the top of the sewer pipe, causing the sword to get stuck. Jiang wore a confused expression. The monster took the chance and slashed at me. Luckily, I dodged in time, so I'm fine." He frowned, thinking, "Looks like I need to train more to figure out how to fight in tight spaces." Seeing that using the sword wasn't feasible, Jiang quickly thought of magic. As soon as he had the thought, he immediately activated a skill to try out some magic. Jiang controlled the water, shooting it at the female ghost at super speed. Each droplet turned into a bullet, attacking the ghost before she could react. The demon realizes, so he's actually that skilled. It hurts so much. The female demon moans in pain as smoke rises from her wound. Seeing the demon in agony, Jiangshen taunts it, striking a provocative pose, raising 2 fingers and sticking out his tongue. "Come on, bring it on." Humiliated, the demon's anger boils blood rushing to its head as it shouts, thinking that just because there's distance, I can't hit you. After being provoked by Jiangshen, the female demon starts to attack, launching her bone projectiles, shooting them from her hand with speed and force like a mini rocket. It charges straight at Jiangshen, who secretly grins in delight. Hey, I've been waiting for this moment." Seeing the bone projectile rushing towards him, he prepares his move, stretching like he's warming up. Jiangshen looks like he's exercising, pushing the bone straight towards the sewer entrance. Tulin, hiding behind the wall, blocking the sewer, panics as the bone projectile comes at her, screaming, "Why is it coming at me?" Tulin, terrified, dodges to the side, her expression lifeless, her face pale as a sheet. Jiangshen sees the female demon's bones shatter the barrier at the sewer entrance and quickly pulls Tulin to run outside. "Let's go." Jiangshen holds Tulin and dashes outside, using his spiritual power to stand firm on the ground. Just as he escapes, the demon follows to the sewer entrance but doesn't dare to come out. Jiangshen, holding the flesh spirit sword, says it wasn't convenient to fight in there, then orders the flesh spirit sword break open her lair for me. The flesh spirit sword obeys, transforming into a massive sword that rushes into the sewer, piercing the demon, causing its body to shatter into pieces, utterly destroyed. The system announces the demon is dead, plus 999 points of demonic energy. Jiang Shen, looking at the demon's corpse, sighs. Just one strike, and it's completely wrecked. This quality is unacceptable. The demon's body lies in pieces in a pool of blood. After the demon dies, Jiang Shen picks up its bone projectile. Not bad, I'll take this. Jiang Shen holds up the bone, planning to stuff it into the flesh spirit sword to merge it. Come on, flesh spirit sword, eat something good. Don't be polite. He forcefully shoves the hard bone into its body, making the flesh spirit sword's eyes bulge as if they might pop out. The flesh spirit sword angrily thinks, I don't have a mouth, how can you stuff it like that? To Lin, watching Jiang Shen's ruthless actions, shivers in fear. This is too scary. Sniff, sniff. But Jiang Shen keeps insisting on forcing the flesh spirit sword to take it. To Lin ponders, can he really handle a half-blood demon with just one move? Who on earth is he? Seeing To Lin's face shift from white to green, Jiang Shen, feeling sympathetic, asks, are you scared? It's late, let me take you home. After leaving the sewer and stepping onto the main road, he asks, where's your home? To Lin points and says, over there. Jiang Shen looks in the direction To Lin points, stunned. Oh, where she points is a rundown apartment building surrounded by thick waves of demonic energy rising up. The demonic aura was so dense that it obscured the sky. He looked at the house and thought only a powerful demon could live so high up. What's this girl's background? To Lin led Jiang Shen into the house. Along the dark corridor, the atmosphere was eerie, silent enough to send chills down one's spine. They passed by a house, and as they walked, he stopped to look into a house with flickering lights. To Lin saw Jiang Shen staring and pulled his hand, saying, don't look inside. Let me explain. The woman in there just lost her husband and child. She's been trying to contact them every day. It's really scary. Jiang Shen activated his yin-yang eyes to see what was inside. A wave of demonic energy spread throughout the house. He thought to himself, as expected, the demonic aura is spilling out. After confirming there were demons inside, he boldly grabbed To Lin's hand and declared, what era are we in that people still believe in superstitions? Let's go in and expose it. To Lin yelled, are you out of your mind? Jiang Shen ignored what she said and knocked on the door. Knock, knock. Inside, a female demon was cutting a chicken, decisively slicing its neck. The chicken barely had time to struggle. Cluck, cluck, and it slumped down. After finishing, she collected a bowl of warm chicken blood. She placed the chicken blood before the urns for her husband and daughter. She solemnly prayed, husband, daughter, come back. While she was bowed in focus, her face gloomy, sunken with hollow eyes, she continued, husband, daughter, today is the 7th day since you passed. Come back. As she sincerely prayed for their spirits, Jiang Shen and To Lin stepped through the door. Jiang Shen still had a playful expression, scaring the female demon. Hee, we're back. The demon jumped at the sight of them, nearly falling to the ground, her mind spinning, wondering who these two were. Demonic energy, plus 160 points. Jiang Shen casually continued to tease, I'm your husband and this is your daughter. To Lin was speechless, sweating nervously. The demon immediately recognized them and yelled in anger, no way, my husband and child don't look like this. Seeing the demon's foolish expression, Jiang Shen sat down at the table, resting his chin on his hand. Isn't this a spirit summoning? The offerings have been increased. Not good. Jiang Shen glanced at the offering plate on the altar, casually moving closer. You even prepared food for us. I'm really hungry. Jiang Shen nonchalantly pulled out a chair, sat down, picked up a bowl of rice, and ordered the demon. Bring out more dishes. Is this how you treat your husband and child? The demon smiled, raising 2 fingers. 2 dishes are enough. Jiang Shen, with a mischievous grin, argued while eating. Enough, I haven't even eaten yet. The demon lowered her head, hair obscuring most of her face, revealing her strange appearance. No, I meant my husband and child. 2 dishes are for 2 people. That's enough. She then took the bowl of chicken blood and poured it into the 2 urns for her husband and daughter, beginning the summoning. Come out and eat, it's time for dinner, and as soon as she finished speaking, an immense amount of demonic energy surged out. I sensed something was wrong and grabbed Jiang Shen's hand to run. Hurry, I told you not to go and now look. But no matter how much she pulled, Jiang Shen didn't budge. He stood still, trembling, saying, I can't go. Jiang Shen's face began to show a bloodthirsty glee as he laughed. This demonic energy makes me feel electrified. I can't stay still. At that moment, 2 demons also revealed themselves facing Jiang Shen. Was a bald male demon and a female demon with a schoolgirl body but a parental face. Jiang Shen eagerly rushed forward. Demonic energy, I'm coming. The female demon with the fake face raised her sharp bony arm and laughed at him. You want this kind of demonic energy, huh? After saying that, she cut into herself, blood spraying everywhere as she crazily shouted, here, I'll give you some. Strangely, even though the female demon cut herself, the wound transferred to Jiang Shen, leaving a long gash across his chest. Jiang Shen thought in confusion, clearly she cut herself. Why did the wound appear on me? The female demon, seeing the wound on Jiang Shen, went even crazier, slashing wildly at her own body, cutting deeper and deeper, not enough, a little more. Jiang Shen endured those slashes, helplessly gritting his teeth, and thinking, transferring wounds to me, this ability is ridiculous. Then it was the bald demon's turn to speak. Its mouth dripping with poison, it said, with so many wounds, let me use my saliva to heal you. No sooner had it spoken than it began to vomit everywhere. Jiang Shen looked at the pile of the demon's vomit in disgust. The stench is unbearable. If it touches my wounds, wouldn't that be catastrophic? Surrounded by the toxic mess with no way out, he summoned his transformation clearly, forcing me to use my trump card. He quickly transformed into a demon lord. He was equipped with a super armor and 6 sharp claws on both hands. A notification from the system appeared, spinning the random divine skill, Jiang, quickly the monarch. After completing his transformation, Jiang Shen changed form and now wore armor. He prepared to strike. Here's the test of my demon hunter's power. It formed a protective shield around him, against the bald demon's poison. Seeing this, the demon was furious. The shield is annoying, then let me give you a few more cuts. The schoolgirl demon slashed at herself a few more times, but now Jiang Shen was armored, so her attacks were useless. He felt it was just a tickle, he teased. Heh heh, not painful, not itchy. Jiang Shen summoned his spirit and asked the female demon, is that all you've got? The demon was surprised to see her attacks, did nothing to him. Why were there no wounds? As soon as he spoke, he summoned the Swift King to deliver a swift strike to the head, and the female ghost's head flew far away. Jiang said, let me help you. The bald demon saw his daughter being killed by Jiang, and wanted revenge, shouting, you killed my daughter, I'll burn you. It then spewed out a large amount of poison, but this time Jiang was quicker, driving the Swift King straight into its face, stabbing through its skull and splitting its head in half. Jiang held the Swift King in his hand but felt dissatisfied, saying, is this really the Swift King? Am I just getting used to it? Is this all a 2-star divine power can do? The female ghost saw Jiang and arrogantly said, wow, you seem like a different person from before. Jiang had a sinister expression, holding the Swift King as he approached. She trembled in fear, pleading, no, don't come closer. She secretly extended 2 fingers behind her to dip into a bowl of chicken blood, starting to use dark magic to counterattack. After dipping her hand into the bowl of chicken blood, she smeared the blood from her head down to her nose. Seeing her performing some dark magic again, Jiang laughed contemptuously, as expected of a blood sorceress so full of tricks. She began to chant a spell reverently. The dead hold souls moving around now as the sacrifice, calling the demons back. After finishing the chant, she transformed into a demon, a blood sorceress. Jiang, seeing her transforming like him, became furious. Damn it, are you trying to copy me? The demon's body slowly merged with the body of the other demon, transforming her into a giant demon with countless sharp teeth, unleashing a strange wave of energy. Tolin hid in a corner, trembling at the energy emanating from the demon. It felt like she was suffocating. Zhang Thun looked at the demon and said, so you still have a trump card, while the demon bared its teeth and roared at him. Suddenly Nurklin Chi rushed out from behind Zhang Thun, and Hao asked, what's wrong, Nurklin Chi? Got any bold ideas? Nurklin Chi thought to warn him, run fast, that thing eats everything. As soon as Nurklin Chi finished speaking, she pushed Zhang Thun's head down just as the demon lunged and slapped him on the head. Luckily he ducked in time. Nurklin Chi thought, good job, you idiot. Zhang Thun narrowly escaped, his face pale, trembling all over. The demon, realizing it had missed angrily, threw Zhang Thun against the wall. Zhang Thun quickly summoned his Jiangnan King and charged at the demon, but it dodged swiftly and even bit through his armor. Great, it even chewed through my armor. Seizing the opportunity, the demon lunged at Zhang Thun, who couldn't react in time. Zhang Thun transformed into Jiangnan King and struck directly at the demon, slicing its mouth in half. But just as he swung, the demon crushed Jiangnan King, leaving Zhang Thun stunned. Zhang Thun jumped up and added another strike, aiming directly at the demon's head, but it barely felt the blow. Zhang Thun looked at his mangled Jiangnan King and thought, can't I take it down? Jiang Thun gathered all his strength and delivered a fatal blow to the demon's head, thinking he needed to pour in more power. The demon hit on the head was stunned and said, you scared me half to death. I thought I was going to have a headache. Zhang Thun looked at the Jiangnan King in his hand and wondered, is this really divine power? Why is it like this? Before he could process that, the female demon swung her hand, but Zhang Thun managed to jump up and dodge it. He thought, could it be that I don't know how to use it properly? Zhang Thun furrowed his brow in thought when the demon struck again, knocking him far away. He shouted, this is too dangerous. Zhang Thun realized that slashing and stabbing weren't working, so he transformed his attack into a bite, thinking, if it's called Jiangnan King, let me try biting it. He quickly opened his mouth to bite the demon. The demon, taken aback by his bite, was confused about what he was doing, and retaliated with a punch, flattening him to the ground. After taking a punch, he lay on the ground, lamenting. That didn't do anything at all. The demon approached, baring its sharp teeth. Seeing the demon about to swallow Zhang Thun, Tolin shouted, brother, be careful. Before Tolin could finish her sentence, the demon shoved him into its mouth and swallowed him whole, burping in satisfaction. It prepared to swallow the combo, moving closer to To Lin with a fierce expression, and said, "Next, it'll be your turn." Just as it finished speaking, a sword pierced through its head from the inside, and before Bachnya could understand what was happening, it was gone. The god of the river emerged from the hole in its head, panting heavily. To Lin gasped in shock at the sight of him still alive. The god of the river was in a pitiful state, covered in the disgusting slime from inside the demon, almost suffocating in there. Nuklin Chi looked at him with fiery eyes, shouting, "This greedy bastard almost got me killed." The god of the river laughed when he heard Nuklin Chi could talk. "So you can speak now, you better thank me for that." The god of the river recalled the situation inside the monster's stomach, where he had inadvertently let the fake Fang King touch Nuklin Chi. It turned out that the fake Fang King was not a weapon but a support ability. After merging both weapons, he ordered Nuklin Chi to stab it quickly, or else they would be burnt to ashes. Then came the scene of him stabbing through the demon's body and breaking free. System notification: time's up, transformation ends. The demon self-destructs 999 points of demon energy. Gained: the young demon is dead, 999 points of demon energy. Gained: the soul demon is dead, 1000. 999 points of demon energy gained. The young demon is dead. Demon energy gained. After everything was over, he sighed in relief, holding Nuklin Chi in his hand. Wow, that was too close. Seeing Nuklin Chi return to its original form, the god of the river pulled it up forcefully. "Nuklin Chi, why are you silent now? Say something. What's wrong with you?" Nuklin Chi, feeling angry, thought to itself, "What can I say when I've lost the power of the fake Fang King? Just use your own abilities." To Lin, standing beside him, noticed he was talking to Nuklin Chi by himself and forcing it into a corner to make it speak. She looked at him with suspicion, wondering if he was trustworthy at all. At this moment, on the rooftop of a building, a massive surge of demon energy was emanating from there. There was an altar set up on a pile of skulls, sucking in all the demon energy and boosting its power. If a demon has empty eye sockets, that's the raincoat demon. She laughed savagely. "Haha, all the demon energy in the area is concentrating here." An enigmatic old man suddenly appeared and said, "You're too slow. Do you want me to control the nearby demons to sacrifice at the altar?" The raincoat demon replied, "Aren't you the one who got caught by me?" The old man just smirked. Another figure identical to him stepped forward and explained, "Hee, don't forget, I'm a puppeteer." Looking closely, it turned out that there were strange joints on his body, making it easy to escape as a clone. The raincoat demon looked at the altar and immediately agreed. "Then, you quickly summon the little demons nearby, don't keep the master waiting." The god of the river, leading To Lin with him, immediately sensed something was different. The god of the river watched the streams of green energy flying towards the roof of a building. All the demon energy was headed that way. Suddenly a demon bumped into Jiang's shoulder and hit To Lin's head. He immediately drew his weapon. How did it appear behind me so quickly? The demon walked past them, leaving a pensive young man and a little girl digging her head. "Huh, you don't notice me." To Lin panicked, pointing to the side, and exclaimed, "Hey, look over there." A line of monsters followed each other in one direction. It seemed all demons were heading that way. Thinking of something, Jiang suddenly understood. It looks like someone is performing a ritual to celebrate the Demon King's longevity. A massive fish demon twice his height just passed by him. Jiang felt a bit confused. This was a fierce spirit demon, he had to stop it. Out of nowhere, a dolphin came running by barking. It slammed into Jiang, sending him flying. The dolphin cried out and asked, "Where's my master? Have you seen my master? Bark, bark." Jiang looked at it, thinking unexpectedly not under control. It seems to be quite powerful. The dolphin, like a dog, pleaded for help, saying its master ran outside and left it behind. Jiang casually replied, "Don't worry, maybe it's not lost. It might just be dead." Your words triggered the creature's rage. "How dare you insult my master, you bastard. Bark, bark." Jiang pointed right at it and boldly said, "I said the master of a dead dog is dead. I told you you're not." The furious dolphin responded, "How dare you call me a dog, I'll kill you." Jiang wasn't backing down either. "If you're not a dog, what the hell are you? Fair point." The dolphin ranted on, and Jiang matched it. They both had a lot of blood boiling. The two crazies pointing at each other made To Lin cover her ears outside, feeling chilly. The girl's mouth started growing teeth, quickly sobbing, "Ouch, this is too much." The girl grew a horn, her eyes resembling those of a demon with sharp nails. "Stop fighting, oh dear, I'm losing my mind." Just then, the system announced Tosao could no longer endure the noise demon energy plus 600. Jiang was sweating, thinking Tosao isn't that To Lin. Also, why did the little girl turn into a demon? Tosao was infuriated. "Damn dog. Your annoying voice woke me up." The dolphin immediately countered. "With those two teeth, you look more like a dog than I do." Bark, bark, insulting others while barking. The battlefield instantly changed. Jiang was pushed to the sidelines, thinking it seems there's nothing left for me here. The dolphin suddenly bit Tosao's head. "I have to bite you to death." Tosao retaliated by biting back at its snout. "Only you know how to bite." After the first round of biting, Tosao gasped. "Ouch, that hurts." The dolphin groaned too. "I hope I don't catch rabies." Bark bark. To Sao suddenly circled behind it. The dolphin reacted in time, whipping its tail hard, trying to sneak attack. Get down, bark bark. Both rushed in to fight fiercely, exchanging normal attack moves. The dolphin recoiled, preparing its move. It shot out a precise burst of energy that slammed into the spear, the doghead shooting arrows. The spear's face was bruised with scratches in several places, recoiling to shoot accurately. The girl shouted the doghead shot arrows, then swung its head hard toward the opponent's head. The dolphin hurt the most, but still tried to shoot more. It angrily said, "Keep going," the spear agreed, "so let's continue." Once again they rushed in to fight wildly, this time even more than before. Jiang Shen stood next to another soul demon, unable to help but complain. Damn, do these two not know when to stop? The unfortunate demon behind him got smashed by a rock that bounced off. The system announced once again that the unfortunate demon was dead demon energy, plus 0.3. Jiang Shen looked at it with pity. Disaster truly fell from the sky. You are indeed unfortunate. Jiang Shen's attention was drawn to something unusual. He saw a photo of the necklace belonging to that unfortunate demon, along with the dolphin dog. Jiang Shen appeared once again to stop the brawl. Hey, wait a minute. Just as he spoke, a hand covered his mouth. El was stabbed painfully by the dolphin. Jiang Shen was thrown far away, causing dust to fly everywhere. The spear and the dolphin were furious. What are you doing here? Jiang Shen said in distress. Wait a moment, before you fight, I have something to discuss with the dog. Jiang Shen raised the part of the body that resembled Gozo from the unfortunate demon and asked, "Is this your master's?" Looking at the pink bear-shaped underwear, the dolphin was stunned. This pink underwear, its eyes welled with tears, sobbing. A flood of beautiful memories rushed back, memories of the master and the perverse dog. It was the pink underwear the master liked to throw away for me to retrieve. Back in reality, looking at its master's corpse, the dolphin couldn't believe it. How could the master be beaten like this? Jiang Shen, hiding behind, explained, "Actually, it's because you threw a big rock." But it was too late. The dolphin howled. "I have to kill you, Tesk. You won't even listen to an explanation." A moment later, your sword said, "Hurry and pull me out." The dolphin had a hole in its skull. The sword was still ringing. "You know your mouth stinks, right?" Jiang struggled to pull it out while complaining, "After you got possessed. Why do you talk so much? Your ears still haven't adjusted." Jiang turned to see To Zhao standing still. The girl suddenly crouched down. Jiang approached and asked kindly, "Hey, are you okay? To Lin has returned." The girl curiously asked, "Oh, did you appear just now?" Jiang said, "Your sister To Lin is quite skilled too." To Lin blushed shyly. "Oh, that." Jiang reassured her, "I won't make it hard for you anymore. Whenever you want to talk, just say it then." He turned his head. The ghost souls continued to follow, and the fish ghost suddenly caught a whiff of a delicious smell. It took a long breath, eyes wide open. The ghost went crazy. "Who is eating my bear cake?" It ran towards one direction, crushing the bodies of the ghosts in its way, damn it. At this moment, Jiang and To Lin were eating candy. It was quite tasty, just found it earlier. The appearance of the fish ghost startled both of them. To Lin hurriedly let go of the candy. "Here, for you, for you." With the candy, the ghost drooled and laughed stupidly. "My bear cake, hee hee." The lanternfish ghost opened its cake bag, finding it empty with only crumbs left, speechless. Next, it clenched its fist, crumpling the empty cake bag, and yelled in rage, "You ate all my cakes." Then the lanternfish's headlight glowed with the fire of anger. It raised its voice to warn those around, "I'm angry now." Immediately it shot sparks towards Jiang. He hugged To Lin, dodging to the side while shouting a warning to the aquatic monster below, "Get out of the way." But the monster behind didn't react in time, and was hit by the lightning, turning into a bear cake. Next, the lanternfish ghost approached, threw the transformed cake into its mouth, and kept commenting, "The ghost is hard to swallow." The lanternfish ghost's face showed disgust, but it reluctantly ate, and he, without giving it time to collect itself, rushed in confidently and punched it, asserting, "Sorry, I'm in a bit of a hurry." The lanternfish ghost got hit and its face tilted to the side. Then Jiang drew a sword and slashed while shouting, "With all my might." The blow struck it between the head, splitting its hat in two. But that guy's head was as hard as a bull. The lanternfish ghost rubbed its head as if scratching an itch, not understanding if he had attacked or not. Meanwhile, Jiang stepped back, looking confused and surprised, asking, "Is this thing really that thick?" He still held tightly to his weapon. Before he could shape the lanternfish demon, it charged at him, launching a lightning strike from the lantern atop its head, while he quickly dodged the attack in a frantic manner. Then, without hesitation, he unleashed a lightning strike down to the ground, spreading towards the lanternfish demon as he shouted the name of the deity, Chief Thunder. Their two attacks clashed and cancelled each other out, while he still firmly held the demon's sword form. Next, the lantern on the lanternfish demon's head condensed into another attack. It opened its mouth wide, looking at him with hatred. Meanwhile, Jiang Shen assessed it with a thought, wondering how it could have such a Majin Buu-like shape. Suddenly, the lanternfish demon attacked him with a strike, and he swiftly jumped to avoid the blow internally, acknowledging that this thing was truly overpowered. Being hit by its electricity would turn him into a teddy bear. He quickly yelled to himself to think of a way to bring those orbs down first. He then looked at his demonic sword seriously and asked it if the flesh spirit could aim properly, to which the sword also glanced over and nodded in confirmation. Suddenly, out of nowhere, Tolin awkwardly climbed up onto the lanternfish demon's head and grabbed the lantern pole. Under this control, the lanternfish demon was momentarily stunned, while Jiang Shen below noticed and looked up. Next, he raised the flesh spirit, triumphantly confirming that maybe it wasn't necessary for you to take action anymore. Immediately, the little lanternfish demon on top of its head struggled to pull out the glowing whiskers. It was startled and asked the little girl what she wanted to do. Hearing its question, Tolin didn't hesitate, yanking out its glowing whiskers, while shouting in confirmation, pulling the willow tree root out. After losing the blood whiskers, the wound on the lanternfish demon's face started bleeding, making it panic as it reached up to touch its head, and growled, "Ah, my orb." Soon after, its body began to swell and its clothes ripped apart. It transformed into a muscular form, its mouth beginning to spew something out. Once the transformation was complete, it looked at him and shouted with full force and anger. Ah, the lanternfish demon unleashes its strength, tearing its clothes into shreds. Upon seeing this new form of the demon and the demonic aura, it exuded. Jiang Shen's face darkened, forcing a smile as he made a comment. Just looking at it made him feel it was even harder to cut down, while To Lin beside him also stared in shock. Then To Lin glanced at him, worried yet suggesting, "How about you just crawl into its belly like when you fought the soul demon?" Hearing her suggest crawling into the belly of that terrifying lanternfish demon, he lightly tapped To Lin on the head, voicing his objection. "Don't you think that's a bad idea?" Jiang Shen then began to explain. "Look at its teeth, they're sharp and huge. If you go inside its belly, wouldn't it just chew you up into mush?" he added to reinforce his point. Suddenly the flesh spirit transformed, glancing at Jiang Shen, who looked at it in confusion, and asked flesh spirit, "What do you want to do?" Immediately, the body of the mushroom spirit elongated, causing him to look at it with a confused expression. Next, it transformed into a sharp spike, aimed casually at the lanternfish demon. Seeing this, Jiang Shen understood the mushroom spirit's intent, and also prepared to act, while To Lin beside them looked on in surprise. He then grabbed the drill, slung it over his shoulder, and rushed forward with a smug laugh. "Ha ha ha, forgetting about this thing," as the mushroom spirit's determined eyes looked ahead alongside him. Then his face broke into a smile as he prepared his stance, shouting to activate his technique. The bone bullet was ready. Immediately, a pair of sharp bones shot out from the mushroom spirit's body. Flying forward, the sharp tip aimed directly at the lanternfish demon. The sharp bone quickly lunged straight at the weird demon. He stood there, unsure whether to cry or laugh, bracing himself for the needle to pierce him, and looked at Jiang Shen with a mocking grin. "You think this little trick can get through me?" he asked. Jiang Shen and the mushroom spirit looked at him in confusion and gloom. He frowned in annoyance at the lanternfish demon. "Damn, what's this creature?" He then clasped his hands together, generating a powerful current, declaring, "Give it a bit more energy." He swung his hand forward, the electricity resonating with the sharp drill he had just fired, crackling in the air. Suddenly, the sharp tip quickly stabbed into the body of the lanternfish demon, leaving it bewildered and gaping. The sharp point then rapidly drilled deep into the demon's body. Jiang Shen shouted the name of the technique, piercing through, and the sharp bullet penetrated the demon, creating a massive hole along with his electric energy. After piercing through the lantern, fish demon coughed up blood and screamed in agony. Shortly after, a burst of electricity sent the lanternfish demon flying away with a pitiful scream. Once the system confirmed it, a notification rang out. The blood lantern demon has died, earning 1200 demon energy. The mushroom spirit hugged his stomach in celebration while he gently patted it, grinning and declaring, "That's done." Then To Lin suddenly pointed at something and exclaimed, "Look over there." Jiang Shen followed the direction of her finger, curious. A dense stream of demon energy swirled above their heads. To Lin expressed her thoughts. "The demon energy on this level is increasing." Seeing this, the two quickly moved through the narrow alley. Feeling something strange, To Lin looked around warily and spoke to Jiang Shen. "It's too quiet around here." Noticing her fear, he gently looked at To Lin and seriously explained, "That's because all the demons have been drawn away." In front of them, above a building, a fierce stream of green demon energy erupted. Seeing this, To Lin couldn't help but exclaim, "I didn't expect Jiang Xuanfu to have such great abilities." Hearing the girl say that, Jiang Shen found it hard to understand and asked back, "Jiang Xuanwu is the ghost who stole the Ma Sao altar." He then looked up at the top of the building and asked, "What do you know about her?" Seeing him question, the girl glanced at him. Before Su Ling could answer, Jiang Shen imagined the image of Jiang Xuanwu trembling with a brush, struggling to look at the unfinished painting, and made a judgment. He added she was originally a comic author, specializing in drawing dark and gloomy stories. He continued to speculate. On a rainy day, she ran to a tall building for inspiration, and Jiang Xuanwu stood in the rain looking inside the dilapidated building, covered in moss under the heavy rain. As a result, the building collapsed. He confirmed at that time the heavy rain mixed with the ruins, but the smoke and dust began to rise ominously. When she was discovered, she was crushed, leaving only half of her body. In his imagination, half of Jiang Xuanwu's body was buried in the rubble, absorbing powerful ghost energy. Jiang Shen concluded, but the ghost energy from the entire tall building also infiltrated her body, causing her to die on a rainy day. Hearing Su Ling say that Jiang Shen seemed to understand, glancing away with a gloomy expression and confirmed, "Oh, so that's how it is." He then remembered the image of that ghost sitting in a vehicle, and deduced she must normally wear a raincoat. After that, he recalled the lower half of the ghost in the raincoat and added, moreover, her essence was also in the lower half of her body. Immediately, Jiang Shen stepped forward walking while confirming, "The comic author isn't working at home. What is she running around for?" They then moved toward the area where the ghost energy was strongly emanating. Jiang Shen looked up at that building and announced, "We're almost there," while Su Ling followed him leisurely. Suddenly, his foot seemed to step on something on the ground, startling him to look down. It was a mouth emanating ghost energy with sharp skeletal teeth. Suddenly, a voice called out, "Hey Jiang Shen," which surprised him, making him look around in confusion. The voice rang out again, "Hey Su Ling." The girl quickly looked around to confirm where the voice came from. Jiang Shen shook his head in confusion and asked, "Who is it?" Suddenly, Su Ling tapped his shoulder. Next to To Lin with a gloomy face, she secretly glanced at him, turning pale as she reminded him, "Don't turn around, you'll stink in the middle." Suddenly, a giant piece of meat appeared behind the two and called out, "Jiang To Lin here." The demon's voice made them freeze as if struck by lightning. Jiang discreetly glanced back, weighing his options in his mind. Turning back would be dangerous, but staying put could lead to a sneak attack. He concluded this is troublesome, spotting a demon with a wide mouth and sharp teeth and 3 eyes on its head. Then he remembered something and turned to confirm with To Lin. "Wait, did it just call our names?" To Lin, hearing the question, stiffened and replied doubtfully, "Yes, it's us," while the demon was still waiting for them to turn around. Hearing To Lin's confirmation, Jiang smiled and said, "That's good then." He pointed the whip towards the back and shouted his command, "Shoot it, whip." Right after receiving the order, the whip stretched out and struck at the demon, but it quickly jumped to dodge, shouting in surprise, "I didn't expect that." Next, the 3-eyed demon rushed from behind towards him and To Lin, questioning him loudly, "Did you think my skills only activate when I call your name?" Meanwhile, the whip quickly returned to him. Then it charged straight at him at lightning speed, standing in front of him while shouting, "You see my eyes right." It stared at Jiang, astonished and speechless. Jiang opened his eyes, looking at it like a judge, his gaze radiating light, causing the demon to panic and shout. Wah! Its 3 eyes were glowing red from his gaze, as if they were about to pop out while it bowed its head, gasping for breath. The head of the 3-eyed demon quickly shattered blood, splattering everywhere. "You want to trick me right in front of my beloved demon." Above the demon lord, Natvan seemed to discover something looking down at Jiang Shen and Tu Lin, along with the defeated 3-eyed demon lying in a pool of blood. Immediately, she turned her face full of anger and realized that the guards stationed below had been wiped out. Natvan, feeling flustered nervously, glanced at the nearby altar and ordered him, "I can't go down, you check it out." Seeing this, he gritted his teeth in anger, feeling dissatisfied. "Humph. How dare you start ordering me around?" Then he sneered internally. If it weren't for her controlling the altar, I would have killed her by now. Soon after, he vanished, teleporting away while the altar continued to emit the demon aura from the side, and Natvan just stood there watching him. Below, Jiang Shen and Tu Lin were running swiftly towards the rooftop of the building, both of their faces filled with vigilance and seriousness. Suddenly, Jiang Shen halted when he saw someone appear in front of him, his eyes widening. Opposite them was the man who had just received orders from Natvan standing before them. He clasped his hands behind his back and smiled, greeting him, "Long time no see." Jiang Shen was a bit startled to see him. Seeing him, Jiang Shen raised his middle finger in a friendly yet scornful greeting. "Last time you tried to ambush me and failed now. You dare to face me directly." Hearing this, the shadowy figure behind him threw out 4 talismans, laughed at him, "Solo ha." Immediately, he dismissively replied, "Who said it was a solo fight?" Following that, 4 demons quickly lunged at Jiang Shen and Tu Lin from 4 corners. Tu Lin, frightened, huddled behind him while he instinctively raised his hand to shield her. Next was a gaping-mouthed monster looking towards him. Among them was a headless demon, with its guts hanging out, screaming "Squeak." One of the 4 was a fat pig demon wearing a straw hat, its eyes dazed as it stared at him. Finally, there was a grotesque cat with a floating eye on its head that had a mouth formed from 4 flaps of skin with fangs in front, meowing. Seeing them, Tu Lin nestled behind his arm, peeking out with worry. Her eyes widened as she confirmed to Jiang Shen, "This is bad, the strongest demons in the area are all gathered here." Hearing that, Jiang Shen looked at them confused, asking Tu Lin again, "You mean they're all the strongest demons? How can they listen to that old shadow?" The demons he pointed at remained silent and stared gloomily. Before Jiang Shen could say anything more, the shadowy figure quickly raised his hand to signal with his demonic power. He frowned, muttering to himself in suspicion. Does this kid still not realize he's the controller? Soon after, Notvan regained his momentum and yelled at the bizarre monster before him, "Stop the nonsense and get over here." Hearing the command, the monsters eagerly growled and charged towards Jiang Shen. Seeing them ready for battle, Jiang Shen quickly darkened his expression and shouted, reminding To Lin to hide, and the girl quickly responded, "Yes," and jumped away to hide while the 4 grotesque monsters kept rushing towards him. Next, Jiang Shen took out a 2-star yellow talisman and grimaced as he shouted to activate it, transforming into the power of the Great Immortal. Immediately under the power of the talisman, his 2 eyes began to move across his face. Jiang Shen pointed upward, and beneath his palm, a magic circle formed under his ring and little fingers. His other hand also began to rise, and a similar magic circle appeared at that same spot. Then he brought his pinky fingers together, forming a complete magic circle, with 2 fingers raised to shield his face. Soon after, a goat talisman appeared above Jiang Shen's head. He confidently introduced it to the demons. This is the power that a 2-star talisman should possess. The system announced again the divine ability randomly activated the Hell Eye formation. Before Jiang Shen could say more, a cat with 4 grotesque legs rushed in like a knife and screamed mew. With 4 eyes, Jiang Shen laughed and grabbed its sharp claws. He subdued one side of the monster, which meowed with its floating eyes, and lunged at him with another sharp claw, but as expected, Jiang Shen caught both of its claws with his hands. He held both of its claws, and its hand-shaped sharp tail curled up. The demon smugly looked at him and shouted, This is the real killing move." Jiang Shen's face darkened as he watched the claws closing in. He then squinted his 4 eyes at it and smiled wickedly. Just now I wanted to say his hands still held onto its advancing claw, and he interrupted. Beneath their feet, a 5-pointed star seal surrounded by a glowing circle lit up. Jiang Shen asked it, "Are you in such a hurry to give up your life, you grotesque cat?" The cat, confused, looked at him. Immediately, a surge of power attacked the crazy cat demon, causing its body to ache as it howled, gradually beginning to retreat. Jiang Shen had released it, looking at it with disdain. He approached and asked cautiously, "Oh, not dead yet." The demon's slumped mouth agape before him. Then it began to emit dark demonic energy, excitedly confirming to him, "Didn't expect that, right? I have 9 lives." Hearing this, Jiang Shen's expression became even more twisted, as he laughed wickedly at it. "Then perhaps you still have to die 8 more times." Jiang Shen snapped his fingers, and the demon's body began to twist grotesquely. Soon after, the formation stirred up, winds around preventing the demon from attempting to flee. Jiang Shen, with a dark expression, confirmed to it, stepping into the formation, "You must die." Inside, the monstrous demon screamed in pain, "Help me." Meanwhile, Jiang stood behind it, grinning wickedly, as the form of the cat monster rapidly distorted and vanished. The demon let out a cat-like wail, as it tore itself from the magic circle, finally breaking free, blood pouring from its body onto the ground. Immediately after, the severed part of the circle was ripped away, blood flowing out more chaotically. He kicked its head out and confirmed, "Too bad, your life is over." Just then, before he could regain his composure, a slash cut through the magic circles, while Jiang quickly dodged to the side. With 4 eyes fixed in silence, he glanced at the smoking attack he had just unleashed, questioning, was the formation destroyed? Next, the pig demon charged forward, swinging its sword toward Jiang while he assessed internally. "This demon is quite clever." Jiang quickly reacted, raising his hand to block, grasping the sword that was rapidly descending toward his head, halting it mid-air. Suddenly, the demon with a gaping hole in its face and sharp tentacles floated up from the slimy ground, and he sensed its emergence from behind, turning to look. Next, Jiang swiftly withdrew his hand from the engraved sword, transforming it. Immediately, he sidestepped to avoid the painful strike that followed. Before he could react, the pig demon's filthy sword struck down on the demon with the hole in its face, splitting its head in 2. Despite being hit, the whole-faced demon, bleeding profusely, looked up at the pig demon with its straw hat and exclaimed, "Why are you attacking me? Can't we work together a bit?" The pig demon, unfazed, held his sword and arrogantly addressed Jiang, "Can't you see I've held back, otherwise your head would be smashed in 2. Seeing this, the whole-faced demon touched its wound, unable to refrain from lamenting. Surely it's a pig teammate, as its body continued to sink into the muddy ground. Meanwhile, Jiang jumped back and mumbled to himself, "I need to create distance. Getting surrounded is going to be tough." But before he could run far, he was caught by the arms of the whole-faced demon. Its tentacle-like arms wrapped tightly around him while its body remained hidden beneath the ground. Jiang was startled and struggled against the grip. Then the whole-faced demon looked at him smugly, asking, "Didn't expect to find me here, did you? Where there's shadow, I'm there." It began spewing blood wildly. Suddenly it faltered its body, gradually vanishing, collapsing, and letting go of Jiang in confusion, while he glanced back at it with a smirk. The body of the demon with the hole gradually disintegrated, surrounded by a thick, sticky black liquid. It shouted in confusion, "Why?" Then, as if unable to believe what was happening, its body continued to disintegrate while mumbling, "Clearly there's no formation on the ground." Hearing it question its death, he looked at the pig demon in pain before him and reminded it, "Look at your pain, night pig." Below the body of the demon with the hole was slowly disintegrating while looking up to listen to them. The pig demon also looked at its pain as he spoke. On it was a solid black, five-pointed star seal, and then it exclaimed in shock, "How is this possible?" Jiang Shen couldn't bear to let the whole demon die in anguish, so he explained to them, "Just now when I was blocking it, I inscribed seal on this sword," his hand drawing strange runes on the sword with a wicked grin. As it understood, the whole demon gradually succumbed face down on the sticky ground, and it lamented, "I never expected that in the end it would be your pig that killed me." Right after the pig demon wearing a straw hat awkwardly cast a spell on its pain. It then cut right where he inscribed the seal on the pane, causing it to shatter, blood flowing from the pig demon's hand. Soon after, blood from the sword also began to gush out uncontrollably. Then on the pig demon's pane a single eye quickly appeared, revealing a grotesque sword, and the pig demon shouted to introduce it. "Oh, golden pig sword!" He looked at the sword radiating demonic power, with a dark expression, grinning with interest as he commented, "Quite the show, Night Pig." Jiang Shen, not to be outdone, pulled out the flesh Lin Qi, looking towards him as he polished his golden pig sword. Jiang Shen's expression was quite alluring as he called out Flesh Lin Qi, and the weapon seemingly understood him, glancing up. Then Flesh Lin Qi formed a mouth and he instinctively followed up on its current form with regal fangs, then laughed joyfully. "Ha ha ha." Soon after, Flesh Lin Qi transformed into a long sword, quickly blocking the pig demon's sword, and Jiang Shen shouted to confirm initiate. When the golden pig sword slashed through Flesh Lin Qi, it let out a loud cry, and his eyes looked at him. Flesh Lin Qi, fearful, shouted a warning to him, "This sword has the same attributes as me. I fear I can't handle it." Then Jiang Shen also retracted his sword, his mouth wide open as he cried out in confirmation. "Moreover, its name is Golden Pig Sword. My name is Flesh Lin Qi. It's much harder than me," he added, "so how can I possibly fight that?" Hearing that, Jiang looked over at him with a displeased expression and thought, "What a mouth you've got." Next, Jiang glanced back at the little demon with the snout and the lung standing there grinning alongside Am Min Luong Tu, and warned them not to underestimate Lin Qi. "So keep an eye on those two behind me, don't let them play tricks," Jiang said, his face full of worry. Hearing this, Than Qian quickly confirmed, "Got it, no problem." The two demons, hearing his warning about Lin Qi, exchanged dark looks and thought, "Who would dare work with this pig? Be careful not to slice your own teammate." On the battlefield, the pig was swinging and attacking, feeling underestimated, while Jiang stood still bracing for his strike. Next, he used a wood manipulation technique to create a series of hard wooden blocks to block the fat demon's blade, his expression darkening as he realized it would be tough without the wood technique. Immediately after, Jiang spread his arms and the vines quickly curled up. He issued a command, "Create a sword." Then he extended the vines from the wood, grinning with excitement, and remarked, "Let's see if your bones are tougher than my wood." After forming the sword, Jiang wasted no time, charging at the fat demon with his blade, yelling as he lunged. The pig quickly swung its weapon in response, grinning smugly. Soon after, the demon, sensing his approach, pressed forward with its blade, and Jiang used his sword to block it, muttering his thoughts. So much strength, he thought, as his body was pushed back rapidly. Unable to withstand the demon's blade, his sword shattered, and he fell to the ground, the demon's blade stopping at his body. Seeing this, the demon with just bones and lungs grinned, and extended its bones toward him smugly, declaring, "What a great opportunity." Just then, Jiang quickly reacted and shouted, "Lin Qi, hurry, stop her." Hearing this, she quickly appeared, stunned by the bite from the demon with just a head and lungs. The mouth of that demon bit into Lin Qi, causing her to scream in pain as her body was seized. Seeing the dire situation, Jiang looked at the two pieces of Lin Qi in shock, exclaiming in despair, "I can't believe you bit her in half." The demon with just a head and lungs looked at him smugly. In a fit of rage, Jiang shouted, "You damn beast," and his body began to radiate a surge of power. The demon lunged at him, gnashing its teeth, but Jiang's body had become strong, emitting strong electric sparks. Immediately, he swung his fist at the head, demon sending it flying away, exclaiming, "Demon Fist 800 styles." In response to his punch, it was joyfully perplexed, wondering, was I really knocked away, as the head demon's body flew far off. Jiang Shen was skeptical and asked, "Is this really the strongest creature in the area? It seems weaker than the previous ones." Suddenly, the pig demon below swung its sword towards him with great force. Jiang Shen understood their intentions, and looked up dissatisfied, saying, "Can't you let me breathe?" Jiang Shen raised his sword to block, squinting as he assessed. This pig knight is truly tricky to handle. They soon engaged in a fierce battle of sword strikes. Doubt filled Jiang Shen as he observed the pig demon's attacks, realizing that it wouldn't give him a moment to breathe. He quickly dodged the relentless onslaught from the pig demon, which struck the ground with such force that it created a large crater. The debris from the ground shattered under its blade, leading Jiang Shen to conclude, "I need a different strategy." Then, as if realizing something, Jiang Shen smirked wickedly at his weapon and asked, "Can the flesh spirit still move?" It opened its mouth, its eyes wide as it looked at him, expressing its thoughts. "It seems I can still move. That last bite was truly terrifying." Shortly after, he and the flesh spirit quickly wrapped around Jiang Shen's waist. Once he secured it, he mumbled a reminder. As long as you can move, coordinate with me soon. His expression turned anxious as he glanced at the pig demon, challenging it. Let's settle this in a fight, Pig Knight. Seeing this, its eyes glinted red as it grinned with satisfaction. Hee hee, this is just what I wanted. Next, it quickly charged at him with the sword, and Jiangshen also rushed at it with his sword, their strikes creating a violent shockwave. The pig demon closed in on him, looking down with contempt. You dare to challenge me in strength, you're just asking for death. Its long sword swung down as it squinted at Jiangshen. Sensing the opportunity, Jiangshen nervously looked down, bracing himself while murmuring about the hidden weapon at his waist. Flesh spirit, drum for me, it complained, holding a drum in front of Jiangshen. I'm in this state and you still want me to drum. Jiangshen then crouched and began to beat the drum. A wave of demonic energy spread out with the sound of the drum. The eyes on the drum opened, and the flesh spirit bouncing above it complained to Jiangshen, if this doesn't work, don't blame me. The sound of the drum penetrated the pig demon's mind, causing its eyes to flicker with a greenish light. Seeing the pig standing still, the shadow behind it curiously asked, what's wrong with this pig? The one with only a head and spine also looked at it, dissatisfied and puzzled. What's going on? Why did it suddenly stop? What are you doing? Jiangshen, with the drum in his hand and the flesh spirit wrapped around his waist, sheathed his sword as he assessed the pig demon, which remained stunned. Although the range was limited, he felt he had immobilized one of them. His face was tense, beads of sweat forming. The pig demon continued to struggle its body, feeling heavy as it began to sweat, mumbling, ugh, how annoying. The deity Jiang was surprised to see it still able to move and spoke. Damn, it can still move. Without waiting, Jiang quickly growled, gathering strength in his mouth. His body glowing, he shouted, die already. Right after the attack, the demon pig's body shattered, leaving only its lower half standing, as he clutched his chest, breathing heavily. Then the system announced again, 5 minutes left, until transformation ends, and seeing this, Jiang sighed. Next, he stood by the pig demon's corpse, and looked toward the other two demons with a serious expression, realizing he didn't have much time left. He then noticed the shadowy figure of the defeated enemy, who hadn't transformed and didn't run away. He was eyeing Jiang warily. Then he glanced over at the demon with just a head, lungs, and spine beside him, and one defeated enemy he had knocked away. That demon was grinning at him. Seeing them like this, Jiang arrogantly pointed at them and said, I'm in a hurry, both of you come at me now. The two stared at him in silence. Right after that, the demon with only lungs and a head quickly charged at him from behind, and Jiang called out to it. You want to sneak up on me, but unexpectedly that demon's body fused with the incomplete body of the pig demon. Then she began merging into the corpse of the dead pig demon, laughing. I'll gladly take the abilities and power of this pig. A powerful demonic aura spread around, and Jiang realized he had to raise his hand to block the aura, noting, that aura must have increased at least 3 times. Then Jiang turned his head and ran away silently, making a decision, but he had to deal with this shadowy figure before the fusion was complete. As he said, he charged at the remaining demon who was ready and waiting for him, grinning in anticipation. Soon the demon awkwardly laughed, pulling his hat down and looking at Jiang, confirming, You don't think I'm still as easy to deal with as before, do you? He then took off the hat and revealed a slimy 3-eyed monster, proudly stating, Here's my monster gun. But before it could attack, his body and weapon were swiftly sliced away, leaving him stunned. The shadowy figure yelled, Huh, as Jiang passed through his body and gun standing behind him. Jiang then sensed the aura behind him and glanced over, confirming that the demonic energy had increased 4-fold. His eyes filled with fear and astonishment as he turned his head in his heart, thinking, It's here. A thick, black, demonic aura enveloped Jiang's vision as he turned around. After merging with the pig demon's body, the demon with only a head and lungs quickly became complete. She stood proudly, emitting electric currents, looking down at Jiang and challenging him. Let's play together. As she spoke, she slowly walked towards him. Seeing Jiang's serious face, sweat pouring down, the demon crackled with electricity and taunted him. Scared? Then I'll come over. Seeing this, Jiangshen couldn't help but smile, his eyes wide open in his heart. Just let it happen. Then the demon boldly approached a talisman had been created by him long ago beneath its feet. As the demon stepped it, smiled sweetly at him and remarked how childish. Immediately the feet of the fused demon stomped down hard, causing the spell circle to shatter along with the ground around it. Next, with its spiky hair standing tall, the demon's steps created a strong tremor, causing debris to rise from the ground, leaving Jiangshen in shock. To Lin, observing from the side, was also affected by the tremor. Staggering with worry, she confirmed with him, Can you deal with her quickly? Soon after, Jiangshen's body was pushed down to the ground by the demon's pressure, his face scrunched up in discomfort and struggle. The demon's long legs stood before him casually. Then it looked at him with a haughty expression, purple light flashing in its eyes as it pulled the spikes from its head. Immediately, the sharp spikes flew like darts toward Jiangshen, catching him off guard. Jiang Shen quickly reacted, raising his hand in front of him, and shouting the name of the spell. A wooden barrier quickly appeared to block her sharp darts. But immediately from her throat, another sharp arrow shot straight at Jiang Shen. Next, it grinned smugly, striking a pose and grinning its body, exuding a green demonic aura that rapidly shot darts at his grassy barrier. The demon's sharp darts pierced through the barrier, creating a large hole. With no obstruction, they flew straight towards Jiang Shen, who stood frozen, his face filled with dread as the dart approached. Jiang Shen quickly conjured another wooden barrier to deflect the dart, sending it flying away. He exclaimed in shock that was too dangerous. Then he sensed something and turned around anxiously. The fused demon had quickly moved behind him. It wrapped its bony arms around Jiang Shen, tightly leaving him astonished and sweating, while the demon wore a smug grin. Immediately, the demon's curved dart aimed at Jiang Shen, causing him to struggle and shout. In frustration, "Are you trying to kill me?" Realizing its intent, Jiang Shen shouted urgently, binding wood technique, while the demon's icy hand still held him tightly. Right after his command, a giant demon appeared to block the dart, and Jiang Shen ordered it, "Stop that arrow for me." The arrow pierced through the giant demon, making it look down in disbelief. Behind him, he managed to escape from the fused demon and flew away just before the arrow struck. Jiang Shen was knocked back, rolling on the ground. Once he regained his composure, he sat up, shielding his face from the dust, squinting to confirm the giant green demon was also pierced, just like this one gone. Before he could gather his thoughts, the fusion demon lunged down from above, and Jiang Shen looked up to see it. Its foot kicked towards him, and he couldn't react in time, only able to watch in disbelief, as it struck him in the head, grinning triumphantly while he was knocked back. Jiang Shen's body crashed to the ground, smoke still billowing around him. He propped himself up, assessing the demon before him, thinking he needed to hold her off first before devising a plan. He reached for his weapon at his side, but the fusion demon seized his wrist, causing him to drop it. She then threw him violently backwards, and Jiang Shen cried out in pain. His body was struck by demonic energy, smoke rising as blood poured from his mouth. He blinked, gazing at the fusion demon, mumbling to himself, "No chances given at all." Jiang Shen attempted to move, but quickly realized he was unable to, thinking, "What, I can't move anymore." He stared warily at the fusion demon. Suddenly, the demon's foot brushed against his leg, then moved up towards him, making Jiang Shen tremble, blood continuously flowing from his mouth, his face flushed with excitement. She rubbed her foot along his chin, hoping to drag her sharp nails across Jiang Shen's neck, while he glared at her, gritting his teeth. The demon's distorted face twisted into a smile as she commented, "A human this strong is truly rare. If we fused, I could reach a mighty level too." Her foot rubbed against his chin, lifting and lowering it, leaving Jiang Shen dumbfounded with wide eyes. He then looked up at the wall, seeing the full moon through the broken window, concluding that window is shattered. Jiang Shen smiled to himself, realizing, "Got it." He then reached to touch the demon's foot. He began to slide his hand up her calf and thigh, a mischievous grin on his face. The demon, confused, shouted, "What are you doing?" Jiang Shen, still grinning, thought, "This is really happening." He moved closer between her legs, commenting, "Your legs are amazing." The fusion demon blushed and stared at him, mouth agape. Jiang Shen hugged the demon, stating, "But you've stepped in dirt." He quickly added, "Let me help you clean up." The fusion demon was caught off guard and remained speechless as he pushed her backwards. As Jiang Shen pushed her toward the broken window, he confirmed, "We can wash away all the dirt on your body." He aimed the demon towards the moonlight coming through the window and yelled, "Cleanse her." The moonlight seemed to respond, illuminating the demon. Confused, the fusion demon looked back in alarm as Jiang Shen shouted the technique's name, "Loving Moonlight." Outside, the moonlight turned golden, shooting a powerful beam of energy through the broken window onto the demon. After the light faded, the body of the demon that Jiang Shen was holding still had a white skeleton, and the demon's spirit began to dissipate. Jiang Shen happily shook the white skeleton's head in his hands, and cheerfully made a remark, washing away all the gloom. Next, he kissed the cheek of the demon's skeleton with joy and excitement, saying, "Looks like you're the dirty one in this, huh?" In a dark house not far away. The altar was voraciously devouring the demon's body, surrounded by a terrifying red aura. Next to the altar, the demon Li Yiwen was also greedily munching on a horse demon's corpse with one hand. The other hand, severed and still leaking demonic energy, spoke proudly, "With the altar's minutes, I can grow some demonic energy too." After finishing her meal, she wiped her bloodied hands on her mouth, which was also stained with blood, and reacted. That name Lung Tu has taken so long with 4 elites and still hasn't returned. In a corner, Min Lung Tu was limping while holding his injured body and reacting with disdain. He then raised his hand to touch his neck, cautiously scanning his surroundings and concluding, "This is too dangerous. I could have been cut in half by him." Suddenly, Jiang Shen jumped out from behind him, his 4 eyes glaring at Min Lung Tu as he made a remark. "So I'm ready to chop you up again, right?" The cowardly master gasped and shouted in panic. Min Lung Tu quickly turned around, raising his hands to prepare for battle, while cautiously questioning him. "Clearly my substitution technique has no flaws. How did you see through it?" He gritted his teeth. The master was puzzled, and Jiangshen, unfazed, chuckled eerily, and replied, "Because my hellish eyes haven't seen your death's appearance yet." Jiangshen then confirmed again, "But now I see it. Behind you a pair of eyes and a terrifying mouth are slowly appearing." Hearing this, he felt the presence and grimaced. The shadow behind him grinned ominously, causing Min Lung Tu to look around in confusion and exclaim, "What is this?" He then saw that eerie, smiling face emerge from the ground where he was standing, panicking and shouting, "Why is there something under my feet?" The panicked Min Lung Tu stared at him, explaining, "This is the appearance of death created by my hellish eyes for you." The smiling faces surrounded him, and Min Lung Tu regained his composure, smugly confirming, "Even if it's the appearance of death, it only clings to my puppet." He laughed derisively. Then his eyes gradually dimmed, his mouth twisted in a ghastly smile as numerous eerie faces surrounded his body. He confirmed to Jiang Shen, "Hey, you can't catch me." The faces clung to him, but Min Lung Tu continued to move. Seeing this, Jiang Shen stepped aside with a smirk, saying, "So you still want to run this time?" After that, Min Lung Tu ran towards the demon Li Yiwen with the faces trailing behind him. The demon lord Yi Yi turned his head and asked, "You're back. Why did you take so long?" She looked at the expression of the shadow prince, confusion written all over her face, mouth agape. The creepy smiling faces began to detach from his body, controlling him as they reached for the demon lord Yi Yi. His body was invaded by the smiling faces, causing him immense pain as he screamed out. The demon lord Yi Yi panicked and shouted at him, questioning what was wrong with his body. Inside, the smiling faces attacked the mind of the shadow prince, making him cry and plead helplessly, "Help me, please." The shadow prince charged toward her with the faces clinging to him relentless. The demon lord Yi Yi awkwardly shouted at him, "Don't touch me," while the shadow prince continued to scream in distress, "Save me." In this dire situation, the demon lord Yi Yi hesitated as his hand covered in something strange touched her. She gritted her teeth, looking utterly disgusted. Finally, she didn't hesitate to strike out in anger, determined to succeed, and then she attacked again. "Go die." The demon lord Yi Yi was pushed back quickly, being overtaken by the smiling faces. They wrapped around him as the shadow prince still screamed and flailed. Soon after, he was bitten and swallowed, dying in agony. Immediately after his death, the system announced, "The demon cat is dead plus 1,000, 111 demon energy. The demon shadow is dead plus 1,000, 111 demon energy. The demon pig is dead plus 1,000, 111 demon energy. The demon head is dead plus 1,000, 314 demon energy. The demon inside the Shadow Prince's body is dead plus 999 demon energy." Finally, when the system announcement ended, the two eyes on his forehead began to fade and the flesh spirit started to materialize. Jiang Shen saw it and excitedly asked, "Flesh spirit, you've recovered. Looks like the demon energy is enough this time." Next, Jiang Shen's face twisted into a mischievous grin as he held the flesh spirit, urging, "Let's get straight to the main topic." Somewhere, a demon was absorbing the demon energy, gathering with other demons. His voice rang out, filled with excitement. "We're almost there." He then assessed the situation. "We can't afford any mistakes now," while the surrounding demons continued to approach, drawn by the demon energy. Suddenly, the door beside them was burst open, and Jiang Shen's mocking voice echoed, "What a beautiful mistake, coming right up." The demon lord Yi Yi looked over in surprise at the loud noise. Jiang Shen poked his head out with the flesh spirit in hand, emerging from the dust cloud. Seeing him, the demon lord Yi Yi shouted, "You again." Immediately, she pulled out another demon anger written on her face as she glared at him, shouting, "You're annoying." The demon in her grasp was confused about what was happening. Then she bit down hard on the demon, taking a chunk out of it. Another multi-eyed, multi-mouthed demon also lost a piece blood, spilling out in a bewildering manner. Another puppet demon lost a chunk of meat from its shoulder, roaring in confusion. Another mini-demon also lost a piece on the top of its head for unknown reasons. Above, the demoness devoured the demons and then transformed into a grotesque figure amidst the dust. Her body twisted and contorted like a spider with a human face. Next, the demoness lunged with her sharp claws at Jiang Shen, who raised his sword to defend himself. Then something else rushed towards him at a dizzying speed, but Jiang Shen managed to react in time to dodge its attacks. A demon insect with sharp spikes all over its body lunged at Jiang Shen. Immediately, he was ensnared by the insect, while the demoness quickly stabbed her sharp claws into the insect, screaming, "You're finished." Inside, he was surrounded by the insect's sharp spikes, grimacing and realizing, "Damn, I was careless." Outside, the demoness looked at him smugly and declared, "Don't think you can break free from the inside." As she continued to stab, she added, "The history of this female will make you rot away." Then the merged demon head grinned with a bizarre glee and stated, "I had already let go long ago." Suddenly, the insect's body tore apart into two pieces, blood splattering everywhere, along with Jiang Shen's scream, "It's over." The demon head was also attacked by him, causing it to spit blood, and it shouted in confusion and dissatisfaction, "How can this be?" Not letting it ponder for free, Jiang Shen smiled and explained, You just absorbed over 5000 demonic energy from me. Did you think it would be free? After that, the merged demon head had its tail severed, its body limping and crawling towards the altar that was continuously absorbing demonic energy, its body trembling. Tears streamed down its face as it crawled pitifully, crying out, "Master, I'm sorry, I can't do it yet," it said. Immediately, Jiangshen wouldn't give the demon head a chance to deny anymore and rushed in to slice at its body with the spirit blade, causing blood to splatter everywhere, while he shouted, "Die already, I'm done with you." His face darkened. With disgust as he looked at it, the demon was beaten until it coughed up blood, barely hanging on in pain. Blood splattered everywhere, even hitting the altar that was absorbing the surrounding demonic energy. Then, stained with blood, the altar rose up on its legs atop the skulls of the devoured demons and roared. The skulls began to gather together with the demon energy and the blood of the demon head. Then the green eyes under the eye sockets started to glow, revealing a sign of life, while a powerful wave of demonic energy radiated around the bones. Lin, standing beside him, noticed his serious expression and realized the situation was dire. They were borrowing power to revive. She added, "The demon is about to emerge," and he, seeing this, paled as he looked at the bones wrapped in demonic energy, gradually forming a body. At the same time, from Tuloi, who was healing, her body was connected to tubes of demonic energy that continuously pumped into her. She held an ancient book, reading it leisurely. Soon after, as if discovering something interesting, she exclaimed. Then she murmured to confirm about the altar demon, realizing that there were fragments of the demon's soul within the altar. Immediately she shouted with excitement, "If I absorb enough demonic energy, it will turn into liquid," imagining the altar demon's form flowing like water. Next, she understood and confirmed in her heart that when this liquid merged with the energy created by the four skulls, the demon's soul would be able to resurrect. The body of the demon's soul began to be reconstructed, with the skulls gradually forming a complete figure, its face smiling eerily. Right after that, Tuloi stood up from her chair, the demonic energy following behind her, still attached to her body. Her voice echoed, confirming that to destroy the altar demon, they would need a relatively strong master. Meanwhile, Jiang Thun watched the forming demon with a grimace, unable to hold back, muttering, "Damn it, it's almost complete." Then, without hesitation, he kicked the gathering skulls, causing them to scatter, and Jiang Thun growled angrily at them, the greenish blood of the dead splattering. After that, he lowered his foot, looking at the slimy skulls on the ground, suspiciously asking Lin, "Are we safe now?" Suddenly, one head in the pile of bones thrashed around, and blood began oozing from Jiang's eyes. It started to rise up. Then an arm emerged, punching straight toward Jiang Thun's stomach, causing him to cry out in pain. Soon after, its complete body grew larger, filled with suspicion and rage, asking, "Who disrupted my resurrection plan?" Meanwhile, Jiang Thun fell to the ground, his armor half-broken, mumbling, "Good thing I used the demon body." Next, the system announced, "Demon soul has risen, gaining 1,600 demonic energy." Seeing this, Jiang Thun grimaced, realizing in his heart, just one breath, and it can release 1,600 demonic energy. How terrifying. Without giving them time to collect themselves, the fierce demon energy surged up, causing both of them to be on edge, hair standing on end. Immediately, Jiang Thun, with a disgusted expression, pointed at Lin, confirming it's her. The girl looked at him, her face implying, "Dude, you've been at this for a while now," and shouted in frustration, "Damn it." Then Lin turned and ran while shouting in protest, "It's not me." Jiang Thun watched her, smiling happily. Next, the fierce demon kicked off the ground, looking at him as it said softly, "I'll return the favor," the sound of its foot striking the ground carrying a sharp wind. Immediately, it didn't wait for him to respond before lunging forward with a kick, while Jiang Shen managed to dodge that kick just in time. He then looked up, his big eyes slightly startled. As the enormous fist of the giant monster came crashing towards him, Jiang Shen couldn't dodge in time and stood his ground. His arms crossed defensively in front of his chest, he saw the demon grinning smugly and thought to himself, "Even if I can't transform, I can still withstand this blow. It seems my understanding of these powers has increased." Next, Jiang Shen didn't hesitate to open his palm and called out Flesh Spirit. Then he lunged with his sword, striking with vibrant energy. The Flesh Spirit stood firm atop the demon's head, but it was unfazed, and looked at him with a mocking smile, asking, "Am I being underestimated?" Right after that, the demon's eyes shot out a surge of energy towards Jiang Shen, forcing him to release his grip and leap back to avoid the attack. When he landed, he had to stomp down hard to get back into the air, using the Flesh Spirit to jump and evade its assault. As he ran through the air towards the monster, he thought to himself, "I need to fully utilize my small and agile form." But before he could devise a countermeasure, Jiang Shen was caught by the fierce demon, its grip so tight that it made him cough up blood in pain and shock. Finally, the demon threw him against the nearby wall with a loud crash. Not stopping there, it landed another powerful punch against his body, which was stuck to the wall. The more the demon punched, the more excited it became, laughing with glee as its fists came raining down. Jiang Shen's face was getting distorted from the blows, making him unrecognizable. He questioned, wasn't the ritual supposed to be ruined by me? I'm getting smashed against the wall. Without giving Jiangshen a moment to rest, the fierce demon delivered another punch, and as Jiang was stuck against the wall, he was filled with shock, thinking even an unevolved spirit can have such strength. Unable to take it anymore, Jiangshen pulled out a brilliant yellow 3-star card, pulling his hand away from the demon's punch. Then a surge of energy surrounded him, causing the demon to be pushed back in confusion, as Jiangshen shouted, "Transformation." The form of a beast manifested within him, and Jiangshen raised his head to roar, confirming, "Let's do this, fierce beast." Next, claws emerged from his hands and something bulged out behind his back, finally bursting through his clothes, tearing 2 holes in them. 2 animalistic arms appeared behind him, causing the fierce demon to stare in bewilderment. Then Jiangshen clenched his teeth and thrust his sharp hands forward. Immediately, Jiangshen leaped forward with determination, chasing after the demon with his arms outstretched. The demon replaced its smug laugh with an amused grin, raising its fist as it prepared to face him charging in. The next 2 punches collided with equal force, leaving them both paralyzed, locked in a stalemate. Then the sharp claws behind him activated. Now they directed toward the raging demon, causing it to look back in confusion at his arm. Finally, while he was distracted, the sharp arm punched the demon in the face, leaving it stunned. Immediately, the demon lost its balance and fell to the ground while he landed with style. In the distance, Tulin leaned against a corner, observing and realizing that her brother had suddenly grown stronger. But the demon wouldn't back down. The horns on its head emitted a binding energy. The raging demon bared its teeth at him. Next, its horns unleashed a powerful attack energy toward Jiangshen. He raised his bear-like arms to block its strike, smiling as he assessed, "Those bear arms are solid." Then Jiangshen countered, jumping up as his bear arms began to reach out to act. One bare hand grabbed the demon's arm. The other hand restrained the demon's wrist. Next, Jiangshen stood on the giant demon's back, looking down at it, which was lying flat on the ground, staring up at him. He took a stance. He reached back and shouted at it, "Let's see what real bear strength feels like." As he spoke, an immense energy radiated from his hand, gritting his teeth. Then Jiangshen relentlessly punched down into the demon's face with all his energy. The demon's face caved in from the punch while it lay on the ground, gritting its teeth in pain. Once it regained its composure, the demon turned its head to him with an enraged expression and roared. "Ah!" It then furiously opened its mouth to growl, "Damn it," while he stood over its body, dominating it. Next, a cross-shaped light glimmered on the demon's face as it ground its teeth in anger. Immediately, a massive cross-shaped pillar appeared in the air, drawing in clouds and immense lightning energy, its red glow lighting up the surroundings like a fire. Hearing this, Jiangshen spoke up. "This is serious, isn't it?" The raging demon lunged with a punch toward him while he looked down at it. Then the demon swung its fist at him. The bare arm behind quickly defended, while his other hand guarded his chest. The demon's punch shook him. When it retracted its hand, he also pulled back his bare fists, raised, looking at the raging demon, confirming, "I'll hit you back twice as hard." Next, he unleashed a flurry of punches on the demon, leaving it unable to counter and collapsing from the blows. Jiangshen watched it, punching and gritting his teeth, reflecting, "Just a fragment of a soul, and it's already this strong. Imagine if it was fully formed." His bear-like arm punched down, causing the ground to shatter and debris to fly everywhere. The ferocious demon lay flattened on the ground with a cross-shaped beam across its face, roaring in anger. How despised, then it shouted for divine punishment. Suddenly a beam of light shone from the cross in the sky, descending powerfully. It then struck down, causing the earth and rocks to crumble. Against the damaged wall, Tulin was beaten badly, screaming in agony. She fell freely. Even after AA had hidden far away, she was still pulled in. Inside the battle, Jiangshen was so exhausted he leaned on his arm, panting, his bear-like hand covered in bruises, his gaze still wary of the ferocious demon. It rose, resting on its knees, breathing heavily as it looked at him through the dust. Next, Jiangshen wiped his mouth with his hand, murmuring, was he really unable to withstand another powerful move? Thinking of this, Jiangshen quickly took out the flesh spirit and prepared to strike. This opportunity could eliminate him. He assumed a fighting stance. Soon 2 arms fell off while he held the flesh spirit and aimed it at the ferocious demon. He then punched the flesh spirit right into the center of the cross on the demon's face, making it scream in agony. Taking advantage of the momentum, Jiangshen stepped onto its face, using all his strength to drive it down, causing the demon to topple to the ground. Then the system announced that the raging demon was eliminated, granting him 50 demon points. After defeating the demon, he stood on its body, wiping the sweat from his brow and exhaling. The demon lay on the ground, blood pooling around it. Then he remembered something and looked around through the thick dust, questioning, "Where is Tulin?" He began to move the rocks off her while she had already passed out. Jiangshen's face was filled with worry as he called out to her, "Tulin, are you okay?" Suddenly, she opened her eyes and screamed, her fangs growing her gaze, turning feral as if she had become someone else. She charged at him, screaming fiercely, "Do you want to kill me, Jiang?" He could only watch, helplessly muttering, "It truly leaves one speechless." Then another arm of hers grabbed his wrist, blocking him. An angry spirit within, Tu Lin shouted at her, "Stop, this guy specializes in killing demons, don't you know?" Seeing this, Tu Lin felt confused inside, looking at her sister and saying, "Sis, he won't harm you." They were arguing while Jiang Shen had already lifted Tu Lin, causing her to look around nervously. He looked at her, thinking to himself how puzzling this was. This girl half-demon was indeed a bit troublesome. He then concluded internally, being caught by the underworld would not be good. Thinking this, Jiang lifted the girl, while mumbling to himself, deciding to take her home first. Seeing this, the girl squirmed and shouted, "Let me go, you jerk." Meanwhile, Lin in her body tried to stop her sister's spirit, saying, "Sis, don't struggle anymore." At the headquarters of the underworld, there were two men inside. One wearing a hat urged the other in front of him, "Let's go, we're leaving." Hearing this, Hinfeng also looked outside and confirmed, "Let's go." Just waiting for him to give the order, the underworld troops jumped out and took action. From a distance, Tuloi watched his brother go ahead and observed even though his brother was incredibly strong, he still faced formidable foes. Next she hesitated and brought her hand to her face to confirm again, checking if that kid was coming or not. Immediately after, she raised her hand to the communication device in her ear and pressed it lightly, mumbling calling Jiang Thun. On the other end of the line, he was lying on his bed. But the one who answered was To Lin. The girl held the phone and replied, "Hello, who is this?" Her face was curious while still holding a pen. The teacher, hearing someone, urged Tu Loi and instructed To Lin, "Is Jiang Thun there? Tell him to hurry to the mission site." To Lin, forcing a smile, glanced aside and replied to Tu Loi, "He probably can't come." She added, "Right now he's sleeping like a log." Jiang Thun was peacefully asleep in bed while To Lin doodled on his face with a pen. Hearing her, Tu Loi confirmed on the line, "Oh, then forget it." After hanging up, Tu Loi, dissatisfied, voiced his frustration, saying he said he could come if needed, but now he's just sleeping. Next, the two landed on the ground, and Tu Hinfeng glanced around cautiously. In front of them was a chaotic mess of destruction. One of the group asked, "Is this still in province?" Not giving them time to talk more, Tu Hinfeng issued an order. "You two pair up and check around." Receiving the order, the group quickly dispersed into the chaotic area. Tu Loi and Tu Hinfeng landed in front of a pile of corpses of demons scattered everywhere. Seeing this, Tu Hinfeng widened his eyes in confusion, stammering, "What the?" Next were the bodies of green toads with holes in them, dolphin, demon corpses, and the skeletons of white demons, along with mushroom demons. They continued deeper into the building through a small window. Tu Loi, just landing, voiced his doubts to his brother. Could it be that the vengeful spirits killed the demons of the entire district to regain their strength? Meanwhile, Tu Hinfeng was examining the demon corpses in front of them. He then stood up and turned to Tu Loi, hypothesizing, "That's very possible." Next, he looked seriously at the face and stated, "If that's the case, we're in danger." Suddenly, a noise came from his communication earpiece, crackling. Next to him, Tu Loi's earpiece emitted the same noise as they touched the earpiece. Inside, an announcement played, "Units, please quickly gather at the 5 o'clock direction." Upon hearing this, the two quickly jumped to that coordinate, and the announcement continued, "A corpse of a malevolent spirit has been discovered." Behind them, Tu Loi looked at the dead spirit and asked, "What exactly happened?" Then he bent down to touch the head of the malevolent spirit, which had a hole still bleeding, and made a preliminary assessment. It appeared that these spirits had been stabbed by some sharp weapon leading to fatal wounds. Behind Tu Loi looked suspiciously and confirmed in her heart, "This operation was conducted secretly. Aside from us, there shouldn't be any malevolent spirits here." Thinking of this, she suddenly paused. Then, as if realizing something, she was shocked by her own thoughts. Her eyes widened in doubt. Wait, could it really be Jiang Thun? In the city where Jiang Thun was, he suddenly sat up, sneezing, turning pale. Next, Jiang Thun sat up on the sofa and wiped his nose, stating, "Seems I've been summoned." He quickly turned on the lights in his room. After that, he approached the bathroom mirror and looked at his face, which had been doodled on, muttering, "What the hell?" Then Jiang Thun stepped outside, looking at the culprit To Lin, who was still sleeping soundly on the couch, and irritably voiced his frustration, "You're still sleeping." Finally, Jiang Thun took a pen and drew a cartoonish bug on her face, mumbling to himself, "I need to cover this up for her." Once he was satisfied with his revenge, Jiang Thun took a towel to wipe his face and stepped out of the bathroom. Next, he looked at the system, grinning mischievously, and requested, "Display my information. Item basic core spike, damaged. Anti-demon sound, damaged. High, level spirit chi mushroom, collected." Seeing these stats, Jiang Thun smiled happily. "This time it seems I've earned enough." Immediately after, he looked at the solitary green lion monster and shouted its name, "Swift Lion Beast." Jiang Thun calmly assessed the level 4 creature, saying, "Another lion, huh?" Then he muttered, "I hope this lion doesn't have any unclear abilities." The system then chimed in, "You can expend 60% of your spirit power to condense the essence of this monster." Seeing this, Jiang Thun scratched his head, reluctantly praising the system. "Haha, this time the reminder is quite clear." Next, he prepared to roll the dice, thinking, "Roll 2 transformation cards for emergencies." The dice rolled and confirmed. The first card revealed was Late Night Wandering as he looked at the strange creature with its head and spine exposed on its body. Next, the second panel shows a misty rhinoceros and Jiang shouts at it, King of Tranquil Thunder. Then he sits in a chair contemplating the system. Even divine powers have their limits and can't be used indefinitely. He concludes that the remaining demon energy should be used to enhance the anti-demon sound. Thinking it through, Jiang takes out a drum and places it in front of the system, smiling as he gives the order to enhance the anti-demon sound. Seeing him do this, the system chimes in with a notification. Do you want to consume 500 demon energy to enhance the anti-demon sound? Yes. No. Faced with this choice, he doesn't hesitate to press yes. Then the system continuously announces, do you want to consume 1,000 demon energy? Do you want to consume 2,000 demon energy? Before the system finishes speaking, he jumps up holding the drum in front of the system, confirming, yes, 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 all of it for me. Hearing this, the system doesn't ask further and proceeds to announce enhancement complete. Congratulations, host, you've acquired the legendary drum. The body of the drum gradually transforms, revealing an eye which then opens. Jiang, seeing this, is excited and confidently grips the legendary drum, laughing, haha, this is epic. He then points his finger at the drum's surface, and the eye on the drum follows him. Jiang hears a confirming voice and can't resist wanting to hit it just to try. Suddenly, the doorbell rings, startling him as he awkwardly pulls the drum away, looking towards the door, thinking he accidentally knocked it. Next, with a gloomy expression, Jiang looks out the door. Teacher Hong Na quickly speaks up, puzzled, oh Sister Hong, while she stands outside waving at him. Understanding his confused face, Teacher Hong Na smiles and explains, I accidentally made too much steamed milk. Can you help me eat a little? Hearing that, Jiang follows her, rubbing his hands, feeling a bit awkward, and confirms as he walks behind her. Alright then, Teacher Hong Na waves her hand and leads the way for Jiang. Soon they arrive at her house, and she takes out a bowl of steamed milk from the fridge. Turning back, she smiles at him, urging, here, eat up. Seeing this, Jiang looks at the bowl happily and confirms with Teacher Hong Na, then I won't be polite. Suddenly, his eyes widen. The bowl in Teacher Hong Na's hand seems to shatter into pieces in his view, but still holds the milk, leaving Jiang puzzled as he mumbles in thought. What's up with this bowl? Next, the bowl in Teacher Hong Na's hand quickly shatters and falls, causing her to look down in confusion and exclaim, oh no. Soon a loud crashing sound rings out as the pieces of the bowl and milk scatter everywhere. Seeing this, Teacher Hong Na bends down and says to Jiang, I'm so sorry I lost my grip. Let me get you another bowl, while he stands there stunned by her actions. Jiang remains lost in his thoughts, wondering why he feels like that bowl should have broken. Unable to resist his curiosity, Jiang looked down at Hong Na, who was picking up the broken pieces of the bowl, and asked her, did you do something with this bowl? Seeing this, her expression darkened. Immediately, she raised her hand to her mouth, looking up in thought to confirm with him, when she spoke. Hong Na hesitated a bit. She then recounted to him her practice with the bowl yesterday. Last night, she used this bowl to train according to the secret technique. Next, she reached out toward him to practice speaking more or less like that dryly at the beginning. Jiang reacted quickly, dodging her chopsticks and reminding her, don't aim at me. Suddenly, following her hand, a picture frame fell off the wall. At this sight, both of them turned to look at the frame, and Hong Na asked in confusion, why is this picture broken too? Jiang then looked at her and asked Sister Hong, how long have you been training? Hearing his question, she also looked puzzled and hesitated. She then raised her hand to cover her mouth, recalling to answer him, just one night. I only started practicing last night. Hearing her response, Jiang's expression turned blank as he confirmed, just one night, and you already learned the technique. He then couldn't help but praise her. Sister Hong, you truly have a natural talent. Right after Jiang excitedly pointed to the sky and declared to Hong Na, Sister Hong, you can now be considered a semi-expert. He then urged her, next time there's a mission, come with me to help me out. In response to Jiang's offer, she clasped her hands together and looked at him with excitement, smiling. Sure, when is the next one? Suddenly the phone lit up, and he opened it, his expression darkening as he confirmed excitedly, just as I mentioned, it's here. As he received the information, his eyes brightened, mumbling, here it is from the mission's notification. The system displayed the mission. In the Unquiet Zone, the Jiangbei city has an A-level ambush warning below the master rank. Evacuate quickly. Seeing this, Jiang quickly turned around awkwardly, preparing to leave, explaining to Hong Na, Sister Hong, I'm sorry this mission might not be suitable for you. She looked on in disappointment from behind. He then jumped out of the window and shouted a promise to her, next time I'll definitely bring you along. Hong Na watched his figure fade away with disappointment. Jiang's face turned puzzled as he wondered, wasn't the Unquiet Zone just eliminated by me? He ran frantically while shouting in confusion, what is going on? Over at the Unquiet Zone, the group from the headquarters stood silently watching the commotion around them when suddenly something massive fell where they stood, creating a huge shockwave upon landing. Seeing this, the image quickly reminded his team, everyone back away. They followed the order and leaped back. Inside that massive thing, a dense aura of demonic energy emanated, and then the door fully opened, revealing a shadowy figure of a demon stepping out, accompanied by a fierce presence of demonic energy. A demon inside spoke up, cutting off its own words, continuing to step outside with powerful demonic energy. Next, his face twisted in anger, a large scar running down from the middle of his nose. He shouted in fury, "Who destroyed my piece of demonic essence?" Seeing him, Tuoi couldn't help but raise her hands to cover her face. Due to the dense demonic energy, she recognized the cautious and suspicious look in his eyes. It was Min Fuk. She then realized and made a statement to Tu Hinfong, "You are the one trying to exploit the demonic altar and the piece of demonic essence." No matter what she said, Min Fuk's eyes emitted two energies. He raised his head in rage and shouted again, "Answer me, who am I?" The members of the headquarters of Yin Chang looked at him astonished and wide-eyed. Soon after they were hit by the roar of Min Fuk, a combined blow that left a large hole in their formation. The gate behind him radiated an even greater power. The group was forced to raise their hands to shield themselves, struggling against the overwhelming pressure. Tu Hinfong observed the cautious demonic energy and made an assessment the true level of demonic essence. He couldn't help but exclaim, "It has a strength completely different from the piece of demonic essence." Meanwhile, beside Tu Loi, she couldn't hold back any longer, and quickly rushed forward with her weapon in hand, leaving Tu Hinfong behind, worriedly shouting a warning, "Tu Loi, don't be reckless." But his warning came too late. Tu Loi had already placed herself in front of Min Fuk, aiming her strike at him while he remained calm, looking at her ready to accept it. He then raised his hand and tapped on his midsection, creating a vortex as he looked at Tu Loi with blatant disdain. Where did this little bug come from? Seeing this, Tu Hinfong looked at her both worried and flustered, shouting for her to remember Tu Loi, get away. In front of Tu Loi's strike, a door suddenly appeared, allowing her attack to pass through it. She asked in confusion, "Where did that door come from?" Then realizing something, Tu Loi awkwardly commented, "Why is my shadow?" Before she could process, Tu Hinfong charged towards her with a fist surrounded by demonic energy, shouting the name of the technique, Demonic Energy Unleashed. He struck while turning to look at Tu Loi beside him, giving her a warning move quickly. He's opening the black hole. He fought while urging Tu Loi, calling for reinforcements, and she didn't hesitate, quickly jumping up to run away. Then behind him, Min Fuk appeared out of nowhere, stepping out from another door with a resigned smile. Tu Hinfong, upon seeing this, was also sweating and worried, questioning a miraculous door. The guy pointed at him, smiling casually, as he commented on Tu Hinfong, "The little one from Yin Kang is still very young and inexperienced." Seeing this, he was quickly pulled in by him, and Tu Hinfong felt the ugly expression and exclaimed, "We're doomed." Next, he smiled ominously, pointing as he controlled you down to the ground. Then small black holes appeared behind the shadowy figure, surrounded by dark energy, powerless and wide-eyed in fear, as they looked towards the shadowy figure. Next, a blow sliced through the shadowy figure's body, cutting him in half. The force was so strong it shattered the ground beneath him. From a distance, Jiang Shen stood on a building, raising his hand to shield his eyes as he watched the fiery battle, unable to hold back his exclamation, "Wow, what a fierce atmosphere." Gradually, his expression shifted to concern as he made his own assessment, sensing the true level of danger. The underworld's forces were in trouble. Next, Jiang Shen shouted as he dashed forward, needing to be a bit faster. Suddenly, out of nowhere, a blow hit them, causing Jiang Shen to fall utterly confused. He tumbled down onto a patch of earth, startling a cat that was standing there while dust swirled around. Immediately, Jiang Shen, furious, held his head and sat up, shouting in dissatisfaction, "What kind of walking is that? No sense at all." On the other side, the shadowy figure's body, which had been cut, was gradually healing. He lay helplessly on the rocky ledge, watching the shadowy figure approach him. He looked at the boy healing with a face full of interest and exclaimed, "Oh, can this little one really heal?" Then he raised his hand, grinning wickedly. Soon after, he looked at the shadowy figure with keen interest and confirmed, "Then, just chop off the head too." The shadowy figure's hand slowly reached towards him. The boy stared at him, intently struggling to assess, just a little closer. Meanwhile, the shadowy figure, still not understanding his thoughts, approached with a face full of excitement and laughter, while the boy silently resolved to take them both down together. As soon as he seized the opportunity, the boy grabbed the shadowy figure's hand, gritting his teeth inwardly. Now, seeing him like that, the shadowy figure's face briefly showed surprise. The boy's expression mirrored his, both staring wide-eyed at the newcomer. A man moving at the speed of light stood between them, gripping both their wrists and exhaling "Phew," just in time. At that moment, on the Underworld Forum, a crowd was exclaiming, "The dangerous, shadowy figure is attacking Jiangbei City." Some viewers expressed doubt, asking, "Is this real or fake?" To which others explained, "I heard the Taishan King is providing support." In response to this, someone else incredulously asked, "Isn't the Taishan King guarding the Yangtze River?" Back at the battle, the shadowy figure looked down at the hand, gripping his wrist, mumbling, "This mark on my hand." Then he looked up at the newcomer and asked, "What brings you here, Taishan King?" Next, the Taishan king looked at the shadowy figure and firmly stated, "Let him go, shadowy figure," while the shadowy figure shrugged off his hand. He glares at him, rubbing his wrist with a sneer. "Fine, let's see." Immediately, the shadowy figure points up, gathering ominous energy, while looking straight at the sky, laughing as he says, "But you have to check if your friend up there agrees first." Seeing the shadow's finger, Tu Hinfang looks up, his eyes wide with shock. Suddenly, a massive eye appears above them, summoning another monster, and both stare at it in disbelief. Especially Tu Hinfang, he can't help but shout in panic at the terrifying sight. What the hell? When did he open that door above? Observing his reaction, Thai Son Vung remains calm and reassures him, "Don't worry, it's just a small matter." Then a hand with the character for Thai begins to emit dark energy, alongside Thai Son Vung's booming voice. A spell of his scale takes time to gather power, while the other hand with the character for Son releases a white-blue energy. Thai Son Vung's assertive voice continues, "Just completely destroy him before that happens." He then moves in front of the shadowy figure and the open portal, asking, "You and your door are one entity." The sudden question from Thai Son Vung catches him off guard, leaving him speechless. Next, Thai Son Vung's hands clench into fists, clearly displaying the character for Thai Sun. Along with this, a loud explosion resonates, shaking the surroundings from Thai Son Vung's body. He charges to attack the door above, aiming downward. Seeing this, the shadowy figure's eyes widen in shock, unable to react. As the attack strikes the eye, he is hit back in a similar manner, blood starting to trickle from the corner of his mouth, his body painfully thrown backward. Quickly, he retreats towards the door, covering his mouth and murmuring to himself. He hastily shuts it, deciding to take flight, thinking that fleeing is the best option. At this moment, Jiang Thun arrives just in time. He sees the scene and internally reflects, "Am I too late?" Before he can react, Thai Son Vung leaps after the shadowy figure. Below, he watches Thai Son Vung's departing silhouette, and wonders, "Was that furry creature that knocked me down just a feint?" Thus, he sinks into his own doubts, thinking it must at least be royal-level strength, leading to an awkward comparison. The 3-star transformation before him is merely a puppet in front of him, unaware of Tu Hinfang behind him. As he turns, Tu Hinfang collapses, causing Zhang Thun to flinch and ask, "Are you a person or a ghost?" At the ghostly headquarters deep in the forest, Tu Hinfang grimaces in pain inside the energy chamber, bubbles rising around him. Outside, he and the healer watch Tu Hinfang inside the chamber. The nurse stood holding the medical records, smiling as she remarked that this time it was fortunate that Jiang was able to bring him back to the underworld in time. She added that if it had been any later, they might not have been able to save him. He turned to look at her, his face full of mischief, confirming that helping allies is the duty of every extraordinary person. Then the nurse turned and shot a glance at him, speaking with irritation that if all the people in the underworld were like him, there would be a lot fewer deaths. She continued to comment that they don't see people as people, and hearing this, Jiang behind her looked at the nurse in confusion. The nurse's gaze followed to Tu Hinfang, who was in the treatment pod unconscious, adding that he doesn't see himself as a person either. Then from outside, another person urged that there were 2 people who had been beheaded and needed urgent help. Hearing this, the nurse grabbed the medical record and responded, coming while he stood there, dark-faced, staring at Tu Hinfang in the pod. Jiang wore a bitter smile, struggling to joke that with such reckless behavior he wondered how much money one could make in a month. Suddenly, a man with messy green hair from behind rebutted, saying that a sense of duty can't be measured. Jiang turned to look at him. He then smiled and raised his hand to greet him. "Hey, Team Leader Dung," he added. "Do you remember me? I'm Jiang from Unit 02012, Building Number 1, Nokwern." Then the system suddenly announced Dung Xuan's thoughts. Still not done joking around, plus 2,000 morale. Next, he looked furious and closed his eyes to say, "No matter what, I have to thank you for saving Tu Hinfang." Seeing that the joke wasn't funny, he calmly placed his hands on his waist and urged him to follow. "Come with me to take notes." Seeing his actions, Jiang's expression darkened as he complained doubtfully, "Isn't it true that you and your dad yell back and forth like this?" Noticing Jiang's reluctance to listen, Dung Xuan asked him, "So do you want the mission reward or not?" Hearing about the reward, his eyes lit up, and while running after him, he excitedly waved his hand. "Of course I want it, I'll go with you now." Dung Xian turned around, flicking his coat in annoyance. Jiang sat in the chair enthusiastically recounting the story, while Dung Xuan sat there taking notes on what he said. After hearing the full story, Dung Xuan typed while confirming with Jiang, "So that means you stopped the resurrection plot of the Vengeful Spirit, and at the same time killed the Vengeful Spirit from the sea." Next, he spoke up to offer a reward to him, saying, "Then the underworld is willing to use 1,000,000 points as a reward." Soon after, the system quickly chimed in with a notification. "Mission reward 2,000,000 confirmed," and then Yang Xuan pressed down without hesitation. Seeing this, Jiang Shen had a smug smile, saying, "Hee, I've been waiting for this moment." He sat at the control screen, propping his feet up and looking at Yang Xuan, bored, resting his chin on his hand, and said, "I don't want to." Seeing him like this, Yang Xuan looked up, filled with confusion. He asked in astonishment, You really don't want 2,000,000 points, that's a lifetime worth of soul coins. Then he changed his stance, chuckling meaningfully as he replied, it's not that I don't want it. Actually, I want to exchange these 2,000,000 points for level 2 authority over the soul coins. After that, Jiang Shen fell back into his thoughts. His level was rising too quickly. He could clearly eliminate the blood robe, yet he was only able to take on missions involving the ghosts. He envisioned the level chart in his mind. Level 1, Demon King S class. Level 2, Mighty Spirit A class. Level 3, Blood Robe B class. Level 4, Ghost C class. He confirmed to himself, right now I need the corresponding authority to take on higher level missions and earn more points. Seeing his demands, Yang Xuan clenched his fist tightly, ready to strike Jiang Shen, but instead announced, only the bureau chief has the authority for level 2. At the same time, the system echoed Yang Xuan's thoughts, I only have level 3 authority. You think you can demand level 2, Dream On? Seeing this, Jiang Shen squinted an enigmatic smile on his face as he teased, well then let's wait for the bureau chief, and talk more later. Seeing Jiang Shen's playful attitude, Yang Xuan couldn't hold back anymore. His body radiated power as he approached, advising, personally, I suggest you use those 2,000,000 points for something else. Suddenly, his hand clenched, releasing a faint aura as he softly suggested. For example, he then rushed toward a corner where Toza was hiding and shouted, hey, this girl's network. Upon seeing this, the girl shrieked in embarrassment as the attack came her way. Oh no, I've been found. Jiang Shen rushed over to block the attack while questioning the girl behind him. Weren't you supposed to be at home sleeping? Why are you here? Tozao quickly justified herself. I was going to sleep, but I wasn't asleep yet. After both of them stopped attacking, his expression turned serious as he shielded the girl behind him and declared, hold on, she's a good kid. Hearing this, Yang Xuan's face filled with anger as he questioned Jiang Shen. Good or bad, I can tell for myself. It's not your place to say. Suddenly he noticed something and turned his head, still protecting Tosao. Jiang Shen's eyes flickered along with his remark, I fear that he won't be able to speak properly. Feeling belittled, Yang Xuan grew angrier, gripping his arm and exuding a powerful aura as he yelled, what's your intention? You want to fight, right? Jiang Shen remained calm, looking at him with a hint of anger as he smirked and replied, if we really fought, you would have been dead long ago. He then asked Yang Xuan, didn't you notice someone just entered the room? Jiang Shen added, from the aura, it's clear this person has more authority than you. Hearing this, Yang Xuan froze mouth agape. Suddenly, a vortex appeared above him, and a voice filled with interest emerged. Hey, this little kid is quite interesting. Jiang Shen turned to look toward the voice. A boy appears arms crossed, wearing glasses and comments on Jiang Shen, not expecting to discover the old man had entered the room. Seeing him, Jiang Shen's face turns awkward and he shouts, Director. Noticing a person of authority arriving, Duang Shuyan quickly runs over in panic, calling out Director. The director, smiling, opens his eyes and coldly reminds him, this is no longer your business, leave. Next, he quickly flies over to the man, joyfully squinting his eyes and complimenting him. The kid has a good eye, as he subtly glances at Tutu beside him. Then the director swiftly approaches the little girl, causing her to step back in fear. Soon after, the director closes in on her face, making Tutu tremble, as she stutters, what do you want? In contrast to her frightened demeanor, the director looks quite pleased and remarks a fine seed for demonic transformation. Without hesitation, he leans in and asks her, little one, are you willing to become a disciple of a demon king? Hearing this, Tutu, confused, asks the director, what's a demon king? He recalls his master's eyes with pride, spreading his arms and saying, that's my teacher, then adds the strongest in the world. Seeing this, Tutu quickly points at Jiang Shen and asks, the strongest, can he beat him? Jiang Shen looks awkwardly at the little girl. His face shows anger as he murmurs, you want to take revenge on me. Hearing this, the director calmly responds to Tutio, haha, little friend, that question is quite rude. He then comments on Jiang Shen, I can only say this guy has some tricks, but compared to the strongest, he still falls short. This statement leaves the room in silence. Excited, he points upwards, assuring, Tutio, if you become a disciple of the Demon King, you can surpass him soon. Hearing this, her face lights up as she confirms stronger than him, but before she can finish, Jiang Shen punches her on the head. He then retracts his hand, grinning, and saying to the director, let me ask the girl's family first, okay? Meanwhile, Tutu, rubbing her head, mumbles, where am I? Next, Jiang Shen turns on his phone to call Tran Tuyet. She quickly answers, sleepy on the other end. He swiftly says, mother of Tulin, I need your opinion on something. Tran Tuyet, confused softly, asks Jiang Shen, what are you up to? He explains to her, it's about Tulin being a spiritual entity. Hearing this, Tran Tuyet wakes up fully and asks in surprise, a spiritual entity. Then she excitedly confirms, you found a spiritual entity. That's a rare talent in cultivation. She quickly adds, the sect leader of the Shangqing sect has always wanted to find a spiritual entity as their disciple. Continuing, she confirmed with him, I will report this immediately. Surely you will be rewarded. Hearing this, he quickly confirmed with her, oh really, that's fine. The chief looked annoyed, tapping his foot while waiting for him. Next, his finger tapped on his arm as he casually asked Jiang Shen, "Has the kid finished asking?" Hearing that, Jiang Shen hung up, pointing at the phone, and awkwardly said to him, "The girl's mother couldn't decide whether to ask her father, but her father is on a business trip." Suddenly, the chief's body radiated a frightening aura, as if he realized something. He awkwardly raised his hand to stop him. Please don't get angry. Let's talk about this calmly." The chief stamped his foot, and the ominous energy quickly spread around with his anger. "Who allowed you to enter? Get out." The powerful aura knocked Tozao to the ground while he struggled to support himself. Suddenly, in the space, talismans flew out, accompanied by a dense wave of dark energy. Behind him, a calm voice echoed, "Why are you blowing away all my talismans like this?" Jiang Shen looked over in astonishment. Immediately, he covered his mouth with his hand, wiping the sweat off his face, while muttering, "I thought it was directed at me, too." An old man holding 2 or 3 souls from the underworld smiled and said, "Chief, it's been a while since we last met." Then he introduced himself. "I am the Supreme Taoist Swan here to visit his body continuously radiating dark energy." Next to him, Jiang Shen watched Xuan holding several souls from the underworld, laughing awkwardly, wondering to himself, "Did Chen Shui report so quickly?" Then he couldn't help but exclaim, "This speed is way too fast." Next, Xuan holding one of the souls apologized, saying he was in a hurry when entering and accidentally harmed some small souls, adding that he didn't mean to. He then tossed the 2 souls aside and confirmed, "Don't worry, they're not dead." Seeing this, the chief quickly spoke to him. "Xuan, I don't, but you have ignored him," and ran towards Tozao, causing him to stare in disbelief. Xuan exclaimed, "Wow," and the girl was rushed over, looking around in confusion. Xuan's hand stretched Tozao's cheeks while he assessed the spiritual energy is so rich, causing her to suffer from the pull. Then Xuan's eyes sparkled with excitement as he smiled, making a remark, "This time my disciple's position has a successor," while the girl was held by her cheeks, trembling in fear. Nearby, the chief flew up in anger, tightly gripping his hand, and called out to Xuan, "Hey buddy," trying to maintain a friendly expression while Xuan turned to look back. Next, the chief confirmed with him, "Don't ask anymore," and added, "Just now this girl agreed to become my master's disciple." Upon hearing this, not believing his ears, Xuan exclaimed in shock, "Wait, what?" Immediately after, he turned to grab Tozao's shoulders, shaking her while asking again. The kid couldn't really agree, could she? The girl being shaken quickly confirmed, "I forgot." Seeing this, he casually took Tozao away while commenting, "She said she forgot. Shang Qing has a method to cure forgetfulness. I've led people there before." Meanwhile, I watched him with amusement at this act. Next, with wide, furious eyes, Dao shouted, "Are you asking for a beating?" Then he quickly adjusted the talisman in his sleeve and turned to remind me, "No one has dared to touch even a fingertip of mine for over a decade." Hearing this, I rushed in, shouting angrily, "Well, today I will." Seeing this, Dao quickly reacted, releasing the talisman. The talismans he created formed a barrier that pushed me back, sending me flying inside, while Dao smugly asked, "How do you like that?" Is that all you've got?" Next, I was pushed back, my hat flying off, while Dao continued to chant. His face was filled with provocation as he grinned at me and said, "You want to mess with me, huh?" Seeing this, I rubbed my eyes and stood up, confirming to Dao, "You really want to do this?" Then my hands interlocked and I shouted my technique, "Grow for 15 years." My body suddenly transformed into an adult form. Immediately after, my expression turned fierce, my eyes widening as I emitted a terrifying aura. Next, I shouted again, "Left hand grow for 15 years." My hand sprouted sharp claws. My body transformed completely, one arm now massive, and clawed. My eyes darkened with fury. Without hesitation, I swiped my claws toward Dao. Seeing this, he was ready, swiping his talismans around him. They fought so fiercely that the roof of the underworld coffin was blown off, creating a huge shockwave. Inside, Dao excitedly cast spells while shouting, "Ha ha ha, this is so exhilarating." Suddenly, amidst the wreckage, I shouted to stop him. "Wait!" They looked around the debris, and I asked, struggling, "Where did the girl go?" Far away, while they fought fiercely, Jiang Shen held Tozao in his arms, running away from the chaos, commenting, "It's best to leave this place of trouble." The next morning at Jiang Shen's house, the sun was high in the rosy clouds. On a live stream, a girl's voice chimed in, "The family loves the live stream. It's about to start." Below, many people were watching and commenting. Even Jiang Shen was excitedly watching the live stream on his phone. He couldn't help but voice his amazement while tapping on his phone, never expecting that the underworld had such bold live streams. Inside the live stream, the female ghost was alluringly showcasing her beautiful breasts and introducing to the viewers, "Today, I will present to you the oldest ghost here." At the beautiful blue beach, she pointed to a white-haired man sitting on a chair, sipping a drink while enjoying the ocean view, introducing him as the Transcendent King. He then turned around, smiling happily, and the female streamer's voice echoed, "Everyone give lots of support to this handsome guy who's over 300 years old." The screen erupted with numerous comments, but Transcendent King, wearing black sunglasses, complained, "Why isn't anyone sending gifts?" Seeing him like that, the female streamer reminded him, "You need to perform, otherwise who will send you gifts?" Then with his half-white, half-black hair, Transcendent King took off his glasses, scratching his head awkwardly and asking, "What should I perform?" Suddenly, as if he thought of something, he shouted, "Got it," and stopped scratching his head while holding his glasses. He looked at the water and the ghostly energy rising from it, stating, "I heard that the blessings flow into the sea of this area to seek the protection of the Ghost King." He then made a condition to the viewers, "If I get 100 gifts, I'll dive down there to entertain everyone." Upon hearing this, the viewers were excited and started sending gifts. Transcendent King, full of enthusiasm, put his glasses back on and cheered. "Oh, there it is, a gift blessing." The female ghost beside him also looked over with excitement. At home, Jiang Shen heard the urging voice from the stream, "Everyone keep supporting." Meanwhile, he looked at the guy with doubt in his heart. "Isn't that Ghost King an even more dangerous ghost?" The urging voice continued, "Send gifts now." Seeing the excitement in the live stream, Transcendent King boldly made another proposal to the viewers. "For 100 blessings, I'll go down and defeat the Ghost King." The chat room exploded with excitement. Then the female ghost beside him enthusiastically confirmed with Transcendent King, "We're over 150 blessings already." She then turned her phone to look at him, but Transcendent King had lost focus. The female ghost asked in confusion, "Hey, where did he go?" Below, ghostly energy was continuously surging from the surface of the sea. Transcendent King stood on the surface of the sea, glancing around while walking on the water. He commented while wearing his glasses, "The ghostly energy is really heavy. It's right around here, isn't it?" He pointed at the device on his glasses and reminded everyone, "Hey, don't stop sending gifts." Immediately after the system, voice from the glasses sounded beep, activating livestream mode. Next, Truyen Luanveng raised his hands above, and his head stopped moving. Then he clasped his hands together. After that, he created a massive ball above the surface of the sea, still excitedly shouting to the people in the live room, "Here it comes." Right after that, Truyen Luanveng let out a breath puff. Then his hand shot down with a commanding shout for the ball behind him go. Finally, the fireball rushed quickly towards the surface of the sea. Below the surface, Min Tu Fuk poked his head up, gritting his teeth in annoyance. He cast a spell, shouting the black hole door. A portal appeared above Min Tu Fuk's head. As the fireball got closer, he yelled from beneath the surface, "Open wide." The portal responded, widening to match the size of the ball. When he saw it was big enough, Min Tu Fuk clasped his hands together and shouted, "Shift." At the same time, blood flowed from his eyes and mouth, causing him to glare in pain. The portal opened again beside Truyen Luanveng, causing him to be stunned and ask, "Hey, why is it going that way?" Then the ball quickly struck the water, creating a violent shockwave. After that, like a time bomb, it exploded loudly, causing the water's surface to ripple and unleash huge waves in all directions, sending up a spray of water. On the side of Jiang Thun, he held his phone, his expression darkening, as he wondered aloud, did he just throw a nuclear bomb? Back at the livestream, Min Tu Fuk stood unsteadily on the water, gasping in pain. Next to him, Truyen Luanveng looked at him and smiled, exclaiming, "I can handle my little son." Min Tu Fuk didn't respond, still trying to catch his breath. Then Truyen Luanveng quickly approached and grabbed his shoulders, smiling as he confirmed, "Let you live for another 5 minutes," while Min Tu Fuk's hand quickly gathered a strike. Truyen Luanveng looked at him and ordered, "Go call the king for me," but he pulled away. A strike landed on Truyen Luanveng's face, accompanied by Min Tu Fuk's furious shout, "Die." After the strike, Truyen Luanveng's face began to smoke, his glasses shattered and fell apart. He complained, "Sneak attack, you coward." Immediately after, his hand formed a sharp weapon of his own. Then he swung his arm angrily at Min Tu Fuk, causing him to slump into the water, hitting him while shouting in disgust, "How can I livestream now that you broke my glasses?" Min Tu Fuk lay flat on the water, blood starting to spread, and seeing this, a foot from beneath the surface approached, asking Truyen Luanveng, "Hitting my little brother like that isn't very nice, is it?" He heard the voice and looked over at the man, asking excitedly if the king had come out. The so-called king looked at him smugly and declared, "I'm out now, you won't get away." Hearing this, the man took off the broken side of his glasses and chuckled, asking, "Leave, hey, hey." Then Chuilin Wang rushed in without hesitation and shouted at the king, "If you're gone, how can I deserve the honor everyone gave me?" After the blow, the surface of the water shook violently, forming a large water sphere. Then the water sphere stretched out, transforming into a pillar of water, accompanied by loud sounds of strikes and impacts all around. Finally, there was a water explosion, and the fierce waves from their battle began to crash against the surrounding houses. On the shore, the female streamer was soaked and looked extremely dissatisfied and angry. She radiated fire as she shouted towards the two fighters, "Lu, don't go too far." But just as she finished her sentence, a giant head was lifted onto the beach, causing the female streamer to stare in shock. On top of the head, Lu stood confidently with one foot on it, looking at the girl and asking, "Isn't it worth it to give me this head, everyone?" He then added, "I brought back the head of the Demon King for everyone." Next, he placed a hand on the Demon King's mouth, smiling as he remarked, "He has 3 transformation stages. It really takes a lot of energy to fight." Meanwhile, the female streamer obediently aimed her camera at him. At Jiang Shen's house, he looked at his phone with a gloomy expression, regretting missing the fight against the Demon King. But then he put on a cheerful smile and said, "Watching a live stream like this really makes me feel energized." He then decided, "Tonight I'll go hunt some demons for fun." That night in a castle, familiar screams filled the air. "No, please," Jiang Shen's voice rang out, telling the person, "Don't be shy, hurry up." It was Jiang Shen and Gu Hongnia, who had moved to a high rooftop. He held Gu Hongnia's hand, pulling her along while she looked at him nervously. "I've only practiced for 2 days, can I really do this?" she asked, uncertain. Hearing this, Jiang Shen didn't hesitate to turn to Gu Hongnia, smiling as he confirmed tonight marks 3 days. Behind them, Gu Hongnia was worried and sweating, holding her phone as she mumbled, "But this mission looks too scary." Below the building, a demon lay dead on the ground. The system announced, "You have received a mission. Basic reward, 1,000 points. The deceased had a wicked nature, unloved by others. Both his parents and younger sister died mysteriously. After being adopted, his entire family also died unexpectedly, and he ultimately committed suicide." Back in reality, Gu Hongnia held the information on her phone, sweating profusely as she commented, "Kids turning into demons really leaves you helpless." Then the two of them arrived at the common passage, where the atmosphere was thick with an indescribable gloom. Observing the surroundings, Jiang Shen walked excitedly with a smile, saying, "Come on, little sister, be brave." Meanwhile, Gu Hongnia was terrified and pale behind him. Suddenly, she nervously called out his name, Jiang Shen. Immediately after, her face turned pale as she expressed her feelings. "Why do I feel like so many eyes are watching me?" Seeing her say that, Jiang Shen was unfazed, and turned to look at her still smiling brightly, and said with a teasing tone, "Haha, congratulations, Sister Hong, you've learned to create a terrifying atmosphere for yourself." Then Jiang Shen turned his head, and continued walking only to see the silhouette of a child, which made him stop in surprise, and let out a sigh. It was a mischievous child with a face full of countless eyes staring intently at him. Jiang Shen couldn't help but exclaim, "Wow, there really are a lot of eyes looking at us." The little girl then turned into a doorway running and calling out to him, "Uncle, come play with me." Both of them looked on in confusion at the actions of the mischievous child. The child with excitement in her many eyes was saying something to them while laughing. Seeing him following her, the mischievous child jumped up excitedly urging them, "Come on, let me lead you somewhere." Behind them, Jiang Shen couldn't help but voice his doubts. "Has it begun already?" Behind him, Hongya frowned, full of worry and confusion, looking at him. They were led to a gloomy, abandoned house. The three stood on the rooftop by a hopscotch drawing, and the many-eyed child excitedly said to the two, "Let's play hopscotch." The mischievous child eagerly pointed to her face full of eyes, her eyes narrowing as she presented a challenge. "The winner gets to flick the loser's forehead." Hearing the child's words, Hongna covered her mouth with her hand, her eyes filled with fear as she thought to herself, "This hopscotch game is too scary." She then looked at the hopscotch squares and realized, thinking to herself, the last square is at the edge of the rooftop. The two also came to the same conclusion, their mouths dropping as their eyes widened in realization. So whoever jumps will die, right? At the child's introduction, both of them stood in silence, looking at her, and the mischievous child didn't hesitate to look back at them, waiting for a response. Not waiting for their reaction any longer, the child quickly raised her hand excitedly to propose, "Let's play rock, paper, scissors to decide who goes first." The many eyes on her face sparkled with excitement. Jiang Shen, seeing this, did not hesitate to raise his hand, while Hong Ya behind him, frightened, shouted a warning, "Jiang Shen, you can't jump first." Hearing that reminder, the eyes of the child sparkled with delight, secretly thinking, "I can see everything in this game of rock, paper, scissors." Then she shouted in excitement, "Whoever jumps first is under my control." They all made their moves at the same time, with Jiang Shen pulling the mischievous child closer. Seeing this, Jiang Shen looked at his own hand in confusion, while the child smugly confirmed, "I win, you jump first." Then Jiang Shen, not wanting to back down, stuffed his hands into his pockets and confidently stepped forward to the first square in the game, excitedly confirming, "All right, I'll jump first." The mischievous child stood beside him, watching his actions. Soon after, Jiang Shen jumped into the first square, then to the second, with both feet touching the ground, and finally, he hopped all the way from start to finish. The multi-eyed demon looked at him smugly and commented, "Hee hee, just wait until you fall and die," then added, "Even if you stop, I'll push you from behind." After that, he reached the edge of the rooftop. Behind him, Ko Hongya pointed at him and anxiously shouted, "Jiang Shen, don't." Meanwhile, Jiang Shen had already jumped down to the floor below. Immediately, Jiang Shen jumped down without hesitation, his face darkened. His foot landed on a flattened Lingji mushroom to brace himself, and Jiang Shen exclaimed excitedly, "Wow." At his action, the multi-eyed demon also shouted in confusion, "What's going on?" Then Jiang Shen turned to the multi-eyed demon and asked, "Hee, I jumped, so that means I win, right?" Seeing this, Ko Hongya sighed and scolded him, "Jiang Shen, you scared me to death." Hearing this, the multi-eyed demon raised a hand to brush its hair back, confirming with Jiang Shen, Fine, just a flick on the forehead, it added, but it's just a boring flick. I'll think of another way to deal with you. Its master agreed, and without hesitation, Jiangshen flicked its forehead. Right after the flick, its brain was blown out and the demon's eyes bulged wide. The system announced, along with the small demon's dissatisfied scream, "You call this a flick on the forehead. Demon dies, plus 600 demonic energy." Next, Jiangshen proudly dusted off his hands and explained Sister Hong, "That's basically how it goes," while Ko Hongya looked on in disbelief. Then her eyes widened in amazement, as she confirmed, "Wait, I can't do that." Suddenly behind the two, the noise of a group of children playing reached them. "Are they playing hopscotch on the roof? Let's join in." Hearing their voices, Jiangshen looked over in surprise. Then a round-headed demon looked into the pile of trash and confirmed, "There's no one in the pile." A small demon looked into a small house and also confirmed, "There's no one behind the shed." Next, a two-horned demon looked around under a roof and confirmed, "There's no one under the thatched roof either." Above the thatched roof, another demon announced, "There's no one on the roof either." Seeing this, the four demons gathered together. The triangular-headed demon and two others stood around a corpse lying on the ground, confused. Below was the dead demon lying flat in a pool of blood with a shattered head, eyes wide open. They all shouted in unison, "It's Xiao Wu." Seeing this, the triangular-headed demon ran while shouting in confusion, "Who killed Xiao Wu?" Then it reasoned, "There's only one way down. I didn't see anyone coming down, so they must still be on the rooftop." The other two demons also ran after it, panicking. The system announced continuous points. Demonic energy plus 250. Demonic energy plus 250, leaving the demons stunned. The two-horned demon looked around on the rooftop and wondered, where did that person go? Seeing this, a demon quickly lunged at the roof, with Jiang and Ko Hongya being thrown out in shock. The roof shattered under its force. The little demon screamed, "What else is there to say?" Witnessing this scene, Jiang landed on the ground equally shocked, and asked it, "How did you manage to find us after hiding so well?" The triangular demon pointed at him and shouted in frustration, "Do you think we're idiots?" Jiang then calmly raised both hands, smiling at them to confirm, "Well, you guys found me." He then added, "Now it's your turn to hide while I search." Before Jiang could react further, the two-horned demon charged at him. Luckily, Jiang managed to dodge just in time, and it yelled in frustration, "Did you think we were playing hide-and-seek with you?" The round-headed demon quickly joined the fight, swinging its fist toward him while yelling surrender. Jiang swiftly dodged its punch. At this moment, the square-headed demon raised its grotesque hands toward Ko Hongya and taunted her, "You too. Let me show you what it feels like to be smashed into pieces," it said as it enlarged its arms to attack Ko Hongya. Suddenly, two other hands grabbed its arms. Jiang appeared wearing a creepy smile and said to the square-headed demon, "This girl doesn't know how to play, let me handle it." Saying this, he swung his arms and threw the demon into the air, while the other demons were struck by lightning he summoned. Afterward, Jiang seemed quite tired and turned to Ko Hongya, saying, "Sis Hong, if you see an opening, help me deal with one." She looked worried, clasped her hands and responded, "Oh, let me give it a try." With that, she unleashed a palm strike at the group of demons. Oh wow, Jiang felt this power was incredibly strong. He intended to jump aside to avoid it, but Sis Hong's attack was too vicious. He had to dodge unexpectedly. One foot got caught in the shoelaces of the other, and as a result, he face-planted on the ground. The square-headed demon seized the opportunity while Jiang was down and lunged at him using its demon hands to attack, while shouting, "This is a great chance, kill him." But when its jaws bit into Jiang, it couldn't help but exclaim, "Why is this guy's head so hard?" Jiang was gritting his teeth, enduring its bite. "It hurts like hell," even though he had used techniques to shield himself. He then angrily turned to Ko Hongya, shouting at her to aim precisely at these three, not at me. She panicked and stammered, I'm sorry." Jiang now seriously released his technique, and around him powerful flames ignited. Clenching his fist, he shouted, "It's better to end this chaotic mess first. To show you what it means to be the ruler of the kindergarten." Having said that, Jiang began to swing his arms, creating waves of energy, attacking the square-headed demon, which was now utterly panicked. One afternoon, a young boy, Jiang, swiftly swung his hand and decapitated the Demon King. He then shifted to his second target, grabbing the neck of the large demon who screamed in fear, "My head." Without hesitation, he used both hands to grip its neck and tore it apart, the large head coming off the body with a horrified expression. The remaining demon witnessed this and screamed, "No." The heart-faced demon panicked, watching its friend's head roll away. After taking care of the two, Jiang looked over at Ko Hongya and said, "Sister Hong, you can practice on this one." She looked at the mess on the ground and fearfully replied, "Sister, I'm scared." The heart-faced demon was now furious, unable to speak as green, eerie energy began to emanate around it. Jiang suddenly felt worried. This one was a blood demon. Suddenly, the face of the heart demon distorted, grotesquely opening its mouth and howling. "This is so annoying. I will kill you all," it yelled enraged, as it reached out to attack Ko Hongya. She raised her hands and struck out a powerful attack. Seeing the demon still standing there, she panicked and exclaimed, Why didn't it work?" Suddenly, its foot stepped on the large round head of its teammate, producing a squishy sound from within. Then an explosion erupted from that head, causing the newly transformed demon to crack open in a horrific manner. Ko Hongya, both confused and alarmed, asked, why did it self-destruct? Jiang smiled in response. Turns out that kid's head was a bomb. Seeing the monster left with just a whole head and its innards exposed, she asked Hilthun, does this count as me killing it? Jiang smiled helplessly and replied, Sister Hong, you truly are a rare genius. The ability to bring such terror to your opponent is impressive, he said cheerfully. Hearing Jiang say that, Ko Hongya happily clasped her hands together and said, then the mission is considered complete. Jiang quickly pulled her hand and replied, not yet, let's keep going. She could only follow behind, bewildered. The scene shifted to outside a window. Inside the window still emitted flickering lights. A woman in an apron stood in the kitchen and asked Trung Tio how, why hasn't your sister come back yet? The boy outside playing with toys replied, maybe she's still outside playing. Ko Hongna, looking through the window, said in confusion, isn't that the name of the boy who jumped off in this mission's story? Suddenly a green-haired man stood behind the woman in the kitchen and said, it's so late, you should go outside and find her. The woman then turned around and replied loudly, no need. Her face was covered in stitches, looking extremely unsettling. The man turned to the door laughing as he said, well, there's still some time before dinner. You should go for a stroll. The boy named Truong Tuhao looked up and shouted, no, his head had a nasty burn on it. Suddenly the evil minister pushed the door open, causing the boy to fall flat on his back legs in the air. No, I can't take it anymore. I'm starving. Can I have dinner at your place? He said, stepping inside, chest puffed out under the bewildered gaze of the woman. She reached out a hand toward her little brother while placing the other on her son's head, smiling creepily as she introduced herself. Ah, I welcome you on behalf of my brother and son. Please wait a moment. I'll go prepare the food, the woman said, dragging her injured leg into the kitchen. Meanwhile, Truong Tuhao stood trembling in fear before the two. The evil minister cheerfully asked Tuhao, your mom seems quite enthusiastic. The boy, hearing this, raised both hands to cover his face, fearfully glancing toward the kitchen. Actually, she's not entirely my mom. Ko Hongya asked back in confusion, not entirely. What does that mean? The boy recounted the eerie story. My dad chopped her into pieces and tossed them into a barrel filled with severed limbs. Then he combined them into a monster that's not entirely my mom. Just then, a voice called from the kitchen, Tuhao, come help your mom. The boy hurriedly ran in, replying, coming. The younger brother started calling out, hey Jiang Thun, be careful, and turn around. He whispered, look at how they are. Don't believe anything they say. I just happened to end up at their house, but suddenly I became part of their family. They won't let me leave. Please, you two help me get out of here, he desperately pleaded with them. Suddenly a voice from the kitchen rang out, time to eat. This startled the blue-haired man, making him jump and exclaim, that voice. Let's eat. A curly-haired man with blank eyes carried a bowl filled with human skulls, his hands still dripping with fresh blood. While Ko Hongya looked down at the gruesome sight in fear, Jiang Thun seemed overly excited, letting out a wow. Human meat, what a feast. The table was filled with horrifying dishes, arms, legs, entrails, and even a bowl of blood pudding, looking utterly disgusting. The blue-haired man leaned in behind Ko Hongya, saying, these are all body parts of unfortunate souls like us who wandered in here. Her face turned pale as she quickly covered her mouth, feeling nauseous. Jiang Thun, maybe we should. Meanwhile, he was still drooling over the gruesome food in front of him. Truong Tuhao had picked up a human arm and was chewing on it. Jiang Thun hurriedly grabbed the boy's arm and stuffed it in his mouth, looking like he was chewing. You two are so enthusiastic, come sit down and eat with us. At this moment, Ko Hongya awkwardly smiled and said, sis, I'm not that hungry, let's rest first. The little boy beside her shouted, hey, he's biting my hand. From outside, light could be seen coming from the window, but right after that, it suddenly went out, plunging the room back into darkness. She anxiously said, Jiang Thun, what should we do next? He was lying on the bed, looking relaxed, and replied, just wait. Suddenly, there was a noise coming from outside the door. Jiang Thun opened his eyes and smiled dangerously. Look, they're here. The man with green hair opened the door, sweating, and announced, they're asleep, we need to run. As he turned to leave, he raised a finger to his lips, signaling the two, shh, keep it down. Go hurry. They exited onto the bridge, quietly following behind. The three of them held back their voices, moving in a single file as quietly as possible. Suddenly, Ko Hongna called out Jiang Thun, and he turned back, replying, yeah. She pointed at the green-haired man ahead and said, don't you think he's strange? He smells really bad. Jiang Thun nonchalantly looked ahead and replied, of course that's because he's also a ghoul. At this moment, the legs of the man in front looked like a pile of mud, with muddy footprints imprinted on the ground. Moments later, inside the house, a woman's voice rang out, where is my little brother and the two newcomers? Where did they go? She then turned fierce, saying he must be planning to eat something, let's chase after him. The man with brown hair grumbled and followed. The boy Truong Tuhao stood behind, watching the shadows of the two ghouls run away, and he smirked, hee-hey. Time to rebuild the family, his expression now turned sinister. Turning back to the two ghouls, the muddy ghoul had jumped down onto a rock, while Jiang Thun and Ko Hongya were still standing above. The muddy ghoul hurriedly ran off, not looking back, reminding them, hurry down, cross this stream, they won't be able to follow us. But when he didn't sense anyone following, he quickly turned around in panic. Where did they go? Why aren't you two coming down? Seeing them still standing up there, he asked. Jiang Thun turned to Ko Hongya and said, Sis Hong, you should know that if a ghoul is powerful, their disguise is even better, almost indistinguishable from humans. She replied somewhat cheerfully, so you can even recognize this ghoul, it must be a lowly one. A system notification appeared. Some in the house said, I'm a lowly ghoul, and now even newcomers like you say, I'm a lowly ghoul. Ghoul energy plus 599. From the feet of the ghoul, it began to ooze out into a liquid substance like a puddle of mud, and the ghoul exclaimed, I can't believe you'd insult my power. From the top, the creature's face oozes a liquid that resembles mud. Then Lianzhang raised his arms and looked up at the sky, shouting that I needed to let the two of them feel the pain of being trapped in the mud. At this moment, the creature had completely transformed into a mud body, and Jiang called out, Sis Hong, come up. At this time, she swung her arm out while anxiously saying, if you want her to come up, you should have said so earlier, right? Ah, it looks terrifying. Suddenly, the mud from the creature flows toward Hong Ya's neck, trying to cling to her. Suddenly, a dry branch from a tree fell and hit the muddy creature's leg, causing it to stumble, while Jiang above found the situation extremely amusing. Moments later, the creature stood up, rubbing its head, and with a sinister smile said, Hey, did you think I would die that easily? Jiang also wore a similarly wicked smile in response. So, how about being killed in a more complicated way? For example, at this moment the eye of the flesh spirit appeared on his waist. After saying this, Jiang enlarged it and struck straight down at the muddy creature. The sword was now ready to slice down at the creature's head. It could only exclaim, This is the flesh spirit. Then it took a blow from the flesh spirit and was smashed to pieces. Jiang mocked, can't withstand a single blow, revealing a creature that was no longer intact with just a mouth holding 2 teeth and blank eyes lying limply on the ground. Suddenly a woman appeared behind Jiang and called out, Little brother, what's wrong? You killed my brother, she accused Jiang, raising her hand to hastily explain. No, you misunderstood. Then she held up her phone screen and said, Look, this is your daughter, right? Just now she was killed by your brother. I've been so patient. We had to act to stop him. The screen displayed the message, surplus points 300 accumulated, along with an image. The curly-haired creature, after seeing this, responded, Oh, thanks, you're quite nice. The woman, furious, hit him on the back and exclaimed, Are you stupid? Clearly that's the reward screen from the underworld. Both the daughter and brother were killed by him. Jiang then smiled happily and replied, Yo, you've got a bit of sense there, look. Her face turned fierce and she angrily shouted, What kind of family do I have? From the stitches on her face and hands, things began to separate in a disturbing manner. The curly-haired man began to transform his body. Oh, starting off with a finishing move already, huh? Countless heads, arms, and legs began to sprout from his body, looking extremely grotesque. However, Jiang remained unfazed, observing the scene, and saying, Wow, it's the first time I've seen something like this, with a male and female dual cultivation. A head with exposed brains popped out from his head and said, Move your side, let me control the body. At this moment, the body became grotesquely twisted and let out a guttural sound. Then the monster from those two was formed, stretching its arms and looking up at the sky, roaring loudly. Jiang Shen calmly looked back and said, Sister Hong, step aside, I'll handle this. Then his footsteps quickened. He moved decisively towards the newly formed monster and swiftly chopped off its head. Suddenly, the monster reached out and grabbed its own head, leaving Jiang Shen startled. The monster held its head in its hands, striking a pose like it was throwing a ball. Then it hurled the head straight at Jiang Shen's face. After that, it caught its head and reattached it to its neck, grinning with its jagged teeth. Jiang Shen pulled out the soul spirit and shouted angrily. Soul spirit split it in half. As the soul spirit lunged at the monster, it sprouted 2 eyes on its forehead and smugly said, Hey, even if you're fast, I can see you clearly. For every time the soul spirit struck, the monster grew another head from its body. One of its heads stretched toward Jiang Shen, showing off its ugly, jagged teeth. Jiang Shen prepared his fist and smiled, saying, I mainly want you to come over here. Then, without hesitation, he punched the monster in the face, causing blood to splatter everywhere. The punch was so strong that it knocked the monster back. Unexpectedly, it swung a leg to attack from behind Jiang Shen, catching him off guard. He quickly bent down to dodge while activating the demon beast form. He then scowled, saying, I'm getting really pissed off. A powerful surge of energy gathered in his hand. Jiang Shen slammed his hand to the ground, directing a massive lightning bolt down onto the monster. He was furious, shouting, Don't use your filthy unwashed feet to attack me. Moments later, a charred body of a man appeared. Jiang Shen approached and looked down, puzzled. Oh, reverted back to its original form, but where's the other half? From a distance, Kui Hongya shouted Jiang Shen, Watch out from behind. In front of you is a tree with very familiar stitches. The monster, now exposed, swung a branch at Kui Hong Na, annoyed at her chatter. The female monster had transformed into a patchwork tree standing in front of Jiang Shen. She smiled smugly, heh, who knew I could merge with plants. But before she could revel in her triumph, she was suddenly alarmed, exclaiming, "Oh no, the monster's body is now bound by strong vines." Jiang Shen on this side was controlling the vines and smiled gleefully, merging with plants. Hee, I'm the best at controlling them. The demon was trying to bite the binding rope, but it was useless. She screamed in fear while the injured Hong Ya lay in pain on the ground. Jiang Shen's eyes filled with rage, daring to strike my beloved host. "I can't forgive this." As he spoke, he tightened the vines around the tree where the demon was fused, stretching it to the point of breaking. Then a gust of demonic energy burst forth from the dry tree. The demon's face was now attached to the body of a creature resembling a snake. She fearfully turned and left a warning. "As long as the forest is green, what do we have to fear from demons?" Suddenly, the demon's face stiffened as she saw something directly in front of her. Jiang Shen was now holding a large stone, blocking her path with a sinister smile. "Where do you think you're running?" With that, he hurled the massive stone down onto the demon's head, crushing it completely. A notification appeared. "Demon with a crushed head has died. Demonic energy plus 520. Fused demon has died. Demonic energy plus 890. After finishing, Jiang Shen turned to check on Hong Ya's sister. "Hong, are you okay?" she asked. "Do you need me to perform CPR?" Now Hong Ya slowly opened her eyes. Before her was an exaggerated image of Jiang Shen's face, which looked quite eerie. Startled by this, she quickly grabbed Jiang Shen's neck with both hands and shut her eyes tightly. Octopus demon Jiang Shen was being choked so hard that his tongue was sticking out. After both calmed down, Jiang Shen pulled away from her grip, revealing his neck marked by 6 fingers, and said, "Ha, Sister Hong, as long as you're okay, let's go back to that house." Hong Ya, surprised, replied, "Wait, we have to go back to deal with that kid who lost half his head." Jiang Shen immediately answered, Let's just say so." They arrived at the door of the previous house, and Hong Ya, walking behind, continued, "But it seems like there's someone stronger inside." Demonic energy was emanating from within the house. Jiang Shen smiled brightly as he entered, calling out, "Little Hao, we're back. Come out and face your fate." But both were now alarmed and terrified at what lay before them. The little demon was waiting for them, grinning wickedly. The dent in its head was now filled with a toy, and its bulging eyes opened wide as it spoke. "I knew you would come back. I was ready for you." Hong Ya quickly jumped up, using her powers to attack the little demon. She unleashed a tremendous force, determined to deal with the little demon, while reminding Jiang Shen, "Get back." Jiang Shen, witnessing her power, couldn't help but exclaim, "Sister Hong, you're amazing. Just one night of training and you've improved so much." However, facing the blood-stained foe, she still had a long way to go. Indeed, her pink energy was being overpowered by a different yellow force that was suppressing her. Immediately, Tu Hong Ya raised both her hands to shield herself, but that also meant her hands got hit by that attack. After that, she looked at her hands and sighed, thinking, "Did I die from that attack? It doesn't hurt much." Suddenly, she gasped, noticing that each of her hands now had a square with a circle inside attached to it. Then her hand involuntarily swung a punch towards Jiang Shen, which left Tu Hong Ya in shock. Ugh. Jiang Shen quickly raised his hands to block, but couldn't help exclaiming, "Wow, that punch is too strong." Then his hand also sprouted something just like Tu Hong Ya's. What is this?" At this moment, the little demon pointed at the object on its head and smugly said, "Hee, this is my power, the toy control block. The part hit by the electric wave of the toy block will sprout a corresponding star." Images of various items appeared, and based on their size and shape, I could seize 50%, 100%, or even 200% of the control authority. The toy block on Jiang Shen's hand began to activate, and the part that got hit generated a new toy block, which I controlled, causing his arm to swing a punch at Tu Hong Ya involuntarily. The little demon gleefully continued watching as Jiang Shen and Tu Hong Ya fought fiercely, just beating each other until one of them dies. Jiang Shen then found it hard to say, "It's over. Given my current state, I can't use my psychic abilities." While he was moving, he suddenly saw the demon slayer he had hanging on his side. He joyfully exclaimed, "I've got it, the newly upgraded demon slayer that I've never used," saying that he raised 2 fingers and tapped the face of the slayer. The eye on the slayer began to open. This made the little demon feel confused and terrified. It looked down and saw that it was standing on a gigantic eye, its face darkening as if falling into despair. In an instant, its body was being burned on top of the eye. At that moment, another head sprouted from its own head in a bizarre manner. It twisted its mouth and screamed, Even if I die, I'm dragging you all down with me." A massive pillar of strength pierced through the house and shot straight into the sky, and of course the floor and ceiling were shattered. Jiang Shen quickly carried Tu Hong Ya and jumped away from the explosion. She hugged his neck and sighed, I'm saved." Jiang Shen incredulously turned his head back, confused. What? The main character just appeared. The mastermind behind this chaos, a demon, was still lurking in the corner, looking out at them. Suddenly, Jiang Shen looked at Tu Hongya and smiled wickedly, asking Sister Hong, "Did you play in the shade?" She looked confused and exclaimed, "What?" At this moment, on the back of the red-haired girl, a mushroom spirit had latched on, and it began to spin and lift her up into the air. She couldn't help but exclaim, "Jiang Shen, what are you doing?" Jiang Shen simply raised his hand and reminded his spirit, "Mushroom, take her home safely." Suddenly, a small, heartless demon appeared wearing a mask resembling a clown. It had a mane of orange-red hair like a lion. It stepped forward and called out, "Hey, have you seen my heart anywhere?" As it spoke, it pointed at the hole in its chest. Jiang Shen smirked at it. "What? You don't even have a heart. You're really a waste." The system notification popped up stating that even without a heart, this little guy's chatter was still darkly impressive, gaining plus 1,200 demonic energy. The little demon, now with a dark expression, retorted, "What about you? Do you have a heart?" Jiang Shen replied calmly, "I know what it's like to be heartless and breathless. Do you have lungs?" The system chimed in, "Damn, can you at least say something fitting, plus 4,600 demonic energy." The little demon shot back, "You're not heartless and breathless. You're a wicked wolf. My family was killed by you." Upon hearing this, Jiang Shen leaned down closer and declared, "You have no family. You're an orphan." This made the little demon speechless. Jiang Shen continued to expose its past. "First, you used demonic energy to control Zhang Shaohai's father, killing his mother. Then you threw Zhang Shaohai off a building to force his father to commit suicide. And you call this demonized family of 3 your relatives. You're truly an orphaned monster." The little demon, struck by the truth, sweated and protested. I'm not an orphan." But not letting up, Jiang Shen began chanting, "Orphan, orphan, 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 orphan," in a long incantation. The little demon could no longer take it and screamed, "Ah!" It unleashed its power to attack Jiang Shen, shouting, "I'll kill you and bury you with my family." But as the dust settled, a figure with a lion-like mane looked down at the little demon. It was Jiang Shen now, with claws and red eyes. Blood dripped from his head, but his sharp fangs were grinning with delight. He thought to himself, "Good thing I transformed in time. Otherwise, that last attack would have been fatal." Transformation unleash. The little demon launched another attack at him, but Jiang Shen didn't look worried. Instead, he seemed excited, raising both sets of claws, evaluating quietly. Is there a powerful existence among the bloodline? This isn't something those previous ones could compare to. The little demon now appeared even more desperate. It manipulated its power while exclaiming, "Wow, you truly are a powerful human." The little demon reached out toward Jiang Shen, making him grimace in discomfort. "Give me your heart. It can definitely withstand my body." Jiang Shen quickly jumped aside to dodge. Its attack was so powerful that it sent rocks flying into small pieces, and it continued. "Then I can become human too." Jiang Shen gritted his teeth, thinking, "Damn, not having Lin Qi around is really inconvenient. First, wear it out with a fight, and when it shows a weakness, I'll take care of it." Calculating, he began to counterattack. One of his strikes aimed at it, but the little demon narrowly avoided it, then began to breathe heavily from exhaustion. "This guy is really strong. I wasted that wood block. Is there anything else I can use?" it said, while looking at the items spread out in its hands. There were starfish, marbles, water guns, and even a cube with expressive faces. After some deliberation, it tossed all those items out and said, "All right, let's use them all at once." The items under the little demon's control rushed toward Jiang Shen. The pink gun fired a round. Jiang Shen quickly dodged to the side, but he could see the bullet was strong enough to destroy the wall behind him. While evading, he couldn't help but exclaim, "These toys look more dangerous than they seem. Better avoid them and deal with the source directly." Saying that, he gradually closed in on the little demon. Then he circled behind it, but the little demon quickly turned around. The cube attacked him again, and Jiang Shen hurriedly raised his hand to block. At that moment, its attack successfully hit his arm, and Jiang Shen panicked while the little demon was still flitting around him. His arm was stuck in the cube, and Jiang Shen was irritated. "Damn it, I can't pull it out." The little demon took advantage of his distraction to jump up and come straight down at him. Without hesitation, it kicked Jiang Shen down, creating a large hole. He had vanished after that kick, while the little demon mocked, "You're such a loser, more like a flea, haha." Jiang Shen was struggling to get up, exclaiming, "This weird artifact is really something." He hadn't noticed a star appearing on his hand. At that moment, the starfish flew in to attack him, and he discovered a small star mark on his arm. The starfish created a strange space, as if trying to suck Jiang Shen in. He panicked and shouted, "Ah!" The starfish had grown large, clinging to Jiang Shen, and bringing him before the little demon, saying, "Master, I've brought him to you," and it began to wave its hand arrogantly. "No matter where you run, you'll always return to this spot." Seeing its fist only inches away, Jiang Shen was extremely alarmed and cursed, "Damn it." Meanwhile, the pink gun hovering above him made Jiang Shen's situation even more precarious. The gun suddenly fired bullets at lightning speed, and Jiang Shen desperately dodged. While evading, he struggled to calculate attacking one at a time that he could withstand, but coordinating the attacks together was difficult to perceive. He could only quickly move to avoid being surrounded by its magical weapons. This kid really is a blood clot, isn't he? The little demon was astonished to see Jiangshen's speed. He was moving so fast that I could barely keep track. Then it used the bell and shook it to give orders, trying to hold him back, producing strange sounds that spread around. The space seemed distorted, and Jiangshen's body and face became contorted. He was so worried that he swore, "Damn it." Above Jiangshen, 4 toys appeared like ghosts, quickly surrounding him. He strained his left ear to listen. Then Jiangshen tried to move his hand closer to the sound bell. Jiangshen successfully struck it, and the sound bell seemed to awaken, opening its eyes. The sound from the sound bell erupted forcefully, shattering the little demon's 2 bells, causing it to panic and scream, "My little bell!" At that moment, Jiangshen raised 2 fingers, and Jiangshen was furious, initially planning to leave a finishing move for the main target. The system interface displayed a notification using divine powers, the Raging Wolf's movement. Jiangshen, still surrounded by the remaining toys, calculated that he should prioritize dealing with this magical weapon first before continuing. Then a powerful force began to emanate. The gun, the square block, and the starfish were all shattered by the water. Those damaged items flew back towards the little demon, which was also blown away by the force. Jiangshen then gathered the power in his hand, forming a vortex. He then forcefully thrust it towards the little demon, which was attacked by the vortex of power. At that moment, a strange symbol appeared around the hole on the little demon's back, and its skin turned green. Now, the little demon could only despair in the swirling chaos of its life, wailing in pain. It had worked so hard to form a human-like body, only to have it destroyed like this. Suddenly it went mad and screamed, everything around it flying up with its cries. Jiangshen stood in front of it, still creating a surge of power in his hand, smiling as he said, "Don't be so easily tricked." The surge of power attacked it, and it stood frozen. The mask at that moment finally fell and cracked. Jiangshen was shocked by the scene before him. The system interface appeared, warning that the opponent had evolved into a fierce spirit, its original form. The little demon's face now bore a head that was upside down compared to normal. Blood dripped everywhere, looking extremely horrific, and it raised its hand to touch its face while screaming, "Where's my mask?" Although Jiang was quite startled, he managed to hold himself together. It seems this kid not only lacks a heart but also has his head screwed on backwards. Suddenly it jumped up and grabbed Jiang's hair with both hands, catching him off guard. Then the little demon continued to knee him in the chin, making him stumble back, and it quietly said, "Then let me have your whole head." Jiang was knocked back a distance like a ball, bouncing multiple times before hitting the ground. He rubbed his head and said, "Turning into a ruthless spirit, huh? I got hit so hard I couldn't even brace myself. My head is ringing." Fighting with this kid like this, Jiang raised his hand to channel his energy, forming a giant hand to attack the little demon. At that moment, it also raised its hands forward, striking back with a loud shout, "Going all out." Jiang quickly closed in on its upside-down face with a strong surge of energy in his hand. Then Jiang struck the little demon's back with one hand, but it wouldn't back down and retaliated with a hit to his body. Its upside-down face looked like it was putting in all its strength. Jiang's expression was equally strained as he attacked while defending against the little demon's strikes. Suddenly, its hand swung up to hit Jiang's face, catching him off guard, but he quickly caught its hand. Then Jiang gritted his teeth and said, "I'll make you feel pain, kid." With that, Jiang forcefully pressed the little demon's head down into the ground, causing dirt and rocks to fly. At that moment, the little demon's head returned to a normal shape, though it still had a bit of strength left. It raised its hand to touch its head and exclaimed in shock, "Oh my head, what the hell is this? One punch and both my neck and hairline are back in place." It then suddenly struck Jiang in the groin while cursing. "Damn it," Jiang said, pain, making tears well up. His feelings were hard to describe, like a chick being hatched. Jiang lay painfully on the ground, holding his injured area and screaming, "Hey, aren't you supposed to follow the martial ethics?" The little demon, while throwing a punch and rushing in, retorted, "Your mouth isn't smooth and hitting someone barehanded isn't quick. Isn't that what you humans say?" Its punch was just a few centimeters from Jiang's face, and he was gritting his teeth in anger. The little demon suddenly exclaimed, "What the hell is this?" as it found several vines holding it down. Jiang raised both hands and made a separating gesture, shouting, "Spread its legs apart for me." The little demon found itself sitting on the ground, its legs pulled apart by the vines. Then Jiang, feeling a bit merciful, kicked the little demon in the groin while saying, "This is sneak attacking, this 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 is sneak attacking." Each phrase was punctuated by a kick from Jiang. After kicking for a while to vent his anger, he finally stopped and panted heavily. At that moment, from the small demon's punctured fork, a horrifying red liquid flowed out. He wondered what it was, clearly not something good, filled with all sorts of filth. Then Jiang angrily held on to himself, glaring at it. If he couldn't take the heart, he wanted to take my essence. Surely demons can't be so limitless. Suddenly, the small demon's body transformed into a red-orange liquid. It expanded into a large mass, above which hung a face that looked at Jiang in anger, saying he had destroyed everything of mine. Jiang stood before it, his heart racing. Wow, even Lin Chi had to call him bro upon seeing this kid. Suddenly the liquid began to dissipate into the air, and Jiang wondered briefly, "Oh, is it not fighting anymore?" The demon flew away, leaving behind a remark, "One day I will destroy everything of yours." Jiang gritted his teeth angrily watching it go. The previous image flashed back. "Don't think you can run away like that little brat before." Then Jiang's eyes lit up and he shouted out loud, "Ah, ah, ah." At this moment he tilted his head back to the sky, his eyes shining like two light bulbs. After a while of howling, two powerful wolves appeared before him. Just a moment later, the two wolves caught up to the small demon. One wolf lunged to bite it but quickly transformed into another shape to dodge. Not giving up, both wolves rushed in, tearing at the red-orange liquid before them. After a while, the small demon fell freely at a rapid speed, and Jiang had been waiting there for a long time. When he saw it falling, he spoke up, enjoying the human proverb so much. "Before you die, I'll give you a freebie. If you don't uproot the weeds." The small demon was now being torn apart pitifully, lying, gasping on the ground like a pile of waste. Jiang then lifted his foot onto it and continued, "Spring winds blow, and it grows back." With that, he stomped down on its horrible face. Everything left was crushed to bits. A system notification appeared, killing an original form of a fierce spirit, gaining 1,2000 points of demon energy. Hearing this, Jiang felt as if struck by lightning over 1,000 points. At this moment his body began to recover to its original state, and as he recalled, he couldn't help but sigh. It was the first time seeing the bloodline evolve into a fierce spirit. Just thinking about it was frightening but exterminating. One could earn over 1,000 points, which was quite valuable. Suddenly, a piece of paper appeared from the pool of liquid from the demon earlier. It floated up and stopped in front of Jiang, and he said, "Oh, what is this?" Here Jiang took the paper and read its contents, which stated Hospital Outpatient Building Number 3, Code Number 2, Illness Description, Cognitive Decline, Specific Description the patient feels. Jiang Shen just destroyed the paper while making a prediction. Could this be related to the clinic number 7 from a week ago? Oh, just thinking like this is not getting me anywhere. I'll have to think more when I get back. Transitioning to that house, as Jiang Shen stepped inside, he immediately encountered Miss Hongya and the Nuchlin Chi waiting outside. He called out, "Oh, Miss Hong. Are you waiting for me?" Nuchlin Chi quickly retreated into her owner's waistband at that moment. Miss Hongya shyly glanced at him and replied, "Of course I was worried about you." Upon hearing this, Jiang Shen blushed, sweating profusely. He helped her into the room while saying, "If the atmosphere is already like this, then come into the room with me. I'll teach you one more session," and the door quickly slammed shut behind them. At this moment, a pair of sneakers and a pair of high heels were taken off and lay next to each other. Inside, Jiang Shen sat next to Miss Hongya on the sofa and spoke first. "Do you really want this? Don't be shy. Come a little closer." She looked over shyly and saw Jiang Shen holding up his phone, preparing to take a picture, saying, "What's so difficult about this? It's just a profile picture." Then he uploaded it to the Underworld app, the phone screen showing that the recipient was uploading and he could receive rewards. Suddenly the phone rang with a buzzing sound, and Miss Hongya looked over in surprise. It was Erho calling, and as Jiang Shen answered, he said, "Jiang Shen, the collective mission I mentioned before is about to start. See you tomorrow." He cheerfully replied, "Okay, send me the address." After hanging up, Jiang Shen turned to Miss Hongya and asked, "Are you tired, Miss Hong?" She replied, "Oh, we're not going to hunt monsters again, are we?" Transitioning to the black market, Jiang Shen and Miss Hongya appeared there. He reassured Miss Hongya, "Just follow me, don't be scared." Inside the market, everyone wore masks with various shapes, and the shop owners called out their wares. "Selling charms here. Death meal vouchers, eat this, and you'll definitely die." Shoppers moved around busily. As they entered, Jiang Shen recognized someone and quickly called out Tran Tuyet. Tran Tuyet turned around happily and asked, "What a coincidence, are you here to buy gear too?" The two of them had put on masks. Jiang Shen pointed to the person beside him and said, "Let's show my host around." Then Tran Tuyet turned away and invited, "Let's go take a look together. With me here, no one will dare to mess with you." Jiang Shen was calculating in his mind, "Hey, with my current strength, who below an A-level expert would dare to mess with me?" Suddenly, from behind him, a head peeked out from behind a wall to watch. The figure raised the phone to their ear and informed the person on the other end, "Young Master Vu, I've spotted Jiang Shen." On the other end was a man with a mushroom-shaped haircut covering one eye who replied, "Got it." He then threw the phone to the person next to him, saying, "I'm bored, let's go." At that moment on the ground, there was a girl with red hair, her entire body pinned to the ground by sharp metal spikes, looking utterly tragic. At this moment, a man was mumbling, "Ah, the new recruit," as someone behind him respectfully presented an item and said, "Young Master Vu, your robe." A fierce look appeared in his eyes. He hissed, "You blinded one of my eyes back then. I'll play with your woman." "We'll call it even," he said, the image of the girl being mistreated truly heartbreaking. Then the man Tunvur put on his robe and continued, "But after all, you are still my little brother. Now I'll take revenge for you," he declared, striding forward, followed by his aggressive lackeys. The scene shifted to Jiang Thun, who was walking through a bustling crowd sighing, "Ah, finding a treasure is really difficult. The three of them arrived in front of a house completely empty inside. Jiang Thun spoke up. The initial price from Master Lear today isn't up for sale. He then turned to Trun Tuet with a blank look, knowing she was more familiar with this place. Where can we buy top-tier magical items? She pondered for a moment before replying Chen Bao Kak. But that's a high-end shop only accessible to the family heads. Jiang Thun shrugged off her concern, patting Trun Tuet reassuringly. Oh, it's fine, just take me there. Who knows, they might let me in. The scene shifted to Tron Bao Kak. The three were now standing outside, the lights inside still on. Jiang Thun wondered aloud, isn't anyone guarding this? He stepped toward the gate, preparing to cast a spell, and continued, then let's just go in. As Jiang Thun reached out to touch the protective circle on the door, a sudden force erupted. He was startled, breaking into a cold sweat upon witnessing this. Jiang Thun quickly withdrew his hand, and a red fish with white spots stuck its tongue out and asked, who are you? Chun Tuet stepped forward politely, I am. Chun Tuet, descendant of Trun, here with a few friends seeking entry. No matter who you are, scan the code to enter the fish, said, revealing a longer tongue to present a square QR code. Trun Tuet turned around and said, let's just go back, they won't care about me. Jiang Thun pulled out his phone preparing to scan, and Trun Tuet worriedly warned, hey, if it's not that you at least need level 30 access. At this moment, the word pad appeared on his phone screen, and the fish announced, code scanned successfully, sir, please enter. As the three entered, Jiang Thun thought to himself, Yin Tao really keeps their promises. They still granted me level 3 access. Suddenly, someone from inside, as if waiting, stepped forward. This person had short hair, their face covered with dangerous green eyes. Upon seeing them, he spoke, I am Han Mu, specially here to serve you. Trun Tuet was extremely surprised by this turn of events. She glanced at Jiang Thun, wondering internally, the great master of qi refining from Yin Tao personally coming to welcome Jiang Thun. Jiang Shen pointed to the two people beside him and cheerfully asked, so my friend here can also join, right? Han Mu immediately replied, of course I can go with you. Now Trun Tuet leaned in close to him and whispered, Jiang Shen, are you the reincarnation of some great figure? Jiang Shen cryptically reminded, stop eavesdropping and don't ask things that shouldn't be asked. Then turning away, he secretly reveled in his heart. Here, they only require level 3. I have level 2 authority. How impressive. Trun Tuet continued to speculate in her own mind, looking at Jiang Shen with sparkling eyes and an admiring expression. The four of them began to walk in, and a voice asked, are there any better weapons, at least a C+ level or higher? Ko Hong Nya, walking at the back, looked at him with concern, thinking, oh, aren't they talking about buying equipment for themselves? Han Meal turned around to answer his question. There is a B-grade cursed weapon, but it's too aggressive and hasn't been sold yet. Please come in. By this time they had passed through a unique door. Han Meal raised her hand to a tall statue in front of them and introduced, this is the item above in the hands of the giant statue, is a weapon that seems to be slightly cracked. Jiang Shen's eyes lit up upon seeing it, and he couldn't help but exclaim, wow, wow. Even with some flaws, it still looked very imposing. Han Mio suddenly asked him, have you ever heard of the incident where the heart was pierced back then? Jiang Shen looked puzzled for a moment. Trun Tuet answered, is it the event about the villain that only 10 B-grade masters and 1 A-grade grandmaster could handle, whose opponent was a very powerful monster? Han Mio then said, this is the weapon of that monster. It's called Blood Spirit Fragmented Trident. Just that this item is neither tall nor short. Han Mio's expression at this moment was a bit disappointed. B-grade masters find it hard to control, while A-grade grandmasters have flaws in it, so it costs much less than a true top-grade cursed weapon, only 350000 accumulated points. Han Mio continued. After hearing this, Jiang Shen scratched his face and hinted, I'm on good terms with your chief. Could we get a little discount? Han Mio smiled back amiably. If you really want to buy it, I can make it 300000 accumulated points. Immediately, Jiang Shen slung the blood spirit fragmented trident over his shoulder and ran off, waving back, all right then. Han Mio called after him, are you getting it for free? Pay up. The two girls hurriedly followed Jiang Shen. By this time, Jiang Shen had taken the trident outside, and he said, I transferred it, the signal is weak, and the network is slow. Han Mio pulled out her phone and saw the notification come and the payment of 300000 was received. Ko Hongyar waved goodbye to Chun Tuet. Chun Tuet said, we'll go ahead, while she thought to herself, buying a B-grade equipment is like going to buy a snack. Jiang Shen, holding his treasure, reached the street and asked Sis Hong, can your car fit this? Ko Hong Ya replied, a hammer. This big, it definitely won't fit. Suddenly, Jiang Shen looked down at the Lingzi mushroom under his waist and exclaimed, ah, there it is. It looked both confused and startled up at him, not knowing what was about to happen. Immediately after that, Jiang Shen thrust the blood spear into it, saying, Nuchlin Chi, eat it like you did with the core bullet last time. Nuchlin Chi was truly in tears before her cruel master. Jiang Shen was trying to force the spear in when Miss Hongna worriedly asked, is it going to burst? Meanwhile, he encouraged his peck, come on Nuchlin Chi, unaware that someone had been watching from behind. Seeing Jiang Shen appear on the street, the man pulled out his phone to call young Master Vu. He's about to leave. He's already at the black market gate. Over here, the man named Tan Vu hurriedly ordered, "Stop him, I'm on my way." Inside his car, he told the driver, "Hurry, drive faster." The car was currently speeding down a deserted road. The messenger on this side pulled out a knife and dangerously said, "Stop him," then cut his tendons. Then he foolishly jumped out to attack Jiang Shen from behind, while Jiang Shen was still busy encouraging Nuchlin Qi. "Come on, swallow it down." Nuchlin Qi struggled to swallow the spear, tears streaming down her face. Feeling she couldn't swallow anymore, she suddenly spat it out, and the spear flew back. The man saw this scene and was so shocked that his eyes nearly popped out. He still held the knife, unable to say anything. And of course, the spear hit the blonde man, crushing him. Jiang Shen innocently said, "Oh, sorry, I hit someone else." Then he continued to wield the blood spear, saying, "We have urgent matters to attend to. This little injury will heal in no time." The blonde man, now dazed, sat up with one side of his face crushed and asked, "Where am I?" At this moment, two cars appeared on the road. The blue car behind kept urging the driver, "Drive faster, they're almost there," while the yellow car in front with Jiang Shen reminded, "Slow down a bit, don't let the hammer fall." Switching scenes to the blonde man, he was trembling on the ground, calling out, "Young Master Vu." His head was now bandaged, and Tan Vu appeared looking down at him. With a cruel expression, he asked, "Useless, where is he?" The blonde man hurriedly replied, "I tried my best to stop him, but I couldn't. He's really strong. Look at what he did to me." After hearing this, Tan Vu wasted no time and kicked the blonde man in the groin, yelling, "Get lost." The blonde man coughed up blood again. Then Tan Vu quickly went to his car and told his subordinates, "Retreat. After completing the collective mission tomorrow, we'll find a way to deal with Jiang Shen." He had no idea he had just missed that opportunity himself. As for Jiang Shen, he had managed to get the spear into a room. Once done, he called out to the system. System, enhance the blood spear. The system interface appeared, asking if he wanted to spend 5000 ghost energy to enhance the blood spear. Jiang Shen didn't hesitate and immediately pressed the yes button. The blood spirit cauldron was now surrounded by a stream of red energy, and Jiang Shen couldn't help but marvel, "Wow, it feels more advanced now." The system panel suggested, "Would you like to spend 100,000 ghost energy to enhance the blood spirit cauldron?" He immediately replied yes, and the system continued to suggest, "Would you like to spend 200,000 ghost energy?" Without hesitation, Jiang Shen answered yes. He then seriously reminded the system, "Stop rambling, enhance it completely for me." From then on, the handle of the cauldron began to grow longer. Jiang Shen couldn't help but exclaim, "Wow, this handle is way too long. It has now grown long enough to break through the glass door." The system panel announced enhancement complete. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the four-headed yin cauldron. Jiang Shen happily looked down at his new weapon, spending 200,000 points of ghost energy. One swing of this cauldron could crush a blood robe. Then he continued to ponder, "But how will I carry something this big outside? This is indeed a troublesome matter." While thinking, he raised his hand to touch the cauldron. Suddenly, Jiang Shen let out a shout as his hand got stuck by an aura from the cauldron. Then the cauldron unexpectedly dissolved into a stream of light that slowly absorbed into Jiang Shen's hand. At this moment, he extended his hand and saw a new symbol. He couldn't help but wonder, has it transformed into a seal on my palm? While he was deep in thought, suddenly his phone rang. "Jiang, Jiang, Jiang, someone is calling." On the other end, Erhuo spoke up after answering Jiang Shen. "Don't forget about tomorrow's mission 930 at Kaisun Village. No meeting, no return." Jiang Shen replied, "Got it, see you tomorrow." Kaisun Village is located in the far south of Jiangbei City, adjacent to the Kai River and Lung Mountain. It's a very remote ancient village. There is a special group of people here who make a living by retrieving corpses. The incident began when workers retrieving bodies pulled out the corpse of a girl from the Kai River. After reading the news, he broke into a cold sweat and said, "This mission seems pretty scary." The scene shifted to another space. At this moment, Jiang Shen was looking through the forest towards the distance, his hand shielding his forehead for a better view. "Is this really Kaisun Village?" Tron Tuyet then asked, "Hey, why isn't that beautiful red-haired sister coming along with you?" He replied, "She's still a newbie with a mission of this level. Is she coming just to sacrifice herself?" After that, Jiang Shen waved to the person who just appeared. "Oh, Yang Tian, you also surprisedly said, Jiang Shen, I didn't expect you to come here too." Then Jiang Shen looked at his friend Erhuo and asked, "Didn't you say this mission was small scale, just the few of us?" Erhuo pointed into the distance and replied, "The main forces have already attacked. We are the support team." They split their forces into three groups. Team A, led by the direct disciple of the martial sect, Huang Hong Vu, directly penetrated through the village to the north to deal with the most terrifying demon. Team B, led by Tan Thian, attacked the east, and Team C, led by my friend Tru Daingi, attacked the west. The god Zhang asked again, "So what do we do? Just wait here like this?" Nirho explained, "Senior sister Hung Hong Vor told us to wait a bit longer. Before entering the village, we just need to follow the trail. The god Jiang started teasing his friend. It's a shame you're a disciple of the Buddha, letting others charge ahead while you follow behind. Like this, not good at all. Then he transformed into a compassionate bodhisattva and said, if I don't go to hell, who will? We should head to the most dangerous place, eliminate the fiercest demon so our teammates can have safe areas. Nirho, speechless, replied, if what you say is true, we might really end up in hell tonight. The god Jiang stood boldly despite the confusion of the other three, and proclaimed loudly, what's the matter now? If there's an opportunity, take it. If there's danger, retreat. Let's go retreating. He jumped and dashed through the forest straight into the distant city. Tren Twit eagerly followed, having just seen the god Jiang control a B-grade divine artifact yesterday. I trust him. Dung Thian wore a serious expression at that moment. Then he also jumped ahead, saying, I've seen this guy's power before. Following him won't be a loss. Niho smiled helplessly, hehe, enduring everyone then following those three every day. The four of them reached a small stream and began to wonder why the water here was dwindling. Why is there blood in the river? Look upstream, there's a corpse of a monster lying in the stream. They approached the monster's corpse and analyzed. Turns out the water was blocked by this one. Oh my, it got beaten up pretty badly. That punch is really strong. Nirho spoke up. This must be the 7 Injuries Fist from senior sister Hung Hung Vor. The god Jiang curiously asked, 7 Injuries Fist, what does the Golden Hair Beast King have to do with her? Nirho explained, the Golden Hair Beast King is her uncle. The 7 Injuries Fist is a unique secret technique of the martial sect. Everyone take a good look. It not only destroys the outer flesh, but even the bones inside become brittle. Let's go, there's a small village ahead. Looks like they've cleared the way. At this moment, they arrived at an open area, and Nirho asked, is anyone there? At this moment, 2 monsters were watching the god Jiang's group closely from above. They remarked that the people who just passed were clearly not easy to provoke, but these ones seemed easy to bully. The blonde demon said, let me go first, you go sharpen your knife later. We'll make a combo of human meat, heh. Then it jumped down to attack them. Nirho shouted a warning, be careful. Suddenly the blonde demon stood still, its head tilted to the side, leaving the god Jiang and Nirho speechless. Unexpectedly, its head fell off and rolled towards Jiang's feet, its hands flailing and crying out, oh no, my head. The god Jiang picked up its head and the demon pleaded lightly, let's talk slowly, just give my head back first. At this moment the deity, Jiang with a face covered, said, is this all the leftovers the vanguard left us? We can only use this to boost our ghost energy. He lifted the head and slammed it down hard. A system notification appeared. Kicking someone else's head. Do you know how history is written? Ghost energy plus 99. Nirho also excitedly used his chest to brace the head and happily said, that's a great pass. Let's go. Then he threw the head towards Tron Tuyet. Tron Tuyet also raised her hands to catch it like a volleyball player, saying, just don't kick it towards my chest. The head then continued flying towards Duong Thian. At that moment she gathered her strength and said, let everyone see my new weapon. Jiang reminded from the side Duong Thian, don't break it, I still need to use the head. After hearing this, she pulled back her hand and huffed. Then she swung her arm and punched the head towards Jiang, saying, then this is for you. He struggled to catch the head while complaining, it's too heavy. The body of the demon over here keeps saying, hurry and return my head. Then it yelled, hurry up. Suddenly a golden hand appeared from above it. The hand smashed down on the demon, sending rocks and dirt flying. Jiang, still holding the head, jumped to the side and exclaimed, whoa. Afterward, he turned to his friend Nirho and said, next time, remember to say something before you make a move. You scared me. Nirho just pulled back his hand and chuckled. After that, they continued on. Jiang waved his hand, saying, let's keep going. After walking for a while, they encountered a bowl emanating a dark aura. Anyone who looked at it couldn't help but frown. Tran Tuyet stood in front of Jiang, waiting to kick it. The bowl on the table contained demon blood. Passing by carelessly would trigger a curse. Before them was a bowl filled with deep red blood. Then Tran Tuyet pressed her hands together to form a spell, muttering, the wine flows smoothly, the original returns. Flowers of fate bloom brightly, and at that moment, a talisman appeared in her hand, radiating golden light. Spiritual energy disperse. After saying that, she struck out and shattered the bowl of blood from earlier. This caused the ground to tremble. Meanwhile, the green-haired demon was sharpening a knife. Upon seeing the window shake, it wondered, what noise is that outside? From the direction of the door came loud banging sounds. It happily turned its head and said, oh, you're back so soon, but when it reached the door and opened it, no one was there. Where is everyone? Suddenly, the head of the blonde demon fell in front of it, scaring the flesh-eating demon. It swung the knife and chopped the head of its teammate in half while screaming, Demon Ah! A system notification popped up. At that moment, I was scared to death. Ghost energy plus 999. Then the flesh-eating demon hurriedly slammed the door shut, leaving behind the head of its friend that had been split in two. They were now standing on the rooftop looking down. The legs exclaimed, close the door again. What do we do now? Jiang calculated in his mind, maybe I should try my new mace. But at this moment, another stick appeared in front with its head wrapped in sharp iron wires. Duong Thian raised that stick. and said, "Take a hit from me and see where you can run." With that, she slammed the stick down on the house, causing it to shatter, while the other three hurriedly jumped up to escape. Jiangshen watched this scene in awe, realizing that during this time I'm not the only one improving. After Duang Tian finished smashing, she lowered her weapon and said, "Everyone don't move, this is my prey." Damn it, the flesh-eating demon was furious, holding 2 knives in its hands. It gritted its teeth and said, "I didn't expect you to destroy my house. I can't let you go," it said, swinging the 2 knives as it jumped towards Duang Tian to attack her, who remained calm, holding her stick. Then she broke into a wicked smile, "Hey, hey," as the head of the stick began to spin. It transformed into a huge whirlwind, and Duang Tian swung her weapon, attacking the green-faced demon. "Let's see who won't let who go," it thought, seeing that terrifying thing, and quickly turned to crawl away. The whirlwind from the stick struck down to the ground, sending dirt and water flying everywhere. The flesh-eating demon tried to run, but in front of it was a cloud of dust. Cornered, it began to spin the 2 knives in its hands, transforming them into a vortex. Then it swung that vortex forward to attack, but after swinging it turned to crawl away again. Duang Tian calmly watched the steel object flying towards her, a cold smile on her face. "Oh, trying to run, dream on." Saying that, she continued to swing her stick at the demon. The head of the stick struck the ground, creating a large crater, causing the flesh-eating demon to fall. Its body was struck by that powerful force. Then the power burned like a fire, engulfing its entire body, leaving only part of its shoulder and a terrified face. Niho raised his hand to cover his eyes and admired, "Wow, to use the godly wind so skillfully, it's no wonder she's the jewel of the Duang family." Duang Tian retracted her weapon and replied, "What else is there to say?" Suddenly the demon, still alive, reappeared behind her in a grotesque form. A voice from the other side warned, "Be careful," accompanied by a surge of power hitting the demon's face, causing it to fall backward, and Duang Tian was momentarily startled. The surge of power began to melt from the top of the demon's head down. The system board displayed a notification. "Flesh-eating demon, mid-level ghost has died, ghost energy plus 999. Jiang Shen approached Duang Tian and asked, "Are you hurt?" Duang Tian thought to herself, being able to instantly kill a mid-level ghost, has Jiang Shen become this strong? At this moment the scene shifted to the city, where Jiang Shen's team was present walking, when he asked his teammates, "Did everyone notice anything?" Jiang looked down at the bowl below and continued, "It seemed like every house had a bowl of blood outside. What's the point of using it?" he asked, confused. At that moment, the 4 of them were standing in front of a pile of trash, when something from behind made a sound, making everyone alert. "Actually, you don't need to know what it's for. Because you're about to die." Right after that, the spiders with skulls on their heads were coming towards them. Tran Tuyet immediately raised her talisman to fend off an attack from a spider, the 3 souls eternal. The talisman in her hand was now surrounded by a golden aura. With commands flying, she threw the talisman at the spider. Niho grabbed its 2 pincers and said, "So you're not weak, huh?" He smiled back. "Well, it's pretty normal." Then he clenched his teeth and tore the spider in half. A bug with a skull on its back jumped down to attack Duang Tian. She was in a fighting stance but felt anxious, starting off with a simple wind spell, feeling a bit rushed. However, fighting a demon at this level, the bug was getting closer. Duang Tian thrust her fists forward at the bug, cracking its body. She said, "Just a punch is enough." After finishing it off, she blew on her fist confidently. "If I get serious, taking down a demon isn't impossible." On Jiang's side, it was no different. A bug was rushing to attack him. As it jumped, it said, "My web spans the sky. Touch it and you'll die, let's see how you dodge." He quickly activated his green pupils and replied, dodge." Harming the tiger's den, Jiang roared with sharp fangs, sprouting his eyes turning golden. In front of him, the bug had disintegrated, leaving only some fragments. "All done," Jiang said to Duang Tian. "You don't even need to step in." She smiled at him, a little speechless. Looking at the system board, he noted these demons aren't bad quality. Just a few demons could earn over 1,000,000 demon energy. Suddenly, a scream from afar caught their attention. Tran Tuyet panicked. "That voice is my sister's, Duang Yu." Jiang quickly jumped up and urged, "What are you waiting for? Let's go." The 3 of them moved at the fastest speed possible. As they ran, Tran Tuyet felt touched, realizing as soon as her sister was in trouble, Jiang immediately rushed over. He truly is a man. Niho also smiled proudly. "Old Jiang is really something, while I was scared of this and that." Duang Tian felt a bit annoyed. Hearing the scream made her feel a hint of fear. Not just in strength, but her courage fell short compared to Jiang. How infuriating. But little did they know that Jiang Shen was like a hungry tiger charging forward due to the demonic energy. In his heart, he kept chanting, "Demonic energy, my demonic energy. I need to overcome this hunger quickly, or the demon will escape." At that moment, a round human head appeared, blood dripping from its nose, looking quite horrifying. Next, other heads appeared simultaneously. All of them biting the tails of red bugs. Next to them was a girl facing off against others. She spoke with a sinister expression. "Don't run, everyone. Stay and play with me." On this side, 2 men stood in front. Behind them was a girl with red hair and 2 yellow buns, all looking very worried at what lay before them. The red-haired boy spoke up. "This is bad, I can't believe it's a blood dress." The blonde boy hurriedly urged the other 2. "Little you, everyone run ahead, otherwise no one will survive." Little you resolutely replied, "No way." Another person anxiously said, "I told you to stick with the main group, don't meddle in other people's business." Flashback to half an hour earlier, the 3 of them had arrived in front of a small house. Voices coming from inside, struggling to silence her, waiting to drown her. Little Yu glanced at her friend for a signal, and the blonde boy nodded in understanding. Then the blonde boy punched the door with all his strength, shattering it, and yelled, "Rogue demon, don't harm anyone." Inside, 2 demons looked out in panic. Little Yu quickly rushed in and struck a blow to the neck of the red demon, severing its head. The blonde boy simultaneously rushed in and grabbed the head of the blue demon. Everything happened in just a few seconds. At that moment, they saw a girl tied up shivering on the floor. The blonde boy approached, removed the tape from her mouth, and asked with concern, "Are you okay, girl?" Suddenly, the girl stuck her tongue out and cried out, "Ugh." The blonde boy continued to ask, "What's wrong? Is your stomach hurt?" Then the girl vomited out a human head that was biting the tail of a bug, looking extremely shocking. The other boy outside urged, "Hey, hurry up or we won't catch up with the main group." Suddenly, from inside the house, the bug and the human head burst out. The boy quickly jumped back in panic and shouted, "Oh no." He looked at the blonde boy, grinding his teeth, thinking, "Great, one is seriously injured, one is weak, and the other is trembling in discomfort. What bad luck. You 2 can fend for yourselves. I'm leaving," he said, and jumped away, abandoning his teammates. The girl quickly flew to his path, saying, "Hey, are you just going to toss your teammates here like that?" He then pulled out a jade piece and chanted, "Open, summon the soldiers, engage in battle." The other hand also drew a similar jade and chanted the same in his heart. Cross-summon the heavenly thunder, transform into the celestial lord. Then he jumped up and threw the 2 jade pieces forward while shouting, "So what if it's bloodied? If you have the guts, catch my 2 combat tokens." But at that moment, the girl stood in front of him and thrust a hand through his chest. The boy was now terrified and desperate. The girl opened her mouth with a smile, hee, revealing the 2 shattered jade pieces inside. Her hand pierced through his back and grasped his heart. She murmured, "Turns out you abandoned your friends, and your heart is still warm." Then she withdrew her hand and tossed the heart to the pig beside her, cheerfully mocking the other 2. "What about you? When will you 2 break up?" Suddenly, she turned her head with a huff, startling the 2 beside her. The pig's cries grew louder. Suddenly, a familiar figure appeared behind the 2, accompanied by a powerful force, causing them to turn in surprise. It was Jiang Shen holding his weapon and approaching with a grim expression. He enlarged his blood-stained weapon and said, "Looks like I arrived at just the right moment." Then Jiang Shen made an ugly yet twisted face and said, "Don't be scared, I'm here to save you 2. The 2 were even more terrified, screaming, "Ah!" Then both foolishly ran towards the kneeling girl. The boy said, "This kneeling girl seems weaker," to which the blonde boy replied, "Yeah, let's go over there." The kneeling girl with a sinister expression said, "Come here to be food for my cuties," as 2 giant bugs jumped up behind her. Suddenly, Jiang Shen swung down his weapon, severing the 2 bugs right in front of the 2 kids. The female spirit gasped in horror at the sight. A system interface appeared, showing whose general it was with a spirit power of 1,299. Then she stood next to the other girl and said to deal with that spear-wielding guy, "You go catch those 2. But just as she finished her sentence, she prepared to receive Jiang Shen's spear. His spear swing was so fast that she exclaimed, "Too quick." Immediately, she used her skill to defend against the attack. Impressive. The female spirit gritted her teeth and struggled to say, "It's too heavy." Then, just before the spear fell, she quickly jumped to the side. At that moment, she joyfully sang again, "Don't run." This scene made the 2 kids nearby wide-eyed. Little Yu asked, "Why is that spirit running to fight?" The blonde boy replied, "I don't know either, but it feels like he's not an ordinary spirit." At this moment, Tran Tuyet appeared and waved Little Yu. The girl joyfully exclaimed, "Sister!" Tran Tuyet looked around and demanded, "Where's Jiang Shen? He ran so fast he didn't run past you guys, did he?" Little Yu pointed in one direction and said, "I can't see him, but I saw a monster with a big spear run that way." Tran Tuyet reminded her sister, "Don't talk nonsense, he's a C-rank powerhouse." Very strong at this moment, Jiang Shen was still chasing after the female spirit. The female spirit ran while complaining annoying. Then she jumped into a small cave and smugly said, "Hiding in the cave, let's see how your spear can reach me." She set up an ambush there. As long as he dared to come in, she was ready to pounce. At this moment, Jiang Shen's legs appeared, and the female spirit gleefully exclaimed, "Here he comes." Jiang Shen had a determined expression and said, "Cut." "The spear is too big, I can't go in," he said, looking up at his towering spear. Suddenly, as if he had an idea, Jiang Shen exclaimed, "Ah, got it." Then he spread his legs and jumped up, then brought the spear down from above. His face was fierce as he smashed down while saying, "If I smash this cave, it will be fine, right?" The spear smashed down, shattering everything around, while the female spirit inside was still waiting, confused when the figure appeared, and then suddenly vanished. Huh, where did he go? Then suddenly she looked up in panic when she heard a noise along with cracks. Right after that, a giant skull appeared stuck at the tip of the spear coming down. The female spirit's body was now pinned down by the spear, leaving only her head, and she cried out in pain, "Ah, my body." The eyes of the skull lit up, and a liquid began to seep from the eyes and mouth of the female spirit, much to her bewilderment. The skull was now absorbing that fluid from the female spirit. At this moment she was drained, her expression wrinkling like an old woman as she cried out, "Ah, my spirit energy." The system notification popped up, "Spirit energy, Blood Fiend deceased spirit energy plus 1,299. At this time, Niho arrived and called out to Jiang Shen. "You acted too quickly. We didn't have time to do anything," he said, helplessly. Jiang Shen replied cheerfully, "Haha, they were just little fiends. No need for you to intervene." At this moment, Tran Tuyet spoke up, "They're injured. I'll take them back first." Jiang Shen turned to Yang Thian and said, "There are quite a few fiends still left around here. Maybe Yang Thian should come along too. I did see Feng Shen's power earlier. Having you with me makes me feel more at ease." Jiang Shen complimented, making Yang Thian blush shyly. Then the four of them jumped away, saying, "We'll head out first," leaving just Jiang Shen and his friend Niho. Now he smiled slyly, calculating in his mind, "Haha, this time no one will fight me for spirit energy." Niho then asked, "Earlier you mentioned there are still fiends around. Where are they?" Jiang Shen shifted his gaze to his green pupils and replied, "Up ahead there must be some. My eyes have covered the entire block." At this point, they found themselves in front of a cemetery. A voice asked, "Why is there still a house in front of the cemetery?" Niho looked at his phone and replied, "This house must be the coffin makers from the west side of the village." Entering the yard, the two young men saw 5 coffins placed in the center. Jiang Shen couldn't help but exclaim, "Walking in and seeing coffins right away, this layout is quite imposing, and the lights are still on inside the house." Jiang Shen noticed an incense burner on the ground, its incense nearly burnt out. He sat down and picked up 2 incense sticks, pondering, while Niho anxiously reminded him, "Jiang Shen, don't touch anything." Suddenly, Jiang Shen snapped the 2 incense sticks in half, making 4, then stuck them back into the burner, and lit them, saying, "Now it looks much more even." At this moment, a round-bellied man wearing glasses came out and asked, "Why are you touching my incense?" Jiang Shen stood up, waved his hands to explain, "We investigate strange, supernatural occurrences. Don't be alarmed." He then asked, "Are you the coffin maker here?" The man replied, "Yes, I am. What's the matter?" Jiang Shen began to get to the main issue. "Has anything strange happened recently?" Hearing this, the man looked a bit fearful and stammered, "Well, recently in the village there have been ghosts. It seems my wife got scared." Jiang Shen continued, "So where is she?" The man suddenly realized, "Oh, where did she run off to?" Jiang Shen exchanged glances with Niho, who quickly understood and nodded. They both were on the same wavelength. They both jumped up and said in unison, "Let's split up and search." At this moment, Jiang is walking alone in a damp old building. Sweat is trickling down his forehead as he hurriedly calls out to Nuklin Chi, "Hey, wake up," and she opens her eyes. Then Jiang asks, "Can you check over there to see if anything's suspicious?" Nuklin Chi quickly complies. After walking a bit, Jiang notices a red liquid on the ground and exclaims, "What's this on the floor?" He then raises 2 fingers to touch the liquid, bringing it to his nose, and concludes, "It's blood." Suddenly a voice calls out, startling, Jiang, over here." He responds, coming without hesitation, kicking the glass door and shattering it. As he passes through the broken glass, he sees Nirho, who looks panicked, staring ahead. He points and tells Jiang, "Look over there, what the hell are those 2 things fighting?" In front of me is Nuklin Chi being bitten savagely by someone on the ground. Nuklin Chi is now crying for help. "Save me, please." The stout man from earlier rushes to the back of the 2 and calls out, "Wife, are you here?" He quickly turns to Nirho and pleads, "Master, please save my wife." Jiang reassures him, "Don't panic, she's just enchanted by the ghostly energy." He then looks at his friend and says, "Nirho, this is your specialty, go for it." "Don't let Nuklin Chi get hurt," Jiang warns. Niho responds cheerfully, "Hee, I can't guarantee anything about that." Then he starts to clasp his hands together and chants Namvo Dabao Nu Lai, dispel the calamity for all beings. Words flow from Nirho's mouth, Nam Vodabao Nu. Dispelling calamity for all beings, Nam Vodabao Nu Lai. These phrases resonate towards the woman lying on the ground. Dispelling calamity for all beings, Nam Vo. At this moment, her eyes turn completely white, her mouth agape in apparent agony. Moments later, the woman seems to awaken her pupils, returning to normal, and she asks, "Where am I?" Nuklin Chi is now in tears. She quickly jumps to Jiang's arm and he extends his hand to tease her. "Haha, look at you scared and all, what's with that chant?" The man rushes towards his wife, worriedly saying, "Wife, I was so scared I thought I'd die." But she quickly retreats in fear, shouting, "Don't come near." Then she jumps behind Jiang, saying frantically, "You guys, stop him, he's not human." At this moment, Jiang is shocked, recalling the system, "Not human, but the system didn't warn me at all." He then raises his hand to create a surge of power, saying, "Let's test with a low voltage of 10 volts first to avoid accidentally hurting a good person." The man, shocked by the electric shock to his back, cried out in pain, "Damn, this is what you call low voltage." Moments later, he lay face down on the ground. Then it turned out to be just a human effigy. "This is a paper doll used in rituals. Surely the spirit has latched onto it." He then turned to ask the woman, "Sis, how did you realize he was acting strange?" The sister started trembling her arms, hugging herself tightly. One midnight, he opened the coffin, and then pushed it behind the mountain. "I didn't know what he was doing, dragging a coffin at midnight, so I was curious and followed him. Halfway through, the coffin lid accidentally fell off, and I looked inside, only to see my husband's corpse." Jiangshen pondered and made a guess, which sounded truly terrifying. "If that's the case, the spirit has been around here for a while." He then turned to his friend and asked Erhuo, "Do you think it could still be around here?" Erhuo replied, "You said it." "Let me check," he said, starting to position his fingers together and raise them to his forehead. He then began to chant the incantation, reducing the negative energy. Describing the transformation, every chant came with a gesture of the incantation. The light of the Buddha spread out, and at that moment Erhuo jumped up, radiating golden light around him. After a while, he withdrew his focus, and Jiangshen asked, "I heard there's a secret technique in Buddhism. How is it different from yours?" The two tigers replied, "The listening technique is just a basic search skill capable of finding targets on the surface. Earlier, we searched all the rooms but found nothing, so I suspect it's underground. The Buddha's light can search for targets in all directions." The two tigers are still using their technique to observe. Indeed, it's underground, and there's not just one. Jiangshen, unable to contain his excitement, stepped in front of the two tigers and said, "Move aside, watch me." He then swung a fist up and shouted, 800 demon fists. Jiangshen's punch shattered the ground below. Clouds of smoke billowed up along with wooden planks flying alongside dirt and rocks. The underground house was destroyed, and some lights shot out from within. 3 blood spirits flew up and landed in front of Jiangshen and the two tigers. The first demon had a talisman pasted on its forehead, grinning with its teeth exposed. The second was a female ghost with a talisman wrapped around her eyes. The third was a demon with blood-red eyes and a pitch-black face. The two tigers worriedly said, "This is troublesome, 3 blood spirits." But before he could finish, Jiangshen quickly leaped away, leaving behind a comment, "You only deal with one. Let me handle these 2. He rushed towards the 2 demons with heart-shaped eyes. But when Jiangshen arrived, the demons had vanished. He exclaimed in disappointment that was fast. Suddenly, a demon appeared above and kicked Jiangshen in the face, saying, "Humans are really disgusting." The remaining female ghost rushed in to kick him from the other side, shouting, "Kill him." The 2 demons now closed in together, then they struck him down, causing Jiangshen to fall flat on the ground. Jiangshen was slammed down to the ground by that force. Moments later, he lay on the ground, dazed, muttering, careless, turned demonic, summoning the Great King. From his position, a powerful energy erupted, causing everything around to scatter. The 2 demons quickly jumped back and raised their hands defensively. Jiangshen sat up with a grim expression. The back of his head transformed into a strange green shape. His eyes glowed brightly, and he had sharp teeth. A horn sprouted from his head, and black claws began to emerge on his hands. Jiangshen, now tall and grinning, wickedly placed his claws on the heads of the 2 female demons and said, "You 2 girls. This is quite awkward." Then with one in each hand, he threw the demons straight ahead with such force that it created a massive cloud of smoke. The 2 demons now lay sprawled on the ground, leaving deep imprints where they landed. At this moment, Jiangshen scratched his face in disbelief, thinking, "Is he really dead? I haven't even gathered enough evil energy yet. Come on, get up, I'm waiting for you 2. He said this while bracing himself in front of the 2 trembling demons. Shifting to the side of Erhu, he was extremely tense, facing the remaining demon with several wounds on his face. Suddenly, a figure flew in front of Erhu, making him even angrier. "Can I only keep dodging like this?" he said while evading. Thinking of a risky move, he decided to give it a try. His hand clenched into a fist, surrounded by a surge of power. As Erhu tried to run, the previous figure reappeared, then circled around a tree to chase him. Soon after, it brought the demon along, chasing after Erhu, who concluded, "Of course they followed me here." Suddenly, his hand engulfed in flames, grabbed the figure tightly, then he quickly slammed that figure into the hat of the red-eyed demon. The demon screamed in terror, "No, this isn't good," as veins began to bulge on top of its hat. Then yellow tendrils sprouted from the demon's body, as if they had a mind of their own, crawling around on the ground. The demon cried out in pain. Erhu was stunned by the scene before him, witnessing an explosion of despair. A mutated demon appeared, towering and sinewy. It spoke, "You've activated my full form." Meanwhile, Jiangshen was looking down at his body, complaining. He took a moment to carefully assess and realized he looked completely naked. He wouldn't consider himself a pervert, would he? Temporarily dispelling the exterior state of transforming into a demon, he felt like a freak in that form, so he lifted the transformation. At this moment, the female demon, placing a seal on her eyes, spoke, "Transform back into human form." A great opportunity, while the female demon placing a seal on her forehead looked even more confused, only responding, "This is definitely a steal." He continuously raised his hands to block the attacks of the two demons, a satisfied smile forming as he said, "Haha, this is right. Just like this, keep it coming." As the demon energy surged, they worried about striking back, but the more I got hit, the more excited I became. A moment later, the female demon Chubi was thrown far away, and shortly after the female demon with the eye seal met the same fate. Jiangshen was extremely excited, his hands clenched into fists, saying, "Come on, let's keep going." The female demon Chuhai, eyes wide, turned to her friend and asked, "Should we use that maneuver?" The blindfolded demon nodded in agreement. Yes, and from one of her sleeves a liquid substance emerged. The other female demon also produced the same liquid from her hand. Then the two female demons combined their sleeves, merging the substances into one. The liquid continued to increase, and from within, sharp thorns began to sprout. Moments later, the two demons separated, forming a spiky, rough-looking stick. Jiangshen's face turned pale when he saw those sharp spikes. He ran into the woods to block their line of sight, then dashed straight into the garden to escape that prickly menace. But when Jiangshen glanced back, he was startled to see the spiky stick close behind him. He tried to run as fast as he could, keeping his head low. The spikes whipped through the trees, easily cutting them down. Finally, Jiangshen stopped and scolded himself, feeling utterly embarrassed for being chased by two little demons. The two demons were still hot on his heels. Jiangshen immediately transformed back into his demon form, smiling excitedly as he said, "All right, time to get serious." In an instant, Jiangshen's body returned to the state he was in earlier. He didn't wait for the two demons to attack with their weapons. The sharp horn on his head successfully slashed a line across the spiky stick, releasing a purple liquid from within. But that wasn't all. Jiangshen continued to spin the spikes around the tip of his horn, excitedly exclaiming, "Turn into a spinning reel." The two demons were now caught in a dizzying whirl, shouting "A." Soon they collided with each other as the rope tightened. Jiangshen, with flushed cheeks, looked down at the two demons, grinning mischievously. He. Then he used even more power to turn that rope into a whirlwind, excitedly shouting, "Keep spinning, let's finish them." Moments later, both demons were skewered on Jiangshen's thick, sharp horn. A system notification appeared, announcing Demon Boss has been defeated plus 1,699 demon energy. Blindfolded demon has been defeated plus 1,699 demon energy. The bodies of the two demons now lay sprawled on the ground. Jiangshen transformed back into human form, worried about how things were going on Nihu's side. Meanwhile, on Nihu's side, he was being crushed by the giant hand of the demon, his upper body trapped clothes torn to shreds, blood flowing from his back. At this moment he gathered all his strength and closed his eyes suddenly. Nihu opened his eyes wide. Then he used all his might to break free from the demon's giant hand. The demon swung its fist again, saying, "You think escaping from me means you can run." Nihu then took a massive punch to the face. His face was now covered in wounds. Nihu spoke in a disjointed, unclear manner. "It's fine to go," he said, launching a punch at the demon's chin. The demon, now furious, erupted in a blaze of rage behind him. It retorted, "I don't understand what you're saying. You think you can bully me, a rural demon? Stop talking nonsense to me," it shouted, raining down punches on Nihu's small frame. At that moment he struggled beneath the blows, trying to withstand the powerful hits. Later you lay down as if you wanted to give up and exclaimed, "I still can't fight against the blood robe empty-handed. Buddha, please let me create karma just this," once you said as you pulled a small weapon from your belt. The demon was still swinging its fists at the two tigers, smashing your head in the process. Suddenly it stopped and looked down to see layers of skin peeling off. Moments later its body was almost completely exposed, and upon seeing the yellow weapon it exclaimed, What is this?" The two tigers appeared with the expression of a sage. You picked up the weapon in your hand and calmly said, "Bodhisattva, you've overstepped your bounds." Kim was furious. "You should be ashamed." Then your eyes widened and you shouted. Moments later, the two tigers raised that weapon in front of themselves and chanted Ima Lop Tot. With those words, you charged at the demon, catching it off guard. The two tigers lunged at it, but the demon quickly jumped back to avoid the attack. At that moment, something black shot out from the demon's mouth at lightning speed. The two tigers quickly raised the weapon as a shield, causing the object to bounce off and fly away. In your hand, the weapon was now engulfed in fierce flames, attacking the demon, which could no longer resist and fell back. The demon lay on the ground panicking and confused, wondering how it suddenly became so powerful. The two tigers jumped up to attack it and replied, "It's not that I've become stronger, it's that you're just a frog at the bottom of the well." With that, you punched the demon in the stomach and continued, "How could you see the wonders of Nilai, the supreme restraint," as the demon spewed out another mouthful. The two tigers were now on a vengeance spree, using all their strength to punch the demon repeatedly. The force was so strong that the ground where the demon lay shattered into pieces. Moments later, the demon's head was gone, but its body was still twitching. The two tigers said, "Even without a head, it can still move." "Then let me give you one more punch with that." You threw a punch that sent everything around into a cloud of dust. As the smoke cleared, Jiang Shen was behind his friend, seeing you ablaze with excitement. He gently called out, "Two tigers." The two tigers, eyes shining bright yellow, swung around and shouted, "Where are you tired of?" Jiang Shen quickly jumped back to dodge your punch as he exclaimed, "Hey, what are you doing, two tigers? I'm Jiang Shen here," but it seemed the two tigers didn't hear and continued swinging their fists. Jiang Shen quickly raised two fingers to his eyes. His green eyes saw what was in front of him, and he exclaimed, "Oh crap, Huo is possessed." Before him was a bald man with a muscular build, the upper part of his body bare. Jiang Shen concluded, "In front of me is a golden giant." Having seemingly reached his limit, Huo's bright eyes shed tears with blood trickling from his mouth and nose. Jiang Shen worried, with such a powerful spirit attached, Huo might not hold on much longer. "I have to save him quickly," he said hastily, reaching for the waist, where the spirit-repelling talisman was hung. He tapped it with two fingers, and the eye on it slowly opened, the sound echoing from the talisman to Huo. At that moment, Huo felt pain. The golden aura surrounding him started to dissipate. After a moment, as if awakening, Huo looked up in confusion. He then quickly sprang up, and Jiang Shen was also seriously standing in a ready stance. Suddenly, Huo reached out his trembling hand and said, "It seems I still can't control this thing. My palm is already broken." Jiang Shen relaxed, now moved closer to his friend, and asked worriedly, "Huo, are you okay?" Huo, now sitting on the ground, smiled and replied, "I'm fine. I think I can go down the mountain by myself after a while. The main force is behind the mountain, go find them." Seeing his friend was okay, Jiang Shen quickly jumped up and said, "All right, I'm off then. Be careful on the way." After Jiang Shen left at this moment, the second tiger lay flat on the ground, exhausted. With tired eyes, he looked up and sighed. Jiang Shen is really strong, killing two blood-cloaked men and still having the energy to run around like that. The scene shifts to behind the mountain, where a large explosion has just occurred in a forest. A group of people is flying around a pit from which a thick mist is rising. One person shouts, "What's going on? They must have blown up the coffin by now." Then four men wearing sunglasses look down at the pit in fear. Suddenly, one of them, kicked in the back by someone, asks, "What's happening? Is there a death among the candidates?" That's Tang Wu, the younger guy, who nervously looks up and replies, "Boss, you need to see this for yourself." Hearing this, he curiously leans over and disdainfully says, "It's just a small issue, why the surprise?" Then suddenly his eyes widen in shock. Below is a coffin with the inscription, "Kill all the men in the world, Tung To To." Shifting to Jiang Shen, he is still walking alone on a path in the forest. Suddenly, he notices a bowl of blood from earlier. Looking down, he questions whether it's an illusion. It seems there's less blood in the bowl than before. But he doesn't care anymore, and continues walking. At this point, Jiang Shen has passed by a broken house. Looking up at the red flowers hanging on the wall, he thinks this place must have hosted some joyful events, but it seems like trouble followed. Suddenly, his gaze sharpens, and he swiftly checks and cuts the stone beside him, yelling, "Who's there?" At this moment, an old woman, tears streaming down her face, raises her hand in a hurry and says, "It's me. I'm the matchmaker of this village." Jiang Shen then asks, "What happened in this house?" The old woman recounts, "The owner of this house got married before the bride's name was Tung To To. Instead of calling it a marriage, it was more like coercion," Jiang Shen said unhappily. The matchmaker helplessly replied, "Oh, there are rules in the village. It's mainly because her father is a gambling addict, and to pay off debts, he had to accept the bride price, so he had no choice but to sell Tung To 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 this family." After that, Tung To To ran outside, being chased by a group of people. When she was forced to the edge of a cliff, she accidentally slipped and fell to her death. Not long after, the entire family of dozens of people disappeared, the matchmaker said with a horrified expression. Jiang Shen asked, puzzled, "Disappeared? Did they flee out of fear?" The old woman replied, "It's not that simple. Some people saw their family go behind the mountain, and just like that, they vanished." Jiang Shen then said with some excitement, "Then I need to go behind the mountain for a visit." He then took out the system's camera and said, "Before I go, let me take another shot just in case." The transformation card is 2 stars, the Great Effort Master. Jiang Shen looked at what had just appeared and felt helpless, saying, "What's up with this system? It keeps giving me these cat-like creatures." The system retorted, "It's already good that I'm giving you something. Don't be picky. If you don't want it, then just take it back." The scene shifted to Qian Wu, who quickly ordered his subordinates, "Get all the land back for me." His subordinates hurriedly approached to carry out their task. Qian Wu moved aside, feeling annoyed, saying, "Seeing this at midnight written on a coffin, what bad luck." At this moment, another man appeared and asked, "What's going on? Are we talking about the dead?" Qian Wu replied with irritation, "I want to kill all the men in the world. How can people like this even reproduce? Ridiculous." Suddenly, a voice shouted, "Hey look, it seems like there's blood seeping out." The phrase, "kill all men in the world," became even more glaring as it lay in the midst of the newly appeared blood mist. Then suddenly, a huge column of blood erupted from the pit, causing all those around to panic. Drops of blood fell on Qian Wu, and he complained, "Ugh, I should have known better than to wear fur out here." At that moment, a girl dressed in a bridal gown appeared laughing, ha ha ha, with a red veil still on her head, surrounded by a dense aura of power. One of the subordinates pointed at her and said loudly, "The aura is too strong, prepare for battle." At this moment Tung To To spoke up. "Men, why are there so many of you? Die for me." Just as she finished speaking, the heads of Qian Wu's subordinates swiftly fell from their necks. After that, she continued to walk toward the two remaining people. The man in front spoke up, "Xiao Wu, let's team up to deal with her." Qian Wu grinned slyly and replied, "Big brother, you go first, I'll back you up." The man gritted his teeth in anger. I knew this guy couldn't be trusted. He then faced Tung To To and said, "Fortunately, this place is shit mountain. It's advantageous for me." He slammed his hands down on the ground, causing the stones to shake. After that, he shouted, "The power of stone." The stones beneath the ground flew up, wrapping around his arms. A moment later, his arms were completely covered in stones. Confident, he charged at Tung. "Toto, come here." Qian Wu sneered disdainfully from the side, "Can't find the dead and still rushes in. What a brainless fool. I'll get going first, ha ha ha." He hurriedly turned to leave. Suddenly something smashed down in front of Qian Wu, sending him flying backward. Jiang Shen, passing by, innocently said, "People who aren't involved should stay away. If you get stabbed to death, I won't take responsibility," leaving Qian Wu lying on the ground, foaming at the mouth with a large bump on his head. Back to the man with his stone hand spinning, creating a moment of attack towards Tuang Tutu. After a moment, seeing the opportunity ripe, he punched the girl in the head. At this moment, after taking a punch, Tuang Tutu calmly said, "This feeling is similar to when I jumped too far. It really is incredibly annoying," she said, then jumped up to counterattack the stone hands, forcing the man to cross his arms in front of him to defend. But Tuang Tuto had lightly grabbed his two hands. He panicked as he saw the stone on his hands, slowly grinding away under Tuang Tuto's strength. Moments later, Tuang Tutu began reaching out to summon larger stones towards herself. Then she combined those stones into a gigantic rock, and said, "I want you to taste this too." Suddenly, the familiar object smashed down at the spot where Tuang Tuto was standing. Jiang Shen appeared with a cheerful smile. "Tuang Tutu, indeed you are behind the mountain." The man, feeling grateful to be saved, said to him, "Thank you for saving me. I will definitely repay your kindness in the future." Jiang Shen looked over with annoyance. Without giving him a chance to reply, he hurriedly jumped away, and Jiang Shen could only scratch his head and watch. Then he felt regret, and exclaimed, "If only I had come a little later." Tuang Tutu shouted loudly, "Hey, why are you looking for me?" Jiang Shen replied with a mischievous expression, "I heard you are very beautiful, so I wanted to come find you, cutie." She was furious and snapped, "Another man wants to claim me." "Damn it, you all deserve to die," Tuang Tu shouted while slamming her hands down onto the ground, causing it to crack. But Jiang Shen quickly jumped up to avoid it. Then he swung his spear down, saying to her, "I see your aura is quite robust, let me absorb a bit." Tuang Tu threw a large stone up to counterattack while replying, "Don't dream." "Oh really?" Jiang Shen jumped to the side and struck the stone with his spear. Suddenly Tuang Tu launched countless large stones, and Jiang Shen struggled to dodge and weave. After a while, he angrily gritted his teeth. "There's no way to get close and attack her. Such a big spear affects my speed too." Fine then, Jiang Shen decided to retract his spear. He looked at the system screen and said, with annoyance, "What kind of weird technique is this? Looking at it already makes me not want to use it. With my current strength plus the transformation, using physical techniques to deal with her should be more than enough." Then he jumped up and kicked down at Tuang Tu. She was still trying to withstand that enormous force. The ground beneath her feet shattered into loose chunks. After a series of attacks, Jiang Shen landed a kick on Tuang Tuto's back. She was sent flying to the ground, and Jiang Shen quickly chased after her. He grabbed her hand excitedly and lifted the veil off her head, saying, "Let me see what's under this." At this moment, he used his blue pupils. He could clearly see her face with two deep black eyes. Jiang Shen focused intently on her face, and Tung Toto, startled, looked up at him. The scene shifts to a newlywed couple sitting in a room holding hands. The girl gently calls out "young master," and the boy replies, "My lady." The bride, with tears in her eyes, said, "I thought my father would marry me off to that rough guy in our village, but it turned out to be you." The groom explained, "I convinced your father to pay off his gambling debts. That's why he agreed to marry you to me. Is it wrong for me not to want to marry him? I'm just a poor woman." The girl then said, touched, "Young master, you understand me so well." Then her red lips called out, "Young master," and the groom smiled back, "Toto." The newlyweds both blushed and leaned closer together. Suddenly, Jiang Shen dressed as the groom cried out in pain. Nuklin Chi had turned into a sharp object, poking Jiang Shen's butt, but he turned around too quickly. "Nuklin Chi, are you trying to betray me?" Nuklin Chi, now scared and sweating, said, "Don't shout at me, look ahead." He curiously asked, "Do you have something to say?" It could only turn into a finger to make Jiang Shen turn back to look ahead. As he turned back, he saw a claw reaching out. He immediately screamed before the claw touched him. I swear." Then Jiang Shen quickly jumped aside to avoid it. He was truly startled by that force. Suddenly, a weak girl in a bridal outfit rushed over calling, "Young master, I'm so scared." Wanting to be embraced, Jiang Shen's eyes sparkled as he took her hand. Once again, Nuklin Chi tried to cover Jiang Shen's eyes to bring him back to his senses. After realizing, Jiang Shen quickly jumped back a few steps and said, "I almost got hit there. This is an illusionary force created by extremely low-frequency light waves. There's no way to avoid it." Jiang Shen then summoned the system and asked, "Let's see how that dragon summoning technique works." Tung To To, still pleased, used her magic and said, "My illusionary force has no gaps. It's only a matter of time before you die in my hands." Suddenly, 2 bolts of lightning appeared from above, trapping her and causing her to panic for a moment. The loud sound made Tung To To raise her hands to defend herself. Next, raindrops began to fall, and she looked up in confusion. Then she waved her hands to create magical energy, angrily saying, "Damn it, Thunderwind, and now rain too. My illusionary force is being disturbed." The god Jiang has also stopped looking up evilly. The so-called skill of calling the wind is just today's summon. After realizing the power of this skill, he smiled mysteriously and said, "Heh heh, perfect timing." Then he kicked towards Tuang Tutu, who excitedly shouted, "Then let's have a real fight tonight." She was caught off guard and weaker, so she took the full hit. At this moment, the guy Tan Vu sat up, rubbing his head in confusion. Why did I black out? Then he looked up and saw 2 people fighting. He recognized that the one fighting the blood-clothed figure was Zhang. Seeing Zhang continuously attacking Tuang Tutu, he couldn't help but exclaim, "This guy, his gaze is terrifying." Watching Zhang tormenting Tuang Tutu, he continued, "Is this guy really that strong? Tan would be dead without peace." From behind a rock, he observed Zhang for a moment, angrily thinking, "With my strength, I can't possibly kill him. I'll wait for him to make a mistake." At this moment, a bolt of lightning struck before Tuang Tutu, and she quickly jumped out, exclaiming, "That was too dangerous." Then she turned away and smiled smugly. "Haha, what a precise shot." Jiang was now standing next to a puddle of rain that reflected his face, replying, "Haha, don't forget there's rainwater on the ground too." As soon as he said that, Tuang Tutu was shocked when the puddle at her feet transmitted the lightning to her. A few seconds later, the lightning coursed through her body, causing her to scream in pain. "Ha ha ha." Jiang lifted his sword and cheerfully asked, "Nuklin Chi, you've been waiting for this moment for a long time, right?" Then Jiang raised Nuklin Chi so that the bolts of lightning infused into the sword and his body. Nuklin Chi's eyes gleamed with satisfaction. It exclaimed, "Ha ha ha ha, I can finally speak again. Quickly use me to split her in half." Immediately, Jiang rushed in and cut through the figure, adding, "As you wish." After dealing with the blood-clothed figure, he smiled gently at Nuklin Chi and said, "It's done." Suddenly, its eyes looked behind him and reminded, "Hey, there's someone behind you wanting to sneak up on you." Jiang swiftly swung his sword behind him, his face not pleased, asking, "Sneak up on me. You want to die, don't you?" Tanvu was horrified, leaning back to avoid the sword. Jiang used the mind technique, and Tan Vu, scared, fell down hurriedly, explaining, No, it's a misunderstanding. I came to thank you for saving my life." Jiang still asked seriously, "What are you doing here?" He humbly replied, "Kuang Hong Vu instructed us to investigate the death." Jiang asked further, "The bald guy who ran away with you," he replied. "Yes, he's my brother. He left me behind." At this moment, Jiang Shen was displeased and disdainfully approached him, saying the Qian family had sold out their own. "It's clearly hereditary." The name Tan Vu was flustered, saying, No, I'm a good person," sweat pouring down his face. Then he gritted his teeth, wondering if this Jiang Shen knew something and was mocking him. Jiang Shen continued, "So what is this death investigation you all are doing?" Tan Vu replied, "Old Yao is a well-known worker who retrieves corpses around these villages. That day he pulled up a bloody female corpse. After retrieving it, he discovered that this female corpse was pregnant, and the baby was likely still alive. According to the rules from the previous life, he saved the female corpse and brought it home to avoid it being buried, which is the origin of the death investigation." Jiang Shen exclaimed in confusion. With something like this, he could actually do it. Tan Vu explained, "In ancient times, those who retrieved corpses were regarded as part of the oddities. Their methods were strange, not accepted by the righteous, seen as taboo." Jiang Shen wondered. And then what? This made him remember something from before. Tan Vu held up a broken sword and said, "Huang Hong Vu, the senior sister, discovered a clue and told us to check behind the mountain for traces of the death investigation." Then the sword in his hand transformed into a phone. "No, that's not right," he quickly corrected himself. Senior sister Kuang rushed to the village to find the corpse retrieval worker on the mission. When they discovered him, the person was already dead. Not just the dead person, but the female corpse was nowhere to be found either. So the squad split up to search for clues. Jiang Shen suddenly remembered the bowl of blood by the road and asked, "Oh right, did you find a bowl of blood in front of each house while you were searching?" He answered fearfully, "That's the blood the villagers voluntarily offered out of fear of the blood demon, which could cause a bloody storm." Jiang Shen quickly approached and grabbed Tan Vu's shoulders, asking, "What if this is blood offered to the blood?" Maiden Tan Vu couldn't bear the pressure and cried out, "Ouch!" I entered from the south village gate, and there was no movement in the blood. On the way here, the blood in the bowl suddenly decreased a bit. Jiang Shen asked seriously, "Is there still blood in the north village?" He replied with a horrified expression. When senior sister Kuang came, it was already gone. A cold sweat now drenched Jiang Shen's face. This must be extremely serious. This also means the blood demon has already feasted in the north village. Still checking each bowl for a sip, Tanvu was about to say something else along this line. But Jiang Shen immediately jumped up and cursed, "Damn it." Landing on a rocky ledge to observe, he concluded, "The blood demon has moved to the south village." Then Jiang Shen stomped and leaped away, leaving a cracked patch of ground. As he flew away, he gritted his teeth in worry. Chen Shui and the injured members were still in the south village. At this moment in the south village, an explosion erupted, creating a massive disturbance. Appearing in front of them is a group of people facing off against a demon. The blonde guy covered in wounds has collapsed. The little fish is no better off lying unconscious. Although Dong Thian is strong, he has also fallen beside his weapon. In front of everyone is a blood demon, surrounded by dense demonic energy, her body drenched in blood, her eyes pitch black and vacant. From the mouth of the blood demon come hissing sounds. The 4 members of Trun Tuet are all extremely tense. Chur Dar, New panics, as he sees the blood demon approaching him, thinking, "Damn, why are these demons coming for me?" The blood demon swings a claw down at where he stands, sending rocks flying. Chur Darnu quickly jumps back to dodge. At that moment, Trun Tuet is behind the demon, holding 3 talismans that are igniting. She throws all 3 talismans at the blood demon, which ignite as they fly. Suddenly, the demon spits something out, piercing through Trun Tuet's burning talismans and heading straight for her. Trun Tuet, caught off guard, can only stand still and watch as the attack comes for her. Suddenly, Chur Dainu rushes in to take the blow for her. His arms are now stained with red blood. Chun Tuet supports him and anxiously calls out to Chur Dainu. The blood demon continues to unleash deadly projectiles from its mouth. Chur Darnu struggles to withstand them, even though he's using his protective technique. Eventually, he is struck down to the ground, becoming buried under the debris as the attacks grow stronger. Niho, worried, approaches his brother, saying, "You're really strong. I never thought you'd break the protective technique." Chur Dainu clutches his chest in pain. Von Tong, furious, yells at the person in front, Tun Tianthine. "With such a good opportunity, why didn't you sneak attack her?" Tun Tianthine retorts, "If I can't kill her right away, won't I become her target?" Von Tong, feeling frustrated, mutters, "Cowardly scoundrel, I guess I have to rely on myself." Immediately, she gathers her strength in both hands, using her self-inflicted pain as a catalyst. She punches her own back, affecting her heart, then strikes both sides of her chest, injuring her lungs. The third punch hits her stomach, damaging her intestines. At this moment, Von Tong's body feels revitalized. She spreads her arms and legs to embrace the newfound power, yelling, "Ah!" Nirho watches in amazement. Her strength must be at the B rank. This blood demon is definitely no match for her, and her arms are now bulging with muscles. Von Tong swings a punch at the blood demon, her eyes have turned a terrifying purple, and the ground erupts as her fist hits. Then Von Tong vanishes and reappears behind the blood demon, whose face now shows clear signs of panic. Votong punched the blood zombie in the stomach and yelled, "Die!" But suddenly confusion mixed with panic appeared in Votong's eyes. Her fist was now hitting a mass of red mush, from which fingers emerged to block her punch. A blood-filled body burst out from the blood zombie's abdomen. Its bloody hand deflected her punch, as it nonchalantly said, "I didn't want to come out, but given the situation, I have no choice." Votong exclaimed in panic, "It's over." The blood mass swung its hand to attack her. It landed a punch that knocked Votong to the ground with a contemptuous remark, unable to withstand even one blow. Then Votong was sent flying back, crashing into a large rock behind her. The ground shook and cracked at that moment. The blood zombie had now escaped from the borrowed corpse, standing face to face with the 2 remaining people, while Tran Tuyet still held the talisman tightly. It chuckled mockingly as it approached the injured Votong, powerful waves of dark energy radiating from its body. Then the blood zombie arrogantly said, "Stop resisting. Just obediently become my blood slave." At that moment, Tran Tuyet seemed to have exhausted her strength, only able to silently pray Jiang Shen come quickly. Just as she hoped, a familiar spear appeared and struck down in front of the 2. Jiang Shen stood proudly on the spear, looking down at his beloved teammates. Tran Tuyet exclaimed joyfully, "Finally, you've come." Her friend pointed at the blood zombie and worriedly said, "This is a top-tier blood entity. Can Jiang Shen really handle it?" Seeing him appear, it showed a delighted expression and said, "Ha, another one comes to die." Jiang Shen turned to look at it and confidently smiled at his teammates. "Everyone retreat. This place is about to turn into a battlefield." He then immediately swung the spear down towards the blood zombie and shouted, "Let's get started, little one." But unexpectedly, the blood zombie controlled its bloodstreams to snatch the spear from Jiang Shen's hand and shouted, "Get out of my way." He quickly pulled out his peck and said seriously, "Why did the spear slip from my hand? Strange spirit mushroom, hold on tight." Spirit Mushroom transformed into a sword, and along with its master, charged down to slash at the demon, while the blood zombie raised its hand to defend. Suddenly from behind Jiang Shen, half of a strange wax figure with two eyes attached appeared looking both horrifying and comical. He couldn't help but curse, damn it. Suddenly something attacked the two legs of the figure, causing it to recoil. Tan Tien Than, with his arms wrapped in earth and rock, confronted the bizarre creature. Then he turned around and called Tuyet and Niho. You two hurry and help me so Jiang Tian can focus on dealing with the death spirit. The two quickly rushed over after hearing this. Over here, Jiang Tian and Nu Lin Chi were coordinating their attacks against the death spirit, and it seemed like it was losing patience. It suddenly began to charge back at Jiang Tian. As it launched its attacks, it was filled with contempt just because Nu Lin Chi had shrunk a little. Who doesn't know that the attack power of the death spirit is so strong that Jiang Tian and Nu Lin Chi are having a hard time countering it? Then its legs merged into one, transforming into a sharp object that thrust down towards him. Just as the sharp tip was about to stab him, Jiang Tian quickly reached out and struck the drum he had hanging on his hip. The sound from the drum made the death spirit retract its sharp object, returning to its two legs. Then it unexpectedly stopped and smiled slyly, before flicking a drop of blood forward with one finger. It aimed its finger at the ground, letting a drop of blood fall, and then shouted blood curse. That drop of blood shot through Nu Lin Chi and struck Jiang Tian in the chest. Huang Hot exclaimed, "Oh no, Nu Lin Chi was shot through, get a grip." Jiang Tian continued to strike the drum forcefully once more. Meanwhile, the death spirit stood there arrogantly, the power from the drum resonating directly towards it. The death spirit opened its mouth and shouted loudly, but unexpectedly it had no injuries at all. Jiang Tian was horrified to see that was the drum attack, also pushed back by it. Finally, he pulled out a card and said with a helpless expression, "This collective mission is really demanding, using 3 transformation cards in one day." Then Jiang Tian extended his arm and shouted, "Transform, summon the serpent heads." 9 terrifying snake heads appeared behind him. At that moment, eyes sprouted from the top of Jiang Tian's head. Then came the image of countless snake heads writhing around, each sticking out its horrifying tongue. The snake heads sprouted from Jiang Tian's head, and his eyes had transformed no longer human. He then began to unleash his power, extending the snakes further. The snakeheads now aimed at the death spirit to attack. The death spirit created a barrier in front of it, preventing the snakes from getting close. Jiang Tian watched in panic, feeling like it was the same moment when his spiritual sense was blown away. What exactly was happening? Truly unrealistic, flashy nonsense. I'm going to cut through all of it for you. As it spoke, the death spirit kicked Jiang Tian's snakeheads, severing them with one kick. Jiang Tian was about to close in for an attack, but it quickly activated its barrier in front of it, causing him to exclaim in panic. "Oh no, not this again." Jiang Shen gritted his teeth. "What's the history behind this death exam?" The candidate arrogantly replied, "So what if you know my history? You'll still die." Then it continued, saying that the woman had jumped into the river to commit suicide but was seen by the river god. Just as the woman was about to turn into a ghost, she mingled with the river god and became pregnant. The child born from this was the death exam candidate with the power of the river god, which is me, it said, with a terrifying expression. At that moment, a hand rested on its shoulder, still nonchalantly looking down. "So you think you can control liquid and still dare to challenge me?" Suddenly, the hand on the candidate's shoulder turned into a giant claw, startling it. Momentarily, Jiang Shen leaned closer and mocked, "Lack of culture is truly terrifying. Have you never seen Tajuki? This is the former head of the worm, the son-in-law of the 10,000 Holy Dragon King. A little child of the river god thinks they can act all high and mighty with me. Just a reminder, those heads you cut off have no effect on me at all. It's just the form my excess energy takes when it overflows. Go die." With that, he ripped a chunk off the candidate's shoulder, making it scream in pain. Ah. The moon was now high, illuminating the world so everyone could see better in the dark night. At this moment, Tron Tuyet was laying a path with talismans, while the legs of the blood candidate were unsteady following it. Tron Tuyet announced to his teammates, "It's following the route I set up to get here." Then Tan Tien Than used his legs to hold on to the blood candidate's legs. It was still squirming, making it a bit difficult for him to exclaim, "This thing has a lot of life in it." Tan Tien Than shouted, "Niho, hurry up." Niho was hovering above, looking down at him, struggling to hold on to half of the blood candidate. Then he pulled out the anti-demon column and said, "I can't control this anti-demon column with both hands for now." He could only rely on it and let it fall freely. Then he let go for it to drop. The anti-demon column fell precisely onto the blood candidate's leg. Immediately an explosion went off, and Tan Tien Than, unable to escape in time, exclaimed, "Damn, it's too much." Jiang Shen was still excitedly slicing off pieces of flesh from the death exam candidate. It looked over at the legs beside it, fearfully crying out, "Oh my god, the lower half of the blood candidate is gradually collapsing into a mess." Jiang Shen smirked, "You've already torn apart a whole person, and you still have the face to call for your mother." Suddenly, one side of its body turned blue and stood up to speak. You're just a son-in-law of the Dragon King. How do you think you can compare with me, the river god? Upon hearing this, he panicked. Wait, has the river god manifested? Suddenly, a whirlpool of water appeared where he was standing, a powerful whirlpool that almost made Jiang Shen lose his balance. Then a gigantic wave appeared. The river god looked down at his feet and said, "Are you creating a terrain favorable to yourself?" Suddenly, the death candidate lunged to attack him. He quickly turned around. But since he couldn't jump away in time to dodge, he had no choice but to raise both hands to defend. After taking a hit from the death candidate, the river god retaliated with a strike of his own. Then Yanjiang turned around, allowing the snakehead to strike at the death candidate. It quickly jumped back to evade. At this moment, the river god felt a little relieved, finally creating some distance to think about his strategy. He began to analyze. Everything around had turned into a lake now. This could be a disadvantage for these people. He watched his teammates gradually being submerged by the water. The river god then devised a plan. First, he needed to drain the water, then strike the ground with him. Immediately, the snakehead behind the river god plunged straight into the water. He utilized the water suction, and the snake's body expanded in segments like a hose sucking water. The death candidate panicked upon realizing this. The water level was dropping. Then it waved its hand, creating more water streams, and said, "You think I'll let you achieve your goal, sacrificing your life for my tsunami?" At that moment, a towering wave loomed in front of the river god. It could crash down at any moment to drown him. The river god struggled to hold on and calculated. He must have sucked enough water by now, so he retracted the snakehead from the back of his neck. Then he shouted loudly, "Dragon King's Great Law 3, as the snake spat out the water it had just absorbed. Its force was so strong that it sliced through the water barrier in front of him. The death candidate was then extremely pleased and exclaimed, "Has this guy already spat out all the water he sucked in?" Then it took a run-up and continued, "Now I just need to strike once more." But before it could finish, the mushroom appeared right in front of it, causing it to panic and shout. The mushroom was now gnawing at the death candidate's head. It tried to pry it off but failed, cursing, "Damn it, get off me." The river god then appeared above one hand, gripping the death candidate's head, while the other was poised to deliver a finishing blow. He shouted excitedly, "Just take it quietly for me." He first pounded repeatedly into the death candidate's stomach, then continued to strike its limbs and face, leaving it helpless to defend. A moment later, the death candidate lay exhausted beneath the water blood flowing from its body, mixing into the clear water, turning the area red. The river god stood there watching it. The two from the Qian family were observing from a distance. At this moment, Qian Tiancheng sighed. What kind of background does this Jiang have to be so strong? Qian Wu seized the opportunity to propose his dirty plan. Big brother Jiang is in a continuous battle. He must be low on stamina. Let's take advantage of this. Qian Tiancheng turned around and scolded. "You idiot, you've seen how strong Jiang is. Do you really think you can ambush him? Do you have the guts for that?" Qian Wu turned pale and stammered, I don't. Then he suggested another convoluted idea. "But what I mean is, we can take this opportunity to steal the treasure." Qian Tiancheng smiled cunningly. Hey, I can still go for that." Then Qian Wu approached from behind Jiang and said, "Hey Jiang, you've worked hard." Jiang didn't turn around but glanced at him with an annoyed expression and asked, "Why are you here?" He kept smiling and replied, "Isn't it to help you out?" While Jiang was talking to Qian Wu, Qian Tiancheng had sneaked up to the fallen corpse lying on the ground. At this point, it was no longer moving its face, showing helplessness and despair. Seeing this, Qian Tiancheng grinned wickedly. Then he started punching the corpse's face joyfully, saying, "I'll take credit for this high-level blood sacrifice." The corpse cried out in pain, then let out a desperate scream as dark waters began to swirl. Jiang spun around annoyed and asked, "What have you done?" Qian Tiancheng stammered, "No, it was an accident." The corpse now created a massive water vortex, screaming in rage. "You survivors of the Huang family, the underground dragon's wrath." Jiang was extremely startled. The water around him was gushing with blood. He panicked and exclaimed, "Damn, I can't pull my feet out." Qian Wu was being dragged down by the water, raising his hands and shouting for help. Help me." Qian Tiancheng was stacking stones to form a bridge. "Stone power, hold tight." He looks down at the death contestant and says, "You're strong, so what are you afraid of?" Jiang Shen feels speechless with this type. He quickly intervenes. "Damn it, don't go in any further." Tan Thian Thon winks and confidently gives a thumbs up. "Don't worry, leave it to me." Meanwhile, he doesn't notice that a powerful current is swirling behind him, ready to drag him under. And of course, the bridge made of stacked stones begins to crack. The strong current sweeps down, sending him off in a tumble. From Tan Thian Thon's position, drops of blood splatter out, and Jiang Shen is also shocked by this scene. Then, with tears streaming down his face, he says emotionally, "I didn't expect anyone to sacrifice themselves to protect me. There are still great people like you, Tan. I will avenge you," says Jiang Shen, raising his hand containing the blood talisman of the Blood Spirit Club. The giant club somewhere else senses the call to gather. It then rushes to its master's side. In Jiang Shen's hand, the spiritual energy senses that his club is approaching, and he says to the death contestant, If you like to use storms to pull people in so much, then take my big club too. After that, the Blood Spirit Club of Jiangshen appears smashing down into the water to showcase its might. The hand holding the Blood Talisman Club strikes down hard, creating an immense noise. The explosion of the impact roars like thunder. The Mirror Demon sees the situation, and realizing it's not good, decides to flee. Jiangshen sees it dodging him like it's avoiding a curse, and finds it amusing. You wanna run? He watches the demon's retreating figure with delight, saying that he quickly raises his spiritual energy, threatening, "It won't be that easy," and prepares to deal with it. Right below the martial artist, Votong struggles to step out from where she was pushing her pained body outside with all her strength. Votong is incredibly surprised by Jiangshen's strength. She exclaims in astonishment, "I didn't expect him to chase down such a top-level blood demon. Are there experts like him in our team?" Yang Thian nearby hears this and quickly approaches Votong, clasping his hands respectfully. "He's Jiangshen, my classmate. He's always hidden his talents." Switching to another scene, Jiangshen uses his spiritual energy to slice the mirror demon in half. The unexpected happens in an instant. The mirror demon screams in pain, its upper body falls forward. Jiangshen drags his sword behind him, slowly walking forward jokingly, saying, "Run, keep running, little pest." "Oh no, I mean demon." With a dangerous face like the high men before changing themselves to avoid girls, Jiangshen stared at the demon with a cold gaze and a sinister smile. He gently said, "Now I'll send you on your way, lest you miss your chance at reincarnation. But my send-off is so strange, it's like a journey to the west for scriptures and reincarnation." Suddenly a voice echoed, causing him to pause. He turned to see the old man who had just died beside him, slowly saying, "Wait, the blade lowers the demon." The old man looked at him and asked, "Do you know who he is?" Not easily misled, Jiangshen glanced back and asked him warily, "Then who are you?" The martial artist stepped behind him, her face serious as she said, "He is the old man I mentioned earlier." Jiangshen was taken aback, recalling the scene of him being drowned in that large basin, eyes wide open in death. Now here he was right beside him, and Jiangshen couldn't believe it. He said, "But I saw him die in the water." The old man replied gently, "I used a trick of the Lao sect to avoid the pain of death." The martial artist caught the key point and thought suspiciously, the Lao sect's secret technique, but suddenly the demon's stick raised itself, speaking in a mocking tone, "You all will die." As they were talking, the demon interrupted, making Jiangshen extremely annoyed. He didn't pay any attention and kicked the demon right in the head. Not only that, but he stomped on it a few times for good measure. The demon struggled and groaned in pain, but couldn't do anything, just letting out muffled sounds. Jiangshen didn't care that he was stepping on a demon. He focused on something else and asked, "What is the Lao sect? Why does this old man want to help the demon?" The old man replied, "The Lao sect is a sect on the Yangtze River, responsible for handling matters related to the river. In simple terms, they are the river spirit mediators. Whenever there's a disturbance in the river, they must choose suitable unmarried girls to become wives of the river god. In severe cases, even members of the sect must go down to suppress it." Hearing such a ridiculous story, Jiangshen was very upset and said, "I want to die, but others shouldn't have to suffer. It's inhumane to torment someone else's daughter." Tran Tuyet replied, "That's right, so the king of Taishan couldn't accept it and directly wiped out the Lao sect." That battle was indeed incredibly tragic. Just when he was about to eliminate the river god, he was called back urgently, and no one mentioned this matter again. The old man felt a chill and covered his mouth, saying, "Shh, don't say such things. If the river god gets angry, no one will survive." He then turned to Jiangshen, "Also, quickly take your foot off. Do you know who he is?" Hearing such a ridiculous question, Jiangshen mockingly replied, "Isn't he the child born from the river god raping a corpse? He bragged about it while we were fighting just now." Tran Tuyet and the martial artist were both surprised and exclaimed in unison, "The child of the river god." Mr. Lao was extremely annoyed by this, saying, "And you still dare to step on it? Let me give you a piece of advice. Don't do anything you'll regret for the rest of your life. Once the river god's child dies, the river god will rage, and the entire river will surely turn into a cursed abyss." Hearing Mr. Lao's terrifying threats, Jiangshen broke out in a cold sweat, seriously noting, That's scary." Just when one would think he would back down in fear unexpectedly, Jiangshen wore a bizarre smile. He kicked the cursed creature beneath his feet, crushing its head underfoot, and boldly declared, "I need to expand my horizons a bit." Seeing this, Mr. Lao went wild like a rabid dog, pulling out a knife from who knows where and charging at Jiangshen. As he lunged forward with the knife, he yelled, "All these years of protection have been ruined by you. You're dead meat." Witnessing Mr. Lao's murderous attitude and actions, Jiangshen was furious. He pushed him away and said, "Stop being such a pest, get lost." Just after pushing Mr. Lao away, a strange sound suddenly signaled the impending events. The waves surged ominously and frighteningly, like a massive wall, mysterious and murky with no escape. Mr. Lao was utterly terrified seeing this phenomenon. His face turned pale as he said, the river god is coming." A tornado appeared from nowhere with terrifying power, sucking everything around it in. Unfortunately, Tantrak was also caught up in it. He was incredibly panicked and shouted, "What fate is this?" Wuzong quickly realized the situation was dire and shouted for everyone. Everyone retreat quickly. After saying that, she turned to the wall of water and asked, "Once the sacrifice is done, do you not fear the Mount Tai King coming to destroy you?" There was silence for a long moment, and suddenly a powerful thunderbolt struck down wildly. Seeing the arrogant response of the sacrifice, Wuzong smirked and said, "Is that so? No need to wait for the Mount Tai King. I will issue a kill order against your sacrifice right now." Just as she finished speaking, the wall of water before her suddenly transformed, revealing a pair of fierce red eyes and a gaping mouth screaming ear-piercing howls. Wuzong took out a precious elixir from her safest hiding place and said, "Auntie, your son doesn't stand a chance against me." After saying that, she popped the elixir into her mouth, thinking it wasn't even worth using a pure elixir against him. Chewing the elixir wildly, Wuzong readied herself for battle, her eyes wide with danger as she declared, "Today we'll both face endless doom together." Just when it seemed Wuzong would charge into battle and fight to the death against the river god, suddenly Jiangshen approached and grabbed her chin, preventing her from chewing any longer. He stared intently at her plump rosy lips as she looked at him in surprise, her expression filled with confusion at his strange action. Suddenly, Jiangshen pulled Votong close and kissed her, catching her completely off guard. Her face turned as red as a ripe tomato, while Jiangshen remained calm and expressionless, exuding the aura of an anonymous player for many years. A scorching kiss came and went quickly. It turned out Jiangshen intended to kiss Votong to seize the original spirit pill from her. When their lips parted, a strange sound erupted, making it hard for onlookers to think of anything else. Jiangshen responded as if nothing had happened, stating that even with medicine she couldn't defeat him. Jiangshen turned and walked ahead, not bothering to look back at Votong, saying that she knew it herself. Right? Votong, feeling cornered, replied, "But I can't either." Jiangshen assured her, "Just leave it to me. If I can't do it, then you should step up." After saying that, he turned back and walked away. After chewing on a candy for a while, a powerful energy suddenly surrounded him. So he remarked, "This pill does have some effect." After that, he turned to face the impending battle. Watching the boiling water in front of him, Jiangshen boldly declared, "I will use you to test the full manifestation of the demonic body." He shouted, and the snake behind him lunged forward. It rapidly grew larger to an unbelievable size. Before long, reaching its maximum size, it matched the thick water wall, and the snake charged, roaring dangerously as it bit into the water wall, causing chaos. The river god, as the water wall rose, reached out, keeping pace with the opponent's movements. But Jiangshen was a step ahead and immediately commanded the snake to bite him on the right. The snake, hearing its master's command, quickly changed direction and bit into the right arm of the river god. Jiangshen ordered his snake, "Drain him dry for me." The snake obeyed its master's command and bit fiercely. The others on the cliff looked at the scene unfolding before them and were utterly amazed. The river god's arm was chopped off. He thought defeating the two blood beasts was his limit. Little did he know his power was on par with the river god. Votong beside him was equally astonished. Jiangshen's strength was much stronger than she imagined. Returning to the battle, Jiangshen's snake then charged wildly at the river god. It then used its tail to mess with the club behind it. The snake lifted the club and prepared to strike with it. Jiangshen commanded, "Smash him." Hearing the command from its master, the snake quickly wielded the club and struck down on the river god. The powerful strike came down heavily, splitting the river god in two, with the sound of the heavy impact with the water creating an incredibly loud and heavy noise. The river god was split in two in shock. He didn't think he was so skilled at hitting the river god like that, but Jiangshen felt something was off. He worried that he hadn't fully unleashed the power of his spirit beast because of the Tianwang's guidance coming afterward. Thinking this, Jiangshen felt pleased and said excitedly, "Then I won't hold back anymore. Take this, Spirit of Lin." Another blow. After saying that, he used his spiritual energy to slash a long line into the river god, causing him to be instantly roasted. But suddenly a pool of water appeared right in front of Jiangshen and his companion, leaving them utterly confused. From the water, a man with an angry expression slowly emerged, wearing a ceremonial hat on his head. His brows were tightly furrowed, and his eyes showed a fierce anger. It was evident that this old man had been greatly provoked, surprising him indeed. Watching the man gradually rise, Jiangshen stood frozen in place, staring at him as if he were a seedling sprouting in a heavenly garden. Being stared at for so long was uncomfortable, so Jiangshen snapped, "What are you staring at? That's the arrogance of someone with power. Every word of yours reeks of it." Suddenly, the system panel appeared, revealing that this person had no qualities at all, with a demonic energy of 1500 points. The river god, wearing his hat, stared intently at Jiangshen before suddenly speaking, "I remember you now." As soon as he finished speaking, he shot water from his eyes toward Jiangshen, the torrent hitting him unexpectedly, leaving no time to react. Jiangshen thought a fierce fight would ensue, but instead the river god sprayed water, catching him off guard and forcing him to dodge into the water. While fleeing like a coward, he indignantly shouted, "When the great flood comes, I'll turn you into minced meat." Truly the essence of a coward, every word stinking of fear. Seeing Jiang Shen cowering like a dog with its tail between its legs, Jiang Shen chuckled and replied, "My name is Jiang Shen, don't forget it." The rushing water stirred violently before gradually calming as Jiang Shen suddenly shook his hands. He looked exhausted, cold sweat dripping down his face as he said, "After all, this is his territory. If I truly provoke him, I might not stand a chance." Sitting atop his companion, Jiang Shen leaned back, gazing at the sky, while exhaling deeply, lamenting, "Sigh, when will I ever be able to fight back against the spirit beast?" A moment later, everyone joyfully welcomed him back, the martial sect excitedly announcing Jiang Shen has returned while he was retracting his companion. Once done, he turned to the old man who fished out corpses, saying, "That river god of yours is nothing special. Didn't he end up running away in the end?" He pointed towards the direction he came from as he spoke. Hearing this, the old man who fished out corpses was 7 parts surprised and 3 parts panicked, exclaiming, "How could that be?" The old man thought to himself, "To help the river god recover quickly after his birth, I sacrificed the entire village for blood offerings." Jiang Shen was utterly shocked to hear this, saying, "The blood in the bowls at every house was your doing." The martial master was furious at the inhumane actions of the old man retrieving the corpse. She struck him, sending him crashing backward while cursing, "You beast, you're nothing but scum." Jiang Shen stepped in front of the martial master to shield her, and when she saw him blocking her, she angrily asked, "What are you stopping me for?" Jiang Shen calmly replied, "He has severely violated the rules. I have the right to execute him." She thought he was trying to spare the old man, but unexpectedly he said something that melted her heart. Miss Yang, being a young lady, wouldn't let a small matter tarnish her hands right. After saying that, he turned to Tanjai and called out, "You useless piece of trash, come here." Hearing his name called, Tanjai froze in shock and hesitantly asked, "Did you call me?" Jiang Shen smiled while pulling the old man and replied, "Tonight I see you can't help at all, so this old man is yours." Excited by the interesting task assigned to him, Tanjai dragged the old man behind a rock and cheerfully said, "Hee, I'll make sure to complete the mission." A moment later, pitiful cries for help came from behind the rock, sounding extremely tragic. The Tan brothers Hai and Tian approached and said, "Jiang Shen, I've finally recognized my own strength this time. I plan to return to the Lord Long Temple to focus on my training." Jiang Shen asked with concern, "Is your hand okay?" He replied cheerfully, "Haha, it's nothing serious. Without Jiang Shang's help, I might have lost my life." After saying that, the two of them shot off, saying, "This kindness can't just be repaid with words. If you ever need us, we won't refuse." Senior Sister Huang also called out from behind, "Jiang Shen, right?" She began to compliment him. "Among people my age, you are the strongest I've ever met." Jiang Shen quickly responded, "Among people my age, you have the best eye for talent I've encountered." After saying that, Senior Sister Huang took out a duel invitation and handed it to Jiang Shen. Holding the invitation, Jiang Shen stared at it in confusion and asked, "What is this?" Senior Sister Huang gently replied, "I want to challenge you to a duel after I leave seclusion." After saying that, she lightly jumped away, not forgetting to say it was a parting salute. Watching her figure fade away, Jiang Shen scratched his head in confusion and muttered, "Does she want to get hit that badly?" The martial master approached from behind and looked at the duel invitation in Jiang Shen's hand, saying, "A duel invitation, you're getting in over your head." The martial master explained, "In a duel with the martial master, if you lose, you must serve the winner for 3 years, if they're of the same gender." Jiang Shen asked, "What if it's a different gender?" Hearing this question, the martial master suddenly blushed and said, "If it's a different gender, it's equivalent to a marriage certificate." After saying that, she poked Jiang Shen with her finger and remarked, "Senior Sister Huang is an old disciple of the martial master. You're quite lucky." Jiang Shen replied, hearing the martial master's tone, "Come on, as if I'm that desperate." The scene shifted to his home where the moon was high and the surroundings had grown silent. Your system panel has appeared, host Jiang Shen, demon energy, beast transformation cards, and items. Looking at those numbers, Jiang Shen seems surprised. A large-scale collective mission can earn up to 5000 demon energy. After saying that, he's extremely joyful and spins 3 3-star beast transformation cards. Demon Carriage, Jade Fox, Dragon Slaying, those are the beast transformation cards he has drawn. Looking at the cards floating in front of him, Jiang Shen smugly remarks, "Everything from the sky to the sea is here, just missing the opportunity to break through level B," when suddenly his phone buzzes, taking his attention away. Jiang Shen mutters to himself, "The money from the spear will be back soon." The next day in the hallway, Jiang Shen is walking, hands in his pockets, giving him a cool demeanor. On his way, he suddenly runs into Li Ji, who smiles and says, "Hey, wanna go grab a meal?" As he walks past Li Ji, Jiang Shen replies, "Nah, I'm going to check on the progress of the milk tea shop." Following Jiang Shen, Li Ji says, "Yo, nice, you're about to become independent." Hearing this, Jiang Shen responds with interest, "It's not finished yet, right behind the school gate, make sure to come support later." The scene shifts to him walking under the schoolyard. A figure watching him from above catches his attention. It seems like he's being followed. He quickly takes a small path to shake off the follower. The follower sees this and quickly follows him into the alley, but finds no one there, muttering in confusion. Where is he? Suddenly Jiang Shen jumps down from behind and kicks this guy in the back of the head, saying, "You've been following me the whole way. What do you want?" Before he could ask about the identity and reason of the guy, the kick knocks him out on the spot. Looking at the person sprawled on the ground, Jiang Shen is quite surprised. He's already out, so weak. Looking closer at the appearance of his follower, Jiang Shen is bewildered, gasping in surprise. "Isn't this the kid who was on the collective mission before seeing the bleeding blonde kid?" Jiang Shen says. The scene shifts to Jiang Shen helping the kid into his milk tea shop, encouraging him, "Hang in there." The shop sign flips, the owner is absent. Jiang Shen helps the kid down and says, "Let's check your wounds first. That kick of mine wasn't light, but I hope you're not dead." As he finishes speaking, he removes the shirt of the blonde kid to check the wound, but instead of seeing a flat screen of a boy's TV, he's greeted by two tangled bundles wrapped in a twisted rope that hide their features, shocking him immensely. Just then, the kid opens his eyes, showing signs of waking up. "My name is Duong Wai," she says, very surprised and startled, backing away and asking Master Jiang, "What do you want?" Seeing her act like a victim annoys him a bit. He replies, "I was going to ask you, what do you want?" Duong Wai cautiously responds, "My name is Duong Wai, and I want to seek your protection." Hearing such a paradox, surprised Jiang Thun. He asked, "Aren't you a person of the family? Why do you want me to protect you?" Just after asking that, Duong Wai suddenly felt tears welling up, as if she was recalling some terrifying event that scared her. She said, "Actually, I am the girl, taken in by the family, and I had to undergo brutal training. For 10 years I fought with all my might to become the adopted daughter of the family. But my true mission is to protect Dung Ho, the second son of the family." Jiang Thun understood the issue and fell silent, but Dung Ho, her master, was turned into a pawn. At this point it was clear. Dung Wai replied softly, "That's right, if my master dies I must return to the family and face death as penance." After telling her story, Dung Wai cried, her eyes sparkling like a puppy's, melting everyone's heart as she choked out, "But I don't want to die." Jiang Thun gently said, "How can I stand against the family when I'm all alone?" Taking the glass of water Jiang Thun offered, Dung Wai replied, "Master Jiang, that day, you managed to hold your own against Ha Thun without losing ground. The family surely doesn't have your strength." Jiang Thun didn't say much in response. He asked, "Oh, so you have a safe place now?" Holding the glass of water, Dung Wai shyly replied, "No." Jiang Thun suggested, "Then you can stay temporarily at my shop for now." Saying that, he handed Dung Wai a rather shabby item, gently saying, "Here, change into these clothes." After changing, I saw a plump girl fully equipped, especially her shy face that made it hard for any boy to resist. She gently said, "Master Jiang, why does it feel so strange?" Jiang Thun replied enthusiastically, "Don't you know how to disguise yourself? You don't want the family to discover you, do you? Just rest here, and if someone comes, you can make them a bubble tea." After saying that, he bid farewell to Dung Wai and left. "I have something to do, I'll go ahead." Watching Jiang Thun's silhouette disappear behind the door, Dung Wai joyfully praised him, thanking him for providing a place to hide her identity. Master Jiang was indeed thoughtful. She happily accepted without realizing Jiang Thun was also leading her into a trap. Jiang Thun walked along feeling very pleased and proud since he had added a new employee to his shop, he thought. Regardless of what her true intentions were in seeking him out, at least for now he didn't need to hire anyone for the bubble tea shop. Suddenly, a large figure appeared, blocking Jiang Thun's path, making him stop in his tracks. 2 guards surrounded him and Dung Hum threatened hand over Dung Yi. Seeing the current situation, Jiang Thun thought one in front, one behind. They came prepared. He decided to play dumb. He wasn't familiar with the first or second Dung. Noticing Jiang Thun's demeanor, Dung Hung said, "You must have some strength, but it's better for outsiders not to meddle in the family's affairs." From inside the milk tea shop, Duong Wai was extremely panicked as she saw the 2 guardians of her family arrive. She was sweating all over, anxiously exclaiming, "Oh no, the instructors are here for me." The 2 instructors, one with long blonde hair named Duong Hung, a C-rank expert skilled in assassination, and the other with short green hair, Duong Ak, also a C-rank expert skilled in combat. Meanwhile, Jiang Shen had both hands behind his back, responding slickly, "I didn't get involved. Can't you see my hands are still behind me?" But not only was Jiang Shen evading these people, he was also taking the opportunity to summon his 2 snake beasts. Then the 2 snakes were released, with Duong Ak getting bitten on the forehead, while Duong Hung suffered a strange injury on his neck. Still keeping his hands behind his back, Jiang Shen calmly said, "Go find a master to help you with the antidote. Otherwise, in half an hour you'll be broke." The 2 instructors hearing this were terrified, fearing for their lives, and ran off desperately to find an antidote. But not only did they flee, they also shouted back, You wait for me." Watching the comical sight of the 2 guardians running away in panic, Jiang Shen not only felt no resentment, but was also in the mood to wave and mock them. "I'll be waiting, call me if anything comes up." After saying that, he turned to instruct Duong Wai, who was hiding in the milk tea shop, "Stay put, don't come out for now." With her eye-catching revealing outfit, Duong Wai peeked out with a bright smile, saying, "Yes, boss." After settling everything, he walked alone down the empty street. As he walked, he pondered offending the Duong family is generally not a good thing. Suddenly, he seemed to remember someone, and pulled out his phone, smiling mischievously as he said, "Just find Duong Tao to handle it." The phone rang for a while before it stopped. The person on the other end had picked up. Duong Tao, with a wound on his face, was furious at the interruption, saying loudly, "What is it? Make it quick." Jiang Shen knew he had disturbed someone during an important time, so he gently said, "Leader Duong, you truly are a busy person. I have a little matter to bother you with." Duong Tao on the other end, while multitasking, replied, "If it's a small matter, don't bother me. I'm dealing with a situation." Jiang Shen asked, "Dealing with a situation? It hasn't been caught yet." Duong Tao replied, "That's right, and its strength has increased significantly." As soon as he finished speaking, he quickly pulled another teammate out of the way of an attack from the target, shouting, "Be careful." The line went dead as Duong Tao hung up to focus on his task. Holding the phone and looking at it thoughtfully, Jiang Shen silently thought, "It seems I've let a big disaster slip away." The scene shifts to another location, the underworld, dealing with a mission, a bloody game of hide-and-seek from the after-school tutoring class. Lam Ao Vi held her phone, looking at the screen with a sense of dread, whispering to herself, "The death of this child is quite shocking." She looked at the scene before her, and felt slightly regretful for taking on this strange mission. Suddenly, a shadowy figure approached, startling Lam Ao Vi. Lam Ao Vi quickly got into position, saying, "There it is," and drew her wooden sword from behind her to prepare for battle. With the Heavenly Earth mystical sect technique, Lam Ao Vi charged at the figure, declaring, "Witness my divine technique." Out of nowhere, Jiang Shen appeared and swallowed Lam Ao Vi's wooden sword whole. Lam Ao Vi was taken aback, exclaiming, "Jiang Shen, I can't believe you're my teammate." Meanwhile, Jiang Shen was feeling a bit sorry for himself after having eaten Lam Ao Vi's sword. But then his eyes lit up, his face turning bright red as he stared at Lam Ao Vi. He was surprised, looking at Lam Ao Vi with shining eyes, thinking, "Is this my classmate Lam?" Hearing such words, Lam Ao Vi shyly bent her waist and lowered her head, asking, "Why are you looking at me like that?" Jiang Shen eagerly said, "Before executing a mission, you must clarify every detail. First and foremost, you're responsible for your own safety and your teammates." Listening to Jiang Shen's fast talk, Lam Ao Vi found it interesting and said, "Then tell me the details of this mission." Jiang Shen, who never looked at the mission documents, got caught up in the second part of the assignment, struggling to remember just a few letters from the Vietnamese text. Seeing Jiang Shen's reaction, Lam Ao Vi burst out laughing. "Haha, I knew you didn't read it. Let me tell you. In this building, there was originally a tutoring class. Although it was called a tutoring class, it was actually a place to care for children before their parents got off work. Among them was a boy named Truong Min, who was born blind. A group of kids were playing hide-and-seek. Somehow, Truong Min ended up with his head stuck on a sharp rod on the fence. Everyone said that Truong Min slipped and fell. Without surveillance cameras, the police could only let it go. A few days later, the teacher was found dead in the bathroom, having been killed by the showerhead. A child in the tutoring class also had their eyes gouged out in a mysterious way. After finishing, Lam Ao Vi pondered and said, "To prevent this from escalating, the underworld immediately sent people to resolve it." After hearing the whole story, Jiang Shen understood part of it. He thought, "It's very likely that someone died unjustly and returned to seek revenge." While talking, Jiang Shen suddenly felt something and turned to the side, asking, "Who's there?" Then the two of them saw a boy sitting on the ground doing something. Jiang Shen called out, "Hey kid, why are you still out here so late?" The boy radiated a strange aura, likely a ghost, and replied, "I'm looking for something." He turned his head, revealing a hideously aged face, saying, "I lost my battle spinning top." Lam Ao Vi was extremely startled, panicking and waving her hands. "A ghost! Oh my god, a ghost!" Jiang Shen quickly stepped in front of the beautiful girl, gently saying, "Don't act rashly." The god of the river confidently said, "After many experiences fighting demons, I found that if you disrupt its rules, the demon becomes even stronger." Hearing this, Lam Ao Vi was very curious. No one ever exorcised demons with such style. She asked, "So what should we do?" The mischievous god of the river replied, "Of course we go along with it. If it gets uncomfortable, even better." Lam Ao Vi seemed confused upon hearing this. She sighed lightly. "It sounds too complicated." The god of the river confidently said, "If you're scared, just go home. Look at me." After finishing his sentence, the god of the river approached the student demon. Seeing him come closer, it asked, "Hey, do you see my battle top?" The god of the river looked at its hideous face and slightly paled, but regained his composure and said, "You talk to your father like this. If you say something nice, I'll help you find your battle top." Hearing someone knew where it was looking for the student, demon jumped up and hit the god of the river, saying, "What, you know where my top is? Please take me to find it." The god of the river, unfazed, arrogantly replied, "Beg me, call me brother, and I'll consider." Feeling extremely annoyed by the back and forth, the student demon got furious and shouted, "Hurry up or I'll take your head." Seeing the student demon getting angry, letting it go on wouldn't be good. The god of the river quickly looked around for something to salvage the situation. Hurry, your battle top is right in front of you. Hearing this, the student demon was very confused. It asked, this is my battle top. It turned out the god of the river had grabbed the gas canister near it. He took out his spirit sword and struck the gas canister, making it spin wildly. The god of the river asked the student demon next to him, who was fixated on the spinning gas canister, "Look, isn't it a top?" The system also displayed, "Oh, seems to make some sense, adding 799 demonic energy points to me." Then he continued to hit the gas canister with his spirit sword, but this time aimed at the student demon standing right across from him. "Here, let me hit it towards you." The student demon blindly stared at the gas canister, excited. My battle top. After getting the gas canister close to the student demon, the god of the river unleashed a rough electric bolt straight into the gas canister, causing a huge explosion. The scene exploded right before their eyes. Smoke and dust billowed everywhere, and Lamavi was at a loss for words, whispering, "Isn't this a bit too much?" Once the dust settled, the god of the river happily asked the student demon who had just been hit painfully, "See, was there a fight?" The system displayed, "Do you think I'm an elementary school student? Foolish," adding 999 demonic energy points. The student demon was engulfed in the smoke from the explosion, coughing. Once it stabilized, it furiously shouted, "You're asking for death, aren't you?" and charged straight at the god of the river. But unfortunately for the student demon, before it could land, it was struck by Lam Alvi's wooden sword that suppressed demons, sending it flying. Lam Alvi is now in a fierce fighting stance. She gets ready and says, "Let me take you on." After saying that, she jumps high to dodge the attack from the student demon, flipping in midair and saying, "Red scarf, watch this." Then she fiercely thrusts her sword through the student demon, declaring, "Take this." Not just a single thrust, the student demon is also about to take another hit from Lam Alvi. Lam Alvi throws her wooden Buddha bead necklace, causing the student demon's head to explode. The student demon falls defeated and lifeless, lying in one corner as Lam Alvi looks at the demon she just took down. She feels a bit joyful, having killed a top-level demon so effortlessly for the first time. Jiangshen also comes to check it out and join in the fun. He notices something and says, "There's still a bit of breath left," as he raises his foot to stomp down. He uses his foot to ensure the student demon is 100% dead. Jiangshen's system board appears, showing the student demon's death and adding 999 demon energy. Once everything settles down, Jiangshen turns to Lam Alvi and says, "It's because I didn't break its rules that it couldn't use its power. Killing a powerless student demon is naturally easy." Hearing this explanation, Lam Alvi happily responds, "I didn't expect you, classmate Jiang, to have such a broad understanding of demons." The scene shifts to both of them entering the school. Eerie singing voices rise as they climb to the upper floor past midnight. "Don't look back as you go up and down the stairs. If you do, you must make an offering." Lam Alvi hears the source of these sounds. She quickly makes her move, saying, "Where are you trying to hide?" as she uses her talisman to locate the source of the sound. A painful cry emits, and the sound of something crashing into the wall is very loud. The student demon has a beak like a speaker, letting out its painful sounds. Lam Alvi quickly uses her peachwood sword to slice through it. Seeing his demon energy getting killed, Jiangshen panics, thinking, "How could it die from just one strike?" He angrily says, "It was just a little girl who liked to sing. What did she do wrong?" Hearing Jiangshen's strange words, Lam Alvi finds it hard to believe. She replies, "You call this thing a little girl?" Holding the student demon with both hands, Jiangshen says, "How could it not be a little girl? Look at those big round eyes. She's so cute." Lam Alvi quickly retorts, "No matter how you look at it, it's still a demon." After a moment of mourning for the student demon, Jiangshen coldly tosses it behind him and replies, "Even if it's a demon, it might just want to sing a song." With his hands still covered in the student demon's blood, Jiangshen raises his hand to lick it and says, "Killing blindly will only lead to more demons in the future." Jiang suddenly transformed into a savior. We need to understand them and resolve hatred through some means. Hearing such an interesting idea, Lama V was very curious. She excitedly asked, "So it can be done this way, what should I do?" Jiang led the way and said, "Just watch me." The scene switched to another part of the school where a poster lay scattered on the ground. Both entered, and suddenly a piece of paper caught Lama V's attention. She picked up the piece of paper and called out, Jiangshen, look at this. Isn't this the way the teacher died?" The picture shows the scene of the teacher's death. Holding the paper, Jiangshen seemed deep in thought. Lin Aowei continued, "This painting looks like it's from a long time ago, as if it was before the incident happened." Suddenly a voice shouted, "Quick, hide. The ghost is coming to get you, Jiangshen," and Lin Aowei jumped startled like startled swallows. Lin Aowei felt a chill down her spine, turned quickly, and glanced behind her, saying cautiously, "Not again." Seeing Lin Aowei's tense and wary demeanor, Jiangshen quickly grabbed her wrist and pulled her in another direction. Cheerfully, he said to her, "Don't panic, let's hide first and see what happens." The two ran into a place, and Jiang Shen looked around and cheerfully said, "This place is spacious, let's hide here." Jiang Shen looked under the table and saw a little ghost girl in a yellow dress sitting nervously. Jiang Shen clicked his tongue in surprise. The little ghost sensed that the newcomers wanted to take her hiding spot, and she stuttered, "Sorry, but someone is already here." As soon as she finished speaking, Jiang Shen heard the voice of a ghost student calling from outside, "Don't hide anymore, I'm about to catch you." Seeing the urgent situation, he squeezed into the little ghost's hiding spot, saying, "There's no time left, let's all squeeze in together." Jiang Shen sat down his big butt pressing right into the little ghost's face. Feeling guilty, he comforted her, "Sorry about that, little sister." The system saw this and displayed a message, "How can you sit on someone else's head, plus 999 ghost energy?" Jiang Shen's butt kept pressing against the ghost's face, saying, "Little sister, don't be scared, as long as we don't make a sound, we'll be fine." After saying this, Jiang Shen turned to Lin Aowei, who looked frightened, and asked, "Is the ghost coming? This is so exciting." Lin Aowei looked ahead and worriedly asked Jiang, "Can't we just kill these ghosts?" Hearing that question, he hated Jiang. Shen's face darkened, and he irritably replied, "Let me clarify again. Fighting ghosts isn't just about killing. It's a spiritual liberation." Suddenly, the ghost student appeared dramatically, opening its mouth wide to scare Jiang Shen. It leaned close to where Jiang Shen and Lin Aowei were hiding, grinning. "Hee, found you, Jiang Shen," and Lin Aowei froze in surprise, like deer caught in headlights. Jiang Shen, scared, chuckled nervously. "Wow, I got caught that quickly." Suddenly, Jiang Shen stood up, an eerie aura surrounding him. With confidence and a smug expression, he said, "Now it's my turn to be the ghost, right?" His eyes widened, gradually flashing with a bloodthirsty glint. "Is this the cold, brutal gaze?" Jiang Shen warned. "Run. If you don't even, the ghost won't be able to save you." The little demon is stealthily creeping up behind him while he's talking to the student demon, laughing mischievously, as if about to execute a scheme. Suddenly, that little demon punches Jiang Shen right in the butt, gleefully exclaiming, "You sit on me now." Everyone thought Jiang Shen would be in pain, but unexpectedly he tightly clamped the little demon's hand between his cheeks. Realizing it couldn't pull away, the little demon panicked, crying out, "Ah, I can't get it out." Jiang Shen slowly turned his head like a demon, switching to slaughter mode. He looked at the little demon and said, "Don't tell me I didn't give you a chance to run." With that, he twisted his body, grabbing the little demon by the head. And then with a snap, he easily yanked the little demon's head off, calling it a reverse fruit plucking. Watching the little demon get killed, the student demon was shocked, and gradually grew fearful of Jiang Shen's power and brutality. It panicked, and ran away, not forgetting to scream for help. Jiang Shen followed closely with his spiritual energy, laughing like a wicked demon. The student demon saw this and cried loudly, tears and snot streaming down, running and yelling as if encountering a ghost. Boom, it was running and wreaking havoc around. But that didn't help it escape Jiang Shen's claws. He quickly used his spiritual energy to strike at the student demon just in time. Seeing the sword right in front of it, the student demon was terrified, eyes wide, shouting loudly. Jiang Shen excitedly chased the student demon, blushing with joy, saying, "Hee, I'm about to catch you." Suddenly a talisman stuck to Jiang Shen's back, making him turn around in surprise to see who dared do that to him. Turning around, Jiang Shen saw Lamao V straining to stick the talisman on him, looking at him with a worried expression and saying Jiang Shen snap out of it. Jiang Shen found it half funny, using his sword to slash through Lamao V's power, frowning. "What are you doing? Haven't I always been clear-headed?" Lamao V insisted. "Then tell me, who am I?" Thinking Jiang Shen would turn into some dangerous figure, or something similar, he instead turned 180 degrees into a silly person. He bent down, examining Lamao V's ample and voluptuous chest with delight, saying 34 DD waist to hip ratio, 0.71. "You can't be anyone else but Lamao V. How could I mistake you?" Lamao V quickly covered her chest, feeling a bit creeped out, and said to Jiang Shen, "Looking at your crazed expression, I thought you were enchanted." Returning to the main task, Jiang Shen turned his head to look behind, saying, "I was just joking and that kid is already gone." It turns out while Lamao V was testing Jiang Shen's clarity, the student demon took the opportunity to sneak away, unnoticed. Jiang Shen had to go find it humming a tune like a madman, leaving Lamao V somewhat speechless. It was well past midnight, with demons abducting people, playing hide-and-seek, demons hiding behind doors, doors opening, souls being taken. A moment later, Jiang Shen entered a room and leaned in. While searching, he muttered, "Where could it be?" The search seemed too difficult, and Jiang Shen became increasingly angry. He kicked over a chair and shouted, "Come out, you coward!" Just after kicking, Jiang Shen seemed to see something horrifying right in front of him. Looking at the refrigerator in a disgusting pool of yellow water, Jiang Shen felt a bit nauseous. Is this where it's been hiding just to take a leak? Ignoring the disgust, he opened the refrigerator door, hoping to find that annoying student ghost. Keeping himself alert despite the disgusting mess, he said, "Get out here." Peering into the open refrigerator, he was met with the scene of entrails piled up inside. It was incredibly nauseating and bloody. Seeing it, Jiang Shen wearily remarked, "It's all just guts. They must be completely rotten." When he pulled out a piece of intestine, a voice suddenly rang out. "Big brother, don't pull that, that's mine." Looking at the refrigerator, he suddenly noticed an eye glaring at him from the top compartment. Jiang Shen felt sickened and a bit scared as he asked, "What the heck are you?" It replied, "A ghost scared me into playing hide and seek, and I was about to die, so I hid in the fridge. After a while, I turned into this." Jiang Shen was at a loss for words. He poked it and asked, "So how do you eat now?" The refrigerator ghost suddenly widened its eyes, which gleamed with excitement and madness. The refrigerator ghost jumped up and shouted, "Of course I eat like this." It lunged towards Jiang Shen. It successfully grabbed Jiang Shen, creating a bizarre and terrifying scene. Lin Aowei was extremely frightened by the situation. She unexpectedly stepped back, stammering as Jiang Shen struggled in this unexpected predicament. "Jiang Shen," but after a moment of fear, she didn't run away. Lin Aowei quickly took out a talisman, the Fire Dragon Talisman. She pressed it and shouted, "Cosmic fire, earth fire, wind fire, separate fire." Lin Aowei's talisman stuck to the refrigerator and erupted into a large flame, causing the refrigerator ghost to scream in pain. "Ah, it's too hot." The refrigerator ghost quickly retaliated by opening both its refrigerator doors wide and releasing ice. Getting caught in the ice, it released. Lin Aowei cried out in pain. "It's so cold." She quickly cast the Fire Dragon Talisman, causing an explosion. After Lin Aowei detonated the Fire Dragon Talisman, an explosion occurred immediately, blowing the ghost apart. Jiang Shen managed to escape watching the subdued refrigerator ghost and sighed in relief. "That was close. I almost joined the underworld." Before sending this ghost to the afterlife, Jiang Shen didn't forget to ask it about the whereabouts of that big-headed ghost. The refrigerator demon lay still and hesitantly replied, It seems to have run to the bathroom." Once he got the information he needed, Jiang and Lamao Vi left the demon there to suffer and die on its own. As they left, he even remembered to say thank you. Jiang didn't hesitate and immediately headed to the bathroom. "Here's the bathroom." He cracked the door open to peek inside and wondered, "Is this where that teacher died from suffocation?" As he looked inside, his gaze was caught by a green glow of some demonic energy. He had indeed noticed a trace of demonic movement, but couldn't confirm if it was the big-headed demon or not. Jiang came up with an idea and asked Lam Aowei, "Hey Lam, can you set up a cage to trap the demon?" This was easy for Lam Aowei. She said to use the ceiling formation from our sect. Jiang smiled with satisfaction as he pulled out a piece of meat spirit grass. "All right, we just need to wait for the rabbit." He threw it into the bathroom to attack the big-headed demon. "Meat spirit grass, go get it." As the meat spirit grass entered, the sounds of fighting erupted loudly, and Jiang was thrilled, shouting, "Wow, this is intense." The meat spirit grass looked at the big-headed demon with fierce determination, and the big-headed demon seemed to be at a clear disadvantage. The meat spirit grass leaped up, wrapping tightly around the big-headed demon's neck, causing it to choke and roll its eyes back, tongue hanging out. With one strong grip, the head of the big-headed demon was severed, blood spraying everywhere, but then another demon, all covered in slimy green goo with a terrifying skull, appeared. The skull demon, seeing the tragic end of the big-headed demon, panicked and tried to flee, running toward the toilet to escape. But unfortunately for it, the plan failed. As soon as the demon touched the toilet, it was caught off guard, not understanding what was happening. Unbeknownst to it, Lam Aowei had placed a magical circle around the toilet earlier, which now activated and stopped the skull demon, causing it to fall back. Just then Jiang and Lam Aowei entered the bathroom. Jiang laughed triumphantly. "Ha ha, your spell worked." Caught off guard, the skull demon angrily raised its hands to attack them, screaming, "You brats, how dare you bully a teacher." The scene shifts to another place in a room where a girl is sitting with her feet on the table, scrolling through her phone, reading comics. Suddenly, 3 small children excitedly appear at her side, saying, "Teacher, play hide and seek with us." She, busy with her phone, dismisses them, shouting, "Get out, go play by yourselves." Meanwhile, in that space, Jiang was questioning the skull demon. "If I'm not mistaken, you're part of the underworld, not just a teacher." Hearing him, the demon immediately retorted angrily, "Don't put everything on me." The crazy skull demon threw a punch at Jiang Shen, who quickly jumped up to dodge the attack. Despite being a teacher, he didn't take responsibility like one. But as the opportunity came, it lunged at him, and he grabbed its head. Without beating around the bush, Jiang Shen directly seized its skull mask and yanked it off, shouting, "Take your face out of here." As Jiang Shen removed the skull mask from the demon, its body immediately turned into a slimy green liquid that flowed onto the ground. Furious, Jiang Shen crushed the skull mask of the demon, especially this type of degenerate teacher. Seeing Jiang Shen's actions, Lam Aowei was a bit puzzled and loudly asked Jiang Shen, "Are you also a sea-level powerhouse?" Jiang Shen hummed in response, "Maybe that's the case." With the mission nearly completed, he turned to Lam Aowei and said, "We just need one last child." And Lam Aowei nodded, suggesting they split up to search. After a while of searching, they met again at a room. Jiang Shen looked around carefully. He said they had searched everywhere, and there was no one, to which Lam Aowei replied she hadn't found anyone either. Lam Aowei had a strange feeling and wondered if this demon really didn't exist. Jiang Shen was also skeptical. He took out his phone to check the mission again for confirmation and speculated that maybe it was hidden in the underworld. The two of them decided to give up and leave. Suddenly a small ghost appeared and clung to Jiang Shen without him noticing. It seemed to be invisible, which is why they couldn't find it. Shortly after, the three of them, along with the ghost, made their way to the car and quickly drove away from the place. Sitting in the passenger seat, Jiang Shen casually asked La Maovai with a smile, "Do all your extraordinary people like driving sports cars?" La Maovai, not knowing where she got the information, thought Jiang Shen liked sports cars and confidently replied, "I thought you liked sports cars, that's why you bought this one." Jiang Shen relaxed, resting his hands behind his head, and said, "As wandering extraordinary people, we are caught between life and death, focusing on honing our own strength. We don't have preferences for material things." La Maovai suddenly suggested Jiang Shen, "How about I take you back to the Shangqing sect? With the mountain resources, your path will be much easier after this." Although he would likely refuse, Jiang Shen still curiously asked, "Does your Shangqing sect practice ghost techniques? Does the sect suppress some vicious old ghosts?" Jiang Shen's question made Lin Aoi burst out laughing, saying, "What you mentioned only exists in the underworld." Jiang Shen flashed a sly, cunning smile. "Yes, cunning indeed. This sect specializes in nurturing demons and using dark skills." After chatting for a bit, their vehicle entered a tunnel, but above it was a road under construction sign that they couldn't see. Inside it was eerily quiet as the car drove deeper. Inside, two workers were setting up barricades and warning signs in the middle of the road, talking to each other as they worked. "Quick, block the road, notify the higher-ups to investigate. It's too scary." "Is there a ghost in this tunnel?" An hour had passed, and Jiang Shen, along with La Maovai, were still speeding through the tunnel. Jiang Shen felt something was off. It seemed wrong. They had been traveling for over an hour, and still hadn't exited the tunnel. Why was it so long? La Maovai also sensed something unusual, sweating nervously. Could it be that the ghost is playing tricks on them? Jiang Shen immediately used his divine sight to assess the situation. The tunnel appeared straight, but in reality, it was slightly curved. Not just slightly curved, it had formed a complete circle. So they had actually been going in circles in the tunnel. Frustrated by the ghost's antics, Jiang Shen smirked, intending to provoke it a bit. He poked his head out of the car to see which wretched ghost was messing with him, and La Maovai worriedly reminded him. "Jiang Shen, be careful." Not seeing any ghost appear, he shouted provocatively for it to come out. "Friends in the circle, dare to show yourselves. If not, I'll destroy this tunnel." Just as he finished speaking, a ghost suddenly zipped by catching him off guard. Wow, that was fast. The ghost looked like a clown on a bicycle, appearing next to Jiang Shen's car, challenging him with a grin. "Wanna race?" The clown ghost even set the stakes for the race. The loser must pay with their life. Without hesitation, Jiang Shen told La Maovai to accelerate, silently agreeing to the ghost's race challenge. The car's speedometer displayed a speed of 270 kilometers per hour. The clown ghost continued pedaling and laughing while Jiang Shen and La Maovai chased after it. Inside the car, Jiang Shen felt puzzled. If the ghost wanted to race, why couldn't it get past these three small circles? La Maovai, driving frantically, exclaimed, "My fuel is running low." Sweat was pouring down her face. Feeling the urgency, he pulled out the system and said, "Looks like I need to use some tricks." System enhanced this car. Jiang Shen finished his command, and the system announced, "Note 3 chi points consumed." Suddenly, two streams of blue and dark purple energy appeared on the car. Moments later, a large round tube unexpectedly sprouted from the back of the car, resembling an acceleration device. Sure enough, the tube emitted a strong blast of green smoke, propelling the car forward. The clown ghost saw this, sweat beading on its face, looking confused. Soon the car shot forward at breakneck speed, overtaking the clown ghost's head. Jiang Shen poked his head out the window and smirked. "What skills do you have? Come on, show yourself." Suddenly, a bright area appeared ahead, and the two exclaimed, "Look, there's an exit." But the tunnel's space had become distorted. The head of the three demon now looked sinister, emitting a strange aura from its eyes and mouth, feeling like it was about to explode. It cried out, "Ah," then charged forward at breakneck speed. In an instant, it once again surpassed the car of Jiang Shen and his companion. After passing the two, it turned back with a smug smile, boasting, "Haha, you've lost." Jiang Shen said nothing but raised his hand and called Shadow Spear, releasing a familiar aura from his palm. The giant spear shot through the two car windows, causing the demon to panic once again. The spear was positioned horizontally between the two inside the car, and Jiang Shen shouted to his teammate. Lin Aoi hit the brakes and turned left. She quickly complied, the tires screeching against the road, kicking up dust. The car skidded, forming a circle, and the spear swung along with it. The demon could only stand frozen before the oncoming spear. Fear was etched on its face. Sweat poured down, and its eyes bulged as it tried to see what was coming towards it. The spear swung with great force, splintering the guardrail by the roadside. The system notification popped up. 3 demon has been slain. Evil energy, plus 999. After dealing with it, Jiangshen got out of the car, both hands bracing against the cliff below, reminding, "Remember, don't stop by the Ha mountain slope next round." Lin Aoi, seeing the tunnel gradually disappearing behind the thick purple mist, exclaimed, "The tunnel is gone." She then speculated, "This place seems to have life." Jiangshen looked surprised and asked alive, "What do you mean?" Lin Aoi pointed upwards and said, "Look closely." Both looked up to see a rock shaped like a demon's head atop the mountain. Jiangshen was still in shock, pondering Demon's Gate Mountain, when suddenly the ground shook, causing rocks to tumble down, startling both of them. Lin Aoi turned to him with a serious expression and asked, "What is Demon's Gate Mountain?" Above them was a large stone, shaped like a human, featuring a rather eerie face in the middle. Jiangshen replied, "It's the mountain that has gained consciousness. Most are just mindless beings acting on instinct." As he spoke, he waved his hand, creating vines around the large stone above. The vines began to climb the stone, and Jiangshen continued, "Don't be afraid just because it's big. We can handle it." Later, the vines had climbed up the glass all over the rock, leaving only the human face, but the vines continued to grow upward. Then the vines suddenly sprouted sharp thorns, causing the human face to gasp in alarm and cry out, This is. As for Jiangshen, he was below, lightly raising his hand, using an unseen technique, immediately causing the rock to deform as the thorns tightened around it, sending the face in the middle flying out. That strange face began to fall freely. The stone fragments shaped like arms and legs were so tightly bound by the thorns that they shattered. Lin Aoi watched the scene with her mouth agape, unable to blink. Jiangshen lowered his head, appearing like a carefree romantic, thinking, "A real man never looks back." After the dust settled a bit, Lin Aoi, still confused, unconsciously cried out, "Ah!" Jiangshen flashed a handsome smile and confidently said, "This time it's definitely a perfect score." Suddenly, from below where the two stood, a rock began to rise, startling both of them and making them unstable. The thing below continued to assemble into a humanoid shape made from various large and small rocks. Its face even had rosy cheeks. The two were standing on its head. Jiangshen and Lin Aoi exclaimed in panic, "How can there be another one? Compared to the previous one, this one is just a baby." She worriedly asked Jiangshen, "What should we do?" Jiangshen reassured her, "Let's pretend it doesn't exist for now." Suddenly, the face with 4 eyes on the rock lit up and shouted, "Son, where are you?" Scene shifts to the headquarters of the underworld. Images of the buildings appear. Inside a room, a brown-haired man sat anxiously looking ahead. The man sitting opposite him slammed the table angrily, saying how many people died in the tunnel at Mount Judai. This made him panic. Then, sweating profusely, he stammered, I don't know anything." "If you don't speak, don't blame me," a figure from the underworld said coldly, accompanied by a dream demon, appearing with a wave of dark power. "If there's no landslide, how could people die?" The dream demon flew toward the man, who screamed, A. Despite his immense fear, he still held his tongue. I want to report you for torture." The mouth of the dream demon was now close to him. Then nothing changed. He was quickly ensnared by the dream demon. Scene shifts to another location in front of a pile of large and small rocks. Stacked together, 2 men stood beside. Observing one spoke up. "Master, can you see why the tunnel keeps collapsing?" The other man, dressed as a Taoist priest, replied with an untrustworthy expression. "Mount Judai was originally meant to block the underworld. After drilling the tunnel, the underworld seeped through, causing countless accidents." Just when he spoke ambiguously, causing the red-haired man to lose patience and ask just when, what, the Taoist quickly pointed 2 fingers forward and replied, "Dig 2 support columns at the entrance. I guarantee it won't collapse again." In another place, in the lobby of a building waiting for the elevator, a familiar-looking man with blonde hair and rosy cheeks stood in front of a man who was nervously scratching his head, asking, "Boss, you're looking for me." The red-haired man then flashed a wicked smile and asked, "I heard you bet all your assets, is that true? You even plan to sell your wife and kids. Are you still even human?" He pointed to himself in a panic and replied, "I want to sell myself, but no one wants to buy." The red-haired man, hearing this, said with a grin, "I want to. I'll buy you." On the phone screen, the number 5 million appeared. The red-haired man asked, "Has the money arrived?" The blonde man replied, as the two of them stood over a large pit. The blonde man looked at the number on his phone screen and couldn't help but smile with delight. Meanwhile, the red-haired man behind him had a face like a demon and said, "So you can relax and go." But looking down into the pit, the blonde man began to feel worried and scared. Then he gritted his teeth and shouted to muster courage, "Ah!" After that, he gritted his teeth and jumped down into the pit below. Suddenly, a woman holding a child appeared, and the child cried out, "Daddy." This made the red-haired man turn around in surprise while the blonde man panicked. Before falling, he tried to warn the mother and child, "Hurry home, don't come here." The woman approached the red-haired man and pushed against him in anger, saying, "You're the murderer, give my husband back." The child was still crying, clinging to her. The child used both hands to punch the man while yelling, "Give my dad back." Suddenly, he picked up a shovel and said, "Dealing with this guy means saving that hungry family. If you all like that scumbag so much, then let's go down there with him." As he spoke, he cruelly swung the shovel, knocking both mother and child down. After that, he began to lean on the shovel, panting heavily. Panting, a vehicle appeared behind him. It was a concrete mixer truck. He waved his hand, signaling, and immediately, concrete began to flow down into the pit from above. The underworld worker, after checking the memories of the man, spoke up. What a mess. Just taking away the memories is already too easy for him. Back to Jiang Shen, he was still fumbling on the rock from earlier. Lamao, worried, said hiding like this forever isn't a solution. What should we do? Jiang Shen replied with some difficulty. If we hide on her head. For normal demons, hitting the head will surely result in an unexpected death. 4 angry eyes below were still shining brightly. Jiang Shen continued. Let's coordinate a bit. You use the fire dragon talisman to create an opening in her head. Lamao immediately complied, taking out a talisman wrapped in red energy and placing it on the rock. Shortly after, it quickly erupted with a loud explosion on the top of that rock, and the 4 eyes quickly looked up. Meanwhile, Jiang Shen was controlling the vines and continued. Then I'll use the wooden deception technique to guide her head along the cut. The vines began to grow and stretch around the cut of the head. That giant head gradually split open under the attack of the vines. That's it, Jiang Shen said. Wasn't that simple? Meanwhile, Lam Baohu was still staring in shock. Suddenly, Jiang Shen panicked while looking at the system panel. Wait, the system isn't increasing the kneeling energy. Both of them were now staring at each other in alarm. In front of them was a humanoid figure assembled from various stones, but it had lost its head. It emitted a glow like fire. From the neck where the head was missing, a pit formed like a lava flow, and it spoke mournfully. Return the child to me. Jiang Shen and La Maovi looked up in terror. Massive plumes of smoke now erupted from the lava. Then the lava began to flow down, accompanied by a deathly voice. Lava erupts. The two quickly jumped aside to avoid it. Seeing the lava flowing toward the red car below, Jiang Shen anxiously said, Oh no, your Lamborghini. Lam Aovi shouted impatiently. What time is it? Stop worrying about the car. We need to run. This isn't a mission we can handle. They were currently above the massive lava flow. Suddenly, Jiang Shen calmly produced a drop of clear water in his hand and said, Launch the technique. He enlarged the drop of water and shot it down to block the flowing lava. The red car remained where it was while the lava began to flow around it. He exclaimed joyfully, This technique works. Lam Aovi looked towards the source of the lava and warned, Be careful, it's about to erupt again. Jiang Shen seemed to think of something clever and exclaimed, Then this will be easy to handle. He raised one hand using his right hand to launch the technique. With his left hand he held the Lin Qi, and in his other hand he held his pet. Then he began to merge the two in his hands. Merge. Once combined, they formed a strange weapon that looked very powerful, resembling the teeth of a dinosaur, a firefighting pillar from the underworld. The lava from that neck erupted once more, even stronger. Jiang Shen quickly controlled the weapon in his hand to extinguish it. All 4 yellow buttons lit up, and from the mouth of the water pillar, it began to open and spray water. At this moment, his water seemed quite small compared to the giant lava on the opposite side. Jiang Shen quickly shouted, Enlarge it. Another yellow circle lit up, and the mouth of the water pillar was now vigorously spraying water. And finally, what spewed out was a stream of water, shaped like a strange blue creature, proudly standing on the central fire hydrant shooting fireworks. Then Jiang Shen began to order it to spray into her mouth for the ship. Moments later, Jiang Shen was delighted to see the lava flow had stopped, while the creature showed a look of fear. Jiang Shen then walked up to look down at the pile of stones, sleeping peacefully in front of him. Still unsatisfied, Jiang Shen picked up the spirit mushroom and shouted like the mushroom continued to transform. At this moment, the strange creature had turned into a bizarre shape with many legs. While he manipulated his weapon, he spoke. Have you ever tasted the pain of my banana? I'll crush you to dust. You'll never reincarnate. Saying this, he swung his weapon down onto the stone in front of him. After smashing the stone figure, Jiang Shen retracted his weapon and said, You've worked hard, spirit mushroom. The stone figure was now shattered into many pieces. Lin Yue stepped forward and spoke. This time it should be over, right? Jiang Shen waved his hand to disperse the smoke in front of him, and saw a red crystal lying on the ground, which made him exclaim in surprise. Oh, picking up the rather large crystal, he exclaimed. I can't believe there's a stone that can withstand my attack. Lin Yue also pointed at the crystal, and said it looks quite similar to a shield. Jiang Shen happily called out to the system and replied, It's quite tough, but not very handy, still needs to be crafted further. System, can you craft this crystal? The system immediately replied, It requires 1,000 chi energy, and without hesitation he responded, Craft it. The system obeyed and immediately crafted the crystal, displaying a notification giant stone shield plus 1 medium-grade chi energy, showing an image of a very sturdy golden shield. Trying the shield on his arm, Jiang Shen said to the system, Put it in my bag. Suddenly, Lin Yue felt startled upon seeing a bright, smiling face reflected in Jiang Shen's shadow on the ground. She exclaimed, Huh? Jiang Shen, confused, asked back what's wrong. Her face was now dotted with sweat as she replied, Your shadow. Lin Yue pointed at the head of the shadow cast on the ground and said just now it seemed to move by itself. Jiang Shen quickly reached out to strike a wave of force toward his own shadow. The spot on the ground where the shadow was cast remained normal, and then he said, I told you, what's the problem with the shadow? Suddenly, in front of the two, a dark gray liquid spurted up. Both were curious, and looked over Jiang Shen, scratched his head and exclaimed, huh. Then from the strange puddle of liquid a white head emerged. After a while, it became clearer. It seemed to be creating a replica of Jiang Shen from the mud puddle. As the body of the replica was completed, its eyes gleamed brightly, and with a sly smile, it said, you've been discovered. Then it stood opposite Jiang Shen. Look, I've become a person now, and at this moment he felt stunned. Then he scratched his face and commented, he's handsome, but his eyes look a bit hollow. At this moment, the system board raised a question from the demon after this guy didn't ask how I turned into his shadow demonic energy, plus 189. Jiang Shen replied, what's there to ask about that? Aren't you the kid who fell from the building? At this moment, the demon gritted its teeth and angrily said they bully me because I'm blind, always wanting me to be a ghost to catch people, how despicable. Jiang Shen, feeling exasperated, replied, who asked you? The demon grew even angrier, shouting in frustration, despicable, 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 and within that shout appeared the head of a child. It recalled when it was alive playing with 3 friends, when the boy asked, why do I have to be the ghost? A bald kid grinned, wickedly pointing at him to insult, who told you not to see. Being a ghost doesn't need eyes. Then he began to jump up, saying, come here, come catch us. While the others quickly ran away, the boy was left trying to feel around. The bald boy was soon found by the other boy and cornered at the edge of the rooftop nervously, thinking I'm done for. The boy had now touched the bald kid and exclaimed, got you. The bald kid felt uncomfortable and made a noise of annoyance. Then he began to smile, slyly moving behind the boy, and said, turn around, there's someone hiding over there. The boy immediately followed along, starting to feel his way forward while the bald kid showed great glee behind him. The boy was happily feeling his way to the edge of the rooftop, saying, where are you? I'm coming to catch you. Then it happened, his foot stepped off into thin air. He fell freely from the tall building and screamed, A. Jiang Shen heard and angrily exclaimed, those people are truly scum. The demon's eyes lit up as it replied, so I want everyone who plays blindfolded tag with me to come find me. Jiang Shen approached and patted its shoulder, saying, but I've already found you. The boy who was dying, isn't that enough? Jiang Shen disdainfully replied, fool, do you think turning into me can kill me? In his hand he had summoned a spirit of humiliation. Then let's see, the demon now had a sword in hand, taunting Jiang Shen swung his sword towards it. He continuously struck with his sword, attacking the demon. As he fought, he shouted 800 forms of ghostly power. The demon grinned wickedly and echoed 800 forms of ghostly power, then it mimicked Jiang Shen's attacks. He used another method, Thunder Law, and the demon continued to mimic Thunder Law. 2 bolts of lightning now looked exactly the same and collided. Jiang Shen used the Dark Realm Great Strike, and it again imitated the Dark Realm Great Strike. Suddenly, a talisman was stuck to the back of the demon, along with the aura surrounding it. La Mao V was outside, clasping her hands and shouting, evil spirits, reveal your true form. Then she jumped up. The demon sneered. Is that all you've got? It began to turn around, its large body, looming eyes glowing with light that caused La Mao V to plummet mid-air. Jiang Shen raised an eyebrow and remarked, imitating me isn't as easy as it looks. He then began to calculate in his mind, wondering if he should stop using normal tactics. The dark arts and ancient traps had become a real headache. Suddenly, he lunged at the demon, striking its lower body while saying, you're a joke. The demon recoiled, mouth agape in pain. Jiang Shen felt tears of pain welling up. Now they could finally see the newly hatched chicks. At that moment, a beam of light shot out from the spherical building. It was the people from the dark ship taking off. One of them hurriedly said, leaving those ghosts in the dungeon will surely cause disaster, we need to deal with them quickly. Meanwhile, Jiang Shen was still struggling with the demon, which yelled, stop it. Jiang Shen responded, you stop first. Suddenly, a foot kicked the demon, separating the two. The person from the dark ship looked at Jiang Shen and asked, are you Jiang Shen? Where are the demons in the dungeon? Jiang Shen grimaced and replied, those aren't worth mentioning. This one is far from ordinary. If it's not at least B rank, don't bother coming here. Hearing this, the dark ship person was shocked and exclaimed, B rank really is B rank. He then unexpectedly laughed and threw off his hat. Revealing a muscular man with a somewhat fierce look, he said, team leader of the Underworld Scouts, Ku Hong, at your service. Excited, he swung his weapon and thought, I've heard a lot about Jiang Shen's tactics. Today, I'll train against this shadow. Ko Hong swung his weapon powerfully, saying, let's get started. Then Ko Hong successfully slashed the demon, sending it flying. After getting up, the demon's expression turned serious. From one of its arms, a huge vine shot out toward Ku Hong, using wood manipulation. Ku Hong quickly readied his weapon to defend. Ko Hong's gaze turned serious. The demon's vine was now close to him and he gripped his weapon tightly. Then he fiercely sliced through the giant vine, cutting it into pieces. Unexpectedly, the demon attacked from behind, and Ko Hong struggled to raise his weapon in defense. Both exerted all their strength against each other. Ku Hong was now sweating profusely as he blocked the demon's strike. Seeing this, the demon grinned with satisfaction, but suddenly Ku Hong threw a punch and laughed. In the end, it's still a bare-knuckle fight. The demon swung back a punch and yelled, "Bring it on!" Their fists collided, creating a massive explosion with dust swirling everywhere. After the smoke cleared in front of Ko Hong was a large crater, and he stammered, "Oh my god, that's impressive." Then he smiled with delight, wiping his face, and said, "It's all at the B level. You're the first person capable of suppressing me." Jiang Shen also laughed in response. "After all, it is my shadow." Ku Hong continued to advance with clenched fists toward the attacking demon. "Come on." The demon with a nonchalant expression appeared before something strange. That thing suddenly attacked Ku Hong, catching him off guard, and he looked down in shock, exclaiming, "I'm dead." Then he was punched into the sky, and Jiang Shen raised his hand to shield his eyes, unable to help but exclaim, "Wow, that's flying far." He then turned to the demon, smirking, "The shadow is mine." The demon arrogantly replied, "Heh heh heh, if you can win, then we'll talk." At this moment, Jiang Shen had something red in his hand and confidently said, "You don't think you've learned all my moves, do you?" What appeared in the red was a transformation talisman, and his smile grew increasingly sinister. Transformation into a demon, the surrounding area of Jiang Shen was filled with bizarre creatures. Entering the state of demon transformation, a powerful aura radiated from his body, causing his clothes to tear. At this moment, a strange, large symbol appeared on his shoulder and back. The strange symbol stretched down to his chest, and Jiang Shen's expression darkened. At this moment, the system interface displayed a notification. "Congratulations, host has received a random divine ability, soul-controlling golden bell." Jiang Shen's eyes turned black as he angrily asked the demon, "Did you know about this?" The demon, now feeling terrified, exclaimed, "Ah, what the hell is this? Clearly I've been on your back, investigating everything. How could you have this power?" Jiang Shen confidently replied, raising his battered arm, "You don't know much. The number of my trump cards is uncountable." The demon, still smiling, contemptuously replied, "It's probably just an illusion you created. You're only deceiving people with a facade." Jiang Shen quickly grabbed its neck, causing the demon to stick out its tongue in pain and scream, "Ah ah ah." Then he shoved 2 fingers into its throat and said, "How does my facade taste?" After that, he hooked all 4 fingers and pulled on its cheek with immense strength. Jiang Shen held one of the demon's cheeks and spun around in the air. Finally, he threw it away with great force, and the demon looked dazed. Its body crashed into a large rock behind and fell down. Jiang Shen said, "Clearly just a shadow, yet it has saliva." Jiang Shen approached and looked down at it, stating nonchalantly, "Let me give you another chance to broaden your horizons." Then he touched a black mark on his chest with a finger. From that mark appeared an eye with a golden-yellow pupil. From that eye, a beam of golden light shot out after Jiang Shen shouted, controlling the soul with precision. The demon hit by that power writhed on the ground in pain, crying out, "A." But even then it managed to say, "I'm your shadow. If I die, you die too." Jiang Shen grinned excitedly in response, "I can't wait to see what happens without you." He then moved closer to the demon and continued to increase his strength. Suddenly the demon vanished from the ground, and Jiang Shen couldn't help but exclaim, "Wow, you can burrow underground too." At this moment, Jiang Shen opened all the eyes on the black lines on his chest and shouted, precisely controlling the golden light. The beams of light from those eyes continuously shone down on the ground. He saw the demon hiding and felt a bit impressed. Oh, not bad. At this point, the eyes on Jiang Shen's body had stopped shining, but he was still focused, preparing a stronger move, concentrating to unleash his firepower. The demon then appeared, waving its hands in panic, saying, "Stop, let's negotiate." System notification. The blind ghost receives the demonic energy, plus 9,999. Jiang Shen responded seriously, "Go ahead, talk." It hurriedly replied, "I can continue being your shadow. I'll do whatever you say." Jiang Shen asked back, "What if one day you betray me? Killing you would make me feel safer." The blind ghost panicked and proposed, "I can make a blood pact with you." Jiang Shen leaned down, grabbing its head, and asked, "What's a blood pact?" Suddenly, the red cloth jumped in and cheerfully shouted, "Hey, I'm back." Both Jiang Shen and the demon turned to look at the red cloth, and it was surprised, asking, "Huh, are you two done?" Jiang Shen confidently replied with a smile, "Looks like it. It just signed a blood pact with me." The red cloth was thrilled and eagerly said, "Bro, you should agree to it. This is a great opportunity." Jiang Shen asked, puzzled, "What's so good about this?" He explained, "You probably know we use the method of sealing souls into the body. Actually, this method is just another form of a blood pact. Forcing a demon to make a blood pact with a human can be dangerous." Jiang Shen firmly replied, "It's not even a real demon, just a useless shadow." The red cloth raised its voice a bit, saying, "Bro, this is a rare chance. It could be the legendary dual cultivation of spirits." Jiang Shen furrowed his brow in confusion. Dual cultivation of spirits. Then he remembered, "Isn't this the path of To Lin and To Sao?" He continued, "Can you guarantee nothing will go wrong with the blood pact? Demons often lose control in the underworld. This can't be generalized. A blood contract with a willing spirit means if the host dies, it dies too." Jiang Shen's ears are still pressed against the spirit's head. Then he lowered his face to confront it and said, let's see. The blind spirit nodded, eagerly, agreeing repeatedly, okay, okay, okay. It then stood up and performed a very strange gesture, saying, come on, let's do this together. He raised his hand to follow along, angrily reminding, what kind of weird move is this? If you dare to trick me, you're dead. Kohong, seeing a person and a spirit doing these strange actions together helplessly, said, so this is how a blood contract is signed. I've never seen it before. The blind spirit jumped while continuing. Next, there's an important incantation. I'll read half and you read the other half. Not needing to be overly cautious, Jiangshen smoothly replied, go ahead, I support you, as their four fingers touched. The result appeared each had half of their essence merging together. They were both surprised and exclaimed, oh, oh, oh. A magical red circle with symbols appeared at their feet, releasing a wave of blood-red energy. After their successful merge, the wave of energy dissipated. Jiangshen looked at his hands in confusion. Aside from putting his clothes back on, nothing had changed. Suddenly, his shadow projected onto the ground, revealing a smiling face, but with beads of sweat, saying, big brother, I'll follow everything you say. After witnessing this scene, Kuhong said with satisfaction, it's rare to see a spirit adapt to the situation like this. Unlimited potential. Jiangshen replied somewhat helplessly, actually, I don't really need this. The shadow, hearing this, looked alarmed and quickly said, big brother, we signed a contract. No regrets now. Meanwhile, Kohong picked up his clothes, exclaiming, haha, no wonder it's Jiangshen. Even young Chuan has to give in front of you. He scratched his head and smiled humbly, saying, it's a misunderstanding. It's all thanks to Captain Yang's guidance. At that moment, Kohong had put his uniform back on and reminded, being overly modest can come off as fake. Among B-level powerhouses, your strength is definitely top tier. Jiangshen happily replied, if you regard me so highly, then I have a favor to ask. Then he leaned in to whisper in Kohong's ear. After hearing this, Kohong immediately patted his chest to show his reliability and replied, don't worry, I'll handle it. After saying this, Kohong quickly flew away, bidding farewell. I'll go ahead, while Jiangshen waved him off. He then turned to ask his teammate, Lin Aoi, are you okay? She replied, yeah, just a little scrape. Then Lin Aoi asked further, did you kill the shadow? Jiangshen, with a triumphant smile, said I subdued it and signed a blood contract. Hearing this, she thought for a moment, to possess such great power, it must have worked hard. I need to strive to keep up with him. I can't let him shoulder everything alone. After that, Lam Aovi clasped her hands together, her eyes sparkling with excitement as she said, God Jiang, can you take me along next time on your mission? I want to improve with you. But God Jiang quickly ignored her and replied, I don't want to team up, which directly made Lam Aovi lose her excitement. Yet she boldly asked again, what's wrong? You don't want to God? Jiang waved his hands defensively. No, of course not. Hearing this, she was satisfied and chirped, then let's team up next time. God Jiang responded with a hint of helplessness. Let's see about that. The two were happily chatting in the forest. The scene shifts to in front of a store named Extreme Milk Tea. God Jiang was walking in when he noticed a crowd making a lot of noise. He scratched his head slightly, amazed. Business is really bustling, huh? A group of boys with infatuated expressions exclaimed, so cute, the milk tea girl is so beautiful. Gajang then approached with an irritated expression, pulling two people aside and saying, buy quickly or get lost. A girl with short blonde hair wearing cat ears saw Gajang and joyfully shouted, boss. The girl looked incredibly happy, yet a bit shy, as she gazed at Gajang, causing those behind her to exclaim, what is this guy, the owner? He quickly motioned her to step aside, saying, let's talk over there. It's too crowded here. The girl turned to the others, smiling brightly. Sorry everyone, the shop is closing early today. As the two stepped outside, she asked boss, what do you need me for? God, Jiang quickly pulled out an item much to the girl's confusion. He presented it to her, and after looking it over for a moment, she said, This is the lethal arrow from the Tang family. God Jiang suddenly glanced behind him, thinking I felt something was off before coming in. Sure enough, a few guys were hiding here, their shadows casting on the ground behind him. He continued to think, if the lethal dart is exposed, we'll be targeted by assassins from the Tang clan. No one will survive that night. Hearing this, God Jiang threw the item behind him and casually said, hey, I doubt they'll make it through tonight. It was nighttime, and the moon was high above outside a house. God Jiang was looking at his phone screen smiling as he said, society quotes from the internet, be careful on the steel body. Suddenly, a cloud of smoke flew into his room. God Jiang caught off guard and hailed it. Soon after, he slumped back on the sofa and fell into a deep sleep as the strange smoke wafted by. God Jiang was sleeping so soundly that bubbles were rising from his nose. At this moment, two people appeared watching him. The guy with the chicken-colored hair asked casually, is this guy really a master? The masked figure replied, a fake, right, he passed out so easily. Suddenly, Jiang Shen appeared behind the two, his expression dark, agreeing, yes, this guy is definitely a fake. How did they not notice he has no shadow? The two were startled and exclaimed, "Oh no," before quickly grabbing their weapons to attack behind them, but Jiang Shen had already vanished into thin air. Then the blind ghost in the form of Jiang Shen sitting on the sofa spoke up. "Have you forgotten me?" The two were once again terrified and turned around. The shadow quickly attacked the two with its hands. The two jumped back to dodge as the ghost's hands transformed into sharp objects lunging at them. Jiang Shen unexpectedly appeared behind the two, his eyes wide, asking, "Have you forgotten me too?" He then raised his hands, charged with golden lightning excitedly, saying, "Brother Zai, connect the circuit to eliminate them." After that, the two blind ghosts unleashed lightning bolts toward the two. The clothes on the two were torn apart by the force of the lightning. Their bodies were smoking with wounds and the two collapsed on top of each other. After taking care of them, Jiang Shen happily called team leader Cao. "I've handled it." Cao Hong replied, "I'll send the address, you take your people there." After hearing this, Jiang Shen agreed and slung one over each shoulder heading to a tall building. Looking up, he excitedly said, "Today we'll create a scene that will shake the heavens and earth so they know who Jiang Shen is." A grand, magnificent lantern appeared. Suddenly, a man with a long face and a short nose, wearing an expressionless face, appeared. Another was a chubby child with a round face wearing round glasses. The chubby child was kneeling before the long-faced man and presented a tray, while a man with a straw hat beside him ordered offer it to the master. He then leaned down to speak to the long-faced elder with a sinister expression. "Master Hokyo, from now on, please teach our Long family more." The long-faced elder turned around and reminded Elder Duong, "Don't forget the unique techniques we agreed upon." He forced a smile in response. "Haha, how could I dare?" But sweat was pouring down his face. Outside a door, Jiang Shen had brought the two over, and the guards raised their hands, saying in unison, "Private residence of the Duong family, you cannot enter." He brought the two unconscious ones toward the guards and said, "Get over here." The guard looked down at the two and couldn't help but exclaim, "What, the Duong family's guards? How did they end up like this?" The two were now unconscious on the ground. Jiang Shen smiled mischievously and asked, "Not letting me in, huh?" Then he pointed to the person next to him and asked, "So he can come in, right?" At that moment, a bald man appeared behind the two guards, smiling warmly, saying, "Team Leader Cao, Your Excellency, I apologize for not welcoming you properly." Cao Hong immediately pulled out a paper containing the search warrant. Cao Hong began to read. "The spice trade is illegal. Unauthorized opening of the silver points. The amount involved exceeds 100,000 points in illegal profits. According to the law, the responsible person will be executed, and the clan will be held accountable." After reading, he rolled up the paper forcefully and sternly asked, "Can we go in now?" The bald man was startled, feeling a bit confused. In his heart, Hong Hot thought, "Oh no, who has provoked this young man with connections to the underworld?" Then Cao Hong said, "Jiang Shen, let's go in." Jiang Shen was standing there chewing gum and smiling with delight. Then the two of them casually walked in, ignoring the bald man's calls, thinking it must be a misunderstanding. The old master of the clan would explain to the underworld. Inside, at that moment, Master Hokyo and the old master of the clan were greeting each other. He turned and said, "Master Hokyo, I toast to you," when suddenly the guard Hong Hot ran in. He said to the old master of the clan in a low voice. Hearing this, he angrily crushed the teacup in his hand and shouted, "What?" Then he turned to question the guy. "Why did you provoke those underworld thugs?" This guy, trembling in fear, replied, "It seems that the second young mistress wants to take revenge for the young master of the clan." He shouted again, "Then why do they have no evidence?" But suddenly something attacked him, preventing him from finishing his words. Master Hokyu and Hoang Hot looked down at the object in his hand. It was a dart. Looking at the dart, he angrily hissed, "That damn witch using darts to kill." Cao Hong appeared at this moment, saying to him, "Now there's suspicion they are secretly training assassins violating human rights and laws. We will search the entire clan." He angrily crushed the dart and retorted, "Just based on a broken dart, you dare to insult the clan. Do you want to die?" Cao Hong, with a grim expression, said, "The underworld operates without needing evidence." The old master of the clan looked at the people next to him and asked, "The underworld is bullying our weak clan. Can you, the clan heads, just stand by?" The first man with square glasses was the head of the Tran clan. The second, with a mustache, was also the head of the Tran clan, and the bald man with round glasses was yet another head of the Tran clan. They all looked thoughtful. The old master of the clan looked at the three of them, panicked with a pleading expression. "Everyone, you must help our clan." Then he looked at Master Hokyu, worried, thinking, "This old man has saved me many times. Why won't he help me this time? Does he think I'm not worth it?" At this moment, Master Hokyu raised his hand, cleared his throat, and said, "Ahem, then I must take a stand here today. It's over. He's acting so arrogantly as if he's going to teach us something. Listen to me for a moment." Jiang Shen immediately interrupted, pointing at him and questioning, "What the hell are you saying? Is there room for you to speak here? You have throwing stars to kill. Do you dare to stand up for them?" He shouted angrily. "You young ones are bullying too much." Then he summoned his power. One side was a crane, the other side was a tiger roaring. Master Hokyo pointed at Jiang Shen and shouted, "Crane form." The crane extended its beak, preparing to attack Jiang Shen, but he quickly dodged. He then scoffed, "A bird dares to act so grandly. You think I'm easy prey?" From his arm shadows resembling the crane's head shot out to counter his crane. Master Ho Qiu hurriedly used a stream of spiritual energy to create a shield. He raised both hands and yelled tiger form. This energy was quite strong, nullifying Jiang Shen's attack. Then he jumped up and yelled, "Die for me." A giant tiger with glowing red eyes appeared behind him. Jiang Shen wasn't backing down and roared even louder. The force from his roar made the tiger behind Master Ho Qiu vanish instantly. He landed on the ground, now facing each other with a fierce stance. Jiang Shen suddenly pointed at him and called out, "You under the ground where Master Ho Qiu is standing, there's a red shadow grinning and grabbing your legs." Jiang Shen pointed down at the ground and shouted, "Kneel before me." Master Ho Qiu's legs were swiftly pulled down, forcing him to kneel. Master Ho Qiu, confused and panicking, exclaimed, "I'll do as you say." This is the power of the Celestial Master. Jiang Shen shone like a god before him. He then knelt before Jiang Shen to everyone's shock and confusion, not expecting to be protected by the Celestial Master. "I concede. I won't interfere in your affairs anymore." Then Master Ho Qiu vanished into the shadows, and Dao Lao Tai called out, "Master, don't go." At this moment, a presence appeared before him, startling him. A subordinate of Ku Hong appeared, clasping his hands in report. The collection has been completed. The death soldiers were indeed trained on the 8th level of the heavens. Dao Lao Tai finally understood the situation and exclaimed in horror, "So you were stalling for time to guide everyone to my Dao gate." Jiang Shen spoke up. "Do you have anything else to say?" Ku Hong waved his hand, commanding, "Take them all away. Anyone who resists will not be spared." This caused panic among those inside. A light bulb appeared on the wall. Suddenly, the door slammed down, catching Jiang Shen's attention, and the door behind Ku Hong also collapsed. The old lady's expression is also difficult to understand as she looks over. He stands opposite the two, looking panicked, while Chu Hong interrogates Dao Lao Dao, who still wants to leave this place. He resolutely responds, "I don't know either." Suddenly, from behind Dao Lao Lao, a long-haired person appears, exclaiming, "Oh no, oh no. It's truly ridiculous that Dao's family, which has been around for 100 years, has ended up like this," the other person says, with a disappointed expression. Then she screams, "Dao Wai can't protect my son, so I should take her life." Dao Lao Lao then points at her and shouts, "So you're the crazy woman who did this, who let her out?" The woman, now crying and lamenting, replies, "Dao's family doesn't dare to take revenge, but I do. I can't let the little tiger die unjustly." Jiang Shen, listening nearby, interjects with irritation, "Your foolish son willingly gave up his life. What does it have to do with Dao Wai? Who would believe you?" The woman, losing her composure, rushes towards him, yelling, "That bastard Dao Wai, bring her here, I need to take her memories." Chi Hong leans in to whisper to him, "Jiang bro, after reading her memories, she'll turn into a fool." Hearing this, Jiang Shen shakes his head in refusal, "Then I can't hand her over." The woman now speaks with malice, Then you won't live to see another day." She pulls out a wriggling insect from her hand. She continues, "I've already put the ancient curse in the wine. All of you will become my puppets." The others, hearing this, panic and cry out, "What, I'm starting to feel sick and vomit." Dao Lao Lao, startled, questions her insect control. "How do you know the methods of the dark ancient sect?" The woman has now let the insect crawl into her forehead, her eyes turning into a ghastly hue, becoming a demon. The insect struggles to crawl onto her forehead, emitting dark energy. Her eyes gleam as she replies, "If you don't help me get revenge, someone else will." The people in the room are now controlled like zombies, and begin to move toward Jiang Shen. If the demon behind Chu Hong and Jiang Shen is pleased, it says, "They are all pillars of the Jiangbei aristocracy. Do you dare harm them?" The zombies gradually move closer to the two. Chi Hong looks at Jiang Shen and asks, "What should we do now?" Sweat beads on his face as he responds, "I don't know either. Either we catch the mastermind or knock them all out." Hearing this, Chu Hong starts to take off his uniform and says loudly, "All right, I'll knock them out. You catch the mastermind." He then swings his arms towards the group and excitedly continues, "When else do we get a chance to beat up these nobles from Jiang City?" Chi Hong joyfully punches those on the other side. Some are sent flying while others fall to the ground, looking utterly pitiful. At this moment, a panicked subordinate stood in front of a chef trying to block him. "Don't, it's me," Cao Hong shouted excitedly, rushing forward with a fist. "Get out of the way." Then Cao Hong punched the chef, sending him flying. He exclaimed, "Ha ha ha, that was great." Meanwhile, the subordinate stood helplessly by. Over here, Jiang Shen looked at the female ghost and smiled. "Let's get started, sis. It's time for us to talk." Her face now bore several blood veins, looking quite eerie. She responded with a sinister smile, "Ha ha, talk." Then, as she lunged to attack Jiang Shen, she yelled, "There's nothing to say." Jiang Shen raised his hand to block her attack, and the ground cracked beneath them. The female ghost approached while shouting, "Get lost." Jiang Shen was pushed back quite a distance by her force. But soon another ghost joined in, engaging in close combat with her. He threw a punch, and the female ghost countered with her claws. Jiangshen gritted his teeth, his face tense. Then he drew the spirit blade from its sword form, stating, "You forced me to take action." The female ghost was still trying to claw at him. Jiangshen swung the sword and she quickly ducked to avoid it. Seizing the opportunity while the female ghost was still reacting, Jiangshen swung down with the sword shouting, "Die!" The female ghost could only raise her hands to block, exclaiming in panic, "Damn it!" Jiangshen then sheathed his sword, mocking her, "So you're just a cowardly ghost." With his eyes glowing red, he threw a punch to her face, saying, "Weren't you just boasting?" This sent the female ghost flying back several meters before crashing into the wall. Jiangshen's massive shadow loomed over the female ghost. She curled up, gritting her teeth in pain, her blood veins on her face now vanished. Jiangshen looked at her with pity, feeling a bit sorry for her, yet he didn't hold back. At that moment, the shadow beneath felt it had a chance to shine, and chimed in baring its sharp teeth and bright eyes. "Then let me handle it," it said, as it struck hard and lifted the female ghost. Just then from her forehead, a bug emerged much longer than before. On the side of the captured group, everyone had been knocked down to the ground like a pile of rags. Cao Hong looked at this scene with regret, saying, "Why is everyone down already? I haven't even fought yet." Suddenly the female ghost smiled slyly and said, "He, you think you've won? I've planted bombs in the building enough to level everything. You all will die with me." Saying that, she brandished a remote in front of Jiang Shen, who looked confused. He didn't respond and turned away while she looked on in panic. Jiang Shen looked at Ku Hong, who was pointing behind him, and said, "You handle the rest." Ku Hong smirked, indicating that the female ghost was about to meet her end. He immediately dashed past Jiang Shen, who remained standing there scratching his head, saying, "I don't have time for this kind of nonsense." As Ku Hong rushed off, he grabbed the severed arm of the female ghost and casually said, "All done." She looked down at her arm, her face pale with fear. Then she screamed, "Ah, my arm!" Jiang Shen, annoyed, covered his ears, exclaiming, "Too loud." He then pulled out the flesh spirit and said, "Flesh spirit, turn into a springboard." Although the flesh spirit was reluctant, it obeyed its master, one end supporting Jiang Shen, while the other slipped through the doorway below. Jiang Shen used all his strength to sit down hard. As he pushed off the other end of the flesh spirit, propelled the door open. At this moment, Jiang Shen casually walked out with his hands in his pockets, suddenly spotting a pair of shoes hanging upside down in the air. A figure in black stood upside down, saying, "Even though I didn't expect you to succeed, this is still impressively quick." Jiang Shen looked up, his pupils turning green. The system panel appeared, showing the Chu Shen's shocked chi at +12999. It turned out the upside-down figure was Chu Shen, who thought, "I've been found out." Above, countless bats were flying up in a swarm from a house. Jiang Shen, feeling intrigued, remarked, "Opening my eyes to 10000 chi. This guy must be something." Jiang Shen then charged forward with a hungry expression, thinking, "I can't let this slip by." The swarm of bats had now reached a large building, their red eyes staring at Jiang Shen. Chu Shen, grinding his teeth, thought. Has he caught up? Jiang Shen leaped and quickly caught up. The bats were still frantically trying to escape. Chu Shen tossed a bat aside and shouted at him, "If it weren't for other matters, I would definitely fight you." Jiang Shen summoned his shadow and instructed Shadow follow that bat. It smiled brightly in response. "Got it." Then he swung his sword to attack the remaining bats, saying, "Come here." Jiang Shen struck the bats but didn't see anyone. They dodged at the last moment. Watching the chaotic bats above, he sighed. They're quite fast. Then he looked down at his flesh spirit and commanded flesh spirit transform into an RPG. The flesh spirit quickly transformed into the weapon, and the swarm of bats fled. Jiang Shen placed the flesh spirit gun on his shoulder and aimed carefully. "Fire for me." A bullet named Flesh Spirit shot forward. The large bullet struck the swarm of bats, creating a dazzling explosion in the air, sending the surviving bats into a frenzy. Finding a way to escape the spirit, Chu appears upside down, panic-stricken, exclaiming, "It's too dangerous." The god Jiang then appears behind him like a ghost, saying it's even more dangerous, causing him to glance back in shock. Finished, he swings his sword coldly, declaring, "Die." But when he looks up at the system panel, he's astonished. Wait, why is there no demonic energy? Chu's head wears a sinister smile, saying, "Only now do you realize it's too late." Jiang jumps down to the ground, leaving him confused as to why he looks so relaxed. The real Jiang over here thinks with a satisfied smile, "Good thing I sent my shadow over there." The moon rises high, illuminating a desolate house in a dark forest. A dog is barking, woof woof woof. A strange demon appears with rosy cheeks, wearing a round hat, its body resembling wood, moving very stiffly. A painful slash is delivered to the dog from earlier. The dog's head lies in a pool of blood, whimpering out painful cries, hoo hoo hoo. The slash from the demon was delivered without blinking, its eyes wide open. After finishing, the demon calmly turns away. Behind it lies the dog's corpse next to a large pool of blood. The demon stumbles as it walks, but suddenly more human corpses, also cut in half, appear next to the dog's body, a horrifying sight. A hand still twitches, reaching out, but is immediately crushed by a wooden claw. The demon stomps down, gaining momentum to jump, with an arm tearing off in the process. The demon stands above, looking down at a pile of corpses, all limbs severed, lying in their own blood, creating a special release of demonic energy. From the demon comes a voice. Welcome, such a noble figure is worthy of respect. Clinking sounds echo from afar, accompanied by a light. In another space, 2 other demon crickets are engaged in a ritual with a giant skull in the center. At the back, 2 female demon crickets follow, performing some sort of ceremony beside a path lined with corpses. The leader demon cricket remains lifeless during the ritual. The one wearing a round hat stands before them, hands clasped, bowing in respect, greeting the limitless noble. Suddenly, a trembling hand raises, catching its attention. A boy shakes but angrily shouts, "You demons won't die easily." It leans down to look. Wow, there's still one alive. The boy's hand has turned into a sharp object pointing down at him. Suddenly, from behind the demon cricket with the hat, a mass of crickets appears, forming a shape, along with a stream of eerie red demonic energy. Emerging from within is a head with long hair flowing out, revealing a blood-red eye. As the insects fell, a long-haired demon with red eyes angrily spoke up. "If you can't handle something this small, what do I even need you for?" The round-hatted insect demon trembled in fear and replied, "I'm sorry, my lord, I will do it." But instantly, its head was shattered, fragments of the insect scattering everywhere. The debris fell in front of the boy's shocked face. The demon then bowed its head and said, "You're quite impressive, little brother." "Give me your life," she said, extending her pinky, her eyes gleaming brightly. The pinky pointed at the boy's forehead. He trembled in fear but didn't utter a sound. Suddenly, papers enveloped his head, leaving him in shock. Then his entire body was gradually stuck by those papers. One of his eyes transformed, and red circles appeared on his cheeks. He raised his hand and exclaimed in panic, "Ah, this is..." Moments later, he had completely turned into a paper figure, his eyes vacant, standing still. Suddenly, a laugh came from behind the demoness. "He, as expected of the Lord, what a clever trick." It was a burly man with a wooden plank on his back. The demoness turned to see him and replied, "Lou the carpenter, you arrived quite quickly." The old man asked, "Has Madame O and the guardian not arrived yet?" Suddenly, a huge centipede crawled up his leg. Around them, a swarm of dangerous insects buzzed, and a cheerful voice rang out, "Haha, Madame O must be here since we mentioned her." The white insects crawled over each other, forming a shape resembling a human body. Then revealed was the figure of an old demoness with fiery red pupils, her lips curling as she spoke. "Are you that eager to see me, Lou the carpenter?" He smiled to make it easier to say, "Hee, it's been so many years I've missed you." Madame O replied with a deeply hurtful remark. "You still look as ugly as ever." As a worm appeared on her shoulder, its eyes darting around. At that moment, the bat named Chu Thun flew into the area where the demons were gathered. Seeing the bat fly in, the demons began to speak, "The Lord Chu is here." Then from within the bat, Chu Thun emerged like a wave of black mist. Moments later, he fully formed into a human shape, but hung upside down as he descended towards the demons. Lou, the carpenter, asked, "Why are we gathering at midnight?" He smiled and briefly said, "Attack Jiangbei." The remaining demons exclaimed in shock, "What?" Lou, the carpenter, now sweating, said, "If you want us dead, just say it outright. Wouldn't it be easier to commit suicide than to fight Jiangbei?" Chu Thun shot back, explaining, "A bunch of fools. This is the grand plan of the Shadow Realm. Over 8000 lords will simultaneously launch from 20 directions." Madame O then asked, "Oh, is the Shadow Realm preparing to counterattack?" He replied, 5 days later at the Jiangbei Underworld branch, "A great opportunity awaits the ghost with loose hair," exclaimed, "A great opportunity." Lu then smiled brightly and said, "Who wouldn't want such a wonderful opportunity?" Madame Ao couldn't help but excitedly add, "I can't wait any longer." The ghost spoke up, "Disperse everyone, prepare yourselves." As night fell, the darkness thickened. Where did the bat fly off to? A figure appeared, "A ghost you won't die peacefully." Jiang was shocked, about to become a vengeful spirit. Holding a white sword, eradicate the weeds at the roots to prevent disaster. Jiang, the river god, gasped, his body weakly floated away. Oh. The shadow smiled at the newcomer. "Oh, the master has arrived." Jiang asked the boy from earlier, "Where is your body?" The boy blinked back tears. "I've turned into paper now." Suddenly, the boy became angrily fierce. "I'm about to become a ghost. Too, kill them." Jiang patted the boy's head. "Don't get angry, calm down." The boy looked up at Jiang with red eyes, then calmed down. Jiang smiled at the boy in front of him. The demonic energy can indeed stop the transformation. The paper figure appeared. "Who are you?" the boy exclaimed, in fear they're coming. The paper figure looked confused. "Where do you come from? If you don't speak, you'll lose your life." Jiang held out his blood-stained arm disdainfully for the two paper figures to see. "Look, can't you recognize the blood seal of the underworld?" The male paper figure was stunned. "The underworld blood seal. This is a significant character." The female paper figure tapped the male paper figure on the head and scolded, "Are you blind or just stupid? He's been sealed." The two paper figures rushed in. Kill him." But the shadow rushed out. Jiang smiled with arms crossed with a shadow. "I don't need to intervene anymore." Yet the female paper figure appeared before Jiang. Looking at the female paper figure, Jiang remained calm, wanting to ambush too naive. The green-haired ghost seemed to sense something. Where did this brat come from to kill my paper figure? I must return and kill him. The green-haired ghost flew back. Jiang supported himself and stood alongside the boy. The paper ghost revealed a skull image, presenting the paper skull to Jiang Go. The shadow held firm unexpectedly. The shadow also had some skills. The green-haired ghost shouted, "Explode." The skull blew apart. A light burst forth, a terrifying explosion. Jiang appeared behind the green-haired ghost. "You were a simple person in your past life, right?" The green-haired ghost was startled and turned back, stepping back a few paces. "When did you stand behind me?" Jiang smiled. "I'll give you one more chance. Let's see what else you can do." The green-haired ghost holding 2 pieces of paper was furious. "It was you who said that, don't regret it." With both hands, he folded the sheets of paper into shapes, each hand forming a different shape, then joined the 2 shapes together. "It's a big sword." The blue-haired demon wields the large sword and commands, "All souls serve me." Two-gay Jiangshen remains calm, not worried at all. "Wow, impressive." Jiangshen hasn't even launched yet. Earth God Hammer, take it. The Earth God Hammer is thrown, striking straight at the blue-haired demon, knocking him over. Jiangshen happily watches as the Earth God Hammer is thrown, destroying the papers. "If this isn't banned, I thought I'd get more demonic points." The bat in the sky witnesses everything. It flies toward Jiangshen, who senses it. Swing the Earth God Hammer to send the bat flying away. Get lost in the dark green forest. The bat flaps its wings in the air, being ambushed. Quickly retreat. Mok Lu looks up and speaks. "On what grounds do you tell me to retreat, old lady?" The bat sees the old lady confronting Jiangshen. It's already there. Jiangshen's face darkens, feeling dangerous. "Old lady, aren't you scared? I'll smash you to death." The old lady laughs. "Of course I am." A green centipede crawls onto Jiangshen, "So I must keep your hammer down." The centipede stabs into Jiangshen's hand. Blood spills. Jiangshen screams. Releasing the hammer, the centipede falls down as well. The old lady rushes in. Death of the 72nd path. Jiangshen quickly looks, seeing the attacker before him. The old lady laughs heartily. "You're definitely going to die." Jiangshen is hit on the back by the old lady's 2 hands. Jiangshen screams out. Holding his chest in pain, his eyes turn blank. Jiangshen's face shows a glimmer, then attacks the old lady. "What are you doing?" Jiangshen keeps looking around with no other suitable options. "I can only use the old lady to relieve the poison." The old lady is astonished, cursing. "You bastard, I'm over 100 years older than you. Don't act recklessly. Haven't you heard of Jiangshen's hammer? I never lose." The old lady pushes Jiangshen away. "Get lost, get out." Jiangshen's body returns to normal, clutching his chest, breathing. "I'm freed. Was that just to relieve the poison?" Jiangshen sticks out his tongue provocatively. "Not completely out of the poison. Yet how about you hit me 2 more times?" The old lady can't believe her own hands, angrily shouting. "Lu Mok, what are you waiting for?" Mok Lu appears behind Jiangshen, striking out. Jiangshen is dazed, looking at Lu Mok, suddenly realizing something. Mok Lu holds a piece of paper, smiling slyly. "Young man, did you drop something?" Mok Lu tears the paper, grinning wickedly. Suddenly, something strange appears in Mok Lu's tongue. Mok Lu shouts at Jiangshen. A wooden stake shoots into Jiangshen. Jiangshen grimaces in pain, blood spills from his mouth, but he still smiles brightly. "That's great." Mok Lu can't believe his eyes. How is this possible?" The god Jiang lifted his shirt, revealing a mushroom armor covering his body, wearing a beaming expression. Looking at Lu Mok Tuang, he responded just as the mushroom armor had already enveloped him for protection. Then the god Jiang launched something towards him, a look of disdain on his face as he said, "Catch this." He thought the god Jiang was throwing a hidden weapon at him, and panicked, shouting, "Hidden weapon, hidden weapon." It turned out what the god Jiang threw at him wasn't a hidden weapon, but an ID card belonging to him. He held Jiang's ID card, bewildered, exclaiming, "Ha, I didn't expect you to be just a kid born in 2002, yet you're making me struggle." Then the god Jiang reminded him what kind of document it was, since he had been dead for so long that even ghosts didn't know about such IDs. He smirked and said, "This is my ID card. My date of birth and photo are right here." The reason the god Jiang handed him this card was that he wanted him to grasp his information and use it to fight with deception. He darkened his expression and confidently taunted him, "If you want to curse me, go all out." Lu Mok Tuang, seeing the god Jiang's scorn due to his weak abilities, was extremely angry and said, "This is just a little brat digging his own grave." He then directly shoved Jiang's ID card into his mouth, biting down before preparing to unleash a new skill. He shouted, "You're in for it. I'll show you how I can devour." He then opened the lid of the coffin behind him and recited a curse incantation, gazing at the age and date of birth. The spirits absorbed the youth of the living. Next, Lu Mok Tuang summoned a doll, its face emanating resentment and ghostly energy. He stared intently at the doll and continued reciting the incantation. The spirits absorbed the youth of the living, opened the eyes of yin and yang. Finally, after uttering those curse incantations, he pointed 2 fingers at the doll's eyes. Instantly, the doll's eyes emitted a red light, and Lu Mok Tuang shouted, "Die." Along with that, the god Jiang's eyes began to glow just like the doll's, his expression turning extremely uncomfortable as his head felt dizzy and spinning. The space around him became blurry and surreal, and he felt a sharp pain in his eyes. He raised his hand to rub his eyes, feeling irritated as he said, "What's happening? Is there dust in my eyes?" In an instant, the god Jiang fell into the hellish illusion of that old Lu Mok Tuong. When trapped in the illusion, the god Jiang had no idea how he ended up here. He looked around, confused, and asked, "Where is this?" Just as he finished speaking, not long after, in the dark sky, amidst dense smoke, Lu Mok Tuong's face gradually emerged, greeting him, "Welcome to my inner world." He then commanded the rocks to sprout two giant arms, preparing to crash down on the god Jiang. He shouted, "Everything in here is under my control. You have no hope of escaping." Immediately, Jiang was seized by the pieces of rock, rendering him unable to move. Too surprised by this, he shouted out in confusion, "What is this?" The small rocks continued to bury Jiang Shen into the ground, making him sweat profusely, seemingly unable to resist believing he was beyond saving. He cried out in fear, "Is this it? Am I going to die?" At this moment, half of Jiang Shen's body was being pulled down into the earth, and he was growing increasingly panicked. He shouted, "Oh no, I'm surrounded." On the brink of death, he suddenly came up with a plan to deceive him into letting his guard down. He lifted his head to the sky, his expression serious, and shouted, "Save me, oh no." After shouting that, numerous sound waves erupted from Jiang Shen's mouth. Then the sound waves from his attack slowly flew towards Lu Mu's face, but he remained oblivious to what it was. With a loud bang, the sound waves shattered, his face vanishing from this hellish realm. Jiang Shen seized the opportunity to return to reality, while Lu Mu was now holding his head and trembling all over. Having his grand move disrupted by Jiang Shen, Lu Mu fell apart, tears and snot streaming down his face as he screamed in agony, "Someone kill me! Who would dare to kill me?" Seeing Lu Mu in pain brought a smile to Jiang Shen's face, reveling in his misery. He smirked and said, "Looks like your spirit is broken. You brought this on yourself." Thus Lu Mu collapsed to the ground, dying under the pile of yogurt spilling from his body. Next, Jiang Shen turned to look at that insect-like woman who was taken aback. He regarded her as if he was just finishing up before heading home for dinner. Without hesitation, Jiang Shen lunged forward, his expression eager, and slapped her across the face. After that, he raised his hand, revealing a mosquito in his palm. He chuckled, thinking he was just helping her shoo away insects with a mosquito on her face. Unexpectedly slapped in the face, she was furious, her face turning pale, shaking with rage as she exclaimed, "As a master of a domain, how can I allow you to humiliate me like this?" Fueled by rage, she squatted down, slapping the ground forcefully with both hands. The ground exploded violently, as if preparing to unleash some monstrous skill, and she shouted, "King of myriad insects, come forth and heed my command." Quickly, from beneath the earth, she summoned a monster resembling a massive queen termite. When Jiang Shen saw it, he was horrified, gasping, "What the hell is that huge thing?" After the monster arose from the ground, it seemed like just an insect, but in reality, it was merely the small tail of a gigantic beast. The old woman stood atop the creature, laughing triumphantly, and said to Jiang Shen, rare sight, "That's just a tail." Even just the tail caused the ground to tremble, shattering everything around it. The monster began to rise fully, and Jiang Shen quickly jumped up to avoid being crushed. Moments later, this bizarre creature slowly revealed its true form, and before Jiang Shen appeared a colossal mantis. Its overwhelming size terrified Jiang Shen, while the old woman atop the mantis yelled, adjusting her skill, "Mantis with 6 claws." When Jiang noticed the monster, his face tightened as he felt its oppressive presence and exclaimed, "Wow, it's huge, right?" Expecting Jiang to be terrified, that didn't happen. Jiang immediately summoned the Nature Lord skill, and a giant green forest spirit appeared. He stood atop the giant and shouted, "You think I'm afraid of you, Supreme Wood Control." To his surprise, as soon as the green forest spirit appeared, the old hag's giant mantis lunged forward. It stabbed right through the forest spirit's neck, causing Jiang to lose his footing and crash down while the old hag screamed, "I'll kill you." Seeing the giant green figure unstable, Jiang quickly devised another plan, summoning his demon-slaying hammer. He swung it straight at the old hag and shouted, 10 divine strikes." The old hag was taken aback. Then Jiang's hammer swung down towards the giant mantis, thinking it wouldn't be able to dodge, but it did. The mantis quickly raised its sharp iron legs to block Jiang's hammer. The impact was so strong it sent sparks flying. With no clear victor, the mantis retaliated with powerful kicks, knocking Jiang and his hammer far away. At this point, he started to feel that fighting this mantis was getting difficult. He grimaced and said, "This is tougher than I thought." The mantis then launched a series of fierce attacks against Jiang, while the old hag shouted commands for a royal strike. The situation was dire. Jiang and his giant hammer couldn't withstand the mantis's sweeping strength. After exchanging blows for a while, Jiang found himself cornered, recalling the grave of the boy he had lost before. He gasped and exclaimed, "No, the boy's soul isn't being swept away, is it?" Suddenly, the boy's spirit hiding on a branch called down to Jiang, "Don't worry, I'm fine." Fearing that battling the monster with its overwhelming power would disrupt the boy's spirit, Jiang was greatly relieved. The boy was safe and he smiled at him, saying, "Seeing you hiding like this makes me feel at ease." While talking to the boy, Jiang forgot he was still fighting the monster. Taking advantage of his moment of distraction, the old hag ordered the mantis to strike him directly, taunting, "Are you worried about someone else now?" Just when it seemed he would fall, fortunately he had the protective charm to absorb some of the damage. Swiftly, he dodged the mantis's sharp legs. Having held back for too long, he decided to summon the lightning mushroom, preparing to unleash a new weapon. As the mushroom was summoned, it seemed displeased and exclaimed, "Why did you call me out? What do you want to do?" Jiang had a new plan and discussed with the mushroom, "We need to strategize for this giant monster." He then whispered to the mushroom, "You can become the lightning mushroom," and it looked at him fearfully, exclaiming, "What?" Jiang intends for the mushroom to crawl inside the mantis and invade its insides, destroying its organs. The mushroom, horrified, screams at Jiang, "Are you really that cruel?" Jiang laughs at its reaction and replies, "Isn't it to eliminate the enemy from within?" To gain the mushroom's trust, Jiang offers a tempting deal. "Try it. Once it's done, I'll give you 40% of the soul energy." The mushroom, taken aback, can only reluctantly agree. At that moment, the mantis roars, revealing its sharp teeth. The old hag threatens Jiang, saying, "I don't know what you're plotting, but you're as good as dead." Just as the mantis opens its mouth to swallow Jiang whole, he quickly throws the mushroom right into its maw and shouts, "I'll leave it to you." Somehow the old hag noticed. The plan Jiang had in mind became clear to her. She arrogantly thought nothing could penetrate her mantis, even if it had ill intentions toward its insides. She boasted, "Don't think you can destroy my mantis from within. Its organs are as tough as its outer shell." Immediately after, she commanded the mantis to attack, to swallow Jiang whole, shouting, "You'll be devoured too." Seeing this, Jiang grabbed the mantis's pincers with both hands, but he seemed to be struggling. Sweat poured down as his strength was limited, his expression one of strain, fighting hard. In the next moment, Jiang changed his demeanor, laughing with a smug look and saying, "Do you know the mantis's weak point?" The old hag pointed to the sky, claiming her mantis was invincible. She looked at Jiang with disdain and said, "If they were the same size, the mantis would be unbeatable." Hearing her response, Jiang laughed. "Hey, how naive." Then Jiang ordered the mushroom inside the mantis to create chaos, saying, "Mushroom, start your performance." Upon receiving the command, the mushroom acted and a loud explosion shattered the mantis's head. The old hag turned to look, puzzled, her expression one of confusion. Contrary to her previous claims, the mushroom managed to break through the mantis's tough armor from within, easily bursting out. The mushroom excitedly exclaimed, "Transform, let me become a nematode." In the next second, Jiang controlled the mushroom like a sharp arrow piercing through the mantis's body. He shouted, "Don't think I'll let you escape easily." Along with that, the entire mantis's body was pierced, revealing numerous worms, parasites, and insects. The mantis seemed to be in a dire situation, as Jiang yelled, "Awaken, dance nematode." After that, the mantis could no longer stand, staggering and slowly collapsing to the ground, causing the fake hat to fall freely. She couldn't believe the strange skills of the mushroom, shouting in disbelief, "How could this be? Shouldn't Lu have been digested by now?" After poking and prodding the mantis's body, Jiang summoned the mushroom back to his hand and proudly exclaimed, "That's why I added an electric layer to the surface of the mushroom." At this moment, the mantis had lost all strength to resist and fell heavily to the ground, while she quickly landed safely. With Jiang destroying her trump card, this woman became even angrier, her face twisted in frustration as she began to curse how annoying. Not giving up, she started using her 2 fingers to soak in the mantis's blood, preparing to cast her next dark spell. After soaking her fingers in blood, she drew a symbol over her eyes like a witch and began to chant. Seeing her perform too many tricks, Jiang rushed forward, using his bare hands to swiftly decapitate her. Before she could do anything, she died without having the chance to act. Jiang wiped his hand after beheading her, deciding to eliminate her as soon as possible. He said, "It's dangerous. Otherwise, the problems would keep piling up." Just then, the shapeshifter came flying in. Taking advantage of Jiang's unpreparedness, the shapeshifter transformed into a person and kicked Jiang hard, causing him to fall and spit blood. After delivering a painful kick to him, he jumped away, laughing joyfully for having ambushed Jiang. He cheerfully said, I've been waiting for this opportunity for a long time," while Jiang struggled to stand up slowly. At this moment, he hung upside down and told Jiang that killing her with normal methods wouldn't work. "She's just an old fetus. Even if you chop her to pieces, it's useless." Just as he said, she hadn't died yet and even spoke, "I am the old fetus that was nurtured." Following that, she began to perform her bizarre skill. A grotesque lump grew on the remaining part of her head, and she said, "Immortal killing and killing gods." On top of this, Lump was a monster with a bony face, leaning forward, showing off to Jiang, saying, "Let's see what you can do now." The shapeshifter joined in on her excitement, urging to kill Jiang to avoid future trouble, saying this kid must be dealt with, or it will be trouble later. Surprisingly, the old man with the eye statue was still alive, still caught in his own illusion. In pain, he was coughing up blood, pleading for someone to kill him, crying out, "Sob, sob, sob, just kill me." To face the remaining demon, Jiang had to use the transformation card, his face streaming with sweat as he pulled out the card, and said, "In this situation, only transformation works." Jiang Shen immediately activated his transformation ability, the fox spirit, and then the image of a fox appeared, preparing to merge with his body. Quickly, 2 fox ears sprouted from his head. Then, along with a bushy white beard covering half of his face, sharp claws began to grow from his hands. In an instant, he transformed into a half-human, half-fox spirit. To enhance his power, he began to extract the spirit mushroom, increasing his strength from his transformation, and shouted, "Transform into a spirit." Within seconds, a ghostly sword formed from the spirit mushroom, combined with the transformation, creating an enchanting blade. Without another thought, he grabbed the sword and charged at the kneeling enemies to send them to reincarnation. While Jiang Shen successfully transformed into a spirit and prepared to kill the old man, Lu was still in agony. His expression was tormented, tears streaming down his face as he clawed at his throat and screamed, "Kill me." It seemed the pain had reached its peak as he screamed out in unbearable agony. On Jiang Shen's side, after transforming, he swung the sword made from the spirit mushroom and delivered a slash. The slash unleashed a terrifying wave of power that attacked the 2 demons with fierce skill. The 2 demons quickly dodged, none were foolish enough to stand their ground. The force from Jiang Shen's sword was so powerful that it directly split the mountain behind the 2 demons in half. Even Jiang Shen was taken aback by the might of the spirit mushroom sword. He looked at the sword in astonishment and said, "So this spirit mushroom has such power." But with the opportunity lost for an attack, the 2 demons charged at Jiang Shen, all at once ready to overwhelm him. Did they really think he wouldn't notice these sneaky demons trying to ambush him? From their previous encounter, he had learned the tricks of the bat demon, whispering to himself that it wouldn't be easy to deal with the one wearing the bat armor, not easy to handle at all. He looked at the evolved demon who was as tough as nails and continued to ponder. This ancient one absorbed the armor of the storm horse with a divine hammer that couldn't be shattered. It wouldn't be easy to cut through. Jiang Shen felt that this time facing these 2 demons was incredibly difficult. He raised the spirit mushroom sword and grumbled that these 2 were very challenging. If it was like this, then Jiang Shen must channel all his strength into the spirit mushroom sword to fight them. His gaze was extremely determined as he shouted, "Then, for the first strike, I will use all my strength." Moments later, Jiang Shen had gathered enough power to unleash his skill, the dreaming, chaotic slaughter sword, unleashing hundreds of frenzied slashes aimed at trapping the demons. Immediately, the evolved demon received several slashes. It raised its hands to defend and cried out in pain, but due to its strong armor, it didn't suffer heavy damage. Even the bat demon was bombarded with slashes, grimacing in pain, and exclaimed, "You're going all out right from the start." To evade the attacking sword strikes, the 2 demons desperately flew high up, aiming to get closer to Jiang Shen. They endured the pain from the slashes just to get closer to Jiang Shen. The minion screamed, only wanting to touch him. Amidst the rain of slashes, the minion continued to scream, thinking he was doomed. Doomed, yes, but it was them who would meet their end. The closer they got to Jiang Shen, the more damage his techniques dealt. As soon as the minion touched the slash, several of his fingers were immediately severed. Now they had fallen into Jiang Shen's sword barrier, their bodies being swiftly chopped to pieces. After that, Jiang Shen eliminated them thoroughly, but it was anything but tidy as body parts lay scattered all over the ground. With the enhanced flesh spirit sword, Jiang Shen quickly emerged victorious, looking at the sword and panting heavily from exhaustion. Suddenly, a notification from the system appeared. Death Armor Demon Chi +1, 0000000. Death Queen Demon Chi +1, 0000000. Finally, having dealt with this troublesome group of demons, Jiang Shen let out a sigh of relief, feeling lighter. His demon transformation status slowly dissipated. He transformed back into human form, pleased with the demon chi points he had earned from these 2. He wiped his sweat and said, "Seems like the effort was worth it." They had quite a bit of demon chi. At that moment, the little ghost boy was still hiding behind a rock watching Jiang Shen. Feeling someone's gaze, Jiang Shen turned around and spotted the boy. Noticing that the boy still had potential to be trained as a demon, Jiang Shen decided to take him to the underworld for guidance. He thought cheerfully that this little ghost probably hadn't lost all humanity yet, so bringing him to the underworld would be fine. Scene shifts to the local boatman. Jiang Shen and the boy were now here. In front of them stood a boatman drinking from a wine flask. As Jiang Shen arrived, the boatman raised his hand to block their entry. The boy, seeing this, fearfully hid behind Jiang Shen. The boatman, appearing disheveled, spoke. "Who allowed you to enter?" His stubborn demeanor only irritated Jiang Shen, who scolded him angrily. "Weren't you always letting people in? Are you drunk and trying to start trouble?" No matter what Jiang Shen said, the boatman was focused on the boy taking a sip from his flask and saying, "I'm asking him." He then offered the flask to the frightened boy hiding behind Jiang Shen, saying, "I'm asking him." The boy, terrified by the boatman's demeanor, clutched Jiang Shen's arm tightly, stammering, My name is Xiao Hai. My big brother said I could be accepted here." The boatman leaned closer to the boy's face, looking surprised, and proposing a condition. "Oh, then stay here, and be my guard." Seeing this, Jiang Shen chuckled to reassure the boy, thinking it was a good thing. He said being a guard is just fine, keeping a safe place. Hearing that the boy slowly relaxed his guard and eagerly waved his hand in agreement. "Sure, I want to keep a safe area too." Quickly, the man appeared very friendly to the boy, personally placing a hat on his head, causing Jiang Shen to smile happily. "Let them get acquainted," he pointed ahead and said. "You two chat. I have some matters to attend to inside." Inside, Director Moi Tao was discussing something with a group of subordinates. Suddenly, the director became furious, shouting loudly, making the 4 subordinates of Moi Tao's hair stand on end in fear, as he exclaimed, "A bunch of useless fools." Upon learning of the imminent plan of the Dark Guild to invade Jiangbei, the director was angry that his subordinates had no important information from them. He shouted in rage, "The Dark Guild has ill intentions towards Jiangbei. Many leaders may have already infiltrated and we have no news at all." Hearing this, the 2 subordinates countered that the number of people in the Moi Tao Bureau was insufficient to monitor the Dark Guild. They lacked manpower to supervise, and they had to deal with their own matters as well, truly a disaster waiting to happen. Unable to think of a solution, the director could only ask the one most knowledgeable about the Dark Guild, an intelligent person, to share their thoughts on what to do. With his knowledge, the intelligent one believed that those called leaders wouldn't be much help, and when the time came he could just jump in and take care of things himself. However, what worried the intelligent one to the point of sweating profusely was the group of 4 from that demon below. He hesitated, and said, "The armor of Tako Tong leads a few bizarre individuals, so they might be quite difficult to handle." Just hearing the familiar name, Jiang Shen walked in from outside and exclaimed, "The armor?" Seeing Jiang Shen coming in relaxed and seemingly familiar with him, the director curiously asked Jiang Shen, "Little brother, do you know him?" Jiang Shen, feeling proud, listed their names as if they were old acquaintances: the armor of Tako Tong, the uncountable guide, the wooden statue of Luban's sect, and the leader of the Wu poison sect. "The bizarre individuals you mentioned, are they those people?" Hearing that Jiang Shen seemed to know them very well, the intelligent one was startled and exclaimed, "You have information about them." That's because Jiang Shen had already dealt with all of them. He confidently boasted that, "Yes, I even had academic exchanges with them, which helped me learn many tricks that the extraordinary don't have." The intelligent one continuously asked questions. "Where are they now?" To prove that his words were true, Jiang Shen proudly pulled out his phone, showing photos from the scene where he had sent those guys to meet their ancestors, happily saying, "They're all dead." Knowing the Dark Guild's intentions to invade Jiangbei, Jiang Shen reported his achievements to the chief. He looked at his phone and said, "Chief, shouldn't I be rewarded for handling such a big issue?" To his surprise, the chief smiled widely and directly gifted Jiang Shen a substantial amount of accumulated points. "How about 80 points? Thrilled with the chief's generosity, Jiang Shen was so grateful that he almost kneeled in thanks. "Chief, you are like my reborn parents." Just as he was celebrating, Jiang Shen noticed his subordinate team leader Li Duang was missing. He asked, "Hey, where's Duang? He usually gets jealous and jumps in at this hour." Mentioning Li Duang, the chief replied with a somber expression, "Team leader Duang is currently pursuing the bandits. His status is unknown." Hearing this, Jiang Shen recalled a time he called to ask about some matters while Li Duang was fighting the bandits. He sighed and said, "Could it be that after I called him, he..." Despite some past grievances, hearing about Li Duang's disappearance worried Jiang Shen. He quickly asked the chief, "Where did team leader Duang go missing?" The chief promptly replied, "In Ward 3 at the hospital." Remembering the last time he called Li Duang, he said, "The last contact I had with team leader Duang was when he was dodging attacks from the bandits." At that moment, he recalled the curse that had been placed on him after eliminating the demon at the hospital. He felt a bit anxious, thinking, "Speaking of the hospital, the time for the curse on me is about to start." After learning Li Duang's location at the hospital, Jiang Shen hurried there, intending to treat his own curse as well. At that moment, Jiang Shen was sitting inside, waiting while the cursed mark on his neck was beginning to flare up. He touched the mark on his neck and realized he didn't have much time left. At this rate, his body would deform. He said seriously, "I can feel that there's less than 10 minutes left." To ensure a safer treatment process in this ghost-infested hospital, he decided to activate the summoning system to draw additional rewards for safety. He told the system, "For safety's sake, draw me 2 more 3-star summoning cards." Is it because I've been with you for a long time that the system is joking around now? Do I need to hurry up and be reincarnated? You're a bit hot-tempered and don't like jokes, and right now you're shouting, saying to, "Cut it short and get out of here." Just a little joke, and you're already yelling at me. The system immediately pulls out a real love transformation for you. Coming right here, right here, right here. A 3-star demon transformation with 100 eyes. Next up is a transformation that looks of slightly better quality. A 3-star silver-eyed Great King transformation. Just as these 2 transformations were completed, you sensed the curse about to begin your face, showing a bit of worry, as you said, "It's almost time." The number on Jiang Shen's neck began to emit a surge of yellow ghostly energy, and started counting down, pulling him into a trance. 3. Very quickly, the number on his neck flared up brightly as the timer ticked past the number 2. And what was bound to happen did happen. The flames spread, burning Jiang Shen, who screamed in intense pain. The illusion officially pulled him into the vortex of a different scenario, and before he could familiarize himself with it, he was thrown into chaos. Right now, he was brought to a room and became a patient lying on a hospital bed with 2 IV lines tightly binding his body. In his daze, he suddenly noticed the number 7 on the floor and thought, did they bring me to hospital number 7? At that moment, a very attractive nurse suddenly appeared holding a syringe to inject him with medicine. She saw him mumbling and said, "What are you rambling about? It's time for your shot." In his confusion, he claimed to be a legendary demon slayer, making the nurse exclaim, "Do you really think you're some kind of legend? You're just a demon turned into a monster." Not understanding what was happening, Jiang Shen grew angry and retorted, "What are you talking about? I really am a legend." Ignoring Jiang Shen's protests, she quickly drew more medicine from the vial to inject him, saying, "What? Just a little more." Terrified of what she was about to inject, Jiang Shen was in a panic, his face drenched in sweat. He shouted, "What do you want to do? You're all demons. Let me go, and I'll show you how I can kill you." Even as the needle pierced his neck, he kept insisting he had extraordinary powers. "Don't touch me. I'm a B-class legend," he declared, but the nurse continued to inject the full dose into Jiang Shen's neck. His eyes glazed over, not yet aware he was slipping into a hallucination. He muttered, "Could it be that I'm really a patient?" As the drug took effect, his eyes widened, trying to regain his senses. Jiang Shen murmured weakly, "Was it all just a dream?" The literal high of the drug hit him. He gazed at the ceiling like a lost soul, when suddenly another patient appeared and wished him good night. The patient grabbed his collar, looking at the number 18 on it, and asked, "You're number 18 amperes, right?" Jiang Shen forced a smile and greeted him, "Hello, number 10. The ridiculous number on his face shocked the other patient, who gasped in surprise when Jiang Shen said, "How did you know I'm number 10? Putting that aside, the patient wanted to share some shocking news with him. "This is important. I have a shocking secret, but you mustn't tell anyone." He whispered the secret into Jiang Shen's ear. "This world has demons." This secret echoed Jiang Shen's own thoughts upon arriving at the hospital. Everyone said there were demons here, leaving him puzzled. Because of this, he began to suspect that this hospital might actually be a mental institution. He laughed and said, "Haha, you ended up here because of that too, didn't you?" With his ghostly appearance, the patient leaned closer to Jiang Shen's face, spitting, as he yelled, "I'm not joking. There are real demons in this hospital." If what he said was true, and there were demons here, Jiang Shen, like a fan waking from a drug haze, asked, "Really, where?" The patient teased him, quickly jumping off the bed and refusing to reveal the demon's location, saying, "Haha, not telling you." Jiang Shen yelled from the bed, "Nurse, patient number 10 is having another episode." The nurse, startled, turned and hurried away. Patient number 10 froze, yelling at him, "This hospital only has patients and doctors. Where are the nurses?" Jiang Shen was astonished, his eyes wide open. He recalled the pink-haired nurse who had given him the injection and thought clearly, it was a nurse who injected me just now. He looked at patient number 10 with a lifeless gaze and said, "Let's make a deal, shall we?" Jiang Shen looked down at his stomach and said, "Help me untie these restraints, and I'll prove to you there are nurses here." Patient number 10 panicked and waved his hands in refusal. No, if they find out I helped, they won't let me eat dinner tonight." Jiang Shen coldly glanced at him and said, "It's fine, I'll give you my share." After he smiled brightly at him, patient number 10 watched him shakily stand up, worriedly, saying, "Be careful, patients who leave the room never come back." Jiang Shen took slow steps outside his body, felt weak. He kept saying, "Even so, I still have to go." After a while, he encountered a girl in a patient gown, her hair hanging down in front of her, turning her back to him. Jiang Shen placed his hand on the girl's shoulder and said, "Excuse me for a moment." A notification from the system appeared before him, touching a bare shoulder. Where did this Luman has 800 demonic energy come from? He looked in shock at the notification. The system angrily shouted, "Why are you staring so hard? Do you think you're looking at your dad?" Jiang Shen smiled, revealing his identity as Jiang. Ming approached and ripped off the girl's shirt, saying, "We're all mentally ill. What's the harm in a little touch?" His nose twitched as he embraced the trembling girl, grinning wickedly, saying, "Sis, make sure to ask the hospital for some anti-inflammatory meds later." The girl angrily pushed him away, yelling, "Get lost." He blushed slightly as he looked at her voluptuous figure, thinking seeing such beauty, Jiang Shen felt satisfied enough. The girl angrily kicked him in the groin, causing him to yell in pain. "Damn, is it really that fierce?" The girl took out a small dagger and said, "Next time I won't just kick you." She swung the knife at Jiang Shen. He was caught off guard, shouting, "Damn, it is my dignity gone." The dagger stabbed straight into his chest, blood spraying everywhere. Jiang Shen clutched his chest, cursing, "Damn it, has my dignity been taken away?" The girl continued to attack him with the knife, shouting, "I'll blind your eyes first." Jiang Shen widened his eyes, staring at the knife approaching, thinking, "Is this because of the drug I was injected with earlier? I barely have any strength left." As the knife was about to stab into his eye, he thought a B-level powerhouse like me is going to die at the hands of this little character today. Suddenly, a black cord lunged forward, wrapping around the knife, restraining the girl's movements. The tight grip made the girl drop the knife in her hand. She looked at the large black tentacle wrapping around her. A frantic voice echoed, "It's too strong. You need to run, I can't hold on much longer." Jiang Shen chuckled, realizing, "Oh, how could I forget I have my shadow?" He lifted a wet iron barrel from the ground and said, "If that's the case." He held the barrel above his head, laughing. "Do I still need to run?" The girl screamed in fear as the barrel was thrown at her. "Wait, hold on, let's talk this out." A loud thud echoed as a large bump appeared on the girl's forehead, causing her to gasp in pain. After that, the girl with the number 15 on her hip was forcefully pinned to the bed by Jiang Shen, her front covered by the shadow. The girl shouted, "Let me out, you bastard." She looked at Jiang Shen, who was descending, and yelled, "Hey, what are you going to do?" He licked his lips slyly, saying, "Sister, I can feel your heavy yin energy. I'm going to share some yang energy to balance you out." With that, he jumped on her. He was without a stitch of clothing. The girl tied to the bed screamed in terror, "Go away, get lost." He spread his legs beside her and pointed directly at himself, smiling. "Getting me to leave isn't impossible, but first you need to honestly answer my question." The girl, sweating, replied, "Put on some pants first, then we can talk." He grinned maliciously. "Answer me first, how long have you been here?" The girl with number 15 answered fearfully, "Long enough. When I first arrived, I had my head shaved." He leaned in close, smiling. "Since it's been so long, you must have heard quite a few ways to escape, right?" She answered fearfully, "Yes." The girl with number 15 explained, "Whoever kills the person directly ahead of them can take their place. Becoming number 1 allows entry to the observation area for discharge." She angrily exclaimed, "The doctor is the real lunatic. He drives others insane, making their condition worse." Jiang Shen listened in silence, reflecting on how the condition of the mentally ill worsens, then turns them into demons. This is the hospital's true goal. Jiang Shen got off the bed, turned around, and put his pants back on, saying, "I want to see the patient's files here. Where can I find them?" She turned to him and said, "In the clinic at the end of the hall." In the clinic, Jiang Shen held a paper in hand, saying, "Oh, are these all patients?" He bent over to open a cabinet, his face inscrutable, smiling. "Let's see what else interesting is here." He looked at the items in front of him, a skull and a few nails. Jiang Shen smiled, picking up a hammer. "Wow, this is amazing." In the room where girl number 15 was tied up, a shadow appeared, blocking the light, catching her attention. A familiar figure emerged. The girl with shoulder-length hair, wearing a nurse's cap and a translucent outfit, looked panicked at the person who had just arrived. The pink-haired nurse raised the syringe, smiling as she said, "Finally, I have the chance to catch you, kill you, and take a step forward." Suddenly, a mysterious entity slipped into her dress, startling her. Jiang Shen poked his head out from her dress, grinning mischievously. "Finally caught you, kill you, and I can take another step." He called out number 16, a flame, igniting on the nurse's forehead, revealing the number 16, making her look at him in surprise. Nurse number 16 squeezed Jiang Shen's head between her thighs, shouting, "This is for crawling under my dress." She smiled and said, "Just like this, getting crushed to death," as nurse number 16 tightened her legs. Jiang Shen, trapped between her thighs, struggled to say, "Tighten up, don't move," then pulled out the hammer he had found earlier. Jiang Shen struck nurse number 16's knee hard with the hammer, causing her to scream in pain. He rested the hammer on his shoulder, smiling. Who knew even ghosts had knee reflexes? Nurse number 16 stepped back, pressing the syringe, causing red liquid to splatter out, cursing under her breath. "Damn it." Jiang Shen quickly dodged to the side, laughing. "Ha ha, you still want a few drops of this." A few drops of the liquid hit the ground, creating a huge explosion that sent him flying, and Jiang Shen yelled out, "What the hell?" He leaped high to avoid the explosions, shouting, "Hey, is your hospital even fire safe?" Girl number 15 was tightly restrained on the bed, fearfully watching the explosions around her, thinking to herself, "Does anyone care about how I feel?" Jiang Shen kept running, but was still chased by a few drops of red liquid. He pulled out a skull containing a few nails he had found earlier to defend against the fast-approaching drops. After catching the drops in the skull, he hurled it at nurse number 16, saying, "5 Ender Hall." Nurse number 16, with a broken arm, held the skull and said, "What a skull mixed in the clinic." A huge explosion erupted from the skull, causing the nurse to fall backward. The nails from the skull pierced into the nurse, making her scream in pain. Jiang Shen rushed forward, raising the hammer, laughing, "This looks bad." He struck the nails into the nurse. Jiang Shen said wickedly, "Let me nail these into you tightly." The system announced, "Scamming Ghost, Ordinary Spirit Death, Spirit Energy, plus 199. The number 16 appeared on his neck. He breathed heavily. Luckily, just an ordinary spirit. Otherwise, with this body, I really couldn't fight back. Jiang Shen wiped the sweat from under his chin, turning to look at girl number 15, who was grinning like a madwoman on the bed, puzzled. He swung a hammer hard at the face of girl number 15, angrily shouting, "What, you thought just because I'm tired you could take the chance to provoke me?" He smiled wickedly and said, "Go on, give me a reason not to kill you." Blood streamed down girl number 15's face as she said, "I know the information of every patient here." Jiang Shen grimaced and struck her face with the hammer again, shouting, "Why should I trust you? I came to the clinic just to get a hammer." Girl number 15 squinted one eye in pain, struggling to say, "No, it's not just that. They have a lot of secrets, little details not written in the files that will be useful to you." Jiang Shen smiled in satisfaction, saying, "That's somewhat useful," and released her. Girl number 15, wearing a white outfit, said, "The nurse's clothes don't fit well, just wear them for now." As Jiang Shen walked with girl number 15, they encountered a man collapsed on the ground and a girl standing shocked watching as Jiang Shen approached. He said, "Wait." Girl number 15 leaned forward, saying, "These two are very dangerous." She looked at the girl with green eyes and said, "Number 13 always fantasizes about her child running into someone else's belly. She wants to slice anyone open." Then she looked at the man trembling on the ground, saying, "This guy seems to be a weight class higher. His personality is himself, but a different personality is his wife." Girl number 15 looked at Jiang Shen, who was calmly walking forward, and fearfully said, "Hey, can't you understand what I'm saying?" He approached girl number 13, who was looking in the mirror. Number 13 stretched her mouth open, looking into the mirror. She said, "Son, did you run into your mother's belly?" Jiang stepped closer to her with a smile and said, "Stop looking. Your son just sees the mirror and hides." Number 13 suddenly rushed in front of him and said, "What, you can see my son too?" He pointed to the frightened girl number 15, standing far away, saying, "That's right, the doctor told me." Hearing the word doctor, number 13 stepped back in fear and yelled, "Doctor, doctor." Jiang smiled and said, "Don't be scared, the doctor sent me to help you, a small surgery to take the baby out." Girl number 15 behind him started sweating profusely upon hearing this. Number 13, a bit confused, asked, "Surgery right here. Is it dangerous?" Jiang cheerfully replied, "Don't worry, the doctor is a specialist, success rate 0%, no pain at all." Number 13 joyfully said, "Oh, then I'm relieved." She angrily threw a punch that made Jiang and number 15 struggle to dodge. She shouted, "Who are you fooling? 0% means certain death, right?" Number 15, terrified, dodged the attack while yelling, "Damn it, I told you not to provoke her." He smiled and said, "I thought she would just let me kill her." Number 13 slammed her fist down on the ground, causing rocks to scatter everywhere. She targeted him for an attack, and Jiang quickly dodged. She threw another strong punch, causing him to stagger. Jiang raised his hand to block the attack. He said, "Shadow, let me ask you something." The shadow appeared and said, "Master, speak." He looked at the shadow on the ground and asked, "The darker it gets, the stronger you become, right?" The shadow replied, "Of course." Hearing this, he quickly rushed to number 13 and said, "Then wait for my command." The shadow responded, "Yes." Number 13 opened her mouth wide and said, "You should go into my belly to play with my son." Seeing this, he quickly wiped and signaled to the shadow, saying, "Now." The shadow, receiving the order, dashed towards number 13. It slid into her wide-open mouth, leaving her astonished. The shadow fully entered number 13's mouth, surprising her. Number 13 let out a sound, her belly now bulging out. Then her belly exploded. System notification. Gluttonous Ghost, highest level Spectre, died in anger, ghost energy, plus 999. Jiang wiped his forehead with one hand, and raised the other to wipe the sweat from his chin. He exhaled, saying, "All done." He looked at the man on the ground, terrified of the ghost, and said, "Hoo, so scary." He looked at him thinking, "This guy feels complicated." Jiang looked at the man on the ground radiating a terrifying green aura, thinking, "I just restored some ghost energy, maybe I shouldn't provoke such a fierce character." He turned to leave, saying, "Let's go." Suddenly someone shouted, "Stop right there," making him turn back to look. The male ghost had awakened, and pointed at Jiang, questioning if he was the one who had secretly cheated with his wife. "Is the man my wife found outside you?" Suddenly his demon wife inside him rose up and slapped him, saying, "Don't be like that, I haven't done anything wrong to you." Seeing the couple arguing, he seized the chance to stir the pot. "Haven't you done anything unworthy of your husband? Just now you were out there flaunting your curves to me." Just as he thought, this demon husband with a brain of a walnut began to rage and scold his demon wife. "You shameless woman. You've been secretly seducing other men behind my back." But it seemed the demon wife was smarter and realized his intentions, saying, "Are you an idiot? He's clearly trying to drive a wedge between us, so let's not waste our words on him." The possessed demon jumped up, wanting to slap him in anger. "I hate people like you who deliberately cause trouble. I will tear you apart." The demon swung a slap, but luckily he quickly ducked to avoid it. Another slap from the demon was thrown, but it couldn't hit him. Then the demon flew up, kicking him with both feet. Suddenly, Demon 13, who was with him, rushed in from behind to support the possessed demon. Immediately, Demon 13 delivered a slash that split the possessed demon in two in an instant. After slashing the possessed demon, she laughed triumphantly, thinking she had destroyed it. "Haha, now I'm number 11. But the number on her body didn't change, leaving her confused. Why hasn't it changed at all? Indeed, the possessed demon was still alive, and the demon wife and husband were slowly merging back together. The demon husband laughed triumphantly, disdainfully, saying to her, "You think that could kill me?" At this moment, Jiang Shen took the opportunity to appear near the two demons, catching them completely off guard. He began to sow discord in their marriage again. "Darling, finally, you're breaking up with your man. Before we get started, I have to hold you a bit." So he rushed in to hug the demon, joking, "This way we can be openly together." The system announced, "Someone dares to cuckold me," gaining 999 demon points. Meanwhile, the system reactivated, and he received power demon energy fully charged. Next, he started to test if this demon was real or fake by poking it. After a moment, he realized that this demon's body was plastic surgery, and he got so angry that he unleashed an electric shock that blew it apart. The demon screamed in pain, feeling the danger, abandoning his wife to flee, but Jiang Shen spotted him wanting to escape from them. Next, he didn't need to chase the demon anymore. He left that to his shadow. By the way, I forgot to tell you something. In the tunnel, his shadow was so large that it covered the entire hallway. No matter how fast the demon ran, it couldn't escape his shadow. I have two of them too. The shadow of the god Jiang has grasped the head of the demon, preparing to electrocute it, making it obediently offer its demonic energy to my master. The sound of electric shocks drove the pineapple demon into a frenzy, screaming in agony. The demon was electrocuted into nothing but a pile of bones. The system displayed a notification: demon dismembered, partial blood suit, death, demonic energy, plus 9999 points. Receiving such a high score, God Jiang laughed. "This place truly is my lucky land. Upon stepping here and killing the partial blood suit, I instantly got 9999 points of demonic energy. This is indeed my blessing." After a series of encounters with the black demons, demon number 13 accompanying him was genuinely surprised and confused about his purpose here. Is this guy really here to cure his cursed insanity? To continue hunting demons, God Jiang called out to her, asking what she was standing there for. They needed to move on. She hurriedly adjusted her striped clothing and complied, "Yes, yes." After walking for a while, they arrived at a hallway filled with patients, all dazed, unable to tell which ones were demons and which were humans. As soon as they saw God Jiang appear, the patients transformed into demons, joy lighting up their eyes as they thirsted for his life. This is where people with double-digit numbers should come after. They surged forward while he remained calm, enjoying their enthusiastic arrogance. He liked that. To deal with them all at once, he still used the hammer he had before, ready to get to work. After the bloody display from the demons, all that could be heard were screams and pleas coming from the hospital. "What the hell is this? Is this really number 11? Please spare me." And the next image shows the demon patient brutally struck by God Jiang, sending him flying. God Jiang paid little attention to his pain, stepping on him to deliver another blow, sending him off to the afterlife. In less than 10 minutes, he had neatly eliminated these bloodthirsty demons with limited strength. His effort wielding the hammer against the cursed demon had raised his score to 2. Just one more score and the curse would be lifted. His spirit was now even more exhilarated. To shorten the time, he searched for the demon holding number 1, to eliminate asking where number 1 was. The female demon number 13 accompanying him pointed ahead, replying that it was at the end of the hallway. To avoid being overpowered by demon number 1, he turned to ask her for important information about number 1's background. A vision unfolded before him about the past of demon number 1. He was originally a crazy killer with a high intelligence quotient. On his first day in the hospital, he could kill his way from number 24 to number 1, just by relying on his own strength. With a remark hinting at Jiang Shen, he exploded in anger, questioning her since he was relying on her to find the demon, and was depending on his own strength. "Why are you calling me weird?" He feared he might punch her, but she just smiled sweetly to avoid his wrath. "I voluntarily help you." While she was explaining to Jiang Shen, a thick aura of demonic energy filled the room. He was so brutal that even the doctor dared not approach his room casually. There was no need to pity Hua Ti Nuk. Jiang Shen directly took her into the room to lead the way. "You go in first." She's so scared of the room's dimness that she looks like she might wet herself. Looking up at her, he saw the first demon, who appeared rather scholarly and handsome, not at all intimidating like he had expected. He was calmly reading a book. She trembled with fear, stuttering, "That's me." The first demon looked at her, stating, "You're not a doctor." Suddenly the god appeared behind her, tugging at her pants, and said, "Patient's pants can't be a doctor. You seem to underestimate others." Knowing he had an ulterior motive to disrupt, the demon closed his book and prepared to act. No doctors were here anymore. Thinking that the first demon might actually like women, he draped his arm over number 13 to introduce her. Today was her first day. Wasn't she meant to be introduced? Hearing this made her freeze in fear. However, the first demon was very smart and realized that what he said was unfounded, replying, "That's not correct." He began to sweat profusely with worry, as he saw the demon's expression remain unchanged. After hearing his words, it was utterly perplexing. The demon then took out his demon-slaying staff, preparing to hit him hard, saying, "Because I'm too dangerous." Just as demon number 13 said, this first demon was not afraid. "No doctor had ever dared to enter my room alone. To gain the upper hand, Jiang Shen quickly unleashed a surprise attack skill against the demon, the Wounded Cry. Unexpectedly, even though he attacked first, the demon had already anticipated this and spun his staff to counter Jiang Shen's technique. The demon swung his staff again, hitting Jiang Shen to send him off to the grave as soon as possible. But it was just a flimsy stick. He only needed to raise his hand to block it, yet he wondered why his technique was ineffective against him. Was the Wounded Cry useless against this guy? The demon, feeling quite pleased, twirled his staff in response, saying, "Just a moment ago, when you spoke, I cleared the air around us, creating a vacuum barrier." With a technique quite formidable, capable of redirecting the enemy's skills, he created a rotation to easily nullify Jiang Shen's technique. In a vacuum, nothing can affect it, so you can't harm me at all. Facing this cunning demon, along with a very potent technique, Jiang Shen stood there stunned, praising him. "Oh, you're quite capable. How could I possibly compare to you? I commanded my shadow to let out a howl and ambush the number 1 demon, so let's give it a try." A system notification appeared. I was complacent with no place to hide. Demon energy plus 1,999 points. A devastating blow from the god of Jiang created a cloud of dust, and the number 1 demon trembled, having to fight alone against 3 opponents hugging its frail body. The demon thought to itself that it was hopeless. The 3 against 1 situation was unfavorable for it. This blind fool must be the number 2 clone, definitely from the enemy. So if I want to turn the tide, I can only bait this fake doctor. Thinking of a way, it called out to the number 13 demon to join its side, asking, "What number are you?" Without saying a word, she ripped open her shirt to show him the number tattooed on her body. Even the number 1 demon had to strain to see it was number 13. To strengthen the fighting force, he laughed provocatively, inviting her to join his team, saying if she didn't kill him, she would be number 2. Bold enough to make a dozen people in front of him, the god of Jiang summoned a massive hammer to smash down on him. He wanted to play mind games with me. The previous points of demon energy were enough to summon the hammer, delivering a fatal blow to the number 1 demon. The demon energy boosted my strength, allowing me to summon the ghostly spirit as well, but the demon quickly dodged. Facing a somewhat clever demon made him even more intrigued, taunting, "Don't you love playing tactics?" Meanwhile, outside room number 1, it seemed someone was observing the chaotic battle. Back to the god of Jiang, after that hammer strike, he shattered the ground, sending the demon flying along with this sledgehammer of his. With limited demon energy after that blow, the god of Jiang retracted it back. He didn't have enough energy for a second hammer strike. That sledgehammer consumed too much. The number 1 demon was now struggling against the destructive power of the god of Jiang, unable to fight him directly. It thought of ways to keep its life. It had to survive and figure out how to live on. After its scream, a chicken dressed as a doctor entered the room, saying, "Step back from number 1 a bit for me." Ignoring what the chicken said, the god of Jiang shot a high-voltage beam, roasting the number 1 demon. He couldn't understand what was happening. Infuriated that he killed a patient in front of him, the red-feathered chicken screamed, unleashing an overwhelming force. "Didn't you hear what the doctor said? You're tired of living." With the power released by the chicken, it was almost like his own tiger roar technique, making him scream back, releasing countless circles of attacking energy at the god of Jiang. But it seemed he was gradually getting used to this silly technique, so he wasn't scared at all, and even laughed, in delight still, a half-blooded warrior. With a flash, he vanished, leaving only a cloud of white smoke at the chicken's feet. With lightning speed, he was behind the chicken and threw a punch at it. The chicken, no slouch, sensed his sneak attack. Having been to many cockfights in Cambodia, its reflexes were too quick. He threw a punch, and the chicken raised its muscular wing to block it. How could a chicken like you enjoy being a doctor? To show Mr. Jiang what a festival feels like, the chicken gave him a punch in the mouth for daring to underestimate it. As long as the director accepted it, he was a doctor, but after taking a punch, he spat out a mouthful of blood. But Mr. Jiang still tried to question it, so none of you know how to heal or save lives. Just as he finished speaking, the chicken delivered a swift kick to his mouth, sending him crashing into the wall, creating a loud explosion. The chicken said, "Of course I'm helping you break free." Unexpectedly, when the chicken kicked at Mr. Jiang, he managed to catch its beak, declaring, "Today I'm going to purify the medical field." This time he used high-voltage electricity to roast the chicken, making a delicious meal for himself. 1,000,000 volts of electric chicken. The result was that this dim-witted chicken was cooked to perfection, the aroma of its crispy skin, wafting through the air, so delicious. His next move was decisive as he tore off a huge chicken leg and devoured it right away, starting with the drumstick. He chewed a few bites, then turned to the girl number 13, who was with him, asking if she wanted some. She was still terrified by his actions, so she bluntly refused. "No need, no need." Even though it was just a doctor chicken after being killed and eaten by Mr. Jiang, the girl broke into a cold sweat, speechless, thinking to herself, "I've seen doctors get killed before, but this is the first time I've seen one being eaten." Thinking she was shy and didn't want to eat, he pushed the chicken leg right in front of her, inviting, "Take a bite, eat your fill before we continue." Hearing his words, she became even more frightened, imagining the scene of a criminal getting a full meal before execution, and she exclaimed, "Huh, do you want to kill me?" Just as she thought, he leaned in close to her, whispering that he would grant her a gentle departure. "You've completed your mission. Consider it a reward and I'll let you go peacefully." Suddenly she broke down in tears, feeling furious that fate had made her a demon, yet she still had to endure being used. "Everyone's like that. They exploit me and then throw me away." Returning to her past life, she stood in a cosmetics store holding a lipstick. She had bravely mixed in the store, asking, "Is this enough?" Her two friends had taken advantage of her naivety to get those lipsticks. One red-haired girl remarked, "Now it's hard for you to use it. There are so many cameras and you still manage to sneak out lipstick." At that moment, a friend threw her a lipstick with very malicious intent, saying, "Here's a little reward for you." As soon as she handed her a lipstick, that friend called security to arrest her, claiming someone was stealing lipstick. Frustrated and hurt by her treacherous friends, she cried out in fear, "Why are you doing this?" Check-I now only blamed herself for getting caught up with those treacherous friends, revealing their deceitful faces to her. "You're useless now. In the end, you just gave us a little joy when you got caught." Upon hearing this, the 13th ghost immediately knelt on the ground, crying out in despair over her humiliating fate of choosing the wrong ally. Seeing her suffering like this, Jiang Shen reluctantly offered her a chance to survive. "I'll count to 3 if you don't get caught by me. I'll spare you." It's unclear if he really wanted to spare her, but he chuckled brightly and said, "Get ready." Time couldn't be wasted. She charged off so fast that before he could blink, she was gone. Even Jiang Shen was surprised by her insane speed. Remembering all the times she had helped him, he figured he should keep his promise and let her go for now. Then he moved to a dark and eerie room where strange noises were coming from inside. Just then, Jiang Shen arrived and discovered his belongings hidden along with his weapon. He remarked, "So all my clothes were kept here." The moment he reunited with his weapon, it cried out, clinging to him, missing him to the core. Jiang Shen smiled and said, "Haha, you missed me that much after just a few days." Suddenly, a doctor with a grim face appeared in front of Jiang Shen and spoke, "You are..." Not caring if he was human or ghost, Jiang Shen struck first to gain the upper hand. He swung his weapon down on the doctor's head with a thud and retorted, "Screw you." Just seconds later, the doctor was knocked out cold with a bump on his head. Jiang Shen quickly stripped off his lab coat. To stay safe from ambushes, he decided to wear the doctor's coat temporarily. It felt safer to wear a doctor's outfit in a hospital. After that, Jiang Shen stepped into the hallway, searching for ghosts while cheerfully humming a tune, "Don't Stab Salt Into My Heart." After wandering around for a bit, he finally noticed something and looked up. Above was a sign that read "Special Treatment Room." Curiosity got the better of him, and he decided to go in for a look. He said, "This place seems quite interesting." Inside, there was a patient completely bound, tied to a love seat in a dazed state. His intention was to treat his haunting illness. After being plagued for days, his condition had worsened. He said wearily, "Doctor, whenever I close my eyes, a ghost woman mocks me." At the same time, another doctor approached with a chart taking notes and replied, "Your condition might be getting worse." Unexpectedly, this doctor leaned closer to the patient, his eyes glowing red in a strange manner, whispering, "You need to overcome it. Imagine you're driving a truck full of dirt." Next, the doctor used a bizarre device to zap electricity into the patient's eyes, swinging the device back and forth while mumbling, "Crush her." The doctor's repeated phrases made the patient's eyes, nose, and mouth overflow, mumbling, crush it again, crush, crush." Unable to endure this physical torment, the patient screamed in excruciating pain. He yelled, "Crush." Soon his body was reduced to mere skin and 2 deep black eye sockets with a faint whimpering sound escaping him. Not stopping there, his body began to swell until his clothes ripped apart. He cried out in agony. Beyond the limits of his body, he directly vomited out, leaving the graveyard through his mouth. After a while, he stopped moving, no sounds at all. Everything became silent. The doctor wondered aloud, "Is he dead?" This doctor was conducting a new curse experiment, but it seemed to have failed. Only blood-soaked clothing was left, not transforming into any special curse. Just then, Jiang Shen appeared from behind him and spoke. The blood-soaked clothing still not dried. The doctor, unaware casually, replied, "Yes, more experiments are needed." Immediately, he recoiled upon noticing Jiang Shen, furious. "Who let you in here?" Jiang Shen grabbed the doctor's coat, chuckling, replied, "I'm also a doctor." The doctor, looking scared, pointed down, saying, "The director didn't tell you. This is my private clinic." Jiang Shen pretended to be crazy, scratching his head, wanting to pick a fight with him. "Oh right, the director did say I've been feeling unstable lately, and wanted you to take a look." Hearing someone come in, his spirits lifted, thinking to himself, "Haha, a test subject has come to me." His eyes turned red again as if about to utter a curse. "So you sit in the chair over there." Jiang Shen retorted, "What the hell?" He plopped down directly onto the corpse of the deceased patient, causing the doctor to go mad. "Who told you to sit like that?" However, he reluctantly accepted him sitting there, continuing the experiment. He picked up a paper and asked, "What's your condition?" "No worries. I'll help you escape this illusion. Speak honestly." Then he cast the curse. Jiang Shen swayed to the music as if falling into an illusion for him to interrogate. Now tell me, what do you do? Not hiding anything about his identity, or being truly controlled, he answered. I specialize in killing ghosts. Hearing this, he suddenly shuddered, breaking out in a cold sweat. The doctor stammered, What kind of ghosts have you killed? Just as he had killed demons before, Jiang Shen carefully counted off, replying, First it was the knocking ghost, then it was the mirror ghost. The scene shifts to outside this hospital of curses. After a while of questioning, this doctor was scared to the point of peeing blood. He tossed the medical record aside. While the god of Jiang continued to recount his demon-slaying tales, he said that in the end he had to chop down the guarding demon. At this moment, the demon doctor was terrified to encounter a demon slayer like Jiang, grabbing his arm and stammering, What do you want to do? But he still pretended to be worried and hadn't provoked him, asking, Doctor, can I still be saved? With what he had shared, it was clear he wasn't an ordinary person, and the doctor yanked his arm away. He was too frightened, saying, You don't need to save me. Go run for hospital director. I'll vote for you. Unable to contain his excitement, Jiang grabbed the doctor's head, demanding, Then, tell me quickly, where is the director? I want to run against him. Just because he carelessly exposed the number on his neck, the doctor realized that he was the patient with that number at the hospital. The doctor exclaimed, Number 1, aren't you a doctor? When discovered, Jiang quickly covered it up, forcing a smile at him, saying, Oh, got caught. If that's the case, his true form was even more bizarre than the demon that intended to devour him. Jiang dangerously declared, Then I can only kill you to silence you. How could he not be afraid? Instead, he unleashed his power, both hands raising a dark aura. The doctor scoffed at him, laughing. Speaking of silencing. This time he had messed with the wrong person. The doctor was a master resurrecting many corpses. The dead he had previously eliminated rose again at his command, and he warned, The person you need to kill isn't just me. Even the man possessed by the demon now awakened, breaking free from the chains, screaming, Seeing the corpses rise, Jiang quickly realized the horrifying truth the hospital had deliberately concealed. It seemed the demons nurtured by the hospital came in 2 types. One was to pit patients against each other, to gradually level up, and the other was this kind of experiment provoking the malice within patients, transmitting demonic energy to create the number 1s. While he was deep in thought, the demons had surrounded him, biting and tearing at him. If that was the case, he pulled out the sword that the weapon had transformed into, slashing continuously to eliminate these dead demons. With little demonic energy in the sword, he wondered how much demonic energy these test subjects could provide him. With 1 slash, he immediately decapitated a demon. The second slash directly split a demon in half, causing it to scream in pain. Very quickly, his slashes kept coming, sending the cornered demons flying away. But the number of dead demons in this hospital was still very large. The doctor ordered them all to rush at Jiang, saying, The rest charge at me. With so many demons, he couldn't resist. Did he need to rely on the help of the spirit mushroom to pierce through them, he said. Spirit mushroom, bind them all. With 1 strike, the spirit mushroom pierced through the bodies of these demons. In an instant, the demons were pierced by the spirit mushroom, forming a long string that saved Jiang from danger. Seeing the doctor's demon hat fall, his gaze was blank and hurried as he realized he forgot to ask about the hospital's mastermind. He sighed, Oh no, I forgot to ask where the director is. With no demons left to question, Jiang Shen stepped out, slamming the door, regretting the broth still spilling everywhere. He felt a bit tired, having to search on his own, saying, Guess I have to find it myself. What a hassle. Transitioning scenes, he arrived at a room marked with a red warning sign, Unauthorized personnel keep out. Looking at the ridiculous sign in this place full of ghosts, he felt it was pointless. That warning sign was truly unnecessary. Inside the room, a girl with white hair appeared, along with a strange demon snoring its body, showing bones and skin. At that moment, she also noticed footsteps outside. Immediately, she and the bizarre demon jumped up and saw Jiang Shen approaching, so she called out, Look, another doctor has come. Upon seeing Jiang Shen, she suddenly smirked disdainfully, having killed several doctors who dared enter here before. She smiled and said, I'm so bored, let's kill him for fun. Not caring who Jiang Shen was, since he dared to invade a restricted area, the 2 bun-haired demon ordered the other demon to drop its scythe and attack Jiang Shen. It was too dangerous. Jiang Shen quickly activated his skills, the demon form, creating a layer of armor to withstand the demon's strike. Not stopping there, the 2 bun-haired demons seized the chance to dash and throw a punch at Jiang Shen, laughing arrogantly, Get stronger. But Jiang Shen remained still, quickly leaping up to dodge, causing the 2 bun-haired demon to crash headfirst into the ground. The demon exclaimed, Oh, holy heavens, that was fast. Another scythe from the bizarre demon came slashing down at Jiang Shen, giving him no time to breathe. This time, Jiang Shen retaliated with a punch against the scythe of the bizarre demon, creating a deafening explosion. Faced with Jiang Shen's power, the bizarre-faced demon was quite surprised, exclaiming, How does this doctor have more strength than me? Next, the 2 bun-haired demon charged and kicking high to strike Jiang Shen in rage, while cursing, Damn it, die, you rotten doctor. Boom, the ground erupted after the demon's sky-high kick. Another surprise came from the two bun-haired demons' position. Jiang Shen just raised one hand in his demon form and easily blocked the attack, causing the demon to gasp in disbelief. You blocked that too. After several frenzied attacks from the two-tailed demon and that strange creature, Jiang Shen realized they had a grudge against doctors. He revealed the number on the turtle shell on his neck, shouted, "Open your eyes and see who you're dealing with." Upon seeing the turtle shell number, the two-tailed demon's expression turned dull as they realized they had mistakenly attacked a fellow patient, and exclaimed, "Ah," like a child, the two-tailed demon laughed, showing off to Jiang Shen that they were all teammates now. Sticking out its tongue and laughing, it said, "Ha ha ha, turns out you're the most formidable patient in the hospital." Seeing the unusual mark on the two-tailed demon's tongue, Jiang Shen looked perplexed and asked, "And there's even a star number. What about the patients outside?" Quickly shifting from hostility to friendliness, the two-tailed demon introduced itself. "My name is Zoa Zoa, and this is my pet Xiaohua." Just as it finished speaking, Zoa suddenly leaned in, tugging at Jiang Shen's clothes, and seriously questioning him, causing Jiang Shen to almost wet his pants. "Why are you wearing a doctor's outfit? You almost made us misunderstand." Thinking about the furious attacks he witnessed from Zoa, and the strange creature against the doctor, Jiang Shen contemplated joining forces with them to take down the head doctor. These two dared to kill a doctor. They seemed a bit rebellious. He would use their schemes against them. After pondering, Jiang Shen boldly expressed his intention to Zoa. "Zoa, I'm planning to break into the head doctor's office and overthrow the hospital's rule." Jiang Shen's bold plan made Showa, and the strange creature break out in a cold sweat from fear, with Showa exclaiming, "Damn, that's even more dangerous than us." Having lived here for a long time, Zoa knew that there were quite a few doctors and worriedly said, "But there are so many doctors here. Can you really take them all down?" Hearing that there are many doctors boosting Jiang's spirits, it makes him jump up. There will be a lot of evil energy waiting for Jiang. Jiang then intends to rally and encourage them, hoping the two of you can fight alongside me against thousands of mental patients. Even if you and I fall, as long as the spirit remains unyielding, that flame will never die out, and someone will eventually succeed. Just with this encouragement from Jiang, the demon Showa was left stunned and received quite a boost in evil energy, stirring up emotions, enthusiasm, soaring evil energy, plus 2,000 points. After being inspired by Jiang Shen, the evil spirit, Zoa, began to tie up her hair, preparing for the upcoming battle. Even the creepy-faced demon started to tidy up their disheveled hair. With determination and a spirited mindset, Jiang Shen led the charge to sweep through this haunted hospital, enthusiastically shouting, "Let's go." Suddenly Zoa stepped ahead up the stairs, which made Jiang Shen curious, asking what they were going up for. Was the director on the upper floor? It seemed that Zoa intended to lead Jiang Shen up to find more allies, to which Zoa replied, "Don't rush, many ghosts. Want to kill the director. Didn't you say you wanted to gather everyone?" Jiang Shen truly didn't expect Zoa to believe what he said. Jiang Shen found it amusing, thinking she really believes it so easy to deceive. Moving deeper into the upper floor corridor, Zoa commanded, "This floor is full of outside patients. Pick out a few useful ones to take with us." They arrived in front of a room making a loud noise. Seemingly something was happening inside. This time Zoa ordered her monster to go inside and scout the situation. "Little Flower, you go in and report back. Tell them the doctor is coming to stop them. Don't be slow." The monster rushed in with a serious, focused expression. After the monster entered, they hadn't received any news yet. Out of curiosity, Jiang Shen and Zoa leaned in to look, only to be surprised. Jiang Shen asked, "What's going on?" Inside, three ghostly figures were fighting and arguing, looking like three people in a heated dispute. But in reality, those three shadows came from one patient who was sitting there chanting. There was actually only one person inside. This demon had three eyes on its face, glaring at each other. You might think it was one person, but in fact it was three. While trying to find the frightened ghost, Jiang Shen heard Zoa's nonsensical explanation, which made him really angry as he grabbed Zoa by her hair and scolded her. "Are you singing a rhyme for me?" Scared by Jiang Shen's attitude, Zoa broke out in a cold sweat, quickly denying, No. Then Joa recounted the backstory of this possessed ghost, mentioning an incident that occurred in Shanzhuang on a rainy day. Two people discovered a corpse. Both suspected each other of being the murderer, and initially scrutinized one another carefully. But the growing tension led to a physical fight between the two. Eventually, one of them set fire, and both ended up dead. These two people, along with the one who died earlier, formed three souls linked as one, becoming an incredibly special ghost. With some curiosity about the young man who died suddenly, Jiang spoke up, asking, "So who killed that corpse?" From gossip he heard the ghost, Soa replied. He said he fell and broke his neck while drinking. The souls of the three are trapped in one body, constantly bickering every day. Thinking this over, Jiang tossed aside the doctor's coat he was wearing. With a grin preparing to pull a trick on this possessed ghost, he said, "This is even better than multiple personalities." Without a hint of fear, Jiang pushed open the door to step inside and make a connection with the three-eyed ghost. Standing before the three-eyed ghost, Jiang confidently spoke up saying, "Hello, I'm here to change my condition." Suddenly, the system announced, "Who are you?" Ghost energy increased by 604 times in a row. Feeling something strange upon receiving ghost energy, Jiang wondered silently, "Weren't there 3 of them? Why is there ghost energy 4 times?" Seeing Jiang come with an arrogant attitude, the three-eyed ghost uncomfortably asked, "Who are you?" To persuade the three-eyed demon, Jiang Shen placed a hand on its shoulder and spoke, "Sincerely, do you think you'll be trapped in this body for life? The hospital will erase this demon's existence." It sounds tempting, but the three-eyed demon still questioned Jiang Shen. "Can you really help me? Why should I trust you?" The demon beside him chimed in to explain for Jiang Shen, mentioning that he had just killed 2 doctors. This statement left the three-eyed demon dumbfounded, unable to believe it, as it exclaimed by himself, "Killed 2 doctors." The shadowy demons were equally astonished, deciding to follow Jiang Shen, hoping to escape this cursed hospital. They said, "Then the doctors aren't invincible. I haven't wanted to stay here for a long time, let's go." It was too easy to persuade the possessed demon to become an ally. Jiang Shen and the other demon were equally pleased, having convinced one, "Hehe." To further strengthen their team, Jiang Shen clasped his hands behind his back, casually walking with the 2 demons, in search of new recruits, looking around and asking, "Are there any other strong patients here?" While searching in a certain area, Jiang Shen leaned in to look, but the demon warned him, "That place I advise you not to go in." However, Jiang Shen laughed off the warning, boldly opening the door to enter, confidently stating, "Is there anywhere I can't go? Ridiculous." Inside, a gloomy demon was sitting in a pile. Jiang Shen called out, "Hello." It seemed this demon had lied too much before becoming a demon, resulting in a long drooping tongue and a fierce expression. Not fearing anything, Jiang Shen stepped into the room with muddy shoes. This made the long-tongued demon, who had obsessive cleanliness issues, turn red with anger veins bulging on its face. The system announced, "The room he just licked clean has been dirtied by you, demonic energy, plus 4444 points." Seeing the situation was not good, the demon advised Jiang Shen, afraid he would be beaten to a pulp, "I advise you not to go in, he has obsessive-compulsive disorder." Ignoring the warnings from the demon, Jiang Shen approached the long-tongued demon and began lecturing it. "There's a saying, if you don't lick the surface, how can you lick the world? Are you planning to stay in this room forever?" After finishing his statement, Jiang Shen shone like a psychologist, hitting the demon's desire, saying, "Follow me, and let's lick this entire hospital clean." Upon hearing this, the long-tongued demon became very excited, drooling in a rather unsanitary manner, and eagerly said, "What's this trying to rebel? It seems this demon understands human language too." Jiang Shen waved his finger, "Quite clever, you get what I mean, let's go." The terrifying appearance of this long-tongued demon made the demon shout, "Retract your tongue and stay far away from me." In no time, Jiang had successfully gathered a team that wasn't too numerous, but still quite powerful, each step filled with determination, as they searched for the doctors to crush. Just then, the hospital doctors had gathered in one place in large numbers. One of the leading doctors spoke up, scoffing at Jiang's group, thinking that a few people could confront all the doctors, and turned to leave, saying they'd spare their lives. Just as he finished speaking, he who was walking to the graveyard somehow lost his head in an instant. One of his eyes flew out, dying without a chance to finish his sentence. Jiang's group showed no mercy to these damn doctors, ordering all teammates to rush in. "Solo brothers, kill them all for me." First, the three-eyed demon unleashed 2 shadows, taking down several doctors in an instant. Next, the long-tongued demon swung its tongue directly, knocking 3 doctors into the air. Then the demon jumped up, smashing a doctor's skull with a glee-filled swing of its club. Along with that, the demon swung a strike that took down several useless doctors. On Jiang's side, he also slashed at a doctor, splitting him in half before he could even close his eyes. Afterwards, Jiang threw a doctor towards the strange creature, commanding, "This one's for you." With a swift motion, the creature swung its blade, quickly slicing the doctor in 2. Seeing his teammate reduced to half a body and a pool of blood, the remaining doctor panicked and started to retreat. Horrified by the situation, he turned to flee, desperately calling for help, wondering why the patients were suddenly so hot. The scene shifts to the operating room under the bright lights. Inside, a patient had been successfully operated on following a new method. The surgeon admired his self-crafted masterpiece, chuckling with immense pride, "It's perfect, this will be my magnum opus." While the surgeon was celebrating, another doctor rushed in, panicking as he reported, "Director, something big has happened. The patient rebelled and killed all the doctors." Thanks to some minor issues that these incompetent doctors couldn't handle, the director was frustrated to have to intervene personally, muttering that they couldn't even manage something so trivial. Stepping outside to face Jiang's group, the director spoke, "Is it just a few of you?" Jiang's team ignored the reply, and the strange creature charged forward, swinging a blade at the director. Surprisingly, the director was quite fast, managing to touch the demon's head, leaving it utterly confused. Upon seeing his disciple being killed by that demon doctor, feeling immense pain, the demon shouted loudly, "Little monk, I can't forgive that demon principal." The demon with the stick rushes in with all her might, smashing the stick into the head of the demon principal doctor. "I'm going to kill you." With a single hit, the demon principal doctor takes the full force of the stick, losing his hat and distorting his face. The next moment, the demon with the stick shows a surprised expression as she sees something from the demon principal doctor. Now, the demon principal doctor reveals his true form with a grotesquely deformed face, wearing an ugly smile. Heh, the mask has been discovered. Furious to be hit by a young girl, the demon principal doctor lunges at the demon with the stick, grabbing her hair and choking her, threatening vengeance, hoping to blow her head off too. Suddenly, before the demon principal doctor can strike, a long tongue from the allied long tongue demon attacks, helping the demon with the stick escape his grasp. With its skilled long tongue, the long tongue demon lashes out again, making the demon principal doctor even more delighted. Hee little one. With that, the demon principal doctor charges at the long tongue demon, excited to teach him a lesson. "Your skills are impressive, but this time I'll turn you into a stick." Before anyone could blink, the long-tongued demon's arms were sliced several times by the demon principal doctor, and then he vanished into thin air at lightning speed. The demon principal doctor is fired up, wanting to take out the long-tongued demon's legs to make him a wheelchair user. Next up are the legs. "I can't let that happen." The long-tongued demon bites off its own tongue, choosing to sacrifice itself in glory, rather than die at the hands of the demon principal doctor. After biting off its own tongue, the long-tongued demon smiles triumphantly. It believes that before it departs, it will take the demon principal doctor down with it. "Once I'm dead, you'll be going against your word and you'll pay the price." Quickly, the curse takes effect on the demon principal doctor's body, causing him to fall to the ground in pain, continuously uttering curses, blood pouring out from him. The demon principal's body begins to writhe in agony from the curse. The demon doctor screams, "Ah, look at the pitiful state of the demon principal doctor in the pool of blood." The Jiang clan stands by, observing, and the demon with the stick speaks up. "Look quickly, the curse of compulsive disorder is working." Surprisingly, after a while of writhing in pain, the demon principal doctor is able to recover normally against the curses. The curse from the long-tongued demon seems to have lost its effect, and the demon principal says, "Nice tricks. If it were before, I would have been swallowed whole." The demon principal stands up, adjusting his clothes as if nothing had happened. He has completely escaped the curse. The demon principal confidently thinks that the headmaster must have known my weaknesses and set up a protection mechanism for me. It's a bit hard to believe that the demon principal could take part of the long-tongued demon's power, along with the curse, and his tongue has grown longer. The demon principal says, "With this, your curse of compulsion will no longer work on me." Realizing the power of the chief doctor demon has become even stronger through fusion, the Jiang God team begins to feel fear, sweating coldly. The three-eyed demon shouts it's bad, he feels even stronger now. But it's fine, the tough stuff is handled by the Jiang God. He pulls out the demon transformation card, confidently calls his teammates to fall back, so he can take the lead, and the two step back to let him take the stage. Immediately, the Jiang God uses the demon transformation skill to merge power, to face the chief doctor demon transforming into the dragon of the underworld. Quickly, the Jiang God's arm is covered with armor and sharp dragon claws, along with black wings from the hellish angel, with bizarre power. Just as the Jiang God finishes his transformation, the chief doctor demon swiftly launches a long tongue attack, accompanied by a roaring scream, dividing and presenting himself for the fight. Without even raising a hand to defend the Jiang God's body is slashed by the trained tongue as he charges forward, colliding with the chief doctor demon. He can't let that curse linger on him for too long, so the Jiang God directly condenses dark energy to amplify the power of the dragon of the underworld, breaking the curse of the chief doctor demon, tapping into his innate bloodline and a zone of fury. With the overwhelming power of the Jiang God, the chief doctor demon looks stunned, unable to believe the truth before him, exclaiming, "What? How could this overpower my innate curse?" Expecting the chief doctor demon to be frightened, he unexpectedly becomes bloodthirsty and charges at the Jiang God as if to say, "Do you think I'm weak?" A series of exchanges ensue with neither the Jiang God nor the chief doctor demon gaining the upper hand. The Jiang God feels exhilarated, realizing this demon has strength comparable to his own, and can still hold on until now, but what must happen will happen. The Jiang God has been holding back for too long, and this time he uses all his strength to send the chief doctor demon to the grave. He unleashes his power and says this is a 3-star demon transformation card. Killing a lesser demon like you is a piece of cake. No wonder he's the main character favored by the heavens. In response to the Jiang God's attack, a loud explosion erupts. The chief doctor demon Ku Chui is struck fatally by the Jiang God, with debris exploding around for several seconds. After a fierce solo battle, the body of the chief doctor demon is left battered and broken with a large hole in his abdomen, exposing all his ribs. Surprisingly, this chief doctor demon is not dead yet, and still manages a creepy smile, saying, "You think that?" In the blink of an eye, the power of the chief doctor demon erupts. He screams, tearing through his shirt to reveal a muscular physique, saying, "You think you can defeat me like this?" As the Jiang god has done before, he speaks little, but acts decisively, delivering a direct slash that sends the chief doctor demon to his demise. Knowing that chatty demons often bring more trouble, the Jiang god quickly strikes before they can escalate the situation further. He says, normally saying, "This means I still have cards left to play. Can I give you a chance?" After defeating the chief doctor demon, the Jiang god team leaves, and his transformation state gradually fades, leaving behind the chief doctor demon's corpse, eyes wide open. "Let's go." Suddenly, even with its head chopped off, the doctor's demon still emitted a stream of black demonic energy, as if it was about to transfer something. This stream of demonic energy gradually entered the surgical room door. At that moment, the man from the previous surgical experiment received the demonic energy from the demon doctor. After receiving the demonic energy, this man's mouth began to emit a white mist. The result sensed life, and the man opened his eyes wide, his red eyes glowing, reborn once again. Shifting to Jiang Shen, who was walking down the hallway looking for demons. Suddenly, the demon Xiao Xiao noticed a loud noise coming from the wall and shouted a warning to Jiang Shen. "Hey, be careful." As Xiao Xiao finished speaking, something inside the wall punched through it, sending Jiang Shen flying. Emerging from the broken wall was the man who had been possessed, stumbling through the dust, as Jiang Shen called out, "Who goes there?" It was still the demon doctor who hadn't fully died. Now he could be called a possessed demon. The possessed demon smiled as he borrowed a strong, robust body. "Haha, just chopped off my head and you've already forgotten me." With a swift motion, Jiang Shen, quick as the wind, swung his sword at the possessed demon's head, calmly stating, "Then, let's chop again." After that swing, Jiang Shen stood in shock as he noticed something was off. The sword strike that collided with the possessed demon's body caused it to cry out in pain. Unexpectedly, the body crafted by the demon doctor was so resilient. The possessed demon smugly touched his neck and mocked Jiang Shen, asking, "Was that a mosquito that just bit me?" Without saying another word, the possessed demon lunged forward, throwing a punch that took Jiang Shen by complete surprise. Choosing a punch with incredible speed, Jiang Shen couldn't react in time to defend himself and was sent flying. After taking a hit from the possessed demon, Jiang Shen's face was burned, blood trickling from his nose, and despite his formidable skin, he couldn't withstand the possessed demon's strength. Jiang Shen couldn't believe it, saying, "A normal punch? Is that hard, harder than my formidable skin?" Another punch from the possessed demon kept Jiang Shen from catching a breath, and with his agility and quick reflexes, Jiang Shen barely dodged the possessed demon's strike. Seizing the opportunity for his next attack, he looked for a chance to strike back. Shortly after, Jiang Shen found an opening and slashed his sword at the possessed demon's neck. Although Jiang Shen bit down hard, he still couldn't pierce the sturdy armor of the possessed demon, who continued to attack with punches. Jiang Shen took another hit to his face, getting sent flying, while the possessed demon dismissed him, saying, "Don't waste your efforts." Now Jiang Shen felt himself starting to fall into a tough spot. The possessed demon's power was too ferocious. Without transformation, he couldn't win, and his 3-star transformation couldn't do anything against him. It was no longer as simple as dealing with a mere soul. In a critical moment, the system displayed a notification reminding you that you still have an unused power. After being beaten up, the system notified Jiang Shen, infuriating him, cursing out loud, "Why didn't you say so earlier?" Just as everyone thought, the system also didn't like Jiang Shen much, and mocked him back because he was too pathetic and wanted to see him get beaten. In a life-and-death situation, Jiang Shen could only swallow his anger and have the system help him, or he'd be done for. Jiang Shen suppressed his rage and activated his powers, transforming. Now this possessed monster was hard to deal with, and with its tough armor, Jiang Shen suddenly had a new idea. Weight against someone, this tough transforming wouldn't mean anything. For his first transformation, Jiang Shen directly fused it with the Spirit Flesh Sword to increase its power to break through defenses, choosing to transform the Spirit Flesh Sword. The system immediately complied with Jiang Shen's fusion request, and the Spirit Flesh Sword radiated an overwhelming aura. In an instant, the Spirit Flesh Sword had been successfully forged with the power of transformation, and a single slash could make a huge difference. As soon as he used the transformation, receiving the Spirit Flesh Sword, Jiang Shen instantly flipped in the air and then swung a slash at the neck of the possessed monster. Before it could react, the possessed monster got its tongue sliced, causing its neck to contort in pain. However, it still couldn't harm the possessed monster with just that cut. Jiang Shen quickly ordered the Spirit Flesh Sword to deliver another cut to its neck. Good, cut it. As a result of this attack, the neck of the possessed monster had a gaping wound, spurting blood everywhere. Surprisingly, the wound on the neck of the possessed monster was healing quickly and absurdly. With a seemingly invincible body, the monster smirked arrogantly. "Is that all you've got?" Witnessing the scene, after using the full transformation with the Spirit Flesh Sword, and still not being able to injure the monster, Jiang Shen began to feel confused and anxious. His mouth agape in shock, sweat pouring cold, he exclaimed, "The wound I just made is closing up." Undeterred, Jiang Shen quickly regained his composure, telling himself, It's just that I didn't use my full strength the first time. Thinking that Jiang Shen poured more energy into his attack, leaping up to slash down at the possessed monster, shouting, "This time I'll cut you in half." A sound rang out, slicing through. The possessed monster was beheaded, yet it kept on smiling. Before he could celebrate, Jiang Shen once again found himself stunned. His previous slash was so powerful, yet the monster's head could bizarrely fuse back with its body. In this critical situation, Jiang Shen quickly spoke to the Spirit Flesh sword, asking it to amplify its power even more. "Spirit Flesh, give me some courage." After that, Jiang Shen unleashed a flurry of slashes at the possessed monster, shouting, "Shatter him, let's see how he recovers." Immediately, with Jiang Shen's barrage of slashes, the body of the possessed monster was torn apart piece by piece. But this still can't take down the possessed creature. Its body can still reconnect, even with its limbs chopped off. Furious at this extraordinary body, Jiang Shen angrily cursed, "Damn, it can really recover." After being a punching bag for Jiang Shen to test his moves, it was time for the possessed creature to strike back, charging in to throw punches, make sure to inflict pain. Is it my turn now? What the heck? The possessed creature's punch could even break off its arm and land a direct hit on Jiang Shen's face. That was just a light jab. Now the possessed creature lunged to deliver a lethal blow that would send Jiang Shen back to the afterlife. The possessed creature declared it would crush him and see if he could recover. The situation was dire. Jiang Shen could only rely on the Dragon Soul Blade to protect himself, countering his opponent. "No way I'm going to attack the possessed creature head-on." The Dragon Soul Blade quickly pulled Jiang Shen away to evade the strike. This seemed much better. This caught Jiang Shen off guard, and he exclaimed after finding a way out of danger, "That was close." At this moment, the other two allied creatures rushed in to attack, knocking the possessed creature far away and blocking a dangerous blow for Jiang Shen. While fleeing, the Dragon Soul Blade slammed down into the ground, causing an explosion of earth and rocks, leaving Jiang Shen stunned. "What are you trying to do?" Even the Dragon Soul Blade couldn't explain this without words. The blade swung continuously around the hallway, creating a massive watermark, while Jiang Shen kept shouting, "Whoa," just like that. Unable to stop, the Dragon Soul Blade went berserk, slamming down and leaving Jiang Shen in shock after shock. "Wait, what's happening?" Terrified by the ferocity of the Dragon Soul Blade, Jiang Shen was drenched in sweat, exclaiming, "Hey big guy, what do you really want?" Looking at the watermarks the Dragon Soul Blade intentionally created on the ground, forming a letter shape, Jiang Shen was very surprised. Somehow Jiang Shen could understand the Dragon Soul Blade's intention. He chuckled in realization. "Right, why didn't I think of that?" Seeing the amused expression on the Dragon Soul Blade when it realized Jiang Shen understood made him even more excited. "You knew all along, that's why you wanted me to talk." Meanwhile, the two other creatures were struggling against the unbeatable possessed creature, screaming for Jiang Shen to help, as they were almost out of luck. "Big guy, hurry up. We can't hold on much longer." This time, Jiang Shen charged in with the official version of the Dragon Soul Blade, crackling with high voltage. "Here I come." Jiang Shen swung down with all his might, letting the possessed creature know what it meant to mess with the wrong guy. "Die already. This time the ambush might just change everything." Jiang Shen said that the lightning could alter your structure at a molecular level, turning you to dust, and then let's see how you recover. Ultimately, the possessed demon was eradicated, leaving nothing but a pile of smoking ashes. Jiang Shen chuckled, saying, "Hee, that's taken care of." After the fierce battle with the demon, although victorious, the little dragon Lingji still landed a love tap on Jiang Shen's face. At the same time, she criticized him, calling him a useless student, reminding him that the force exerted is inversely proportional to the distance. Jiang Shen could only chuckle awkwardly in response. Hey. Next, Jiang Shen opened the system to check, but received no rewards, leading him to question, "Hey wait, why wasn't I notified about successfully killing it?" At this moment, the three-eyed demon Jiang Shen's ally discovered something very important. It turned out that the demon had transformed into a white spirit and was fleeing towards the principal's office. The three-eyed demon, seeing this, hurriedly pointed at the spirit and yelled to remind Jiang Shen, "Look, it's running away." Hearing this, how could Jiang Shen let the demon he had worked so hard to catch escape? He quickly dashed after it, angrily shouting, "Where do you think you're running to?" Watching him energetically chase after the demon's spirit made the two allied demons freeze in fear, with the female demon saying, "Is he really going up there?" Realizing that the demon was seeking assistance from the principal, the two demons were scared and whispered, suggesting they stay put for safety. The three-eyed demon whispered to the female demon. The principal's office was above, and upon hearing this, the female demon understood and replied, "Right, let's just wait down here for him." For Jiang Shen, after a moment, he had caught up to the demon's spirit. As he closed in, the system announced countdown to transformation: 60 seconds, 50 seconds. Noticing Jiang Shen was almost upon him, the demon was desperately trying to run as fast as possible, turning its head back and saying, "This guy is really persistent." Soon enough, the demon reached the door and slipped into the principal's office, breathing a sigh of relief and saying, "I'm glad I made it." As soon as it poked its head inside, the demon joyfully cried out for help. "Principal, principal." But life isn't a dream. Before the demon could finish the last two words, "save me," Jiang Shen struck it down, splitting the spirit in half. Doing his best, before the transformation time ended, he managed to eliminate the demon breathing, a sigh of relief, as if it were all over, sweat running down his face. Few caught up. Immediately, the system announced, "Congratulations, you have earned 5999 demon energy points from defeating the low-level demon." With a decent amount of demon energy points earned, Jiang Shen boldly challenged the demon standing outside the door and banging on it while shouting loudly, "Principal, come out, I don't have much time left. Hurry up so I can take 2 swings at you." Surprised that the door had no lock when he grabbed the handle, Jiang Shen exclaimed, The door isn't locked." Gently opening the door, he peered into the room, which was filled with a bright red light. Instantly, the door swung open, revealing spirits of the wrong dead. They rushed at him in a bewildering attack. In just a few seconds, Jiang Shen was submerged under the blood of the vengeful spirits of the patients dropping his Ling Qi blade. With their wailing cries, they overwhelmed him, leaving only his head above water. Confused, Jiang Shen wondered how many had died unjustly in this hospital. With no answers, he struggled to regain his last breath but failed. Amidst the angry spirits, a shadow appeared rushing towards him, saying, "Big brother, I'm here to save you." Compared to its previous skills, this shadow was now effective, confidently believing it could pull all the vengeful spirits into the shadow world, turning them into its master's minions. Jiang Shen was struck by the brilliance of the shadow's idea. Unable to speak, he simply raised his hand in approval. Then the shadow began to transform into a dark figure, saying, "All right, I'll do it." The massive shadow opened its mouth wide, taking a deep breath to suck in the vengeful spirits. One by one, they were drawn into its maw. Quickly, the shadow completed its task. All the spirits were now inside it. After gathering a large number of souls, the shadow felt full and let out a satisfied breath. Jiang Shen had escaped the spirits. Captivity stood up and quickly brushed himself off, asking curiously, "Is it over?" The shadow hidden below replied, More than I can handle, almost couldn't hold on." At this moment, he looked around the room but couldn't find the figure of the director, feeling puzzled about why the director was missing. Just then, 2 allied demons appeared, peeking in at Jiang Shen with terrified expressions. Furious, he shouted at them for being useless teammates in a crisis. He angrily cursed them out, saying they were as cowardly as rabbits. "I handle things, and then you show up." After confirming everything was safe, the 2 demons finally rushed inside. They pretended to inquire about the director and praised Jiang Shen. "The director is dead too. Jiang Shen is still the strongest." It seemed he had exhausted his strength, swaying like a noodle. Suddenly he fell to the ground, nearly out of it from the strain. But in reality, Jiang was just pretending to be weak to test the loyalty of these 2 allied ghosts. Exhausted, he looked at them and said, "Instead of wasting time on me, why not help me find a doctor?" Suddenly, the 2 ghosts, seeing him act tough, became cheerful and started performing in front of him, saying, "What doctor? You've killed them all besides. Would you really let a doctor here treat you?" Suddenly, the 3-eyed ghost approached, oddly concerned about his health, pretending to care. It leaned closer and asked Jiang, "Director Jiang, are you seriously injured?" Still suspicious of this ghost, Jiang felt a sweat of anxiety. His face darkened as he replied, "What's your angle? Are you trying to take my spot?" Contrary to what he thought, the 2 ghosts laughed, fully respecting his leadership, showing great enthusiasm. The 3-eyed ghost said, "Director Jiang, you're joking. Only under your leadership can this hospital grow stronger." And the female ghost quickly chimed in, Exactly. His gaze turned serious. He couldn't trust these 2 demons at all. He struggled to get up, causing the 2 demons to jump in fright. Indeed, these 2 demons were very loyal, which pleased him, and he praised them. "Good, you both have passed the test. You get to keep your lives." His words startled the 2 demons, making their hair stand on end. They thought he almost sent us to the underworld, so it was just a ruse. We nearly got killed. With no more dangers in sight, he led the way, promising the 2 eager demons, "Follow me and you will both become vice directors." Scene change. After a while, they finally stepped out of the dark hospital. And now the dark shadows surrounding this haunted hospital vanished, revealing a bright light never seen before. After so many years trapped in the dark, seeing the moonlight for the first time made these demons cry tears of joy. The 3-eyed demon rejoiced, shedding tears. "Wow, I never thought I'd see the outside." At the same time, Director Jiang was freed from the curse, regaining all his strength and immense power. He happily summoned the giant 10-god hammer. With the intention of the one called the Director, he swung the hammer, smashing the gloomy hospital to pieces. But according to his promise, he would promote these demons to vice directors. Seeing the hospital destroyed by his own hand, the demons questioned, "If the hospital is gone, how will we be vice directors?" Soon he appeared behind them, offering an even better condition. "Who said you 2 would be vice directors of this hospital? I will build a new hospital, and only then will I accept the position of chairman of the board." He confidently declared, "I will build a hospital X here, and you 2 will be the vice directors." Upon hearing this, the 2 demons burst into delighted laughter, exclaiming in unison, "Yes!" Suddenly, he noticed something was off. He looked up at the sky, which rumbled ominously. Dark clouds gathered as if some evil force was about to emerge. He gazed at the sky and wondered, what's going on up there? At that moment, his phone received a message from the underworld, and Jiang quickly pulled out his phone to check. There was a new alert. The screen displayed a critical notification. Warning, dark energy has erupted in Zhangbei City. A riot will occur in the restricted area. In an instant, from above in the sky, the headmaster appeared, the final boss of this event, surrounded by thunder and lightning, looking terrifying. Not knowing who this guy was, Jiang then frowned in annoyance and asked, "Who are you?" The two demons, upon seeing this figure, recognized him with sheer terror, exclaiming, "Oh my God, didn't you say you'd kill the headmaster?" With his anger reaching a boiling point, he questioned the people below, asking who had destroyed his hospital. No one dared to answer, and he shouted angrily, "Who is it?" The headmaster returned to see his hospital in ruins, and in his fury, he unleashed a sonic wave. Jiang was taken aback, covering his ears, and said in disbelief, "Why are you shouting like that?" He then claimed responsibility for the destruction, saying, "I did it." "What's your problem?" He looked confused, as if asking, "Then where are the hundreds of vengeful spirits in my office?" Jiang was pleased. Even his shadow stood with arms crossed, grinning smugly. "Hee." Jiang declared, "If you call me father, I'll tell you." The headmaster snapped back angrily, cursing, "Damn it." He immediately summoned his minions, saying, "Come here," and from the sky 2 demons flew out to confront Jiang. One demon was skinny with a single eye and a horn on its head. Wherever it went, everything wilted. The other demon was dressed like a high-ranking official, translucent like water, and wherever it walked, water flowed. Jiang was astonished, breaking out in a cold sweat upon seeing the 2 demons. He recognized that the skinny demon was definitely a drought demon, while the water-filled demon was a river god. Standing against these formidable demons, Jiang picked up the flesh spirit blade ready to fight. He said, "What day is it today? Enemies from everywhere are coming at once." Jiang commanded, "You two fight, one each. I'll take on the headmaster." Upon hearing this plan, the 2 demons turned pale, trembling in fear, sweating coldly, saying, "You really overestimate us. How can we fight back? We're just small fry, facing off against strong demons." Jiang, furious with his cowardly teammates, turned and shouted at them, "You two just go over there." Seeing Jiang's temper, they quickly appeased him. Wait, we can't do that." To ensure victory, Jiang opened the system to check his demonic energy points before acting. His demonic energy had long surpassed 1,000,000 points, so he had nothing to fear, even if these 2 teamed up. After devising a plan, he prepared to enter the battle to the death, transforming into the sound god and wielding the flesh spirit sword. Confidently holding the 2 powerful weapons, he shouted, "Come at me." The director wouldn't let him gloat and immediately ordered the demon to attack, telling the 2 to tear that guy apart for him. As soon as the director finished speaking, the river god unleashed a technique, causing water to surge in from nowhere, the powerful current sweeping away everything in its path. Next came the drought demon, transforming into a massive rock monster with bulging muscles, and with just one punch, it sent all the dirt and stones flying, forming a towering mountain. The Jiangshen group witnessed a side with surging waters and another with the force of the rocks. Stepping forward would mean certain doom. At this moment, the 3-eyed demon was nearly buried under the rubble, struggling to cry out for help. "Help, help me." The nearby rubbing demon was also swept away by the current, desperately calling for Jiangshen. "Director, we can't hold out." To save his teammates, Jiangshen rushed in and delivered a strike with the flesh spirit blade, splitting the river god's waves. Then he smashed down with an amulet of dark spirit, shattering the rubble of the drought demon. With just 2 techniques, he had thwarted the attacks of both demons. They exchanged glances, understanding each other's intent. Wanting to deal with Jiangshen, the river god, they proposed an alliance to combine their strength and eliminate him. Jiangshen was quickly pushed back while facing 2 powerful demons at once. He struggled to hold on, sensing things were about to go south. Damn it. Jiangshen, drenched in cold sweat, thought of a way. Fighting like this wasn't the best approach. He spotted the director from afar, calmly observing the battle. Jiangshen thought to himself he needed to capture the king to quell the chaos. The 2 demons joined forces to attack Jiangshen, and the water and dirt mixed into a muddy pit, restricting his movement. Seeing the director from afar, he had no choice but to use his ultimate move, the Tiger Roar, creating a sound wave that directly attacked the director, but what he didn't expect was that something shot out faster than his sound wave. Upon closer inspection, he realized it was the drought demon. He didn't expect its speed to be that fast. It rushed in and broke through his sound wave. Jiangshen was currently stuck in the muddy pit, recognizing the dire situation. Attempting to take on 3 low-level demons at once, he doubted it would be effective. Suddenly, the 3-eyed demon, out of sheer will to survive, struggled to escape the mud, realizing he was cornered. He was determined that even if it cost him his life, he had to kill those high-level monsters. He said, "It's taken so much effort to get to this point. Even if I have to die, I will fight you to the end." After saying that, he split his 3-eyed face into 3 parts, slowly transforming into a 3-headed monster. The three heads looked like a black cloud with increasingly larger eyes, and then the three heads of the demon charged toward the drought demon in an enormous form. Faced with a monstrous ghost enveloping him like smoke, Hanbat immediately fled, retreating to find a weak spot. The female ghost, Zoa, battling the torrent, saw her teammates fighting hard, igniting her own spirit. She shouted the girl is absolutely right. Harnessing her strength, she leaped out of the water, using the yin-yang technique to charge straight at the river. God, don't even think about bringing us back to that hospital. I'll risk it all against you, no longer showing the fear from before. Instead, filled with determination to sacrifice, she charged toward the river god. Seeing her yin-yang power, the river god hesitated and stepped back defensively. Jiang, seeing his teammates' fighting spirit rise, cheerfully said my skin still hides a wonderful move. Jiang jumped onto the divine sound tree, leaping straight toward the director. Then I will fight the director. Jiang is thinking of ways to buy more time to transform again. He needs to hold on for 10 more seconds, warm up wide, and transform again. As he approached the director, Jiang focused his energy to control the spirit to rush quickly at the director. Surprisingly, he was able to withstand the force with just one hand. The power he displayed made him underestimate Jiang. Could he really destroy my hospital with such little skill? As soon as he finished speaking, he went into a rage, screaming in humiliation. His eyes turned red and his terrifying roar shattered everything around within a kilometer radius. Jiang was thrown far away by his scream, along with the sound of the spirit. He encouraged himself to keep holding on just 10 more seconds. He couldn't wait for the full 10 seconds. The director quickly flew towards him, intending to snap Jiang's neck in an instant, angrily, saying, I will hang you in the hospital as a warning. Facing imminent death, even someone as strong as him felt fear. His face turned pale, devoid of blood sweat pouring down. He thought to himself, this is it, I'm really going to die this time. In a life-and-death moment, just as the director reached out to snap Jiang's neck, suddenly a hand shot out and grabbed the director's hand, stopping him before he could choke Jiang. Jiang turned to see who his savior was, only to find it was Director Tan. He held the director's hand with absolute strength, preventing him from moving. The director's eyes widened in shock. Director Tan looked at Jiang and questioned, you still want to hide this from me? Jiang was overjoyed to escape death. Seeing Director Tan was like seeing his mother. He happily called out Director. The director, held tightly by Director Tan, used his free hand to attack arrogantly, saying, you damn fool, one punch from me is enough to take you down. As the leader of the underworld, being hit by a mere ghost like this angered Director Tan, who thought, you've never seen my true power, have you? Enraged, Director Tan unleashed his strength, regaining the vigor of a 200-year-old, transforming from an old man into a muscular young man, his body engulfed in blazing red flames, overwhelming the demons around him. Director Tan threw a thunderous punch with incredible power, sending the director flying several meters away, buried under rubble and debris. Yet he still wasn't finished. He struggled to rise, poking his head out from the wreckage, looking pitiful, spitting out a mouthful of blood. Rather than fear from that punch, it only made him reckless. He stood up defiantly. Come on. Director Tan looked at him and said, you don't know your limits, before throwing another punch, intending to crush him completely. The punch from Director Tan collided with the director's, creating a massive explosion. The surrounding earth and stone shattered, causing powerful aftershocks, dust and smoke filling the air, both of them evenly matched, fiercely opposing each other. Director Tan and the Institute had fought fiercely for hundreds of rounds. Seeing both getting bloodier, Jiang Shen couldn't just stand by and laughed, saying, it seems like my job here is done. Thinking of the two allied demons fighting hard, he wondered how things were going on their side. On the female demon's side, she was fighting fiercely with the river god, but after a long battle she seemed exhausted and kept getting hit by his attacks. The river god, frustrated that the female demon was still stubbornly resisting, angrily wanted to finish her off in one blow. This is a hassle, he thought, and immediately condensed a stream of earth, blasting the female demon away. Get lost. Just then, Jiang Shen appeared, rushing to catch the female demon and holding her to shield her from the river god's relentless attacks. Jiang Shen gently set her down and said, you're worn out, let me take over. He pulled out the demon transformation card and quickly shouted, transform stone lion beast. This time, the transformation card took the form of a stone lion with stable energy combined with fiery flames that burned the monsters. For the first time in his transformation career, this time his hair only grew longer. Nothing else changed, Jiang Shen remarked, feeling that not much had altered. But putting aside the appearance, he coldly summoned the Fu Ling Qi, come forth. However, as soon as he summoned the Fu Ling Qi, Jiang Shen was left dumbfounded. A form of the stone lion beast sprouted from its head, which was puzzling. Immediately after, it transformed into a gigantic sword with overwhelming power. Jiang Shen laughed joyfully. Truly, a 4-star demon transformation. Seeing the river god hovering above, he swung the sword to test its power. A beam of light shot out in an instant. The river god still didn't understand what was happening when suddenly half of his body was severed, and he screamed in pain. Jiang Shen mocked him. What happened to your bravado earlier? Can't even take a normal attack. Since his body was made of water, he shouldn't have been harmed by that slash. He immediately returned to his original form and focused on creating a green, slimy substance, shooting all of it straight at Jiang Shen. A wave of green water surged like a tsunami toward Jiang Shen. He simply swung the sword down lightly, easily cutting through the wave of slime. But unfortunately, Jiang Shen got hit by a drop of slime on his shirt, which immediately corroded a large hole in it. It began to eat deep into his flesh, causing the wound to smoke, while the river god still didn't understand what was happening when suddenly half of his body was severed. Seeing that Jiang Shen was injured, he smugly said, "Before the poison of the Yangtze River, all attacks are meaningless. Just accept your death." He arrogantly stood in the midst of a corrosive toxic river he created, thinking that Jiang Shen must have been corroded down to just white bones. But it wasn't long before Daqi was struck by Jiang Shen, severing his lower body into pieces. The attack was so quick and dangerous that the river god was stunned, realizing too late that he had underestimated his opponent. Jiang Shen calmly approached his entire body, engulfed in flames, wielding a deadly sword. As he stepped forward, the toxic mist parted for him, and he wondered how Daqi could let himself get so badly hurt. The river god regenerated his body once more. He exclaimed, "Damn it, you can't kill me that easily. Let's see who runs out of strength first." Jiang Shen thought to himself about the river god who couldn't die no matter how many times he was cut. He surely had a heart buried somewhere beneath the riverbed. Jiang Shen looked at the swirling river beneath him and sighed, realizing that finding it wouldn't be easy. It was like searching for a needle in a haystack. The river god launched a direct attack, and Jiang Shen decided not to worry about where the demon's heart was hidden. He would just focus on fighting. Attacking first and thinking later, a series of strikes exchanged between him and the river god caused the water's surface to erupt with a thunderous sound throughout the area. Jiang Shen and the river god were locked in a stalemate when suddenly he lunged forward and stabbed him in the back, sending him flying a good distance away. Struggling to stand the river, God thought even though he couldn't kill me, continuing to be beaten like this was not looking good. Suddenly his eyes flashed as he saw Jiang Shen raise his sword high, preparing to strike down at him. The river god was not to be outdone. He gathered the water into a ball ready to counterattack. He poured all his remaining energy into this final move, roaring as he transformed the water into a dragon. All the waves condensed into a towering water column, growing larger and forming a white vortex. Jiang Shen stood there dumbfounded, unsure of how to respond. Suddenly, a water dragon lunged at Jiang Shen from above, at incredible speed, hitting him hard. He quickly raised his sword to defend himself. Stunned. Wait, did it really turn into a dragon? The river god reveled in his technique, confident that this time Jiang Shen would soon be served his fate. The large volume of water was harder than iron. Let's see how he would deal with it. Struggling to withstand the attack from the water dragon, Jiang Shen remarked, "It's getting tougher. I must have fallen into a trap." His sword was showing signs of wear, and he was beginning to sweat under the pressure. Jiang Shen activated the system, requesting system add another 1,000,000 demonic energy to the flesh spirit mushroom. After the system granted the strength, the flesh spirit mushroom became significantly stronger, its eye-opened veins bulging around it. Not only did it restore the water damage on the sword, but it transformed into a chainsaw with a sharp blade several meters long. The river god wielded the chainsaw and charged into battle with the water dragon, shouting, "Take a hit from my chainsaw," and then furiously sliced the dragon's head in half. The river deity was astonished, seeing him cut the dragon's head as simply as peeling tofu, exclaiming, "What's happening? Why is he suddenly so powerful?" Seizing the opportunity, the river god quickly split the dragon in two, and the river deity writhed in pain, yelling, "Ah!" while the river god cheerfully reminded him, "The higher the hardness, the slower the healing of the wound. Surprised, are you? Now let's continue slicing this dragon." As he was halfway through, he noticed a shiny gem inside the dragon's body. The river god's eyes lit up with excitement as he intended to grab the gem, laughing, "Ha ha, I've found the key point." However, just as he was about to take the dragon's gem, the river deity gathered all his strength to quickly heal the cut smugly, saying, "There's no way I'm letting you win easily." Seeing victory was near the river, God happily declared, "No worries, I can just saw you in half again." The dragon, frightened, tried to flee, and the river god joyfully chased behind with the chainsaw, saying, "Don't run." He rushed to the principal for help, shouting, "Principal, help me." The principal was busy engaging in martial arts with Director Tun, and couldn't assist him, angrily telling him, "Take care of yourself. Can't you see I'm busy?" Director Tone viciously punched him, saying, "At least you know your limits." The river deity looked dejected and frustrated as the river god, like a relentless pursuer, chased after him, cursing, "Damn it, come here and I'll send you to the heavens." The river god held the chainsaw close to the enemy, laughing joyfully. "Ha ha ha, it seems like no one can save you now. Just let me cut you into pieces," he said swiftly, cutting the dragon in half to retrieve the gem inside. The river god held the gem up, a victorious expression on his face, saying, "Hee hee, I've taken care of one." Meanwhile, the three-eyed kneeling creature was facing off against the Harnbart, using its head to tightly clamp the Harnbart. But the Harnbart wasn't easy either. Grabbing one end with each hand, it said, "You three are really troublesome." It then crushed the two heads in its hands with force, and the three-eyed creature cried out in pain, "Ah!" while the Harnbart lunged to deal with the remaining head, barking, "What are you yelling about?" Its strikes were swift and precise, quickly severing the last head in the blink of an eye. After a fierce battle, one of them finally triumphed. The three-eyed creature was punched so hard that all three heads flew off, lying in a pool of blood, finally dealt with. Turning around, it saw the river god holding the river deity's gem, and speculated, then suddenly got the idea to steal it, thinking, "Oh, that looks like a good item." Its eyes lit up brightly, then it quickly dashed towards Jiangshen at lightning speed, aiming for the giant fruit, before extending its long tongue to swallow it whole. Jiangshen jumped back in shock, retracting his hand as he gritted his teeth ready to chop off the head of the pest that dared to steal from him. But unexpectedly, the pest had an astonishing speed. In the blink of an eye, it escaped his attack, causing Jiangshen to lean back in alarm, barely avoiding a hit. He thought to himself, "How could it withstand a full-force attack from me?" Just as the pest was about to gloat, it was struck by a sudden blow from afar, knocking it face first to the ground. To his surprise, the one who came was Captain Duong from the underworld, cheerfully saying, "I've been hiding for this moment." Captain Duong confidently analyzed the situation, saying that while the pest had gathered qi from both flood and drought attributes, these two couldn't merge well together, but my qi could exploit its weak point effectively. With just a few words, Captain Duong blew the pest apart in an instant. Seeing that the situation with Director Tone was dire, Captain Duong urged Jiang Shen to help quickly, claiming that the director seemed to be in big trouble. Jiang Shen then summoned his shadow, which appeared with an eerie smile, and replied, "Yes, master." Jiang Shen, with a tense expression, devised a plan, realizing he couldn't handle this director, and pulled out the demon-slaying staff to give to the shadow. "Here, take this staff. Use it to support me at the right moment." After finalizing the plan, Jiang Shen leapt high and dashed towards Director Tone to confront the Institute, head firmly gripping the staff in his hand, while the shadow replied determinedly, "I will complete the task well." Meanwhile, Director Tone was nearly out of strength, and was sent flying 10 meters away by a powerful punch from the Institute head. With such a brutal punch, Director Tun crashed into a building, creating an ear-splitting explosion and a cloud of dust. After being knocked away, Director Tun felt anxious. Damn it, the time for recollection is almost up. The Institute head didn't give Director Tone a chance to recover, and quickly charged in to attack, throwing a powerful punch and mocking, "What about the director? He'll die just the same." Just as he was about to finish off, Director Tone Jiangshen arrived in time, shouting, "Hey, old director." He then kneeled and struck him hard, catching him off guard. Let's see how tough the current director is. Quickly regaining his composure, the Institute head launched a fierce attack on Jiangshen, declaring that he dared to call himself a director, and began pummeling Jiangshen, who could only shield his head and endure while he viciously taunted, "Watch me break your skull." Seizing the opportunity, Jiangshen quickly commanded the shadow, "Shadow now." The shadow obeyed, pulling out the demonic drum and striking it frantically. The moment the sound of the demonic drum echoed, it immediately froze the principal in place. He had to brace himself facing the strange sound that constricted his body with an invisible force. The director couldn't move and his eyes burned with fury. He threatened Jiangshen, furious, thinking, "Do you really believe you can trap me like this?" A shadow quickly replaced him, tapping continuously on the drum to keep him occupied. If that didn't work, he'd tap again. The power of the drumbeat seemed to intensify, binding the director even tighter, and he gritted his teeth in frustration. Jiangshen seized the opportunity to swiftly attack from behind, with a chainsaw aimed at the director. But before Jiangshen could strike, he felt a strong force push him back suddenly. With a shocked expression, the director broke through the sound barrier and caught the chainsaw with one hand, his face twisted in rage, as if he wanted to tear Jiangshen apart. "If it weren't for my research on souls, you might have captured me." His anger reached a peak as he squeezed the chainsaw tightly, causing deep grooves to appear on the blade. Realizing he couldn't hold on any longer, Jiangshen quickly commanded the flesh spirit to return to his body. Flesh spirit, withdraw. Facing the director, he breathed heavily, wiping sweat, and thinking the 4-star transformation is over. "I need to withdraw my male form," but before he could do anything, the director grabbed his neck, shouting in anger, daring to run away in front of me. The director knew he was just a useless weakling now. He laughed, menacingly boasting, "Keep being arrogant." Just as he was feeling pleased, Chief Tone, recovering behind him, said, Are you calling for me?" As soon as he finished speaking, he landed a powerful punch on the director, who was sent flying, tumbling across the ground. Chief Tone now looked more like a monster, glaring at the director with a fierce gaze. His hands clenched tight, showing his strength. "I'm not dead yet. The skies of Jiangbuk aren't yours to control." Seeing Chief Tone's fierce bloodlust, Jiangshen couldn't help but tease, smiling as he said, "Chief, go for it. I'll remember you later." A system notification appeared, saying, "If you don't know how to speak, don't speak. Demonic energy plus 9999 points." Chief Tone began to unleash his special technique, clasping his hands and chanting, "King of Hell, burn the evil spirits." Soon, Chief Tone transformed into the legendary King of Hell, his fierce face surrounded by a glowing aura, radiating immense power. The director was astonished at this powerful skill, shocked that he still had such a trump card left. He rushed forward, determined to fight to the end, not even thinking about that. Before he could get close, Chief Tone kicked him in the head, preparing to follow up with a surprise punch, but he easily caught Chief Tone's hand. The principal's name gripped his hand with a sneer. "Is that all you've got?" Then he quickly retaliated with a punch, leaving Director Tone in chaos. After regaining his composure, they exchanged love taps at lightning speed. The dean with a villainous grin laughed triumphantly. "Is this all you can do?" Then he delivered a powerful punch that sent Director Ton face first into the ground, but he quickly sprang back up, continuing to unleash a flurry of techniques. Seeing the situation worsening, Director Ton decided to unleash his ultimate move, the Hellfire Fist. As he executed the technique, a black aura enveloped his body, and just as the dean lunged to attack, he was met with a counterattack from the dark energy. The dean was punched hard, his face swelling up, realizing he couldn't match him blow for blow. Director Ton turned the tables, launching a series of painful punches at him, and they continued to battle fiercely. Jiang Shen, watching from below, was keenly observing the fight and focusing on the situation. Jiang Shen realized that Director Ton couldn't hold out much longer, so he activated the system to exchange for 2 spirit pills. "System, give me 2 more spirit pills." After receiving the 2 spirit pills, Jiang Shen thought to himself, at his age he's still incredibly strong. The battle situation showed that Director Tone was still in control, delivering another precise punch to the dean's face, leaving him disoriented. Director Tone quickly followed up with another punch, infused with dark energy, aiming to finish him off. Just as he felt he was about to face defeat, the punch nearly hit him and he activated his technique, completing the soul analysis. He unleashed his power and countless spirits roared back at Director Tone. He summoned numerous vengeful spirits, and within moments the area was filled with bloodthirsty souls charging at Director Tone wildly. They overwhelmed him greedily, siphoning away all the strength he had. Realizing this, Director Tone's face turned pale. "This is bad. I've lost all my power." Witnessing everything from below, Jiang Shen was astonished. "What's going on? Didn't he have the advantage just now?" Jiang Shen turned to ask the shadow. "Shadow, can you absorb more?" Upon hearing this, it shook its head in fear. "I've reached my limit. I can't absorb anymore." Jiang Shen had no choice but to take a risk, commanding the Flesh Spirit Mushroom. "Alright, Flesh Spirit Mushroom, transform into PG now." He aimed precisely at the vengeful spirits. "Director, hang in there." Jiang Shen aimed accurately at the group of spirits, the bullet infused with dark energy and massive destructive force, a devastating shot. A huge explosion rang out, scattering the spirits clinging to Director Ton, causing them to disperse wildly. Director Ton, completely drained of strength, fell from the high ground. The director landed with the group of ghostly souls behind him, sneering. "Even Director Jiang has fallen. Who can stop me now?" Director Sun struggled weakly, using all his remaining strength, to say to Jiang Shen, "Little ghost, I will transfer my last ghostly energy to you. Go for it, finish him off." After saying that, he collapsed. Jiang Shen felt a surge of ghostly energy transferred to him. A system notification appeared. Ghostly energy from Director plus 100 million points. Suddenly, a circle of fire appeared behind Jiang Shen, and he felt boundless power within him. This is... The director was astonished by Jiang Shen's power, sweating. This guy behind me. Is he even stronger than the director? Jiang Shen realized the glowing ring behind him was the Golden Guardian. He sprang up and punched the director hard. To his surprise, the punch was incredibly powerful, creating a massive explosion that sent the director crashing to the ground, bleeding. Seeing the opportunity, he delivered another blow. After taking several punches from Jiang Shen, the director was gasping for air, his face dark and disbelieving. With Jiang Shen close by, he thought to himself, "Just a little longer, I'm almost done," analyzing his soul form. He stood up, wiped the blood from his mouth, and angrily said, "Give you 1 more minute to be arrogant, and I'll kill you when you're most confident." Jiang Shen saw his confidence and frowned suspicious. This guy's smile can't be good. He took out a transformation talisman and said, "Just in case, I'll use the transformation." Jiang Shen quickly transformed, turning into a demon with divine eyes. After transforming, a large eye sprouted in the middle of Jiang Shen's forehead, with countless smaller eyes emerging all over his body, on his arms, palms, and even on his tongue. The director was perplexed by this sight. The enlarged eyes enveloped a chilling space, staring intently at the director, who felt confused. "Why do I feel like he suddenly became someone else?" Jiang Shen unleashed the power of the eye in his palm, shooting out countless flames that exploded the earth and turned the vast area into dust. The director quickly dodged, terrified. He tried to flee, but Jiang Shen wouldn't give him the chance, swiftly blocking his path with a strange smile. The director, seeing Jiang Shen in front of him, was gripped by fear. Jiang Shen fired a laser beam from the eye on his forehead, sending the director flying back. The director braced himself with both hands, but they were scorched and smoking. Without giving him a moment to recover, Jiang Shen landed a powerful punch, sending him flying dozens of meters away. The eyes on Jiang Shen began to gather strength as he shouted, "Demon of the 100 Eyes." The headmaster, upon receiving this blow from Jiang, was completely shattered, his face showing skull bones, and his lower half was torn apart into a pile of flesh. Despite his body being in ruins, he still gasped out a breath. But soon after, he quickly restored his body to a complete and perfect form. He moved his new body a little, stretching his muscles, and with a smug expression he thought that he was the first to put me in this situation. Jiang, seeing that he was unharmed, unleashed all his strength directly at the headmaster, continuing to strike with lightning. Bolts of lightning rained down, illuminating the whole sky. The headmaster was struck repeatedly, turning black until he was just a wisp of white smoke. But his body's recovery speed was just as fast. The headmaster sat down, exhausted, sighing to regain his strength. Damn it, he had destroyed 2 of his bodies in a short time. After the lightning strike, Jiang couldn't see the headmaster anymore. He wondered why he let him escape, still focusing on his soul, not fleeing at all. How could he do that? Once the headmaster regained his strength, he menacingly approached, conjuring a cloud of pink smoke in his hand, aiming straight at a low-level horned demon. He said viciously, "A high-level demon like us can analyze souls. As long as we split the soul into several parts and store them within some low-level demons, we can revive multiple times." Jiang thought, then I must find all the fragments of his soul. The headmaster ran towards Jiang, his eyes blazing with fury, but he had already been killed by me. Jiang quickly ran to find the parts of the headmaster's soul, while the headmaster shouted behind him, "Don't run!" Jiang swiftly dealt with the low-level monsters containing fragments of the headmaster's soul. The first one was a pink demon with horns. Jiang swung his hand and sliced it in half. Next was a blue demon with tentacles like an octopus. Jiang used his divine eye and saw a piece of the headmaster's soul inside that demon, quickly dispatching it with a single move. The headmaster, chasing behind, turned pale, sweating with anxiety, and said, How do you know where my soul is located within these demons?" The eye on Jiang's forehead turned a malicious red as he grinned wickedly. "Haha, do you think my eye just grows there for nothing?" Jiang quickly ran to catch the last demon, the very last one. Suddenly, a force rushed past Jiang quickly. He shouted, "Who?" It turned out to be a trickster, shattering the surrounding bricks and stones, seizing the monster triumphantly and saying, "Hey, mine." Jiang, hit by the trickster's attack, fell to the ground, panting heavily. Trickster, could it be Team Leader Duong? The trickster, with a fierce expression, held the demon in his hands and chewed on it. Seeing Jiang ask, he replied, "I don't know, just lying there." Team Leader Duong was knocked out in the rubble. The principal stood high and asked, "Hey, what's your name?" The fierce beast lunged forward and decapitated the principal, saying, "A veteran like you is still so naive." He held the principal's head and remarked, "I'm also blind." The principal's head rolled, eyes wide open, mouth agape in shock. After killing the principal, he transformed back into a fierce beast with sharp teeth and silver-white hair, clad in armor with long pointed claws. Overall, he appeared as a ferocious monster, radiating a menacing aura. Jiang Shen was astonished, wide-eyed and slack-jawed, finally realizing that the beast was the main character. He burped, and even that single burp unleashed a tremendous force, shooting out a fireball that destroyed an entire house. Seeing the beast's destructive power, Jiang Shen exclaimed in fear, "A burp can shake the heavens and earth." Suddenly, a dark red liquid began flowing from the ground towards the city, and Jiang Shen worriedly said, "Why has the ground turned into this?" He viciously stated, "Once the beast appears, the land needs 1,000 miles. Jiangbei City is doomed." Jiang Shen tried to block the liquid with a laser, but it was futile. Anger and helplessness surged within him. With such a vast area, his strength felt like a drop in the ocean. Suddenly a shadow appeared and said, "Master, don't forget, I'm still here." Jiang Shen's shadow summoned the spirits from the hospital, commanding them fiercely, "It's time for you to lend your strength." As soon as he finished speaking, millions of spirits emitted energy to stop the toxic flow, forming a strong barrier to prevent the liquid from entering Jiangbei. The shadow joined forces with the spirits, urging, "Come on, my countless vengeful souls." The spirits, reinvigorated, charged forward to block with their bodies. At that moment, the system announced transformation into a demon complete. Jiang Shen, sweating with worry, feared that even if they stopped the beast's invasion, the battle was just beginning. Behind him lay the entire Jiangbei city. He urgently requested the system to draw a 5-star transformation card, but the system refused, saying, "You've used up your draws today, cannot draw more for now." Jiang Shen insisted, "I need it urgently, draw for me." The system firmly replied, "No." Jiang Shen then said, "Double the accumulated points," but the system remained steadfast, "Not allowed." "The system has regulations." Jiang Shen shouted, "Triple it." The system said, "Even 5 times won't help. There's never been a precedent for this." The situation was dire, and Jiang Shen cried out 10 times. The system then compromised. "All right, drawing now, starting regular draw." Jiang Shen drew a card, and it revealed Fiery Sea Great Sage, a powerful dragon with incredibly strong wings. He immediately drew the transformation card, transformed into a mighty being, and donned a high-end armor. Not only did he wear armor, but he was also equipped down to the last detail, with his sleeves wrapped in thick steel and 2 swords at his side. The god of the river donned the armor with complete confidence, looking both cool and powerful as he walked on the water. The god of the river unleashed his transformation power, shaking the heavens and the earth, catching the opponent off guard with his incredibly fast and precise strikes. He finished with a powerful kick, sending the opponent crashing into a chicken coop, exploding in a burst of smoke and fire. Feeling this terrifying power, the god of the river marveled, "Is this really my strength?" The opponent, furious after being beaten multiple times by the god of the river, shouted in rage, then unleashed countless fiery sparks at him. The fierce sparks shattered part of the armor, causing the god of the river to panic. He quickly summoned another weapon, drew his sword from his hip, activated it, and charged swiftly toward the opponent. "You've lived too long," the god of the river declared as he swung his sword straight at his opponent, who raised his hand to block it. Strangely, even though he blocked the sword with his bare hand, he didn't seem hurt at all. In fact, he took the opportunity to absorb the energy from the blade, grinning wickedly. Seeing his smug expression, the god of the river felt furious. "Damn it, he's absorbing my energy." The god of the river drew another weapon, the second transformation blade, activated it, and struck repeatedly at the opponent, who effortlessly blocked each blow without a scratch. The opponent laughed heartily, claiming that no matter how many times he was struck, it wouldn't matter. He took the chance to absorb the demonic energy from the god of the river's armor, causing it to melt. The god of the river realized this guy could devour power in various forms. He then conceived an idea. "If that's the case, let's see how much you can swallow," and with that he exerted all his strength to confront the opponent head-on. The two were evenly matched in their confrontation. Suddenly, the god of the river unleashed an explosive attack, creating a cloud of dust, leaving the opponent gasping for breath, completely drained. The god of the river noticed the effectiveness of this tactic. The opponent stepped back, trying to buy time, saying, "I've been observing you for a long time. Your strange transformation ability won't last long. You can't kill me, but I can make you exhaust yourself to death," he threatened. "If you don't want to die, get lost." The god of the river was surprised that the opponent could so openly point out his weakness. He broke into a sweat, contemplating. If he knew the opponent's weakness, he would certainly strike hard. However, the opponent wanted him to leave. What was their intention? The god of the river looked up and saw a ceiling barrier surrounding the battlefield. He was astonished. This sky, after 3 evil spirits entered, had been marked as a forbidden area, hadn't it? The deity Zhang predicted that all the royal-level beings on the human side were currently maintaining the formation in the forbidden area. At this moment, Zhang understood that he wanted to use the power of these royal-level beings to summon the Demon King. The scoundrel openly admitted to his scheme, well caught red-handed. Zhang quickly spoke up to thwart their plan. "But with me here, you won't get away with it," then rushed to confront him directly, but unfortunately Zhang was struck and fell from above, causing him to spit out blood. Continuing like this is not the way. He ordered the system. "System, help me withdraw the cursed nails first." Once the cursed nails appeared, Zhang upgraded them. He told the system to use the remaining demonic energy to raise them to the highest level. The system displayed continuous notifications consuming 100 points of demonic energy, consuming 500 points of demonic energy, consuming 100,000 points of demonic energy, consuming 300,000 points of demonic energy. After a while, it announced the upgrade was complete. Zhang held the 2 nails in his hands and advanced, then used all his strength to throw the 2 nails, intending to pin the scoundrel down. But the scoundrel, being made of iron, had the 2 nails stab at him, but returned without piercing through. The scoundrel was confused. "What the heck is this? It can't absorb it." Seeing this strange object, the scoundrel quickly fled. Escaping was the best option, but surprisingly, no matter where he ran, the 2 nails stayed glued to him. The scoundrel saw the 2 nails closing in, and swung his hands to throw them straight down to the ground. Get away. As soon as the nails touched the ground, they exploded, making him realize there was a bind. Seeing the scoundrel distracted by the 2 nails, Zhang took the opportunity to stand right behind him, a good chance. Zhang controlled the 2 cursed nails to stab straight into the scoundrel's body, driving them deep into his back. "Pin him down for me." But no matter how much force the nails used, they couldn't penetrate the scoundrel, who angrily turned around and said, "Don't think that using these nails can kill me." Zhang, furious, gritted his teeth and said, "So tough, huh?" The scoundrel turned and tightened his grip on Zhang's neck. He gasped. "Ah, he arrogantly said. "Do you think these tiny nails can pierce me?" Zhang was lifted by the strangulation, struggling, thinking, "Damn it." Zhang secretly controlled the 2 nails to drive deeper into the scoundrel's back, mocking him. "Absorb it all. Once your demonic energy ends, you're dead for sure." Zhang thought silently. "Push in for me, damn it, can't hold on much longer." His hands were sweating profusely as he controlled the 2 nails. In the moment of dire straits, he saw a shadow and thought of a plan. Then ordered it, "Shadow, come here, help me. I'll grant you the power of the dark deity." The shadow took the enormous hammer and exclaimed, "Wow, this hammer is too big." Jiang then commanded, "Now bring it down for me." The shadow, still using all its strength, yelled and thrust the hammer straight at the scoundrel. The hammer struck down, driving the nail into the body of the spirit, causing it to scream in pain. Why do humans make it so hard for me?" The shadow pounded crazily onto the spirit. Not all ghosts are the same. The hammer struck, and the nail dug deeper into its body. It cried out in pain, At this moment, the nail was almost fully embedded in the spirit. Jiang Shen saw this, and cheered the shadow, "Keep going." Finally, with one last blow, the nail pierced deeply into the spirit, and it screamed in pain, Then it officially exploded, creating a massive wave dozens of meters high, devastating everything around. At this point, the spirit was left with only a skull. Jiang Shen saw it seem nearly dead and exclaimed joyfully, "We did it." He sighed, wiped the sweat from his forehead, and said, "Phew, I'm exhausted." Just as he was about to leave, the spirit, as resilient as a leech, was still gasping for breath and raising its hand. At this moment, it had only its head and one arm left. The lower body had long been reduced to bits of flesh. It was about to die, but still bravely said, "Do you think I'll be killed so easily?" Before it could finish, it was struck with a club that smashed its head. The one approaching was Zoa. She coldly raised her club, ready to finish him off. The spirit, seeing Zoa angrily cursed, "Damn it, why are your ghost minions always helping outsiders?" Zoa, seeing it talk too much, swung her club and smashed its head, not giving it a chance to say anything more. Babbling too much, just die. The spirit's head was now a bloody mess. After dealing with the spirit, she happily ran after Jiang Shen and said, Dean. Jiang Shen then asked her with concern, "Are you okay?" The female ghost, Soa happily replied, I'm fine." Jiang Shen breathed a sigh of relief. "Phew, it's all over now." The sky brightened. Jiang Shen and the female ghost walked side by side. He said to her, "Let's go, let's head back together." At a cafe, Jiang Shen leisurely walked in, surprised to find no one there. He asked, Why is there no one here?" Two female ghosts came out to greet him. "The cafe isn't open yet, boss." Suddenly, Jiang Shen's phone rang. Zeng. He picked up the phone and answered, "Hello, Sister Hong." "Sister Hong," cheerfully said Jiang Shen, "let's arrange another mission. I feel my powers are improving." Jiang Shen happily agreed. All right, then see you tonight." Finally, everything is gradually coming to an end. As long as there are injustices in this world, Jiangbei City will still have ghosts. This is the reason for our existence. Jiang Shen turned towards the sun, raising his hand high, ready to accept new challenges. "Let's go hunt some ghosts."